Chapter 1. The Annihilation of the Family. Nezuko. What on earth happened? What transpired? A young boy clad in a green checkered coat knelt partially outside a dilapidated wooden cabin. Beside him lay a girl drenched in blood. As he turned to gaze inside the cabin, his eyes seemed to tremble as if shaken by an earthquake, for his family lay within, each one stained crimson, their bodies marred by visible wounds. In the wake of his despair, he noticed that his sister Nezuko still retained a flicker of warmth. With urgency, he wiped the tears streaming from his eyes, hoisted his sister onto his back, and gasped for breath as he raced down the mountain, desperate to find a doctor to save his only remaining kin. Just moments after his departure, a girl, equally soaked in blood and bearing wounds, suddenly opened her eyes within the cabin, followed by labored breaths. Pain. Excruciating pain. What is happening? Am I covered in blood? Breathing is so difficult, I feel as though I'm suffocating. She lifted her head and gasped for air. She endeavored to calm herself, her thoughts gradually settling amidst a torrent of fragmented memories and overwhelming emotions. Kaneo, Tsuyuri, the world of Demon Slayer. Wait, hold on. Is there such a character in Demon Slayer? Isn't Tanjiro the eldest, and Nezuko the eldest daughter? Where did this character account come from? Kaneo stared up at the familiar yet foreign ceiling, her blood-stained cheeks trembling slightly. Could she truly be unaware of the plot of Demon Slayer? After all, this anime has become one of the most popular in recent years. Even those who are not immersed in the anime community have heard of its existence. With a dazed gaze, Kaneo surveyed her surroundings. Beside her lay her mother, Kaneo Aoi, as well as her brothers, Kaneo Teko, Kaneo Shigeru, and Kaneo Rokita, all of them devoid of life. The scent of blood filled Kaneo with revulsion. Despite the agony coursing through her body, she struggled to maneuver this unfamiliar form, her movements awkward and stiff, as though she were a marionette. Strangely, the sensation of pain was gradually fading, yet the wounds continued to bleed. Had the pain truly dissipated? Kaneo felt perplexed, but it was evident that this was not the time for confusion. She endeavored to navigate the wooden cabin, each step proving to be a monumental challenge. With unsteady strides, she reached the kitchen, hoping to find a mirror to examine her current appearance. Yet all she discovered were shards of glass rather than a complete reflective surface. The memories that surfaced in my mind were somewhat indistinct, predominantly imbued with the intense emotions of the original owner. Chinchao pressed a hand against her head, preparing to turn and exit the kitchen, harboring the hope of escaping the wooden cabin. Yet the body she inhabited proved to be quite uncooperative. As she barely stepped outside, she stumbled and fell into the snow outside the cabin. Cursed fate! Oh heavens! While you may have transported me here, could you not have bestowed upon me a more capable body? I do not require muscles akin to Mealy's, but at the very least, some unique ability would suffice. Surely, the ability to walk normally is not too much to ask. For this is rather reckless. Lying in the snow, though her words were difficult to articulate, her mental realm was alive with fervor. She vehemently cursed the heavens that had brought her here, her thoughts laced with venom as she unleashed a torrent of invective that, while not coarse, struck deep at the heart of the matter. Regrettably, the heavens offered no response. In the physical realm, Chinchao remained sprawled in the snow, disconnected, until Tanjiro and Tomioka completed the first segment of their narrative, returning to the cabin. With Nezuko, who, despite having transformed into a demon, had regained her consciousness, Tanjiro intended to return and tend to his family's remains, but upon witnessing Chinchao outside the cabin, where she should have been inside, his eyes widened in shock, and he rushed over in haste. What? Sister? He reached Kiangxia's side, with Nezuko, now a demon, following closely behind, her eyes transforming into tiny beads of concern as she anxiously stomped her feet. Tanjiro, filled with urgency, placed a finger gently upon Kiangxia's nose. Though her breath was faint, it was indeed present. She's still alive. We must hurry down the mountain to find a doctor. There may still be hope. Tanjiro's hands trembled with excitement, tears the size of beans rolling down his cheeks. Now was not the time for tears. He hastily wiped away his flowing tears, despite his exhaustion, lifting Chinchao from the snow and carrying her on his back, hastening down the mountain alongside Nezuko. Before long, they reached the base of the mountain and found a village doctor. The doctor was taken aback upon seeing Kiangxia's grievous condition. The injuries were far too severe. Doctor, you must save my sister, Tanjiro implored, his voice trembling, while Nezuko nodded fervently beside him. However, the doctor fell silent, for it was evident at first glance just how grave Kiangxia's injuries were. He was merely a rural physician, not a miracle worker. How could he possibly save her? I'm sorry, I cannot help but the doctor's words. Tanjiro's composure began to crumble, for pure despair is often less harrowing than the kind that offers a glimmer of hope only to snatch it away in an instant. How could this be? Tanjiro pressed his lips together, bowing his head and murmuring softly. Beside him, Nezuko could no longer contain herself, her eyes welling up with tears as large as beans. At that moment, Xinxia, who had been slung over Tanjiro's back with her eyes closed, suddenly opened her eyes. Despite her physical state being in shambles, the expression in her eyes was filled with vitality. "Stop crying, I'm not dead yet," Xinxia declared, leaving everyone present momentarily speechless, the most astonished among them being the doctor in front of them. In the midst of countless unspoken words, what emerged was a crude remark, while Xinxia, still being carried by Tanjiro, wore a pair of lifeless eyes. To be honest, she too was puzzled as to why she was still alive. However, since she had not yet succumbed to death, perhaps her injuries would not be fatal after all. Let's consider it a benefit of being a traveler. The pressing matter now was to quickly adapt to this body. "Tanjiro, please put me down," Xinxia suggested, but to her surprise, both Tanjiro and Nezuko's expressions changed drastically. Nezuko shook her head vigorously, while Tanjiro resolutely replied, "Absolutely not." Understanding their reactions, Xinxia grasped the underlying meaning behind their expressions. Putting me down equated to disregarding me. Well, these two certainly excelled in their literary skills. Chapter 2. The Emergence of the Wheelchair Girl. "Two men, I want to stand," Xinxia clarified. "Stand? But sister, are you truly able? Your injuries are so severe," Tanjiro responded, relieved to comprehend Qianxia's intent, yet still concerned for her well-being, for anyone could see the gravity of her wounds. Xinxia shook her head, signaling that she was fine. She could hardly feel pain, merely struggling with mobility. After a moment of hesitation, Tanjiro nodded. He cautiously set Xinxia down from his back, her feet touching the ground. However, her legs lacked strength, and she nearly collapsed again, saved only by Tanjiro and Nezuko, who steadied her on either side. How utterly embarrassing. Xinxia lowered her head, her face slightly flushed. She had never anticipated a day when she would need assistance in her previous life. She was an athletic individual capable of effortlessly executing flips. "Sister, are you all right?" "I'm fine, just a bit weak in the legs," Xinxia replied, once she steadied herself on the ground, gasping for breath as she struggled to maintain her balance. Tanjiro and Nezuko assumed her condition was due to pain from her injuries. However, the doctor observing the scene found it utterly ludicrous, having concluded that the girl before him was not genuinely injured, but merely playing a prank on herself. "Kids these days, I want fuss over it this time. Hurry along and stop bothering me." The doctor waved his hand dismissively before turning back to his house and closing the door behind him. Upon seeing his sister, Tanjiro contemplated knocking on the door to seek the doctor's aid for her treatment, but was halted by Chika. "Elder sister? It's all right. I shouldn't require the doctor's assistance." Despite the lack of conviction in Chika's unsteady demeanor, Tanjiro placed his faith in her, for she was undeniably his sister. After bidding farewell to the doctor's residence, Tanjiro yearned to return to their mountain home to bury their mother and siblings. Both Chika and Nezuko consented to this, yet Tanjiro first ventured to another location. Approximately 10 minutes later, Tanjiro emerged from a carpentry shop, hands pushing a simple wooden wheelchair. "Sister, let's use this for now." With a cheerful grin, Tanjiro was determined not to let his sister walk back unaided. The wheelchair was his ingenious solution. Though the wooden wheelchair was not inexpensive and Tanjiro carried little money, he had cultivated good relations with many shopkeepers, and the carpenter readily agreed to extend credit until Tanjiro could return with funds from the mountain. Observing Tanjiro's smile, Chika lowered her head, feeling a surge of admiration for his unwavering kindness. While numerous kind-hearted boys exist in anime, Tanjiro's level of compassion truly distinguished him among many protagonists. Noticing what seemed to be a smile on Chika's face, Tanjiro felt even more elated, silently vowing to protect both his sister and Nezuko. With Chika seated in the wheelchair, Tanjiro pushed it forward, while Nezuko happily trailed beside them, the trio slowly making their way back to the wooden cabin in the mountains. Upon returning and seeing the lifeless bodies of their family, a heavy atmosphere enveloped them once more. Tanjiro quietly entered the home, carrying out his mother, brothers, and sister, and dug a grave nearby to lay them to rest. With hands clasped and eyes closed, Tanjiro prayed for his family, vowing to avenge them and to discover a means to restore Nezuko to her former humanity. After completing his prayers, Tanjiro turned back to Chika and Nezuko. Initially intending to say, "Let's go," he suddenly recalled that he had yet to clarify the events that had transpired to his sister. Thus, Tanjiro succinctly recounted his encounter with Ju Tomioka and the words imparted to him, careful to convey the information in a way that Chika could comprehend. As he spoke, he meticulously observed Chika's expressions, fearful that the weight of the revelation might overwhelm her. Although she was typically open-minded and gentle, the concept of demons could test anyone's emotional fortitude. And that's how it is Ju instructed me to seek an elder named Sakanji, Yoriichi Tsugikuni, to avenge my family. I must become stronger. As Tanjiro spoke, he instinctively clenched his fists, while in front of him, Chika lowered her head. Tanjiro assumed that she might be unwell or perhaps distressed by the matter concerning demons. Just as he intended to offer her some words of comfort, Chika took a deep breath and lifted her gaze. Then let us seek out Sakanji Yoriichi. I will accompany you in your studies, Chika declared, her eyes sparkling with determination from her wheelchair. Tanjiro was taken aback. He had hoped to ensure his sister's comfort while he and Nezuko embarked on a journey to find Yoriichi. It wasn't that he thought Chika would slow him down, rather, he was solely concerned about her physical condition. Sister, you should rest more. I will do my best, he urged, somewhat flustered. However, Chika was not one to simply remain in her wheelchair, passively watching the protagonist engage in battle until the end. Although she initially felt a sense of resentment at being thrust into this world so abruptly, she understood that once here, idleness was not an option. Chika could still faintly sense the despair and helplessness that the original host felt when confronting Muzan to be powerless. To watch helplessly as her mother and brother were slain before her eyes, and then to fall victim to Muzan's ruthless slaughter. Muzan proclaimed himself a natural disaster, asserting that being killed by him was akin to succumbing to torrential rain, fierce winds, earthquakes, tsunamis, or volcanic eruptions. That etched.One sought vengeance against such calamities, and he merely considered himself a type of disaster. Surviving his hand should be regarded as a stroke of luck. The thought alone was infuriating. Sitting in her wheelchair, Chika felt a surge of anger at the mere contemplation of confronting Muzan, wishing to charge at him and declare, "You speak nonsense." Before slicing him to pieces, taking a deep breath, she exhaled slowly, reminding herself to remain calm, present. She was powerless. Her immediate priority was to adapt to her body and cultivate the Kagura of the fire god. She eagerly anticipated the day she would confront Muzan, wielding the crimson Nicaran blade, head bowed, approaching him step by step while exclaiming, "What do you truly consider life to be?" Muzan's expression would undoubtedly be entertaining. With this thought, a chilling smile crept across Chika's face, leaving Tanjiro beside her blinking in astonishment. What is my sister thinking to smile so ominously? Chapter 3. Swift Assault on Demons. On a country path, a young boy carrying a basket on his back and pushing a wheelchair pressed forward with determination. The basket contained his sister Nezuko, while seated in the wheelchair was his sister Chika. They were en route to the Misty Mountains, and Tanjiro's efforts were commendable, carrying one person while pushing another, leaving Chika feeling somewhat embarrassed. Her physical recovery was still far from ideal. While she could manage short bursts of activity if she exerted herself, it was merely temporary. Chika estimated that it would take approximately another month for her to regain the full mobility of an ordinary person. Seated in her wheelchair, Chika lowered her head and sighed. A month is neither too long nor too short. Tanjiro, who was pushing the wheelchair, gazed silently at Chika, still harboring concerns about his sister's physical condition. After enduring such a grave injury, was she truly all right? Yet, so much time has passed, and aside from her impaired mobility, there seemed to be no other noticeable effects. Could it be that, like Nezuko, she had transformed into a demon or was somehow affected? Tanjiro pondered these thoughts, but the glaring sunlight piercing through the sky interrupted his contemplation. Mr. Tenjin had mentioned that demons fear the sun, and yet his sister exhibited no signs of trepidation towards it. It was utterly perplexing. With one hand pushing the wheelchair and the other scratching the back of his head, Tanjiro continued onward. The trio pressed forward, soon arriving at the foot of the mountain, not far from the misty peaks. Xiao Mountain? To get to that mountain, you have to climb over this one. Are you really going to carry such a heavy load and bring a little girl who has difficulty moving with you? It's very dangerous. At the foot of the mountain, Tanjiro politely asked a woman for directions. The woman, noticing Tanjiro's unusual appearance, couldn't help but glance at him a couple of times. After asking for directions, Tanjiro thanked her with a slight bow and turned to head up the mountain. After all, time waits for no one. He wanted to find Sakanji Yoriichi quickly and learn his skills. The sky gradually darkened as the blinding sunlight faded. Nezuko's head popped out of the basket Tanjiro was carrying. Of course, she preferred to be by her brother and sister's side rather than staying in the basket. The three of them chatted as they progressed, and with constant interaction with Tanjiro and Nezuko, The original owner's vague memories and emotions began to resurface in their minds. Tanjiro was actively chatting to lighten the mood, while Chika kept her eyes closed, quickly filling in the gaps in her memories in the first person. Although this character did not exist in the original story, in this world, Kamado Chika was a real person, the eldest daughter of the Kamado family, accompanying Tanjiro and Nezuko throughout their childhood. As Chika immersed herself in her memories, Tanjiro suddenly stopped, his eyes trembling, sniffing the air intensely. There was the smell of blood. The path on this mountain was narrow, and someone must have been injured. Kind-hearted Tanjiro immediately wanted to rush over upon detecting the scent of blood. But before he could take 2 steps, he was stopped by Chika, who opened her eyes. Tanjiro, wait a moment. Sister, someone might be hurt. Calm down first. Didn't we hear, before coming up, that people often go missing on this mountain? Blood and missing persons. Tanjiro, think carefully. What do you think could cause such a situation? Chika, sitting in a wheelchair, spoke lightly. She understood what would happen next. If Tanjiro rushed over, he would encounter the first real demon he had seen aside from Nezuko, and he would end up fighting it. The whole process would be thrilling but not particularly dangerous. Had it not been for his incredible luck, he could have ended up dead. Tanjiro, reminded by Chika, suddenly associated the situation with demons. With people going missing at night, and the strong scent of blood, the possibility of a demon being present was indeed high. Tanjiro fell into hesitation, knowing that while the possibility of a demon was great, the chance of someone being injured was also significant. If he misjudged the situation and failed to save someone who could have been saved, he would feel immense guilt. So, should we ignore it? Ignore it? Why would we ignore it? Of course we kill. Qianxia's response greatly surprised Tanjiro. He originally thought that Qianxia opposed going to check the situation because she wanted to play it safe. Of course, playing it safe is not wrong. But this is also part of the plot. Since they haven't yet gained the ability to alter the storyline, they should naturally follow the plot for a while. Qianxia asked Tanjiro to lean his head closer, and she quietly informed him of the strategy for later. As Tanjiro listened, his expression on his face suddenly became quite brilliant. 10 minutes later, Tanjiro brought Qianxia and Nezuko to the place where the scent of blood was coming from. It was a Buddhist hall in the mountains, with flickering lights inside. Although they couldn't hear people talking, it wasn't completely silent. Taking a deep breath, Tanjiro pushed open the main door of the hall and shouted, "Are you okay?" "Okay." "Of course not." As the door swung open, they saw several bloodied human corpses lying on the ground, and a demon with blood on its hands standing nearby. Hearing Tanjiro shout, the demon turned its head back with a hint of impatience while mumbling to itself. "Of course there's something wrong. I'm really hungry right now. Don't disturb me while I'm eating." Just then a spinning axe flew swiftly towards it with a whoosh, striking the demon right in the head. The demon was taken aback. Although lower-level demons have regenerative abilities, they're not very strong, and they can feel pain, though it's much duller than that of humans. However, being suddenly decapitated caught it completely off guard, and the pain was self-evident. The demon howled in agony, but its ability to adapt to pain was strong, and the sensation of pain wouldn't affect it for more than a few seconds. Therefore, Tanjiro had to seize the moment. With wide eyes, he gathered his courage and charged at the demon. Before the demon could fully adapt to the pain, he pulled the axe out of its head and swung it down hard again, striking the demon's head once more. For a demon, being decapitated is not a fatal injury. To be precise, there are 4 methods to kill a demon. The first, human firearms with gunpowder. By using specially configured bullets, shooting through a demon's neck can kill an ordinary demon, and large amounts of black powder are also very threatening to demons. The second, sunlight. This is the most direct method. Even the demon king fears sunlight, as direct exposure can lead to death by burning. The third, Nichiren swords or weapons made of the same material. These weapons are imbued with the power of the sun, and severing a demon's neck can kill it. The fourth, a demon's regeneration consumes stamina. If the stamina runs out, they cannot regenerate anymore, meaning demons can be worn out to death. However, generally speaking, demons have much more stamina than humans, so this situation is rare. But now, Tanjiro wanted to use the fourth method. The demon in front of him was merely a low-level one, and with a weapon in hand, the fourth method was not impossible to achieve. "Don't be afraid. Give it your all," Tanjiro shouted as he used the strength he had developed from chopping wood combined with the sharpness of the axe to continuously strike at the demon's head. 1 hit, 2 hits, 3 hits. The rapid axe strikes kept coming, and the demon was unable to recover, ultimately being hacked to the point of no return. Everything happened too suddenly. Before the demon could utter anything other than awe, Tanjiro had already finished it off. Tanjiro, time for slaughter. Low-level demon. No, that's not fair. Chapter 4. Kagaya Ubuyashiki, it was successful. Tanjiro plopped down on the ground. Although it wasn't murder, the difference in sensation wasn't significant. The only difference was that killing demons wouldn't leave him with a sense of guilt. Tanjiro performed exceptionally well, even better than Chinchilla had imagined. She initially thought he would hesitate a bit, but he didn't this time. After all, in the original story, Tanjiro hesitated at this stage because he thought the large rock in his hands couldn't crush the demon's head in one blow, needing several hits or even dozens. But with an iron axe, 1 or 2 strikes would suffice, so Tanjiro naturally wouldn't hesitate. Just as Chinchilla was about to extend her hands to applaud and encourage Tanjiro, the sound of clapping came from behind her. A mysterious old man wearing a Tengu mask appeared behind them, just as described in the original story. His footsteps were indeed quick and silent. Good job, quick and ruthless. Your action ability exceeded my expectations. You must be the child that Tomioka introduced, better than I imagined, he said while clapping. This masked old man was the person they were looking for, their mentor, Kagaya Ubuyashiki. Sitting on the ground, Tanjiro felt embarrassed as someone praised him. He lowered his head and scratched the back of his head, replying, "This was all my sister's idea. I just executed the plan she mentioned." "Oh, did you come up with it?" Ubuyashiki looked surprised at Chinchilla in the wheelchair. Tomioka hadn't introduced the girl in the wheelchair to him, and he didn't expect that the ambush just now was actually planned by this seemingly frail girl. "I want to ask, if this boy hadn't managed to decapitate the demon, what would you have done next? Would you have fled or continued to fight?" "Of course, I would continue to fight. To be honest, Tanjiro killing the demon so decisively was already beyond my expectations." "Oh, so you had a backup plan?" Ubuyashiki looked at Chinchilla with interest. In his view, if Tanjiro hadn't managed to kill the demon with the axe, the situation would have turned 180 degrees. A boy is not enough to fight a demon, and a girl sitting in a wheelchair has no ability to act? Just as Ubuyashiki thought this, Chinchilla stood up from her wheelchair, proving that she indeed had the ability to act. "I see, a disguise? You wanted to mislead the demon into thinking you were the weak point, thus creating an opportunity for Tanjiro to attack?" Ubuyashiki thought he had figured it out and praised the girl's cleverness in his heart. But Chinchilla's answer was different from his assumption. "It's not about sacrificing myself to give Tanjiro an opportunity to attack. It's about creating an opportunity for myself." However, since Ubuyashiki thought that way, Chinchilla didn't plan to clarify. After all, his assumption wasn't bad, and it should have added quite a few points to her favor in Ubuyashiki's mind. Tanjiro and Nezuko, who were beside her, both became anxious when they heard their sister think like this. They didn't want her to take risks for them. "Sister, I'm sorry." Chinchilla clasped her hands together and apologized to Tanjiro and Nezuko. Looking at the three in front of him, Mizunotaki recalled the many disciples he had once taught. The sky gradually brightened, and sunlight fell on their faces. Tanjiro first exclaimed that today's sun was blinding, then realized that Nezuko, being a demon, could not be exposed to sunlight. In a panic, Tanjiro turned and scanned the surroundings, catching a whiff of a scent and quickly running towards the hall filled with corpses. When he saw Nezuko curled up inside the hall, he breathed a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Mizunotaki had quietly appeared behind him. "Young man, your name is Tanjiro, right?" "Yes. My name is Kamado Tanjiro." Tanjiro quickly turned around and answered nervously. From their previous conversation, he already knew that the masked old man in front of him was Mizunotaki ZKG, the person he had been looking for. Given that Mr. Tomioka was strong, it was clear that Mizunotaki was not an ordinary person either. Indeed, Mizunotaki ZKG was no ordinary individual. He was the former Water Hashira and one of the strongest members of the Demon Slayer Corps. Mizunotaki looked at Tanjiro seriously and said, "Since you killed that demon using the fighting methods your sister taught you, I will not count that in your test results. Soon, I will conduct a rigorous test on you. Let us see if you have the capability to become a member of the Demon Slayer Corps." Although it wasn't an immediate acceptance, Tanjiro was already very happy to hear this response. "I understand. Then carry your sister and come along. I will be responsible for transporting your sister." Thus, on the rural dirt road, a remarkable scene unfolded. An old man wearing a Tengu mask propelled a wheelchair at an astonishing speed that belied his age, while a boy carrying a large basket huffed and puffed behind him. Tanjiro's eyes were filled with disbelief. He couldn't imagine how Mizunotaki ZKG could run so fast. It was one thing to run quickly, but how could he maintain that speed for so long without slowing down at all? Similarly, Chinchilla, sitting in a wheelchair being pushed by Mizunotaki, was also in shock. The strong winds from the front and the powerful thrust from behind made her feel as if she were not in a wheelchair, but on a roller coaster in an amusement park. This is just too exhilarating. Qianxia was completely unopposed to this speed, even though the wind blowing toward her made it a bit difficult to open her eyes. Running from dark to light, and then from light to dusk, ahead, Rintaki finally stopped. Tanjiro, panting heavily, placed his hands on his knees and gasped. Did I get your acknowledgement? The test has only just begun. Let's head up the mountain. During this time, I will take care of your sister and younger sister. Rintaki briefly explained to Tanjiro the difficulties he would encounter during the ascent. Tanjiro gulped, and then seriously stepped into the mountain test. After sending Tanjiro off, Rintaki turned his gaze towards Qianxia in the wheelchair, and an unusual color appeared in his eyes beneath the Tengu mask. Girl, can I talk to you for a moment? Chapter 5. Special body inside the wooden house at the foot of the mountain. Nezuko lay on one side, fast asleep, while Rintaki and Qianxia faced each other. The atmosphere somewhat delicate. Girl, can you take off your clothes? Huh. Even with some mental preparation, Qianxia felt a jolt in her heart at this sentence, her lips twitching slightly. Old man Rintaki, although I expected this, are you? Do you want to see the wounds on my body? This should be enough, right? Qianxia naturally did not think that Rintaki was trying to peek at her. She reached out and slightly pulled down a corner of her clothing, revealing one of her shoulders, where a very obvious wound extended to the covered area. Rintaki's eyes trembled slightly beneath the mask, although he roughly guessed the girl's injuries. The severity of the wound was somewhat alarming. A normal person suffering such an injury would probably be unable to get out of bed, and the aura they emitted should be much weaker. Rintaki continued to gaze at the wound, and he felt as if it was already showing signs of self-healing. Incredible, incredible. Girl, this wound seems to be healing on its own. Soon it will completely heal, and perhaps there won't even be a scar left. This self-healing ability is definitely not something a human can achieve. So, I suspect you might have undergone a special change in your body, similar to your sister Nezuko. You're not afraid of sunlight, and if you do not have a strong desire for blood in humans, then this change is simply too. Rintaki did not continue, feeling that he was on the verge of losing composure. But he couldn't blame himself. After all, this situation was truly too rare. Demons gain powerful abilities beyond humans, but the price was an unbearable thirst for blood and disintegration when exposed to sunlight. Yet, the girl before him possessed a recovery ability stronger than that of humans, was not afraid of sunlight, and seemingly had no bloodthirsty desire like demons. This change could almost be described as evolution. For 1,000 years, humans and demons fought, with humans always suppressed by demons. Because demons inflicted severe and even fatal injuries on humans, while humans' damage to demons could be quickly healed, even if they eventually defeated demons. Severely injured demon slayers often faced retirement or even death. If this is true evolution, then if it could be applied to the entire demon slayer corps, perhaps it could reverse the disadvantage against demons that humans have faced for centuries. Of course, if this evolution was achieved through demon blood, many in the demon slayer corps would definitely reject it, so it must be considered carefully. Although Rintaki wore a mask, Qianxia could understand what expression he likely had on his face. Her body was indeed strange. The wounds were healing. Pain was not significant. She was not afraid of sunlight, and had no bloodthirsty desire. Although her body still had some difficulty moving as freely as a normal person, Qianxia felt a special sensation, as if this seemingly fragile body hid power beyond her imagination. A few hours later, footsteps echoed outside the wooden house, and the door was pulled open. Tanjiro, panting heavily, walked in, blood dripping from his forehead. I'm back. After speaking, he weakly collapsed onto the wooden floor. Rintaki turned to look at Tanjiro, then glanced at the window to judge the time. It's really surprising. I didn't expect you to pass the test so quickly. A young man with strong conviction. A demon girl who restrained her bloodthirsty desire, and a girl who seemed to have reached an incomprehensible evolution. These 3 people. Interesting. Then let's start training tomorrow. The next day, Tanjiro got up early and began to teach Qianxia about the knowledge between demons and humans. Tanjiro listened attentively, often showing expressions of surprise, and would jot down notes when he encountered things that were difficult to understand. Qianxia was also present to audit the lessons. Although she already knew everything that Lin Liang was teaching, it was still necessary to act as if she were learning. After the theoretical knowledge was imparted, it was time for practical training in physical techniques. Lin Liang constantly set traps on the mountain for Tanjiro to navigate through, encouraging him to go as fast as possible. Once he met the requirements, He would then hold a sword to simulate future sword fighting scenarios. Qianxia could only watch from the sidelines because her body hadn't fully recovered yet, but she was recovering at a surprisingly fast pace, improving day by day. In just a week, her wounds had healed without leaving any scars, and she felt that she should be able to break free from the confines of her wheelchair. After Tanjiro successfully completed the training involving the traps on the mountain, he began his formal sword training. On that day, Qianxia stood up from her wheelchair and took slow steps toward Linliang and Tanjiro. "Can you take me with you?" Upon hearing Qianxia's voice, Tanjiro suddenly turned to look at her, nearly dropping the sword in his hand, and he exclaimed in panic, "Sister, how did you stand up?" "The wheelchair." Bang! Before Tanjiro could finish his sentence, a powerful love punch landed hard on his iron head, causing him to stop mid-sentence. He held his forehead with both hands and stepped back 2 paces. "Stop talking about the wheelchair all the time. It's been a week. I can't be in a wheelchair forever, can I?" Qianxia said calmly. Tanjiro blinked in confusion. Is it really normal for someone with such a serious injury to recover in a week without needing a wheelchair? Linliang looked at Qianxia, who had stood up from the wheelchair, and a glimmer of light shone from beneath his mask. At that moment, Qianxia looked nothing like the severely injured patient she had been just a short while ago. Her complexion was rosy, and her hair was more red than Tanjiro and Nezuko's brown hair, making her a different type of beautiful for Nezuko. Of course, beauty had nothing to do with being a member of the Demon Slayer Corps. After all, the insect Hashira and Love Hashira were also beautiful, and the Corps did not judge based on looks or gender, but solely on strength and resolve. "Then you can practice with Tanjiro," Linliang said. He just happened to have a sword to give to Tanjiro, and he had another blade on hand to demonstrate sword techniques, which would be given to Qianxia later. Since the students were ready, Linliang decided not to waste any more time. Before teaching the two about water breathing, he needed to impart the basic sword techniques to lay a solid foundation for their future swordsmanship. Linliang estimated that he would need to teach for about 2 years, but the time it actually took to reach a level where there was nothing left to teach far exceeded his expectations. Chapter 6. A kitchen knife is also a sword. A sword is easy to break. While it can withstand vertical force, it struggles against lateral forces. When using a sword, one must apply force straight and ensure the blade's direction aligns with the swing's direction. Any slight misalignment can cause a loss of power or even break the blade. As Linliang spoke, he effortlessly sliced a wooden post in front of him in half with his sword. Don't underestimate the difficulty of cutting through a wooden post. After Linliang finished demonstrating, Tanjiro eagerly tried to replicate the feat, but his sword did not cut through the post and instead got stuck on the outer edge. Despite Tanjiro's great strength, it was useless without proper technique, and he was genuinely afraid of accidentally breaking the sword. Linliang was not surprised, but he still had to offer some criticism. While he was educating Tanjiro, Qianxia, holding the sword Linliang had handed her after demonstrating the cut, turned her gaze towards the wooden post that Tanjiro had failed to cut. With a swift motion, she sliced through the post, which fell apart with a loud crash, one half rolling slowly to the ground. Hearing this sound, both Tanjiro and Linliang stiffly turned their heads to look at Qianxia. "Sister, how did you do that?" Tanjiro asked, puzzled. I just did it like this." Qianxia blinked a little awkwardly. In fact, the moment she grabbed the knife, she had a strange feeling. Trusting her instincts, Qianxia decided to give it a try, and the result was beyond her expectations. After a moment of contemplation, Qianxia revealed a look of realization. She looked seriously at the stunned Tanjiro and Urokodaki and said, "Well, a kitchen knife is still a knife. Even though it's my first time holding this kind of knife, I use a kitchen knife every day, don't I?" Qianxia's first theory: a kitchen knife is still a knife. Lin Tang listened to this theory with a head full of black lines. While it's true that a kitchen knife is a knife, it doesn't mean that being able to use a kitchen knife means one can handle a traditional sword. Lin Tang was perplexed, but beside him, Tanjiro showed a look of realization, connecting his thought process with Qianxia's. "Oh, a kitchen knife is also a knife. Sister, you're amazing with a kitchen knife." Tanjiro explained to himself with shining eyes. In the Kamadu family, due to their father's poor health and early death, the mother and the older children learned to handle household chores at a young age. Nezuko was responsible for taking care of the younger children and doing some sewing, while Tanjiro was in charge of chopping firewood and assisting his mother with important household matters. Qianxia, on the other hand, picked up the kitchen knife early on and became the head of the kitchen in the family. Tanjiro had seen his sister's kitchen knife skills in the kitchen, which could be described as nothing short of miraculous. He connected the skills of using a kitchen knife with swordsmanship, and suddenly it didn't seem strange anymore. Gripping the blade in his hand, Tanjiro thought to himself that since his sister had succeeded, he needed to succeed quickly as well. In the original story, Tanjiro took 2 years to learn all of Lin Tang's teachings in the mountains, but now, with Qianxia's presence, he had an extra powerful motivation. Let's push harder. Nezuko was asleep, Tanjiro was fully focused, and Qianxia was still exploring the mysteries of her body. Although she could get out of the wheelchair, Qianxia still occasionally relied on it, as her inexplicable talent made her more prone to fatigue than others. This should be what they call equivalent exchange. Qianxia was also practicing water breathing. Some might wonder why she didn't directly practice the fire god Kagura. There's a reason for that. The power of the fire god Kagura is much stronger than that of water breathing. Even after 2 years of training in the mountains and becoming a member of the Demon Slayer Corps, successfully killing several low-level demons, Tanjiro would still struggle and kneel down after swinging a few times with the sun breathing technique. If the foundation isn't solid and one starts practicing the fire god Kagura directly, it's like trying to use a high-level skill without the appropriate level. Whether one can execute it is uncertain, and it will also lead to severe damage. Water breathing is one of the 5 basic breathing techniques that originated from the main breathing style, characterized by its comprehensive attributes and gentle breathing. Among the 5 basic breathing techniques, it is one of the easier ones to master, and a large number of members in the Demon Slayer Corps use water breathing. First form, water surface / second form, water wheel third form, flowing dance fourth form, striking tide fifth form, blessed rain after drought sixth form, whirlpool seventh form, droplet wave piercing eighth form, waterfall basin ninth form, water flow flash, chaos 10th form, living flow from the perspective of sword techniques. These 10 forms are indeed very comprehensive, featuring positional techniques like water flow flash, chaos, and the benevolent blessed rain after drought, capable of achieving the following counter techniques like living flow, and so on. Qianxia also studied seriously, and when she really mastered it, she was shocked to find that she could indeed spray water. Well, upon closer observation, she discovered that it wasn't real water, but a sword energy resembling water, a manifestation of sword energy. If the breath of water could really spray water, the breath of flame could truly spit fire, and the breath of thunder could genuinely strike thunder, then the true value of these breathing techniques would probably be more than just slaying demons. Days went by, and because their training speed far exceeded his expectations, the original plan was disrupted, forcing him to constantly revise it. Night fell. Qianxia lay on the bed, quietly looking at the ceiling of the room. She slowly closed her eyes and entered the dreamland. As expected, she dreamed again of that dream she had experienced countless times since her crossing. In the Kamadu household, after Tanjiro left, the family continued to live harmoniously, as usual. Their mother was gentle and virtuous. Nezuko was also a refined lady. Takeo, Shigeru, Rokata, and Hanako, although still young and having the playful nature of children, did not bring any trouble to everyone and were not naughty kids. Qianxia stood in the kitchen, examining the ingredients in her hands, thinking about how to make the food more delicious. Just as she decided to start cooking, there was a knock at the door with a loud thud. Thud! Thud! Who could it be? It definitely isn't my brother. He just went out. I'll go open the door. I'm opening it. Take it easy. Take it easy. Zhu Xiong. Zhu Xiong hurried to the front door, while their mother, Kim and Aiji, quickly got up to see who was knocking. With a click, Zhu Xiong opened the door, revealing a man dressed in a black suit who resembled Michael Jackson standing at the entrance. Hello. Chapter 7. The Kamen Tragedy at First Glance. This young man clearly came from high society. His clothes seemed to belong to 2 different worlds compared to their family's attire. Zhu Xiong looked up at the young man, slightly dazed, as he had never seen someone like him before. He timidly turned to glance back at his mother, Kim and Aiji, who was rushing over. She looked at the man in front of her and asked curiously, "Excuse me? Who are you? What brings you here?" Muzan squinted at Zhu Xiong and Kim and Aiji, softly counting under his breath. 1, 2, 3. You have quite a few family members. As he spoke, he extended one of his fingers. The nails on his finger, which were initially not very long, began to elongate at a visible speed as he extended it. An eerie atmosphere suddenly enveloped the entire house. Even Qianxia, who was in the kitchen cooking, sensed something was off. Her chest felt heavy, and her vision became somewhat blurry. Qianxia put down the kitchen knife in her hand, turned around in confusion, and walked out of the kitchen, wanting to ask if something had happened. However, when she saw the scene outside, her eyes trembled with fear, and it felt as if something was choking her throat, rendering her unable to speak. A seemingly righteous man had pierced her mother's chest, while her younger brothers, Zhu Xiong, Mao, and Lu Tai, lay on the ground, their bodies soaked in blood. Chinchilla did not recognize this man, and no one in the Kamadu family knew him either. The reason why this man wanted to kill them was also unclear. Although many questions could arise, at this moment, Chinchilla's heart was filled only with anger. What have you done to my family? Chinchilla clenched her fists and rushed towards Muzan. With her frail body, she had never been in a fight. Someone like her, let alone facing a demon, probably couldn't even take on boys younger than herself. Muzan glanced at her with disdain, and with a casual flick of his arm towards Chinchilla, a long and deep wound immediately appeared on her body. Chinchilla fell heavily to the floor, the pain at her wound causing her to lose most of her consciousness for a moment. Gritting her teeth, she stared at the now somewhat blurry figure of Muzan, her heart filled with hatred and anger. Sister, when I grow up, I will support this family. Sister, look at my muscles. Am I strong? Soon I'll be able to chop firewood with brother Tanjiro. Sister, teach me how to knit clothes. Winter is coming soon, and I want to make warmer clothes for everyone. Chinchilla's vision became increasingly blurred, and she eventually closed her eyes, losing consciousness in a pool of blood until her life came to an end. In the real world, Chinchilla suddenly opened her eyes, gasping for air as she climbed out of bed. Although she had dreamed this dream countless times, the discomfort still remained. The original owner's emotions were too intense. The most unbearable part was the absolute first-person perspective of the dream, where the pain inflicted by Muzan was also simulated in the dream. Chinchilla gasped as she got off the bed, steadying her mind as she walked to the mirror in the Rentaki household. Cold sweat dripped down her cheeks. If Tanjiro saw this scene, he would probably think that Chinchilla's illness had flared up again. However, with each experience of this dream, Chinchilla could feel her compatibility with this body increasing, and the original owner's memories and emotions becoming clearer. Don't worry, I will take revenge for you, and I will also protect Tanjiro and Izuku. Chinchilla took a deep breath, gazing at the mirror in front of her, where her current appearance was reflected. She resembled Nezuko quite a bit. You could say she was a mature version of Nezuko, with long, chestnut red hair, eyes that leaned slightly more towards red than pink, and a surprisingly impressive bust. Chinchilla sighed heavily, looking out the window as the sun gradually rose, signaling the start of today's training. Due to the tragic plot in the later stages of Demon Slayer, fans referred to it as Hashira Slayer, with Hashira being the highest title of the Demon Slayer Corps, representing the strongest fighting force against demons. However, compared to the Hashira, the demons possessed overwhelming combat power. A Hashira could defeat a lower moon demon, while an upper moon demon could defeat a Hashira in the same way they dealt with lower moon demons. This meant that replacing an upper moon demon would come at a tremendous cost. Humans are not like demons. They do not have the same extraordinary regenerative abilities. Even if they defeat a demon, they may still succumb to their injuries. The flame Hashira died from severe injuries sustained while fighting the Upper Moon 3. The sound Hashira lost an eye and an arm while battling the Upper Moon 6. The insect Hashira willingly allowed herself to be devoured by the Upper Moon 2 to weaken its power. The mist Hashira was bisected and bled to death in the final battle against the Upper Moon 1. The serpent Hashira and the love Hashira survived the final battle but died in each other's arms due to their severe injuries. The stone Hashira, knowing his time was short, used his life to heal others and passed away with a smile in the sunlight. The wind Hashira and the water Hashira survived but activated forbidden powers, leading to their early demise before the age of 25. Even the protagonist, Tanjiro, lost an eye and an arm, while his partner, Kanaho, also lost an eye, and the vision in the other was severely impaired, almost as if it were blind. Look at this outcome. Although the author eventually created a reincarnation arc, that was a matter of rebirth. No matter how wonderful a reincarnated life might be, it has no relation to the present life. If it were a crossover to the worlds of Naruto or One Piece, perhaps there would be some hope for a sly twist to the ending, but in the worldview of Demon Slayer, one would need a tremendous heart to ignore so many tragedies and remain unmoved. Chinchilla certainly couldn't do that. She was determined to take revenge and reverse these tragedies. Chinchilla took a deep breath and, after firmly gripping the practice sword in her hand, quickly left the wooden house and walked outside. Just at that moment, the diligent Tanjiro also came out of his room, even though he was extremely tired. He still hadn't mastered the 10th form of water breathing, constant flux. If this continued, Master Yoriichi would definitely use his bone-breaking fist on him again. Yoriichi had once said that if Tanjiro's progress didn't meet the standard, he would break his bones. And he was serious about it. He had actually done it. What was worse was not just that he could break bones with a punch, but that Yoriichi could also heal those bones in the shortest time possible, even better than before they were broken. This way, Yoriichi could use the bone-breaking fist again. Just thinking about it made Tanjiro shiver all over. As he thought about how he had to train hard today, Chinxia, who was beside him, hesitated for a moment, and then said, "How about I teach you? 10th form. Huh, sister, have you mastered the 10th form?" "Yes, a long time ago." Chapter 8. The two of exceptional talent. Tanjiro took a deep breath, and after several rounds of breathing exercises, he finally calmed down. "Sister, then I'll leave it to you." Tanjiro's eyes regained their previous determination. Although he was indeed discouraged, if it was his sister, that would be great. Compared to his sister's slow progress in training, Tanjiro definitely supported her training quickly. If Chinxia had a fan club, Tanjiro would undoubtedly be the #1 fan. Waving the flag, the two quickly arrived at an open area. Chinxia tightened her grip on the ordinary long sword in her hands. As she adjusted her breathing rhythm, ripples like flowing water appeared on the long sword. If this sword were a Nichiren blade exclusive to Demon Slayer Corps members, the water-like ripples would be even more pronounced. After completing her breathing technique, Chinxia demonstrated the 10th form of water breathing, named constant flux, in front of Tanjiro. This sword technique combines the power of water flow and sword energy through spinning movements. It is the ultimate technique of water breathing, and when stacked to a certain degree, it can unleash power comparable to other attack-type breathing techniques, even as a comprehensive form of water breathing. Since it was just a demonstration, Chinxia didn't spin around too many times. After forming a small water dragon head, she struck down toward the nearby tree. With a loud bang, the large tree was split into 2 pieces. "Wow, that's amazing. Sister, you use such a powerful technique. How do you feel? Are you tired? Is there any soreness?" "Go bang." Before Tanjiro could finish his words, Chinxia, with her other hand, delivered a chop to Tanjiro's head. "Don't be so surprised. Although I do get tired easily, I'm not that exhausted from just swinging a sword," Chinxia said, somewhat speechless. Clearly, she was the elder sister with a higher rank than him. But after spending so much time together, Chinxia always felt that Tanjiro acted more like the eldest brother. This wouldn't do. Tanjiro's caring nature was acceptable, but she couldn't lose her dignity and presence as the older sister. Chinxia stated that although she inherited the original owner's memories and will, she does not want to become a gentle and refined lady like the original owner. One cute lady like Nezuko is enough. Chinxia stood with her hands on her hips, nodding to herself, while Tanjiro tilted his head in confusion. He always felt that his sister seemed to have changed, but not to the point of becoming a completely different person. Tanjiro could sense that at her core, his sister was still as gentle as ever. The outward display of strength might have been influenced by witnessing their family being slaughtered by demons. Tanjiro thought, "I have to become stronger." He gripped the long sword in his hand and began to practice the 10th form of water breathing, constant flux, just as Chinxia had demonstrated earlier. The scenes from just now and the present were captured in the eyes of Kaneo not far away. While he felt gratified by the sight of the two working so diligently, he also felt a twinge of discomfort. The good news was that at this rate, they would soon be ready to go out on their own. If it didn't meet an untimely end, they would surely become strong and wouldn't easily perish during demon hunting missions. The discomfort stemmed from the fact that the training plan he had just formulated the night before was now irrelevant. Not only had Chinxia mastered the 10th form, but at this rate, Tanjiro would likely learn it soon as well. "What a hassle, I'll have to start over." He muttered softly to himself before turning back to the wooden cabin. Tanjiro continued practicing the 10th form of water breathing, while Chinxia sat on a nearby rock, trying hard to recall her memories from the past. Fire God Dance. This was the Kagura dance passed down through the generations of the Kamado family, originating from the strongest man in the world of Demon Slayer, Yoriichi Tsugikuni. Yoriichi had once been friends with the Kamado family's ancestors, and after he personally demonstrated a set of sun-breathing techniques, the ancestor recorded it under the name Fire God Dance, referring to it as a dance to pray for safety to the fire god. While the dance was not strictly passed from male to male, the entire set of movements was something the Kamado family had witnessed every year before his death. However, the unique breathing technique was known only to Tanjiro. After all, having just one successor was enough. The other boys were too young, and the girls had no interest in it. Chinxia, original, I only need a kitchen knife. Nezuko, isn't enough if my brother is here? Chinxia struggled to recall from memory and ultimately could only vaguely remember the dance of the fire god Kagura, with no impression at all of the breathing method. Well, let's just try to imitate it for now. Chinxia acted decisively, holding a long knife and dancing gracefully according to the memory of her father's movements. After just one set, she was already sweating profusely and breathing heavily. The Kagura of the fire god was inherently exhausting, and with her current physique, it was simply overwhelming. Chinchilla reached out to wipe the beads of sweat off her forehead. Tanjiro, who was beside her, had seen Chinchilla's earlier dance moves and quickly walked over with a puzzled expression, asking, "Sister, was that our family's Kagura dance?" "Well, since you recognized it, that means my dance wasn't too bad," Chinchilla replied while continuing to wipe the sweat from her forehead. "The breathing method isn't like this. The fire god Kagura will consume a lot of stamina if not paired with a special breathing method. My father taught me the breathing method, and I can teach you." "Breathing method?" Tanjiro was taken aback, and a look of disbelief appeared on his face. "Sister, do you think the breathing method for our family's fire god Kagura is similar to the water breathing?" Tanjiro turned to look at Chinchilla, thinking that what he said sounded a bit absurd. "Why not give it a try? What if it is?" Chinchilla smiled slightly in her heart, knowing her subtle suggestion had succeeded. Tanjiro wasn't foolish. After learning water breathing, he could compare it with the fire god Kagura's breathing method and immediately felt the intricacies of the fire god Kagura's breathing method. I'll give it a try." Tanjiro nodded, gripping his long sword tightly, taking a deep breath and recalling the breathing method his father had taught him. He could faintly see a flame, like the sun, appearing on the blade of his sword. Chapter 9. The astonished Shinazuwa, seeing the blade of his sword seemingly catching fire. Tanjiro was momentarily stunned. The rhythm of his breathing was instantly interrupted, and the flame on the blade also abruptly stopped. Along with the flame, there was a strong, heavy sensation in Tanjiro's chest. If he had used it for more than just a moment or attempted a few sword techniques, he likely would have collapsed on the ground alongside Nezuko, needing to rest for a while. "Sister, that just now, it really caught fire, right? It really caught fire?" Although Tanjiro felt some discomfort in his chest, it didn't hinder his astonishment at that moment. Unlike the water flow ripples of water breathing, it indeed produced a similar sword aura, and anyone with keen eyes could see the unusual nature of this flame. "It seems that our family's fire god Kagura is also a type of breathing method. Should we go ask Shinazuwa-sensei?" Chinchilla pretended to think for a moment, then raised a finger to propose an idea. Consulting Shinazuwa was certainly unavoidable. Chinchilla wouldn't let Tanjiro hide it from him. It was unreasonable, and besides, it wasn't a big deal. Chinchilla could roughly guess how Shinazuwa would react after seeing this sword technique and what he would say. After hearing Chinchilla's suggestion, Tanjiro nodded heavily, and the two of them turned around and ran back to the wooden house to find Shinazuwa. At first, Shinazuwa was stunned. A family breathing method? Flames? The flame breathing? Isn't that the breathing method passed down through the Rengoku family? With this doubt, Tanjiro demonstrated about 5 seconds of fire god Kagura in front of Shinazuwa. Watching the suddenly rising flames before him, Shinazuwa remained silent. Beneath his mask, it was hard to tell what expression he had, though Chinchilla was still very curious. "How is this possible? What is your family's relationship with the Rengoku family?" "Tanjiro Rengoku?" No. Although this flame is somewhat like the flames produced by flame breathing, it shouldn't be flame breathing. Could it be another branch of breathing? Shinazuwa murmured softly, unable to lock down the answer to the original breathing method. As most Demon Slayer core swordsmen were quite vague about this knowledge, with only the Rengoku family having a certain level of understanding. After pondering for a few minutes, Shinazuwa still couldn't come up with an answer and could only classify it under branch breathing methods. If Tanjiro used it a few more times, or even executed a sword technique, Shinazuwa might be able to guess something. However, glancing at Tanjiro, who had already exhausted himself after using the fire god Kagura twice in quick succession, he decided to temporarily set this matter aside. "Should I write to the Rengoku family and ask? Or maybe not. It feels like I won't get anything useful. Let's not think about it for now. Tanjiro, you shouldn't practice this for the time being. It looks like this breathing method consumes a lot of stamina. Focus on building a solid foundation first." After a moment of murmuring, Shinazuwa finally regained his composure, coughed lightly, and expressed his opinion. Tanjiro nodded slightly, feeling a bit exhausted. He knew he was rushing into using this breathing method. On the way back to the training ground after bidding farewell to Shinazuwa, Chinchilla easily asked Tanjiro about the breathing method of the fire god Kagura. "How did you ask? Come on, my status as an older sister is here. If Tanjiro doesn't want to tell me, I can also use some persuasion." Of course, she didn't even need to use persuasion. As soon as Tanjiro heard Chinchilla's inquiry, he decisively told her the breathing method, saving time and effort. However, even after getting the information, Chinchilla didn't immediately start practicing. After all, what Shinazuwa said made sense. The fire god Kagura consumed too much stamina and building a solid foundation was the most important thing now. After a while, Tanjiro resumed his intense training. The title of training maniac belonged to him alone. Before long, a year passed. Shinazuwa watched Tanjiro, who was diligently practicing in the training ground, and Shinshia, who was even taking on the role of a teaching assistant beside him, with a somewhat numb expression. The gentle breeze brushed against his cheek, causing a slight pain. Although he had heard of someone becoming a Hashira after just 2 months of training, that was just a rumor. Seeing Tanjiro reach this level after a year of training was enough to astonish him. After all, a normal person might only master 2 or 3 techniques of water breathing after a year of practice. Is there nothing more to teach? Shinazuwa raised his head to look at the sun that had just risen, then lowered his head to call the two of them over. As soon as Tanjiro heard Shinazuwa's call, he ran over eagerly, while Shinshia walked over quietly. The breeze blew through her long hair, lifting it slightly as she gently raised her hand to tuck the slightly disheveled strands behind her ear. Shinshia, my aura is so full of style. Lintong, so you really have a quiet side to you. Chika, when Chika and Tanjiro stood before Sakanji, he lightly coughed. Wanted to say that he had nothing more to teach them. If they wished, they could participate in the final selection of the Demon Slayer Corps. Just as Sakanji was about to say this, Tanjiro spoke up, cutting off Sakanji's words. Master Sakanji, what are we going to learn next? Tanjiro's eyes sparkled with eagerness. A thirst for knowledge. As a training fanatic, he pushed his desire to the extreme. Faced with Tanjiro's statement, Sakanji was momentarily speechless. Deep down, he subconsciously didn't want Tanjiro and Chika to participate in the final selection. Slaying demons was a dangerous task, and 90 of the members of the Demon Slayer Corps ultimately did not survive until retirement. For unknown reasons, his students often failed to pass the final selection, and Sakanji believed in his own teaching abilities as well as in his student strength. After countless students he had trained perished in the final selection, Sakanji gradually became withdrawn. If it weren't for Ju Tomioka's introduction, he would never have taken on new students again. Should he really let Chika and Tanjiro participate in the final selection? No, not yet. There was still something he hadn't taught them. He thought they should learn that technique first before participating in the final selection. He absolutely could not let his students die again during the final selection. Beneath his mask, Sakanji's dusty eyes revealed a glimmer of light. He looked at Tanjiro and Chika before speaking. I only have one last technique left to teach you. Once you master it, I will agree to let you participate in the final selection, and this technique is called total concentration. Constant. Chapter 10. The Beginner Village's Crazy Leveling Up Total Concentration. Constant. Tanjiro, hearing the obscure term from Sakanji's mouth, couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. After finishing his exclamation, Tanjiro blinked and sincerely asked, what is total concentration? Constant. Well, you've already learned total concentration breathing, and constant means maintaining this breathing state for a long time, allowing each strike to have 100 speed and power. Additionally, being in a state of total concentration breathing for an extended period will enhance your physical abilities. However, this technique is very difficult to learn, and few can achieve it within the Demon Slayer Corps. Only the Hashira and those with potential to become Hashira in the future can master this technique. Typically, a trainer would not teach this technique during the training phase, but clearly, this is not a typical situation. Let's go all out. In the first year, establish a solid foundation by learning water breathing. In the second year, begin training in total concentration. Constant. Shinshia has a strong sense that she is in a beginner village trying to max out her level. If she really masters this, wouldn't it be as simple as cutting cabbages to slay demons in the final selection? However, the practice of total concentration, constant, is not easy. Maintaining a focused state and bearing the physical strain it brings is the foundation for using breath techniques, known as total concentration breathing. Constant is about sustaining this state for long periods, treating it as the norm. It's somewhat similar to Super Saiyan 1 and Super Saiyan 1 at full power. Shinshia and Tanjiro began their training in total concentration, constant without stopping. From initially being able to last only a few minutes, they progressed to holding out for dozens of minutes and even several hours. It sounds easy, but it took a long time. One night, Tanjiro was writing in his diary, as usual. What? Who writes diaries these days? Let me tell you, there are only 2 types of people in this world who write diaries. One is very unserious, and the diary is just for show. The other is extremely serious. And Tanjiro belongs to this latter type. After summarizing the day's events into a few sentences, he closed his diary and let out a heavy sigh. Just as he turned to look at Nezuko, who was sleeping beside him, Chinxia, who had just finished washing up, came over and saw Tanjiro's unusually serious face. What's wrong? Still worried about Nezuko? Yeah, ever since we started training here, Nezuko hasn't woken up. She won't stay asleep forever, will she? Tanjiro said, looking anxiously at Nezuko lying on the ground. After so many days, he was able to tolerate Nezuko's sleep for this long mainly because he had been self-hypnotizing and keeping himself busy to the point of exhaustion. So he wouldn't think too much. But this was not a long-term solution, as the training content gradually faded. His worries about Nezuko surged like a tide when he finally relaxed. In the original story, Tanjiro maintained an optimistic attitude, but whether watching the anime or reading the manga, one could only see what was presented. But Chinxia was different. She could feel every moment of this world. The fleeting or unshown content in the anime and manga was a tangible reality that Chinxia had experienced. Tanjiro, don't think too much. Nezuko and I are both affected by the same demon blood. I can vaguely sense that Nezuko is just sleeping and will wake up soon. Really? If that's the case, that would be great. I will definitely work hard to find a way to turn Nezuko back into a human. Tanjiro felt reassured by Chinxia's comforting words, but her vague sense was just a casual statement. Chinxia didn't feel anything. Knowing the original plot was far more useful than any kind of intuition. It's getting late. Let's sleep. Okay, good night, sister. As time passed day by day, while learning total concentration, the two also silently practiced the fire god Kagura. Although their endurance was still not high, its power was far greater than water breathing, and they both regarded it as a secret weapon to deal with opponents that water breathing could not handle. Soon, 2 years had passed since they began their training here. In Chinxia's eyes, this was the official beginning of the main storyline of Demon Slayer. Everything before was merely prologue. Final selection of the Demon Slayer Corps. As long as they passed this selection, they could become members of the Demon Slayer Corps and obtain new gear, including the most powerful weapon against demons, the Nichiren Blade. Chinxia was eager to try, and Tanjiro had been waiting for this day for too long. After hearing from Sakanji that they could participate in the final selection, Tanjiro was so excited that he couldn't sleep. The next day, when he woke up, not only did he not have dark circles under his eyes, but his spirit seemed to be several times stronger than that of an ordinary person. Chinxia's condition wasn't much better. While Tanjiro was eager to become a member of the Demon Slayer Corps, Chinxia was also looking forward to the official unfolding of this main storyline. Although many regrets and tragedies from before could not be changed after crossing into this timeline, thanks to Teacher Crocodile's devilish skills, Chinxia would have plenty of opportunities to reverse the tragedies that lay ahead. On the following morning, Chinxia walked to the mirror in the wooden cabin. While she tidied her hair a bit, she also noticed the wheelchair position behind her in the reflection. Chinxia suddenly had a fleeting thought of sitting in a wheelchair for a while after this, and then playing out a classic trope from fantasy novels, being low-key, looked down upon, ridiculed, and then the protagonist striking back, continuing to act humble while still being underestimated. However, this idea only flashed through Chinxia's mind for an instant before she quickly dismissed it. While it might be satisfying to show off and slap back at those who ridicule, Chinxia couldn't stand being mocked so frequently. Even if she managed to turn the tables later, she would still feel uncomfortable. A low-key approach is fine, but deliberately being low-key just to face endless ridicule is a no-go. Moreover, Chinxia didn't believe there were so many people in the world who would bluntly express their disdain or ridicule right in front of others. No, it should be called fools instead. As long as she stays true to herself, that's all that matters. And her current name is Kamadu Chinxia. Chinxia took a deep breath as she looked at herself in the mirror. She quickly turned around and left the room, the wooden house, and stepped outside. Today, she was about to leave the mountain with Tanjiro to head to Fujisaki Mountain for the final selection of the Demon Slayer Corps. Chapter 11. On the way to Fujisaki Mountain, Chinxia and Tanjiro stood outside the wooden house, while Yoriichi was beside them, holding a mask in each hand and offering them to Chinxia and Tanjiro. These are disaster-repelling masks. They might protect you during calamities. During the time you are participating in the final selection, I will take good care of Nezuko. You can go with peace of mind, Yoriichi said seriously. Chinxia and Tanjiro nodded as they took the uniquely shaped mask. At this moment, Tanjiro was wearing a blue uniform symbolizing water breathing, but Chinxia was not, which brought up a rather exasperating incident regarding the measurements. It turned out that Watanabe had misjudged Chinxia's bust size, leading to the women's clothing being somewhat loose around the chest area. Unlike Nezuko's impressive bust, Chinxia's chest could barely be considered anything more than flat. When she first received the outfit, Qianxiao even suspected that Watanabe had a malicious intent behind it. Watanabe's response was that the clothing was made based on the average bust size for women. Hearing this, Qianxiao's mouth twitched slightly, but her reaction wasn't overly strong. Having a smaller chest isn't necessarily a bad thing. Just thinking about having a big chest while fighting makes me uncomfortable. I'm quite glad my chest is small. Qianxiao's words were not a mere excuse. However, to Tanjiro and Yoriichi, who were nearby, it seemed as though they heard Qianxiao's mournful cry. Tanjiro, in particular, somehow pulled out 2 large buns. However, just before Tanjiro could open his mouth to say something that would undoubtedly be terrible, Qianxiao struck him on the hard forehead with a loving iron fist, silencing him at the cost of wounding herself as well. Qianxiao, don't go too far. This matter ends here. As for the clothes, they have been changed. Although these clothes have the effect of proving identity, it's enough for Tanjiro to wear them. At worst, I can fold the clothes neatly and carry them with me, taking them out to show during inspections. Then let's set off. Tanjiro slightly bowed to Yoriichi and then turned to leave for Fujisaki Mountain. Qianxiao simply nodded lightly to Fujisaki Mountain. Just as Qianxiao was about to turn and leave, she saw 2 boys and a girl in the distance behind Yoriichi. Was it Agitsuma and Mikomo? In the blink of an eye, the 2 completely disappeared from Qianxiao's sight. Agitsuma and Mikomo were Yoriichi's former disciples who died during the final selection. If that scene just now was an illusion, then it must have been like Tanjiro in the original story, seeing the souls of the 2. After death, pure souls do not reincarnate, but linger in the present world, likely due to their lingering attachment. That demon, I will tear to pieces. With a confident smile, Chika waved her hand in the direction where the 2 had previously appeared, then turned and left the side of Rentaki, leaving behind a somewhat confused Rentaki and even more puzzled Kaneo and Zenitsu. Kaneo, do you think that girl saw us? Maybe. Tanjiro and Chika. Perhaps they can take revenge for us. The 2 stood together, silently wishing the best for the 2. In fact, especially Kaneo, had the strength to kill the demon that had killed them. However, before encountering that evil demon, Kaneo had exhausted a lot of her stamina to eliminate a large number of low-level demons in the mountains, and her blade had become severely worn, which led to it breaking during the clash with this demon, resulting in her head being crushed by the demon. The demon would attack Rentaki's disciples if it saw the disaster mask carried by them, regardless of any other prey in front of it. During the battle on Fujisaki Mountain for the final selection, Chika and Tanjiro would definitely become the target of that demon, and the final outcome would not change. Chika felt there was a lot of room for improvement in that process. A single strike to kill felt a bit too easy for it. Walking beside Tanjiro, Chika slightly lowered her head, displaying a devilish smile. Tanjiro couldn't help but sneeze lightly at Chika's smile, feeling as if something big would happen soon. Fujisaki Mountain was not far away, or rather, under their current pace, this distance was not considered long. While running quickly and feeling the strong winds blowing towards them, Chika felt wonderful. Even though being pushed in a wheelchair allowed her to feel the wind, running on her own legs felt completely different. The 2 ran on the ground at a speed surpassing Bolt, and even when they reached the vicinity of Fujisaki Mountain, they did not stop. To the others who had also arrived near Fujisaki Mountain, ready to climb and participate in the final selection, it was exaggerated to say they looked like 2 gusts of wind passing by. More normally, by the time they reacted, they could only see the 2 figures gradually moving away from a distance. The path was lined with wisteria trees blooming with purple flowers, which were as toxic to demons as poison. It was precisely because of these wisteria flowers that Fujisaki Mountain was chosen as the location for the final selection of the Demon Slayer Corps, making it quite safe. Upon reaching the mountainside, the 2 finally stopped, where many others like them, preparing for the final selection, had gathered. Most of them looked serious, clearly having made considerable preparations. Qianxiao took a quick glance and immediately recognized those important characters from the original work. After all, compared to the ordinary bystanders, they were truly distinctive. Blonde hair, serious expression. My wife Zenitsu. Scar on his face, fierce gaze, Kaneo Tsuyuri. Smiling, wearing a pink outfit, Nezuko Kamadu. Sister, we must pass the final selection. Tanjiro, unsure of his current strength, felt a bit nervous and worried whether he could pass the final selection, so he was cheering himself on. Qianxiao remained silent. Although there wasn't much pressure at the moment, it would come soon enough. The 2 stood together, quietly waiting for the final selection to begin. As time passed, more and more people's gazes were fixed on them. On one hand, it was because Qianxiao, standing next to Tanjiro, wasn't wearing clothing similar to theirs, and her outstanding appearance drew attention. On the other hand, those who arrived later than Qianxia and Tanjiro sensed that the two of them were indeed Qianxia and Tanjiro, and they began to focus on their strength. About half an hour passed when a man and a woman dressed in kimonos, though one was a male, approached them, holding lanterns. Thank you all for coming tonight to participate in the final selection of the Demon Slayer Corps. Chapter 12. Final selection. Thank you all for coming tonight to participate in the final selection of the Demon Slayer Corps. In this Wisteria Mountain, there are demons captured by the Demon Slayers, but the demons cannot leave because wisteria flowers grow from the foot of the mountain to the middle. However, there are no wisteria flowers further ahead. The requirement to pass the final selection is to survive for 7 days in the area ahead. The two spoke plainly about the basic requirements of the final selection. Upon hearing that surviving for just 7 days was enough to pass, some people sighed in relief, while others took a deep breath. It was not required to kill demons. They were simply asked to survive, which indirectly highlighted the brutality of the demons. As the two finished speaking, they made way for the path leading up the mountain. Everyone took a step forward, one by one, heading towards the mountain where demons existed. Sis, what kind of strategy do you think we should adopt? Strategy? Of course, it's to kill. Kill wildly. Kill madly. Qianxia crossed her arms and exhaled 2 puffs of air from her nostrils. Beside her, Tanjiro's mouth twitched slightly, thinking that it would be better to stabilize his stance at this moment. Suddenly, a scent of a demon was caught by his nose, and he almost instantly determined it was above him. Sister, be careful. Tanjiro immediately drew the blade from his waist and struck in the direction of the demon's scent. Whoosh! The sound of the blade was as clear as flowing water. Tanjiro had intended to block the oncoming demon's attack, but in the blink of an eye, his blade actually severed the hand that the demon had extended. Tanjiro, is this a scam? Tanjiro blinked in confusion. This was completely different from the script he had imagined. Were the demons here this week? Or was this demon trying to scam or confuse him? It should be the latter, right? Tanjiro tightened his grip on the blade, breathing in and out to perfect the cycle of water breathing, when his nose caught the scent of another demon. Behind his sister, Tanjiro turned his head, intending to warn Qianxia, but saw that she had already drawn the blade from her waist, quickly raising it behind her to defend against the demon's attack that was almost upon them in the next second. Qianxia took a deep breath, then made a sharp turn and executed the first form of water breathing, water surface slash, instantly decapitating the demon behind her. Tanjiro, speed it up on your side. Oh, okay. Tanjiro quickly snapped back to reality and focused intently on the low-level demon in front of him, which was in the process of regenerating its severed arm. If my sister can do it, then I can too. Tanjiro took a deep breath. He didn't need to specifically enter the total concentration state to exert the power of his sword technique, because he and Qianxia had already mastered total concentration. Constant, maintaining a low-consumption version of total concentration at all times. Fourth form, Raging Tide. Tanjiro stepped forward, and water ripples surged from his blade. In the blink of an eye, he was behind the demon that had been in his line of sight. With the sound of rushing water fading, the demon's head separated from its body. Well done. A perfect water surface slash. Qianxia squinted her eyes and clapped her hands, while Tanjiro's mouth twitched slightly. Although he had become accustomed to the various nicknames his sister gave to the water-breathing techniques, he couldn't help but retort back. This is the fourth form, Striking Tide. Despite the banter, Tanjiro was more surprised that he had so easily dealt with this low-level demon in front of him. Could it be that I'm really quite strong now? Tanjiro tightened his grip on the blade in his hand, a look of excitement and joy on his face. After all, he had trained in the mountains for 2 years, always being overshadowed by his sister, with his opponents being either her or Master Urokodaki. He had always thought his skills were not enough. I didn't realize I was already this strong. Just as Tanjiro was feeling happy for a few seconds, Qianxia delivered a playful chop to his forehead, making a poo sound. She didn't use much force, as she was well aware of the hardness of Tanjiro's head. Using too much strength would be self-defeating. Are you still planning to hide until the end? No, since I have the power to defeat demons. I should definitely kill more demons. Great, you're full of spirit. I'll take care of the east, and you handle the west. How about that? No problem. Tanjiro and Qianxia decided to split up, just like the old days with the Kanroji, to conduct a thorough sweep of the demons in the Fujisaki Mountain, especially that one demon that clearly shouldn't exist in the novice village. Water breathing, water surface slash. Qianxia wielded her blade, utilizing the water breathing, fourth form, Swiftly dealing with the demons she encountered with remarkable efficiency. The demons in Fujisaki Mountain were all low-level, and as long as one could survive among these low-level demons for 7 days, they would become formal members of the Demon Slayer Corps. This rule had certain thresholds and was quite reasonable. However, there appeared a demon in Fujisaki Mountain that was evidently stronger than the low-level ones, reigning supreme and killing off many promising candidates who should have easily passed the qualifying line. Of course, for those who had mastered the total concentration constant. Whether it was the Demon King of Fujisaki Mountain or a multitude of low-level demons, it was just a matter of one or a few strikes. After slaying several low-level demons along the way, Chinxia still hadn't found the presence of this Demon King. She wondered if she had passed by or if it was in the area overseen by Tanjiro, so she stopped and turned around, preparing to head back. Just then, her gaze caught sight of a girl not far away, dressed in a pink outfit resembling a kimono. It was Kirika Kanao. In the original story, she was the strongest among the final selections at this stage, a disciple of one of the strongest in the Demon Slayer Corps, the Flower Hashira. It could be said that if low-level demons came at her one by one in an orderly manner, she could even become a new Hashira by fulfilling one of the 2 conditions for promotion, killing 50 demons. Of course, in the same situation, if Chinxia were to replace Kanao along with Tanjiro, it wouldn't be much of a problem either. After all, if low-level demons were coming at them one by one, they could easily handle them, with the only issue being potential fatigue. However, it's worth noting that most demons are not social creatures. So just finding 50 demons would take a lot of time, not to mention the various situations that could lead to death during the confrontation. Upon seeing Kanao, Chinxia momentarily abandoned her idea of turning and running, instead focusing her gaze on Kanao. She saw a low-level demon in front of Kanao, trying to lock her in as its prey for a meal. Chinxia thought to herself that this demon really knew how to pick its opponent, probably thinking Kanao looked harmless and easy to bully. The demon opened its mouth, revealing sharp fangs, and with a surge of power, it charged at Kanao, extending its equally sharp claws. Swish! Chapter 13. The little Demon King of Fujisaki Mountain faced with such a straightforward attack from the demon, Kanao, with her exceptional eyesight, easily predicted the demon's move, gracefully jumping forward and drawing the sword from her waist. Flower-breathing, fifth-form peony without fruit. In an instant, Kanao launched a 9-strike assault from 4 directions, targeting the same spot on the demon. As she executed her sword technique, it was as beautiful as peony petals drifting in the air. With Kanao landing lightly, the demon that had taken her strike was already shattered, dissipating into the air. Kanao calmly sheathed her sword and suddenly turned her gaze toward a distant, unoccupied direction, remaining silent. 10 seconds, 20 seconds, 30 seconds. All right. Chinxia couldn't wait any longer. She stepped out from behind a large tree. Kanao was not surprised. She had already noticed Chinxia's presence, but due to childhood trauma, she was still very much a silent girl. When Kanao saw Chinxia emerge, she displayed a professional smile and turned to leave. Chinxia wanted to greet her, but thought better of it. Now was not the time. Just being familiar with each other was good enough. As for warming the heart of this silent girl, that task should be left to Tanjiro. He was more suited for it, especially since she was his CP. After some thought, Chinxia turned and retraced her steps. Just as she chose to leave, Kanao, who had taken a few steps in another direction, slightly turned her head to glance at Chinxia. Such an impressive person. Kanao rarely spoke, but she managed to utter those few words before turning back to continue wandering around Fujisaki Mountain. Chinxia quickly ran back to the place she originally set off from. Before departing, she had asked Tanjiro to confirm whether there were any demons nearby, to which Tanjiro replied that he had not detected any demon scent. However, whether it was due to the protagonist's halo effect or the convergence of the world line, Tanjiro ultimately encountered this evil demon. At this moment, he was protecting a candidate, his expression serious as he stared at the demon. There shouldn't be any demons that have lived this long here. The demons here should only have eaten 2 or 3 people. Besides, demons often kill each other. But I survived. The demons that oppose me have all been consumed. Probably around 50, right? I've also eaten quite a few humans. Counting Kagaya's disciples, that makes 14 of you. Demon Slayer Corps swordsmen earned the title of Ashira by hunting 50 demons. Yet this demon before him had not only consumed 50 demons, but also a large number of humans, ruling over the Fujisaki Mountain area. His words continuously provoked Tanjiro's nerves. Gritting his teeth, Tanjiro's eyes burned with fury, and just as he prepared to charge forward, a series of hurried footsteps and a loud shout echoed. What are we waiting for? Go! In that instant, a flash of bright red fire appeared in Tanjiro's line of sight, and the intense flames swiftly cut the body of the demon in front of him in half. Fire God Kagura, Dance of the Flame. The demon let out a sharp, piercing roar. This strike wasn't fatal, as it didn't hit the neck. But the pain it felt made it wish it had just been beheaded instead. The sensations felt by the demon varied, depending on the sword techniques of the various breathing styles. Water breathing, gentle and crisp, the slashes were refreshing, with the Tanjiro's compassionate rain allowing a demon to die without pain. Fire God Kagura. The wounds could not heal immediately, causing immense pain, even for someone as strong as the demon king Muzan, who would tense up and show displeasure. When dealing with this demon, water breathing was more than sufficient, but that felt too merciful. Sending it down to hell quickly? That was fine, but shouldn't be so easy. Chika swung the Fire God Kagura, waltz and cleave the evil spirit in two. Due to its uniqueness, the wounded area could not heal or close up. How infuriating! How infuriating! How infuriating! As the evil spirit struggled, it unleashed countless arms towards Tanjiro. Chika effortlessly waved the blade a few times, and the flame's ripples merely brushed against the evil spirit's outstretched arms, causing its screams to escalate even further. Beside Chinchilla, Tanjiro took a deep breath. He had his own views on demon slaying. He would not hesitate to kill a man-eating demon, but he preferred to deliver a swift death with a single strike, giving the demon a quick end. However, facing such a vicious demon, Tanjiro felt that using water breathing to kill it would be too merciful. Tanjiro took a deep breath and shifted from the state of water breathing to the state of Fire God Kagura. With a swift step, Tanjiro charged towards the demon at high speed. In a flash of fierce flames, the demon's head was severed, and it disintegrated into fragments, vanishing into the air. Huff! Tanjiro exhaled a large breath and immediately adjusted his breathing state back to total concentration water breathing. The demon slayer trainee, who had been protected behind Tanjiro, stared in astonishment at the two in front of him. After a moment of shock, all his words turned into a stammered sentence. Wow, that's impressive. If it were just a low-level demon, he believed he could win after a fight, as he had also been trained by a mentor. If he couldn't defeat a low-level demon, his mentor wouldn't have let him out. But that fierce demon he had just witnessed? He couldn't even muster the courage to think about fighting it. With my strength, it's impossible to defeat this demon. Overwhelmed by fear, he chose to run away. But these two had effortlessly dealt with such a formidable demon. Are they really new like me? He gulped nervously, his legs still trembling. Chinchilla beside him calmly sheathed her sword and turned to him, extending her hand. How about it? Can you stand up? Of course. He quickly scrambled to his feet, and after a moment of calm, he increasingly recognized the extraordinary nature of the two before him. It was well known that the ranks of the Demon Slayer Corps range from low to high. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, and above these 10 ranks were the strongest title of Hashira. Perhaps these two could become Hashira in the future. Chapter 14. Did I hurt you just now? Excuse me. What are your names? The passerby, having gotten up from the ground, hesitated for a moment before deciding to ask Chinchilla and Tanjiro for their names. Tanjiro Kamadu, Chinchilla Kamadu. Brother and sister? Older sister. Younger brother. Chinchilla, a bit angry, immediately pointed a finger at the person to correct their mistake in addressing her. Bystander A was startled by this strong reaction and was simultaneously surprised to realize that they were siblings. His gaze swept over Chinchilla, sliding down from her cheek to her chest. Noticing this subtle gaze, Chinchilla's lips twitched slightly. After Chinchilla erupted with strong hostility, the person quickly turned around and scrambled out of her line of sight. Honestly, how rude. Chinchilla placed one hand on her hip and couldn't help but click her tongue, while Tanjiro stood awkwardly beside her, too embarrassed to speak. She remembered her older sister used to be the same way. Once, their youngest brother, Nezuko, had commented on her chest, and their usually gentle sister had immediately dropped the kitchen knife, squinting her eyes and striking at Nezuko's temples with both hands, leaving him quite fearful of her for a while. After the lower-level Demon Hand Demon was eliminated, the demon levels on Fujisaki Mountain returned to the normal level of the final selection. Although they could have left it alone, Tanjiro, being the good person he was, couldn't just stand by when he saw demons killing people. Meanwhile, Chinchilla took the opportunity to hone her sword skills against the low-level demons without using any breathing techniques. The final selection lasted for 7 days. The first few days were manageable with just normal monster grinding, but in the later days, the entire situation on Fujisaki Mountain underwent a complete turnaround. Demons killing people? Upon seeing Qianxia and Tanjiro, the demons trembled in fear and immediately turned to flee, not daring to look back. By the last few days of the final selection, the group of demons even entered a hide-and-seek mode, hiding themselves so thoroughly that even with Tanjiro's nose acting like a navigation system, it was impossible to confirm whether all the demons on Fujisaki Mountain had been cleared out. When they finally left the demon hunting area of Fujisaki Mountain and reached the exit, the surviving demon hunters were there. Qianxia took a quick glance and noticed that the number of survivors wasn't much higher than in the original story, just a few more. After all, the assessment lasted a full 7 days, with too many uncontrollable factors, but ultimately, it was still because they were too weak. Weak individuals, even if they became members of the Demon Slayer Corps, couldn't contribute to the fighting force and might even become a burden. They're going to die. They're going to die. Even if they survive here, they will still die in the end. A blonde-haired boy murmured softly while looking down, exuding a strong negative energy that caught Tanjiro's attention. Meanwhile, Qianxia focused her attention on Kanao, who was the cleanest among those present, not a speck of dirt on her clothes. As Qianxia's gaze fell on Kanao, Kanao quickly noticed and turned slightly to look at Qianxia, once again displaying a professional smile. Just before the final selection began, the two youths in kimonos who announced the rules stepped forward again. Their eyes were wide open, and Qianxia couldn't help but internally mock their spiral-patterned eyes, thinking they were quite comparable to the Rinnegan from the neighboring Naruto. After briefly introducing that those who passed the selection had become the lowest rank, the Aoi-level members of the Demon Slayer Corps, they both clapped their hands lightly, and a series of crow sounds filled the air. From today onwards, the Tsugumi ducks will accompany you. Their main function is to communicate with other crows for long-distance transmission. Huh? How could this happen? Before they could finish their sentences, a surprising scene forced them to interrupt. A crow was hanging from Tanjiro and the other's hands, while the blonde-haired Zenitsu blinked in confusion because what he had was not a crow at all, but a little sparrow. But that's not the point. While Zenitsu found it strange to have a creature land on him, Qianxia, standing next to Tanjiro, was looking up with her head raised. Seeing the crow above her continuously flapping its wings and circling in the air, showing no signs of wanting to land on her. Ah, how could this be? The specially trained Tsugumi ducks shouldn't be afraid of people. This is the first time such a situation has occurred, they both said in unison, while Qianxia quickly lowered her head. Forget the crow. If there isn't one, then so be it. Tanjiro's crow is still available. As soon as Chika thought this, she turned her head to look at Tanjiro beside her. The crow in Tanjiro's hand saw Chika turn her head and quickly flapped its wings, jumping from one of Tanjiro's arms to the other. The whole place fell silent. Qianxia's expression was somewhat subtle, thinking to herself that even a crow wouldn't give her any face. The two people watching this scene fell into silence. They originally wanted to observe for a while longer, but one hot-tempered individual who had successfully passed the selection directly swung his arm to shake off the crow perched on it. He strode towards the two, speaking as he walked. Crows don't matter. Knife. Give me a knife. The Demon Slayer Corps knife. The color-changing knife. The Nichiren blade. Just as he reached out to grab one of the two by the hair, two figures suddenly flashed by his sides. Tanjiro stood seriously on his right, his outstretched palm gripping the wrist of the arm that was about to strike, while Qianxia stood on his left. Did you think Qianxia reached out to grab his other hand? No. Qianxia grabbed his hair instead, making the scene quite comical. Calm down. Huh. The man widened his eyes, and at that moment, both of them started to exert force. Tanjiro, as a woodcutter, had great strength, and with his enhanced physique from total concentration constant, if he used all his strength, he could easily break bones just with his grip. However, under this grip, what he was worried about wasn't his own wrist, because Qianxia was also exerting force on her side, and he suddenly had a premonition that in a few seconds, his hair might be yanked with a loud pop. TCH, I get it, let go of me. In an instant, the force exerted by both sides disappeared, and Tanjiro released his hand while Qianxia let go of his hair. The two immediately changed their expressions, smiling at him. Sorry, I didn't hurt you just now, did I? Chapter 15. Nichiren Blade in Return. How scary. But that sister is so beautiful, yet still so scary. Zenitsu looked at Qianxia, who had just been tugging on someone's hair not far away, and couldn't help but reach up to touch his own hair. His hair was golden, but it wasn't naturally that color from birth. In this magical world of Demon Slayer, absurd things happening is completely normal. Just talking about hair color, Zenitsu's golden hair was struck by a bolt of lightning from the sky, which turned it golden. A similar example is one of the strongest members of the Demon Slayer Corps, the Love Hashira. Her hair is cherry blossom pink with grass green tips, which is said to be the result of her eating 170 sakuramachi every day for 8 consecutive months. The absurdity is on par with Zenitsu being struck by lightning and changing color. After a commotion, the two twins walked together again and then lifted the cloth covering the table behind them. On the table were various stones of uneven shapes and sizes, known as tamagain, which are the raw materials for forging the Nichiren blades used by the Demon Slayer Corps. Now, let's start selecting the tamagain. This is the knife for exterminating demons and protecting ourselves, so we need to choose for ourselves. The two said calmly, while everyone else fell silent in front of the numerous tamagain. Oh no, except for one person. Qianxia stepped out of the team without hesitation. She glanced casually at the many pieces of jade steel on the table and picked out one that looked slightly larger. Reason? There was no reason. These pieces of jade steel themselves didn't have much difference. The characteristics of a Nichiren blade vary from person to person and are not determined by the quality of the raw stone. In the original story, Tanjiro used a superior sense of smell to select a piece of jade steel. And everyone thought that since Tanjiro was the protagonist, he would definitely get a high-quality piece. Who would have guessed that it broke not long after? And then they provided Tanjiro with another blade. The choice of jade steel at the beginning was merely for the sake of ritual. I'll choose this one, Tanjiro. Don't overthink it. Just pick one based on your feelings, Qianxia said, turning to Tanjiro. Tanjiro was taken aback and said, somewhat confused, but this is the sword we'll use to fight against demons in the future. Shouldn't we think it through carefully? Think it through? Can you even judge jade steel? Anyway, if the sword breaks in the future, we can forge another one. It's not like if one sword breaks, the Demon Slayer Corps will just let us fight demons with our fists. The first half of Qianxia's sentence was directed at Tanjiro, while the second half turned to look at the twins, who nodded in agreement with Qianxia's words. If the blade breaks, the headquarters will be responsible for re-breaking the Nichiren blades for the members, and the hardness of these tempered steel is not significantly inferior. Instead of placing the expectation of slaying demons on the tempered steel, it is better to focus on honing breathing techniques and sword skills. Tanjiro nodded, and then walked forward to choose a piece of tempered steel that he felt was quite good, while the others also followed the procedure to select a piece of tempered steel. Next, they would each return to their respective homes to find their own mothers, and the chosen tempered steel would be handed over to specialized craftsmen for forging. Once completed, it would be specially delivered, which is definitely worthy of a 5-star review. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps, a man with a weak aura and a voice strikingly similar to a certain wife-protecting fanatic had a crow perched on his arm. When he learned that this final selection unfolded in such a manner, he revealed a look of relief and satisfaction. The strength of this year's newcomers is impressive. The Demon Slayer Corps has successors. I hope they can grow up quickly, cough cough. After leaving Fujisuk Mountain, Qianxia and Tanjiro returned home along the same route. In the original story, Tanjiro was in pain, limping back with a wooden stick like a crutch, but now he was simply walking normally on the road. He still felt somewhat as if he were dreaming about passing the final selection of the Demon Slayer Corps. What are you thinking? Walking so slowly? Maybe Nezuko has already woken up. Nezuko, have you woken up? Maybe, just maybe, but I have this feeling. Qianxia pointed to her forehead with a finger. Earlier, Qianxia had told Tanjiro that perhaps due to consuming the same demon blood, she had a sense of Nezuko's physical condition, and Tanjiro firmly believed in this. Hearing Qianxia say this now, Tanjiro instantly felt energized, snorting out 2 bursts of air from his nostrils, feeling filled with strength. Then let's hurry back. All right. Qianxia and Tanjiro ran again, returning along the same path from the foot of Fuji Mountain. At first, Qianxia appeared to be more relaxed and faster, leaving the fully exerting Tanjiro far behind. However, as time went on, Tanjiro caught up and even slightly surpassed her. This body tires more easily than an ordinary person, possibly due to the principle of equivalent exchange, where increased physical consumption resulted in superior physical qualities. After all, since Qianxia's reincarnation, the original owner had not exercised much and had a weak body. But since regaining the ability to move, Qianxia's body had not held her back during her training in breathing techniques. Instead, it showcased superior talent. If every traveler has their own unique advantage, then this constitution could barely be considered one. Although it might not be overwhelmingly powerful, Qianxia felt it was enough. While she didn't know if she could become a figure like Yoriichi Tsugikuni, who instilled fear in Muzan, she was determined to recreate that fear-inducing splash of red. Qianxia followed closely behind Tanjiro, breathing slightly heavier, yet her eyes remained clear and bright. They had escaped from the foot of Fujisui Mountain all the way to the foot of Naramis Mountain, and only then did they stop, as the moon had risen in the night sky. Perhaps if we go home now, we can still catch a late dinner. Qianxia looked up at the moon and roughly calculated the time. It was around 6 in the evening, just after dusk. As they passed through the village, they could already smell various scents wafting from the houses. The two of them weren't particularly hungry, mainly just craving food, since they had only been eating coarse grains to fill their stomachs during the final selection these past few days. Qianxia and Tanjiro walked slowly up the mountain, and in their line of sight, the small wooden house where Rentaki lived was already lit up inside. Qianxia walked to the door and gently knocked on it, while Tanjiro beside her shouted, "Master Yurokadaki, it's us, we're back." Before Tanjiro's words had finished, a series of hurried footsteps came from inside the wooden house. The door opened, and a dumpling rushed out, hugging Qianxia outside. Whoa! Chapter 16. Nezuko awakens. Nezuko, biting a bamboo tube, nestled in Qianxia's arms, while Tanjiro beside her teared up with excitement because Nezuko had finally awakened. Qianxia looked down at Nezuko in her arms. At this moment, Nezuko was immersed in Qianxia's embrace. They hadn't seen the awake Nezuko for 2 years. Although Nezuko had been in a sleep state during this time, she could still faintly sense the outside world. When she woke up, she looked around but couldn't find Qianxia and Tanjiro. Even though Yurokadaki was there, the absence of her family made her feel anxious. After sensing the presence of the two, she reacted faster than Yurokadaki and quickly rushed out of the house. Qianxia was surprisingly not at a loss for what to do in this situation, with her father passing away early due to health issues. The burden of the household fell on her mother and her older brother Tanjiro. They often left home, and Qianxia, who took care of the younger children, frequently played the role of a mother. God-level skill, maternal love, get. Qianxia reached out to touch Nezuko's head and said gently, it's okay, we're back." Tanjiro watched this scene, and memories of his childhood surfaced in his mind, when all his family was still alive. Thinking of this, Tanjiro couldn't help but shed tears. In the room, Sakanji also came out shortly after. Seeing Qianxia and Tanjiro back, at his age, he couldn't control his tears anymore. He quickly ran to them and embraced Qianxia, Tanjiro, and Nezuko all at once. "It's good that you're back. It's good that you're back. You're not hurt, are you?" Sakanji said emotionally while holding them. Every disciple he had trained had failed to survive the final selection, like a terrible curse. At this moment, this dreadful curse, along with Sakanji's emotional burden, was broken. His unusual displeasure was definitely fake. If he removed the Tengu mask on his face, one could definitely see the tears streaming down his cheeks. Inside the wooden house, Sakanji served Qianxia and Tanjiro each a full bowl of miso soup. After receiving the miso soup, Qianxia and Tanjiro disregarded the temperature and immediately drank it down with big gulps. Tanjiro exclaimed, "Delicious." Qianxia, cool. Qianxia felt that she had finally come back to life. After finishing a bowl, she happily handed the empty bowl back to Rengoku. "Another bowl, please." Rengoku naturally wouldn't refuse. It was a good thing that she could eat. "Have you guys eliminated that demon?" Rengoku asked while serving Qianxia some miso soup. "Yes, not only did we eliminate the demon, but we also took care of most of the demons on Fujisaki Mountain," Tanjiro said simply. Rengoku's body trembled involuntarily, nearly spilling the full bowl of miso soup in his hands. "So many demons eliminated?" Rengoku laughed, his laughter containing many emotions. One was that Kaneo had once told him when she went up the mountain that she would perfectly pass the examination and eliminate the 100 demons in the mountain. In a way, Qianxia and Tanjiro had achieved Kaneo's goal. The second reason was that the demons on Fujisaki Mountain were captured by the Hashira, or A-rank swordsmen of the Demon Slayer Corps, and with so many demons disappearing, they would have to go capture more to fill the ranks. This was a busy time for them. When he was still a Hashira, he found the task of capturing demons and sending them to Fujisaki Mountain troublesome. Now, with a new generation of swordsmen, they could feel the struggles he faced back then, and this was Rengoku's small sense of schadenfreude. Afterward, Rengoku talked a lot with Qianxia and Tanjiro, such as the diversity of demons and certain high-ranking demons possessing a special ability called Blood Demon Art. However, Rengoku was no longer worried about the two of them. Having mastered the total concentration, constant at the rookie village, and lifted the curse of his disciple's death, he believed that if it were them, they would definitely be fine and survive to become the new generation's pillars. Meanwhile, Nezuko, who was unable to speak because of the bamboo tube in her mouth, quietly sat beside them. Qianxia looked at Nezuko and felt a bit sorry for her, so she reached out a finger and suggested that Nezuko remove the bamboo tube. "Master Rengoku, Although we still can't rule out the possibility of Nezuko going berserk, you're the former Hashira, and we're no longer the inexperienced rookies we once were. We won't be easily harmed by demons. Now, that Nezuko still has her self-awareness, let's let her take off the bamboo tube for now. And she can put it back on when we get to a more populated place outside. As soon as Chinchya said this, Tanjiro and Nezuko both widened their watery eyes in anticipation and looked towards Sakanji. It was one thing for Tanjiro to do so, but Nezuko's expectant gaze was truly hard to refuse, Chinchya thought. However, she felt that Sakanji should be similar to her. Under the scrutiny of the two, Sakanji agreed to the proposal. Nezuko's mouth finally opened, and she was full of energy, happily spreading her arms and hugging Chinchya again. Sister, Tanjiro, sitting next to them, watched with a somewhat subtle expression and poked his own finger. Nezuko, me, and me too. Sakanji looked at this scene, which could be described as a world-famous painting, and took a small sip of miso soup, exhaling a puff of white steam. The bond between the three siblings was indeed strong. After the siblings chatted for a while, Nezuko lay down again and fell into a deep sleep. According to Sakanji's speculation, since Nezuko, as a demon, did not eat humans, she could not recover her strength like normal demons and chose to use sleep to regain her energy. Listening to this speculation, Chinchya had a thought of her own. Since Nezuko does not eat humans, her energy recovery is slow, so she has to rely on sleep to maintain low energy consumption and gradually recover her strength. Could it be the same principle for her, as she easily gets tired? However, Chinchya quickly dismissed this thought, as she had no desire for blood at all. Although her stamina depletes quickly, it also recovers fast, so she does not need to rely on sleep like Nezuko to regain her energy. Chinchya looked at Nezuko, who was sleeping on the bed, and fell into silence. In the original work, Nezuko is one of the few who achieve a happy ending, without disabilities and not facing an early death. However, if Muzan had not existed, she could have had an even better family. Muzan claims to be a natural disaster and, thus not needing to care, but even if it were a natural disaster, people would still vent their grievances to the heavens. Moreover, he is not a natural disaster, but a man-made calamity. Chapter 17. Chinchya's sudden inspiration the next day morning. Chinchya and Tanjiro woke up early as usual. Although they had both passed the final selection of the Demon Slayer Corps, the selected Tamagain was still in the forging process. Even after it was completed, it would take about half a month to be delivered. Naturally, this time couldn't be wasted, but simple sword training had become difficult for them to improve their strength. Therefore, Chinchya proposed two training options. First, go out and hunt demons. Second, engage in practical training with each other using wooden swords. Strictly speaking, the first option would be more effective, but considering the difficulty of finding demons, it was ruled out. Tanjiro resolutely chose the latter. By the way, Tanjiro and Chinchya had also engaged in a brief sparring session before. Since it was a short practice, there was no concept of winning or losing, but during that brief period, Chinchya had completely dominated the exchange. Outside the wooden house, Chinchya and Tanjiro stood about 10 meters apart, each holding a training wooden sword and staring at each other. Because they were taught by the same master under normal circumstances, they couldn't break each other's techniques. Therefore, both aimed to use unexpected moves to attack. Tanjiro took a deep breath and adjusted the power of water breathing to its maximum. Water breathing, 10th form, constant flux. The blade in Tanjiro's hand instantly unleashed a strong ripple of water. The first move was the strongest technique of water breathing. Was he aiming for a quick attack? No, it shouldn't be. In an instant, Chika realized that this step in Tanjiro's tactics was merely an illusion. As Tanjiro's speed approached, the water dragon condensed and his blade struck the ground in front of Chika. Bang! With the technique Shij no Kata Saisei Rizan, it produced an effect similar to Hachij no Kata Takekuzushi, obstructing Chika's line of sight with wave-like ripples of sword energy. Behind the water waves that hindered her view, Tanjiro decisively switched his breathing technique, and flames appeared on his blade. Forcing a switch in breathing places a severe burden on the body, but is also a powerful attack method in battle, capable of catching the enemy off guard. Unfortunately, most members of the Demon Slayer Corps only master one type of breathing technique, as perfecting a single technique already takes an immense amount of time. The Love Hashira, having been the adopted child of the Flame Hashira, mastered an imperfect form of flame breathing but could not utilize it as freely as the Flame Hashira did, ultimately modifying it into love breathing. However, mastering multiple breathing techniques is not much different from not mastering them at all, but Chika is different from Tanjiro, at least at this stage. Water breathing has low consumption and comprehensive sword techniques. Fire God Kagura has high consumption and extreme output. After switching to Fire God Kagura, Tanjiro used the first form, Rengoku, with his wooden sword, aiming to end the match in one strike. Just as Tanjiro felt that this strike would surely hit Chika, her superhuman reflexes and physical abilities displayed their presence. Before Tanjiro's blade could reach her, Chika had already jumped, reaching a height that surpassed the arc of Tanjiro's swing. With Tanjiro's strike missing completely, Chika followed up effortlessly and ended the duel. "Sister, you jump way too high." Tanjiro thought back to Chika's earlier leap, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. If he had charged up for a jump, he could have done it too. He estimated that he could have jumped to the roof of the wooden house in one go. But the issue was that Chika hadn't charged up. The time it took for Tanjiro to switch from water breathing to Fire God Kagura and swing his sword was very brief, which meant Chika's reaction time and physical response time were even shorter. A quick jump without charging is completely different from a charged jump. At least Tanjiro believed that if he had put himself in Chika's position, he wouldn't have been able to jump that quickly. Is this the ability that comes from absorbing demon blood? Nezuko transformed into a demon and greatly enhanced her physical abilities. Tanjiro still remembered when Nezuko, having lost consciousness, attacked him. His previously gentle and weak sister suppressed him like a beast. Chika's situation was even more formidable than Nezuko's. Tanjiro looked down at his sword, gripping the hilt tightly, thinking to himself that he needed to work harder. There would surely be stronger demons in the future, and he couldn't let his sister down. He needed to contribute his part as well. "Sister, let's come back later. I'm always here to accompany you." Chinchilla and Tanjiro trained from morning until noon, until Linlang came out of the cabin with lunch, calling them back to eat like a typical mother. Only then did they stop. The two responded and turned to look at the cabin. The first thing they saw was Linlang, and the second was Nezuko, who was cautiously peeking out from inside the cabin. Because of her identity as a demon, Nezuko could not be exposed to sunlight, so even when she was awake, she could only stay inside the cabin, afraid of being directly hit by the sun. Therefore, even looking outside from within the cabin had to be done carefully. However, Nezuko was actually an exception. She possessed the ability to resist sunlight, a power that even the Demon King did not have. It was just that Nezuko was not yet aware of this ability. In the original work, Nezuko was initially harmed when she first came into contact with sunlight, but then her resistance suddenly developed, and she became immune. Of course, even if Chinchilla knew this, he couldn't say it now. It wasn't the right time to reveal it. Chinchilla and Tanjiro walked into the house from outside. Inside, Nezuko didn't need to wear the bamboo tube. She happily ran up to the two of them and said, "Sister, brother, you are amazing. Is this the breathing technique taught by Mr. Yurokadaki?" "Yes, water breathing, and our family's fire god Kagura. We have become very strong. In the future, we will definitely find a way to turn you back into a human. Trust us," Chinchilla said while gently stroking Nezuko's head. "Nezuko is really too cute. Like a little kitten. I really want to take her home and raise her, right? It seems like she was meant to be part of the family all along." Chinchilla gently rubbed Nezuko's head, and Nezuko had a look of enjoyment on her face. Rengoku was already sitting in the living room, having prepared the meal for them, softly muttering about why they hadn't come over yet. Just as Chinchilla finished rubbing Nezuko's head and was about to head to the living room in the wooden house, a sudden idea flashed in her mind. "Nezuko, do you want to learn the breathing techniques?" Chapter 18. The color-changing blade breathing techniques. Nezuko was slightly taken aback by Chinchilla's words, and then her eyes lit up with excitement. What girl hasn't had the thought of wanting to become cooler? Even someone as adorable as Nezuko has had such thoughts, especially after seeing Chinchilla and Tanjiro spar in the morning, which ignited this desire in her heart. "But can I really learn? Will I be able to do it?" Nezuko said softly, her head lowered, a bit lacking in confidence. "Of course you can. Both of us can learn it. Nezuko, there's no reason for you not to be able to," Chinchilla said, turning her head to look at Tanjiro. As soon as Tanjiro saw Chinchilla handing the microphone to him, he quickly spoke up, "Of course. Nezuko will definitely be able to do it." How could Tanjiro disagree with giving Nezuko more means of self-defense? Hearing their words, Nezuko's eyes sparkled with joy, and she spun around in place. At that moment, Rengoku was still quietly sitting in the living room, waiting for them to take their seats. Really slow. 10 minutes later, Chinchilla and the others finally arrived in the living room. Even with Rengoku still wearing his Tengu mask, Chinchilla and the others could feel the strong dissatisfaction radiating from him, as if his aura was saying, "How can you be so slow? The food is getting cold, you know?" Chinchilla and Tanjiro awkwardly lowered their heads. with Qianxia's emotions being the most subtle, as she remembered that she seemed to have said something similar at home before. Afterwards, Qianxia and Tanjiro told Rintaki about their desire for Nezuko to learn the breathing techniques. Rintaki, who had slightly lifted his mask to reveal half of his face while drinking miso soup, was momentarily stunned, almost spitting out the soup in his mouth. A demon learning breathing techniques? The physical abilities and regeneration capabilities of demons far exceed those of humans, and humans rely on Nichiren blades and breathing techniques to fight demons. Rintaki had never considered this point and had never seen a demon use breathing techniques. In that moment, two thoughts flew through Rintaki's mind. 1. Can demons really learn breathing techniques? 2. How strong would a demon be after learning breathing techniques? Perhaps it could be worth a try. After thinking it over, Rintaki agreed with their idea and was even very interested in it. Nezuko learning breathing techniques in her demon form. After having a good lunch, Rintaki began to personally teach Nezuko the water breathing techniques, as it was best for Rintaki to handle the teaching himself. Because Nezuko was a demon, she couldn't practice outside in an open area and could only learn indoors. During this learning process, Rintaki expressed that he finally felt like he was teaching a normal student again. Nezuko had no foundation in swordsmanship at all, and due to her demon body, her sleep time took up a large portion, making it hard for her to study for long periods. However, Nezuko had a strong willingness to learn, so her progress was not particularly slow. Half a month later, a man wearing a straw hat walked step by step from afar. At this moment, Qianxia and Tanjiro were practicing against each other outside the door. Wait a minute, it seems someone is coming. A person? Could it be that the Nichiren blade is finally ready? Tanjiro excitedly turned his head to look in the direction Qianxia was gazing at, and saw that the approaching man was not only wearing a straw hat, but also a strange mask. Looking at this mask, both of them immediately associated it with the mask Rintaki wore, secretly sighing that their Master-S mask was very high in terms of looks. Of course, while they were joking, Tanjiro politely walked over to greet the person who had arrived. "Excuse me, are you the one delivering the blade?" Tanjiro politely inquired, and the man stopped and nodded. His name was Tetsuzu, a craftsman who forged Nichiren blades. He carried 2 cloth-wrapped sticks on his back, among which Qianxia and Tanjiro's Nichiren blades were placed. Tanjiro happily invited Tetsuzu into their home, and he took down the 2 cloth-wrapped sticks and unwrapped them, handing the original version of the Nichiren blades to Qianxia and Tanjiro. "Looking at the color of your eyes and hair, you must come from a family that deals with fire, so your blades might very well turn red. I'm really looking forward to it," Tetsuzu said with his arms crossed in anticipation. Upon hearing this, Qianxia raised an eyebrow, and her calm expression slightly faltered. "Not necessarily. Qianxia and Tanjiro are learning water breathing, so the probability of awakening a blue color is quite high," Rintaki, who was sitting nearby, said seriously. The Nichiren blade, also known as the color-changing blade, changes color based on its owner. Factors influencing the color change may be personality or family background, but the probability of syncing with the representative color of the breathing technique learned is the highest. Water breathing is azure. Flame breathing is fiery red. Wind breathing is green. Rock breathing is earthy gray. Thunder breathing is golden. Under the watchful eyes of Rintaki and Tetsuzu, the two began the color change of their Nichiren blades. Tanjiro's Nichiren blade turned black under everyone's gaze, and both of their eyes showed surprise. Black. What an unexpected change. In the past few hundred years, no one has achieved fame with a black blade. Not to mention the top pillars, even first-class swordsmen have not been born, as most have lost their lives in battles with demons. Facing their unusual gazes, Tanjiro looked at the black blade in his hand without any aversion. He felt that this black blade suited him perfectly. After Tanjiro's color change, everyone turned their attention to Qianxia, thinking that if Tanjiro's was black, then Qianxia might also be black. Under everyone's gaze, the color of Qianxia's Nichiren blade changed to an unexpected color for everyone, including herself. Blue, a very clear blue, making one marvel at the beauty of this blade. This normal answer, one of the two choices, made Rintaki and Tetsuzu breathe a sigh of relief. Blue is indeed normal for a user of water breathing. Only Tanjiro and Qianxia were still in shock, especially Qianxia, who looked at the blue blade in her hand with slightly furrowed brows. Why is my blade blue? Is it because my compatibility with the fire god Kagura is not high, and heaven thinks I should properly follow water breathing? This is really strange. Chapter 19. The true color-changing blade, the blue blade, is quite nice. Looking at the purity of his color, Qianxia, you might surpass Tomioka in your future achievements in water breathing. Rintaki was still being modest, Tomioka Ju believed himself to be less talented than Kaneo, while Chinchia and Tanjiro's talents were above Kaneo's. However, Tomioka Ju created the 11th form of water breathing, which also showcased his talent. He truly deserves the title of the strongest water Hashira in hundreds of years. Hearing Rintaki's words, Chinchia wanted to retort about the purity he mentioned. Can the color of the Nichiren blade really be distinguished by purity? The DJVU of the scene from the filming site of the neighboring blade tooth came rushing in. A certain surface's strongest being. Your purity is too low. Chinchia, get lost. You're in the wrong filming location. Chinchia suddenly shook her head, gripping the Nichiren blade in her hand, carefully feeling and observing it. I have to say, this blue is very beautiful. Suddenly, a cawing sound came from outside the wooden house, and a few seconds later, a crow flew in. Just as the crow was about to land, it sensed Chinchia's presence, made an abrupt stop in mid-air, flapped its wings, and created some distance from her. Tanjiro, Chinchia, I will convey the orders. Head to the village in the northwest. A girl is disappearing there. Every night, a girl disappears, so find a lurking demon and eliminate it. Please be careful. This is your initial mission as members of the Demon Slayer Corps. After delivering this message, the crow flapped its wings and immediately turned around to fly out the window. Since Chinchia didn't send her own crow, she could only let Tanjiro's crow relay the orders, essentially sharing the task in a team mode. Sister, our job has come. Yeah, let's try to resolve it quickly. Chinchia reinserted the Nichiren blade into its scabbard. She didn't remember this part of the task very clearly because it was the Spider Mountain arc that had sparked her interest in Demon Slayer. The earlier plot was relatively thin. Chinchia only remembered that there was a demon who could use blood demon arts and liked to eat young girls. However, that wasn't a problem. The demon wasn't that strong, and Tanjiro could easily handle it alone, let alone in a duo mode. Oh no, Nezuko was with him, so it was a trio mode. At this moment, in a room different from where Chinchia and Tanjiro were, Nezuko was using her extraordinary hearing as a demon to listen to their conversation. She clenched her fists and lowered her head to cheer herself up, even though she felt a bit sleepy. As Chinchia and Tanjiro prepared to leave, Kanroji lightly cleared his throat and said softly, "There's a special wooden box in the room on the left. It's lighter and sturdier than a regular wooden box. You can use it to store some items." Since Tanjiro was present, it was better not to expose the fact that Nezuko was a demon if possible. Chinchia and Tanjiro nodded and immediately understood Rintaki's meaning. After going to the room on the left to get a wooden box, Nezuko shrank her body, grabbed a training wooden sword, and then slipped into the wooden box. Tanjiro, carrying the wooden box, was ready to set off. Chika Natsuki. Then let's set off. After 15 days, they left Rengoku's wooden cabin once again, with Rengoku standing outside to watch them leave. Take care. Once the two were out of Rengoku's sight, Chika thought for a moment and finally reached for the blue Nichiren blade from its sheath. Sister, why did you suddenly draw your sword? Tanjiro said nervously, quickly looking around, as they had just come down from the mountain and were not far from town with people. In the world of Demon Slayer, the timeline is set in the Taisho era, which is before the Showa era, and during this time, it was forbidden for samurai to carry swords. If an ordinary person saw such a sharp Nichiren blade, it would definitely cause quite a panic. Don't worry, I just want to do an experiment. It'll be quick, and no one will see. Chika looked at the blue-patterned Nichiren blade in her hand. During their descent, she had thought about a fascinating possibility, and now she was ready to test that possibility. Chinchia and Tanjiro maintained a low consumption state of water breathing all day, but at this moment, Chinchia stopped the breathing technique of water breathing and entered the state of the fire god's dance. Her previously calm body instantly felt the blood boiling, and her body temperature noticeably rose by a degree. The blue Nichiren blade in Chinchia's hand first sent a sharp pain to her palm, and then the color of the blade began to change. From bottom to top, the blue blade surprisingly turned black. Chinchia tightened her grip on the Nichiren blade and executed a rondo in place, the displayed power exceeding what Chinchia and Tanjiro had imagined by quite a bit. Sister, your blade has become like mine. Just as I suspected, my blade can change color with a shift in my breathing technique. This is truly a color-changing blade. Chinchia nodded in satisfaction. As long as the heavens didn't T-lock her path to water breathing, it was fine. After all, in the later stages, being able to deal damage with the fire god's dance, who would still use water breathing. Chinchia was looking forward to replicating Yoriichi in front of Muzan in the future. What do you take life for? Chinchia couldn't help but exclaim, while Tanjiro beside her looked puzzled. What do you mean by life? Chinchia cleared his throat awkwardly and waved his hand to indicate that he didn't want to dwell on it. Let's continue and try to get it done quickly. The two of them moved forward and soon arrived at a town with people. Of course, this was not the destination town, but passing through it was very helpful for Qianxia's understanding of this era. The Taisho era before the Showa period was not as backward as imagined. After all, the Taisho era already had trains, and armed forces had firearms. During the Great Battle, the leader of the Demon Slayer Corps used a large amount of black powder to create a blast at close range, causing significant damage to the Demon King Muzan. Qianxia and Tanjiro moved forward, traversing one town after another, and finally arrived at the town mentioned in the crow's report. As soon as they arrived, Tanjiro, using his focused perception and a sense of smell that surpassed that of a dog, immediately sensed the town's peculiarity. There was the scent of a demon. Tanjiro furrowed his brows. Although the smell was mixed, it wasn't difficult for him to determine the direction. All right, Tanjiro, let's go. Chapter 20. Close the door, release Tanjiro. When it comes to having a body that is different from others, Tanjiro certainly wouldn't be much inferior to Qianxia. His skull was so hard that even demons would comment on it, and his nose was a powerful weapon in the early stages, capable of detecting the scent of demons and even the emotions mixed within the scent. Following the method of close the door, release Tanjiro, Qianxia followed closely behind Tanjiro, who unleashed his sense of smell to start hunting for the evil demon hiding in the town. It's nearby, to the left, right, and ahead. Tanjiro ran quickly through the small town with Qianxia. In the original story, Tanjiro had to ask people for directions to confirm the general area, but not now. After determining the approximate location, Qianxia and Tanjiro decided to wait for nightfall, as demons wouldn't appear during the day. And continuing to move around this area would make them easily detectable by demons. That's how it should normally be done. However, just after making this decision, Qianxia suddenly looked toward a nearby mansion and heard a woman's voice coming from it. An interesting idea suddenly sprang to her mind, and a smile that was hard to suppress appeared on her face. Tanjiro, I have an interesting idea. That night, in a room of the mansion, a girl slowly walked in from outside the room, shedding her outer clothing and leaving only the clothes she wore to sleep. She lay down on the bedding spread on the floor, peacefully closing her eyes. Just a few seconds after she closed her eyes, the room was suddenly engulfed by a darkness akin to a swamp. Two hands emerged from this murky darkness, trying to pull the girl lying on the bed into the shadows. The hands stretched out and quickly reached for the girl. And at the moment they were about to touch her, the girl's hands suddenly shot out from under the covers, grabbing the demon's hands tightly with a loud clap. What? The demon's shocked voice came from the darkness. And what surprised it even more was that it found it couldn't break free from the grip of the hands that held it. The opponent's strength was surprisingly equal to its own. How is this possible? I'm a demon. How can the strength of a mere human, especially a weak girl, be so formidable? No, she is not my original target. At first, it hadn't paid much attention, but in its shocked state, it noticed that its target had changed. The wig on the girl who had grabbed the demon's arms began to fall off, revealing that the originally targeted girl had pure black hair. But beneath the black wig was a dazzling head of red hair. Who is this person? Of course, it's Qianxia, since they were planning to wait for the rabbit. Why not dig deeper? After confirming the demon's target, Qianxia entered the mansion to negotiate with the girl, not wanting to cause panic. Qianxia did not mention the creature called a demon, instead referring to it as a rogue criminal specifically targeting women. Qianxia and Tanjiro quickly gained each other's trust due to their extraordinary temperament and outstanding appearance. As night fell, the girls stealthily changed rooms to rest, while Qianxia donned a black wig to replace the girl's original actions and entered the room, waiting for the demon's arrival. Finally discovered? Your demon's eyesight isn't very good. It seems like even without the wig, I could perhaps deceive you. Damn girl, let go of my hand. The demon's head emerged from the swamp-like darkness, intending to scare Qianxia with its hideous face, or at least attack her with its mouth. Little did it know that this reveal provided them with the opportunity to strike. As the demon's head appeared, the door to the room was suddenly kicked open with a bang. Tanjiro, who had charged in with a powerful strike ready, rushed in from outside, aiming swiftly at the demon's head. Water-breathing, 7th form, drop-ripple thrust, the fastest thrust technique in water-breathing. Tanjiro's Nichiren blade pierced sharply into the demon's skull, and with a horizontal swing, although the demon's neck wasn't severed, its head was shattered into pieces. However, demons do not bleed, so it wasn't particularly gory. This demon was of the blood demon archetype, capable of submerging its body into darkness and even creating clones, ranking above average among ordinary demons. Unfortunately, it encountered Qianxia and Tanjiro, a high-level duo still wandering around the novice village, and although it was defeated swiftly, It was not unjust. After defeating the demon, Tanjiro exhaled a breath. To be honest, such a quick kill hardly provides any training effect, but one cannot be careless. This demon had killed dozens of young girls, a grave sin. But speaking of which, sister, this is still too dangerous. What if this demon's strength exceeds our expectations and pulls you into the darkness? All right, I'll be careful. Qianxia waved her hand casually. Although she decided to play this way because she knew the ghost wasn't that strong, she couldn't say it outright. Since it was nighttime, and apart from Tanjiro kicking the door open, this commotion hadn't caused much noise. Qianxia left a note saying that the criminal had been caught, and then the two quickly left the mansion. It was only around 7 or 8 p.m., and there were still many vendors setting up stalls on the streets, with many shops open as well. Since it was nighttime, Nezuko also jumped out of the wooden box, but with a bamboo tube in her mouth. Shall we go eat? Noodles? Anything is fine. We have plenty of money. After joining the Demon Slayer Corps, they received a salary, and after passing the final selection, they gained a significant amount of initial funds. Additionally, they earned money by completing missions, so normally they didn't have to worry about financial issues. The three were walking down the street looking for something to eat. If they couldn't find anything, they'd settle for noodles. Suddenly, Qianxia spotted a small stall selling conpito from the roadside. Within seconds, Nezuko also noticed the stall, and drool began to drip from her sealed mouth with the bamboo tube. Nezuko liked to eat miso soup and enjoyed conpito as a snack. Conpito is a star-shaped colorful candy that symbolizes good luck. Qianxia looked at Nezuko's eager expression and smiled faintly. She walked over to the small stall selling conpito and pointed with a finger at a jar filled with the candies. Please give me a jar of conpito, thank you. The vendor cheerfully handed the jar of conpito to Qianxia in exchange for payment. And Qianxia then handed the jar to Nezuko. Nezuko happily cradled the jar of conpito, her whole body swaying with excitement. If it weren't in the middle of the street, she would have spun around in place. Nezuko woo-woo. Thank you, sister. Qianxia, A Small Matter Chapter 21. The three eye-catching people since they quickly defeated the side boss. Qianxia had some free time for activities. Nezuko followed closely behind Qianxia and Tanjiro as the three of them walked down the street, attracting a lot of attention from those around them. With Qianxia's outstanding looks, Tanjiro's scarred forehead, and Nezuko holding a bamboo tube in her mouth, it was hard for them to keep a low profile. Fortunately, none of them were socially anxious. Although Qianxia had been called socially anxious before, it was not the typical kind. Her social anxiety was more accurately described as social terrorism, a level above being overly familiar, characterized by complete indifference to others' gazes and the atmosphere. Tanjiro, on the other hand, was a bright and cheerful boy. While he was aware of others' gazes and the atmosphere, he wouldn't let them overwhelm him, fluctuating between being very present and somewhat subdued. As for Nezuko, she kept her head down, following Qianxia and Tanjiro, focused solely on the candy in her hands, thinking about getting to a secluded place to comfortably eat a piece of the candy from her bamboo tube. In the end, after wandering around, they chose to eat a bowl of noodles from a roadside stall. However, it felt a bit too plain to just have plain noodles after successfully completing their first mission, so they ordered boss add an egg and sausage to each bowl. Understood. The boss quickly cooked the noodles and brought out the bowls with sausages and eggs. This combination was the most classic style, and before coming to this world, Qianxia often ordered it at noodle shops. Egg noodles, mushroom noodles, vegetable noodles, pork chop noodles, seafood noodles. Qianxia and Tanjiro were eating the noodles in their hands, while the owner quietly watched the two of them and Nezuko, who was sitting beside them with a bottle in her arms. Their clothing didn't seem to be from an ordinary family, and they were wearing model swords at their waists, right? In this era, playing samurai games seemed like a pastime for wealthy families. The owner thought to himself, as the sword prohibition law of the Taisho era had led to the gradual suppression of the samurai profession, which had once been esteemed. It didn't take long for the samurai to nearly disappear. Of course, even after so many years of the sword prohibition law being in effect, there were still some children who thought carrying a sword looked cool, so they would strap model swords to their bodies, with the sheaths often made of wood or plastic. Therefore, the noodle stall owner didn't pay much attention to Qianxia and Tanjiro's sword carrying, as long as they didn't draw the blades to reveal the metal. It wasn't a big issue, except in certain special occasions, like at train stations. It was getting late now, so you should finish eating and head home quickly. If you're here traveling, it's best to find it in early, especially with the recent reports of women going missing in this area. It must be the work of some perverted thug. I hope the police can catch that guy soon. As the owner spoke, he began to clean up his stall. Even though he was a big man, The frequent disappearances of women at night had led to a near-zero customer flow at this time. If it weren't for Qianxia and the others, he would have normally finished cleaning up and gone home by now. It's okay, starting tomorrow. There won't be any more women going missing, Qianxia said, slurping her noodles while hesitantly speaking. If that were really the case, that would be great. The noodle stall owner thought little of it, merely treating Qianxia's words as a little girl's fanciful imagination. Qianxia did not refute, but focused intently on slurping the noodles. She couldn't say that she was a ghost hunter, nor could she say that she was a police officer. Ghosts were entities that could not be seen, and the ghost hunters who fought against them were equally hidden from the light. Boss, your noodles are really delicious. Thank you for the compliment, miss. You are really beautiful. Let me guess, the young man beside you is your boyfriend or your brother? It should be your brother, right? The noodle stall owner smiled, believing he had guessed correctly, unaware that at that very moment, Qianxia couldn't help but snap the chopsticks in her hand in half with one hand. Seeing this, Tanjiro hurriedly spoke up. This is my sister. She's 2 years older than me. Sister? The noodle stall owner was taken aback. He truly hadn't expected to be wrong. Not only was she older, but she was also 2 years older. This year, Tanjiro is 15, Nezuko is 14, and Qianxia is 17. As the eldest sister of the Kamadu family, being 2 years older is quite normal. It wouldn't make sense for her to be only 1 year older, after all. They needed to give their mother some rest. This wasn't the first time someone had misjudged her age. Qianxia could tolerate mistakes in many areas. But this was something she absolutely would not compromise on. I'm full. Qianxia stood up from the chair at the noodle stall in annoyance, and Tanjiro followed closely behind, putting down his bowl of noodles. Sister, are we going back to Master Rentaki's place next? Tanjiro asked as he walked to Qianxia's side. No, let's find an inn to rest for the night first. There's no rush, Qianxia replied, yawning and covering her mouth. Right, Tanjiro nodded. If they went back to Rentaki's cabin now, they would probably have to stay up all night. Although they hadn't decided what to eat, it was easy to decide where to stay. They checked how much money they had on their phones and aimed to stay at the best inn possible. They booked 2 rooms at a relatively good inn in town, one for Qianxia and Nezuko, and one for Tanjiro. After returning to the room, Nezuko, holding her training wooden sword, expressed her desire to practice the breathing techniques and swordsmanship that Rentaki had taught her. However, due to her tendency to fall asleep, she didn't practice for long before she was too sleepy to keep her eyes open and fell asleep. She wasn't allowed to bring her bamboo tube to bed, as Qianxia was there to stop her if she went berserk. Of course, Qianxia knew that Nezuko wouldn't go berserk unless someone presented blood to her. Qianxia sat cross-legged on the bed. Although she resisted the concept of involution, she realized that if she pushed herself a little in that direction and followed the early plot, her strength was still insufficient to change the tragic future. The power gap in Demon Slayer was too severe. Just as the Demon Slayer Corps had a hierarchy, so did the demons. There were 6 upper moons and 6 lower moons. Upper moon Hashira, lower moon ordinary demons, and swordsmen. In the Mugen train arc, the flame Hashira, who could easily kill lower moons, encountered upper moon 3, resulting in a scene of absolute suppression. Facing upper moon 3, who was trying to persuade the flame Hashira to surrender, the flame Hashira fought with all his might, even burning his life, yet the outcome was still bleak. With her current growth rate, Qianxia wondered if she could really prevent the tragedy of the flame Hashira's death in the Mugen train arc, rather than just adding another corpse that tried to resist. Chapter 22. Qianxia's desire to break through in the world of Demon Slayer. There are 3 types of abilities that can significantly enhance one's strength. Patterns, which enhance physical attributes in all aspects. Transparent World, which hides one's presence and enhances perception. And Scarlet Blade, which increases damage and weakens demon regeneration. These are the 3 major abilities in Demon Slayer. Hunters during the Sengoku period were not unfamiliar with these abilities, having mastered 1 or 2, and some even mastered all 3. Because of this, battles between demon hunters and demons during the Sengoku period saw humans suppressing demons. However, due to the failure to eliminate the Demon King Muzan, over time, these 3 major abilities gradually became buried. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, Qianxia switched her water-breathing techniques to Fire God Kagura, training her endurance while her mind pondered how to enhance her growth rate. Rather than focusing on defeating Upper Moon 3 in the Mugen train arc, she prioritized saving the Flame Hashira. Among the 3 major abilities, the most effective one was undoubtedly the Transparent World. Upper Moon 3, Akaza, wielded his fists as weapons and mastered various powerful combat techniques, with the core being a skill called Compass Needle. This skill accurately senses the opponent's fighting spirit, making both attacks and evasion as precise and forceful as magnetic attraction, with the effect becoming more pronounced against opponents with stronger fighting spirit. The hidden presence of the transparent world can counter the compass needle, making an essential ability to defeat Akaza. However, the problem arose. The transparent world was the hardest of the three abilities to unlock. Generally, those who unlocked the transparent world also unlocked the other two abilities. It was too mysterious. Should she give it a try? Xinxia closed her eyes, trying to shut down most of her perceptions and concentrate all her energy on sensing. Time passed second by second, and Xinxia was unaware of how long had gone by because she had fallen asleep. The first attempt to perceive the transparent world ended in failure. Morning. Xinxia sat in front of the mirror with a gloomy expression, as if her entire face was blaming herself for falling asleep. The transparent world seemed a bit mysterious for a short time, so could she only choose the pattern or the crimson blade? Although the overall improvement in physical fitness from the pattern sounded tempting, the problem was that once activated, it would shorten her lifespan to 25 years. And it acted like a plague. When someone with a pattern was nearby, others were more likely to activate their patterns too. If you're short-lived, I would be short-lived, and everyone would be short-lived together. Upon reflection, it seemed that the Crimson Blade was the easiest to activate. There were two methods to activate the Crimson Blade. First, by using grip strength to heat the Nichiren Blade, but generally, those who had not activated their patterns lacked this grip strength. Second, by using a series of collisions between weapons to raise the temperature of the Nichiren Blade to its peak. This method was more reliable. But ordinary collisions were insufficient to meet this condition. Previously, when Xinxia and Tanjiro were at each other's level, they could not reach that level of temperature. Xinxia gazed at herself in the mirror, constantly pondering how to become stronger. In the end, the conclusion she reached was to continue practicing the breath of the fire god, Kagura, every night in an attempt to enter the transparent world. She continued to train with Tanjiro to enhance her swordsmanship and later arrived at the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters to engage in intense sparring with the Hashira, using the strength of the Hashira to unlock her Heket. The journey is long. Xinxia let out a breath. She suddenly felt that her little striped, little regeneration body was not appealing at all. It would be better if I awakened to the world right from the start. Xinxia regained her composure and immersed herself back into the real world. She stared at herself in the mirror and suddenly froze. In the reflection, her hair, which was originally down, was now styled to one side and fashioned into a loose braid, a hairstyle known as a side ponytail, which has another name in the anime world, wife hairstyle. This hairstyle exudes an intellectual beauty and often appears on older sister figures, wives, or mothers. It is also referred to as a death hairstyle because characters with this type of hairstyle in anime frequently find themselves in unfortunate situations. Behind Xinxia, Nezuko was happily using a comb to tidy up her hairstyle. As the representative of the Kamadu family's sewing skills, Nezuko had a good understanding of hairstyles. To save on hair salon expenses, she sometimes even cut hair herself. Hee, sister, you looked a bit dazed, so I helped fix your hairstyle. How is it, sister? My skills haven't declined, right? Nezuko looked at Xinxia's current hairstyle with great satisfaction. Indeed, it was perfect. She could probably make a living as a hairdresser. If only this hairstyle didn't come with that kind of flag. Of course, Xinxia wouldn't ruin Nezuko's enthusiasm, so this hairstyle would stay as it was. Nezuko, we should get ready to head out. Nezuko obediently held the bamboo tube in her hand, and the portable wooden box was also ready at the door. Before long, Tanjiro appeared outside the room and gently knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Sister? Nezuko, are you awake? A few seconds later, the door opened from the inside, and Tanjiro walked in, then carried the wooden box out with Xinxia and arrived at the inn's counter. The young lady at the counter, who was responsible for today's work, saw Xinxia and Tanjiro come out. Although she didn't recognize them, she still smiled politely and said, "You two are siblings, right? It looks like you have a great relationship. I really envy you. Actually, I have a younger brother who often gives me a lot of trouble." The counter lady's daily small talk was important for an inn, as even departing travelers should not be neglected. They might return in the future. Xinxia didn't mind the counter lady's small talk, but the key point was that the counter lady actually got the relationship between her and Tanjiro right. They were not siblings, but an older sister and younger brother. Xinxia's lips curled up in joy, her eyes filled with happiness, and at the same time, she roughly guessed the reason for this change. She slightly tilted her gaze toward her Nezuko, who had just tied her hair into a side ponytail, feeling a mix of emotions. Meanwhile, a black crow appeared outside the inn. In Japan, Crows are one of the national birds and are considered embodiments of divine creatures, so they do not evoke any negative psychological responses. The crow anxiously flew back and forth in the air, thinking about how to complain about why Qianxia and Tanjiro hadn't come out yet, and with so many people around, it couldn't speak. Chapter 23. Tamayo and Yashiro. When Qianxia and Tanjiro walked out of the inn, the crow flapped its wings in delight, and under its call. They reached a deserted corner where the crow opened its mouth and spoke human language. Next was Asakusa in Tokyo, where there were rumors of lurking demons. After speaking, it quickly flapped its wings and left, giving Tanjiro no chance to communicate with it. How amazing, sister! How do you think the Demon Slayer Corps trains such a crow that can talk? Tanjiro murmured, watching the crow fly away. Who knows? There are many ridiculous things in this world, Qianxia replied lightly. She turned to look in the direction the crow had mentioned. The next place they were going to was quite significant. According to the original plot development, they would encounter the demon king Muzan, disguised as a human, in Tokyo. This was not a fight they could engage in. Although this demon king seemed contemptible, he was indeed the second strongest after Kagaya Yoriichi. And all the Hashira at this time would be easily defeated by Muzan. Tanjiro, let's go. Qianxia and Tanjiro set off on their journey to Asakusa, Tokyo. Fortunately, Asakusa is not far from here. In the original story, Tanjiro departed in the morning and arrived by night. At this moment, under their swift pace, the sky had just begun to darken as they reached Asakusa. Their first impression of this place was shock. Compared to here, the town at the foot of the Kamadu family mountain could be described as a rural area in the countryside, giving a sense of having crossed several hundred years in an instant. Although it was not completely dark yet, the street lights had already been turned on, illuminating the town with flickering lights. Trains occasionally appeared on the tracks below, and Tanjiro's eyes nearly popped out as he took in the scene before him. It was truly breathtaking. Has the town really developed into this state now? Tanjiro muttered in astonishment. He really wanted Nezuko to see this sight, but unfortunately, it wasn't fully dark yet, and it seemed Nezuko was currently asleep. The smells in the city were quite mixed. Tanjiro thought it would be very difficult to detect the scent of demons, but when he simply tried, this attempt brought him a revelation. Sister, I smell a demon scent. Maybe? I'm not too sure, but it should be the scent of a demon, Tanjiro murmured uncertainly. This was the first time he had encountered such uncertainty. Usually, the scents he detected were clear and distinct, and the scent of demons was particularly unique compared to other things. Qianxia was somewhat surprised by Tanjiro's reaction. It was unexpected that Tanjiro could smell the demon's scent. Whether it's right or wrong, we should go take a look, she said. Yeah, you're right, Tanjiro nodded. If my nose is mistaken, then I'll just go to the place from where the scent is coming to confirm. Qianxia and Tanjiro set off immediately. It was indeed difficult to speed up amidst the dense crowd, and there was a risk of being stopped and questioned by patrolling guards. After squeezing and twisting through the crowd, the two arrived outside a pharmacy. Tanjiro frowned slightly and said seriously, "This is it. Although it is mixed with a lot of medicinal smells, that is not the reason for my suspicion." Tanjiro expressed that his sense of smell would not fail just because of the scent of herbs. The smell of a demon he detected was truly very unique. Qianxia nodded, then walked into the pharmacy. As soon as she entered, her target appeared in the line of sight of Qianxia and Tanjiro. A boy who looked about 15 or 16 years old, very elegant and ladylike, was buying medicine with a very serious-looking boy. As Qianxia and Tanjiro looked at the two of them, they quickly noticed and turned to look at Qianxia and Tanjiro. It's a demon. It's those Demon Slayer Corps people. Tanjiro confirmed that the two people in front of him were demons, and the serious boy recognized the sheath of the Nichiren blade that was hanging from Qianxia and Tanjiro's waists. At that moment, both sides became tense. But only Qianxia beside Tanjiro and the girl next to the irritable boy remained calm. Wait, Yashiro, they're not like ordinary demon hunters. The girl waved her arm to stop Yashiro, who was ready to fight at any moment. The girl with her empty, ethereal eyes stared at Qianxia. She sensed a very unique smell from Qianxia, somewhat similar to a demon, but with a larger proportion of human essence. Are you one of us? No. The one in the box behind this boy is the real one, right? The girl said lightly. Since they were in a pharmacy and there were ordinary people around, she couldn't directly say the word demon. Tanjiro warily watched the two in front of him. He had no idea what this female demon was thinking. If the Yashiro beside her hadn't exuded a considerable degree of hostility, perhaps Tanjiro would have calmed down and chatted with her. It's not convenient to talk here. If possible, could you two come to our residence? I believe you won't lose anything. The girl's voice was very gentle. and her every action was filled with a lady-like aura, which was completely different from Chinxia, who was a fake lady. Upon hearing that they were going to the demon's residence, Tanjiro showed a hesitant expression. He turned to look at Chinxia to see what her opinion was, but saw her expressionless, making it hard to read. Tanjiro, what is sister thinking? Yeshuru, this woman is suspicious. Chinxia, things are developing so quickly. I was still thinking about how to establish a friendly relationship with Juya and the others, but I didn't expect them to take the initiative to send a friend request. Nice. On the surface, Chinxia showed a faint smile and said, then please lead the way. My brother also mentioned that he sensed a different aura from you compared to ordinary demons, so I'm very interested in you. A different aura? Juya and Yu Shilang turned to look at Tanjiro beside Chinxia with surprise and confusion, wondering what kind of nose could detect such a thing. Juya politely led Chinxia and Tanjiro to her residence, while Yu Shilang, acting in a servant role, watched Chinxia and Tanjiro with a fierce gaze. After passing through a wall of illusions, the two followed Juya to her residence, a large 3-story mansion. I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Juya, and this is Yu Shilang. Although we are both demons, we have freed ourselves from Muzan's control and are now hiding from his pursuit, searching for a way to defeat him. Chapter 24. Tanjiro, calm down. Juya was deceived by Muzan and turned into a demon at the age of 19. And after becoming a demon, she fell into a rampage and killed her husband and young child. Under her resentment towards Muzan and her strong will, she temporarily broke free from his control and conducted medical experiments and modifications on herself to reduce her craving for human blood. Nowadays, she can maintain her sanity by replenishing a bit of blood from blood bags at certain intervals through blood donation. Beside her, Yu Shilang is a person who is on the brink of death from serious illness and successfully transformed into a demon using Juya's blood over 200 years. He also uses blood bags to satisfy his hunger. After hearing Juya's explanation, Tanjiro showed an enlightened expression, realizing that they could consume blood without harming people, which is why they didn't have the same scent as ordinary demons. Miss Chinxia, I see that you are not a demon, but you emit a faint demonic aura. This girl here is a demon, but her aura is even lighter than ours. Please tell me, what exactly happened to you? Juya said very seriously. If it weren't for Yu Shilang stopping her, Juya would have even gone down on her knees right there to Chinxia and Tanjiro. Normally, it is very impolite for one person to awaken another's past painful memories, but Chinxia didn't mind, as she often dreamed about that memory and had long since adapted to it. Then Chinxia began to recount the tragedy that occurred in the Kamadu family, a part of the story that even Tanjiro didn't know the details of, and he listened quietly beside her, perhaps because Chinxia's memory of this event was too profound. During the narration, both Tanjiro and Juya felt a sense of helplessness as if they were there at that time. They were utterly powerless to resist, as the opponent was the Demon King, someone at the pinnacle of this world. Such a being slaughtered Kamado's mother and a group of minors, who were not even as strong as ordinary adult males, and just thinking about it was despairing. Tanjiro clenched his fists, gritting his teeth, and his originally red eyes became even more crimson. Unforgivable. Unforgivable. Juya beside him also bit her lip. Compared to Tanjiro, her hatred for Muzan was not much less. After understanding each other's situation, the two sides shook hands and became friends. Juya is a doctor who has been researching drugs that can kill Muzan. Don't think Juya is doing useless work. Muzan was not born a Demon King. In fact, Muzan was originally a human until he encountered the most outrageous existence of the Demon Slayer Corps, a doctor. With this doctor's series of operations, a weak human was successfully transformed into the cold-blooded king of demons. Chinxia, can you give me a bit of your blood? I also want a bit of Nezuko's blood. I want to do some research. Of course, no problem. Thank you so much. Chinxia took the blood extraction tool from Juya, drew some blood, and handed it back to Juya. Juya examined the blood carefully and, on the surface, did not notice anything unusual. However, while the blood itself could not reveal much, Chinxia's condition was telling. The small wound from which the blood was drawn had already begun to scab over. Although it couldn't compare to a demon's regeneration speed, it was still a rate that a normal human couldn't possibly achieve. It was truly unbelievable. Yusher looked at the speed at which Chinxia's wound healed and couldn't help but comment. After Nezuko had her blood drawn, Juya expressed a desire to collect some blood from high-level demons if the opportunity arose, as it would aid her experiments. In order to help his sister return to humanity as soon as possible, Tanjiro nodded seriously after taking the quick blood-drawing knife from Yusher. Just as Tanjiro was about to ask Hiya for her thoughts on Nezuko's situation, he suddenly froze. A peculiar smell wafted into his nose from a distance. Although it was somewhat far away, he still caught a whiff of it. This was the second time he had encountered this smell, the first being when his family was slaughtered. Muzan, Muzan, Muzan. Tanjiro's breathing suddenly became rapid, and he clenched his fists, standing up from his seated position with a thud, turning to look in the direction from which the smell came. He was certain he wasn't mistaken. It was the strange smell that had filled his home during the massacre, the presence of the demon king Muzan. Tanjiro instinctively lifted his foot, ready to rush in the direction of the smell, but just as he was about to bolt, Qinxia, who had also stood up, grabbed his shoulder. Tanjiro, calm down. Sister, that's Muzan. The Muzan. So what if it's Muzan? Do you really think you can succeed in avenging your family now? It seems that because you haven't encountered a stronger demon, you've misjudged your own strength. Qinxia said calmly, looking at Tanjiro. The original owner of the body had felt the oppressive power of Muzan firsthand, and Qinxia was well aware of Muzan's strength in the story. In the original work, when Muzan encountered Tanjiro, he ultimately chose to retreat and sent two of his subordinates to test Tanjiro's strength after escaping. However, one could never be too careful. The gap in strength was too great. If Muzan were reckless and decided to personally test Tanjiro's strength, it could easily result in a swift defeat. Now is not the time. We need to wait a little longer. This revenge is something we must achieve, absolutely. Qinxia's words gradually calmed Tanjiro down. He took a deep breath and sat back down on the ground. You're right, sister. That's the Demon King, an opponent even the teacher can't handle. We have no chance of winning right now, Tanjiro murmured with his head lowered. But, sister, I've never seen that demon called Muzan. What does he look like? After a moment of silence, Tanjiro asked again. Qinxia was stunned for a second or two before almost exclaiming, Michael Jackson? Huh? Not only Tanjiro, but even the people beside him, Tamayo and Yashiro, showed puzzled expressions. Tamayo expressed that she had lived for so long and had never heard of the name Michael Jackson. Was he someone Qinxia and the others knew, or a relative? Qinxia awkwardly cleared her throat. Whether this is an alternate world or not. Even if it were a world with completely equal cultures, Michael Jackson was born in 1958, and right now, in the Taisho era, he hasn't even been born yet. Chapter 25, Cutting Off the Double Ghosts. That's not the main point. Anyway, it's just a person with black hair, a tall figure, skin as pale as paper, and plum-colored eyes. Well, just remember these physical characteristics, and that's enough. Qinxia awkwardly extended a finger to quickly change the topic. Tanjiro and Tamayo didn't think much of it, and the appearance characteristics described by Qinxia were basically consistent with the image of Muzan in Tamayo's mind. Muzan can change his appearance, but it doesn't change significantly. I've heard that he even appeared in a female form before. Tamayo shared the information she knew. As someone who has lived for hundreds of years, Tamayo helped Tanjiro catch up on a lot of knowledge about demons, giving him a basic understanding of the strength of the 12 Kizuki. So he wouldn't find himself in an embarrassing situation like in the original story, where he sees a high-ranking demon and says it might be one of the 12 Kizuki. The strength of the 12 Kizuki is formidable. Fortunately, the Hashira of this era are said to be much stronger than previous generations, most of whom have risen to Hashira by killing lower-ranked demons rather than by achieving the feat of killing 50 demons. However, the strength of the upper-ranked demons is several times that of the lower-ranked ones, and there hasn't been a record of them being defeated for over 100 years. Tamayo spoke calmly until Tanjiro's unusually sharp nose caught the scent of a demon again. Unlike the faint scent of demons like Nezuko and Tamayo, and not like Muzan's nauseating blood scent, what Tanjiro smelled now was the normal scent emitted by an ordinary demon. The foul odor emitted by a demon that has eaten humans. Sister, Qinxia and Tanjiro stood up from the ground, ready to set off immediately. Nezuko was still asleep, so they had to ask Tamayo for help in taking care of her. It's fine, it will be over soon. We'll be back quickly. With this statement, the two turned and rushed out of Tamayo's residence, with Tanjiro in the lead and Qinxia following closely behind, quickly heading towards the place where the demon had appeared. At this moment, Muzan was living in the city disguised as an ordinary human, and they had come here because the crow said there was a demon present. The crow was definitely not referring to Muzan. If the crow could detect Muzan's whereabouts, the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters would treat the crow like a treasure. The demon discovered by the crow, or rather the Demon Slayer Corps intelligence department, was actually one of Muzan's subordinates, a demon following Muzan during this covert visit to the city. If we classify lower-ranked demons into low-level, mid-level, and high-level, then the owner of the demon Aura Tanjiro sensed absolutely fell into the high-level category. In the dark corners of the city, The two demons were leisurely feasting like they were at a buffet, each holding a human thigh and delicately gnawing on it. So leisurely, so leisurely, so leisurely. Shut your mouth and eat quietly. How can I eat if I close my mouth? Are you an idiot? The two demons, a male and a female, were feasting on human flesh and blood. The female was named Shizamaru and the male was named Yahaba, both subordinates of Muzan, ranked lower than the lower moons but above ordinary demons. The two were treated like children by Muzan, leading them to believe they were part of the 12 Kizuki. Sometimes I really don't understand what Lord Muzan is thinking, playing house with humans. Lord Muzan must have his own intentions. Stop guessing blindly about his thoughts. I'm not disrespecting Lord Muzan. I'm praising him. The two demons chatted leisurely, completely unaware of the approach of Chinchya and Tanjiro. The water-breathing technique is the most gentle among all breathing styles, with the most comprehensive training direction. Silent footsteps are the basic operation. While not as effective as completely disappearing like the transparent world, it allows for more refined control of aura compared to users of other breathing styles. It wasn't until Chinchya and Tanjiro were 3 to 4 meters behind the two demons that they sensed something moving around them. They suddenly turned their heads and saw Chinchya and Tanjiro's Nichiren blades already swinging towards their necks. In a critical moment, their necks were cut 2/3 of the way, barely dodging what could have been a fatal blow. Demon Slayer Core. The two demons had no time to think about anything else and quickly entered a fighting stance. Blood Demon Art, Shizamaru. Blood Demon Art, Yahaba. Unfortunately, the ambush failed. They needed to resolve this head-on with speed. Alright, Chinchya and Tanjiro did not intend to drag things out, and the two demons opposite them became visibly unsettled upon hearing that Chinchya and the others wanted to resolve the situation quickly. Are you looking down on me? Akasamaru instantly grew 4 more arms, totaling 6 hands, each conjuring a handball that was hurled towards Chinchya and Tanjiro with incredible force. Yabaha opened his palm, capable of manifesting numerous arrow patterns invisible to ordinary people, allowing him to manipulate the trajectory of objects. With their coordinated efforts, the sharply flying handballs zipped through the air at high speed, making it difficult for the average person to track their trajectory with the naked eye. How about that? This is the power of the 12 Kizuki. Akasamaru laughed maniacally, believing that the two surrounded by the handballs had become proverbial fish in a barrel, with her able to take their lives at any moment. However, the two surrounded by the handballs did not show any signs of distress. They merely raised their heads calmly to observe the handballs. Tanjiro, what do you think? I believe I can cut through these handballs, Tanjiro said confidently, gripping his Nichiren blade as he looked at the handballs. But Chinchya was not very satisfied with Tanjiro's response and gently shook her head. Why are we even looking at the handballs? As he said, they pose no threat to us, so we don't need to worry about them at all. Chinchya didn't even look up at the handballs flying around her, but instead fixed her gaze on the demon ahead. The god of fire Kagura, illusory, sun rainbow. In the demon's line of sight, Chinchya's figure suddenly disappeared from the encirclement of the handballs. Shizamaru anxiously looked around, trying to find the hidden Chinchya. However, Chinchya was not hiding. She was approaching the demon at a speed difficult to capture with the naked eye, leaving behind after images. With a swish, bright red flames traced an arc in the air, and Shizamaru's head separated from his body, flying into the sky, while at the same time, a long sword mark was left on the wall not far behind him. When facing a mage using skills, the right approach is to prioritize attacking the main body. This is a truth even a fool understands. Chinchya said lightly, swinging the Nichiren blade to the ground, and the demon's blood splattered onto the floor. Chapter 26, Terrifyingly Miserable. It is said that top-tier demon slayers, when slaying demons, will not even stain their Nichiren blades with blood. Chika looked at the pool of demon blood she had slashed out on the ground, and understood that her swordsmanship was still lacking. It was merely the enhancement of her breathing technique that gave her sword skills such powerful attack power, and she still had much to train in pure sword technique. Tanjiro, seeing Chika instantly kill a demon, was no longer in a daze. However, he did not use the fire god Kagura like Chika, but continued to use water breathing. In any case, the difference was not significant, as whether facing the fire god Kagura or the total concentration water breathing, the damage output was evidently overwhelming. Water breathing, water flow splash surface slash. Tanjiro executed 2 major sword forms in succession. Water flow splash was a mobility-based sword technique. Yabaha's eyes trembled as he tried to lock onto Tanjiro's figure, but failed repeatedly until Tanjiro delivered a decisive surface slash, sharply severing his head. Tanjiro exhaled, feeling that the strength of those two demons was significantly greater than that of the one on Fujisaki Mountain. But they were still within the realm of being taken down in an instant. This was the power that could be exerted at the total concentration, constant stage. Although it was not enough to become a Hashira by the standards of this era, if we push the era back a few generations, those who mastered total concentration, constant could certainly be titled Hashira, because the Hashira of this era were among the strongest, second only to the Warring States period. After dealing with these two demons, Chika and Tanjiro quickly turned and left, returning to Tamayo's mansion. Meanwhile, after Akasamaru and Yabaha were taken care of by Chika and Tanjiro, Muzan, who was holding a little girl pretending to be a model father among humans, sensed that his direct subordinates had been killed. If it were just ordinary low-level demons, he wouldn't have reacted at all. However, Akasamaru and Yabaha were his direct subordinates, having come to this city with him, and their activity range was not far from him. His subordinates had been killed by demon slayers nearby. No matter how indifferent he usually appeared, he could not remain unmoved. Daddy? Daddy? What's wrong? The little girl in Muzan's arms looked at him in confusion. Muzan immediately put on a gentle smile and said to her, Daddy suddenly remembered there are some tasks that need handling and must go right away. You should go home with your mother first. Okay, but Daddy, come back early. The little girl and her mother were taken to a car by Muzan, leaving the area under his watch. As they departed, Muzan's expression instantly changed dramatically. He turned seriously and walked into a small alley on the street, his figure flashing to the spot where Akisamaru and Yabaha had been eliminated. After a quick glance, Muzan deduced that two members of the Demon Slayer Corps had come here and fought with Akisamaru and Yabaha. Did we lose 2 against 2? What a bunch of useless fools, Muzan muttered, somewhat displeased. Although it wasn't his own defeat, these two were still his direct subordinates. The humiliation of having his subordinates killed in his nearby territory was monumental. Muzan's expression was grave as he prepared to investigate which 2 members of the Demon Slayer Corps had taken action against his subordinates and personally seek revenge for them. Just as he was thinking this, he noticed the sword mark left on the wall by Chika's fire god Kagura. In an instant, his previously serious face turned as pale as a ghost. No, perhaps ashen would be more fitting. This sword mark. This is... Muzan's face turned pale as he widened his eyes, and his hands trembled slightly in a subconscious reaction. Fire god Kagura, originally known as sun breathing, is regarded as the origin of all breathing techniques, the strongest and earliest. Muzan had previously encountered a swordsman who wielded this breathing technique. Just one glance had caused him to be suppressed, ultimately forcing him to split his flesh and flee in panic. If Muzan is the strongest of the Demon Slayer world, then that swordsman stood as the ultimate being on the rooftop. His existence had led to the suppression of demons by humans during the Warring States period. And it wasn't until this man died of old age like an ordinary human that the demons began to rally for a counterattack. Muzan thought, Yoriichi Tsugikuni is finally dead. After Yoriichi's death, Muzan, while pleased, had also spent a great deal of time slaughtering those related to the sun-breathing technique due to his psychological trauma, leading to the present where, aside from the Rengoku family, no one knew of the existence of sun-breathing. Looking at the sword mark on the wall, Muzan's vision blurred, and it seemed as if the terrifying man from back then appeared before him, holding a black-red Nichiren blade, staring at Muzan like a demon. What do you take life for? Muzan's body trembled. He lowered his head, clenching his fists and biting his teeth tightly. How is this possible? There's actually a successor to Yoriichi, killing my subordinates right in front of me. Is this a warning? Muzan felt both disdainful and fearful. But this was entirely due to the trauma inflicted by that man. He understood that the current successor of Yoriichi likely hadn't reached the point of being able to contend with him. But what if the opponent went berserk? Even if the chance of that happening was 1 in 100,000, he didn't want to take the risk. Muzan approached the wall with the sword mark. He pressed his hand against a section of the wall, and in an instant, that part crumbled into dust. Damn it. Following that, Muzan urgently convened a meeting of the upper moons, summoning all of them, which was a rarity. Under normal circumstances, such a meeting symbolized only one thing. Someone among the upper moons had been killed by demon slayers. When the upper moon 3, Akaza, opened his eyes upon arriving in the Infinity Castle, he was heavy with thought, wondering why he had been summoned here. After thinking it over, Akaza's eyes widened, and he blurted out, could it be that guy, Doma, was killed by demon slayers? Hey, don't say it like that. I'm not so easily killed. Upper Moon 2, Doma, appeared behind Akaza with a smile. Upper Moon 1, Kokushibo. Upper Moon 2, Doma. Upper Moon 3, Akaza. Upper Moon 4, Hantengu. Upper Moon 5, Gyako. Upper Moon 6, Kaigaku. After all the Upper Moons gathered, they faced their leader, Muzan Kibutsuji. Chapter 27. Emergency Meeting. In the face of Muzan's sudden emergency meeting, the most puzzled and tense was none other than Kokushibo, the second strongest demon after Muzan. When you act in the future, if you see someone wearing ear accessories with a pattern like a Hanafuda card, holding a red-black Nichiren blade, give it your all to fight and bring me that person's head. Yes. The demons knelt and nodded, although the others were somewhat confused. Since it was the boss's request, they would certainly do their utmost. Only Kokushibo felt a slight tremor in his eyes. He raised his head to look at Muzan, and their gazes collided. In an instant, he sensed the fear emanating from Muzan's eyes. Could it be? Chinxia and Tanjiro quickly returned, and because of their speed, Zhuye and Yeshiling both showed shocked expressions. Zulfast? Well, it's because those two demons aren't very strong. The current time is 10 p.m. Nezuko is still in a sleeping state, and Chinxia and Tanjiro will stay here for the night. After returning to the room, Chinxia continued to sit cross-legged on the bed as usual, switching her breathing technique to the fire god Kagura to begin her endurance training, and attempted again to enter the transparent world state. She must master the 3 great external powers as soon as possible. If the transparent world doesn't work, then she would have to try the mark. Although the mark would shorten her lifespan to 25 years, it's still better than the numerous deaths in the original story's ending. That night, Chinxia unexpectedly fell asleep again, lying on the bed in a very strange position, drooling uncontrollably. Knock, knock, knock. Hey, who is it? Ugly girl, the sun is about to shine on your butt. Get up. Yeshiling hadn't finished his sentence outside the door when, in a drowsy state, Chinxia instinctively grabbed her Nichiren blade still in its sheath from the side and threw it towards the door, sheath and all. With a crack, the sheath punctured a hole in the door, wedged in it, with less than 5 centimeters separating the sheath from Yeshilang's head outside. Yeshilang froze. The sound of him swallowing his drool was very clear, and Tanjiro, who had just arrived behind him, happened to hear Yeshilang's impolite address. Just as he was about to correct Yeshilang, he was also startled into place by Chinxia's thrown sheath. So scary. 10 minutes later. I'm sorry. I was half asleep at that time, Chinxia said apologetically, putting her hands together and lowering her head. It's okay, it just made a small hole. Besides, this was Yeshilang's rudeness. Yeshilang, you should also apologize to Miss Chinxia. Jie gently patted Yeshilang's back. Yeshilang looked at Chinxia's face, his body involuntarily shivering, and he bent down to apologize. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have called you ugly girl. Chinxia waved her hand nonchalantly, as this wasn't really a big deal. She was aware of Yu Shilang's situation. Yu Shilang had fallen in love at first sight with his savior, Jie, and in his eyes, all women besides Jie were ugly. He had a poor attitude towards women other than Jie. To put it simply, it's not that I'm targeting you. I'm saying that all of you present are ugly. In summary, it's pure verbal abuse, but can be changed. Well then, we'll be leaving now. If we defeat any powerful demons, we'll collect blood for you. Chinxia and the others bid farewell to Jie, and shortly after they left, the crow that purely wanted to make people work 996 appeared again. The work tasks kept piling up, even worse than 996. The moment Chinxia saw the crow, a strong negative energy radiated from her, causing the crow to tremble in fear and not dare to approach. The next target is southeast. After the crow finished speaking, it flew away without stopping, contrasting sharply with its behavior in the original work where it clung to Tanjiro after shouting his name 1,000 times. Then, Chinxia and the others embarked on the second-to-last dungeon before the death-level dungeon, the drum house. The sun today was unusually glaring, and both Chinxia and Tanjiro bought a black coat to wear. Although it wasn't absolutely necessary, they mainly feared the sunlight being too harsh, as the wooden box where Nezuko was lying couldn't fully shield them. The two walked slowly, and since they had completed 2 tasks in a row, even Tanjiro felt a bit tired and didn't want to run. They walked forward, estimating they would reach their destination before dark. From morning until noon, they unexpectedly encountered the blonde boy who appeared during the final selection. Yuta Zenitsu. Please, please, please marry me. It wouldn't be surprising if I died on this journey, but I don't want to die without a wife. Yuta Zenitsu was almost kneeling on the ground, reaching out to pull a nearby girl. The girl did not indulge him, and immediately gave Yuta Zenitsu a series of slaps, like Fujiwara Chika. Tanjiro quickly reached out to stop the girl, otherwise, Yuta Zenitsu would definitely be beaten to a pulp. Don't hit her. Hitting is affection. This girl likes me. When did I say I like you? I just came over to ask if you were feeling unwell. Yuta Zenitsu instantly showed an expression as if he had been struck by lightning, collapsing onto the ground. The girl, puffing her cheeks in anger, turned to leave, leaving Tanjiro with a head full of question marks. To be honest, he still didn't quite understand the situation before him. Yuta Zenitsu slightly raised his head and looked at the two in front of him. Since both were wearing black cloaks, their faces were hidden, but Shincha's side ponytail was exposed, making it clear that she was a female. Yuta Zenitsu's dream was to date and marry an ordinary girl, and for that dream, he had already dated 7 girls before, including beauties, cute girls, the daughter of a shopkeeper, and even a dancer. However, due to Yuta Zenitsu's personality, he had barely held hands with any of them and was treated like a slave, which cost him quite a bit of money. After joining the Demon Slayer Corps, it was easy to die, and Yuta Zenitsu really wanted to experience the beauty of dating an ordinary girl, which is why he fell into this nearly obsessive state. He quickly got up from the ground and hurried to Shinsha, nervously saying, "Please, miss, let us date with marriage as the premise. I refuse. Let us speed things up. I'll start attempting double updates." Chapter 28. Zenitsu and the boar-headed boy Shinsha decisively refused and then gave Zenitsu a chop with her hand. Zenitsu immediately felt as if another thunderbolt had struck him. Don't think that Zenitsu is exaggerating. He really has been struck by lightning before. And it was this mysterious lightning that turned his black hair golden on the spot. Why? Wait, your voice sounds somewhat familiar. Could it be that you are? Zenitsu seemed to recall something and immediately pointed a finger at Shinsha, who was draped in a black cloak. He recognized that voice. It was from the final selection. Shinsha pulled down her black cloak, her cold eyes landing on Zenitsu. Zenitsu immediately recalled the scene from the final selection. You two are the swordsmen who chased after the demons during the final selection. Scared, Zenitsu quickly rubbed backwards several times while sitting on the ground, creating distance between himself and Shinsha and Tanjiro, just as he was about to turn and run away. The little sparrow that had been delivered to him after the final selection flew right in front of him, pecking wildly at his forehead with its beak. Talp, talp, talp. Ouch, ouch, what are you doing? Are you bullying me too? Boo-hoo, this is just too miserable. Shinsha and Tanjiro stood by quietly admiring the world-famous painting of a person being bullied by a little sparrow, unable to hold back their comments. Tanjiro, is this person an idiot? Shinsha, it's obvious that he's an idiot. Then, through the miraculous ability of Tanjiro to understand what the little sparrow was saying, we learned what was going on. It turns out that my husband Zenitsu was also on a mission to hunt demons, and he and Shinsha Tanjiro were on the same quest. After Zenitsu calmed down, he slowly began to share his situation. It turned out that the reason he became a member of the Demon Slayer Corps was that he had been scammed out of money by a former girlfriend. A trainer from the Demon Slayer Corps paid off his debt, and he became the trainer's disciple, learning the basic breathing techniques, specifically the thunder breathing. And he was a peculiar talent who could only use one technique from thunder breathing. Tanjiro, you must protect me. Shouldn't you get a bit closer to your sister? She's much stronger than I am. Huh, but that's not okay. Let me whisper to you. I'm a bit scared of her. I always feel like if I get too close, your sister will rip my skull open. How could that be? Tanjiro replied softly, a bit awkwardly. Although his sister can be quite scary sometimes, she's mostly very gentle. Listening to Tanjiro, Zenitsu couldn't believe it at all. He thought Tanjiro was really great, and if Tanjiro were a girl, he would definitely pursue him madly. The wife attribute is off the charts. As they traveled together, they quickly arrived in front of a large mansion, where a girl and a boy were huddled together outside, shivering. The three of them looked at each other, and eventually pushed Tanjiro out to handle the negotiation, resulting in immediate effects. With Tanjiro's powerful sense of smell, he detected a strong demonic presence in the mansion, likely at a level similar to the previous encounters with Akisaramaru and Yabaha, both being high-level demons. Zenitsu beside him was trembling in fear. He had no confidence against high-level demons. He didn't even know how he passed the final selection. He only remembered running around inside, and even losing consciousness for a while. It was truly lucky that he wasn't eaten by a demon. Shinsha estimated the time and recalled that in the original story, at the moment when Tanjiro and the others were talking, a boy flew out from the mansion and bled to death in front of them. But this situation had not yet occurred, which meant there was still time. Perhaps the boy could still be saved. Tanjiro, you stay here. This time I will go alone. Shinsha grasped the blade sheath at her waist and walked step by step towards the mansion. Although Tanjiro wanted to follow her, he believed that the demons in the mansion were not particularly dangerous for his sister. Furthermore, the two people beside him also needed protection. So he nodded and simply reminded her to be careful. It's too dangerous for your sister to go alone. Shouldn't you go with her? I can protect these two kids. I should be able to handle it, Zenitsu said, a bit worried. Hearing Zenitsu's words, Tanjiro's impression of him changed, but he did not accept Zenitsu's suggestion. He just smiled and replied, "It's okay. I've said it before. My sister is even stronger than I am." Zenitsu knew that Qianxia was strong, but he didn't know exactly how strong. The proportion of women in the Demon Slayer Corps was quite large, especially in the main combat unit, where the ratio of women to men could reach 1:9. None of his senior or junior sisters were among his peers. Otherwise, he would have chosen to rely on them. "Don't worry, my sister is the strongest." Tanjiro was full of confidence in his sister, while Qianxia rushed into the mansion, racing against time. She did not have a keen sense of smell like Tanjiro and could not accurately detect the location of the demons. However, the mansion was not that big. Even if she couldn't find them, she could let the demons come to her, as there was a demon that would allow others to recklessly destroy its territory. A faint drumbeat sounded from an unknown direction. As the drumbeat echoed, Qianxia could feel the structure of the rooms in the mansion changing. It was too time-consuming to wander back and forth in the corridor, so Qianxia focused her gaze and activated the strongest move of water breathing. Water breathing, 10th form, constant flux. Qianxia, holding the sunwheel knife infused with the water dragon's sword energy, quickly charged toward a wall, choosing to ignore it and directly carved out a path. Bang, 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 bang. The wall was shattered with each loud bang, and the roaring sound could be heard even by Tanjiro and Zenitsu outside the mansion. "What is happening?" Zenitsu exclaimed, covering his ears in surprise. A boy wearing a pig head mask inside the mansion was stunned, turning his head to look in the direction of the sound. A few seconds later, the wall he was staring at was suddenly smashed apart with a loud bang. A water dragon surged in, breaking through the wall behind him and continuing straight ahead, crashing through several walls until it completely disappeared from his sight. "What on earth is that?" The boy under the pig head mask blinked in disbelief, dazedly voicing his question. Chapter 29. Shock pig head for 100 years. What sound? The demons inside the mansion turned their heads sharply toward the direction of the strange commotion, and before long, the water dragon burst through the wall, charging straight at them. Lucky me, guessed the direction correctly. Qianxia tightened her grip on the Nichiren blade and leaped forward to slash at the demon before her. The water dragon, which had already stacked countless layers, opened its mouth as if letting out a fierce roar. The continuous flow of the water-breathing technique was a lethal move that could stack layers through rotation, increasing its power and speed continuously, rivaling the techniques of the flame-breathing. Faced with the fully stacked water dragon, the demon widened its eyes and hurriedly twisted its body to evade. Although its body was torn apart for the most part, it ultimately managed to survive. Stopping, Qianxia quickly turned to look at the demon with a large hole in its body. The drum demon, once the weakest of the lower moons, the 6th of the 12 Kizuki, had limited potential as a demon, although it quickly gained strength after becoming a demon, rising to the lower moon rank. It lacked endurance and was eliminated by Muzan from the 12 Kizuki, ending up in its current position, which was neither strong nor weak. "Who are you?" The drum demon shouted at Qianxia through gritted teeth, its body gradually regenerating, though not very quickly, and appearing somewhat strained. "Big brother, look at my blade. Besides being a member of the Demon Slayer Corps, is there any other possibility for me?" Qianxia complained while turning her head to a corner of the room, where a young boy covered in wounds was huddled in fear. "Good, as long as he hasn't died yet." Qianxia let out a sigh of relief, then turned her gaze back to the ghost in front of her. She saw him with his head down, muttering frantically, "My blood demon technique is very powerful. My blood demon technique is very powerful. I am powerful, I am powerful." He reached out and forcefully struck the drum that had grown on his body, producing a loud bang, bang, bang sound. With each drumbeat, the structure of the room beneath Qianxia's feet began to rotate, but fortunately, she was already aware of this trick, so she didn't fall over. Your blood demon technique can assimilate the surrounding buildings, turning the area into your own domain. From this perspective, your blood demon technique is not weak and has great potential, Qianxia said, and the drum demon on the opposite side involuntarily stopped drumming upon hearing Qianxia's praise. He worked so hard just to feel Lord Muzan's appreciation. Although it wasn't Muzan who was praising him now, it still made him very happy. But just at that moment of joy, a clear ripple of water swept through his neck. Draw the blade, swing the blade, flick the blade, sheathe the blade. The drum demon's head fell to the ground, and Qianxia didn't spare him another glance, calling out to the injured boy. Can you walk on your own? Yes. Thank you. There are other kids in this mansion. Don't worry, the demons have been killed. It's very safe here now. I'll bring people in to search again later. Qinxia waved her hand at the boy, signaling him to come over as they were getting ready to go out. Speaking of the blood demon art of the drum demon, it indeed had potential, but if that potential couldn't be showcased, it would just be a futile effort. To give her a true sense of battle, it would at least have to be a lower moon. Demons below that level couldn't even match the full strength of Tanjiro from the original work. After a series of booming sounds subsided, Qinxia was ready to leave the mansion, but before she could step out, a boy wearing a wild boar mask rushed out quickly. Standing in front of Qinxia, You stole my prey. Qinxia stared at him blankly for a few seconds before completely ignoring him and continuing to walk outside. You actually ignored me. The pig-headed boy lunged at Qinxia in an attempt to knock her down, but she merely tilted her body slightly. Not only did the pig-headed boy fail to tackle Qinxia, but he ended up making intimate contact with the ground. Just as the wild boar boy was trying to get up, Qinxia pulled him up by his clothes as if he were a chick. How can you be so strong? What did you eat to grow up? Did you eat people? Qinxia scared the wild boar boy with a shout, but it was clear that this attempt at intimidation was ineffective. Qinxia pouted in annoyance, and, as they approached the entrance of the mansion, she simply tossed him out. The wild boar boy experienced a perfect parabolic arc in the air, crashing to the ground with a clatter and spinning a full 720 degrees. Are you okay? Tanjiro rushed over to check on the boar-headed boy's injuries. But before he could do anything, the boar-headed boy got up from the ground, his spirit remarkably high, and began shouting at the mansion. Qinxia quickly walked out of the mansion, followed by Qinxia and the injured boy. Sister, Tanjiro, there might still be injured people inside this house. You should go in and look, Qinxia said to Tanjiro. Tanjiro had a keen nose, not just for hunting demons, but also for finding people. And as soon as he heard this, he prepared to head inside. Zenitsu and the boy and girl also followed, sensing that this place was about to become even more dangerous than inside the mansion. Fight me! The boar-headed boy brandished a Nichiren blade in each hand. Though his blades looked different from the typical Nichiren blades, the edges had grooves like saw teeth. This was a result of the boar-headed boy smashing his Nichiren blade against rocks. The material of the Nichiren blade is special. When combined with breathing techniques and exceptional swordsmanship, it can become extremely hard and sharp. However, when viewed as a blunt object, it can also be dented by being struck against rocks repeatedly. Qinxia looked at the pig-headed boy and calmly took out her Nichiren blade, which was a clear, bright blue. The pig-headed boy excitedly tightened his grip on his dual blades. He enjoyed challenging strong opponents. He had initially planned to take down the drum demon by himself, but now that Qinxia had dealt with it, he set his sights on challenging her instead. I want to hold back. Beast breathing. Second Fong slash. With a loud shout, the pig-headed boy leaped into the air and launched a rather straightforward attack at Qinxia. Beast breathing is not a basic breathing technique. It is an original technique that can be classified under wind breathing, which shows that this pig-headed boy is indeed a genius. However, Qinxia casually exhaled a breath of total concentration, wielding her Nichiren blade as she slashed at the incoming boar-headed boy. Chapter 30, The Boss. The beast breathing attack was very simple and brutal, and Qinxia easily dodged the boy's dual-wielding strikes before flipping her blade and striking directly at the boar-headed boy's abdomen with the back of the sword. The boy's body trembled as he was forcefully sent flying, landing back on the patch of ground he had jumped from. Too slow, too slow. The scenery seen by someone who has mastered total concentration constant is completely different from that seen by someone who has not. In the original story, Kana, who had mastered it, could evade even Tanjiro, who had not mastered it, despite using all his strength. Similarly, now Qinxia only needed to think, and the boar-headed boy, even if he exerted all his effort, could not touch her even once. You're not my opponent, and the demon inside you may not be something you can handle either. Whether you can handle it or not is not for you to decide. But whether I can handle you is up to me. In the blink of an eye, Qinxia's body appeared in front of the boar-headed boy. She knew that using words against him was futile, so she had to be a bit more brutal. 10 minutes later, Tanjiro and the others emerged from the mansion, bringing out an injured boy. Zenitsu, looking confused, followed behind Tanjiro. Upon seeing the shattered walls inside the mansion, Zenitsu finally understood what Tanjiro meant when he said his sister was very strong. Really strong? No, this is beyond strong. When they stepped outside, the first thing they saw was not the blue sky and white clouds, but Qinxia standing on the boar-headed boy, with his two Nichiren blades stabbed straight into the ground beside him, leaving sharp, wide sword marks on the surrounding earth. Are you convinced now? I am convinced. That's good. I'm not a demon. I have no hobby of torturing people. Qianxia exhaled and lifted her foot off the pig-headed boy she had been stepping on. This pig-headed boy was really stubborn. Although Qianxia had held back a bit, each strike was meant to knock him out. Unexpectedly, not only did she fail to knock him out, but his fighting spirit only grew stronger. Well, after taking so many hits for 10 minutes, his bones must have broken several times, and recovering from internal injuries would take quite a while. It was a hardship that he shouldn't have had to endure in the first place. As the pig-headed boy got up from the ground, he raised his head and burst into laughter, making Qianxia wonder for a moment if she had hit him on the head and knocked him silly. But then she thought again. This guy was already pretty silly, so he shouldn't be able to get any sillier. Big sis, you're amazing. Can you teach me how to be as strong as you? The pig-headed boy shouted, clenching his fists with high spirits. Huh? Qianxia was taken aback by the nickname Pig-Head Boy. She watched as the pig-head boy, ignoring his own injuries, pulled out his 2 sun blades that were stuck in the ground beside him and mimicked Qianxia's previous movements. Having lived on the mountains since childhood, the wild boar boy was accustomed to fighting alongside wild beasts, which had fostered habits similar to those of animals. In the animal kingdom, the law of the jungle prevails. The weak are preyed upon by the strong, and the strong are respected. Qianxia had truly subdued the pig-head boy, much like a beast in a pack recognizing another beast as the leader. Now, the pig-head boy acknowledged Qianxia as the big sister. Qianxia scratched the back of her head in exasperation. She initially wanted him to change how he addressed her, but seeing his excited demeanor, she hesitated and decided to let it be. Sisterhead is still sisterhead. Soon, the rescued boys invited everyone to their home for a meal, and during the meal, the pig-headed boy finally took off his pig mask. As the mask came off, everyone around, except for Qianxia, was shocked into silence. God, what a face this is. It's even more exquisite than a woman's. If he hadn't been shirtless, revealing his strong upper body, everyone would have thought he was a girl. Oh no! Zenitsu still instinctively thought of him as a girl, even after seeing his bare upper body. You're a girl. I'm a boy. The pig-headed boy's name is Inosuke. He grew up in the mountains and didn't receive any training from a mentor. He once snatched a Nichiren blade from a demon slayer and learned about the existence of the demon slayer core. With his talent, he created his own beast breathing technique and successfully passed the final selection. As for why he didn't seem to be in the final selection, it was because he was too impatient. He was out of sync with the others, going into the mountains first and coming down first. When everyone gathered to choose their Nichiren steel, he had already finished and run down mountain. During the meal, the rescued boys curiously asked about Qianxia and the others' identities. After some hesitation, they revealed the existence of the Demon Slayer Corps, as they had all experienced the terror of demons firsthand. There was no need to hide this from them. Knowing about the Demon Slayer Corps would actually put them at ease. After learning about the Demon Slayer Corps, everyone unconsciously breathed a sigh of relief, except for the boy who had almost been killed by a demon, whose expression became serious as he earnestly asked, "So, can I join the Demon Slayer Corps?" The others looked at him in surprise, not understanding why he would want to do that, especially after barely surviving. Zenitsu exclaimed, "Isn't it good to be alive? The Demon Slayer Corps is very dangerous." Inosuke replied, "Interesting. Men should kill demons." Tanjiro said, "This still needs careful consideration. The mortality rate in the Demon Slayer Corps is very high. Those who join are either from families that have specialized in demon slaying, or those who want revenge because a family member was killed by a demon. Making money? Please. There are so many jobs that can make money. There is no need to take on such a high-risk job, just earn a little more. If you really join the Demon Slayer Corps, experiences of narrowly escaping death will happen often, or even you might not escape at all. One must have a considerable level of resolve for that." Everyone spoke up. Some encouraged him, while others advised against it, but only Qianxia remained silent. Everyone turned to look at Qianxia, wanting to see how she would respond. "You should just forget it, don't go." The boy lowered his head, looking somewhat dejected. "I overestimated myself. No, it's not because of that. What I mean is that joining the Demon Slayer Corps would be meaningless for you." Qianxia's tone changed, and she confidently continued from her previous words, "Because the era of demons will soon come to an end. Even if you join the Demon Slayer Corps, there will be no demons for you to slay." Chapter 31. Both shocked with Qianxia's words, everyone was momentarily at a loss for words, as what she said was too powerful. Zenitsu, so cool. Inosuke, that's the spirit. Big sister. Tanjiro, Muzan, I will definitely kill you together with my sister. Hearing Qianxia's words, the young man who originally wanted to join the Demon Slayer Corps finally chose to give up. He expressed that he would silently pray for everyone. and everyone accepted his goodwill without needing further explanation. As it was getting late, everyone stayed at their house for the night at the invitation of the boys and girls. Since their house was not big, it was naturally impossible for everyone to have their own room. So, Tanjiro and the others squeezed into one room, while Chinchilla carried the wooden box containing Nezuko to another room. After entering the room and closing the door, the wooden box was pushed open from the inside, and Nezuko slowly crawled out, looking as if she was finally free to come out. With a poof, she stretched her body and lay on the floor. Nezuko had really been wronged, not speaking for such a long time and being unable to move freely in such a small box. Watching Nezuko lying on the floor and stretching her limbs, Chinchilla thought she needed to find an opportunity for Nezuko to try and overcome her fear of sunlight. Nezuko, do you want to practice your breathing techniques and swordsmanship? As soon as Nezuko heard this, she immediately got up from the floor and sat up excitedly, showing the demeanor of a model student that would make any teacher proud. Nezuko's progress in learning the water-breathing techniques was not high, and she was still far from reaching a level that could produce special effects. However, considering that Nezuko had only been seriously training for half a month, this level was normal. But if Nezuko really wanted to apply water breathing in actual combat in the future, she might be a bit late. In a not-so-spacious room, Chinchilla was teaching Nezuko water breathing, while the room where Tanjiro was with the three others felt even more cramped. Move over a bit. It's already really crowded here. Inosuke was on the left, Zenitsu on the right, and Tanjiro was in the middle. Despite being squeezed by the two, Tanjiro remained undisturbed, quietly maintaining a gentle breath and sleeping. Tanjiro can really sleep a lot. This guy's breathing is different from ours. Come on, isn't it normal for that guy to have a different breathing frequency? No, can't you feel it? Tanjiro's current breathing state? Huh. Zenitsu listened to Inosuke's words and cautiously got up from his lying position to observe the sleeping Tanjiro closely. A few seconds passed, and Zenitsu's originally calm face suddenly became restless, even twitching slightly. Wait. Total concentration breathing. Tanjiro is currently in total concentration breathing. I can't be mistaken, right? Is Tanjiro pretending to sleep? Zenitsu exclaimed in shock. Inosuke beside him stared blankly at the sleeping Tanjiro, then suddenly reached out to cover Tanjiro's mouth and nose. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Tanjiro suddenly opened his eyes and sat up from his lying position. What are you doing? Tanjiro, tell us the truth. You were just pretending to sleep, right? How could that be? I was really asleep just now. Tanjiro blinked in confusion and, upon learning the reason for their doubts, couldn't help but chuckle softly. What are you laughing at? Nothing. I really wasn't pretending to sleep. It's just that my sister and I have already trained to the point where we can maintain total concentration breathing for 24 hours a day, which is also the reason why we are so strong. Tanjiro explained with a smile. 24 hours. Zenitsu and Inosuke were both dumbfounded. If they didn't believe Tanjiro would lie and hadn't seen him sleeping while maintaining total concentration breathing, they definitely wouldn't have accepted it. Total concentration breathing is very tiring. Maintaining it for over 10 minutes in battle would leave one gasping for breath. And to maintain it for 24 hours while sleeping? Tanjiro, you and your sister are really too amazing, Zenitsu said, sweat dripping down his face. Inosuke, on the other hand, had shining eyes and said, so as long as I can also maintain total concentration all day, I can defeat the big sister, right? Well, the gap will definitely narrow, that's for sure. Tanjiro replied after thinking for a while. In fact, he really wanted to say that even if one mastered total concentration, it would still be hard to compete with his sister. After all, even though he had mastered it, he still got completely suppressed by her in a real fight. Chinchilla's unique physique gave her powerful physical abilities, allowing her to perform many actions that ordinary people could not. Despite practicing many times, Tanjiro had never won against Chinchilla. This is not to be mentioned. Having motivation is a good thing. If you want to learn, I can teach you. Although I'm not sure if I have the talent for teaching, Tanjiro said kindly. Zenitsu and Inosuke exchanged glances. Inosuke nodded in agreement without hesitation, while Zenitsu hesitated for a moment before expressing that he could give it a try. However, soon Inosuke and Zenitsu regretted it. Forcing themselves to use the overburdening total concentration breathing made their bodies feel as if they had been beaten, and their lungs felt like they were on fire. Ouch. Tanjiro, how on earth do you do it? Zenitsu lay on the bedding, his whole body writhing like a worm. Inosuke was not much better. His fundamentals were the weakest among the three, and although he was strong, he could barely last even shorter than Zenitsu. Tanjiro sat on the ground, looking at the two who were slightly twisted, and smiled, saying, "It's normal. Just practice more. Everyone starts out like this. Just practice more." Suddenly, Inosuke and Zenitsu felt how comfortable it would be to sleep soundly. The next day, in the morning, Zenitsu and Inosuke stumbled out of the boys' room, their bodies sore and clearly still recovering from the overuse of total concentration breathing. Chinchou walked out of the room carrying a wooden box with Nezuko inside, her face smiling and her expression relaxed. Although she had tried to understand the world and failed yet again, she was used to it. The reason for her happiness was that Nezuko had made significant progress in her breathing technique last night. A crow flying outside the house was there to notify them of the next task, which was the last dungeon before the death dungeon. The crow had actually arrived the night before, but seeing that Chinchou and the others were already resting in bed, it refrained from cawing loudly in the middle of the night. After all, Chinchou and her companions had completed so many missions in a row, and they needed their rest. The crow thought of itself as a well-trained and organized bird. As Chinchou pushed open the door, the crow eagerly wanted to rush in, but at that moment, it realized that it was Chinchou who had opened the door. This caused the crow to awkwardly hesitate, wanting to charge forward but also wanting to retreat, resulting in its movements becoming quite clumsy, like a dancer with two left feet. As Chinchou came out, Tanjiro and the others followed suit, including the other boys and girls. They looked at the crow flying in the air, excitedly waving their hands and saying, "Is this the crow that the big brothers and sisters talked about? So impressive. Truly a divine bird." Hearing the children's flattery, the crow felt a bit elated. If it weren't for its professional ethics, it would have wanted to play with these kids. Ahem. Support. Support. Northeast. Northeast. The Spider Mountain has requested support. The crow spoke in human language to announce the mission. Upon hearing the crow actually speak, the children became even more excited. Living long enough meant encountering all sorts of wonders, and although they were only in their teens, didn't this suggest that they would encounter even more amazing things in the future? Zenitsu, hearing about the new task, lowered his head and let out a big sigh, quietly complaining, "Another task where we won't die to demons but will die from exhaustion." It is well known that before the Demon Slayer Corps earned the nickname Blade of the Pillars, it was first called Blade of the Corporate Slaves. Support? That must be urgent. We need to hurry. Tanjiro exuded the aura of a model employee, clearly different from the others around him, and even seemed to have a contagious effect on them. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, everyone bid farewell to those inside the house and quickly headed in the direction indicated by the crow. At Spider Mountain, a lower moon demon was lurking on this mountain. Chinchou and Tanjiro were running at the front, Inosuke was in the middle, and Zenitsu was trailing behind. Despite his unstable breath, he managed to voice his complaints about how fast the others were running. Soon, they arrived at the Spider Mountain area, where a strong member of the Demon Slayer Corps named Murata was hiding in the grass, vigilantly watching his surroundings. Murata was not an ordinary person in the story. He was referred to as the lucky star of the Passerby King, having encountered danger multiple times, yet managing to escape death. Although he was only a kanji level now, during the team upgrade phase in the great final battle, he had reached a level close to that of a Hashira, fighting against lower moon demons and surviving the battle without losing any limbs. As soon as Murata saw a group of normal teammates, he immediately asked, "What level are you?" "I'm a koi," replied Chinchou. "What's wrong?" "I'm a koi. What are you looking at?" "They're all koi, so of course I am too." Murata, hearing that the newcomers were all the lowest level koi swordsmen, felt a bit overwhelmed. He felt powerless at the kanji level. So what use were a bunch of koi? We're the Hashira. Shouldn't they be here? What? Are you looking down on me? Inosuke suddenly grabbed Murata by the collar and lifted him up. Murata, sweating profusely, hurriedly responded, No. How could I look down on the swordsmen of my own squad? It's just that it's really dangerous here." Just as he spoke, a figure dressed in the Demon Slayer Corps uniform appeared not far away. Murata immediately recognized this person as his partner, but before he could call out, the person stiffly turned and ran towards him, wildly swinging a Nichiren blade. A large red exclamation mark appeared over everyone's heads. In a split second, Chinchou was already in front of him, kicking him to the ground and forcing his face into the dirt. Tanjiro quickly used his Nichiren blade to sever the spider threads entangling the person, the process being sharp and swift. There's a demon controlling others with spider threads. If we can't cut the threads, we need to find a way to restrain the controlled person, Tanjiro keenly stated. Chinchou had told Tanjiro about this scenario, but he immediately noticed her actions and the spider threads on the person. They've really grown. Murata watched their actions, blinking in disbelief. Honestly, he couldn't even process what just happened. How did they pin someone to the ground? How did they realize there were spider threads on him? How did they cut such fine threads? This is absurd. Murata stared at them, gulping nervously, and repeated his earlier question. What level are you? Koi. Oh, what kind of koi are you? Murata forced a smile, unable to hide his expression. He had already judged these two as high-level swordsmen disguised as koi, probably kanji level. In the regular ranking of the Demon Slayer Corps, kanji was the highest level, capable of defeating any demon below the 12 Kazuki. As Murata was shocked, Zenitsu beside him couldn't help but pat Murata on the shoulder, saying earnestly, it's normal. Those two don't need to be evaluated with common logic. Murata turned to look at Zenitsu, and was surprised to find that this blonde guy was now concentrating on his breathing. It wasn't even a battle. What was he doing concentrating? He seemed to realize something and turned to the other side, noticing that the person wearing a pig's head was also concentrating on their breathing. Wait a minute, is it total concentration? Constant? I've heard of this technique, but isn't it something only the Hashira can master? Murata was in a series of shocks. In reality, Zenitsu and Inosuke were just still trying to practice, and their ability to maintain total concentration breathing didn't exceed 20 minutes. But in Murata's mind, he viewed Zenitsu and Inosuke as hidden kanji-level swordsmen like Shinsha and Tanjiro. Murata decided to cling to these powerful figures. As long as he held on tight, he would definitely survive this mountain. Chapter 33. Spider Mountain Cleanup, clinging to the big legs. He must cling to the big legs. Murata was determined to latch onto the big shots around him, not seeking to soar, but at least to survive in this mountain. Although Shinsha and Tanjiro had severed the spider threads from the control person, they were quickly entangled again within seconds, and Shinsha immediately cut them off again. A demon was controlling these spider threads, and they needed to kill the demon behind it. Let's split up and quickly resolve the abnormalities in this area. Okay, sister, be careful. Shinsha and Tanjiro decided to separate and swiftly deal with the demons around them. Seeing that Shinsha and Tanjiro seemed to be parting ways, Inosuke and Zenitsu hurriedly ran over, insisting they wouldn't be left behind. In the end, Zenitsu followed closely behind Tanjiro. While Inosuke trailed behind Shinsha, the two pairs began to clean up the surrounding area, leaving Murata dumbfounded. He wanted to follow, but Shinsha and the others moved too quickly. By the time he reacted, they were already at a distance he couldn't catch up to. Murata, trembling as he gripped his Nichiren blade, looked around, vigilantly watching for anyone who might suddenly appear and attack him. Zenitsu closely followed Tanjiro, who was using his extraordinary sense of smell to detect the demon's scent, and soon pinpointed the demon, controlling the threads. Found it! Tanjiro exclaimed. Found it? Where? Zenitsu asked eagerly. Tanjiro quickly jumped, using the trees as a springboard, and astonishingly reached the female demon perched on a branch of a large tree. With a simple horizontal strike of the water surface slash, the plain yet effective blow severed her head before she even realized it. If she had been fully alert from the beginning, she might have been able to put up a fight, but she underestimated Tanjiro. As the female demon's head fell, the spider threads controlling the nearby people loosened, one by one. They collapsed to the ground, mouths full of dirt. Meanwhile, Shinsha noticed this. Inosuke had initially prepared to deal with a Demon Slayer member who was being controlled, but as he raised his blade, he was startled by the scene that unfolded before him. Hey, I haven't even struck yet. It seemed Tanjiro had succeeded. Shinsha looked around and realized that she needed to speed up her progress. Her target wasn't the small demons on the mountain, but the fifth lower moon, Rue. He was the actual ruler of this mountain. Although he was only the fifth among the lower moons, he had considerable potential and was under Muzan's attention. If he had some time to develop, he might grow to possess the strength of one of the lower moons. Therefore, Shinsha decided to use him to test her current level. Just as Shinsha thought this, a sharp thread suddenly flew in from a distance. Fortunately, her reflexes were beyond ordinary. Otherwise, the thread might have left a mark on her cheek. Don't disturb our family's life. But looking at your level, Mom probably can't kill you, so I'll have to take action myself. As the voice came from afar, Rue appeared in midair, suspended by taut threads beneath his feet. Inosuke, seeing such a show-off in this world, jumped up on the spot, ready to strike the pretentious person with a couple of slashes. Rue, standing on the threads, glanced at the boar-headed boy and, with a glare, froze him midair, ensnared by the spider threads coming from all directions. Who are you? Rue waved his hand in a very showy manner, and with a bang, he sent Inosuke flying, who rolled on the ground for 30 to 40 circles before barely coming to a stop. He lay on the ground, coughing heavily several times. So strong. Inosuke's eyes widened beneath his boar mask. Since coming down from the mountain, he had encountered several demons, but none compared to the one before him. The sense of oppression was overwhelming. Inosuke struggled to get up, enduring the intense pain as he turned to look at Chinchilla. Rue, observing the scene, showed a hint of surprise. His previous attack was aimed at breaking Inosuke's ribcage. He thought that not only would Inosuke not be able to get up, but he should also be unable to move due to the immense pain. While Rue was puzzled by how tough this boar-headed boy was, Chinchilla had already drawn the Nichiren blade from her waist once again. The clear, azure Nichiren blade caught Rue's attention, pulling it away from the boar-headed boy. The water-breathing technique was the most common among the Demon Slayer Corps, and he had seen many blue Nichiren blades, but none were as beautiful as the one in front of him. It could be a collector's item. Rue raised both hands, and flexible yet sharp threads quickly formed, wrapping around his palms. Chinchilla breathed calmly. She did not switch her breathing technique to the fire god Kagura, but instead used water breathing to respond. Lei remained confident, believing that Chinchilla could not defeat him. In the world of demons, he could still be considered a novice, having never witnessed the high-level combat prowess of the Demon Slayer Corps. In his impression, the members of the Demon Slayer Corps were all weaklings who could be easily killed with just a few slaps and a tug of his threads. As Chinchilla stepped forward, Rue also entered a combat state, spreading both hands as countless threads rushed towards Chinchilla. However, when Chinchilla's foot touched the ground, instead of jumping as expected, she strangely held back and even closed her eyes. In the distance, the pig-headed boy Inosuke, sitting on the ground, watched Chinchilla's actions with an exaggerated expression under his pig mask. He couldn't help but flail his arms and shouted, "Open your eyes. What is she trying to do? Is she looking for death? How is that possible?" Chinchilla just wants to conduct a simple experiment to see if Rue's silk attack can stimulate her potential and allow her to enter the transparent world, even if it's just to slightly touch that realm. All right, let's start the experiment. Facing the incoming silk while her eyes were closed, Chinchilla chose to quickly step to the right at the last moment, narrowly avoiding Rue's threads. Is this the transparent world? Clearly not. Chinchilla was just using her extraordinary sensory warning to evade at the last moment when the silk was about to hit her. This was not the transparent world. To put another way, the transparent world allows one to perceive movements in all directions even with closed eyes and to conceal one's aura. In contrast, her evasion just now was simply a reaction to sensing danger ahead and quickly moving to a safe spot, which is fundamentally different from the transparent world. After dodging Rue's silk, Chinchilla attempted to turn off her instinctive beast-like ability, tried to use Rue's threads to force out her potential, but ultimately, she faced continuous failures. Rue, witnessing his threads narrowly missed several times, felt confused and frustrated. Why? Why can't I hit her? Is this woman a monkey? Rue gritted his teeth, manipulating the threads. Even though his silk could cut through iron like mud, if he couldn't hit, it was meaningless. On the sidelines, Inosuke was so shocked he couldn't speak. Chinchilla's movements were incredibly familiar to him, someone who had lived in the mountains for years. A beast. Living in the mountains, he had spent years alongside beasts, and this companionship was anything but peaceful. Conflicts were inevitable. Beasts lack human wisdom, but possess physical qualities far beyond ordinary people, and most importantly, they have that instinct. Inosuke had countless times attempted to ambush beasts, lowering his footsteps and staying out of their line of sight. Yet some sharp beasts would still instinctively react and evade a lethal strike at the last moment. Meanwhile, Chinchilla, observed by Inosuke and Rue, frowned slightly. Her repeated failures made her somewhat annoyed. She gained a deeper understanding of her beast-like instinct rather than the transparent world. 1. Sensing danger, somewhat similar to spider sense. 2. Danger assessment. When facing danger, the body instinctively makes optimal evasive actions. 3. Desire to retaliate. After dodging an attack, one can't help but want to sound the horn for counterattack immediately. TSK. Chinchilla couldn't help but click her tongue when another thread of spider silk shot toward her. This time she didn't choose to dodge, but directly slashed at it with her knife, cutting the silk into pieces. She suddenly opened her closed eyes and said, "I'm done." After Chinchilla severed the thread, she raised her head to look at Lei. The aura around her instantly transformed. Despite being known for the gentle water breathing, she exuded a powerful sense of oppression. Her beastly instincts were overwhelmingly strong, and to achieve a state of clarity, one must concentrate, abandoning excess perceptions to enter a state of egolessness. However, the heightened senses from her enhanced instincts made Chinchilla's perception far exceed that of ordinary people. She had tried to suppress her senses, but ultimately failed each time. After the recent practical experiment, Chinchilla was certain of one thing. The beastly instinct conflicted with the state of clarity. To master the state of clarity, one must abandon the beastly instinct. But that was something she could not let go of. Qinxia gripped the sun wheel knife tightly, and a fierce water dragon had already formed. Lei looked at Qinxia, whose aura had completely changed, and without even realizing it, beads of cold sweat began to flow down his face. The originally white spider silk was forcefully pulled by him, turning blood red, increasing its hardness and sharpness to a new level. The surrounding trees were lightly slashed, leaving long, wide cut marks, with just a flick of his hand. Lei could easily topple these sturdy trees. Blood demon technique, killing eye cage. Lei's hands wove a special spider web, as if he were playing with a flower rope. And at the moment the web took shape, a large amount of blood-red spider silk erupted around Qinxia, completely ensnaring him and quickly tightening, attempting to strangle Qinxia from within. Although Chika cannot create the 11th form of water breathing like Ju Tomioka, this level of thread is still no match for her. The clear water splashes, and the blood-red spider silk is cut into fragments. As expected of Lower Moon 5, she certainly cannot be compared to other demons. Chika calmly remarked this after shattering Rue's high-density blood threads. Although she had no intention of mocking, her words sounded completely sarcastic to Rue. Damn it. Blood demon art. Thread rotation. Rue maximized the hardness of his blood threads, which intertwined and surged toward Chika like a vortex. Qinxia perfectly cycled through the water-breathing technique, deciding not to attempt to penetrate the world anymore. Next, she would try to use water breathing to deal with the lower moon before her. Qinxia, holding the azure Nicaran blade, fearlessly charged towards Rue, sparking a battle that left the nearby pig-headed boy speechless in surprise. As Qinxia and Rue clashed, all the demons on Spider Mountain sensed the fierce battle, which even caught the attention of Tanjiro and the others. Who is Rue fighting? It's so intense. Who is my sister fighting against so fiercely? Both sides were incredulous. The demons understood Rue's strength well, having submitted to him due to his formidable power. Tanjiro felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down. He knew his sister's capabilities, and ordinary demons were no match for her. Could it be that her opponent is one of the 12 Kizuki? Tanjiro's eyes widened in panic. Although he had defeated many demons, none were from the 12 Kizuki, and their strength was unknown. Despite his confidence in his sister, he couldn't help but worry. Zenitsu, let's hurry over. Just as Tanjiro said this, a massive, muscular demon suddenly jumped in front of Tanjiro and Zenitsu with a loud bang. Tanjiro believed in his sister, and the demons also trusted Rue's power, so they absolutely wouldn't allow anyone to interfere with Rue's battle. It was for Rue's sake and for their own, because if they angered Rue, those demons who were called family by Rue would be ruthlessly disposed of, tied up and left to die under the sun. Chapter 35. Evil Demon Extermination. Rue was a demon deeply obsessed with family, serving as the youngest in Spider Mountain, but truly holding power over the Spider Mountain family. The family members had no blood relation. They were all forcibly taken by Rue to satisfy his obsession, playing a game of house. No matter what happens, parents must protect their children, and older siblings must protect their younger siblings, even at the cost of their lives. This was Rue's belief and obsession. Rue's family and subordinates stood in front of Tanjiro and Zenitsu, attempting to kill them there, but Tanjiro would not allow them to dictate his actions. Tanjiro lowered his head, maintaining total concentration breathing, as the Nicaran blade in his hand glimmered faintly under the night light. Spider Dad, Spider Brother, Spider Sister. Spider Dad struck first. His physique far surpassed that of ordinary demons, and he swung a powerful punch towards Tanjiro. This punch carried a fierce wind. If it hit a tree, it would surely smash a hole in it. Bang! Tanjiro! Zenitsu shouted in fear, his mind racing with thoughts of doom, imagining Tanjiro being turned into mush. But seconds later, as everyone calmed down, they realized that Spider Dad's punch had not turned Tanjiro into mush. Instead, it had been blocked by his Nicaran blade. The blade, not invincible but steady, withstood the pressure of Spider Dad's fist. This scene made Zenitsu understand just how high Tanjiro's breathing technique level was, as the hardness of the Nicaran blade was linked to the level of breathing technique. Seeing her father's attack was blocked, Spider's sister rushed over, aiming to take advantage of the situation. She approached from behind Tanjiro, intending to decapitate him like the Demon Slayer Corps does with demons, but at that moment, the wooden box Tanjiro was carrying moved. Bang! The box opened, and a cute beast leaped out, launching a flying kick at the unsuspecting Spider Sister, hitting her in the stomach. In an instant, Spider Sister spat out a large mouthful of saliva, her eyes trembling. She was sent flying, and the cute beast landed. As soon as it touched the ground, Nezuko put back on the bamboo tube she had taken off to relax, knowing that Zenitsu was there, and with others present. She had to wear it. This was the promise between Nezuko and her teacher, Urokodaki. With Nezuko's appearance, Zenitsu was first stunned. Then his eyes widened as if his soul was being drawn in by Nezuko. She was just too cute. Although Nezuko and Xianxiao resembled each other as sisters, Zenitsu felt no inappropriate thoughts due to their different temperaments. But Nezuko was different. Her gentle and adorable demeanor felt like Cupid shooting an arrow, and Zenitsu felt as if he had been struck through the heart. Like Tanjiro's extraordinary sense of smell, Zenitsu also had remarkable hearing, so he had long sensed that the box behind Tanjiro contained a living being, a demon. But Zenitsu didn't expect this demon to be so cute. Excited, he momentarily lost focus on his surroundings, allowing Spider Brother to sneak up behind him, seizing the opportunity to take out the weakest one among them. In battle, one should capture the leader first. Spider Brother, gotcha. Nezuko, not happening. Nezuko stepped forward again, but this time she didn't use her fists or feet. Instead, she utilized a training wooden sword that was slightly shorter than a regular sword. Water breathing, first form. Water surface, slash. It was a rough strike, but it was indeed a breathing technique sword skill, coupled with Nezuko's strength far exceeding that of an average person. Spider Brother received a long, wide cut on his body. If that previous strike had landed on his neck, Nezuko might have hazily taken her first demon head. A swordsman carrying a demon who can use breathing techniques, and an even more terrifying older sister. Zenitsu felt a headache coming on, thinking about the bizarre combination he had encountered. Any of the individuals in this trio shouldn't be so easily encountered, right? If Xianxiao were present, she would definitely cross her arms and accurately comment. Young man, in the future, you will encounter demon hunters with firearms, monks wielding meteor hammers, and a cherry blossom girl with muscle density 8 times that of an average person. Tanjiro and Nezuko stood back to back, vigilant of their surroundings. Although Nezuko wanted to show off her successful sword technique to Tanjiro, she knew it wasn't the right time. The immediate priority was to deal with the demons around them. At the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. Eong, Shinobu, it's up to you now. Understood. With the order from the leader of the Demon Slayer Corps, the 2 swordsmen holding the title of the strongest in the Demon Slayer Corps are ready to set off for Mount Spider. Water Hashira, Ju, Tomioka. Insect Hashira, Shinobu Kocho. One is a genius who developed the 11th form of water breathing and is currently the strongest user of water breathing. The other is an expert in poison, capable of killing even lower-ranked demons with her toxins. Their departure is due to news that there may be a lower moon demon on Mount Spider, and in fact, there is indeed a lower moon demon present, although it is just a lower rank. However, they need to move quickly. If they are slow, they might not even encounter a single demon, let alone provide reinforcements. Meanwhile, Tanjiro is fiercely fighting against demons, and Chika is also engaged in battle, with the fight against Rue constantly escalating. Although she hasn't used the Dance of the Fire God, Chika is not at a disadvantage against Lower Moon 5. In fact, it is Lower Moon 5 who finds herself at a disadvantage. Xianxiao's beastly intuition allowed her to evade all fatal injuries, and she was fortunate enough to disregard the non-fatal minor wounds, as they would heal quickly anyway. This energy instilled fear even in ghosts. Lei was manipulating the highest level of threads to charge at Xianxia while continuously retreating. Several times, Xianxiao's Azure Sunwheel knife brushed past his neck, scaring him greatly. What on earth are you? Are you really human? Lei shouted at Xianxia through gritted teeth. Xianxia remained silent, and in her calm, even cold gaze, she swiftly and sharply wielded the Nichiren blade, posing a lethal threat to Rue. Although the outcome was yet to be determined, it was merely a matter of time. Chapter 36. The Birth of a Hashira. Hey, you said that humans and demons could understand each other and coexist peacefully. What do you think, Mr. Tanjiro? That's impossible. As long as demons continue to eat humans, peaceful coexistence is out of the question. Shinobu Kocho and Ju Tomioka quickly made their way to Spider Mountain, their speeds far surpassing that of a bolt of lightning. Ju's legs seemed to be equipped with electric motors, while Shinobu displayed a novel-like lightness as she kept pace with him in a straight line. For them, as Hashira, moving from one location to another for a mission was not difficult. It was better to trust their legs than rely on transportation. To passers-by, their speed was like a gust of wind, whoosh. They appeared in an instant, and then whoosh, they vanished just as quickly. Both were eager to reach Spider Mountain. Saving one more person was one more life. In recent generations, the number of Demon Slayer Corps members had been steadily decreasing, and their average strength was declining as well. Fewer and fewer could shoulder the responsibility of slaying demons, so every member was vital and could not be easily discarded. In Ju and Shinobu's hearts, Spider Mountain must already be in ruins. Upon arriving, Shinobu prepared to tend to the injured members of the Demon Slayer Corps, while Ju would deal with the demons on Spider Mountain. With their roles clearly defined, they quickly reached the foot of Spider Mountain. They expected to encounter demons soon, even if just a minor one, but the problem was that they did not come across a single demon. Although there were no demons, there were clear signs of struggle. Mr. Ju, that mark looks like a sword wound left by your faction. Shinobu pointed to a tree with a sword mark and said softly. High-level swordsmen could determine the sword techniques used merely from the sword marks. Ju raised an eyebrow as he examined the mark. He could tell that the swordsman who left it was not weak, likely at the level of an A-rank swordsman. Had an A-rank swordsman taken care of the demons in this area? As Ju continued to observe, he noticed many other marks that did not belong to that A-rank swordsman. Some were from less skilled but strangely unique techniques, while others were from those who also practiced water breathing and had excellent sword skills. There were at least 2 A-rank members here. Given their speed as Hashira, it was understandable, but was the speed of A-rank members this fast now? If they were young, perhaps they could become Hashira in the future. Just as they were pondering, a sudden, violent sound of trees being felled echoed from the forest. Ju and Shinobu quickly turned their heads and hurriedly ran toward the noise. As they dashed forward, 3 figures gradually emerged in their line of sight. Ju focused and accelerated, leaping ahead to reach the group, which turned out to be Tanjiro and the others who had dealt with the Rue family. I want to ask about the situation, Ju said succinctly, and Shinobu quickly caught up, noting that she was indeed more approachable to passersby. However, Tanjiro recognized Ju, as he had originally recommended him to learn from Sakanji Yurokadaki. Mr. Ju, it's me, Tanjiro, Tanjiro exclaimed, excitedly patting his chest as he looked at the long-lost Ju. It was then that Ju recognized who was before him, while Shinobu's gaze was fixated on Nezuko beside Tanjiro. She's a demon, isn't she? Shinobu squinted her eyes, smiling as she raised her Nicaron blade, though she often spoke of befriending demons. The shadow of her sister being killed by a demon had left her in a state of anger. The dream of coexisting with demons was her sister's, not hers. She was merely pretending to live as her sister had. As Shinobu raised her Nicaron blade, her sudden action startled Ju, who quickly reached for his own blade to help fend off, but he couldn't draw it in time. A metallic clash startled everyone back to their senses, as Tanjiro, holding his Nicaron blade, blocked Shinobu's strike. Nezuko is definitely not a bad demon. She hasn't eaten a single person, and this isn't the time to discuss that. My sister might be fighting against the 12 Kazuki right now. Tanjiro gritted his teeth and shouted. Upon hearing the words, 12 Kazuki, Ju and Shinobu instantly became serious. Even if it was a lower moon demon, it was not to be taken lightly. Let's go help first. We can talk about this later, Ju said. Okay, I agree with your viewpoint, Shinobu nodded, and they continued running toward the source of the violent noise. Even as Ju and Shinobu took off, Tanjiro and the others hurried to follow, but no matter what, they could not catch up to the 2 in front. The distance was growing larger. These are the strongest beings who transcended conventional standards. Hashira. In just a moment, the 2 arrived at the area where the loud noise had come from. Trees lay cut and fallen, and the ground was in utter disarray. Their eyes quickly fell on the demon, its eyes marked with the character, signifying that it was one of the lower moon demons. In the next moment, their gazes shifted slightly upward, revealing a scene they had never anticipated. A girl with a blue Nicaron blade stood on the demon's body, her blade poised at its neck. Her originally neat hairstyle was now disheveled, swaying in the wind. Blood stained her body, but she showed no signs of weakness. If anything, she was merely catching her breath. I'm tired, that's all. Joe looked at Qianxia in this state, his usually cold expression breaking into one of surprise. He opened his mouth in astonishment and said, incredible. She actually defeated a lower moon demon. Beside him, Shinobu felt similarly. The requirement to become a Hashira was to slay 50 demons or defeat a lower moon demon. By this standard, they had just witnessed the birth of a Hashira. Chapter 37. Heading to the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, impossible, impossible, impossible. How could you be so strong? I'm a demon who has received the power of that esteemed one. Rue, lying on the ground, still couldn't accept his defeat. Chinxia shook her head slightly at his pathetic state, interrupting his self-talk. This world is vast. You are merely cooped up on a small mountain. Do you still wish to achieve invincibility? Chico will not be kind to the poor demon like Tanjiro does before killing it. If it truly is pitiable, then it should not be her mercy. Judging your sins is God's work. My duty is to send you to meet God. Chinxia wouldn't use the merciful rain of the dry sky to give Lei a gentle blow, nor would she inflict the pain of a living death with the fire god Kagura. With a swift sound, under the sharp strike, Lei's body was severed, and his head rolled on the ground for 2 turns, ultimately staring blankly at the sky. He lost, utterly and completely. Chinxia, holding the Nichiren blade, glanced at him a few times before turning her head away. At that moment, she noticed that not far away, Tomioka-ju and Kochu Shinobu were watching her. Who are you? Chinxia pretended to be confused and asked, just as Butterfly Shinobu was about to speak. Tanjiro and the others finally arrived behind her at that moment. Sister, are you okay? Tanjiro rushed to Chinxia's side, seemingly wanting to conduct a full-body check on her. I'm fine, you know my body, it's just a small injury. Well, I'm a bit tired and sleepy, Chinxia said while yawning and rubbing her eyes. Tanjiro thought about his sister's resilience and felt a little reassured. Tomioka-ju and Butterfly Shinobu stood to the side, both wearing puzzled expressions, especially Tomioka-ju. He recognized Tanjiro and this demon sister. But wasn't this sister supposed to be the only survivor of the Kamadu family after Muzan's massacre? There were too many questions, but seeing the harmonious atmosphere between the siblings made it hard for him to interject. Fortunately, there was also Zenitsu, the atmosphere maker. After Tanjiro and Nezuko arrived, he finally ran over, panting heavily. You guys ran too fast. Wait for me. Zenitsu reached Tomioka-ju and Butterfly Shinobu's side, bent over with his hands on his knees, gasping for breath. When he raised his head, he saw Butterfly Shinobu in front of him, squinting her eyes and smiling as she said, Can you introduce us to them? While saying this, she pointed towards Chinxia and the others. Zenitsu's mouth twitched slightly. If he were to introduce them, there wouldn't be much to say. He then tried to explain the events from the final selection to the recent encounters in as concise a manner as possible to the two in front of him. He had heard about the 2 geniuses from the final selection, Tomioka-ju and Butterfly Shinobu, and upon learning that they had mastered total concentration breathing, constant, their expressions clearly changed. Such talent could definitely lead to becoming a Hashira in the future. One of them has already become a Hashira, Tomioka-ju said, and based on what they had just witnessed, once they returned to headquarters and reported this to their lord, the title of Hashira would undoubtedly be conferred. Butterfly Shinobu looked at the group over there with a subtle expression, especially at Nezuko. She was indeed a demon, but there were no signs of her harming anyone. Could a demon that doesn't eat people really exist? Butterfly Shinobu lowered her head slightly, feeling a bit conflicted. Tomioka-ju slowly walked up to Chinxia and the others, and everyone turned to look at him, both sides seemingly waiting for the other to speak. This wait lasted for a minute. Finally, after a minute of silence, Tomioka-ju opened his mouth, breaking the silence. You should come back to headquarters with us. Chinxia and Tanjiro will definitely become the core strength of the Demon Slayer Corps in the future. Since that's the case, Nezuko being a demon can no longer be kept a secret. We need to go back and meet with the Hashira and the Master to get acquainted and adjust. The reactions of the other Hashira shouldn't be too extreme, especially Love Hashira, but Wind Hashira. All right, let's head to the headquarters. Chinxia agreed to Iyong Tomioka's request, so Tanjiro and Nezuko naturally chose not to refuse. They went to the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters to verify Nezuko's identity, allowing her to gain recognition from more people. Zenitsu expressed his frustration. In the corner, Inosuke, who felt completely ignored, exclaimed even more in frustration, Hey, I'm still here. After a brief organization, everyone headed to the headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps. Before they left, the situation in Spider Mountain was reported to the headquarters by a crow. Upon receiving this information, the leader of the Demon Slayer Corps showed a pleased smile on his face, although he soon coughed heavily, but that didn't matter. Having defeated the Lower Moon 5, another new star had emerged. Perhaps Muzan could be ended in this era. It must be ended in this era. It cannot be delayed any longer. Muzan Kibutsuji, the disgrace of our family. Muzan Kibutsuji belongs to the same family as the leader of the Demon Slayer Corps. 1,000 years ago, Muzan was a young man suffering from severe illness, which many doctors could not cure. Only one special doctor did not give up on treating Muzan. However, during the process, Muzan killed the doctor, and after killing him, Muzan discovered he had turned into a demon. While searching through the doctor's notes, he found that it was a special potion developed by the doctor. This potion turned Muzan into a demon, granting him immense power, but also made him fear sunlight and crave blood. Eventually, Muzan found in the notes that the potion was not complete. If he could find a flower called the blue spider lily, he could overcome his fear of sunlight. After Muzan became a demon and slaughtered humans, his entire family was cursed by heaven. The curse could only be temporarily lifted if the ancestors vowed to do everything in their power to kill Muzan and marry the daughter of a deity in every generation. But still, no one could live past 25. Muzan must be successfully killed for this curse to truly disappear. The leader sat weakly on the ground, gasping for breath, with large burn-like injuries on his face. This generation must. Chapter 38. The Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. The headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps is hidden away, with only the blacksmith village being comparable in secrecy. Only high-ranking swordsmen and a logistics team of the Demon Slayer Corps can operate within the headquarters. Shinshia and the others, having defeated the 12 Kizuki and with Nezuko being a demon, followed Iyong Tomioka and Shinobu Kocho to the headquarters. Upon arriving, the Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps appear before them, their expressions serious as they focused on Nezuko in the group, especially Shinazugawa's Sanemi, the Wind Hashira. Demons don't eat human flesh, what a joke. Shinazugawa gritted his teeth, thinking that if the leader hadn't instructed them, he would have drawn his sword and killed Nezuko on the spot. Most of the new recruits in the Demon Slayer Corps harbor a direct hatred for demons, and Shinazugawa stands out among them. He has 3 long scars on his face, spiky white hair, and wears a white haori with a character for kill on it. Shinazugawa was born into a very ordinary family with 7 siblings, and he is the eldest son. His father was a cruel man, and after his father was killed by an enemy, he took on the responsibility of protecting his family. One day, when his mother was late returning home, he instructed his younger brother to protect the family while he went out to search for her. However, he couldn't find her, and when he returned home in despair, he saw his family being slaughtered by a demon. He rushed forward to fight the demon. The battle lasted from night until dawn. As the faint light appeared, Shinazugawa finally saw the face of the demon he was fighting. It was his mother. His mother, transformed into a demon, began to disappear under the sunlight. His young brother, who had come running, saw this scene and thought Shinazugawa was the murderer. In that battle, while Shinazugawa's heart broke, he decided to walk the path of exterminating demons. Years have passed since then, but his hatred has not diminished at all, as he has witnessed more tragedies caused by demons while on missions. Shinazugawa glared fiercely at Nezuko, who hid behind Shinshia. Shinshia slightly raised her head to sense the current brightness, feeling that dawn was approaching, and then instructed Nezuko to return to the wooden box. Nezuko nodded and crawled back into the box, temporarily avoiding everyone's gaze. In front of the Hashira, they entered the headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps. The Hashira present were Flame Hashira Kaijiro Rengoku, Sound Hashira Tenjin Yuzi, Mist Hashira Machoda Kido, Love Hashira Mitsuri Kanroji, Serpent Hashira Iguro Abanai, Wind Hashira Sanemi Shinazugawa. And beside Shinshia and Tanjiro were Water Hashira Iyong Tomioka and Insect Hashira Shinobu Kocho. They were the strongest members of the Demon Slayer Corps, second only to the first generation of Hashira from the Sengoku era. As they entered the headquarters, the leader of the Demon Slayer Corps slowly walked out, surprising Tanjiro. Leader. The Hashira routinely bent their bodies and knelt on one knee, and Shinshia followed suit. Kneeling on one knee is not the same as kneeling on both knees or performing a full prostration. It is a gesture of respect. For someone who had invited Muzan into his home and attempted to take him down with a massive explosion of black gunpowder, Shinshia truly respected him. Tanjiro, seeing everyone else do this, hurriedly followed suit. However, just as he did so, the leader quickly urged everyone to rise. You all should know Nezuko's situation by now. I hope you can trust her. The former Water Hashira sent me a letter, and both the former and current Water Hashira have staked their lives on Nezuko's behalf. Everyone was shocked to hear that Iyong Tomioka had used his life as a guarantee and turned to look at him in disbelief. Leader, I still can't trust her. Let me test her. Shinazugawa gritted his teeth and drew his Nichiren blade, lightly slicing his arm, causing blood to flow. Shinazugawa's blood is thin and weak for demons. 1 drop of thin blood is equivalent to the nourishment of 50 ordinary people, and Shinazugawa's is the thinnest of the thin. Ordinary demons would lose their rationality upon smelling this blood. Lower moon demons would become dazed, and even upper moon demons would feel intoxicated. As the blood dripped down, Nezuko in the wooden box instinctively began to salivate. You bastard, give me the wooden box. Shinazugawa reached out to Tanjiro, demanding he hand over the box, intending to use his blood to lure Nezuko into attacking him. If necessary, he even thought of stabbing Nezuko a couple of times to weaken her state and increase her thirst for blood. But how could Tanjiro hand over Nezuko in the box to Shinazugawa? He did not have a good impression of him. Just as Shinazugawa attempted to forcibly take the box, Shinshia stepped behind him and placed a hand on his shoulder. Just use blood to lure her. Don't do anything else. Shinshia's strength was noticeably higher than that of ordinary people, and this squeeze clearly made Shinazugawa feel Shinshia's power. Shinazugawa had a subtle expression, thinking that this strength could rival that of the love Hashira with 8 times the muscle density. Are there really so many muscular women now? Shinazugawa, simply using blood as bait is enough. Everyone knows how special your blood is. The master, watching this scene, also spoke up in agreement, which allowed Shinazugawa to set aside his little thoughts. After all, despite his irritable temper, he held great respect for the master. Then, Tanjiro placed the wooden box inside the building. Shinazugawa raised his arm above the wooden box, letting the blood from his arm wound drip onto it. The blood seeped through the gaps in the wooden box into the air, and what was originally difficult to endure from a distance now dripped onto Nezuko's face. This nutrient-rich blood, equivalent to that of at least 100 people, made it very hard for Nezuko to resist. Although her saliva had already dripped onto the floor, she ultimately managed to hold it back. Nezuko's ability to do this was not only due to her uniqueness as a demon, but also because of her strong will. Everyone was shocked to see Nezuko endure the temptation of Shinazugawa's super rare blood. Amidst everyone's astonishment, Shinshia and the group had a subtle expression, and some saliva also secreted from her mouth, thankfully not much. Truly super rare blood, quite potent. Chapter 39. The pillar seeing that Nezuko managed to resist the allure of his blood, Shinazugawa smacked his lips. Although somewhat reluctant, he still acknowledged Nezuko. Before he joined the Demon Slayer Corps, he didn't even possess a Nichiren blade. He relied on his super rare blood to intoxicate ordinary demons, then bound them until dawn to kill them with sunlight. This trick had never failed him, so he had great confidence in the effect of his blood on demons. Since Nezuko managed to resist, he chose to trust her this time. Shinazugawa actually had a bit of a tsundere element in him. In the original story's ending after defeating Muzan, he apologized to Nezuko, who had turned back into a human. Nezuko replied that she had long forgotten and told him not to mind. In the years he lived after awakening his patterns, Shinazugawa became friends with Nezuko. The master smiled with narrowed eyes. As the only man present capable of easing the atmosphere and changing the topic, he gently clapped his hands. By the way, Ju and Shinobu mentioned in the letter that this young lady single-handedly defeated the Lower Moon 5. According to our Demon Slayer Corps rules, she clearly qualifies to become Hashira. The content of the master's words was something the other Hashira did not know before, and everyone's gaze towards Shinsha instantly changed. Flame Hashira, one impressive girl. Sound Hashira, truly magnificent. Love Hashira, so cool. Serpent Hashira, though it was just Lower Moon, still not bad. Wind Hashira, defeated a Lower Moon? No wonder. Shinsha could clearly feel the special gazes from the people around her, and to be honest, it didn't feel good. Shinsha herself doesn't like too much attention from others. It was the same before her journey, and the original host was the same. This is one of the reasons why the original host preferred to stay at home and handle internal affairs. The Lord smiled and continued. It seems that everyone has no objections. If that's the case, let's appoint a Hashira. I didn't expect that our era already has 9 Hashira, and now we can welcome the 10th, and even look forward to the 11th in the future. We are in the worst of times, but also in a golden age. The Lord became more excited as he spoke, and he nearly coughed up dry blood from strain. Why is it said to be the worst of times? Because the average strength of the Demon Slayer Corps members is decreasing, showing a linear downward trend, and no upper-ranked demons have been killed for hundreds of years. There are even whispers within the headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps suggesting that the organization won't last long. And why is it called the Golden Age? Because despite the declining average level, this generation has astonishingly produced 9 Hashira, most of whom have been promoted by slaying lower-ranked demons. The Demon Slayer Corps is now at a peak level, second only to the Sengoku period among the Hashira. This generation must kill Muzan, the Lord thought. Because if such strong Hashira cannot deal with Muzan, then the Demon Slayer Corps, with its decreasing average strength and dwindling numbers, will undoubtedly head towards decline, eventually being easily slaughtered by demons. Shinshia, is that your name? You use water breathing, but we already have a water Hashira, so you could choose your own title. the Lord said to Qinxia. Qinxia was taken aback when she heard this. Title? Oh no, she hadn't thought about this at all. Water pillar, that won't work. Fire pillar? Sun pillar? Day pillar? Qian pillar? Summer pillar? For a moment, a bunch of hasty titles flashed through Qinxia's mind, but without exception, she shook her head and dismissed them all. Seeing this scene, the leader chuckled softly and said, "You don't have to answer right now. Just keep it in mind for now. It's fine to decide later." With the leader's concluding words, the commotion at the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters quickly came to an end. Qinxia and the others were assigned to live in a small residence within the headquarters, just like the other Hashira. However, unlike the others who had servants or disciples, Qinxia only had Tanjiro, Nezuko, Zenitsu, and Inosuke with her. Speaking of which, how did you all end up here? Qinxia glanced at Zenitsu and Inosuke with a subtle look in her eyes and said. Zenitsu, who had been fixated on Nezuko, was startled back to reality by this question. The reason he came along was quite simple. It was purely instinctive. He subconsciously followed along, and no one said anything, so he ended up here in a daze. But he definitely couldn't answer like that now. I'm currently learning from Tanjiro. I want to become stronger. Zenitsu clenched his fists and suddenly shouted passionately. This enthusiastic declaration almost convinced Qinxia, just a little bit short of it. Seeing that his declaration seemed to lack some enthusiasm, Zenitsu quickly winked at Tanjiro and Inosuke, asking for support. Tanjiro, sister, Zenitsu is indeed learning total concentration. Constant. I'm teaching them. Inosuke, what are you winking about? Are you getting eye disease? Looking at the expressions of the few in front of her, Qinxia couldn't help but chuckle softly. In fact, whether she explained or not wouldn't matter. She might just kick them out like a demon. Well then, you all keep learning. With Tanjiro here, I believe you can definitely learn it. As Qinxia spoke, she let out a gentle sigh. I'm a bit tired. I'll take a nap first. After I wake up, I'll go look for the other Hashira. The plot of the Mugen Train is not far off, and I need to think of a way to save the flame Hashira. After greeting everyone, Qinxia turned and entered the room in the mansion. As soon as she lay down, she immediately fell into a deep sleep. Meanwhile, after Qinxia returned to the room, Zenitsu covered his chest with one hand and let out a huge sigh of relief. Thank you, Tanjiro. What are you talking about? I'm just speaking the truth, Tanjiro said with a smile, squinting at Zenitsu and Inosuke in front of him. Zenitsu understood that Tanjiro was serious. Even though Tanjiro was squinting, if he opened his eyes wider, they would definitely be filled with the flames of determination. Nezuko was sitting beside them, fiddling with her training wooden sword. Zenitsu's heart skipped a beat because he knew that if he chose to avoid things now, his impression in Nezuko's eyes would definitely plummet. I'll give it my all. Zenitsu clenched his fists, took a deep breath, and prepared to make a declaration to show Nezuko how strong his determination was. Just then, Inosuke kicked Zenitsu down to the ground, excitedly shouting with his dual blades, Come on, come on, I will definitely master that something. Chapter 40. Meeting the love Hashira. Waking up early in the morning, Qinxia groggily climbed out of bed. Looking at the rays of light streaming in, she realized she had slept for at least 12 hours. Wow, the more I sleep, the more I feel like I haven't slept enough. Qinxia took a deep breath and stretched her arms widely. She walked out of the room and saw Tanjiro, Inosuke, Zenitsu, and Nezuko all lying on the floor of the house, sound asleep. What on earth did they do last night? Qinxia squatted down in confusion to look at the sleeping Tanjiro. She originally wanted to pat Tanjiro's face with her hand, but after thinking it over, she decided against it. Disturbing someone who is trying so hard to sleep is quite impolite. If someone dared to slap my face and wake me up while I was sleeping, that would be thoughtless indeed. I would probably unleash a Lushan Rising Dragon Strike in response. Let's keep it up for now. It's better to enhance the basic values a bit more. If we can avoid opening the marks, it's best not to open them. Qinxia softly murmured a couple of words to Tanjiro, who was lying on the ground sound asleep, before turning and leaving the mansion. etched.One, one of the 3 major cheats in the Demon Slayer world. Simply put, it is a way to enhance all basic attributes by shortening one's lifespan. In the later stages, almost everyone has activated it, which leads to the situation where even if they survive the final battle, there are hardly a few years of peaceful days left to enjoy. It would be great if one could simply compensate for the physical enhancements brought by etched through double the training. Qinxia was thinking to herself. But compared to these thoughts, the upcoming part of the Infinite Train arc involving the Flame Hashira was obviously much more urgent, making her anxious. In this battle, the Flame Hashira would face an upper moon, and not just any upper moon, but the 3rd upper moon. If the pattern could be avoided, it should be avoided. Rather than getting lost in the ethereal world, it would be better to find a way to unlock the heck first. Chinchia was wandering around the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, searching for the Flame Hashira, Kaijiro Rengoku. She didn't find the Flame Hashira, but she did encounter the Love Hashira. There she saw Mitsuri Kanroji sitting on a long stone bench, quietly enjoying the pink Sakura rice cakes placed on her lap. MMM, I can eat these endlessly. They're so delicious, Mitsuri exclaimed, letting out sounds of enjoyment as she savored the rice cakes. Chinchia hesitated to interrupt her blissful eating state, choosing instead to stand quietly in place. If Mitsuri noticed her, that would be great. If not, she could wait until she finished eating. After all, Mitsuri was devouring the rice cakes one by one, and it would take long for her to finish the few on her lap. About a minute later, the Sakura rice cakes on Mitsuri's lap were completely gone. Just as Chinchia was about to approach and greet her, Mitsuri's next action froze her foot in midair. Eating a few Sakura rice cakes every day really lifts my spirits. Now that the sweet appetizer is done, it's time for the main course. Mitsuri beamed as she pulled out a clearly enormous 3-layered lunchbox from her peripheral vision. The first layer was sticky rice, the second layer was pork cutlet, and the third layer was various types of char siu. With a cheerful declaration of "I'm go dig in," Mitsuri rapidly started eating the layers of her lunchbox, finishing it in about 5 minutes. It was only after she had truly finished that she noticed Chinchia standing not far away. What did you get here? I hope I didn't scare you. My appetite is indeed a bit large, Mitsuri said shyly, lowering her head. Seeing this, Chinchia quickly waved her hand and replied, I was a bit surprised, but you don't need to explain. What is wrong with having a big appetite? I actually have a big appetite too. When I eat with abandon, I can eat more than both of my brothers combined. Chinchia is not simply comforting Mirai. Her appetite is indeed very large. Due to her current body, while it brings her strong physical qualities, it also leads to a very rapid consumption of stamina. To replenish stamina, there are naturally only 2 methods, either eat or sleep. Chinchia, who can eat heartily, is on a whole different level compared to 2 Tanjiros. As soon as Mirai heard this, she lifted her lowered head, her innocent and carefree face filled with excitement. Although the members of the Demon Slayer Corps do not discriminate against her large appetite, it is best to encounter someone similar. Unlike the others in the Demon Slayer Corps, Mirai does not have a deep-seated grudge against demons. Her purpose in joining the Corps is simply to find a husband who is stronger than herself and can protect her. This reason may seem thin, but in the original story, Mirai still stands at the forefront of demon slaying, never harboring even a hint of fear in her heart. Chinchia could clearly feel that her relationship with Mitsuri had become closer. Mitsuri, with a cheerful smile, patted the stone bench beside her, indicating for Chinchia to stop standing and come sit down. Naturally, Chinchia preferred to sit rather than stand, so she took a seat next to Mitsuri. As she turned to look at Mitsuri and was about to speak, her gaze got stuck on Mitsuri's exposed chest. From that angle, it had been less noticeable, but now, at this distance and with the direction, the exposed part of Mitsuri's chest was incredibly prominent. Mitsuri's Demon Slayer uniform was different from others. After she joined the Demon Slayer Corps, she was tailored by a lecherous seamstress. While others wore standard uniforms, hers was an open chest design that revealed part of her chest. At first, Mitsuri thought this was the official attire for female members of the Demon Slayer Corps, but she realized her mistake only after seeing Shinobu's outfit. However, she didn't mind and continued to wear it. Looking at Mitsuri's outfit, even though Chinchia had no intention in that regard, she still had a fleeting moment of imagining what it would be like to wear that outfit. The result was quite unbearable. Chinchia awkwardly cleared her throat, and Mealy mistakenly thought Chinchia had a sore throat. She quickly took out a bottle filled with miso soup and handed it to Chinchia. Chinchia waved her hand to indicate it was unnecessary, while inwardly marveling at how high Mealy's wife power truly was. The two then chatted about many topics, and the intimacy between Mealy and Chinchia soared as if they had taken off on a rocket. 10 minutes later, they left the stone bench and approached a stone table. One on the left, one on the right, both rolled up their sleeves and pressed their elbows on the stone table, their outstretched hands clasped together. It was quite evident what they were preparing to do. One was a muscular woman with 8 times the muscle density of an average person. The other was a supergirl infused with demon blood. The arm wrestling between the two was about to begin. Chapter 41. Collision of Strength 3, 2, 1 Start. The seemingly gentle and quiet 2 weak women instantly exerted their strength. As Chinchia exerted herself, her eyes widened in surprise. Mealy was putting in her effort. Her muscles tightened, revealing perfect muscle lines that left countless fitness enthusiasts in awe from her petite body. Chinchia momentarily even experienced a visual illusion. as if the person in front of her was not Mealy at all, but a towering rock wall 100 feet high. It was truly absurd. Qianxia's arm went soft for a moment, almost getting eliminated by Mealy on the spot. Fortunately, Qianxia stabilized herself at the last moment. Otherwise, she would have been taken down before even raising her strength, which would have been too embarrassing. Seeing Qianxia exerting equal strength at a critical moment, Mealy's expression changed and then revealed excitement. They ate the same amount and had equal strength. They were indeed kindred spirits. Mealy excitedly increased her strength again. But after stabilizing, Qianxia also began to push harder. What was initially a one-sided contest gradually shifted toward the center. After about a minute of collision, the two fell into a stalemate, unable to push each other's hands even a centimeter closer to the stone table. Mealy, so impressive. I've already used all my strength. Qianxia, 8 times the muscle density, is terrifying. This is just the strength gained purely from talent. If she were to utilize this talent for targeted strength training, I'm afraid no one in the Demon Slayer Corps would be a match for her except for the Stone Hashira. In terms of arm strength, Mizori, who has 8 times the muscle density, is not even the strongest, but merely at an average level. After all, Mizori is a girl who loves beauty. She even felt inferior about her powerful strength in her early years. The fact that she possesses such strength now is really purely due to talent, as she hasn't undergone any targeted strength training. Watching her own hand, which she couldn't push any further despite giving it her all, Qianxia secretly felt happy. After all, she could easily defeat Tanjiro in an arm wrestling match in just a few seconds. At this moment, having someone with a similar strength level made Qianxia feel her blood boiling. Her strength has not yet reached its limit. In Qianxia's eyes, it seemed as if fierce flames were burning, and Mealy could clearly feel the power being exerted from Qianxia was increasing. Mealy bit her lip, closed her eyes, and stubbornly increased her strength as well. Both sides were exerting more power, neither wanting to lose to the other. However, amidst their struggle, an outcome that left both of them helpless emerged. The stone table beneath their elbows cracked. Bang! The stone table was pressed down by their elbows, resulting in numerous cracks. Once it reached its breaking point, it shattered on the spot, turning into countless stone fragments. Without a supportive point of force, both Qianxia and Mealy shook and stepped forward, bumping their heads together. They were strong, but their heads weren't as tough as Tanjiro's. When their heads collided, both of them winced in pain. They sat down on the ground, each reaching out to cover the place where they had bumped heads, looking at each other and bursting into laughter uncontrollably. Qianxia, you're amazing. With such great strength, your appetite must be bigger than mine. Next time, let's go out to eat together. I heard there's a restaurant in the city recently where you can eat unlimited food for a certain amount of money within a set time. Mealy's eyes sparkled with excitement, and Qianxia promised that they would definitely go next time. The two of them got up from the ground and dusted off their clothes. Although the stone table was broken, it was a minor issue that could be reported. The master wouldn't blame them for such small matters. During the earlier arm wrestling match, both Qianxia and Mealy had pushed their limits, even if it was just a little. Indeed, competing with strong opponents helps in improving one's strength. It wasn't that they looked down on Tanjiro. He had also mastered the total concentration breathing, constant, as well as the water breathing and the dance of the fire god, with the same configurations. The larger difference between them was still in their fundamental stats. Logically speaking, even if the two couldn't break through their limits immediately during practice, over time, both would see significant improvement. Yet, the result was that Qianxia fell into a bottleneck period. The reason was that Tanjiro was simply too gentle. When it came to killing demons, Tanjiro could exert his full strength, but when it came to sparring with people, he subconsciously held back. This led to their practice sessions, often ending with Qianxia instantaneously defeating Tanjiro. If it was just basic training, working together towards a common goal, Tanjiro was a qualified training partner. His cheerful personality was uplifting. But in a real fight, the effect was the opposite. Qianxia fell into a brief silence as she contemplated. And at that moment, the flame Hashira Kaijiro Rengoku happened to pass by. With her head lowered in thought, she didn't notice him. But her companion, Mitsuri, cheerfully raised her arm to greet Rengoku. Master Rengoku. Upon hearing Mitsuri, Kaijiro turned his head and noticed Mitsuri and Qianxia not far away. He stopped and changed direction, striding over. Mitsuri, I've said it before, we are all Hashira now, so you don't need to call me master anymore. Kaijiro said with a smile. Hee, but sometimes I just can't help it, Mitsuri playfully replied, sticking out her tongue. Before becoming the Love Hashira, Mitsuri was a disciple of the Flame Hashira, learning flame breathing. However, she didn't possess the talent for it, ultimately creating her own unique love breathing based on flame breathing, earning the title of Love Hashira after becoming a Hashira. As Kaijiro approached Shinshia, her train of thought was instantly interrupted. She looked up in surprise at Kaijiro Rengoku, who was standing to her left, her gaze slightly trembling. Kaijiro Rengoku, 20 years old, 177 centimeters tall, a user of flame breathing, self-taught through books without formal instruction, holds a high reputation within the Demon Slayer Corps and possesses formidable strength. His fighting spirit has even been evaluated by the Upper Moon 3 as being close to the highest realm. Shinchia's gaze couldn't help but appear somewhat fervent, and this fervent look naturally fell into Kaijiro's eyes. Mr. Rengoku, do you have time now? Although I still have some trivial matters to deal with. If you're looking to spar with me, those trivial matters can be postponed. Kaijiro smiled faintly, reaching for the sun-patterned blade, sheath tucked at his waist. He could sense the intention of the girl before him, and he certainly wouldn't refuse her intent. He also wanted to see just how strong this girl, who had defeated a lower moon demon, had become. He had a subtle premonition that Shinshia might give him, and even the entire Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, a huge surprise. Chapter 42, Shinshia vs. Flame Hashira. 1. Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, training ground. Shinshia and Kaijiro stood on opposite sides of the training ground, looking at each other. At this moment, the Nichiren blades in their sheaths were drawn, revealing a clear blue Nichiren blade and a fiery red Nichiren blade in the air. Kaijiro gazed at the clear blue Nichiren blade in Shinshia's hand and couldn't help but praise, good blade. The Nichiren blade is originally a colorless sword, but when held by someone who masters the breathing techniques, it changes color. There are also differences among those colors, and in Kaijiro's eyes, Shinshia's clear blue Nichiren blade is a symbol of strength. Shinshia breathed rhythmically, her gaze focused intently on Rengoku. She wanted to use water breathing to challenge him first, to see how many moves she could withstand from Rengoku underwater breathing. At the edge of the training ground, Mitsuri stood by, observing the state of both fighters. After a moment, she raised one arm high, took a deep breath until her cheeks were puffed out, and shouted loudly, "Start." As Mitsuri's voice fell, both of them opened their eyes wide, and with a step, they quickly charged towards each other. Bang! The crisp sound of metal clashing echoed throughout the training ground, and even the residential area some distance away could faintly hear the collision of Nichiren swords. Neither side used sword techniques for this strike. It was a pure collision. Shinshia's side splashed out droplets of water, while Rengoku's side burned with fierce flames. The Nichiren swords clashed. The sword energies collided as well. Rengoku's wrist trembled slightly in surprise at Shinshia's strength, and at that moment, Mitsuri shouted from the sidelines, "Rengoku, be careful. Shinshia's strength is no less than mine." Hearing this, Rengoku nodded slightly, fully aware of the situation. The two stared at each other, and without a word, their Nichiren swords clashed several more times, producing countless lighter metallic sounds compared to the first. At this moment, the offensive flame breathing shifted to a defensive stance, successfully blocking all of Shinshia's attacks. This did not mean that Shinshia had suppressed Rengoku. Rather, Rengoku demonstrated his solid swordsmanship skills, able to defend against Shinshia's full-force attacks, even without being in his strongest defensive domain. Rengoku Kaijiro was indeed very strong. However, Shinshia had already known this. If he weren't strong, he wouldn't be standing here to compete with him. Water breathing is the balanced faction among the basic breathing techniques. The balanced faction can be described as versatile if strong, and mediocre if weak. Thunder breathing is the fastest. Wind breathing has the sharpest attacks. Flame breathing has the most powerful attacks. Rock breathing has the most domineering strength. Although Kanroji believed that Shinshia's talent in water breathing might even surpass that of Ju Tomioka in the future, she was not yet at the level of creating her own strongest defensive sword technique like Ju. Shinshia launched a fierce attack on Zingura with several sword techniques in succession, but they were all steadily blocked by Zingura. Shinshia jumped back a step, panting, while the opposite Kaijiro bowed his head to feel the weight of his Nichiren blade and the slight tremor in his wrist. He looked up and smiled, offering his assessment. "Shinshia, your strength is truly impressive, and your swordsmanship is quite skilled. It's not just pure brute force. In the realm of water breathing, I can't provide you with advice on how to improve, but you can ask Tomioka. Don't be fooled by his usually stern expression. If you seek his guidance, he will definitely teach you seriously. I believe your strength will increase significantly soon. You have that potential." Facing Kaijiro's praise, Qinsha naturally accepted it with pleasure. But she still wanted to express that it was a bit too early to make such an evaluation. Qinsha lowered her head to stabilize her breathing rate, while Xingshura noticed that the total concentration breathing technique that Qinsha had been maintaining had been switched off. Was it exhaustion that made her unable to maintain it? No way, it had only been a few moves. Xingshura felt puzzled, and in the next moment, the azure and clear Nichiren blade in Qinsha's hand began to fade, transforming into a colorless Nichiren blade as if it had just been forged. Fading? Both Xingshura and the nearby Mitsuri were taken aback. But in the next instant, something even more surprising happened. The azure and clear Nichiren blade turned into a colorless blade, and within a few seconds, black began to gradually emerge from the hilt, swallowing the entire blade. A black blade? Mitsuri gasped and covered her mouth with both hands. She had never heard of a Nichiren blade changing color and then fading back to its original state. Qinsha held the black Nichiren blade in one hand, and her breathing pattern changed accordingly. The black Nichiren blade ignited flames that resembled but were not quite like the flames of the flame breathing technique. Rengoku's face showed confusion, surprise, shock, and hesitation. But as Qinsha opened her eyes, a fighting spirit erupted from her that was on a completely different level than before. Rengoku felt more joy and excitement. He gripped the hilt of his own Nichiren blade with both hands, his pupils reflecting the blazing fire burning from Qinsha's Nichiren blade across from him. He didn't immediately ask Qinsha what breathing technique she was using at that moment. He only wanted to fully immerse himself in battle with this powerful opponent before him. After Qinsha switched the breathing technique state from water breathing to fire god Kagura, it was as if she transformed into a super scion, with all her stats experiencing a tremendous boost. The second stage begins. Qinsha gripped the blazing Nichiren blade in her hands and softly uttered a phrase. Fire god Kagura, Phantom Sun Rainbow. In Kaijuro's line of sight, Qinsha suddenly vanished into thin air. Even though Kaijuro had considerable confidence in his dynamic vision, he couldn't detect where Qinsha had gone for a moment. Left? Right? Above? Behind? After confirming that Qinsha was not in the first few directions, Kaijuro suddenly turned around. But just as he turned to look behind him, Qinsha appeared, not to the left, not to the right, not above, and certainly not in the direction Kaijuro was now facing. Qinsha, with her crimson eyes, emerged from what was originally in front of Kaijuro, but was now behind him. She swung her blazing Nichiren blade from above down towards Kaijuro. Fire god Kagura. 10th form, Radiant Light. The flames on the Nichiren blade erupted and surged forward toward Kaijuro as if they were alive. Boom! Chapter 43. Qinsha vs. Flame Hashira 2. The sound of the exploding flames reverberated, causing the entire Demon Slayer Corps headquarters to boil over. In Qinsha's temporary residence, Inosuke and Zenitsu had their eyes covered with a black cloth, sitting cross-legged on the ground and trying hard to maintain total concentration breathing. Tanjiro walked around them, deliberately disturbing the two with his footsteps and occasionally harassing them more directly, for example, by patting their heads or scratching the soles of their feet. Inosuke was relatively okay with this direct disturbance, but Zenitsu basically faltered every time, almost driven to the brink of collapse by Tanjiro. Because of this, Tanjiro awkwardly scratched the back of his head. This training method wasn't his invention. Originally, when they were training under Master Urokodaki, he simply told them to calm down and maintain total concentration breathing, but if anyone's total concentration breathing was interrupted, his stick would come down hard. Tanjiro was stunned at the time, recalling the impact of Master Urokodaki's stick, and his body involuntarily trembled. Just as Master Urokodaki finished speaking, Qinsha, who was sitting next to Tanjiro, raised her arm seriously. Master Urokodaki, I don't think this is very good. Master Urokodaki immediately showed a puzzled expression and waved his hand at Qinsha, signaling her to continue. Tanjiro originally thought his sister, like him, was afraid of Master Urokodaki's repeated strikes, but after hearing what Qinsha said next, he realized he had been overthinking. Master Urokodaki, we understand that mastering total concentration is not something that can be achieved overnight. You can hit us during our daily lives, but what about when we're sleeping? Are you going to stay up every night watching over us? Qinsha's words were very firm, and Linlang also reacted. Then he couldn't help but lower his head and chuckle bitterly. If there were an assistant nearby, even if there was just one disciple who didn't need to practice constantly to take turns, the plan he proposed would be feasible. Unfortunately, he had no assistant and no other disciples. Seeing the lonely expression on Linlong's face, Qinsha continued, So Master Linlang, Let's keep each other motivated for this total concentration breathing. We are still young, and it's no problem for us to take turns watching the night shift. Hearing Qianxia's good intentions for Linlang, Tanjiro felt a bit ashamed inside. He hadn't noticed this point right away, and thought it was good that his sister had reacted. Yes, Master Linlang, let's do it ourselves. We'll motivate each other. We definitely won't slack off, Tanjiro said seriously to Linlang. Linlang was deeply moved, thinking that these were two good kids who cared so much for their master. In the end, Linlang agreed to Qianxia's proposal. So for total concentration breathing, Linlang only explained the concept of the technique and some slightly useful auxiliary tips. And the rest was up to Qianxia and Tanjiro to complete on their own. Remembering how his sister supervised him when he practiced total concentration breathing back then, Tanjiro shook his head helplessly. If he didn't want to dampen their enthusiasm, he really wanted to say that what they were experiencing now was much gentler compared to what he had gone through. Everyone keep it up. Everyone's endurance has clearly improved, and I believe it won't be long before everyone learns it, Tanjiro said with a smile while clapping his hands. Zenitsu and Inosuke felt a slight urge to back off. If it were just one person practicing hard, they might have given up long ago. But now they were two, each becoming the other's pressure. Thinking that if the other hadn't given up, how could they? Under this positive internal competition, their progress was quite obvious. From the time they woke up until now, their total concentration breathing hadn't stopped. Until suddenly bang! Inosuke and Zenitsu in the room jolted violently, and the relatively stable total concentration breathing was completely disrupted, causing both of them to flop backward onto the floor. Tanjiro, what happened? Since their eyes were still covered with black cloth, the two couldn't see what was happening right away. When they asked in confusion but didn't get a response from Tanjiro, they hurriedly reached up to try to remove the black cloth blocking their vision from their foreheads. However, Tanjiro had tied it too tightly, and in this situation without sight, they spent quite a bit of time relying on touch to untie it. Once they removed the cloth from their eyes and scanned their surroundings, there was no sign of Tanjiro anywhere, but the commotion coming from a distance made them understand how to unravel their confusion. They picked up their Nichiren blades and rushed towards the direction of the noise, while Tanjiro had already arrived at the scene. Tanjiro's sense of smell was extremely sharp. He could detect even subtle scents, and he could sense emotions as well. He had sensed something was off before the explosion sound occurred. Is my sister using the dance of the fire god? Tanjiro wondered, and just as he thought that, the explosion sound followed. The direction it came from was exactly where Qianxia was located. Sister, Tanjiro's heart tightened, and he immediately turned and ran. By the time Zenitsu and Inosuke shouted for Tanjiro, he had already left the vicinity. At that moment, as Zenitsu and Inosuke just started running, Tanjiro had already arrived at the training ground. The training ground was still filled with thick black smoke, and Qianxia stood at the center of the training area holding her Nichiren blade, while Rengoku Kaijiro maintained a defensive stance at the edge of the training ground with his Nichiren blade. Just now, Qianxia's strike was barely blocked by Kaijiro, who was now slightly out of breath, his wrist trembling as he gripped the Nichiren blade. Compared to the power of the first round of water-breathing attacks, this was on a completely different level. Although both were flame sword techniques, there was no doubt that Qianxia's flames were much more advanced than his. Rengoku Kaijiro thought, slowly withdrawing from his defensive stance, both hands gripping the blade's hilt as he re-entered a combat stance. Was he afraid? All he felt was excitement and admiration for Qianxia. Their gazes met, and without saying a word, they almost simultaneously stepped forward and charged again. Their Nichiren blades clashed at an incredibly fast rate, creating rippling sword energy that splashed onto the ground, causing small explosions. Under the rapid exchanges, the blades of their Nichiren swords gradually glowed with a red light. Chapter 44. The Crimson Blade, Appear, Breath of Flame, Flame Tiger, Dance of the Fire God, Sun Halo Dragon. The fierce collision between the Fire Dragon and the Flame Tiger did not result in an explosion this time, but rather fused together, ultimately dispersing like water across the ground. The ground beneath Chika and Kaijiro's feet was absurdly hot. If someone had a raw egg in their hand right now, they might as well try frying it on this ground like a frying pan, guaranteed to sizzle the moment the egg hits the surface. In this high-temperature battlefield, the two were gasping for breath, drenched in sweat, especially Chika. Her physique was one that traded more stamina for extraordinary physical capabilities, and the dance of the fire god consumed even more energy than ordinary breathing techniques. After continuous clashes, she had already reached her limit. Of course, Kaijiro wasn't in great shape either. His hands had been trembling before, and now his whole body was aching from the impacts. Qianxia's power was overwhelming, and it showed a trend of continuously growing stronger. He had to use an abnormal level of strength to counter every move from Qianxia. With his muscles tensing and exerting force continuously, it was no surprise that his muscles were sore. Neither of them knew how many moves they had exchanged, as the frequency of their sword strikes was too fast at that moment. Each strike could easily kill a high-level demon or even a lower moon. Kaijiro was breathing slightly heavily, and after a few seconds without any sign of Qianxia attacking again, he finally sensed something unusual coming from himself. He looked down at the hand gripping the Nichiren blade and saw that the sword, which had originally only featured red stripes, was now completely engulfed in red. Even though he had not unleashed any sword techniques that produced fiery ripples, looking at the Nichiren blade, Kaijiro felt that it was still burning, and the aura that demons feared emanating from the Nichiren blade was amplified several times at that moment. This was a Hakai blade. While Kaijiro had activated the Hakai blade, Qianxia had naturally done the same, except her Nichiren blade was not entirely covered in red. It still retained some black, identical to Kagaya Yoriichi's Nichiren blade. Qianxia felt the aura emanating from the Nichiren blade in her hand, which instilled fear in demons, and a smile spread across her face. One of the three great external powers, the red blade, was finally completed. What is the biggest gap between demons and humans in battle? Blood demon arts? No. Demons have special abilities, and the swordsmanship of the Demon Slayer Corps can also be considered a special ability. Physical fitness? No. Although demons have strong physical attributes, after using total concentration breathing, the physical bodies of the Demon Slayer Corps are not much inferior to those of demons. The biggest gap between humans and demons is regeneration. If a human's arms are severed, in this era, there is no way to reattach them. Even if they are reattached, it takes time, and the reattached arms cannot be used in high-intensity combat. But demons? If an arm is cut off, it snaps back in place with a sound. And in the original work, Kaijiro's battle with Upper Moon 3 vividly demonstrated the regeneration ability of demons. Under this red blade, the regeneration ability of demons will no longer be a headache, and being struck by the red blade is no ordinary pain. After the ceasefire between Qianxia and Kaijiro, the Hashira outside the training ground sensed the change in the Nichiren blades held by the two. How did Rengoku's and Qianxia's swords become like this? Mitsuri exclaimed, covering her cheeks in surprise. Shinobu tilted her head in confusion. Ji remained silent. Kaneo's eyes narrowed. Haimajima Jiomi turned the beads in his hand, lost in thought. Mitsuri stepped forward quickly to Kaijiro's side, bending down to closely observe and feel the aura emanating from his Nichiren blade. Rengoku, this matter needs to be reported to the master quickly, Mitsuri said seriously. Yes, I can also feel that the change in this blade will have a huge impact on the future of our Demon Slayer Corps. Kaijiro nodded in agreement with Mitsuri's request. He also believed this matter needed to be reported and discussed promptly. The surrounding Hashira also expressed their tacit approval, while Qianxia was still immersed in the joy of finally unlocking one of the three great external powers. I finally got the red blade. Now, I have a bit of an advantage when fighting Upper Moon 3. You think your fists are weapons, huh? Come and take a hit from the red blade. Qianxia lowered her head, yet a devilish smile appeared on her face. The crowd looked at her expression in confusion, while Tanjiro awkwardly urged everyone not to mind it, saying it was normal for his sister to occasionally show such a smile. The others were left puzzled, wondering if such a smile could really be considered normal. Shinizu Sanemi turned to look at Qianxia, who was still smiling with her head down, and his mouth twitched slightly. He then shouted at her, "What are you dazed for? You need to come over too." At Sanemi's shout, Qianxia finally snapped back to reality from her joyful fantasy. Although she didn't have a title now, she was no different from the Hashira, and since this Hakai blade was also opened by her and Kaijiro, it was only right for her to go over. Qianxia took a deep breath to gather her spirits. If she was going, then so be it. Not going would only disrupt his plans. His battle with Kaijiro at the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters was not just an attempt to see if he could unlock the Hinakami Kagura, but also to spread the concept of the Hinakami among the Corps, encouraging all the Hashira to actively unlock it. In the original work, the Hashira first unlocked the Hinakami during life-and-death battles, often carrying injuries. Just think, if the Hashira had the Hinakami from the beginning, they could catch demons completely off guard. The demons would think that the Nichiren blade posed no threat, even approaching the Hashira, and then the Hashira could simply activate the Hinakami with a grip, delivering a strike to the oncoming demon. The demon would be stunned, and in that moment of confusion, the Hashira could strike again. Qianxia believes that under such circumstances, no matter what kind of demon it is, the winning rate can be increased to a limited extent. It is important to note that the Haida not only restrains the regeneration of demons, but also significantly enhances attack power. When it strikes a demon, even those who have become numb to pain will flinch. It's a dual blow to both body and spirit. After a brief exchange, Qianxia and the others quickly arrived outside the Lord's residence to inform him about the Haida. The Lord inside paused, hurriedly inviting everyone in and temporarily convening a meeting of the Hashira. Chapter 45. The Experiment of the Haida Flame Hashira. Kaijiro, Rengoku. Water Hashira, Ju Tomioka. Insect Hashira, Shinobu Kocho. Serpent Hashira, Abanai Iguro. Wind Hashira, Sanemi Shinazugawa. Stone Hashira, Jiomi Himejima. Demon Slayer Core Leader, Kagaya, Ubuyashiki. And our protagonist, Kamadu Qianxia. Everyone sat in a room, with Qianxia and Rengoku positioned at the center, closest to the Lord, and even closer to them with their swords. It's really changed. How fascinating. The Lord looked at the two swords in astonishment, unsure of what to say. He had previously gone through all the family's books, trusting his memory, and he was certain that there were absolutely no records of this in the family archives. What do you all think? The Lord, somewhat recovering from his surprise, raised his head to ask the others about their impressions of the changes in the Nicaran blade. Although the attendees had no understanding of the craftsmanship of the Nicaran blade, they were all seasoned fighters who had wielded the Nicaran blade against demons and naturally had their own thoughts on this change. The blade has generated high temperatures due to continuous collisions. The reason the Nicaran blade can slay demons is that the ore used to forge it harbors the power of the sun. Now that the Nicaran blade looks like this, I believe it should pose an even greater threat to demons. Serpent Hashira Abanai Iguro was the first to speak. His sensory system was very keen, and he could sense that the Nicaran blade before him exuded a more intense aura than before. I agree with this statement, but before I make a conclusion, let's conduct an experiment. For example, using this blade to kill a demon and observe its reaction, Shinobu Kocho suggested, squinting and extending a finger to share her opinion. The others nodded in agreement. This experiment was essential. Without it, any discussions would just be empty talk. The activation of the Haida is not permanent, as it is essentially a Nicaran blade at high temperatures, augmented by the sun's power contained within the forged ore. Once the high temperature of the blade cools down, the Haida will downgrade back to a regular Nicaran blade. After a round of discussions, the experiment regarding the Haida began in an orderly manner under the Lord arrangement. The Hashira paired up to fight like Qianxia and Rengoku, trying to see if they could also turn their Nicaran blades into the same as the two of them through high-frequency collisions. After a series of noisy experiments, all the Hashira, except Shinobu, successfully activated the Haida. Shinobu was unable to complete the high-intensity blade clash due to her lack of strength, which was somewhat regrettable. Once it was confirmed that this form of the Haida was not a coincidence, they began to test the Haida's performance. In a small alley of a county, a malicious demon was frantically running. Was he chasing after humans? No, he was being chased by humans. Behind him, Sanemi Shinazugawa was rapidly closing in, his expression more ferocious than that of the demon, terrifying. Wind breathing, first form, dust whirlwind slash. Sanemi's figure flashed like a horizontal hurricane, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of the malicious demon, whose arms had been severed, causing him to halt in place, howling in pain. In normal circumstances, such a level of injury could regenerate quickly, but now, the demon showed no signs of regeneration, which baffled him. Why? Why can't my arms regenerate? It hurts. It hurts. With a swift upward strike, Sanemi wielded the Haida, and the demon lost its life amidst the excruciating pain, turning into smoke. Sanemi waved the Haida, a smirk on his lips, his eyes flashing with fervor. 3 days later, after returning from the Haida experiment, Sanemi informed the gathered crowd that the Haida could restrain the regeneration of demons, and the Hashira and the Lord all clenched their fists in joy. It can restrain the regeneration of demons. Originally, they only expected an increase in damage, so this unexpected benefit was a pleasant surprise. While they were thrilled, they also did not forget to analyze the drawbacks of the Haida. 1. The duration is not long. 2. Activating it through collisions is cumbersome. It requires cooperation and time, making it difficult to stabilize the Nicaran blade against powerful demons. As everyone pondered this, Qianxia quietly extended her arm. How about we try out our grip strength? Qianxia's speech caused the people present to pause. Grip strength? Does it mean to grip the knife handle tightly? Grip strength warming up? So mystical? Looking at the puzzled expressions on everyone's faces, Xinxia could only maintain a smile in response. Mystical? You guys are actually mocking this mystical concept. I also think it's quite mystical, but the author drew it this way. What can I do? If it weren't for Xinxia thinking that her grip strength might not meet this standard, she would have demonstrated it directly. In the original work, the snake Hashira and the mist Hashira were able to activate their Hakai with grip strength, while the other Hashira paired up to activate it through collision. So, is the grip strength of the mist Hashira and the snake Hashira the greatest? Of course not, and at that time, the snake Hashira and mist Hashira activated their Hakai with the assistance of patterns. After their lifespans were shortened, their strength increased, but at this moment, none of the Hashira present had patterns activated. Can someone really activate Hakai with grip strength? Xinxia wasn't sure, just as the atmosphere fell into silence. The strongest man of the Demon Slayer Corps stepped forward. Himejima Jyomiai. This man is the strongest in the current Demon Slayer Corps, referred to by the Upper Moons as the strongest human physique encountered in 300 years. The rankings among the Hashira have not been publicly disclosed by the author, so there are various opinions on this matter, each with its own understanding, but the stone Hashira firmly holds the position of the strongest. Let me give this method a try. Himejima Jyomiai walked out from the group of Hashira, and everyone felt it was meaningless. Everyone knew that the stone Hashira had the strongest grip strength, and if he couldn't activate Hakai with grip strength, they certainly couldn't, at least not at this stage. As he stepped out of the group, he also took out his Nichiren blade, which was quite different from the others, very distinctive. With a whoosh, a long and heavy chain was pulled out, one end of the chain connected to a sharp axe, while the other end was a meteor hammer larger than his head. Chapter 46. Manually Creating Hakai. Himejima Jyomiai's Nichiren blade is a specially made one. Its appearance itself is different from the conventional Nichiren blades, and the ore used to forge such a Nichiren blade is far purer than that of a regular Nichiren blade, making it even harder and more powerful. In the original work, Himejima Jyomiai had never attempted to manually create a Kai. He used his unique Nichiren blade, connecting the axe on one end of the chain to rub against the meteor hammer linked on the other end to activate Hakai. Himejima Jyomiai looked down at his hand gripping the chain. Of course, this was merely a symbolic lowering of his head. Himejima Jyomiai is a naturally blind person. But despite this, he still lived normally and even trained to develop such a physique, which shows just how strong his willpower is. After taking a deep breath, all the strength in his body began to gather rapidly, ultimately condensing in his palm. He slightly loosened his grip on the chain for a moment before tightening it again. Powerful grip strength began to infuse into the chain. The warmth not only represented grip strength, but also symbolized Himejima Jyomiai's enlightenment. Time passed second by second, and sweat began to bead on Himejima Jyomiai's serious face. Manually creating Hakai is very difficult. In the original work, the Mist Hashira and Snake Hashira manually created Hakai in life and death moments. From a mystical perspective, it can be said to be in a moment of life and death. Their indomitable willpower infused into the Nichiren blade gain a response. Is it because it's not a life and death situation that they can't create it manually? As Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps, they have fought with demons at the front lines of life and death for years, even without deliberately invoking it. Their bodies have long been deeply imprinted with that mark. The understanding of life and death moments, the infusion of mental and physical strength into the Nichiren blade in hand, finally led to a reaction from Himejima Jyomiai's Nichiren blade. Vibrant red began to gradually emerge, completely covering the axe and meteor hammer on both ends of the chain. Manually creating Hakai. The crowd watched in trembling amazement as Himejima Jyomiai truly activated Hakai on his own, each person showing expressions of shock, followed by joy, because Himejima Jyomiai's success indicated that this method is indeed possible. Even if their current grip strength might not be enough, they now have a goal. And all they need to do next is to charge towards that goal with all their might. Manually activated Hakai holds more strategic significance than a pre-prepared one, as it can catch demons off guard. Watching the excited expressions of the crowd, Xinxia slightly lowered her head, the corners of her mouth lifting into a satisfied smile, like a mother watching her children grow. Very good, this is exactly what we wanted. The atmosphere in the Lord's room was quite lively until the smiling Lord gently clapped his hands, causing everyone around to realize, some shamefully closing their mouths and quieting down. I understand that everyone is very excited. I am too. This is a significant discovery that will surely bring noticeable changes to our future demon extermination efforts. However, before everyone fully masters this technique, please try not to demonstrate it in front of demons. As the Lord spoke, he extended a finger to his lips, and everyone immediately understood, almost all the faces in front of him showing expressions akin to villains. Traditionally, it is only demons that ambush and plot against humans. It's time to sound the horn of counterattack. Just as this meeting was about to conclude perfectly, the Lord slightly turned his head towards Kaidoro, Rengoku, and Shinshia. Right? This state of the Nichiren blade still doesn't have a name. Since it was born from your battle, you too should name it. Name it. The Demon Slayer world has 3 major external powers: patterns, transparent world, and Hakai. Except for the patterns which are recorded, the other 2 are merely narrative settings. There is no instance of someone in battle shouting, "Take this, my Hakai." Kaijiro slightly raised his head, lost in thought. After a brief moment of contemplation, he smiled and turned to Shinshia, passing the naming rights to her, while the other Hashira around them also looked at Shinshia. At this moment, Shinshia could easily change the name of Hakai to something else. If she were a bit more cheeky, she could even use her own name. For example, Shinshia's blade? Maybe not. This is essentially a Nichiren blade in a high-temperature state, so let's just call it Hakai. It's simple and understandable. Shinshia extended a finger and smiled as she said, "Hakai, Hakai, good name." Beside Chika, Kaijiro murmured the name a few times, then crossed his arms and raised his head, letting out a sound of admiration. The people around them also expressed that the name was good. Thus, the Demon Slayer Corps fully accepted the concept of the Heck and began concentrated training on grip strength, striving to be able to spin the Heck single-handedly like Michiro Takedo. Chika was no exception, but after Michiro's success, she gained confidence in this area as well. Shinshia's physical fitness far exceeds that of ordinary people, and there are no signs that she has reached her limits. Training among so many superhuman individuals has naturally led to a rapid improvement in her grip strength. In just a short span of 1 to 2 weeks, she progressed from barely being stronger than the Love Hashira to firmly surpassing the Sound Hashira and the nearly human-strong body Hashira, Himejima Jyomi-ai. Under intensive training, Shinshia was the second to successfully perform the handspun Heck, followed closely by the Flame Hashira, Sound Hashira, and Water Hashira, while the Serpent Hashira and Mist Hashira also began to grasp the technique. With more practice, they should be able to master it as well. After mastering the Heck, Shinshia greeted the other Hashira and decided not to linger with them. It would be long now. She planned to return and check on Tanjiro and Nezuko. The weather today is truly nice, Shinshia thought to herself, slightly raising her head to admire the clear sky, lamenting that such beautiful weather is wasted on Nezuko, who is too afraid to come out and enjoy it. Nezuko is special. She is not afraid of sunlight, but she is currently unaware of this fact, belonging to the type that is mentally fearful but physically unafraid. As Shinshia was mumbling to herself, thinking of a way to help Nezuko step out reasonably, she suddenly stopped in front of her residence in the headquarters. What did she see? In her line of sight, she noticed that Nezuko was standing in the open space of her residence under the sunlight, even slightly raising her head to face the blue sky, white clouds, and the sun. When Nezuko sensed someone approaching, she lowered her head slightly to look towards Shinshia, and upon realizing it was her sister, she joyfully opened her mouth, revealing a radiant smile. Sister. Chapter 47. Nezuko overcoming the sun. After revealing her brilliant smile, Nezuko quickly ran towards Shinshia and leaped into her arms. Shinshia was a bit confused, thinking to herself, "It's only been a few days since I last saw Nezuko. How did she suddenly overcome her fear of sunlight? It couldn't be that she just randomly decided to try it out on a whim, right? Nezuko, why are you suddenly not afraid of the light?" Shinshia asked in confusion as she looked down at the happy Nezuko in her arms. At that moment, Tanjiro, Zenitsu, and Inosuke, who were inside the residence, heard the commotion outside and quickly ran out. "Sister, you're back," Tanjiro exclaimed, looking very happy to see his sister return. For Nezuko and Tanjiro, even just a week or 2 apart felt like a long time, as they were family who had grown up together. They hardly ever went days without seeing each other. Even a couple of days apart were rare. Tanjiro shouted and wanted to rush over to Shinshia, but she quickly raised her palm, forcefully blocking him from getting closer. Shinshia looked at Tanjiro in front of her with dead fish eyes, then glanced at Nezuko in her arms and said, "Aren't you going to explain to me what's going on with Nezuko?" Tanjiro was taken aback upon hearing this, feeling a bit embarrassed as he turned his head to the side and scratched his cheek with his finger. Nezuko stepped back from Shinshia's embrace and moved to Tanjiro's side. She extended a finger. Although she was also a bit nervous, she decisively stood up to protect her brother at that moment. "Sister, about this matter, it's actually like this. Let us rewind time to when Qianxia and Kaijiro clashed swords and caused an explosion. Tanjiro, worried about Qianxia, acted before he had time to think. His body turned, and he dashed toward the training ground where Qianxia was. Zenitsu and Inosuke, after removing their masks, also sensed the commotion from that direction and quickly rushed over. Just 10 seconds after they ran off, Nezuko emerged from a room, scanning her surroundings and realizing that neither her sister, brother, nor even Zenitsu and Inosuke were in sight. A strong sense of unease surged within her. After becoming a demon, her physical abilities were greatly enhanced, including her 5 senses. The ongoing commotion at the training ground sounded like a battle. It seemed that both her sister and brother were over there. Nezuko walked to the edge of the house, looking outside where she would touch sunlight with just one more step. She bit her lip and clenched her fists. Could something have happened? Are sister and brother in danger? I want to go help, but it's daytime. Nezuko bit her lip and lowered her head. As a demon, she feared sunlight. Even though she had never come into contact with sunlight since becoming a demon, her body instinctively reacted with fear at the mere concept of it. At that moment, she suddenly remembered a conversation she had with her sister back when they were still at the Sakanji's house. Sister, why don't you and brother leave me here? Look at me, so weak and afraid of sunlight. Being with you will definitely hold you back. At that time, Nezuko felt a wave of inferiority due to her slow progress with water breathing and sword techniques. And as the time for her and Tanjiro to officially start going on missions drew closer, this feeling intensified. Qianxia noticed Nezuko's little thoughts and walked over to her side, gently patting her head. Nezuko, how could you be a burden? You're so... Cough, cough. Nezuko, think about it. You've overcome your bloodlust as a demon. You're a unique existence. Perhaps one day, you can overcome sunlight too. Qianxia comforted Nezuko. Although Qianxia wasn't very skilled at comforting others, Nezuko still took in her words of consolation. She slightly raised her head to look at the closed window in the room, softly murmuring, "If only I could not be afraid of the sunlight." This memory surged in Nezuko's mind, and for some reason, she suddenly had a very absurd and dangerous thought. Should I try? Why not give it a shot? I have regenerative abilities too. I'll just reach out and see. If it hurts, I'll pull it back immediately. If Tanjiro were there, he would definitely not let Nezuko attempt this so easily, but at this moment, Tanjiro was not present, which was also the reason why he awkwardly couldn't answer Qianxia's inquiry. Nezuko nervously swallowed hard, her hand trembling as it slowly reached out toward the outside. The moment her hand touched the sunlight, Nezuko lowered her head, a look of pain appearing on her face. The sunlight fell on her skin, transforming into a lethal ray that burned her. Just as Nezuko wanted to retract her hand due to the pain, she suddenly felt the sensation of pain diminishing. Huh? Is this an illusion? Nezuko slowly opened her eyes, cautiously looking at her outstretched palm. She saw that her hand was no longer being burned by the sunlight, and the initial burns were gradually healing. Nezuko's eyes widened in surprise, transforming into little beans as she pulled back her outstretched hand, staring in awe at the palm that had just experienced the scorching sunlight. No injury? It seems like I'm really okay. Could it be that I'm truly not afraid of sunlight? Nezuko blinked in disbelief, her expression resembling that of a child who had just received a new toy, filled with curiosity. Should I try the other arm? Is it not painful anymore? It only hurt for 2 or 3 seconds, and that burning sensation had completely vanished. After a second confirmation, 2 shining stars sparkled in Nezuko's eyes. Then, she began to jump around in excitement, imagining how Muzan Kibutsuji would envy her to tears if he saw this. One leg, the other leg. 3, 2, 1. Let's do this. Nezuko took a deep breath and stepped out of the room, fully exposing herself to the sunlight. The pain from the sunlight vanished in an instant, and after the sensation completely disappeared, she raised her arms in joy, cheering. From Nezuko's mouth, Qianxia could roughly imagine the situation at that moment. Nezuko extending a finger, smiling and boasting about her cleverness, when suddenly, Qianxia swiftly brought her hand down, striking Nezuko on the forehead. Ouch! What are you doing, sister? Nezuko closed her eyes in pain, her weak hands lifting to cover her head. Qianxia looked at her irritably, unsure of what to say. Although it was a good thing that Nezuko discovered her ability to overcome sunlight, she had been too mischievous this time. Even Qianxia, who was familiar with the original story, felt a chill of fear. The original plot could only serve as a reference. After her existence appeared, this world was no longer the original story. At most, it could only be considered a fanfiction. What if her presence interfered and caused the entire plot to change? What if Nezuko's body could no longer withstand sunlight? Just thinking about it made Qianxia feel scared. After all, Qianxia still didn't believe everything would progress as smoothly as she imagined. She wasn't a god. She had merely crossed into this world by chance, becoming a special existence within it. There were far too many uncertain factors to consider and treat with caution, all for the story to reach a beautiful conclusion that everyone could enjoy. Chapter 48, Creating Miracles. This is a one-time thing. There won't be a next time. Qianxia sighed helplessly. Although she said she would let Nezuko go, her hands didn't stop at all. Her hand strikes fell on Nezuko's forehead like a wooden fish being tapped, leaving Nezuko in a daze. Of course, Qianxia wouldn't let Tanjiro off easily either. Even though she ran off without thinking, worried about herself, that was that. And this was this. One thing was one thing. Qianxia turned to look at Tanjiro and the others behind him, Zenitsu and Inosuke, and said, "You all look pretty good. It seems your training progress has been quite decent. Since that's the case, you should be starting to feel a bit more relaxed lately, right? How about adding a few more lessons?" As soon as Zenitsu heard this, he felt a chill run down his spine, and an ominous premonition surged up. Just when he was about to complain, "No way," Tanjiro quickly covered his mouth, while Inosuke immediately locked his throat. "Haha, of course, no problem. Zenitsu and Inosuke's training is almost over, and I want to increase the training volume too," Tanjiro said while covering Zenitsu's mouth, laughing heartily. "Exactly, big sister. Just tell us what you have planned. I'm willing to do anything to get stronger. I can do anything," Inosuke said seriously. One arm locked around Zenitsu's throat, and the other fist clenched tightly. "Very good. Full of spirit." Qianxia nodded in satisfaction, while only Zenitsu could only whimper and was at a loss for words. Could he still resist now? Clearly not. Zenitsu, "Well, I'll do my best, I'll work hard. I want to outdo all of you." In the following days, the training regimen for Tanjiro and the others was nothing short of brutal, especially for Zenitsu and Inosuke. They hadn't fully mastered their basics yet, and on top of that, they had to maintain total concentration breathing while doing the new courses set by Qianxia, which was truly a challenge for them. As for the extra training Qianxia assigned them, it was quite simple: grip strength training and simulated combat training. As for the Hashira, it was one thing, but expecting these three boys to master the technique of creating a Nichiren blade in a short time was unrealistic. Therefore, Qianxia mostly guided them to focus on working together to generate heat through friction to activate their Nichiren blades. While the three of them were undergoing this inhumane level of training, Qianxia was smiling as she guided Nezuko in her water-breathing techniques. Water breathing is the most gentle of all breathing styles. Don't think of using brute force to wield the techniques of water breathing. Water can transform into all things. Use your heart to wield the water-breathing techniques. Okay, got it, sister. Although Qianxia cannot be considered a great teacher, if we rate the water-breathing techniques out of 10, the strongest user today would undoubtedly be Water Hashira Tomioka, followed by the former Water Hashira Sakanji Urokodaki. However, he is now old, and if he were in his prime, he might score 9 points, with the 1 point deducted because he does not know the 11th form of water breathing created by Tomioka. Next are Qianxia and Tanjiro, both rated at 8 points. The two of them guiding Nezuko, who has not yet mastered all the water-breathing techniques, is more than sufficient. Nezuko is studying hard because this training is completely different from the previous one, where she could only stay in a dimly lit room. Enjoying the sunlight makes her feel great. If there is no desire to eat humans, and she is not afraid of sunlight, then what is the difference between demons and humans? The atmosphere between Chika and Nezuko can be completely described as warm, while just a dozen meters away, there is an overwhelming sense of oppression. "I can't take it anymore. I need to rest for a bit," Zenitsu said, panting as he stopped his training and tried to return indoors step by step. However, before he could make it back inside, he tripped over a small stone and fell to the ground with a thud, losing consciousness. Tanjiro and Inosuke, who were nearby, quickly put down their training and rushed over to help Zenitsu up. Zenitsu, are you okay?" Before they could finish their calls, Zenitsu, who was lying on the ground, suddenly got up as if possessed, eyes closed. His aura had undergone a tremendous change, filled with an oppressive feeling, and the previously clumsy, total concentration became incredibly natural at this moment. Zenitsu? Tanjiro and Inosuke instinctively took a half step back, swallowing hard in confusion. A sense of danger? Zenitsu got up from the ground and suddenly disappeared like lightning from their sight. They quickly turned their heads to the spot where Zenitsu had been training, seeing him performing his training exercises at lightning speed. "I'm going to roll you guys up. I'm going to roll you guys up. I'm going to roll you guys up." While doing the training exercises at lightning speed, He was also mumbling these words frantically. Tanjiro and Inosuke watched this scene with puzzled expressions, but at least it seemed like everything was fine. They both breathed a sigh of relief in unison, then stretched their meridians and resumed their training. Although the training was exhausting, it felt great to sense their own strength increasing. Watching the two continue training with smiles, Chika felt a bit relieved, although it seemed satisfying to become stronger in one step and defeat powerful enemies. Isn't it even more gratifying to build a platform of strength through relentless effort, blood, and sweat, allowing them to cross cliffs that once seemed insurmountable? While guiding Nezuko in water breathing, Chika also held the Nichiren blade in her hand, continuously transferring warmth from her palm into the blade, training her ability to forge the Hekizukuri. It is this continuous practice that allows one to become stronger, to more quickly heat the Nichiren blade, to activate the Hekizukuri in the future. Chika has now trained to the point where she can actively activate the Hekizukuri after just 5 seconds of focused warming up, which is quick, but she feels it is still far from enough. In this small residence of the Demon Slayer Corps, everyone was tirelessly training until Flame Hashira Kaijuro Rengoku arrived. He raised his arm, opened his mouth to greet Chika in the courtyard, but before he could speak, he noticed Nezuko beside Chika. A demon training in the sunlight with water breathing? Rengoku's words faltered, and after a moment of silence, he put his hands on his hips and smiled, exclaiming, "Chika, you've truly created another miracle." Chapter 49. Miracle Girl. When Rengoku arrived, Chika also sensed him. As she turned to look towards Rengoku, she happened to hear his exclamation. "Chika, you've truly created another miracle." Chinchao's face was filled with confusion as she thought, "What do you mean I created another miracle?" Akira Rengoku, wait a minute, you misunderstood. This matter with Nezuko has nothing to do with me at all. As Chinchao looked over at Akira Rengoku, within a few seconds, everyone around also noticed him. Except for Zenitsu, who was still in his flash mode, everyone else began to walk towards Akira Rengoku. "Mr. Rengoku, what brings you here?" Chinchao asked nervously, thinking, could it be that the Infinite Train storyline has begun? If possible, she would like to delay it a bit longer. Although she had a certain chance of winning against Upper Moon 3 with the Hano Blade, she still wanted to continue developing cautiously. Even if there was a 90% chance of winning, Chinchao wanted to ensure 100% before fighting, especially since the chances weren't even 90%. There is a matter regarding your special breathing technique. Although I'm not very familiar with it, I believe my father might know about it in our family archives. So I wanted to say, if you're in a hurry, I can take you to my house right now. Chinchao had not reacted much yet, but beside her, Tanjiro was excited and quickly spoke up, "Me? Can I go too?" "Oh, you're Chinchao's younger brother, right? Then you also inherited Chinchao's special breathing technique? Let's go together," Kaijuro said with his hands on his hips. Bringing one person is bringing people. Bringing two people is still bringing people. If we bring another demon, it's still bringing people. After Tanjiro spoke, Nezuko beside him raised her arm high, even standing on her toes, with a serious expression on her face. They agreed to depart at this time tomorrow. And if they moved quickly, they could even leave in the morning and return that night, reaching the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters by the next morning. They could actually set off right now, but seeing Nezuko's unafraid demeanor in the sunlight, they needed to report this matter up before departing. At the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, in the leader's room, this familiar feeling filled the room. It had only been half a month, and they had already held 3 Hashira meetings. The most absurd part was that the themes of the 3 meetings were not ordinary matters, but truly significant issues that required everyone to discuss together. A demon that is not afraid of sunlight. What is this? Nezuko, you're so extraordinary. The sound Hashira, Tenjin Yuzui, couldn't help but speak up. Nezuko not eating humans is a good thing. Nezuko not fearing sunlight is also a good thing. However, Nezuko not eating humans implies that other demons might also not eat humans, and Nezuko not fearing sunlight suggests that other demons might also not fear sunlight. The importance of the former compared to the latter is not on the same level at all. Everyone was a bit shocked and worried. Even the leader showed a look of melancholy. This oppressive atmosphere is not good. Chinchao felt that the morale of the crowd, who had finally gained the He Sword and were filled with excitement, was now declining. She stated that this was unacceptable. They could not go from having high spirits to losing them, and then to being exhausted. Everyone, we need to keep our fighting spirit high. Cough, cough. I believe we shouldn't worry too much about this. Nezuko is just a special individual. If there were really demons active during the day, there would have been reports of daytime attacks long ago. I trust the Demon Slayer core intelligence gathering capabilities. Since there haven't been any such reports yet, we can temporarily rule out this danger. However, we also cannot completely disregard this possibility. My lord, although I know the Demon Slayer Corps is currently understaffed, I still hope you can find a way to increase our numbers and enhance our vigilance during the day. Xinxia seriously expressed her thoughts. She was earnest. She truly wanted the master to increase the vigilance during the day. There were two reasons. First, Muzan has been searching for a plant called the blue spider lily to make demons, like Nezuko, unafraid of sunlight. Demons can only act at night, but during the day, they're not completely helpless. They can threaten some humans to search for blue spider lilies, although the efficiency is not high. Second, Xinxia was also worried that her presence in this world might change the plot. What if demons really overcome sunlight? After all, in the original story, Upper Moon 3 overcame the weakness of decapitation through sheer willpower, and demons' bodies are full of potential. Caution must be exercised, and exercised again. Xinxia's attitude shocked everyone around her, and the Lord couldn't help but laugh. He wasn't mocking Xinxia. If anything, he was laughing at himself. You're right. We have been a bit downcast. I will increase our manpower and enhance our vigilance. If it costs a bit more money, so be it. Money is nothing when it comes to defeating Muzan, the Lord said with a smile. He was someone ruthless enough to try to take Muzan down with a large amount of black powder in the final battle. Wealth was merely an external possession. Maintaining such a large family was simply for the operation of the Demon Slayer Corps. The meeting quickly unfolded and concluded just as swiftly. Nezuko had overcome her bloodlust and the sunlight, leaving a deep impression on the Hashira and making them more vigilant in future battles against demons. Nezuko's existence showed them that demons, like humans, have infinite potential, and they must never underestimate demons or rely solely on their basic knowledge of them, as demons could break through common sense. After the meeting, Kaijiro took Xinxia, Tanjiro, and Nezuko to pack their bags. They had originally planned to leave the next day, but since the meeting ended early, they decided to set off sooner. The Rengoku family, the Rengoku clan, is one of the 5 foundational families of the Demon Slayer Corps, known for their breath of flame. Every flame Hashira has come from this family, which possesses training books on the breath of flame and a wealth of historical documents, including records about the fire god Kagura, which is the origin of the sun-breathing technique. Tanjiro learned of this place from the dying Kaijiro after the Infinity Train arc. At this moment, Xinxia and the others had arrived early. Chapter 50. Rengoku Shinjuro on the small path through the countryside. Kaijiro and Xinxia were running at an incredible speed, beyond what ordinary people could achieve. Kaijiro, as the flame Hashira, could even chase a moving train at full speed. Chika's physique is different from ordinary people. Without worrying about physical exertion, her various base stats are only second to the likes of the sound Hashira and the wind Hashira, so naturally, she can keep up with Rengoku's pace. Tanjiro and Nezuko are slightly behind, but they are not lagging too far. The two are running quickly, only about 10 meters away from the leading group of Chika and Rengoku. Chika, when we get to my house later, you will definitely meet my father. Ever since my mother passed away, he has been in low spirits. If I offend you in any way, please bear with me, Rengoku said, turning his head to look at Chika while they were speeding along. Rengoku's father, Kaijiro Rengoku, the former flame Hashira, was originally a very good person, just like the cheerful older brother image that Rengoku has now. The current serpent Hashira was saved by Kaijiro back in the day. However, during one of his long missions, his wife, who was already in poor health, fell seriously ill and was bedridden while Kaijiro was away. When Kaijiro returned home from his mission, his wife had already passed away. This event dealt a heavy blow to Kaijiro, and the balance between his duties as a husband and his mission as the flame Hashira collapsed. He began to blame himself and fell into despair. He resigned from his position as flame Hashira and spent his days drinking away his sorrows at home, unable to cope with the loss of his beloved. He feared that such a situation would happen again, sealing off his heart with alcohol, and even his 2 once-beloved sons became estranged from him, including Rengoku when he took on the new role of flame Hashira. It is truly tragic. Xinxia recalled Maki Tashiro's experiences and couldn't help but whisper, and beside her, Xinxua blinked in confusion. The wind was too strong for him to hear clearly. Xinxia quickly realized that she seemed to have spoken out loud and awkwardly replied, No, it's okay. We've come this far. We should be almost there, right? It's about 2 or 3 kilometers away. Akaza didn't think much of it. For them, 2 or 3 kilometers really meant they were close. Soon, they arrived in front of the Purgatory family's mansion. In front of the mansion, a boy who looked almost identical to Akaza was sweeping the ground with a broom. Qian Shilang. with Akaza's loud shout. The boy immediately turned to look in the direction of the voice. Brother. Shinshura's face revealed a smile. He was the younger brother of Kyujiro, but he lacked the talent for breathing techniques. Despite years of training, he still couldn't even manage to change the color of his Nichiren blade and could only stay at home doing miscellaneous chores. Seeing his most admired older brother return filled Shinshura with joy. He quickly ran into Kyujiro's embrace. And Kyujiro smiled as he stroked his head and introduced the people beside him. Shinshura, we have guests. This young lady's name is Chika, and she is the brightest new star in our Demon Slayer Corps, having single-handedly defeated a lower moon demon not long ago. The boy and girl behind her are Chika's younger siblings. They want to refer to our family's historical documents, so I brought them along. By the way, is father home? Just as Kyujiro finished speaking, in accordance with the law of Speak of the Devil, their father, Shujiro, emerged from the house holding a sake jar in one hand. What's all this noise? Kyujiro, you're still alive? Looking at the dead, fish-like expression in Shujiro's eyes, even Chika couldn't help but want to call him senpai. One must reach the peak of the salted fish realm to enter the dead fish realm. It's a pity that she couldn't even step into the salted fish realm now, let alone the lofty dead fish realm. However, it seemed that this senpai's dead fish realm was achieved through obsession, which is not advisable. Shinshia was internally complaining with her own thinking ability. While hearing her father's words, Rengoku completely brushed it off and laughed, responding, Father, I am very strong. There's so many demons in this world. I won't die so early. Makihiro looked at Rengoku, who resembled his younger self, and couldn't help but click his tongue. Just as he was about to say, do as you wish, he suddenly noticed the earrings hanging from Tanjiro's ears behind Rengoku. Makihiro's pupils trembled. The members of the Demon Slayer Corps did not understand what these earrings symbolized, nor did Rengoku or Shinshia, but he knew. The breath of the sun, the origin of all breaths. Only those chosen by heaven can use this breath. Other basic breaths are merely derivatives of the origin breath. No matter if it's flame, wind, water, or anything else, they're all trash compared to the breath of the sun. Flames of anger ignited in Makihiro's eyes, filled with so many emotions that he couldn't control his own body in that moment. Before he even realized what he was doing, his foot suddenly stomped down, rushing towards Tanjiro. Father! In the blink of an eye, Makihiro had already arrived in front of Tanjiro, moving so quickly that Tanjiro's mind reacted. But his body was a bit slower, only taking a step back. Makihiro's hand was just an inch away from Tanjiro. His eyebrows twitched as he felt his shoulder firmly grabbed by Rengoku from behind, while the wrist of his outstretched hand was tightly held by Shinshia. Mr. Rengoku's father, please calm down. Shinshia focused seriously on Makijiro, while Makijiro acted instinctively, and so did Shinshia. Moreover, how could one ignore their own little brother in front of her gaze? Shinshia expressed, aren't you too arrogant? Being held down by two juniors. Sholong finally calmed down a bit, but the emergence of the sun breathing still gave him a huge shock. His eyes were fixed on Tanjiro in front of him. After countless words, they converged into one sentence. Don't be proud, don't be complacent. Even the creator of sun breathing during the Warring States period couldn't kill the Demon King. You are so weak that you can't even fully react to my movements. After saying this, he shook his body to signal Shinshia and Kaijiro to let him go. Once he broke free from their grasp, he turned and walked back to his residence to drink alone. Chapter 51. The pitiful person, I'm really sorry. Ever since my mother passed away, my father has become like this. His mental state is somewhat unstable, Kaijiro said apologetically to Tanjiro. Tanjiro hurriedly waved his hands to indicate it was fine, and he also felt that Kaijiro's father had a point. He really was too weak. Even though the other party was Rengoku's father, he shouldn't have reacted so slowly, only taking a single step back and needing help from his sister and Rengoku in the end. He had to become stronger. After some small talk outside the door, they entered the Rengoku residence and arrived at Kaijiro's room. After a short while, Shujiro handed the book of the past flame pillars to Shinshia. This book could only be written by each generation of flame pillars. The other pillars weren't that important, but the first flame pillar was crucial, as that section recorded information about the fire god Kagura. Tanjiro was extremely excited beside Shinshia, as he would finally learn about the origins of his family's fire god Kagura. However, Shinshia, holding the book, looked indifferent because he already knew the outcome before even flipping through it. As Shinshia casually flipped through the book, the specific page didn't matter because most of the content had been torn out by Sholong, even though he had known this in his heart. Seeing it plainly made Shinshia's mouth twitch slightly, thinking that the tearing technique was quite impressive. Not a complete sentence could be seen. Upon seeing this, Kaijur and Shujur immediately showed apologetic expressions, explaining, "It seems this was torn by our father. But you don't need to worry. Even though he tore it, he definitely knows about it. I'll go ask him." Kaijur stood up from his sitting position, preparing to head in the direction of Sholong. Before Qianxia could say wait, he had already opened the door and walked out. Kaijur walked step by step through the corridors of the residence, not only to inquire clearly for Qianxia and the others, but also to have a heartfelt talk with his father. His father was essentially a good person who took care of them meticulously when they were young. Although he often went out and wasn't home, in his and Shujur's hearts, he was the best father. At this moment, Sholong was sitting outside his room, drinking alone and gazing into the distance. Sun breathing, origin breathing. In the Warring States period, demons ran rampant. A man named Yoriichi Tsugikuni was born in this era. He was born with markings. Normally, those with markings couldn't live past 25. But he was different. He lived to old age. He was exceptionally talented, creating sun breathing and sword techniques, while others who followed could only imitate without grasping the essence. Merely practicing the branch breaths that extended from sun breathing, which in later generations, after sun breathing was forgotten, were called basic breathing techniques. The Demon King was very strong, a top-tier existence in this worldview. Yoriichi Tsugikuni was even stronger, standing atop this worldview. When the arrogant and invincible Demon King encountered the strong Yoriichi Tsugikuni in his prime, the Demon King merely glanced at this man, only to be sliced into thousands of pieces, frightened enough to turn and run, leaving a deep psychological scar. However, even such a powerful man could not completely kill the Demon King during his lifetime. He once sent a letter to the First Flame Pillar, detailing his experiences. And the First Flame Pillar recorded this in the Book of the Past Flame Pillars, which Sholong had seen. Even that strong man who created divine techniques and used divine techniques was unable to kill the Demon King. How could we, who cannot use divine techniques and can only wield poor imitations, possibly defeat such a Demon King? As Sholong drank alone, he couldn't help but recall what he had seen in the Book of the Past Flame Pillars, and his mood grew increasingly low. He did not want Kaijur to join the Demon Slayer Corps. He believed that including himself, Kaijur, and all those who could not use sun breathing were people not blessed by heaven. The path of exterminating demons only led to death for them. While accepting fate, he still retained a glimmer of fighting spirit against it, and it was precisely because of this that he felt such pain. As Sholong thought this, he wanted to take another sip of alcohol, only to find his flask empty. Helpless, he stood up to refill it, and at that moment, Kaijur approached him. "Father," Kaijur said, handing a cup of sobering tea to Sholong. Before his decline, Sholong liked to drink, but at that time his wife was still alive, able to manage him. When he drank too much, she would pour him a cup of sobering tea. Sholong looked at the sobering tea Kaijur handed over, but did not reach out to take it. He lowered his head and said in a deep voice, "Why are you here? Didn't you have guests to entertain? Don't linger here, it's bothersome." Kaijur smiled and was completely unfazed. He placed the sobering tea on the floor beside him and sat down as well. He didn't immediately talk to his father about Qianxia and Tanjiro, but simply conversed as a son with his father. "I will fulfill my father's dream. Until then, I won't die." Kaijur did not turn to look at Sholong, but spoke while staring ahead. "Utterly foolish. For people like us who lack talent, the only path left is death. Even the chosen ones of the Warring States period couldn't kill the Demon King. How could we possibly do it?" Sholong still did not agree with Kaijur, but his tone was already much softer than before. Listening to his father's words, Kaijur fell into a brief silence. His smile faded, replaced by a rare seriousness. "Father, the chosen ones of the Warring States period you speak of seem truly pitiful to me." Kaijur's words startled Sholong, who turned to look at him sharply. "Pitiful? Who? The chosen ones?" Kaijur continued, "Father, according to your thoughts, shouldn't the pillars of the Warring States period have also felt inferior as talentless individuals? Because of this inferiority, they entrusted the duty of killing the Demon King entirely to that chosen one. How lonely the chosen one must have been. Isn't that pitiful? Inheriting the fate of Kuni Yoriichi, he was the chosen one of the Warring States era. Since childhood, he was neglected by his father due to the ominous symbolism of being a twin. Although his mother loved him dearly, she was afflicted by illness and passed away shortly thereafter. After leaving home, he encountered his one true love, but was brutally killed by a demon just as his wife was about to give birth. Burdened by a heavy sense of guilt, he took up a sword and became the strongest swordsman of the Warring States era, standing at the pinnacle of the Swordsman S Mountain. Yet even this strongest swordsman could not save his beloved elder brother, who turned into a demon and became his enemy. In his youth, he could not save his ailing mother. In his teenage years, he could not save his one true love. In his adulthood, he could not hold onto his cherished elder brother. In his old age, facing his brother who had become a demon, he hesitated to kill him in a moment of weakness, and when he attempted to strike the next blow, he naturally passed away due to old age. Throughout his long journey, he had relatives, friends, and comrades, but in the end, he became all alone. A lonely strong man. How could that not be tragic? Chapter 52, Infinite Train. Prologue. Tanjiro listened to his son's words and fell into silence. The untalented are pitiable. The chosen one is equally pitiable. No matter how hard the untalented try, they can hardly reach the heights attained by the chosen one. The 12 Kazuki are already formidable enemies. How can one speak of killing the Demon King? The chosen one reaches heights that the untalented cannot touch, yet stands alone. From the perspective of power, he could easily kill the Demon King, but the result is a lifetime of failure. But one must ask, if Kuni Yoriichi had had trustworthy companions by his side when he first encountered Muzan Kibutsuji, even if those companions were not chosen ones like him, Muzan would likely not have escaped so easily. Tanjiro raised his head to look at the azure sky above and shifted his perspective, suddenly feeling as though he saw a landscape he had never noticed before. Or perhaps he had seen it before, but had chosen to ignore it. When he looked back at his son, Kaijiro, he felt for the first time that his son had truly grown up and was even more outstanding than he had been at that age. He picked up the cup of sobering tea that Kaijiro had brought earlier from the floor, hesitated for a moment, then drank it all at once. The heaviness in his mind was instantly replaced by a refreshing sensation. Kaijiro, if you have any questions, now is the time to ask, Tanjiro said as he placed the cup back on the floor beside him. This was the first time he had drunk sobering tea since his wife's death, marking a farewell to his once despondent self. Rengoku, I'm sorry you had to see such a weak version of me. Soon after, Kaijiro successfully obtained information about the fire god Kagura from the book of past flame Hashira from his father. How do you feel after hearing all this? Do you still have that confidence? Tanjiro turned to look at Kaijiro, wanting to see if he still held onto his previous optimism after hearing everything. Upon seeing Kaijiro only slightly furrow his brows before relaxing again, Tanjiro felt a sense of relief. As expected, his son was different from him. Just as Tanjiro was thinking this, Kaijiro suddenly said, Father, I want to show you something. Something? What is it? Tanjiro instinctively asked, only to see Kaijiro swiftly draw the Nichiren blade from his waist. Tanjiro's brows twitched, perhaps due to lingering intoxication. The first thought that crossed his mind was the absurd idea that Kaijiro intended to kill him. Fortunately, he quickly calmed down, asking, What are you drawing your sword for? Father, just look carefully. Kaijiro smiled, not immediately revealing the mystery. He gripped the hilt of his Nichiren blade, and Tanjiro could clearly sense the powerful fighting spirit emanating from Kaijiro at that moment. What was he trying to do? Tanjiro found it hard to comprehend Kaijiro's actions, but he still calmed himself and continued to wait. After about 10 seconds, Kaijiro's Nichiren blade suddenly underwent a transformation. The crimson blade patterns turned an even deeper red, as if it had gained a soul, climbing upward from the hilt and engulfing the entire blade in mere seconds. What is this? Tanjiro was taken aback by this sight. As the former flame Hashira, he could naturally sense that the Nichiren blade in Kaijiro's hand was not merely changing color. The aura that demons feared had increased exponentially. It was easy to imagine what would happen if such a blade struck a demon. During his time of decline, had the techniques within the Demon Slayer core advanced to such a degree? Kaijiro stood up from the floor, his eyes shining brightly as he looked at his father, saying, Father, we will definitely annihilate the demons in this era. From day to night, Kaijiro and Chika did not stay overnight. Their purpose for this trip had been achieved, and the Demon Slayer Corps was perpetually understaffed, leaving little time for these pillars to rest. In the past, he would return home, and every time he left, only Sanjuro would wave goodbye. This time, while it was similar, it was also different. Standing at the door waving goodbye was indeed still only Sanjuro, but a slight shift in perspective revealed Rengoku Kanjuro inside the residence, watching them leave, in a hurry to come and in a hurry to leave. Chika and the others even discovered that the best resting time was during travel, because during travel, one only needed to think about the journey, while everything else could wait until afterward. During the journey, upon learning that his own fire god Kagura originated from the breath of the sun, Tanjiro fell into a long silence, constantly recalling what Rengoku Kanjuro had said to him before entering. He was using the strongest breath, yet remained so weak. He had to become stronger. As for Chika, who was walking shoulder to shoulder with Kaijuro, her expression was indifferent and even somewhat serious, leaving Kaijuro puzzled. However, since it was her matter, he did not ask. Indifference? That was because Chika already knew the history of her fire god Kagura. Seriousness? That was because, according to the timeline, the events that were about to occur were serious enough to warrant her attention. The group quickly returned to the headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps. After spending the last day or two in peace, the gears of the hell-level side story Infinite Train and Demon Slayer finally began to turn. To the west, at the Infinite Train, within a large garage that housed the Infinite Train, a dark corner emitted sounds of flesh being gnawed. If one listened closely, they could even hear the weak cries of a girl. So delicious, your meat is really too good, and the blood intoxicates me. Could you be the rumored rare blood? That shouldn't be the case, right? The rumored rare blood should make me even more intoxicated. The sounds of the demon gnawing in its speech were not quiet, soon attracting the attention of a staff member in the carriage. He paused his work in confusion and walked towards the direction from which the faint sound were coming. What is that sound? Is someone there? If so, respond. The staff member walked towards the direction of the sound. However, when he arrived at the location where the sound had come from, he saw no one there. The faint sounds he had heard earlier had also disappeared. Due to the dim light, he couldn't even see the bloodstains on the ground. He only felt that his shoes were a bit sticky. Just as he was puzzled and scratching the back of his head, a dark figure appeared behind him. Chapter 53. Onward, the Infinite Train, the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. Kaijuro, Rengoku, Tanjiro, and others received a mission regarding the Infinite Train, just as in the original plot. Of course, there was no specific mention of Chika being invited to join Tanjiro, but in the original work, it was only Tanjiro's crow that notified the three little ones. This doesn't stop Chika from considering herself included. The main character isn't foolish. He must have known about my situation long ago. Since no specific names were mentioned for who would go to help, it definitely means I can count myself in. Chinchya thought to herself, even if Tanjiro, Zenitsu, and Inosuke were specifically named and she wasn't, she would still find another way to affirm herself. After all, she had definitely secured her place in the storyline of the Mugen Train arc. Are you ready? Speed, Kaijuro has already set off. We need to catch up quickly. Chinchya shouted while waving her hand, looking nothing like someone going to exterminate demons. She resembled a teacher calling out to elementary school students not to fall behind during a spring outing. As for Kaijuro, he had already run ahead, having received the mission earlier than Tanjiro's group. Chinchya couldn't force him to stay and tell him to wait for them, so they could head out together. They had to hurry a bit, but fortunately, this part didn't matter much. The real main event was still ahead. After a round of shouting from Chinchya, Tanjiro and the others quickly ran out, with Nezuko following along. Chinchya initially thought about leaving her behind, but after strong opposition from Nezuko, she had no choice but to let her come along. Tanjiro, Zenitsu, Inosuke, Nezuko, and Tanju Chinchya looked towards the west and quickly set off towards their destination, the Infinity Train. Soon, they arrived at a station that the Infinity Train would pass through, but they didn't enter the station because their outfits were too eye-catching. And they also had real swords at their waists. The sword ban had been enacted during the Meiji period, and now it was the Taisho era. Although the Demon Slayer Corps seemed large in scale, it was essentially just a civilian organization. If they were caught by the police, it wouldn't be a joke. If captured, would they expect their lord to bail them out? If they escaped, they'd still end up on a wanted list. In short, it was best to avoid any trouble with the police. The group ate ramen at a ramen shop outside the station. As the saying goes, one should eat well to handle serious matters. By the way, this ramen shop was running a promotion where for a certain amount of money, they could order any dish and eat as much as they wanted. This promotion caught the attention of Chinchya, who had difficulty making choices, and she decisively chose this place. Boss, all of us will participate in this promotion. Is that okay? Chinchya said, while pulling out money from her pouch. No problem, of course, no problem. The ramen shop owner was thrilled to see so many people participating in the promotion, especially a group of young people who didn't seem like they could eat much. Seeing the owner struggling to contain his joy, Chinchya smiled openly. You're happy, I'm happy, everyone is happy. That is great. Chinchya began to savor the ramen with this feeling. After she finished one bowl, the owner smiled and served her a second bowl. After she finished 5 bowls, the owner's mouth began to twitch slightly, and his hand that was serving the noodles started to tremble. When she finished 10 bowls, the owner was sweating profusely. Although the noodles were not expensive, he had generously added a lot of toppings for promotional purposes. So, not to mention 10 bowls. Even 5 bowls meant he wouldn't make a profit. He had expected that a normal person would max out at 3 bowls. But Qianxia continued eating. Yum, yum, yum. So delicious. It wasn't until the distant train station echoed with the sound of train whistles that Qianxia finally gulped down the broth of the bowl in front of her, letting out a small burp. Thank you for the treat. I'll come back next time if I have the chance. The owner was left dumbfounded as Qianxia grabbed a few napkins from the nearby table to wipe her mouth, and then left the ramen shop with everyone else. Fully satisfied and energized, she was at max. Qianxia and the others were running quickly. They didn't buy train tickets, because if they did, they would still be searched for knives, so they planned to sneak across. As the train began to move, with a blast of the whistle, the police's vigilance relaxed significantly, as they thought that since the train had already started, there was no need to keep watching it. Once the train was rolling, it was unlikely that anyone could sneak aboard, right? The officers shrugged and turned to leave just at that moment. A group of people burst out from an entrance of the station. The train was moving? This was the moment they were waiting for. The crowd rushed like the wind, and the train, which had just started, couldn't shake off Qianxia and the others. They leapt forward, and with a few clattering sounds, each of them jumped into the rear carriage of the train. Araities fare evasion. After jumping onto the train, everyone felt a bit excited. Qianxia cleared his throat and shushed them, signaling for silence. The crowd immediately quieted down, and only then did Qianxia turn around and open the large door of the rear carriage, stepping inside. The carriage was exceptionally quiet. Some people were resting with their eyes closed, while others were reading. None of them would have thought that this train had been targeted by ghosts. Of course, the mission of the Demon Slayer Corps is to ensure that those who are unaware of the ghosts remain ignorant of them and live their lives in peace. Qianxia and the others moved forward through the train cars and soon found Kaijiro Rengoku, who had already boarded. Delicious, delicious, delicious. Though they couldn't see him, they could hear him first. The car where Kaijiro had been completely enveloped by his boisterous energy. He was eating his bento with big bites, and only stopped when Qianxia approached him. Qianxia? And everyone, why are you here? Do you have a mission? Kaijiro exclaimed in surprise at their arrival. Well, the number of victims on the Infinity Train is still increasing, so we came to assist, Qianxia replied softly, casually taking a seat next to him. Kaijiro put down his bento and crossed his arms, saying, Is that so? That's great. If the two of us join forces, this matter will surely come to a successful conclusion. Kaijiro laughed heartily, while at the same time, one of the lower moons had infiltrated the Infinity Train and began his actions. Chapter 54. False Dreams on the Infinity Train. Qianxia and the others sat quietly in their seats, waiting. There was no way to determine the location of the demon unless it attacked, and in this situation, even Tanjiro's nose wouldn't be of much use. Qianxia rested one hand on her head and turned to look out the window at the rapidly changing scenery. Feeling a bit sentimental, Tanjiro, Nezuko, after all this is over, let's go on a family trip, she said softly as she gazed at the constantly changing view outside the window. Nezuko happily raised her hands in agreement, but after waiting for a while, Qianxia did not hear Tanjiro's voice. Qianxia was puzzled for a moment before immediately turning her head. She saw that Tanjiro and the others had already leaned against each other and fallen asleep. What is going on? In the original storyline, Lower Moon 1, Enmu, uses a train ticket contaminated with his own blood as a medium to make anyone who touches the ticket fall into a deep sleep. But the problem is, we didn't even buy a ticket. We got in here by the righteousness of fair evasion and didn't touch the ticket at all. How we get caught? Is it the convergence of the world lines? Or does Enmu himself have a backup plan? While thinking about this, Chika turned her head to look at Kaijiro, who was at the other end. Fortunately, Kaijiro was just squinting his eyes and not completely asleep. She breathed a sigh of relief, and then placed both hands on Kaijiro's shoulders, shaking him while shouting, Kaijiro, Kaijiro, don't sleep. This is a demon's blood demon art. Kaijiro, who was about to fall asleep, suddenly opened his eyes wide and stood up from his seat. What? A demon? Where? Kaijiro quickly turned his head and scanned the surroundings, his hands already on the sheaths of his swords, ready to draw at any moment. However, when Kaijiro did not find any demons while scanning the area, he groggily looked back at Chika, only to see her and Nezuko looking at him with sleepy eyes. Just to clarify, I never said there was a demon here. Qianxia shrugged and pointed a finger at Tanjiro and the others. Upon discovering they had fallen into a deep sleep, Kaijiro immediately understood what was happening. Finally sitting down, Kaijiro awkwardly said, It's actually a blood demon art that can put people to sleep. I can't believe I fell for it. It's so embarrassing. Blood demon arts. These are special abilities possessed by high-ranking demons, and the higher the rank of the demon, the stronger the effect of their blood demon art. Now that it could interfere with the Hashira, it was certain that it was the work of one of the 12 Kazuki. Thinking about this, Kaijiro suddenly wondered why Chinxiao wasn't affected. Assuming Nezuko, being a demon, was not influenced by blood demon arts, he decided to ask later. With Nezuko as a precedent who could resist sunlight and bloodlust, even if Chinxiao now told him he was also a demon, Kaijiro would only be slightly surprised. After all, it was undeniable that Chinxiao was not an enemy. The enemy lurks in the shadows while I stand in the light. This was indeed a difficult situation, but fortunately, Chinxiao knew the direction of the original plot. One of the lower moons, Nightmare, attempted to merge with the entire train and then devour all the lives within it. When it thought it had the victory in its grasp and exposed its neck, both Chinxiao and Kaijiro would be able to easily slay it. However, before that, Chinxiao turned her head to look at the three-person group sleeping soundly beside her, smiling as she walked step by step towards them. In Tanjiro's dream, he walked listlessly with his head down in the snow, a fierce blizzard blowing around him. When Tanjiro realized what was happening, he quickly drew the Nichiren blade from his waist, warily scanning his surroundings. What's going on? What happened? Why am I here? Tanjiro panted heavily, rapidly switching perspectives. And just as he thought he had calmed down, he suddenly turned to look behind him. It's my brother. Brother, welcome home. Is the charcoal sold out? Tanjiro's eyes trembled as a boy and a girl appeared before him. They were his younger siblings, Tanjiro and Hanako. Seeing his siblings, the Nichiren blade slipped from Tanjiro's hand and fell into the snow without him even thinking about it. He quickly stepped forward, and the excited duo fell into the snow. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Tanjiro's emotions spilled out, and his clothes had unknowingly transformed back into the simple garments he wore when he was selling charcoal before joining the Demon Slayer Corps. Following his siblings back home, he saw his mother, Tanjiro Aoi, his younger brother Takeo, Shigeru, Rokata, his younger sister Nezuko, and his older sister Chinxiao all at home. Mom, just now. Brother suddenly cried and knocked us to the ground. It really scared us. That's strange. Mother Tanjiro Aoi, listening to these words, looked at Tanjiro with slight concern and said, "You might be tired. Tanjiro, are you okay?" Tanjiro smiled and replied, "I'm fine. I'm used to it." At that moment, Tanjiro had forgotten everything about reality. He didn't just think of reality as a dream. He genuinely forgot it all, as if time had flowed backward, and everything felt so normal and harmonious. Tanjiro turned to look at his sister Chinxiao, who was smiling at him. "Yes, this is my home. I seem to have had some kind of nightmare that I can't remember, but everyone is safe and sound." Just as Tanjiro thought this, he noticed a sudden change in Chinxiao's expression as she walked step by step towards him. Tanjiro opened his mouth in confusion to say something when a loud slap hit his face. Tanjiro was stunned, and everyone around him was also bewildered. Tanjiro raised one hand to cover his slapped cheek, staring in shock at Chinxiao in front of him. Chinxiao's clothes changed from casual wear to the Demon Slayer Corps uniform, and he also noticed the change in his own attire with the Nichiren blade hanging at his waist. "Wake up, this isn't reality." Immersed in a hypocritical world, Tanjiro, you shouldn't be such a coward. In the dream, Tanjiro's pupils flashed with light as he recalled everything. At the same time, in reality, a fiery red palm print appeared on Tanjiro's face, who was sitting in his seat, while Chinxiao, standing beside him, was shaking his hand in the air. Try to relieve the pain from his own forceful grip. Mental hypnosis? It's got to be physics. One force breaks 10,000 methods. Of course, it's also because they haven't been in the dream world for long. Otherwise, just this slap wouldn't have been enough. Sitting in the chair, Tanjiro's brows furrowed and relaxed, as the hypocritical mental world shattered. A few seconds later, Tanjiro suddenly opened his eyes wide, gasping for air. He turned his head to scan the surroundings and found that the faces of Zenitsu and Inosuke, sitting beside him, also bore red palm prints. "Tanjiro, I suddenly feel my mindset is normal again." Chapter 55. The despair of a nightmare. About 10 minutes passed. A group of boys and girls from other carriages came to the carriage where Chinxiao and the others were, holding cones and some ropes, walking step by step toward the sleeping Chinxiao and the others. They should all be asleep, right? Why are these few people's faces so red? Did they get hit? It doesn't matter. Hurry up and finish. I want to have a beautiful dream. I can hardly hold on any longer. The boys and girls approached Chinxiao and the others, whispering as they prepared to act. Of course, this action was not a physical assault on Chinxia and the others. The blood demon art of the Lower Moon 1 dream does not place its hypnotized targets in a pure dream space. The dream space is not infinite. It is a limited area centered around the dreamer. And beyond this limited range lies the void of the dreamer's subconscious, where a core, symbolizing the spirit, is hidden. Destroying the core would mean destroying a person's spirit, rendering them a complete invalid, worse than a vegetable. At this moment, these boys and girls were preparing to do just that. They intended to enter Chinxia and the others' dreams through a special ritual to destroy these cores. Just as a girl reached out her hand toward Chinxia, he suddenly opened his eyes. The girl was startled, and before she could scream, Chinxia delivered a swift chop that knocked her out, acting decisively and cleanly. So she felt no pain. The others also knocked out those who were about to attack them, laying them horizontally on the chairs and exhaling a breath of relief. Among them, Tanjiro's keen nose detected the scent emanating from these individuals and turned to Chinxia, saying, "Sister, most of these people are patients." These individuals were not directly manipulated by the demons. They merely served the demons because they were promised a beautiful dream once their task was completed. In the Taisho era, many illnesses still had no solutions. For instance, the boy Tanjiro knocked out had tuberculosis. Although tuberculosis was no longer a deadly disease by the time Chinxia was reincarnated, it was still Taisho. Tuberculosis was only conquered in 1952, and, at this time, it was an incurable disease. Those afflicted were destined to die and would suffer considerable pain day and night. No wonder they wanted to numb themselves with beautiful dreams. They're all a bunch of pitiful people. Chinxia sighed helplessly and said, "Let's ask them after this matter is settled. If there are cases where they can't receive treatment just because they're poor, perhaps we can still help a bit." At this moment, the infinite train was still speeding forward. One of the main masterminds, the Lower Moon demon, Yinming, stood at the top of the carriage, his face flushed as he enjoyed the breeze. "Once I devour everyone in this carriage, my strength will surely increase another level. If Lord Muzan is pleased and gives me some blood, I can become even stronger. I want to propose a blood battle for position to the upper moons. I want to become an upper moon." Yinming laughed excitedly until he noticed powerful footsteps behind him. Confused, he turned to look back and saw Rengoku Kaijuro staring at him with intense eyes. "That presence. You must be a Hashira, right? I've heard that every upper moon has killed many Hashira. You are fortunate to be the first Hashira I kill." Yinming smiled as he turned to face Rengoku Kaijuro, believing that defeating a flame Hashira would be an easy task. He slowly raised a hand towards Rengoku, and on that hand, a large mouth appeared. Just as the mouth began to move to speak, a blaze flashed before his eyes, and before he could utter a word, his head was severed from his body by Kaijuro. There's no sensation. Kaijuro looked down at Yinming's body and head rolling on the ground, which did not disappear after decapitation. As expected. "Haha, you must be curious about why I didn't die, right? Even if you're a Hashira, you've probably never seen this situation before." Yinming's voice echoed from all directions. Suddenly, grotesque lumps of flesh sprouted from the front of the train, with Yinming's head connected to these flesh masses being held high. "The one you killed was just my clone. I have long since merged with the entire infinite train. The whole train is my body, and everyone on the train will become my food. Flame Ashira, if you have the ability, then go protect them. Haha." Yinming's head was lifted high by the disgusting flesh, and he excitedly shouted, wanting to see the panic on Kaijuro's face, but when he looked, his smile vanished. "Why do you look completely unfazed? Why aren't you panicking at all? Have you already stopped caring that everyone on this train has been eaten?" Just as Yinming thought this, his facial expression suddenly twitched violently. There were a total of 8 carriages on the infinite train, and since he had merged with it, the walls of the carriages were his flesh and blood. At this moment, a few people led by Inosuke were causing chaos inside the carriage, while Chinxia and Tanjiro were slashing at the flesh walls while using Tanjiro's nose for positioning. Even if Yinming and the train were completely fused, the weakness of the neck would not disappear. The demon's neck was merely hidden in a certain spot within the train and under Tanjiro's nose. That spot had nowhere to hide. "Sister, right above us. Attack together." Chinxia and Tanjiro suddenly stopped, switching their breathing from water breathing to fire god Kagura. Sensing a strong danger near their most important area, this moment Yum realized he had been deceived. The Hashira in front was merely distracting him, taking advantage of his momentary distraction to launch a direct attack on his neck. Yum hurriedly tried to direct all his consciousness towards Chinxia, but Kyujuru wouldn't let him succeed easily. With a step forward, he unleashed several slashes. Under Kyujiru's interference, despite enduring excruciating pain, a part of Yum's spiritual energy reached Chinxia. Sensing the terrifying aura continuously rising from Chinxia and Tanjiro, the flesh around his neck frantically multiplied, layering one defensive barrier after another around his neck. Unfortunately, it was too late. Chinxia and Tanjiro had finished gathering their strength, and in unison, they shouted, "Fire, God Kagura! Sun Dance!" Their Nichiren blades swiftly stabbed straight at the neck of Enmu. Boom! A blazing fire that seemed capable of incinerating everything erupted from the tips of their swords. And a tremendous force surged forward, instantly piercing through Enmu's neck, reducing the entire area to nothingness. Chapter 56. Enmu's final counterattack. No matter how much a demon merges with something gigantic, the weak point of the neck will still exist. At this moment, Enmu's neck was pierced by the combined might of Chinxia and Tanjiro, and the entire Infinity Train echoed with Enmu's agonizing screams. The Infinity Train was in chaos. Just before Chinxia and Tanjiro's attack pierced Enmu's neck, Enmu realized that the temporary flesh wall he had spawned could not withstand the attacks from these two seasoned fighters. Why? He had initially planned to devour the lives aboard the entire Infinity Train to enhance his strength, earn Muzan's favor, gain more of Muzan's blood, and exchange positions to fight alongside the upper moons. Such a beautiful dream was shattered so easily. Losing to a Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps in a one-on-one fight would have been understandable due to a lack of strength. But the thought of being ambushed by these two seasoned fighters, without even having the chance to use his full power before his neck was severed, filled him with shame and resentment. In the second before his neck was cut, Enmu's hatred enveloped the entire Infinity Train. Countless grotesque tentacles erupted from the 8 train cars, as he thought that since he couldn't devour the lives within the train, he would kill them all, as if to prove how fragile humans truly were. Countless tentacles swung toward the sleeping passengers, and just as Enmu's final counterattack was about to succeed, a roaring flame engulfed 5 of the 8 train cars, instantly severing those tentacles. Flame-breathing, Flame Tiger, Rengoku Kyujiru exhaled, determined not to let the demon's tentacles endanger these ordinary people. As for the other 3 train cars, Inosuke, Zenitsu, and Nezuko were not idly watching. Inosuke swiftly utilized his beast breathing, straightforwardly slicing through the incoming tentacles. In contrast, Zenitsu employed his thunder breathing in a spectacular manner. Inside the train car Zenitsu was responsible for, flashes of lightning danced as he sliced the tentacles into fragments, and he slowly knelt, sheathing his Nichiren blade. So cool. If only he wasn't blowing bubbles out of his nose. Zenitsu, half kneeling with his eyes closed, was still fast asleep. Although Chinxia had slapped Tanjiro, Zenitsu, and Inosuke, the other 2 quickly woke up, while Zenitsu remained asleep. Initially, Chinxia was puzzled, but then he realized that this kid had grown up getting beaten by his master. A slap like that was nothing to him. Looking down at his own red palm, Chinxia decided against slapping him again. In a way, a sleeping Zenitsu was more reliable than an awake one. On Nezuko's side, she was hurriedly swinging her Nichiren blade, cutting here and there. Her water-breathing technique was not yet perfected, leading to some deficiencies in output, so she was extremely busy. Tentacles scraped across her body, leaving several not-so-serious wounds, and drops of blood splattered around, with a few droplets landing on her Nichiren blade. Nezuko glanced at her wounds, but without caring too much. She removed the bamboo tube from her mouth and, in anger, let out a hungry wolf's roar at the tentacles in front of her. Gripping her Nichiren blade tightly, she stepped forward and struck at the rampaging tentacles once more. Suddenly, a flame unlike the fire god Kagura or flame breathing erupted from her Nichiren blade, devouring the weak water effect that was originally produced by her water breathing. This sudden turn of events caught Nezuko off guard as she swung her burning Nichiren blade at the nearest tentacle. Boom! The entire train car where Nezuko was located ignited in flames. Seeing this, Nezuko's eyes widened in shock, and she frantically looked around. With a quick stomp, the special flames dissipated as if blown away, and after the flames disappeared, Nezuko realized that the passengers in the train car were unharmed, just as they had been before. Nezuko let out a huge sigh of relief and collapsed onto the train car floor. In her dazed state, she suddenly understood where the fire had come from. She got up and glanced at the wounds the tentacles had inflicted on her. She had thought to draw a few drops of her blood, but to her surprise, the wounds had already healed in just a few seconds. Nezuko's eyes instantly turned into those of a surprised fish as she looked at her Nichiren blade. In pain, She gently made a small cut on her palm, letting a few drops of blood flow onto the blade. Blood burst. With a soft cry from Nezuko, the Nichiren blade in her hand immediately ignited with that special flame. Nezuko's mouth formed a big O, and she began to play like a child. The Nichiren blade in her hand went boom, as it burst into flames, then crack, as it extinguished, and then boom, as it ignited again. So much fun. At this moment, with Enmu's neck severed, his head swayed in the wind, ultimately rolling off the infinity train and onto the ground. A complete and utter failure. Even his final counterattack failed to take even one life. Resentment and unwillingness intertwined as Enmu's head slowly shattered into fragments, disappearing into the air. He enjoyed giving humans a beautiful dream only to then provide them with a nightmare so terrible that they would forget the previous dream. At this moment, he wished he were just dreaming, even if it were a nightmare. The lower moon won. Enmu was completely reduced to fragments, dissipating into the air. With Enmu gone, the infinity train, which had merged with him, gradually lost its power, slowing down little by little until it finally came to a stop. As the infinity train halted, the hearts of everyone aboard sank, except for one person, Chinxia. Although he could bypass the trivialities and directly strike at the weak point of Enmu thanks to his knowledge of the story, the next opponent would truly require solid skills to deal with. Running away was not an option. The enemy's purpose was to annihilate the Demon Slayer Corps swordsmen aboard the infinity train, a command given to him by Muzan. Unless dawn came, he would definitely accelerate to catch up. Chinxia took a deep breath and lowered her head, adjusting her heart rate and state to face the formidable enemy ahead. Upper Rank 3, Akaza. Chapter 57. Upper Rank 3, Akaza. Sister? Sister? Are you okay? Tanjiro looked at Chinxia, who was lost in thought with her head down. He reached out his hand and waved it in front of her, but Chinxia didn't respond at all, which immediately made him anxious. Cease. Don't be so loud, my ears. Chinxia covered Tanjiro's mouth with one hand while gently touching her own ear with the other. She had been so absorbed in her thoughts that she accidentally ignored the fact that Tanjiro was standing right beside her. Let us go. We'll meet up with everyone first. Yeah. Tanjiro let out a sigh of relief. As long as his sister was okay. He didn't want to lose another family member. After the infinity train came to a stop, everyone gradually gathered in the same carriage. When Nezuko entered, holding her sunlit Nichiren blade in a blood explosion state, everyone was startled by the scene. Everyone, don't be afraid, I started this fire. Hearing Nezuko's hurried explanation, everyone realized that she was a demon, and a very special one at that, unafraid of sunlight and with an intense bloodlust. This fire must be a blood demon art. It was perfectly normal for such a demon to have a blood demon art. Chinxia was somewhat surprised that Nezuko's blood demon art had awakened at this moment. But it was a good thing. Nezuko's blood demon art was no simple matter. It had tremendous power against demons and could attach to her blade to produce effects similar to a sun blade, directly cleansing any negative effects a demon might impose on a person, such as poison. Blood explosion, Beside Chinxia, the perceptive Kaijiro noticed something unusual about Nezuko's blood demon art, even though he wasn't sure what its purpose was. It was clear that it was extraordinary and not just a simple flame. The group rested and chatted in the carriage, as the aftermath of the battle was not their responsibility. Though it might not be right to say so, it was up to the invisible to worry about it. Their only job was to deal with the physical pain from fighting. However, their leisurely time didn't last long. Suddenly, Chinxia and Kaijiro's expressions darkened, and each of them grabbed a person on either side, quickly leaping away. In the next moment, the roof of the train above them exploded as if hit by a cannonball, forcibly splitting their carriage in two. Luckily, Chinxia and Kaijiro reacted quickly. Otherwise, even if they weren't directly hit, they would have been affected by the considerable shockwave. In the center where the carriage was split, thick smoke billowed up, and a figure emerged, stepping out from the haze. Although there was no background music, Chinxia couldn't help but hear the iconic, haunting BGM from the anime in her mind as Akaza appeared. As the music played in her head, Chinxia instinctively tensed up, and when Akaza stepped out of the smoke, the volume of the music in her mind reached its peak. Akaza, the third upper moon, a demon of combat. He had peach-pink hair and golden eyes, wearing only a purple-red short shirt, with deep blue tattoos symbolizing a center visible all over his body. Chinxia had imagined many ways for him to make his entrance, but dropping directly from the sky and crashing through the top of the train caught her completely off guard. Emerging from the thick smoke, Akaza's gaze passed directly over Chinxia and focused on Kaijiro Rengoku on the other side. In his eyes, Kaijiro was enveloped in a powerful aura, which piqued his interest. Akaza liked strong individuals and had a strong disinterest, even disdain, for the weak. Looking at Kaijiro's fighting stance, Akaza smiled and extended a hand, saying, "You must be Ahishira, right? I can sense that your aura is on a completely different level from others. Become a demon, whether it takes 100 years or 200 years. You can train as you wish. I believe you will definitely grow to stand beside me." Listening to the invitation from a demon, Kaijiro furrowed his brows and decisively replied, "We grow old and die. That is the beauty of human life being so fleeting. I'm not interested in immortality, nor will I join you. And you say my aura is on a different level from others? That is not correct, is it?" Akaza smiled faintly without turning his body, glancing back at Shinshia. "You're talking about her, right? Her aura is indeed strong, quite rare among women. However, I have no interest in her. I don't kill women and I don't eat women. If you're sensible, you can leave now. I swear I won't chase after you," Akaza said, looking sideways at Shinshia. "Well, thank you very much. But I refuse." Shinshia's entire demeanor has changed, becoming extremely tough. This sudden shift in her character left Tanjiro beside her in shock. And of course, he wasn't the only one who was bewildered. Shinshia calmed down and smiled as she quoted one of the famous lines from the JoJo series. In fact, she had wanted to use JoJo memes for a long time, but had not had the opportunity before. Now that there was a chance, she expressed her determination to take decisive action. Yuasa was momentarily stunned, as if 3 large question marks appeared over his head, while Shinshia's unique style continued. One of the things that Shinshia enjoys the most is telling those who think they are stronger than her, "No." Note that I said those who think they are stronger than me. Upper Moon 3. I believe you will soon regret what you just said. Shinshia gripped the sun-wheel blade tightly with one hand, flames blazing on the blade. With a powerful stomp, she charged fiercely toward Akaza with a loud bang. Although Akaza felt slightly displeased, he still stepped forward to unleash his blood demon art in response to Shinshia's attack. The 12-pointed snowflake array appeared beneath his feet. Technique unleashed. Destructive kill. Arshin. At the moment this skill was activated, the fighting spirit from all directions was effortlessly captured by his body. As Shinshia slashed from behind, Akaza simply spun his body lightly to evade the attack. Under the influence of this skill, he transformed into a compass, with the fighting spirit around him becoming the pointers, making his attacks and evasive actions as precise as if drawn by a magnet. The stronger the opponent's fighting spirit, the more accurate his reactions became. Shinshia's attack was effortlessly dodged by Yuasa, who let out a helpless sigh. He reached out, intending to grab Shinshia by the collar and throw her out of the battlefield. Just as his hand was about to grasp her, Shinshia executed a movement that seemed almost impossible for a human, skillfully evading Yuasa's grasp as if she could also use a guiding needle. What? Yuasa was momentarily taken aback. Although his intention was not to attack directly, his speed did not slow down. Facing Shinshia's immediate second strike after her dodge, Yuasa chose to leap into the air to create distance between them. Landing a short distance away, he looked up in surprise at Shinshia, who remained in place after missing her strike, and said, "What was that movement? Are you human?" Shinshia turned her head with a knife in one hand and smiled at the nearby Akaza, saying, "Ah, it seems we are both similar types of stand users." Chapter 58. You should become a demon too. The technique that can counter the blood needle is called Transparent World. It involves concentrating the mind and discarding unnecessary perceptions to enter a state of no self. In this state, the killing intent and fighting spirit will disappear. And even with closed eyes, one can sense all movements around them. Of course, Shinshia cannot achieve the Transparent World. Due to the changes in her body from merging with Muzan's blood, her perception is different from ordinary people, almost like a beast. Shinshia had attempted to suppress this perception to learn the Transparent World, but it ended in failure. Fortunately, this ability, temporarily named Beast Instinct, is also not bad. In a sense, it is similar to Akaza's blood needle. Thus, even if Akaza can evade Shinshia's attacks, he shouldn't think he can easily hit her. Shinshia held the Sunwheel blade aimed at Akaza, while Akaza looked at Shinshia in front of him, recalling what Shinshia had said earlier. Regret? The corners of Akaza's mouth curled up. He indeed felt regret. Among all these people, he was only interested in Kaijiro, as he could sense the boiling fighting spirit emanating from Kaijiro, even without having fought him. This fighting spirit was close to the highest realm, and he could feel that Kaijiro had enormous potential for growth. If Kaijiro became a demon, Akaza was confident that, given Kaijiro's talent, it wouldn't take many years for him to grow to a level where he could stand shoulder to shoulder with Akaza. Who was the upper moon for again? Oh, it seemed to be that guy Han Tengu. If Kaijiro joined, he could easily push him down in the future. After witnessing Qianxia's inhuman reaction speed, he became interested in her. And it was quite a lot. He didn't kill women or eat women. He didn't even know why. But he just felt deep down that he was unwilling to strike. Because of this, he was at odds with Doma, the upper moon too, who particularly enjoyed eating women. At this moment, Akaza thought about how he couldn't attack a normal woman. But if it were a special woman who even became a demon after losing to him and became his partner, would he then develop a desire to fight this exception? After all, even though she was a woman, she was also a worthy opponent to fight. Akaza wasn't sure, but he felt that this idea was worth trying. He wanted Kaijiro to become a demon, and he also wanted Qianxia to become a demon. Partners, today I will gain 2. Woman, what is your name? Akaza straightened his back and smiled as he asked Qianxia. Qianxia, Kamadu Qianxia. At this moment, Qianxia finally returned from the JoJo art style, and upon seeing Akaza's change in attitude towards her, she became serious. Although Akaza was strong, Qianxia and Kaijiro were no pushovers either. After their training camp, both of their strengths had improved to a certain extent, and they had a hidden trump card, even if they fell into a desperate situation. It should be noted that Tanjiro and the others also had a hidden trump card that could form a fighting force that Akaza couldn't ignore at a critical moment. There was a chance of winning, and it was not small. Qianxia maintained the enhanced state of the god of fire Kagura with small, rhythmic breaths. Although she could achieve the full concentration of water breathing, the god of fire Kagura could not. Upon hearing Qianxia introduce herself, Akaza murmured her name twice under his breath, then straightened his posture and extended his hand towards Qianxia as if he were proposing a second time. Qianxia, you should become a demon too. Qianxia remained silent. Yuozo was not angry and continued to promote with a smile. Isn't it good to become a demon? The human body is so fragile, and their lifespan is so short. After becoming a demon, what humans call serious injuries are just minor wounds in our eyes, and we have plenty of time to train ourselves and become stronger. Qianxia remained silent. Akaza, undeterred, took a fighting stance and said to Qianxia and Rengoku, "Then I'll let you experience the power of a demon. I believe once you feel my strength, you will definitely change your mind." With confidence, Akaza summoned a 12-pointed snowflake formation beneath his feet. Technique unleashed, Destruction kill, Lion idole. After buffing himself, Akaza clenched his fist and struck the ground. Destruction kill, fragmented style, many leaves flashing. His punch slammed into the ground from above, causing cracks resembling leaf patterns to emerge from the impact point and spread outward at an astonishing speed. In just a few seconds, the area around Akaza, within dozens of meters, was dented downwards by his punch. This was just a demonstration. If it had hit a person, it would definitely have torn them apart. A technique aptly named fragmented style. Akaza considered this just an appetizer, merely showcasing to Qianxia and Rengoku the damage he could inflict without using his full power. He raised his head to look at Qianxia and Rengoku, and as he stepped forward, the ground beneath him collapsed again, propelling him towards Qianxia and Rengoku at incredible speed. Destruction kill, void style. Just as everyone thought he was about to engage in close combat, he suddenly sprang into the air, charging power into his fists and unleashing a series of air cannons towards Qianxia and Rengoku. Breath of flame, fourth form, rising flame. The experienced Rengoku immediately activated the defensive fourth form of his breath of flame, creating a swirling shield of fire around himself. Meanwhile, Qianxia did not defend. With her keen intuition, she was able to dodge the invisible air cannons. Akaza was not surprised by this. In fact, if Qianxia couldn't dodge them, he would lose interest in her. Akaza landed back on the ground and, with a swift step, appeared in front of Rengoku, throwing a chaotic punch. Rengoku held his sword horizontally to defend, barely managing to block Akaza's fist with his Nichiren blade. Breath of flame, third form, blazing universe. Rengoku gripped his Nichiren sword tightly and delivered a fierce downward slash, sending a torrent of flames toward Akaza. Akaza did not evade. Instead, he braced himself and took the hit, surprising Rengoku, who had not expected Akaza to willingly endure this blow. Akaza's arm, which had taken Rengoku's attack, was vertically sliced in half, but with a casual flick of his arm, the severed limb instantly healed. Rengoku and Qianxia, did you see that? This is the regenerative ability of a demon. An injury that would be irreparable for a human is easily recoverable for a demon. Akaza continued to promote this with enthusiasm, his eyes filled with sincerity, almost begging them to become demons. The regeneration speed of demons especially upper-rank demons, was vividly demonstrated by Akaza. If he had encountered a demon with such regenerative speed a few months ago, Rengoku would have been solemn and troubled. But now Akaza stood centered between Rengoku and Shinshia, who exchanged glances through him. Akaza was passionately extolling the benefits of becoming a demon, completely unaware of the treatment that awaited him next. The rating system is open. Although the current rating is low, this is because the rating system was just initiated for the new book. Those who enjoy this book are encouraged to rate it. Chapter 59. Muzan's memory unbeknownst to Akaza, who was seriously promoting the idea of becoming a demon. He did not notice the silent exchange of glances between Rengoku and Shinshia. What do you say? Rengoku, Shinshia, become demons, become my allies. I refuse. Rengoku tightened his grip on the Nichiren sword and leaped backward, shifting his fighting stance. Breath of Flame, Ultimate, Ninth Form, Purgatory. The battle aura erupting from Rengoku resonated with the sword aura of his Nichiren sword, igniting and exploding into a hellish fire, reminiscent of flames from the underworld. In Akaza's view, the battle aura bursting from Rengoku suddenly surged dramatically. Akaza's excitement caused him to lean forward, fists clenched. Destruction kill, annihilation style. A powerful force gathered in his fists, and at this moment, Akaza was extremely exhilarated. He loved to fight strong opponents, and among all types of combat. Direct face-to-face collisions were his favorite. Very well. Rengoku, I knew I did not misjudge you. Come, let me show you the power of a demon. I believe you will change your mind. Akaza shouted excitedly. As he stomped his foot, the ground beneath him cracked with a loud bang, and he shot towards Rengoku like a blue meteor. Seeing Akaza's swift approach, Rengoku took a deep breath. Instead of immediately charging at Akaza, he gathered all his strength into his palm as Akaza briefly rushed toward him. In a moment of life and death, with the grip of 1,000 tons. Blood Demon Art. The crimson hue of his Blood Demon Art rapidly ascended from the hilt of the sword. Akaza, with his keen senses, was momentarily stunned, as a strong sense of crisis surged from Rengoku. Is this coming from Rengoku? No, it's clearly not. Akaza's gaze locked onto the sword in Rengoku's hand, which radiated an aura that terrified demons. At this moment, that aura intensified exponentially. If I get hit by that sword, it would be disastrous. Akaza's sharp senses triggered an intense alarm. He had been charging with the annihilation style, and, realizing Rengoku was activating his Blood Demon Art, he stomped his feet and abruptly slammed to a halt. Watching this unfold, Rengoku's eyes narrowed as he stepped forward, launching a powerful strike towards Akaza. The distance between them was nearly 10 meters, but at their speeds, this distance was negligible. In an instant, Rengoku was before Akaza, swinging his Purgatory strike aimed at Akaza's head. Akaza activated his Lawn Needle in a hurry, tilting his body just in time to evade Rengoku's strike. However, before he could recover, Shinshia swiftly moved in. A voice appeared behind him. Luo Zhan did not evade absolutely. He instinctively made the most optimal and swift evasion when it was possible to avoid. In front of him was Himejima Kyujuru, who was gathering strength to strike again after missing his first blow, while behind him was the rapidly approaching Chika. Akaza's brain was racing. As it was impossible for him to retreat completely in this situation, he would at least have to take a hit. Weighing the options, Akaza naturally chose to take Chika's strike head-on. After all, although he had never seen Kyujuru's special sword, both his instincts as a warrior and his genes as a demon warned him to stay away from Kyujuru's blade. After dodging Kyujuru's second strike with Luo Zhan, Akaza quickly turned and clenched his fist, swinging it toward Chika, fully prepared to lose that hand, as regeneration would take no time at all. Seeing Akaza's straight punch coming at her, Chika, wielding a regular Nichiren blade, revealed a faint smile. She had succeeded. Kyujuru needed 3 to 4 seconds to activate his Demon Slayer sword, which allowed Akaza to react, but Chika did not need that long. Through her relentless efforts, the time required to activate her sword had decreased significantly. Now, she could activate it in just a little over a second, and all that hard work was for this moment. Just before Akaza's and Chika's Nichiren swords were about to collide, a hint of red emerged from the base of Chika's sword and quickly spread upwards. When Chika's Nichiren sword finally made contact with Akaza's fist, it had transformed into a Demon Slayer sword, and not just any ordinary one. The blade's edge was red, while the blade's body behind it was black, alternating between red and black. Seeing this Nichiren sword, Akaza's pupils trembled, and a series of memories that did not belong to him surged forth. A brown-haired man with a grave expression flashed in his vision, And after flickering twice, deeper memories were triggered. What is there to be happy about? What is there to rejoice in? What do you take life for? This brown-haired man held a special Nichiren sword identical to Chika's, running step by step toward the main perspective. Is this Muzan's memory? Akaza's mind abruptly snapped back to reality from Muzan's memories. And the moment his consciousness returned to his body, he clearly felt the pain of the demon slayer sword cutting into his arm. It was a pain he hadn't felt in over 100 years, and gritting his teeth, Akaza endured the agony and willingly severed his own arm, breaking free from Chika and Kyujiru's encirclement and creating some distance. Panting heavily, Akaza turned to look at his severed arm, and even though he had intentionally allowed it to regenerate, the speed of regeneration was far from his ideal. This sword can actually suppress a demon's regeneration? Akaza said in disbelief. After being a demon for so many years, this was the first time he had encountered such a situation. Remembering the memories that had suddenly appeared in his mind, he even broke out in a cold sweat. This memory, this feeling, all comes from Lord Muzan. Akaza found it hard to believe the fragments of memories, and, at the same time, Muzan, who was in the Infinity Castle, also showed an expression of disbelief, his body trembling slightly. Akaza had accessed a profound memory from Muzan's demon genes, and Muzan had also seen the Nichiren sword that Chika wielded, which was identical to that of Yoriichi Tsugikuni. Indeed, the sword marks that appeared on the wall last time were left by a swordsman of the sun breathing. There is still a successor to Yoriichi Tsugikuni in this era. The same breathing technique as Yoriichi Tsugikuni. The same Nichiren sword as Yoriichi Tsugikuni. Muzan's face, which was already pale, could now be described as ghastly white. Akaza, in an echo from thousands of miles away, Muzan's voice entered Akaza's mind. And Akaza was first slightly surprised before immediately showing a serious expression. Lord Muzan, hearing Akaza's voice, Muzan took a deep breath to stabilize his mindset and, once he managed to calm down, coldly ordered Akaza, use all your strength to eliminate all the demon slayer swordsmen before you, especially that one wielding the red and black Nichiren sword. Muzan had absolute control over his subordinates, even the upper moons. The difference was merely between ease and trouble. Muzan understood that Akaza had the troublesome personality of not killing women and usually turn a blind eye to it. But this was not the time for him to act gentlemanly. Under Muzan's long-distance coercive interference, Akaza's gaze gradually changed subtly. At this moment, in Akaza's mental judgment, Chika had been expelled from the category of women. As for Kyujiru, although he still felt some regret, since Muzan had issued the order, he would naturally do his utmost to fulfill it. Akaza stepped forward, and a 12-pointed snowflake formation appeared beneath his feet. Although it was a pity, there was no choice but for you all to die. Chapter 60, Fierce Battle, Akaza 1. Akaza is very strong, truly very strong. Although he had fought Kyujiru to a standstill in the Infinity Train arc during the final battle in Infinity Castle, even facing both the Water Hashira, who had activated his markings, and Tanjiro, who had also activated his markings and entered the transparent world, Akaza did not fall behind. And it took great effort to finally behead him. If at this moment, both Chika and Kyujiru were to activate their markings, then with the Demon Slayer sword in hand, Chika would definitely confidently and easily say, "Let us both attack together and finish him quickly." But the problem was activating the markings. Body temperature exceeding 39 degrees. Heart rate exceeding 200. Overcoming the sensation of being burned by raging flames under such conditions would activate the potential within the body, resulting in a leap in physical capabilities. With lifespan locked at 25 and special patterns appearing on the skin, this was the markings. The power gained at the cost of shortened lifespan. To be honest, Chika did not wish for the members of the Demon Slayer Corps to activate their markings. Her dream was for everyone to be able to live normal lives peacefully after eliminating Muzan, achieving a beautiful ending. In the original ending, many had died or were left severely injured. Despite the reincarnation theory, were they really still themselves without memories? Perhaps one would think Chika's thinking was too petty. But Chika would firmly respond, "If I don't interfere, then why did I join the Demon Slayer Corps? After all, with Tanjiro and the main cast, they would eventually eliminate the demons in just a few years. It was just a matter of enduring a bit. Did I join the Demon Slayer Corps just to let demons hit me? I'm not a masochist. Since I have interfered with the original plot, why not interfere to the end and strive for a beautiful ending for everyone?" Thinking of this, Chika couldn't help but grip the Demon Slayer's sword tightly in her hand. suddenly feeling a strange sensation emanating from within her body that was hard to describe in words, and in Akaza's eyes. The fighting spirit radiating from Chika underwent a subtle change. This is a strange form of energy. Qinxiao raised her head and looked ahead at Akaza, taking a deep breath and softly said to Kaijiro beside her, "I'll take the lead in the attack later. You look for the right opportunity to strike him from the side." Kaijiro nodded in agreement. Akaza possessed the blood demon art, and Kaijiro's explosive fighting spirit had become a weakness. Even if he held the Nichiren blade, it would be of no value if he couldn't land a hit. Moreover, there was still a considerable amount of time before sunrise, and the possibility of holding out until then was slim. They had no choice but to fight. Just as Qinxiao prepared to step forward to launch her attack, Akaza's eyes widened, and suddenly, with a godlike speed, he shattered the ground beneath him and charged toward her. In Akaza's eyes, Qinxiao had already been stripped of her status as a female, and not only would he not spare her life, he would attack with full force from the start. Destruction kill, annihilation style. This sudden, overwhelming punch filled with the intent to destroy everything was swung at Qinxiao. Reacting quickly, she immediately raised her Nichiren blade horizontally to defend. There was a loud bang. Qinxiao's feet left the ground as she was sent flying by Akaza's punch, crashing heavily into the distant infinity train. The surface armor of the train dented, and Qinxiao became embedded in the train's surface, her hands gripping the Nichiren blade, trembling slightly. So fast, after sending Qinxiao flying, Akaza showed no intention of giving her a chance to breathe and completely ignored Kaijiro's attempt to attack again, aiming to kill Qinxiao. His sharp battle instincts told him that if the two worked together, it could become extremely troublesome given the blade they wielded. Additionally, he had a strange feeling that if he didn't render Qinxiao unable to fight, he might face a situation he couldn't handle. Watching Akaza prepare to continue his assault on Qinxiao, Kaijiro's eyes sharpened, and he decisively stepped forward, flames roaring on his blade. Breath of flame. First form, fire dance. Sensing Kaijiro's movement through the blood demon art, Akaza furrowed his brow and lifted one foot. Destruction kill, foot style, flowing flashing light. Flames and flashes erupted in an instant, and Kaijiro was kicked back several meters, his feet scraping against the ground and kicking up countless fragments. Akaza's kicking foot landed heavily on the ground, and his face twitched slightly. The Nichiren blade was particularly effective against a warrior like him who relied on his physical body as a weapon. Because of this, he had to resolve one of them quickly. Although Akaza was currently gathering strength with one hand and one foot, an aura of a completely different level erupted from him. Akaza's blood demon art, known as Destruction Kill, was centered around the destructive sensing technique, Destruction Kill, Needle, and derived a series of precise, rapid, and powerful martial arts strike techniques. These included the rapid impact style, using fists as weapons, the distant striking style using fists, the rapid combo style using feet, as well as the shattering style and the annihilation style, which could unleash earth-shattering force. Above these 6 techniques was a finishing move known as the final style, which Akaza used during the battle in the Infinity Castle. Even the water pillar that opened its patterns could not fully defend against it using its strongest defensive technique, the calm. In this moment, Akaza unleashed the final style. His caution was unusual, partly due to Muzan's special instructions, but more so due to his battle instincts. Destruction kill, final style, azure silver chaotic light. Akaza seemed to throw a normal quick punch, but the moment he unleashed it, hundreds of fist-shaped projectiles shot out towards Qinxiao from his center. Each projectile was filled with destructive power. A small portion struck the train's armor, causing the sturdy armor to dent immediately. The majority of the projectiles accurately hit a segment of the train, tearing it apart in half, engulfed in explosions and billowing smoke. Akaza exhaled, realizing that this attack was not just an ordinary 100 effort. It was at least 120. After enduring both the annihilation style and the final style, as a fragile human, even if she was still alive, she would definitely not be able to get up again. Akaza thought this as he suddenly sidestepped to avoid Kaijiro's flaming slash coming from an angle. Akaza's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Although the Nichiren blade restrained his regeneration, it did not completely prevent healing, it just delayed it. Since being wounded by Qinxiao, his arm had already regenerated nearly halfway. He looked at Kaijiro charging at him with all his might and smiled, saying, "Kaijiro, it's truly unfortunate that I couldn't turn you into a demon, but I will use all my strength to kill you." Chapter 61. Fierce Battle, Akaza, 2. Akaza and Kaijiro engaged in a fierce battle. Although Kaijiro wielded the Nichiren blade, it was clear that relying solely on it against Akaza's full strength was somewhat of a struggle. In just a few minutes, Kaijiro had used all the sword techniques he knew, but the results were not good. The Breath of Flame has 9 forms, but Kaijiro did not master all of them. It was not due to his inability to learn, but rather a lack of instruction. Ever since his father, Shinjiro, fell from grace, he no longer guided Kaijiro's training, and he had to self-study from a few worn-out books on Breath of Flame, ultimately mastering only 6 of the 9 forms. Akaza had already noticed this, and he expressed regret, as not mastering all the sword techniques also indicated that Kaijiro still had room for growth. Both physically and in swordsmanship, there was still potential for growth. It would have been better if he had agreed to become a demon before Muzan issued the kill order. What a pity. Such a pity. As Akaza lamented, he continued to launch fierce attacks on Kaijiro with his fists. The Nichiren blade could restrain a demon's regeneration, but under the interference of the needle technique, Akaza could effectively evade Kaijiro's attacks. If his blade couldn't land a hit, it had no value at all. Breath of Flame, 5th form, Flame Tiger. Destruction kill, annihilation style. Bang! An explosion mixed with roaring flames echoed, and Akaza calmly walked out from the fire. While Kaijiro gasped for breath as he looked at Akaza, or more accurately, at the ruins of the Infinity train car behind him, Kaijiro's distraction did not escape Akaza's eyes, and his expression immediately turned serious as he said, "Kaijiro, don't worry about her. She has taken my annihilation style and final style. Even if she doesn't die, she won't be able to get up again. You should focus all your attention on me." Kaijiro took a deep breath. Because of the Nichiren blade, Akaza was fighting very cautiously, and with his full defensive efforts, he had no fatal wounds on him. However, the consumption of stamina was severe, and he wasn't sure how much longer he could hold out in such a tense situation. But Kaijiro exhaled deeply and seriously said to Akaza, "If it were someone else, perhaps what you said would be true, but Shinxia is not an ordinary person. She represents miracle." Kaijiro believed that Shinxia would definitely not go down so easily. Absolutely. As Iwazawa listened to Rengoku's words, he couldn't help but feel a pang of unease in his heart. After all, it was the destruction mode combined with the final mode. In Iwazawa's life as a demon, there were few who could withstand even one of the destruction modes, let alone 2 in a row. This time, it was Rengoku who saw through Iwazawa's thoughts. Holding the gradually fading red blade, he smiled and said, "Let's wait and see." The tension between the two continued, as Iwazawa's fighting style was relatively conservative due to the presence of Rengoku's red blade, allowing him to hold on for so long. However, prolonged battles were an advantage for demons, and with Dawn still some time away, dragging it out until then was unrealistic. Meanwhile, while Iwazawa and Rengoku were fiercely clashing, Tanjiro and the others hurriedly ran towards the ruins of the Infinity train carriage. They had been unable to intervene in the previous battle, only able to hide their strength as the Red Blade's pillars, waiting for the right moment to unleash their power and become a force that Iwazawa could not ignore. But upon seeing Chika being thrown away, Tanjiro could no longer remain calm and quickly rushed to the ruins. The Kamadu family was not wealthy, but its members were harmonious, and they could have lived a happy and peaceful life. However, with Muzan's arrival, their mother died, their younger brother died, their sister was severely injured, and their younger sister was turned into a demon. Under such blows, what kept Tanjiro going were his surviving sister and younger sister. Seeing that scene, how could Tanjiro not be anxious? He quickly reached the vicinity of the ruins, which were enveloped in thick black smoke. The smell of the train was overwhelming, and at that moment, Tanjiro's nose was of no use. "Sister! Sister! Sister!" Tanjiro shouted loudly, while Nezuko behind him was also in a panic, looking left and right at a loss. "Tanjiro, don't worry, let me try." Suddenly, Inosuke, who had just arrived, shouted for Tanjiro to calm down as he plunged his 2 Nichiren blades into the ground and closed his eyes to regulate his breathing. Growing up in the deep mountains, Inosuke possessed excellent perception, and with the aid of the breathing technique, his perception was further enhanced. By concentrating, he could sense even the slightest tremors in the air, allowing him to locate surrounding objects without direct contact. Beast breathing, 7th form, spatial perception. In an instant, everything around Inosuke appeared in his mind like a blueprint. Just as Inosuke opened his eyes and turned to point in that direction, a series of piercing metallic sounds suddenly erupted from that direction. Bang! 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 The debris of the iron sheets was overturned from below, and Chika, with disheveled hair, stepped out from deep within the ruins. Her feet on the iron sheets produced another crisp metallic sound. She exhaled deeply, her pupils changing from reddish-brown to blood-red, her height increasing from about the same as Tanjiro to towering over him by a head. Even the parts of her that Chika thought were unimportant had grown larger. Even Yawazawa and Rengoku, who were engaged in fierce combat at a distance, were drawn to this commotion and turned to look in the direction of the ruins. The aura of the demon was unusual. Although it was mixed with the scent of demons, it was unlike any demon he had known. Muzan himself was equally stunned and at a loss for words. He had never even heard of such a thing, let alone seen it. From the swirling, thick smoke, Chika slowly emerged in a new form, feeling quite surprised by her transformation. However, surprise aside, she felt that her current state was exceptionally good. Chinxia held the now faded Nichiren blade, and under her grip, the Nichiren blade transformed back into a crimson blade. The Nichiren blade is effective against demons because they fear the power of the sun, and the materials used to forge the Nichiren blade contain the power of the sun. However, Chinxia does not fear the sun. Holding the Nichiren blade, even the crimson blade has no effect on her. She slowly raised the crimson blade and gazed at the distant Akaza. Come on, the second phase of the battle. Chapter 62. Intense Battle. Akaza 3. Demonization? It seems like it, but also not. Nezuko's demonization causes inhuman horns to emerge from her forehead and special patterns symbolizing her demon identity to appear on her body. However, Chinxia does not exhibit either of these traits. Her eye color does not change, nor does her physique, overall remaining within the realm of humanity. Nevertheless, this power indeed comes from the domain of demons. The specific changes will be studied slowly later, but in any case, Chinxia feels that her current state is excellent. The best condition since her reincarnation. Chinxia held the red blade, her blood-red eyes fixed on Akaza, who was looking towards her. At that moment, Akaza's gaze flickered slightly, and while Chinxia felt particularly good, he felt particularly bad. The aura emanating from him was ghostly, with the portion belonging to demons having absolutely stepped into the realm of upper moons. If it were just that, it wouldn't be a big deal. After all, who was an upper moon? However, the reality was that Chinxia, in his sight, brought him an exceptionally unique sense of oppression. This sense of threat was extraordinary. It was different from the pressure Muzan exerted on him. What on earth are you? Akaza clenched his fists, disregarding the Kaijuro behind him. He stepped forward and unleashed a foot technique against the ground. The ground instantly shattered, and countless fragments flew upward. With such impact, Akaza gained tremendous thrust and charged towards Chinxia with a godlike speed. Faced with Akaza rushing at her like a demon, Chinxia's expression was neither tense nor relaxed. A madly excited look surfaced as she raised her head. Gripping the red blade with one hand, she stepped forward without any intention to dodge, charging towards Akaza, who was rapidly approaching her. Destructive killing. Annihilation technique. Akaza tightened his fist, blue aura swirling around it. As he swung his fist, Chinxia made no attempt to defend herself, allowing Akaza's punch to strike her. Swish! The spot where Akaza's punch landed exploded, blood splattering everywhere, with a few drops even hitting Akaza's face. From a distance, Tanjiro couldn't help but shout, "Sister!" Everyone present was taken aback that Chinxia would choose to take the hit, including Akaza, who delivered the punch. Aren't you going to use the knife in your hand? Akaza looked at Chinxia in disbelief, yet her mad grin remained unchanged, and the red blade in her hand was raised at that moment. Swish! Without using any special sword technique, but who cares when this blade is a red blade? In Akaza's shock, the other arm he used to swing was severed by Chinxia's red blade, crashing to the ground. A bone-chilling heat radiated from the cut, and Akaza's expression stiffened as he quickly retracted his fist. Chinxia gave Akaza no chance, a horizontal slash wrapped in blazing flames. Dance of the Fire God. Round dance. Akaza's face twitched as he barely avoided Chinxia's strike with his blood demon art, the blood needle. He clenched his fists, wanting to retaliate, but was met with Chinxia's blood-red eyes. In that fleeting moment, the memory of Chinxia's previous move flashed in his mind, and he unexpectedly abandoned his attack, jumping back to create distance. At this moment, Akaza was engulfed in doubt about his demon life. His entire left arm had been severed by Chinxia's blade, a searing pain radiating from the stump. In contrast, the wound Akaza inflicted on Chinxia was visibly healing at an astonishing rate, and most importantly, there was not a hint of pain on Chinxia's face. Chinxia's willpower is incredibly strong. No, it's not that extreme. Qinxia stated that she simply couldn't feel pain. Since her reincarnation, she had started with various serious wounds left by Muzan, and at that time, Qinxia discovered that she could hardly feel the pain from these injuries. At first, Qinxia thought this was a last flicker of consciousness before death, or that her body's adrenaline was going into overdrive, but as the days went by, even after standing up from her wheelchair, Qinxia still found it difficult to feel normal pain. The loss of pain sensation was not a good thing. Human pain perception is actually a self-protection system that alerts one to being injured. Therefore, before this, Qinxia viewed the loss of pain sensation with a half-optimistic, half-pessimistic mindset. But now it was fantastic. Qinxia held the red blade, feeling the continuous surge of power within her. She felt that the scenery before her eyes had changed. How could one describe Qinxia at this moment? Powerful? Dominant? These words are not accurate. If one had to say something, the term madman could barely describe Qinxia at this moment. The wounds on her body were visibly regenerating at a rapid pace, and Akaza's attacks could hardly inflict any substantial damage on her. In contrast, Qinxia wielding the red blade was a flurry of fiery strikes, each one a critical hit. Qinxia transformed into a mad beauty, stomping her foot on the ground, causing it to crack as she quickly charged towards Waiwaz. Waiwaz, let's have a Hollywood-style duel. You throw a punch. I'll use a knife. Let's see who falls first. Seeing Qinxia rushing towards him at high speed, Waiwaz instinctively took a step back. And as he quickly realized this action, he felt a surge of intense anger towards himself. Did I just step back? Am I afraid of her? Impossible, I cannot lose. I absolutely cannot lose. Waiwaz clenched his teeth, and his fighting spirit surged once again, even surpassing his original limits. At this moment, the words "cannot lose" consumed him, and suddenly, the figure of a girl appeared in his mind. Who? Who is that girl? In that instant, Waiwaz felt confused, wanting to grasp the girl's hand in his mind. But the next moment, she was completely swallowed by darkness, and his confusion came to a sudden halt. Waiwaz had no choice but to focus all his energy on the rapidly approaching Qinxia. Destruction Kill, Final, Style Blue, Silver, Fragmented Light. This strike was even more powerful than the previous one aimed at Qinxia. If the last one was at 120, this one was at least 150. Countless pressure punches shot out like a meteor shower towards Qinxia. Die for me. Sorry for being late today, but there will definitely be another chapter before midnight since it's a double update day. By the way, the reason for the delay is that I was waiting for information updates on a certain manga this afternoon. I'll try to write faster. Chapter 63. Intense Battle. Waiwaz. 4. Before attacking Qinxia, Waiwaz already had a sense of foreboding, which was why he used the destruction style and final style in succession, intending to either kill her or incapacitate her. Who would have thought that these two attacks not only failed to immobilize her, but instead awaken her? Is there such a principle in this world? Unfortunately, there is. Under his final style, violent explosions erupted ahead, raising dust and debris into the air, and even the shockwaves felt unsettling. Did I succeed? A flag flashed in Waiwaz's mind, and at that moment, Qinxia, wielding the crimson blade, charged out from the smoke. Waiwaz's expression was one of shock, as if he had seen a ghost. Gritting his teeth, he roared at Qinxia and clenched his fists, rushing towards her. I cannot lose. I cannot lose. I cannot lose. I absolutely cannot lose. I must become stronger, strong enough to. Suddenly, Waiwaz's golden eyes darkened. He was already close to Qinxia, his fist raised high, but at that moment he became distracted. In a battle of the strong, being distracted is a grave mistake. Yet at this moment, Waiwaz let himself be distracted right in front of Qinxia. Qinxia understood that this was Lin Xue cutting off his internet connection. Although it was a bit unsatisfying, since she had given him the opportunity, Qinxia couldn't possibly act as if she should let him focus and continue playing, right? Qinxia held a red blade, charging up, and struck a fire god Kagura, rondo slash at Yuazu's neck. At the moment the blade touched his neck, Yuazu finally came to his senses, but unfortunately, it was already too late. With the fire god Kagura combined with the red blade. Even though Yuazu immediately reached out to grab the blade in an attempt to stop it, it was the red blade. As Yuazu's palm grasped the blade, he instantly felt a bone-chilling heat. If he exerted force, his fingers would be severed. If he didn't tee, his head would be gone. With a cry from Yuazu, flames flashed, and the arc of fire severed Yuazu's head, which then rose and fell in the air, his pupils vacant. I lost. I can't lose, absolutely cannot end here. I still want to grow stronger, to become stronger, stronger, stronger. After Qinxia severed Yuazu's head, it gradually began to crumble, turning to dust bit by bit, just like a normal demon after being beheaded. However, His body showed no signs of collapsing. Yuazu's body stopped, and even without a head, he did not fall. With one foot raised and stepping down, the 12-pointed snowflake formation, symbolizing the needle of fate, reappeared on ground. Seeing this scene, Qianxia felt like crying without tears. Holding the red blade, she assumed a combat stance. Thinking of Lianxua, "Lianxua, please cut the wire thoroughly, I beg you." The headless Yuazu tensed his muscles, charging up a punch to swing at Qianxia again. Just as Yuazu was about to throw this punch, it seemed a girl with tears in her eyes appeared behind him and hugged him from behind. "Mr. Koma, please stop." Yuazu's body sank. This girl was definitely not a living being. Hearing her voice, Yuazu's fighting spirit weakened a bit. "Yuazu, let go of me, who are you?" "Girl, please stop. Go to the other side." "Yuazu, I haven't lost. I must defeat them. I want to become stronger." "Girl, why do you want to become stronger?" "Yuazu, because of me." Yuazu's body sank again, and the memories sealed by Muzan gradually began to break free, spilling out bit by bit. In the Edo period, there was a boy whose family was very poor, and his father fell seriously ill and needed money for treatment. However, due to Koma's age, it was impossible to earn money through legitimate means, so he had no choice but to turn to dishonest ways to make money. The crime margin from theft had already increased to 3. If he got caught again, he might lose his hands. Young Koma was bound, and 2 big men with thick wooden sticks were hitting his body. He was covered in wounds, with blood staining his body. Although he knew this was dishonorable, he had no regrets. Compared to his seriously ill father at home, what use was his dignity? Become stronger, stronger, stronger. Only by becoming stronger could he steal wallets from adults. Only by becoming stronger could he withstand those retaliatory punches and kicks. Only by becoming stronger could he escape without being caught. Koma had no regrets, even if he had to sacrifice his hands and feet in the process. After a severe beating, Koma staggered back to his village. As soon as he entered, he learned from the villagers that his father had hanged himself. "Koma, live with integrity. You can still change and start over. I don't want to live a life sustained by the money you stole. I'm sorry for the trouble." Upon receiving the letter, Koma knelt before his father's grave, crying and complaining about the injustice of the world. Are the poor not even allowed to live? Damn this world. Koma walked down the road with vacant eyes, not knowing what to do next, until he met his benefactor, Master Keizo. The master saw Koma's talent at a glance, easily defeated him, and then dragged him into his dojo, where he met his beloved. The master's daughter, Lianxua, was also suffering from serious illness like his father. Under the master's guidance and Lianxue's companionship, Koma transformed back into the person who fought to protect others. After turning 18, he established a relationship with Lianxua, promising to protect her even at the cost of his life. "I will become stronger than anyone else and protect you for a lifetime." After confirming their relationship, Koma returned to his father's grave to tell his father the good news from beyond. But on the way back, an ominous premonition surged in his heart. Upon returning to the dojo, Koma learned from a neighbor about the deaths of his master and fiancé. It turned out that the nearby Kendo dojo had been coveting and envying the Su-Lu dojo, which had only one disciple but owned a large piece of land. Unable to defeat the master and Koma, they despicably chose to poison the well of the Su-Lu dojo. After learning that he had once again failed to protect someone important, Koma clenched his fists and, in a daze, went to that Kendo dojo alone, killing everyone there with his bare hands. But what use was revenge? With the important person already dead, Koma walked the streets in a state of despair, just like when his father died, and it was at this moment that he encountered Muzan. Muzan, intrigued by Koma's strength as an ordinary human, thrust a hand blade through Koma's head, forcibly injecting him with blood. "I want to create 12 powerful demons. Can you handle this blood I give you?" The answer was that Koma endured it and became a very powerful demon, but under Muzan's interference, he lost the memories of his human life, pursuing strength without knowing the purpose, even though he no longer had anyone to protect. Remembering his human memories, he stood frozen in place. What a tragic, absurd, and boring story. Chapter 64, Infinite Train, and Yuazu recalled everything from the past, the reason he pursued strength, and why he hated the weak. The headless Yuazu stood still, and at this moment, Yuazu could be said to be defenseless. If he wanted, he could easily slash Yuazu into pieces. But Qianxia wouldn't do that. Although she was the 6th, this side of the 6th faced the enemy. Now, Yuazu knew the one standing in front of Qianxia was Koma, and he was no longer an enemy. Akizuro slowly walked over from not far away. He didn't draw his sword to attack Yuazu, but walked slowly to Qianxia's side. He looked at the motionless headless Yuazu and curiously asked Qianxia, "Why isn't he moving?" Faced with Akazuro's question, Shinshao replied seriously, "A demon has been beheaded. Isn't it abnormal for him to still be moving?" Kaijiro let out a dry laugh. He knew that Chika was hiding something, but he also knew that Chika was on their side, so he didn't press the matter. At that moment, in Akaza's mental world, Koyuki gently stroked Akaza's face. Under Koyuki's gentle touch, Akaza gradually transformed back into Kaneo's appearance, and he embraced Koyuki to express his feelings. Koyuki simply listened quietly, and after Kaneo finished his outburst, with tears in her eyes, she smiled and said to him, "Welcome back, my dear." In reality, Akaza's headless body finally began to collapse, turning to dust and scattering in the air before Chika and Kaijiro. Kaneo would go to hell, but fortunately, he did not go to hell in Akaza's form. Koyuki would wait for him until Kaneo could cleanse his sins in hell. Of course, what happened afterward was unknown to Chika. After Akaza dispersed and disappeared, Chika let out a long sigh of relief, thinking about Koyuki's strength. However, with the enhancement of the Red Blade, even overcoming the beheading of Akaza was not impossible. The regeneration of demons consumed stamina, and the Red Blade reduced the regeneration speed of demons. They could keep attacking until Akaza reached his limit. After all, Chika felt energetic enough to handle it, especially since dawn was approaching. After Akaza's body disintegrated, Tanjiro and the others quickly ran over, worried about Chika and Kaijiro's condition, while their eyes also showed a hint of disappointment. They ultimately couldn't help, and although it was a good thing that they didn't intervene in the end, witnessing a battle of upper moon rank made them deeply feel the gap in their abilities. Shinshao immediately noticed the thoughts in everyone's minds and smiled, saying, "What's wrong? Have you lost confidence already? You just gained valuable experience from fighting an upper moon opponent for free, and others would be envious of that." Although Tanjiro and the others have improved their combat power compared to the original story, their opponent is Upper Moon 3. However, they should have no problem dealing with Upper Moon 6. Daki. The sky gradually showed signs of brightening, and this battle took longer than Shinshao had imagined. Originally, she thought that with the Hecate, they could launch a surprise attack to severely injure Akaza, and then she and Kaijiro could take advantage of that to handle Akaza without any issues. However, as expected, plans couldn't keep up with changes, and the actual battle turned out to be much more troublesome than she had thought. Shinshao reached back to scratch her head and couldn't help but click her tongue. Suddenly, she noticed someone tugging at her clothes. When Shinshao turned around, she found it was Nezuko. "Are you really okay, sis?" Nezuko looked at Shinshao with concern, as Shinshao's clothes were in such a state that they were no longer just disheveled. They were completely torn apart. No matter how regenerative Chika's body is, it's impossible for the clothes on the outside to regenerate as well. The Demon Slayer Corps uniforms are specially made, and even low-level demons can't break through their defenses. However, Akaza's punch has destructive power akin to an explosion, and at this moment, Chika's clothes are in tatters, riddled with holes. One can only imagine what Chika has just gone through, but fortunately, it doesn't hurt. Shinshao smiled and patted the worried Nezuko's head, saying, "It's okay, look at me. Apart from my clothes being badly damaged, I'm fine, right?" Shinshao hadn't finished speaking when her eyes slightly narrowed, and a wave of intense sleepiness swept over her, leaving her feeling powerless. "Sister? What's wrong?" "It's nothing, just a bit sleepy. Since we've settled things here, let's hurry back," Shinshao replied softly, trying to suppress her drowsiness while rubbing her eyes and yawning. Her constitution was naturally more prone to fatigue than others, and after a fierce battle, she would feel exhausted. Although Shinshao had mentally prepared herself for this, the sudden intensity of the sleepiness still caught her off guard. The others nodded. It was indeed time to go back. However, Kaijiro didn't have the energy to run back, so everyone could only walk. At this moment, there were only a few minutes left until dawn, and the Infinity Train parked midway was quite a sight to behold. Among the 8 carriages of the Infinity Train, one of them was particularly spectacular. Fortunately, no one was injured, and they had protected everyone inside the Infinity Train. However, given the current state, it was hard to imagine how the Demon Slayer Corps would handle the aftermath. With the passengers on the train collectively asleep and the carriage having exploded, even if the presence of demons wasn't exposed, another urban legend would surely emerge. But this wasn't something they needed to consider. Even those who didn't participate in the fight against Akaza felt physically exhausted from the prolonged tension. Kaijiro, who battled Akaza, felt it even more acutely, with several injuries on his body. Fortunately, these wounds were not fatal, and Kaijiro was well aware of his condition, thinking that he would likely need to rest in bed for a while after returning. As the sun gradually rose, Everyone began their journey back to the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. Tanjiro and the others walked at the front, Kaijiro followed behind them. And Qinxia brought up the rear of the group. Everyone thought Qinxia was just trying to lag behind, and seeing her appear unfazed, no one thought much of it. However, it hadn't been long before Qinxia's facade of being unaffected began to crack. Why are there several Nezukos? Qinxia's steps gradually became somewhat unrecognizable, and under the persecution of a small stone, she clumsily fell to the ground as if it were a peaceful fall. The people in front immediately turned their heads to look back, and amidst the calls, Qinxia still succumbed to drowsiness. No matter how much they shouted around her, she closed her eyelids, lost consciousness, and even began to mumble. Chapter 65. Qinxia's changed, not knowing how much time had passed. Qinxia groggily opened her eyes and saw the familiar yet strange ceiling. Not wanting to complain about the strange ceiling, the moment she opened her eyes and saw it, Qinxia understood why she was lying in bed. How could I have tripped over a small stone while walking? This is really too embarrassing. Qinxia climbed out of bed, shamefully covering her cheeks with her hands. At first, she had been full of confidence, wanting to battle Yuozu for 300 rounds. But as soon as Yuozu left, she was weakly tripped by a small stone and fell asleep just like that. After a moment of shameful self-reflection, Qinxia finally calmed down. She recalled the state she was in when she fought Yuozu head-on, falling into a brief contemplation. So strong. The rapid regeneration combined with the true damage of the He Dao. In that state, her strength had surpassed multiple levels compared to before. Even if the side effect was excessive fatigue leading to prolonged sleep, she had to learn that state. However, thinking about this brought up another problem. Qinxia stared blankly ahead with her tired eyes, murmuring softly, "Where should I start? I can't just let others beat me up, can I? Although I want to get stronger. I don't want to become a masochist." At this moment, the room Qinxia was in was not her residence at the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, but a room within Butterfly Shinobu's residence. It had been nearly a month since Qinxia fell into a coma. Butterfly Shinobu was skilled in medicine, but she truly couldn't understand Qinxia's condition. Internally, she was undoubtedly human, but in terms of constitution, she had undeniably entered the realm of demons. There was nothing to be done but wait for Qinxia to wake up on her own. By the way, Kaijiro Rengoku, who had returned to the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, was also lying in a hospital bed. Butterfly Shinobu was surprised that he could still move after such injuries. However, in the end, Kaijiro was unable to be with Qinxia until she woke up. After resting for half a month, he leaped out of bed. While an ordinary person would need at least 6 months to recover from such severe injuries. In the first few days of Qinxia's coma, Tanjiro and Nezuko kept vigil by her bedside day and night, but they couldn't stay like that forever. They transformed their sorrow and anger into motivation and diligently trained, only coming back once in the evening. At this moment, it was noon, and Tanjiro was swinging his Nichiren blade in an open field, practicing the fire god dance. Each time he pushed himself, he reached a point of pain where he could no longer swing his sword. Whenever he recalled the scene of his sister battling Akaza alongside Kaijiro on the Mugen train, he felt a deep sense of helplessness. Not enough. Not enough. He was still too far behind. At the very least, he needed to master the fire god dance to the level of constant use. Next time, he had to be able to help and absolutely could not stand by and watch from distance again. Tanjiro's eyes were filled with determination, and under his efforts, the time he could maintain the fire god dance had indeed improved significantly, as had the precision of his swordsmanship. Tanjiro raised his head to look at the sun high above and thought about going to eat something first. He turned around and prepared to head back to his residence. But at that moment, his keen nose detected an unusual scent. It was the scent of his sister. Tanjiro suddenly turned his head towards the direction of the smell, which was indeed where Qinxia was staying. His body, which had been exhausted from prolonged use of the fire god dance, suddenly erupted with unimaginable strength, and he took a step forward, running towards Qinxia with a speed that surpassed bolt. At this moment, Shinobu was outside the courtyard, talking with Kanao, and Tanjiro's sudden appearance startled both of them. "I'm sorry, but sister..." Before Tanjiro could finish his sentence, he rushed into the room. Shinobu and Kanao were momentarily taken aback, but almost instantly understood Tanjiro's intentions. "Qinxia has woken up." The two of them hurriedly ran towards the room where Qinxia was, and Tanjiro, who arrived first, pushed open the door. The moment the door opened, his pupils dilated sharply. What did he see? "Sister, is that you?" Tanjiro asked hesitantly, as there was no sign of Qinxia on the bed. Instead, there was a young girl with her back to Tanjiro. Hearing Tanjiro's question, the young girl turned slightly and looked towards the doorway, responding with a pair of droopy eyes. "It's me. Can't you recognize me?" As Chinxia turned around, Tanjiro immediately recognized that the young girl sitting on the bed was none other than his sister, in her state of around 7 or 8 years old. Tanjiro stared in shock at the shrunken Chinxia, his mouth agape. This surprise was something that people outside the Kamadu family could not understand. The visual impact of his sister shrinking was on a completely different level from that of his younger sister shrinking. Originally, she was experimenting to see if she could re-enter the combat stance against Akaza, but who would have thought that instead of achieving that, she had developed the ability to change size at will. In the original story, Nezuko also had this ability, allowing her to change her body size at will. Chinxia, having successfully done this, was not disappointed. After all, this ability was quite interesting. However, being looked at so directly by Tanjiro made Chinxia feel rather strange. A few seconds later, Shinobu and Kanao arrived at the doorway. Seeing Chinxia in her young girl form on the bed, even Kanao, who usually showed no emotions, displayed obvious emotional fluctuations. Shinobu blinked in shock. She had never understood Chinxia's body, and now it was even more confusing. "You must be Chinxia, right?" Although Shinobu knew the answer, she still asked symbolically. "Of course, just a bit smaller," Chinxia replied, nodding with her droopy eyes. Just then, Tanjiro, who had been in a daze, finally snapped back to reality. He suddenly raised one arm seriously. Watching Tanjiro raise his arm, Chinxia's droopy eyes disappeared, and she said earnestly, "Tanjiro, please go ahead." With permission granted, Tanjiro lowered his arm and looked at his sister in her young form, saying earnestly, "Sister, can you stay like this for a while? I want to bring Nezuko over to see what you look like now." Hearing Tanjiro's words, both Shinobu and Kanao beside him were momentarily stunned, wondering what kind of reasoning that was. Chinxia felt a bit awkward about it, but she still waved her hand and said approved. After hearing Chinxia's agreement, Tanjiro quickly turned and ran out of the room. After all, no one could tell whether Chinxia would suddenly change back, and he thought he should hurry to bring Nezuko over. If he didn't look now, there might not be another chance in the future. Chapter 66. Casual visit from Tanjiro's perspective. Nezuko, who was already smaller than him, had become even smaller, which would only cause a mild surprise. However, if Nezuko had transformed and matured into a demon, she would be astonished. In contrast, Chinxia, who was originally larger than Tanjiro, had suddenly shrunk, and the direct visual impact was on a completely different level. As Nezuko arrived, she saw Chinxia, who had become even smaller than herself, and her eyes lit up with excitement. Chinxia felt a bit awkward. Just when she was about to be treated like a doll by Nezuko, a summons from the master allowed her to escape a crisis. Nezuko immediately looked tearful, as if she was about to cry, which scared Chinxia into quickly comforting her, saying that she would shrink again to play with her in the future. Only then did Nezuko manage to hold back her tears and ask, "Really? Really? Of course it's true. You don't believe my words?" Chinxia wanted to pat Nezuko's head, but realized she couldn't reach. After finally comforting Nezuko, Chinxia left the house and gradually returned to her original size while jogging to the master's residence. This time, the master only summoned Chinxia alone. Upon entering the room where the master was, she saw him looking weak and frail. "I'm sorry to call you over just as you woke up," the master said weakly. Chinxia quickly waved her hand and replied, "It's completely fine, and after sleeping for so long, I definitely need to stretch my muscles." A faint smile appeared on the master's weak face, but at that moment, he had completely lost his sight and his body was much weaker than before, occasionally coughing up blood. This was the curse that befell their family because of Muzan, the demon king. Even though generations of them married daughters of divine lineage, no one could live past 30. Given the master's condition, he might not even survive to 25. The perfect ending Chinxia envisioned naturally included the master. As long as Muzan was eliminated, the curse on their family would disappear, and the master would be able to live healthily. "The reason I called you here is just to chat," the master said calmly, as two children, a boy and a girl, walked out from behind him, each preparing a cup of tea for the master and Chinxia. "Chatting? That sounds good. The master can come to me to chat whenever you want," Chinxia said while picking up her teacup. Although she wasn't very fond of tea, she felt she had to give the master this courtesy. Just when Chinxia thought the master might talk about some light topics that happened while she was in a coma, like someone arguing, as soon as her lips touched the teacup and she took a sip, the master dropped a bombshell with a calm tone. "Chinxia, do you think our generation can eliminate Muzan Kibutsuji?" Chika's teacup trembled in her hand, and she hurriedly swallowed the tea that was in her mouth with a gulp. "No way, Lord. Who starts with a bombshell like that?" However, This question wasn't difficult to answer, or rather, in Chika's eyes, there was only one option. Yes. In our era, we can definitely eliminate Muzan, Chika replied seriously. Even though the Lord couldn't see it anymore, he could still sense the seriousness in Chika's tone. Even if this question were asked to other Hashira, their answer would undoubtedly be yes, but the sharp Lord sensed a confidence in Chika's words that was different from the usual. A month ago, when Tanjiro returned to the headquarters to report that they had successfully killed Upper Moon 3, the Lord was so happy that he coughed up 3 mouthfuls of old blood. Upper Moon, that's Upper Moon, compared to the frequently changing lower moons. The upper moons had not changed positions for hundreds of years. They either stayed put, and when they did move, it was to eliminate one of the higher-ranked upper moons. If coughing up 3 mouthfuls of blood could replace an upper moon, he would definitely have his child bring a large basin over, and the other 5 upper moons wouldn't get away. Well, he learned from Tanjiro's subsequent statement that the main credit for defeating Upper Moon 3 was due to Chika. The Lord could hardly calm the excitement in his heart. He had high hopes for Chika, but even so, this wave of achievements caught him completely off guard. Creating the Nichiren Blade, an upper moon has fallen. The future of successfully eliminating Muzan has appeared. The Lord's eyes were indeed pale, but Chika saw a strong fighting spirit within them. He didn't want to die, but he wasn't afraid of death. No matter what, this generation must eliminate Muzan, even if it meant sacrificing his own life. After discussing such a heavyweight topic, the Lord finally began normal small talk, and Chika calmly responded while sipping her tea. She mentioned that she had already gotten into the zone, and even if the Lord brought up another heavyweight topic, she could handle it without batting an eye. By the way, have you thought about your Hashira title? Feeling awkward and almost like she was fleeing, Chika bid farewell to the Lord and left his residence. The title of Hashira? My choice anxiety. Since it uses the fire god Kagura, which is Haino Kami, should I call it the sun Hashira? That seems too ordinary. But if I want to come up with something special, the difficulty level just skyrockets. Chinchia sighed while thinking and continued to move without stopping. Before long, she returned to a spot not far from the entrance of Shinobu's residence. When Chinchia realized she was back so quickly, she hurriedly slammed on the brakes. Because if she returned this fast, Nezuko's excitement might not have worn off, and she would probably beg her to shrink down again. If it was just a verbal request, Chinchia felt she could still manage. But if Nezuko directly unleashed her ultimate technique and cried, Chinchia really wouldn't be able to handle it. She needed to buy some more time and wait for Nezuko's excitement to fade a bit. Chinchia immediately made a judgment in her heart. But what should she do during this time of delay? Chinchia turned around while walking and lowered her head in thought. She realized that the conclusion of the Infinity Train arc was the Flower Street arc. The main Hashira appearing in the Flower Street arc is the Sound Hashira. In thinking of him, Chinchia couldn't help but recall that memorable line from the anime. I've completed the score. Score. A special technique mastered by the Sound Hashira, which involves analyzing the enemy's attack patterns during battle and translating their rhythm into music to completely grasp their attack tempo. Although executing this technique requires time, making it difficult to use successfully in battles with a significant power gap, it is still very helpful in battles with a closer power level. Chinchia is preparing to visit the Sound Hashira, hoping that this glamorous former ninja with 3 wives is at home. In Chapter 67, the Sound Hashira, Yuzui Tenjin, is not present at the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters when he learns of the flame Hashira Kaijiro Rengoku's death, as he is out on a mission. However, he has been asleep for nearly a month, so it is uncertain whether he has returned home. If he is not at home, she'll have to think of ways to buy some time. Anyway, Chinchia has no intention of going back so soon. Although this might be a bit unfair to Nezuko, she feels that she wants to be true to herself. Being played with like a doll by Nezuko is no small matter. Chinchia thought to herself as she wandered around the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. In this way, she successfully got lost in the headquarters. Eventually, she managed to encounter a member of the Demon Slayer Corps, which allowed her to find the residence of the Sound Hashira, Yuzui Tenjin, with great difficulty. Yuzui Tenjin is a former ninja born into a family of ninjas. In the perception of most people, the profession of ninja has disappeared after the Edo period. But Tenjin's family is one of the few hidden ninja clans. From a young age, Tenjin received the cold education typical of a ninja family. Originally, there were 9 siblings, but in the end, only Tenjin and his brother survived. Tenjin did not want to become such a cold person and chose to leave his family. By chance, Tenjin discovered the existence of the Demon Slayer Corps and, together with his 3 wives whom he met during his ninja days, began serving in the Corps. With his high physical fitness as a former ninja and his hard work, he quickly stood out and became the Sound Hashira. Xiao was trying hard to recall information about Yuzui Tenjin. As the main Hashira of the Flower Street arc, she had a deep impression of him. If Kaijiro was the older brother figure, then Yuzui Tenjin was the second brother. She looked at the mansion of Yuzui Tenjin in front of her, and just as she stepped into the courtyard, his voice suddenly rang out. Isn't this the glamorous girl that Kaijiro mentioned? What brings you here? Xiao immediately turned her head to look in the direction of the sound and saw Yuzui Tenjin leaning against the wall in the courtyard, arms crossed, looking at her. Nice. He's at home. Xiao suppressed her joy and maintained a faint smile as she looked at him, saying, We are colleagues, and we haven't had the chance to get to know each other well before. Now that we have the opportunity, I came. It was a lie. In the eyes of my magnificent Lord Tenjin, your lies are utterly flimsy. Just say what you need to say directly. Being evasive is not impressive at all. Yuzui Tenjin looked at Xiao in front of him. He didn't believe that Xiao would come to a colleague's place just to chat about trivial matters. After all, not just he, but the other Hashira had also observed her closely. The conclusion they reached was surprisingly simple. Chika is a training fanatic. After learning that the Nichiren blade truly has value, all the Hashira began to specifically train their grip strength, and Chika is the second person, after Kanroji Mitsuri, to successfully unlock her Nichiren blade using her grip strength. However, even so, Chika didn't stop her grip strength training. While others were still struggling to unlock their Nichiren blades, she succeeded. While others were still trying to unlock their Nichiren blades, she was shortening the time it took to do so. While others had successfully unlocked their Nichiren blades, she was still reducing the time needed. Kaijiro Rengoku was already strong enough, able to unlock his Nichiren blade in 3 to 4 seconds with his grip strength, while Chika had pushed herself to unlock it in just over a second. Making friends and developing relationships? They probably just want to come and fight me. Hearing Yuzui Tenjin's questioning, Chika awkwardly smiled and decided to stop pretending, saying, I heard you have a technique called sound wave, and I want to learn it. Yuzui Tenjin instantly understood, thinking to himself that this was more like it. Discussing feelings is too sentimental. This fits your training fanatic persona. As for sound wave, Yuzui Tenjin looked at the younger Chika, one hand resting on his chin, sizing her up. Xiao felt a bit flustered under Tianyuan's gaze. Could it be that Tianyuan wouldn't teach her? Although it was normal for others to keep their tricks to themselves, she hoped that wouldn't be the case. Do you understand music theory? Suddenly, cold sweat poured down Xiao's face. Music theory? She couldn't say she completely understood it. After all, she played a rhythm game called Rhythm Master when she was younger, so she could barely consider herself a rhythm game player, right? Seeing the cold sweat on Xiao's face, Tianyuan sighed heavily. There was no need for Xiao to answer. Her expression clearly said she didn't know. I'm not boasting, but my score chart is quite difficult to learn. If you don't understand music theory, you'll need to start from the basics, which will require a lot of time and effort, Tianyuan said, crossing his arms. Xiao also understood this point. Before, her learning was all about hit, 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 but if she wanted to learn about sheet music, then she had to seriously use her brain to study. So not studying? Just kidding, she must study. Xiao clenched her fists, her eyes burning with fierce fire. She's not the kind of person who gives up when faced with difficulties. Please, Xiao said seriously. Since you have made up your mind, then fine. Tianyuan shrugged his shoulders and gestured for Xiao to follow him. Xiao followed Tenjin into his residence. Unlike Xiao's own home, which was merely used for sleeping, Tenjin's residence was adorned with many luxurious decorations. This was not surprising, as he himself wore plenty of extravagant jewelry, with several large diamonds embedded in his headpiece. Additionally, it was evident from the atmosphere of the residence that there were 3 female masters living here. Whenever Xiao thought of these 3 female masters, she couldn't help but want to complain a bit. It wasn't just the fact that Tenjin had 3 wives, but rather that these 3 wives were essentially gender-swapped versions of Tanjiro, Zenitsu, and Inosuke. Hinitsu, a gender-swapped version of Tanjiro, with a personality similar to his, calm, brave, and possessing a broad perspective. Maki, hair color similar to Zenitsu's, but with a personality that resembles a gender-swapped version of Inosuke, somewhat irritable, impatient, and lacking in patience. Suma, hair color close to Inosuke's, but from a personality standpoint, she's definitely a gender-swapped version of Zenitsu, innocently cute, timid, and prone to crying. It's the dark humor of Teacher Crocodile. Xianxia secretly complained in her heart, while Tianyuan, who was walking ahead, had already stopped. He began to pull books from shelf, tossing one after another back to Xianxia. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 1 book, 2 books, 3 books. Qianxia hurriedly received the books that Tianyuan had thrown over these days. And at this moment, Qianxia truly felt the seriousness of the rhythm game players and the depth of their knowledge of music theory. Chapter 68. The Practice of Music Scores. Knowledge is Power. At this moment, Qianxia genuinely sensed the hidden truth behind this famous saying. To learn the music score of the sound pillar, one needs to be very proficient in music theory knowledge, so that in intense battles, one can smoothly translate rhythm into melody and perform. You can start with these books. Once you understand them all, you can begin practical training. Did you hear that clearly? Oh yes. Qianxia clenched her fists and encouraged herself. It's just reading and studying, right? Someone who has gone through 9 years of compulsory education should only fear learning, not feel incapable of doing it. Qianxia took a deep breath and began to flip through the first book. After reading a few pages carefully, she suddenly froze. It was indeed difficult, but it seemed that memorizing it wasn't so hard. Qianxia carefully finished reading one page and turned to the second page. Instead of continuing to read the content on the second page, she closed her eyes to recall the content of the first page. She could remember it all, word for word. Qianxia suddenly realized that merging with the demon blood didn't just mean her limbs became stronger. Her brain was also enhanced alongside her heightened senses. Photographic memory? She didn't expect that she would also acquire such a protagonist-like ability from a novel. Qianxia chuckled softly in delight, and then began to read with ease. Page after page, her speed was almost comparable to quantum reading. Watching this scene from the side, Yuzui Tenjin was stunned. Is reading like this really that extravagant? Tenjin didn't think Qianxia was being careless or trying to play a trick on him. She was serious, and very serious at that. Truly deserving of the title of miracle. Tenjin silently complained in his heart. In fact, this miracle had already become a common recognition of Qianxia among the Hashira and senior swordsmen of the Demon Slayer Corps. After all, many of the things that happened to Qianxia and what she did could be described as miraculous, let alone the fact that so many of these events were clustered together. However, no matter how powerful quantum reading was, it was impossible to learn the score in just one day. Moreover, as night approached, Qianxia couldn't stay with Tenjin forever. After reading 2.5 books, Qianxia bid farewell to Tenjin, saying she would come back tomorrow. She came quickly and left just as quickly. However, Tenjin didn't mind, and he had a feeling that Qianxia might really be able to learn his score, perhaps without needing too much time. Tenjin didn't consider himself a genius. Despite being a Hashira, he felt like an ordinary person among the Hashira. There were those who became Hashira after wielding a sword for just 2 months, like the Kasumi Hashira. There were also the incredibly strong IWA Hashira. He didn't think he could do things as perfectly as the N Hashira. Tenjin shrugged and exhaled, watching Qianxia walk further away before turning around. By the way, it had been a while since Hinetsuru and the others sent a letter back. Could something have happened? Over the next half-month, Qianxia almost lived in Tingen's house. Although she had a photographic memory, she still needed a teacher's guidance to truly understand everything. Half a month later, early in the morning, Qianxia's biological clock started on time. Regardless of whether she had dreamed or not, she would wake up precisely at this moment. She crawled out of bed, groggily pushed open the door to her room, tidied herself up a bit, and headed towards Tianyuan, her steps resembling a zombie, still half asleep. As Qianxia left her room, Nezuko also opened her eyes, secretly peeking at Qianxia's departing figure from behind, her little mouth pouting in dissatisfaction. Sister is going to that man again. She had only met Tianyuan a few times, but in her heart, his impression points were rapidly declining in her affection system, especially since he had taken her sister away. After half a month of learning, Qianxia had perfectly mastered the theoretical knowledge of music and passed Tianyuan's assessment. Now, she was engaged in intense practical training with him. The open space outside Tianyuan's mansion, specifically used for practical training, had become uneven and pockmarked. Due to Tianyuan's sword techniques combined with the unique explosive projectiles, his combat style caused more substantial destruction compared to others' attribute sword energy. I completed my score. I completed my score again. I completed my score yet again. At noon, Qianxia plopped down onto the ground, staring blankly at the floor with dead fish eyes, extending a finger to draw circles on the ground. Compared to her, as a beginner, Tianyuan's completion of scores was relatively fast. Every time Tianyuan finished a score, it wasn't that there was no room for improvement, but the rhythm after completing the score changed drastically, essentially resetting her progress. Although she could practice with others, such as Xing Shulang, who didn't use scores, her progress wouldn't be reset. However, Qianxia chose not to do this to push herself harder. Tianyuan's scores were incredibly fast compared to hers, But in actual combat at the upper ranks, it was indeed difficult to meet the conditions one-on-one. If she couldn't open the score faster than Tianyuan, then mastering this technique would mean nothing. She still had to keep working hard. Xinxia took a deep breath and stood up from the ground. Just as she was about to say, "Let's go again," she noticed Tianyuan was looking up at the distant sky, lost in thought. "What's wrong?" "Ah, it's nothing. You know I have 3 wives." They went to the flower street to gather information about the ghosts, but it's been a while since they sent a letter back, and I'm a bit worried. Tianyuan explained as he came back to his senses and turned to Xinxia. Xinxia suddenly realized that she had been so immersed in her training that it was indeed almost time for the plot of the Flower Street arc. The 3 wives of Tianyuan infiltrated Flower Street to investigate information about the demons, only to find out that the demon hidden in Flower Street was actually Upper Moon 6. Xinxia murmured to herself. She actually didn't intend to interfere with this part of the plot, because Tanjiro and the others also needed to grow. Tanjiro has a lot of potential. How could he level up without some challenges? In the future, when fighting Muzan, he could become a crucial fighting force. However, she couldn't completely refrain from intervening. What if the story in the Flower District went out of control? For example, what if another Upper Moon appeared? So she still had to follow along, at least to have a safety net. Xinxia smiled and said to Tianyuan, "Since you're worried, let's just go over there together. I'll accompany you, along with my little brothers. If the ghosts over there aren't too strong, we can let them handle it. Consider it a training exercise for them." Chapter 69. The Realm of Memorism? Hearing the first half of Xinxia's words, Tianyuan still agreed. But when he heard that he was bringing a group of little brothers, he couldn't help but pause for a moment. However, after thinking about it, he found it reasonable. "Xinxia, has anyone ever told you that your little brother can troll?" "No, you're the first." Xinxia completely ignored Tianyuan's complaints. In her view, Tianyuan's response meant that he agreed with her proposal. The Flower Street, officially known as Yoshiwara Flower Street, is a government-recognized legal red light district, a city that operates day and night, appearing luxurious and vibrant. The place they were about to go was here. After bidding farewell to Tianyuan, Xinxia turned and walked back to her residence at the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. At that moment, Tanjiro and the others were diligently training, especially Tanjiro. The Dance of the Fire God is the strongest breathing technique, and to not let down this strongest breathing, Tanjiro was putting in double the effort. Tanjiro's mind kept recalling the figure of Akaza. Although he did not exert his full strength during the battle with Akaza, as Xinxia said, fighting at Akaza's level was an excellent experience. In his mind, he even simulated a fake Akaza to fight against himself. The overwhelming power from the Upper Moon 3, Akaza, made it hard for him to breathe. Even the simulated Akaza in his mind was someone he couldn't handle for long, especially if Akaza were to use the techniques he used against Tanjiro's sister. Tanjiro's intuition told him that if he took those 2 moves head-on, he would definitely die. However, Tanjiro was not only concerned about Akaza's strength. He was also very interested in Akaza's evaluation of Kaijuro as supreme domain. His father had once mentioned the term domain to him, but that was a long time ago, and Tanjiro's memory was somewhat hazy, making it hard for him to recall what his father had said. He wondered if his sister had ever heard their father mention similar things, and he muttered to himself, completely unaware of Xinxia's approach behind him. "What are you thinking about?" Suddenly, Xinxia's voice came from behind him. Tanjiro, exhausted from practicing the dance of the fire god, was startled and nearly stumbled. His large reaction also startled Xinxia. It was one thing to be startled, but it was not Xinxia's intention for him to fall over. She hurriedly reached out to help Tanjiro up, saying, "Are you okay? You don't seem to be in good spirits. You really didn't notice me approaching at all." "It's because sister's presence was too well hidden," Tanjiro replied as he took Xinxia's hand and got up from the ground. He did not believe it was due to his mental fatigue that he hadn't noticed Xinxia's approach. Hearing Tanjiro's words, Xinxia was a bit puzzled. She hadn't deliberately hidden her presence. However, they did not dwell on this matter. Tanjiro recalled what he had been thinking earlier and hurriedly asked Xinxia, "By the way, sister, have you ever heard anything similar to domain from father?" "Domain?" Xinxia was taken aback by Tanjiro's words. The original owner had no memory of this aspect, but Xinxia could guess what the realm Tanjiro was referring to was. Transparent world, Tanjiro and Xinxia's father, Tanjiro Kamadu. Tanjiro was weak and sickly, often coughing, but despite inheriting the fire god dance, he could dance for a whole day and night in the icy cold without tiring. He was not a member of the Demon Slayer Corps, did not possess sword skills, and had no contact with demons. Yet his realm reached a far distance that even the members of the Demon Slayer Corps could not attain, known as Transparent World. 10 days before Tanjiro passed away due to illness, a giant bear appeared near the Kamadu residence. To prevent this giant bear from endangering his family, Tanjiro took an axe and walked out. Given the vast difference in size and Tanjiro's precarious health, Tanjiro was worried for his father, but Tanjiro calmly leaped into the air, higher than the giant bear's head. In the next moment, before Tanjiro could react, Tanjiro effortlessly decapitated the giant bear, allowing Tanjiro to witness the mystery of this realm firsthand. Tanjiro naturally remembered this, but he could never have imagined that the transparent world his father spoke of was such an esoteric realm, far beyond his expectations. The original owner, Chinxia, had never heard this kind of knowledge from Tanjiro, but that didn't stop Chinxia from putting on a brave face and claiming to have heard of it. A realm? Oh, I've heard of it. It seems to be called Transparent World. Thinking carefully, my father's description seems quite interesting. Chinxia showed a look of realization, and with her effort to recall, she roughly recounted the words that Tanjiro had said to Tanjiro back then. Listening to Chinxia's recounting, Tanjiro genuinely displayed a look of understanding. He excitedly looked at Chinxia and said, "Sister, it seems that Akaza is approaching the supreme realm of Mr. Rengoku. Do you think this could be related to the transparent world that father mentioned? Maybe there's a connection?" Chinxia gave a vague answer to Tanjiro's question, which wasn't her pretending. She genuinely wasn't sure if the transparent world would be the supreme realm. Akaza observed the rising fighting spirit of Kaijiro and noted that he was approaching the supreme realm. But the transparent world is more accurately described as a state of no self, where hidden energy enhances perception, which is completely opposite to the image of rising fighting spirit. However, if one thinks about the ultimate goal of martial arts as returning to simplicity, then the transparent world does fit that idea. In any case, the transparent world is a good thing. Learning it would definitely not be a loss. Tanjiro's proactive recollection of the transparent world also relieved Chinxia a lot. And in the future, there would be opportunities to promote this concept to the other Hashira, just like she did with the Hinakami Kagura. Let's not talk about the patterns for now. These other two things must be dealt with first. In her joy, Chinxia did not forget the purpose of her return. She cleared her throat and said, "By the way, go call the others over. There's a new mission." "A mission? Okay." Tanjiro nodded excitedly and quickly turned to run towards the mansion. It had been almost 2 months since the battle on the Mugen train, and during this time, he had been honing his Hinakami Kagura daily. He was eager to see how much he had grown. As Tanjiro's older sister, how could Chinxia not know what he was thinking? At this moment, in the Flower District, a courtesan named Daki suddenly felt a chill run through her body. Chapter 70. Off to the Yoshiwara Flower District. The Yoshiwara Flower District has many geisha houses, but the most famous ones are Kayagakiya, Takitakiya, and Ajimotoya. Daki resided in Kyogokuya, where she was known as Warabaheim, the courtesan of Kayagakiya, a renowned beauty far and wide. As Daki walked through the corridors of Kayagakiya, no matter who was in front of her or how many people there were, they would tremble and quickly make way for her. Not for any other reason, but because they didn't want to provoke Daki. Daki's personality was notoriously terrible within Kayagakiya. She despised ugly people and the elderly, and even the slightest offense could result in her kicking them hard. Even the landlady couldn't control her. Daki didn't even want to glance at those who avoided her. She looked ahead, her mind occupied with thoughts about the Demon Slayer Corps. The bait had already been cast. Why hadn't the Demon Slayer Corps taken the bait yet? Could it be that the bait was worthless? That can't be. My instincts tell me that this bait will definitely catch a big fish. Come on, bring it on. I want to kill all of you and devour you. Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. Under Tanjiro's summons, Zenitsu and the others had gathered together. Although they hadn't undergone the devilish training like Tanjiro, they had nonetheless increased their training volume somewhat under his influence. If they were placed in other eras, they would be worthy of the title of Hashira, but in this era, they still fell short, as this generation of Hashira was the strongest batch after the Sengoku period, each possessing exceptional talents. Chinxia led everyone to the outside of Tianyuan's residence, where they saw Tianyuan standing at the door, arms crossed, quietly waiting for Chinxia and the others to arrive. "You're back quite fast. Of course, since everyone is here, let's go." Tianyuan nodded at Chinxia's words, his gaze sweeping over the people behind her. It was one thing for Tanjiro and the others, but when Tianyuan saw Nezuko standing behind Chinxia, he couldn't help but be taken aback. Nezuko was currently watching Tianyuan with a wary expression, like a cat with its fur bristled. Tianyuan tilted his head in confusion, completely unable to understand why Chinxia's sister would show such a hostile demeanor toward him. "Forget it, let's set off first." Originally, Tianyuan planned to investigate a bit later, But upon hearing Qianxia's words, an ominous premonition surged in his heart. Destination: Yoshiwara Flower District. Depart. Tianyuan turned around and softly said, "Follow me." With a single step, he made a loud bang, and his figure disappeared from the spot, reaching a far distance at an astonishing speed. So fast. Tanjiro's eyes widened in surprise at Tianyuan's speed, but this was not the time for astonishment. Qianxia took a deep breath and said to everyone around her, "We need to keep up." As Qianxia's voice fell, she dashed out with astonishing speed, and Tanjiro and the others hurried to follow, racing towards the Yoshiwara Pleasure District. They set out in the afternoon, but by the time they arrived, it was already night. However, nighttime was preferable. The Yoshiwara Pleasure District was much more vibrant at night than during the day. Unlike the bustling city center, the style of Yoshiwara was relatively ancient, giving a completely different feeling, and even at night, it didn't evoke a sense that the day was coming to an end. The brightly lit streets were filled with people, and on both sides, one could occasionally spot courtesans dressed in extravagant clothing. This was Yoshiwara, a city of the night, mixed with vanity, desire, love, and hatred between men and women. At that moment, Qianxia and the others were sitting in two rickshaws, moving slowly forward. Zenitsu and Inosuke, who were sitting beside Qianxia, were both stunned. One had heard of it, but seeing this city of the night with his own eyes was still shocking. The other was even more impressive. Even with a wild boar headpiece on his head, he could clearly feel his astonishment. "Wow, so many people!" Inosuke exclaimed as he attempted to stand up from the rickshaw, or even jump out. Fortunately, Qianxia was quick on her feet. Just as Inosuke was about to get up, she delivered a swift chop to his head. Even with the boar headpiece, Inosuke couldn't withstand Qianxia's love tap and was rendered dazed, instantly calming down. "We're in stealth mode, so act professional." Qianxia had just said this with annoyance when Zenitsu, sitting at the other end, had already bent his head at a 90-degree angle and was still leaning forward, as his eyes were fixed on a smiling young lady waving from aloft. Zenitsu's face turned red, and he instinctively reached out to grab the rickshaw's railing, wanting to jump down. However, at that moment, Qianxia's hand chop, though late, still landed with a clang, and Zenitsu stopped thinking. Qianxia pursed her lips in annoyance. No matter how much she trained their combat skills in advance, their personalities were still exactly the same as in the original work, which was really worrying. On another rickshaw, Tianyuan observed Qianxia's situation and couldn't help but give her a thumbs up. He then introduced the current situation to Tanjiro, who seemed to have stabilized a lot behind him, and Nezuko, who still wore a hostile expression. Yoshiwara Flower Street was a place that slept during the day and bloomed at night. For demons, this was simply the best place. Most of the geishas here were sold due to poverty and debt. They worked here to gain shelter and a living, with very few able to be redeemed by wealthy individuals to return to a normal life. Among the geishas, there were also distinctions in rank, with courtesans being the standout among them. A valuable courtesan could even earn a bit of respect from the shop owner. Tianyuan introduced this in a calm manner, and soon the rickshaw stopped in front of a resting inn on Yoshiwara Flower Street. The group opened several rooms inside and began a strategy meeting. The focus of this mission was to find the whereabouts of Tianyuan's 3 missing wives. Before setting out, Zenitsu had already heard about this from Qianxia, but even after hearing it in advance, he still had a displeased expression. Tianyuan ignored him and stated his plan, which was to have the 3 of them hide their identities and infiltrate 3 key geisha houses, Kayagakiya, Tokuya, and Ajimotoya. As he was about to fix his gaze on Qianxia, she smiled and slowly raised a hand. "Just to let you know, I'm not doing this job." Tianyuan raised an eyebrow slightly, and then shifted his gaze toward Nezuko. As Tianyuan's gaze turned in Nezuko's direction, Qianxia had already moved with him and was sitting with a smile in front of Nezuko. Nezuko isn't doing this job either. Chapter 71. Infiltration, Yoshiwara Flower Street. As Tianyuan looked at Tanjiro and the others, the 3 of them couldn't help but shudder. They were infiltrating a brothel, but we are guys. The 3 of them instantly showed confused expressions. At that moment, the items Tianyuan had prepared to hand over to the shopkeeper arrived just in time. Makeup products from the Taisho era. "Don't worry, my makeup skills are quite glamorous. Even with your looks, you'll definitely be able to blend in at the 3 major brothels," Tianyuan said as he took out the Taisho era makeup products from the small basket. Looking at the 3 who were about to be forced into this situation, Qianxia hesitated for a moment before raising a hand to stop Tianyuan's actions. "Let me do it." "All right then, a woman should indeed do a woman's makeup, and it might be more glamorous than mine." Tianyuan didn't insist. After all, Qianxia was someone he recognized as being close to his level of glamour. Qianxia's mouth twitched slightly, She had no confidence in doing makeup for others. She only believed that her aesthetic sense was a bit more normal than Tinyuen's. If Tinyuen's makeup skills were to be graded, they would definitely score negative points. In the original work, he managed to get away with it only because it was abstracted to a certain extent. Exaggerated bright red lips, round and large blush, non-human level eyelashes, a thick layer of white foundation covering the entire face without any consideration. When Qinxia first saw this scene, she almost spat her milk tea on her phone screen. Wow, just wow. At this moment, Qinxia picked up a product from the basket that she couldn't name, but was likely some kind of makeup. She smiled and turned to the three little ones, saying, "Who wants to go first?" The three little ones shuddered. Not one of them, including Tanjiro, stepped forward. Qinxia took a deep breath, her anger skyrocketing. She really wanted to say, "I'm saving you. How can you be so ungrateful?" Qinxia's originally smiling expression suddenly darkened. Although she still wore a smile, it seemed like a smile from a demon. Who will come first? 1 hour later, Qinxia paused her work with a somewhat complicated expression, thinking to herself that this should be considered quite good, right? After all, it's better than what Tenjin would draw. Under the reflection of the mirror in the room, the three of them saw their current appearances. In fact, all three had good foundations. In the original work, even Tanjiro, with just blush after removing his foundation, wasn't directly recognized as male. Zenitsu was a bit more ambiguous, but it was still much better than Tengin's drawing, which was criticized as unflattering. As for Inosuke, the reflection in the mirror showed him as stunningly handsome. His character was designed to inherit his mother's beauty, and even a beauty like Daki, a courtesan-level beauty, couldn't help but admire his level of attractiveness. Honestly, even without makeup, as long as he didn't speak, no one would think Inosuke was a boy. Qinxia looked at her masterpiece with great satisfaction, while behind her, Tianyuan was pinching his chin, evaluating the three people. "Qinxia, your skills aren't that impressive, are they?" Qinxia really wanted to throw a punch at him, but her rationality prevailed. Otherwise, this hotel would definitely explode. No exaggeration. Since they were all ready, I might as well prepare a little too. After Tianyuan finished speaking, he raised his hand to take off his gorgeous jewelry and removed some makeup from his face. "I look stunning in formal wear. I also look stunning without makeup." As Tianyuan finished removing his makeup, Zenitsu, who was standing opposite him, was instantly stunned, followed by disbelief and gritted teeth. What joke? How could he be such a handsome guy? He was already envious of having 3 wives, and now seeing that the other party was actually a handsome guy made him even more jealous. How about it? I look stunning without makeup too, right? Tianyuan looked at Qinxia to see her reaction, but found her response surprisingly bland. "Isn't it stunning? Huh? Are you asking me?" "Stunning, of course stunning." Qinxia was momentarily taken aback, then smiled as she replied. Tianyuan felt a little disappointed. He thought Qinxia was not shocked by his other gorgeous appearance. Meanwhile, Nezuko's hostility towards Tianyuan intensified. "This man is definitely trying to seduce my sister." Then, Tanjiro and the others changed into women's clothing and walked out of the hotel. Qinxia and Tianyuan walked side by side in the front, with Tanjiro and others following behind. As they stepped out of the inn and onto the street, many passers-by were drawn to the group. After all, it was hard not to notice the handsome Tianyuan leading the way, alongside the exceptionally beautiful Qinxia, and behind them was the heavyweight Inosuke, making it nearly impossible to go unnoticed. At that moment, a parade was taking place for the courtesan Lixia from the Shurjian house. As she walked down the street in an incredibly expensive kimono, surrounded by onlookers on both sides. The status of a courtesan is far beyond that of an ordinary prostitute. There are countless people wanting to redeem a courtesan, with the redemption price rising higher and higher. Even so, the owner of the geisha house would not easily sell the courtesan, as her value extends beyond mere money, significantly enhancing the reputation of the entire geisha house. Thus, unless a new candidate emerges to replace the courtesan, it is difficult for her to be redeemed. At this moment, many people gathered around to watch the parade of the courtesan from the Shurjian house, but as Qinxia and the others passed by, those watching the courtesan couldn't help but turn to glance at Qinxia and her companions. Among them was the owner of the Ajimoto house, who had originally been observing the parade of the courtesan Lixia. Her pupils widened, scanning the group like a radar. Tianyuan exclaimed, "What a handsome man! Qinxia, a rare beauty, absolutely capable of being trained into the courtesan who would overshadow the Kayagaka house and the current house. But looking at her temperament, she doesn't seem to be from a wealthy family, nor is she an extraordinary person. Tanjiro, she's just an average girl. Zenitsu, this is also quite ordinary. Inosuke, this one is." The landlady's pupils trembled. Inosuke's looks reached courtesan level in her eyes, and judging by her temperament, she was definitely prey. The landlady quickly dashed over, her footsteps echoing, and soon caught up with Qianxia's large group ahead. This child is meant to be sold to a brothel, right? Then sell her to me. The landlady's eyes sparkled. She was determined to pay a high price to buy Inosuke. When Tenjin saw that the other party was the landlady of the Ajimoto house, he immediately opened his mouth, wanting to give her away for free. However, before Tenjin could say anything, Qianxia kicked him on the thigh, forcing him to stifle his words. Qianxia looked at the landlady of the Ajimoto house in front of her and smiled, asking, "So how much can you offer?" Chapter 72. As long as the money is sufficient. Hearing Qianxia's words, Tenjin beside her showed a shocked expression. His face seemed to say to Qianxia, "Are you falling into a money trap?" But Qianxia ignored him and continued to focus on the landlady of the Ajimoto house. Was she really falling into a money trap? Of course not. Money was just a means to secure her current and future laid-back lifestyle, and the salary and bonuses from her master were sufficient. So why did Qianxia say that? Of course, it was to avoid suspicion from the landlady of the Ajimoto house. In the original work, Inosuke's appearance was concealed by white makeup, and ordinary people couldn't see his true looks. The landlady of Ajimoto house, with the mindset of gaining from a blind box, took Inosuke in, and Tenjin was naturally happy to give him away for free. But now the situation was different. Inosuke had already revealed his astonishing looks, and so many passers-by were watching. Even if he wasn't sent to the Ajimoto house, many brothels would soon hear the news and compete for Inosuke. In such a bidding war, the price would only go higher. If Inosuke was given away for free under such circumstances, it would surely raise the landlady's suspicion, and it wouldn't be impossible for him to be suspected as a spy from another brothel. Therefore, this situation could not involve giving him away for free. However, Qianxia was also unsure what the normal price for selling a courtesan was, so she could only subtly throw the pricing power to the landlady in front of her. Upon hearing that she could set the price, the landlady's expression became serious. This woman is an expert. After estimating in her mind, the landlady first extended one finger, then after a few seconds, changed it to 3 fingers. What do you think? The landlady carefully observed Qianxia's expression and saw her showing a conflicted look. This expression lasted for about half a minute before Qianxia's expression changed, letting out a breath. "All right, deal." The landlady immediately showed a delighted expression, then took out money on the spot and handed it to Qianxia, reaching out to take Inosuke's hand, pulling him to her side. "By the way, you two are a couple, right? Truly a match made in heaven." The landlady smiled and praised Qianxia and Tenjin in front of her. Qianxia and Tenjin remained unmoved, one indicating that she misunderstood and the other stating that he had a wife. The landlady's face stiffened, and after an awkward smile, she turned and took Inosuke back to the Ajimoto house. After the landlady left, Tenjin inquired about Qianxia's actions earlier. Upon learning Qianxia's reasoning, Tenjin suddenly understood and expressed that what Qianxia did was indeed reasonable. As for the money in hand, they could find an opportunity to return it when they eliminated the Upper Moon 6. Qianxia doesn't care about the money anyway. As I said, as long as the money is enough, it's fine. Inosuke has been taken care of, so let's split up to deal with Tanjiro and Zenitsu. All right, I'll take this blonde-haired one to Kayagaku's place, and you take your brother to Tashiro's place. Qianxia and Tianyuan briefly discussed and decided to take separate actions. On one hand, it was because moving together would easily attract attention, and, on the other hand, it was simply to finish quickly and wrap things up sooner. Qianxia brought Tanjiro to the entrance of the tavern. When a staff inside saw that the 2 visitors were women, one of whom was exceptionally beautiful, they immediately called for the landlady. Qianxia and Tanjiro were then invited into a private room. While waiting for the landlady to arrive, Qianxia decided to chat with Tanjiro for a moment. "Tanjiro, I suspect that the demons hidden in the flower district are quite powerful. You should be extra cautious, all right?" "Understood." Tanjiro nodded seriously. In truth, even without Qianxia's reminder, he would be careful, as the demons operate in the shadows while humans are in the light. Even though they were currently hiding their identities, for demons who are used to concealing themselves and lurking in the dark, wasn't much different from being in the light. Qianxia and Tanjiro had not chatted for long when the owner of the current shop walked in from outside. The geishas in the shop had mentioned that a great beauty had entered, and the owner thought they were exaggerating a bit. However, upon seeing her in person, she felt that their assessment was too low. The courtesan is a representative of extraordinary beauty, and for women, the term used to describe such beauty is often just one word: beautiful. However, the girl before her was different. While she could still be described as beautiful, that was definitely not precise. If she became a geisha, it wouldn't be long before she became the top courtesan. shocking the entire flower district. Of course, the owner understood that Qianxia couldn't possibly be here to become a geisha. Her gaze slowly shifted from Qianxia to Tanjiro. Not bad. Average level, I suppose. Are you here to sell geishas? The owner asked symbolically, to which Qianxia naturally nodded in response. Although Tanjiro didn't T-sell for as high a price as Inosuke, he was at least at an average level, and Qianxia smoothly sent Tanjiro into the current shop. As for the Kayagaka shop, it was also quite instantaneous. For the owner, it was clear that the male etched.One was significantly more lethal than Qianxia. With a series of recommendations from etched.One, Zenitsu also entered the Kayagaku shop quite smoothly. Ajimoto shop, Inosuke, current shop, Tanjiro, Kayagaka shop, Zenitsu. Good, the three key brothels are all arranged. etched.One walked down the street with a serious expression. He couldn't afford to relax. After all, his wife was still missing. Meanwhile, Qianxia, who had just exited the current shop, walked with ease, as if the plan went smoothly. Then her involvement in this part of the storyline had come to an end. She did not intend to interfere in the Flower District arc, nor did she want etched.One to take action. If Tanjiro and the others could resolve the situation with Upper Moon 6 together, that would be a huge success. Chika walked along the bustling streets of the Yoshiwara Pleasure District. Although the main industry here was brothels, the allure of delicious food at night was indeed irresistible. Qianxia took out her wallet, which contained her salary and the bonuses she earned from slaying Upper Moons, and slowly approached the snack stalls on both sides. Just as she was about to leisurely start her night out, she caught a glimpse of a stall not far away, selling Konpito. Nezuko was still in their hotel room, and Konpito was Nezuko's favorite candy. Well, it would be quite boring for Nezuko to stay alone in the room. Thinking this, Qianxia walked towards a nearby candy stall. Qianxia pointed at the packaged Konpito with a finger and said, "Give me a serving of Konpito, a large one." Chapter 73, Fallen Princess 1, Yoshiwara Hanamachi, late at night. Even though it was close to midnight, the bustling streets were still brightly lit, and many pedestrians walked along the streets. This situation would likely not ease until around 2 or 3 a.m. Tenjin stood atop a tall wooden roof, observing the entire Yoshiwara Hanamachi from high vantage point. His breathing technique was sound breathing, a branch of thunder breathing among the 5 basic breathing techniques. With this breathing enhancement, his hearing and perception were quite outstanding. However, despite Tengin's serious observation, he still failed to detect any traces of demons, which worried him greatly. There were no abnormalities, but that made it even stranger. How could a demon hide its presence so cleverly? Was it a lower moon, or perhaps an upper moon? Tenjin muttered to himself, simultaneously relieved that he was not alone this time. With Qianxia around, even if it were an upper moon, the two Ashira should be able to defeat it elegantly, right? Tenjin exhaled, and after observing without results, he had to temporarily place his hopes on Tanjiro and the others. He then leaped from the wooden house and returned to the inn. As Tenjin pushed open the door to the inn's private room, he stood frozen for a moment. He saw a miniature version of Qianxia sitting cross-legged in front of a full-length mirror, while Nezuko smiled behind her, braiding Qianxia's hair. Upon Tengin's entry, Nezuko immediately stopped her braiding, wrapping her arms around Qianxia's head like a protective cat, and stared at Tenjin with a wary expression. However, Tenjin was already completely accustomed to Nezuko's protective behavior. He smiled to shrunken Qianxia and asked with great interest, "Qianxia, is this ninjutsu? How could it be? But this isn't a blood demon art either. Aside from me and Nezuko, I really haven't seen anyone else who can change size like this," Qianxia replied, spreading her hands. Tenjin was just teasing. Ninjutsu was not some superpower. He casually found a spot in the room, sat down on the floor, and quickly turned serious. "Qianxia, the demon hiding in Yoshiwara Hanamachi might be an upper moon," Tenjin said earnestly. Qianxia's reaction was unexpectedly calm. "Aren't you surprised?" Tanjiro has an incredibly sensitive nose. Demons below lower moon can't escape his detection, and since you returned without any findings, it's normal to suspect the target is an upper moon. Qianxia was having her hair styled by Nezuko, so she couldn't turn her head at all. She faced the life-sized mirror and forced herself to make small talk. After all, she couldn't just say she knew that the Upper Moon 6 was hiding in the Flower District, which was why she had come along. Tenjin listened to Qianxia's explanation and felt that it made sense, but something felt off. Since there was an upper moon hiding here, it was too dangerous for those 3 little ones to infiltrate. Perhaps they should be called back. Tenjin sat cross-legged on the ground, arms crossed, and asked Qianxia for her opinion. He believed that Tanjiro's level was too low, and staying any longer could risk unnecessary sacrifices. Living was victory. They couldn't miss the opportunity to survive just for a moment of bravado. especially since the three of them were still young and had witnessed the battle against Upper Moon 3. If they survived and continued to grow, they might become stronger than him in a not-so-distant future. However, since those three were brought by Qinxia, Tenjin needed to consult her opinion. Listening to Tenjin, Qinxia replied calmly, "Tenjin, you're underestimating the three of them. Trust them, they are more than capable." In the Demon Slayer Corps, aside from the Hashira, there were 10 ranks from strongest to weakest. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J. Without a doubt, Zenitsu and Inosuke had reached the level of A-class swordsmen among the current members of the Demon Slayer Corps, while Tanjiro, who used the dance of the fire god, had already half-stepped into the realm of the Hashira. Days passed, and Tanjiro and the others successfully mingled in various brothels, also gathering some information from Tengen's 3 wives. In the Kayagaka house, where Zenitsu was responsible, a missing girl named Hinetsuru had fallen ill and left the brothel. In the Ajimoto house, where Inosuke was in charge, a missing girl named Makio said she was unwell and locked herself in her room. In the Shimon house, where Tanjiro was responsible, a missing girl named Suma had left a diary saying she had escaped. 3 days later, late at night, in the Kayagaka house, Zenitsu continued to pretend to be a new geisha in the corridors of the establishment. Although he usually seemed unreliable, he was serious about this important task. Just as he was carrying something someone had asked him to move around the corner, a formally dressed and elegant woman brushed past him. In that fleeting moment, both Zenitsu and the woman sensed something unusual about each other. Zenitsu thought, "This is definitely a demon. Could this oppressive feeling be from an upper moon?" Daki thought, "Is this a member of the Demon Slayer Corps?" Daki's lips curled into a slight smile, and then she raised her foot and kicked towards Zenitsu. Bang! Caught off guard by the sudden strike, Zenitsu had no Nichiren blade in hand, making it impossible to defend against the attack. He quickly collided with a distant wall, producing a loud crash. With that kick, Daki became even more certain of her judgment. The person she had kicked was indeed a member of the Demon Slayer Corps. As the sound echoed, some people who had been sleeping were awakened and came to the corridor, but upon seeing Daki, they hurriedly shut their mouths. In the Kayagaka house, Daki was used to hitting others for various reasons, and even the boss or madam couldn't stop her actions. With a glare from Daki, the crowd that had gathered quickly dispersed, while Daki continued to look at the woman she had kicked away. Finally, she had come. "I have waited so long for this. There should be more than just her. There should also be a Hashira, right? Wonderful, wonderful. Now I can increase my record of devouring Hashira from 7 to 8. Daki murmured softly to herself, and just as she was about to turn around and continue her plan to catch a big fish, she suddenly realized that Zenitsu, whom she had kicked, was not lying on the ground. Though a bit distorted, he was still standing. His eyes were glazed, and he gritted his teeth. He had managed to mitigate a lot of the force from Daki's blow using his skills. Even without a Nichiren blade, that didn't prevent him from using thunder breathing. Thunder breathing, first form, thunderclap, and flash, sixfold. Zenitsu tightened his legs and exploded with lightning-like speed, charging at the still unresponsive Daki and carrying her out of the Kayagaka house. Upon hearing this, Tanjiro in the Shimon house and Inosuke in the Ajimoto house immediately reacted. Zenitsu was fighting a demon. Chapter 74. Daki 2. If a battle was to break out, it certainly couldn't happen in a crowded brothel, especially since it was so sudden and Zenitsu didn't have his Nichiren blade. Thankfully, the first form of thunder, breathing, emphasized leg power, and Zenitsu's legs propelled him with lightning speed, taking Daki directly out of the brothel and into the air. The sound of thunder echoed around, and the people around thought it was just a usual thunderstorm. After all, at this hour, even in the Yoshiwara Flower District, known as the Night City, most people had already fallen asleep. However, Tanjiro and Inosuke were the exception. They were secretly conducting their investigation, and as soon as they heard the thunder, they immediately understood that Zenitsu was fighting a demon. At that moment, Daki, being pulled away from the brothel by Zenitsu, felt immense humiliation. She couldn't understand how this person, whom she had knocked unconscious, was still able to move. Feigning sleep? No, she was certain that this person was in a state of unconsciousness. Consciousness while unconscious? A split personality? Just as Daki was about to reach out and attack, Zenitsu's body was once again enveloped in a lightning-like aura. Thunder breathing, first form, thunderclap, and flash. Revised. Zenitsu gritted his teeth. Empowered by thunder breathing, he clenched his fist and delivered a powerful punch enhanced with lightning effects directly to Daki's face. Daki's pupils trembled, and she was momentarily stunned. The damage was not high, but the insult was extreme. Daki gritted her teeth and, like a child in a fight, retaliated with a punch to Zenitsu's face, of course, targeting his face as well. With a loud bang, Daki sent Zenitsu flying away, and he soared towards the ground at an astonishing speed. In that instant, Daki suddenly realized something was off. Instead of allowing the fight to continue in a place where she had the upper hand, why didn't she keep it in the air? She had fallen into a trap. At that moment, although Zenitsu had been hit in the face by Daki's punch and his face was twitching, he wasn't thinking too much about it. However, the situation had inexplicably turned in his favor. Damn it, die for me. Daki gritted her teeth, and a large number of wide, long silk ribbons flew out from her body. These adornments of the courtesan turned into sharp weapons in Daki's hands. The hardness and sharpness of these ribbons were such that even Zenitsu, with his Nichiren blade, could not easily defend against them. Zenitsu tried hard to dodge and adjust his position, but he still took a few hits, leaving several wounds on his body. However, he ultimately landed on the ground safely. As Zenitsu fell, Daki quickly descended from the air to the ground, glaring at him with gritted teeth. Even though she had defeated 7 Hashira, she truly did not expect to be humiliated by a mere demon who was not a Hashira. At this moment, Zenitsu was also uncertain about how to act. Not only did he not have his Nichiren blade now, but even if he did, he might not be a match for the Upper Moon demon in front of him. Just as Daki was about to strike again, Tanjiro, who was close to the Kayagaka house, finally arrived. Upon seeing the mark in Daki's eyes that symbolized Upper Moon 6, Tanjiro's expression darkened. Zenitsu, you go get the Nichiren blade. I'll handle this for now. Okay, but be careful, it's an Upper Moon. After Zenitsu nodded and turned to leave, he felt that without his Nichiren blade, he would only be a burden in the fight. Moreover, after the brief skirmish, he thought it was hard to say how strong Daki really was. She seemed rather dull, and he believed Tanjiro could hold his own. As Zenitsu exited, Tanjiro immediately switched from his usual water breathing to the fire god Kagura. He still could not maintain the fire god Kagura in a constant state. It was too difficult, so he usually kept practicing water breathing to gradually improve his physical condition. Seeing the sudden switch in combatants, Daki felt very dissatisfied. This was clearly a sign of disrespect toward her. However, Daki furrowed her brows and carefully sensed the aura emanating from Tanjiro. You're just a little demon, yet you're a Hashira? Daki was puzzled. She had seen over 20 Hashira and had defeated 7 of them, but none were as young as Tanjiro. Holding the Nichiren blade, Tanjiro, who was not one to lie, straightforwardly answered Daki's inquiry. I'm not a Hashira. I still have a long way to go. Stop lying. You're not a Hashira? Little demon, while I'm surprised you become a Hashira at such a young age, I'm an Upper Moon. Daki had a look of disbelief, while Tanjiro felt a bit helpless. In this day and age, speaking the truth seemed to elicit disbelief from demons. But wasn't Daki's fault for misjudging? The Hashira of the Taisho era were extraordinary beings. The previous Hashira had still been struggling against lower moons, while this era's Hashira could easily dispatch them. Faced with Tanjiro's pretentiousness, Daki felt humiliated again. I'm an Upper Moon, just a mere Hashira. Blood demon art. 8-fold ribbon slash. Daki extended her hands, and 8 long silk ribbons flew out from behind her. The sharpness of these ribbons was evident. They could easily cut through steel. I don't care if you're a Hashira. Either way, you will become my nourishment and make me stronger. In response to Daki's reckless behavior, Tanjiro remained unfazed, thinking about how to sever her neck. If he couldn't do that, he would immediately switch tactics to buy time until his sister and Mr. Tengen arrived for support. Tanjiro exhaled, and waves of flame surged from his mouth as the Nichiren blade in his hand erupted into a blazing fire. Fire god Kagura, blazing Sunday. Under Tanjiro's calm gaze, the Nichiren blade in his hand spun around and unleashed a slash, the fiery vortex shredding all the ribbons that rushed towards him. The biggest difference between fire god Kagura and other breathing styles was that even if the Nichiren blade was not activated, it still had a certain true damage effect. Daki's previously smiling face instantly stiffened, followed by intense pain. The ribbons, while seemingly external, were actually part of her flesh. After being cut by Tanjiro, blood spurted out from the severed ribbons. What's going on? This fire, is this flame breathing? It doesn't seem like it. You still say you're not a Hashira. You're definitely lying to me. Daki shouted through gritted teeth at Tanjiro, who ignored her words. He stepped forward, and flames erupted from his body. With a loud bang, Tanjiro charged towards Daki. Chapter 75. Daki 3. As Daki instinctively leaned back when Tanjiro rushed towards her with the Nichiren blade, she realized her action and gritted her teeth, swinging her hands forward. With the sound of air being sliced, countless ribbons flew out, but these ribbons could not stop Tanjiro's advance. With every burst of intense flame, one or several ribbons were cut. Something's wrong. Something's wrong. Something's wrong. As Tanjiro continued to cut through Daki's ribbons while advancing, when he reached her, Daki could no longer hold back. She stepped back. Daki ran, and Tanjiro pursued. Daki was stunned. As an upper moon, she was used to chasing humans, but being chased by one for the first time was bewildering. Are the Hashira of this generation really this strong? Amid Daki's confusion, Tanjiro suddenly seized the opportunity when Daki was distracted by her ribbon attacks, striking at her neck. In that moment, Daki's neck transformed into a ribbon-like form, and its formidable hardness and resilience prevented Tanjiro, who had not activated his Nichiren blade, from cutting through it immediately. Daki seized the chance and sent another ribbon flying at Tanjiro, who deftly leaped back to avoid her attack. Breathing heavily, Daki's face was slick with cold sweat, while Tanjiro remained calm. Though Fire God Kagura was physically taxing, his long-term training had paid off. Tanjiro furrowed his brows slightly. Why did this upper moon seem a bit weak? It couldn't be. The opponent must not have revealed their true power yet. After all, they were an upper moon, and he needed to be more serious and cautious. Fire God Kagura, Blazing Sun Red Mirror. Tanjiro leaped again towards Daki, slashing with his blade, sending waves of fiery slashes toward her. Daki's expression trembled. Her pride as an upper moon told her to stand firm, but her instincts as a demon warned her that taking these sword strikes would be more than just painful. Daki awkwardly dodged Tanjiro's attacks, and the distance between them had grown to about 200 or 300 meters from where they started. Seeing this, Daki's face was filled with humiliation. Yet she had no way to deal with Tanjiro, who relentlessly closed in on her. As Daki's countless ribbons missed again, the two reset their distance, and the battle seemed to have reached a stalemate. At that moment, Inosuke, wielding two Nichiren blades, finally arrived at the scene. On his way, he had encountered Zenitsu, who was returning to find his blade, and learned that Tanjiro was fighting an upper moon demon. Tanjiro, I'm here to lend you a hand. Inosuke fell from the sky, landing gracefully between Tanjiro and Daki. Inosuke glanced at the disheveled Daki and then at the unscathed Tanjiro, and his brain momentarily shut down. Tanjiro, where's the upper moon demon? Tanjiro immediately revealed a look of confusion similar to that of Chika, shaking his head to indicate that the woman in the other direction was the one he meant. However, Inosuke was already aware of that. But what puzzled him was that the upper moon demon was being suppressed by Tanjiro alone. Was Tanjiro too strong, or was this upper moon demon too weak? Tanjiro too strong? Inosuke didn't think so. Although he begrudgingly acknowledged Tanjiro's strength, he also had a sense of how strong that was. So the answer must be the other one then? Inosuke didn't dwell on it like Tanjiro did and turned directly to Daki, saying with a hint of disdain, You're too weak. Are you really an upper moon? Upon hearing this, Daki was instantly furious, as if she was about to transform into a Super Saiyan, her hair rising up. However, this didn't scare Inosuke. Holding his Nichiren blade, he stood beside Tanjiro. Originally, Daki couldn't handle Tanjiro one-on-one, and now it was a two-on-one situation. Daki stared gravely at the two in front of her, and at that moment, a strange male voice echoed in her mind. It's fine. Let me take over from here. No, I can handle this. Daki quickly replied, wanting to defeat the two humans by herself to prove her worth. Upon hearing Daki's response, the voice fell into a brief silence before asking again, What are you going to do next? Their strength isn't much stronger than mine. I am a demon, and human swordsmen can't maintain this level of strength forever. They will eventually tire. All I need to do is eat one human to restore my stamina and accelerate my regeneration. I've stored a lot of humans underground in the Flower District without consuming them. Brother, just watch my performance. Daki said proudly, confident that the brown-haired boy before her couldn't maintain his combat ability. And as for the pig-headed newcomer, he looked like an easy target. The advantage is mine. Just as Daki was about to launch another attack, her ribbon clone managing the underground cave received unusual information. In the underground cave, which was supposed to be highly concealed, Daki's ribbons were intertwined, sealing away several beautiful women. These were all the prey Daki had captured, mostly from various brothels, who had seemingly vanished for various reasons. But in reality, they had been caught by Daki and sealed in ribbons, to be consumed at her leisure. Suddenly, two figures appeared in this previously silent food storage space of Daki. There really is a place like this. Chika, how did you find it? Luck, just luck. The two in the cave were none other than Chika and Tenjin. The ribbon clone looked at the two, its eyes trembling. If Daki could mistake Tanjiro for Hashira, there was no way she wouldn't recognize Chika and Tenjin. A powerful aura emanated from the two, and before the ribbon clone could react, a booming sound was heard as it was sliced into several pieces. Feeling her clone being destroyed, Daki couldn't help but take a few steps back, one hand covering half her face, showing a look of disbelief. Another two Hashira? Even stronger than this little brat in front of me. At that moment, Daki finally realized what a massive fish she had hooked, and Tanjiro and Inosuke, without waiting for Daki to regain her composure, charged straight at her, taking advantage of her momentary confusion. Beast breathing, third Fong. Fong tornado. Fire god Kagura, flame dance. Chapter 76, Daki 4. In the underground cave. Amidst the sounds of booming slashes, the ribbons belonging to Daki's clone were cut into fragments. Of course, the two were careful to avoid the parts that sealed away humans, and with their combined efforts, several beautiful girls emerged from the ribbons as if they had been brought back to life. Most of them were still in a dazed state after being unsealed, except for Tenjin's two wives, who rolled gracefully through the air and landed with a cloud of dust. We're safe, no injuries, although they landed with instinctive agility. The two were still somewhat confused about what had just happened until they looked up and saw Tenjin, who had sheathed his sword not far away. They finally understood that they had been saved by Tenjin. Sorry I'm late, but seeing that you both seem unharmed puts me at ease, Tenjin said, turning to Miku and Suma. Tenjin-sama. Miku and Suma completely ignored the third party present and rushed straight into Tengin's embrace. Upper line. Not envious of the Mandarin ducks, not envious of immortals. Lower line. Only envious of the sound Hashira every day. Horizontal inscription. Grinding teeth. If Zenitsu had seen this scene, there would have been a 10 chance he would grind his teeth and grumble angrily, and a 90 chance he would faint from anger on the spot. After all, he had failed 7 times in a row to find a girlfriend, ending up with nothing but his underwear taken. If it weren't for his master from the Demon Slayer Corps rescuing him, who knows what he would be doing now. Tenjin came from a ninja family, and having 3 wives was not unusual for his family. The 3 wives had no objections, despite it being an arranged marriage. Their feelings for Tenjin were not casual. Before meeting Tenjin, they were also from ninja backgrounds, unafraid of death, fully committed to their missions, which was the education they received from a young age because they were ninjas. Tenjin's appearance and actions made them feel their value as humans. You just need to think about surviving. No matter what you have to abandon, you must come back alive. Compared to the mission, survival is more important. I clearly and beautifully ranked the value of lives. The most important are the 3 of you, then ordinary people, and then me. As a member of the Demon Slayer Corps, I must protect the powerless ordinary people, but honestly, I care more about you, so don't die. Feeling the sweet atmosphere of this love. Love. As a third party getting showered with dog food, Chika across his arms, slightly turning his head away. And couldn't he help but pout. By the way, where's Hinetsuru? Is she okay? After a moment of love, Mika suddenly realized that someone was missing, and Tenjin calmly replied, "It's fine, Hinetsuru was locked up with you. She is outside and has already been rescued." Upon hearing this, Miku and Suma breathed a sigh of relief, and, at this moment, they finally noticed Chika's presence. Tengen-sama, who is she? Chika, the newly appointed Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps, absolutely stunning. Although the introduction of etched.One is extremely brief, those who are familiar with etched.One can understand how extravagant this evaluation is. The two hurriedly wanted to apologize for ignoring Qinsha earlier, but Qinsha waved her hand with an indifferent expression, even though it was indeed a bit awkward just now. After saving Muksu and Suma, everyone returned to the surface. Although there were many others in the cave, it was actually safer for them inside, since the upper moon had not been eliminated yet. As they returned to the surface, they happened to witness the spectacular moment of Daki being beheaded. Inosuke charged toward Daki recklessly, but because her hidden energy reserves were destroyed, Daki became flustered. She hurriedly waved her hands, and countless ribbons flew toward Inosuke, but without exception, they were all blocked and sliced into fragments by him. Meanwhile, Tanjiro jumped up from behind Inosuke and swung his sword down toward Daki's neck. Hinakami Kagura. Kagura's blessing. Spiraling flames engulfed Daki's body from top to bottom, while the Nichiren blade hidden within the flames aimed at her neck, wrapping around it with sword energy as fierce as the sun, piercing through Daki's neck. With a swift sound, Daki's head fell off her neck, her body also kneeling to the ground in shock. Successful decapitation. However, After this successful decapitation, aside from Daki's shock, Tanjiro was also extremely astonished. Did he really cut it off? No way. Shouldn't she be struggling more? The neck of an upper moon shouldn't be so easily severed, right? One is upper 3, and the other is upper 6. Is the gap really that big? Tanjiro didn't understand, and Daki understood even less. Since becoming an upper moon, she had rarely faced such fierce battles, and being decapitated by the Demon Slayer Corps was unprecedented. Feeling this unprecedented humiliation, tears as big as beans flowed uncontrollably from Daki's eyes. Just as Tanjiro was surprised that Daki's head had fallen to the ground and hadn't turned to dust, Daki closed her eyes, glistening with tears, and let out an extremely aggrieved cry. Brother! With Daki's loud shout, a strong sense of crisis surged from her, and Tanjiro gripped his Nichiren blade, wanting to attack immediately, but was hindered by this oppressive feeling, making his movements a bit slow. At the moment when his Nichiren blade swung toward Daki again, a crisp sound of collision was heard. Tanjiro's eyes trembled as his Nichiren blade was blocked, and the one blocking it was a blood-red sickle. In front of Tanjiro stood a thin, naked man holding a blood sickle in one hand, while the other gently picked up Daki's head that had fallen to the ground and pressed it back onto her body. You should have let me out from the start. Look at what you've been reduced to. Your brain really lacks a few screws. The thin man comforted Daki while stroking her hair. Daki, sniffling and whining, complained to her brother. Brother, help me take revenge. Kill them all. These people are too despicable for bullying me like this. In that moment, the entire atmosphere of the battle seemed to change. But everyone understood that this was all due to the appearance of this thin, naked, green-haired man. Tanjiro leaped back to create distance, vigilantly watching the other party. As the man turned to face Tanjiro, Tanjiro was surprised to find that his eyes, like Daki's, bore the marks symbolizing upper 6. 2 upper 6s? Or is he the true body? In that moment, Tanjiro's mind was racing. Although the aura he emitted was different from that of upper 3 Akaza compared to Daki, Tanjiro could only say that it finally felt right. Chapter 77. Change of Plans. Jotaro, Daki's brother. He usually hides within Daki's body, sharing the title of upper 6 with her. His strength is immense, truly deserving of the title of upper moon. At this moment, hearing his sister's complaints, he stretched his muscles and prepared to deal with Tanjiro and Inosuke. My sister is already foolish, and you still bully her. That's truly unforgivable. Jotaro gripped 2 blood-red sickles, exuding an intense, oppressive aura that was on an entirely different level from the lower moons. Meanwhile, Shinxia and the others were standing on the roof of a nearby wooden house, watching everything unfold. Jotaro is here. Jotaro directly ignored Inosuke and launched a fierce attack on Tanjiro. Hey, Zenitsu is back with his sword, joining the battle. Zenitsu and Inosuke against Daki? That should be manageable. But Tanjiro soloing Jotaro is indeed a bit forced. Even so, Tanjiro, you need to give it your all. Let me see your growth, your spirit. Shinxia's expression left Tianyuan's 3 wives a bit confused. They had a rough understanding of the situation. The brown-haired boy being suppressed by the upper moon demon was Shinxia's younger brother. However, the 3 really wanted to voice their thoughts. Are you sure the brown-haired boy is really her brother? Which sister watches her younger brother getting beaten with such excitement? Tianyuan also broke into a sweat. Actually, after leaving the underground cave and seeing Jotaro appear, he was ready to intervene, but just as he prepared to act, Shinxia beside him stopped him. Practicing on an upper moon demon? In the past, Tianyuan would never have thought this idea was brilliant. If someone had suggested this next to him, he would have definitely scolded them loudly. But at this moment, Tianyuan felt inexplicably reassured. Was it because of the Hinakami? Not really. Tanjiro was not using the Hinakami at the moment. Although the 3 little ones had mastered the Hinakami technique, they couldn't use it solo yet. So what was it that reassured Tianyuan? Naturally, it was Shinxia beside him. Within the Demon Slayer Corps, Shinxia was recognized as a symbol of miracle. Before Shinxia awakened, Kaijiro, who had bounced back from his sickbed after a month of recuperation, had chatted with him about what happened during the Infinity Train arc. When Shinxia was sent flying by Akaza into the ruins, Kaijiro didn't believe for a second that she would just stop there. He believed she would definitely stand up again. And the result was that not only did Shinxia get up from the ruins, but she also slashed Akaza, leaving him with a deep psychological scar. At this moment, Tianyuan's mindset was very similar to Kaijiro's at that time. Meanwhile, Tanjiro and Jotaro were fighting, and they had somehow moved out of the brothel area into an open space. Tanjiro, holding the Nichiren blade, was desperately defending against Jitaro's attacks. This was his first battle against an upper moon, and Jitaro's attack frequency was incredibly fast, making it hard for him to keep up. Is this the true strength of Upper Moon 6? Hinakami Kagura. Raging Sun Mirror. Hinakami Kagura. Scorching Bone Flame Sun. Hinakami Kagura. Azure Sky. Tanjiro continuously used various sword techniques, but this took a toll on his breathing, making it gradually unstable. If he didn't use sword techniques and simply maintained the Hinakami Kagura breathing, he could sustain it for hours without showing any signs of fatigue. But using sword techniques, especially high-intensity ones, was a different story. Why? Was it because my training wasn't sufficient and my physical condition still couldn't meet the standards to use Hinakami Kagura? His sickly father could dance the Kagura for a day and night in the heavy snow without feeling tired. But why couldn't I maintain Hinakami Kagura for 24 hours without using sword techniques? Tanjiro's thoughts abruptly stopped because Jitaro's attacks were still coming. If he couldn't focus on fighting Jitaro, he would truly be in danger. Even if he couldn't defeat his opponent, he had to hold on until Mr. Tianyuan and his sister arrived. He couldn't hold them back any longer. Tanjiro's gaze sharpened, and his attacking momentum rose, a change Jitaro could clearly sense. Not just the momentum, but also the speed of the Nichiren blade, the choice of attack angles, the intensity of the strikes, and the physical and mental responses were all increasing. Jitaro felt like he was being treated as a training dummy, and he gritted his teeth in anger and prepared to unleash his skill to instantly kill Tanjiro. Blood Demon Art, Flying Blood Scythe. Jitaro transformed his blood into razor-thin blades, and as he swung the short scythes in his hands, blood blades resembling sword energy flew towards Tanjiro. Tanjiro immediately used Hinakami Kagura, scorching Bone Flame Sun for defense, but still got grazed by one of the blood blades on his shoulder. Tanjiro slightly turned his head to look at his shoulder, and after confirming it was just a bit of blood, he thought he was fine. But then, his pupils trembled as he felt his strength draining away. The blood blade was poisoned. This was Jitaro's tricky point, whether through normal attacks or skills. All were laced with poison, tipping the scales of victory in Jitaro's favor. Tanjiro did not have the toxin resistance that Tianyuan had. The moment the toxin entered his body, it began to take effect, leaving him powerless. Seeing this, Qianxia sighed helplessly. Tanjiro had suffered from a lack of information, and the outcome was already determined. She had to intervene. Just as Qianxia was about to jump over, she suddenly froze. Tanjiro hadn't given up. He gritted his teeth and stood firm, gripping the Nichiren blade tightly, his pupils glaring fiercely at Jitaro like a beast. I can't fall. Mr. Tianyuan and my sister haven't arrived yet. I must hold on. I must persist. The toxin entered his body, and under its influence, Tanjiro's body temperature began to rise, as did his heart rate. The increase in body temperature, the acceleration of his heart rate. Tanjiro was about to. Qianxia secretly thought it was bad. If Tanjiro was forced to reveal the markings, not only would his lifespan be reduced to 25, but when they returned to the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, one would infect 9, and all 9 would have their lifespan shortened. While it would be easier to fight after everyone was strengthened, this was not the outcome Qianxia wanted. Qianxia's expression darkened as she picked up Nezuko beside her with one hand and said to Tenjin on the other side, "The plan has changed. Let's go," and quickly take them down. Upon hearing this, Tenjin instantly got excited, gripping his 2 Nichiren blades tightly and smiling as he said, "All right, let's make a grand entrance together." Chapter 78. Sorry, we're late. Kibutsuji stared at the tense Tanjiro in front of him, feeling a hint of threat emanating from the boy. It seemed like this little brat was undergoing some kind of change. Kibutsuji frowned slightly, and not far away, the struggling Daki, who was being restrained by Inosuke and Zenitsu, shouted in confusion, "Brother, what are you doing? Hurry up and kill that guy in front of you, and come help me." Kibutsuji turned to glance in Daki's direction and, upon seeing that she was entangled with 2 little brats, immediately turned back to face Tanjiro. Blood Demon Art. Flying Blood Demon Art. Nezuko's great throw. Suddenly, a shout came from behind Kibutsuji. He was momentarily stunned and quickly turned around to look, just in time to see Nezuko flying in from a distance, punching Kibutsuji squarely in the face like Ultraman. Bang! Kibutsuji was caught off guard and was sent flying, his feet leaving the ground, with his face twitching as if he were in a scene from a neighboring set featuring a certain pain. Nezuko slammed to a stop, stabilizing herself, and she joyfully stretched her arms out. Qianxia couldn't help but wish to pull out a scorecard to give Nezuko a 10 points. Nezuko? Tanjiro looked at Nezuko, who had suddenly descended from the sky and was momentarily stunned. This moment of distraction greatly affected his state, intensifying the poison's effect on him. Seeing this, Nezuko hurriedly reached out her hands and pressed them against Tanjiro's body, and with a shout, "Explosive blood!" Tanjiro's entire body was engulfed by the special flames of Nezuko's blood demon art. His body was fine. The poison inside him visibly burned away by the flames. And in just a few seconds, Tanjiro's body returned to normal. "Nezuko, your fire can actually detoxify?" Tanjiro stared in astonishment at his body, clearly feeling that the poison that had been lurking inside him had completely vanished. Hearing Tanjiro's surprised words, Nezuko placed her hands on her hips, slightly raised her head, and let out a proud hum. After all, it was her awakened ability. How could she not know what it was capable of? Blood demon art. Explosive blood. This blood demon art was incredibly powerful against demons. When it landed on a Nichiren blade, it could temporarily put the blade in a state similar to a hot blade. And when directly used against a person, it could eliminate various negative effects placed on them by demons. Kibutsuji's poison was part of his blood demon art, and it was completely countered by Nezuko's flames. This ability really does describe that I'm not targeting just you. I'm saying that everyone present is trash. Feeling the disappearance of the poison in his body, Tanjiro gripped his Nichiren blade tightly, ready to charge forward again, just as Tanjiro was preparing for another attack. The two people he had been eagerly waiting for finally arrived. "Are you okay?" "Tanjiro, sorry we're late." Shinsha quickly came to Tanjiro's side, showing a concerned expression of shame as she checked on him. This scene made Tungin's mouth twitch slightly. If they weren't on the same side, he might have been fooled by Shinsha's splendid acting without knowing the truth. Faced with Shinsha's performance, Tanjiro didn't think much of it. In his heart, he simply believed that Tenjin and Shinsha were delayed due to other matters. "It's fine. Nezuko has already cured the poison in me. I can continue fighting." Tanjiro gasped, gripping the sun blade tightly. As the poison in Tanjiro's body disappeared, his body temperature and heart rate gradually returned to normal levels, and Shinsha felt a sense of relief. She had originally planned to let Tanjiro rest for a while she and Tenjin quickly dealt with Jotaro and Daki, but seeing Tanjiro's serious demeanor, Shinsha understood that she must not extinguish his fighting spirit at this moment. "Tenjin, you don't mind adding one more person, do you?" Shinsha turned her head and glanced at Tianyuan standing beside her. She saw Tianyuan shrug his shoulders, indicating that there was no problem. During the previous observation, Tianyuan had already acknowledged Tanjiro's strength. "All right, then let's the three of us go all out together." After Tianyuan finished speaking, he infused his power into his twin swords. Under the brief increase in grip strength, both of his Nichiren blades transformed into crimson blades. Shinsha followed closely behind. Her time to activate the heck was only second to Iwa's Beiming Island, taking only a brief second or two. Tanjiro tightened his grip on the Nichiren blade. Although he couldn't activate it simply by strength, he vowed that he would never hold the two back. At that moment, Nezuko grabbed the blade of Tanjiro's Nichiren sword with both hands, the edge cutting into her skin, and her blood dripped onto the blade. Blood burst. The crimson flames immediately blazed on Tanjiro's Nichiren sword. Under the enhancement of Nezuko's blood burst, Tanjiro's Nichiren blade was not a heck, but was even better than a heck. Blood burst blade. Nezuko waved her hands to cheer for Tanjiro, who nodded in gratitude, then focused all his energy and seriously gazed at the not-so-far-off Jotaro. At that moment, Jotaro was somewhat confused, watching as three people suddenly appeared right in front of him, two of whom exuded a stronger aura than the small demons he had fought earlier. Another two pillars? How annoying. More concerning than Shinsha and Tenjin was Nezuko. Clearly a demon, but why was she standing on the side of humans? And what was her blood demon art? How could she have eliminated the poison I implanted in the small demon so easily? Jotaro gritted his teeth, glaring at the three in front of him. The combination of the handsome Tenjin and beautiful Shinsha drove him a bit crazy. Daki hated ugly people and old men. Jotaro, due to his own shortcomings, was envious of others' perfections. Jealousy, jealousy, jealousy. Can you all just die? Die a miserable death. I want you to be torn apart and die without a complete corpse. Jotaro's pupils widened. A strong negative energy surged from him. Seeing the scene, Shinsha suddenly wanted to loudly say, "This guy next to me has 3 wives, and they're all beauties." If she really said that, Jotaro's negative energy would at least double. Shinsha exhaled deeply, her eyes narrowing as the flame, sword energy of the fire god Kagura erupted from her crimson blade. Speed is key. Chapter 79, Total Annihilation. Kibutsuji Muzan, gritting his teeth, charged towards Qianxia and the others, unaware of the severity of his actions at that moment. Of course, in such a situation, no matter what choice Kibutsuji Muzan made, it would be futile. He was personally rushing towards hell in front of the three armed with crimson blades. Kibutsuji Muzan was incredibly strong. The title of Sixth Upper Moon was given to him by Muzan himself. Although Daki's existence granted Kibutsuji Muzan the ability to survive being beheaded, requiring both their heads to be severed at the same time, it also limited his power. Moreover, he was originally a poison-using assassin, and such a role was inherently at a disadvantage when directly confronting others. However, there was no way around it, as Qianxia had Nezuko, who could detoxify. As Kibutsuji Muzan closed the distance to the trio, he finally sensed something was off about the Nichiren swords in their hands, but it was already too late. In just a few seconds, Kibutsuji Muzan received 3 slashes from different directions. The first came from Tenjin, whose speed was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, he was before Kibutsuji Muzan. Although surprised, Kibutsuji Muzan managed to use his blood-colored scythe for defense at the last moment, but it was instantly severed. Tungin's blade was a crimson blade, while his scythe was a product of his flesh and blood, which couldn't withstand the damage of a crimson blade. The second slash came from Qianxia. Her speed was slightly slower than Tengin's, but after taking a hit from Tungin's crimson blade, Kibutsuji Muzan's mind was momentarily shaken, preventing him from blocking Qianxia's strike. The third attack came from Tanjiro, whose speed was entirely within Kibutsuji Muzan's grasp, but he had already been hit by the previous 2 slashes. It must be noted that those were crimson blades, which increased damage and had a healing restriction effect. Kibutsuji Muzan felt that the intense pain from those 2 strikes surpassed all the pain he had experienced since becoming a demon. Faced with Tanjiro's slash, Kibutsuji Muzan gritted his teeth and roared in unwillingness, as if to say that just because he couldn't block the first 2 didn't mean he couldn't block yours. Although he was unarmed, Kibutsuji Muzan believed he still had his hands. In that fleeting moment, he came up with a brilliant idea called barehanded against the blade. Barehanded against a blade is impressive, but to catch an explosive blood blade is something else entirely. As Kibutsuji Muzan's hands rubbed against Tanjiro's explosive blood blade, he exerted all his strength to clamp down on it, while Tanjiro also swung down with all his might. The moment they made contact, Kibutsuji Muzan felt he could succeed. But in the next instant, the flames from the explosive blood blade ignited his entire body. With a whoosh, Kibutsuji Muzan was knocked to the ground by Tanjiro's strike, his head rolling 2 times on the ground. Meanwhile, at another battlefield not far away, Daki was stunned to see her brother knocked to the ground. She had been calling for Kibutsuji Muzan to quickly finish his battle and come help her. Daki, I told you to finish your fight, not to let others finish you. Daki, enraged, unleashed a massive amount of silk ribbons to ensnare Inosuke and Zenitsu, but despite their large number, she couldn't handle them even in her calmer state, let alone now that she had lost her composure. Inosuke used his serrated Nichiren sword to create an opportunity for Zenitsu, who seized the moment to execute the first form of thunder breathing. Thunder breathing, first form, thunderclap and flash, Godspeed. Thunder breathing has 6 sword techniques, but Zenitsu only mastered 1, honing it to perfection, allowing him to execute multiple strikes in an instant in this super enhanced attack named Godspeed. With a thunderous boom, Zenitsu reached Daki at a speed that surpassed her reflexes, slashing at her neck. If Daki had been calm, Zenitsu would never have used this move so easily, as it might not have severed her head. However, in her current state of panic, Daki's defenses were half a beat slow. With another whoosh, Zenitsu's Nichiren sword pierced through Daki's neck, decapitating her. Daki's head fell from the air and rolled to a stop next to Kibutsuji Muzan's head. The 2 locked eyes, shock filling their gazes. They had never imagined this would be the outcome. Everything happened so suddenly that neither could react. Of course, Tanjiro was also taken aback. For the one who ultimately severed the head of the 6th Upper Moon was neither Qianxia nor Tenjin, but himself. Tanjiro's hands trembled with emotion as he recalled the helplessness he felt during the Infinity Train battle against Akaza. He suddenly felt that his efforts were not in vain. Lost in thought, tears welled up in his eyes, and he quickly lowered his head to wipe them away. Now was not the time to cry. Seeing Tanjiro trying to maintain his composure, Qianxia walked over to him and instinctively reached out to pat his head. What's wrong, sister? It's nothing. I just suddenly wanted to pat your head. Oh. Tanjiro didn't mind Qianxia's head patting and allowed her to do so. The warm scene between them stood in stark contrast to the exchange of insults between the 2 severed heads not far away. How'd you lose? It's all your fault. Because you lost, I got distracted and lost my head to those 2 little demons. Huh? How dare you blame me? If you had let me out from the beginning, none of this would have happened. Are you an idiot? Who are you calling an idiot? Kibutsuji Muzan's head and Daki's head faced each other, both gritting their teeth and venting their emotions. Initially, it was just simple complaints, but as the frequency of their insults increased, many words that were not genuinely meant to be expressed slipped out without thought. You're so ugly. How could you possibly be my brother? We have absolutely no blood relation. We don't look alike at all. You're useless, strong, but of no real use. And now you've lost. You're just a waste of space and an ugly freak. The hated Daki roared in anger at the ugly Kibutsuji, her complaints far more powerful than the previous trash talk. Kibutsuji's pupils trembled as he gasped for breath, just as he was about to lose his mind and curse back. A flood of memories from his human life surged forth, swallowing down the insults that were stuck in his throat. His name was indeed Kibutsuji, but his sister was not called the ugly name Daki. She was named Nezuko. Chapter 80. Kibutsuji and Nezuko. Kibutsuji and Nezuko were born by the banks of the Rashomon River, the lowest area of the Flower District. Here lived a group of children who only wasted their meal money, and children were seen as a great nuisance. From the moment he was born, Kibutsuji faced several crises, often being beaten and scolded by his mother. His thin, ugly appearance became his label. Fool, coward, useless were his nicknames. It was a daily routine for others to insult him with words and throw small stones at him. Yet, such inhumane treatment did not defeat Kibutsuji. For when he was lost in the meaning of life, he saw the sun. Nezuko, his sister. Unlike Kibutsuji, Nezuko displayed extraordinary beauty from a young age, making many adults feel inferior. Watching everyone envy Nezuko, Kibutsuji's feelings of inferiority vanished. To provide his sister with a better life, he began to use his talent for fighting, discovered by chance to collect debts, and for the first time, he felt proud of his frighteningly ugly appearance. Just when Kibutsuji thought everything would improve, the sun in his heart darkened. Working in a brothel, Nezuko did not reject various interactions with men, but everyone has their own taboo, and for Nezuko, her taboo was her brother. One day, a samurai insulted Kibutsuji with despicable words, which Nezuko could not tolerate. Gritting her teeth, she used her hairpin to stab the samurai's left eye, and for this, she faced the samurai's revenge. He bound Nezuko and subjected her to burning. When Kibutsuji arrived, he found Nezuko lying on the ground, her face burned beyond recognition and barely breathing. Kibutsuji trembled as he looked at his dying sister. Nezuko lay on the ground, her body trembling slightly in her state of near death. She was in pain. She was scared. Kibutsuji rushed forward, embracing his sister, and the beautiful vision he had only just glimpsed began to fade away. No, no, no. Don't take her away. You haven't given me anything. Yet you want to take her away. I won't let you. I won't let you restore my sister. Kibutsuji cried out to the heavens while holding Nezuko, whose face was burned beyond recognition. At that moment, the samurai appeared behind him and suddenly stabbed him in the back. It was him. Yes, thank you, samurai. This person is extremely cruel, always hurting others while collecting debts, and recently he hasn't listened to advice. It's a pity Nezuko is dead, but if I find another pretty child, I will introduce her to you. The words of the samurai and the brothel owner reached Kibutsuji's ears as he was wounded. Kibutsuji got up from the ground, as if possessed by a demon, and killed both of them. But what use was it if the samurai was dead? Could my sister come back? He picked up the nearly breathless Nezuko and walked step by step through the dimly lit street, where no one was present. And even if there were, they would not extend a helping hand. At that moment, he encountered the current Upper Moon 6, Kaigaku, who was then Upper Moon 2. Under Kaigaku's intervention, Kibutsuji and Nezuko became demons, losing most of their human memories, and quickly advanced to become Upper Moon 6. In the real world, as the two regained their memories, they looked at each other, and Daki also calmed down, realizing how hurtful her previous words had been to her brother. Unfortunately, a demon's body could not sustain their conversation for long. As Nezuko opened her mouth to say something, her head turned to dust in the process of disintegration. Kibutsuji's pupils trembled. He too lasted only a few more seconds before turning to dust like Daki. Watching the two demons turn to dust, Chika fell into deep thought. Despite her fierce and decisive actions, among the 6 upper moons, she quite liked these two demons. When she watched the anime, she was moved to tears by their memories. Unfortunately, she could do nothing in this regard. Demon Slayer is not like other works where the villains have committed countless crimes against humanity and can easily find excuses to redeem themselves. All Chika could do for them was to send them to hell early to cleanse their sins. Chinchilla let out a breath. The plot of the Flower Street arc was merely a transition for her, primarily aimed at training Tanjiro and the others, allowing them to grow. The sound Hashira, Yuzui Tenjin, indeed made a successful splash, but such an easy resolution left even Tenjin feeling somewhat unsatisfied. He crossed his arms and thought to himself that describing this battle as magnificent might be a bit forced. But there was no helping it. Compared to Jotaro, the fighting power on Chinchilla's side was off the charts. If the opponent had been upper two, that would have been one thing, but having Jotaro and Daki fight against them was truly a challenge for them. Just thinking about how such a lengthy plot in the Flower Street arc was resolved so easily made Chinchilla feel a bit lightheaded. But as soon as she thought of that Demon King in the Infinity Castle, her cheeks immediately sank again. Steady now, don't get carried away. Chinchilla stretched out a hand to cover her chest, inhaling and exhaling 2 or 3 times. Great, her mind has calmed down. It's getting late, let's head back. Chinchilla raised her head to glance at the sky, estimating that it would still be 1 or 2 hours before dawn. If they set off now to run back to headquarters, they would likely arrive before noon. Both objectives for coming to the Flower Street had been accomplished, and Tianyuan naturally indicated that setting off now was not a problem. He still had plenty of energy. Tanjiro and the others also expressed that they were fine on their end, which made Daki and Jotaro seem even more awkward. Everyone patted their clothes to prepare for returning to the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, but Chinchilla couldn't shake the feeling that she had forgotten something. She instinctively reached to touch her body, and, after rummaging around, she pulled out 2 money pouches. One was the money from selling Inosuke, and the other was from selling Tanjiro. Chinchilla thought for a moment, and then threw the 2 money bags into Tanjiro and Inosuke's hands. If you want to return them, just do it secretly. Of course, if you don't want to return them, that's fine too. After all, we did help them eliminate safety hazards and also help them find a bunch of missing items. Chinchilla suddenly froze at this point, recalling a matter that led her to remember another thing she had originally forgotten. There was still a large number of girls lying in the underground cave of Daji. In the original work, the Flower Street had turned into ruins, and these girls must have been dealt with by Hidden, not to mention how they were handled in the original work. Chinchilla felt that the current situation might be too much for Hidden to handle. After thinking for a moment, she decided that they should conduct some emergency measures themselves. In the early morning, for the residents of the Flower Street who were active at night, dawn did not signify waking up. The residents generally woke up late, but due to the turmoil last night, some of them couldn't sleep and had to get up and take a stroll outside. However, as soon as they opened their doors and looked outside, they were instantly stunned. They saw the missing girls lying on the street, each with their hands on their abdomens, looking extraordinarily peaceful, as if they had ascended to heaven. Less than an hour after the girls were discovered, police and medical teams arrived at the scene one after another, confirming that these girls were still alive, merely weak in breath, with no signs of illness or abuse. As the girls gradually regained consciousness, they all, without exception, could not remember what had specifically happened, thanks to Daji's swift actions. The girls who were captured barely had time to react before being imprisoned in her silk ribbon. Subsequently, the incident of the Flower Street became as famous as the explosion of the Infinity Train, turning into an urban legend that continued into the future. Chapter 81. Steady. Don't panic first. There was the explosion of the Infinity Train. Then, there were the girls from the Flower Street lying on the ground. These 2 urban legends continued to be discussed even 100 years later. Some people claimed it was just a rumor, others thought it was merely hype, and some believed it was definitely a supernatural occurrence. After leaving the Yoshiwara Flower Street, Chinchilla and the others quickly returned to the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters as planned. Surprisingly, the greatest physical exhaustion came from the journey back and forth. With the news of their defeat of the Lower Moon 6 spreading, the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters became lively again. The Lord, who had been lying in bed, suddenly jumped up in joy, the pain in his body unable to hinder his excited heart. As he got up from his lying position, he couldn't help but cough up 2 or 3 mouthfuls of blood, but he ignored it, just as he thought when Akaza was defeated. If coughing up blood could trade for a lower moon, he would definitely have his children fetch a big basin. The wheels of fate began to turn, and the speed of this turning was exceptionally fast. The one also feeling this phenomenon was Muzan. In the demon stronghold, Infinity City, Muzan was initially conducting experiments. Upon sensing the defeat of Kyogai, the test tube he was holding was crushed in an instant. Kyogai lost? What a waste. Muzan muttered with a grim expression. Among his 6 lower moons, aside from his business partner, Upper Moon 1, he valued Upper Moon 3, Akaza, and Upper Moon 6, Kyogai, the most. Akaza was loyal and serious in his work, while he had a high evaluation of Kyogai due to his greed. Now that both of his most valued subordinates were gone, how could Muzan remain calm? The other upper moons in Infinity City were summoned. The last time Akaza died, Muzan had summoned them, and none of them expected to be called again so soon. Another upper moon was killed by the Demon Slayer Corps. When did that group of useless fish and rotten shrimp become so strong? Last time, it was Akaza, and this time, who would it be? As they were summoned into Infinity City, they looked around and quickly understood that Kyogai and Daji had been killed by the Demon Slayer Corps. Upper Moon 2, Doma, knelt on the ground, facing the grim-faced Muzan, wearing a gentle smile. I'm truly sorry Kyogai was introduced by me, and now that he has died at the hands of the Demon Slayers, how should I atone? You see, how about I gouge out my eyes? What use do I have for your eyes? Muzan shot a red-eye glare at Doma. Half Tengu, standing behind him, trembled in fear from the aura emanating from Muzan. Yet Doma remained unfazed, still smiling. The entire Infinity City seemed to tremble under the terrifying aura released by Muzan. The jade jar behind Doma gulped nervously and suddenly stepped forward, flattering, Lord Muzan. I actually have received some news. Recently Muzan's blood-red gaze shifted from Doma to the jade jar. Before the jade jar could say another word, his throat was cut, and his head fell to the ground, eyes wide open, staring at Muzan. Did I ask you to speak? This is the punishment for speaking out of turn. There won't be a next time. Muzan's anger hadn't subsided, and he was like a lit fuse. Yet, the jade jar, whose head had just fallen off, showed no fear of Muzan and instead displayed a face resembling ecstasy. He opened his mouth and hurriedly reported the news he had learned. There are 2 regions in the Demon Slayer Corps with extremely high concealment, and the demons have been searching for their locations for 1,000 years without success. These 2 regions are the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters and the Swordsmith Village, where the Nicaran blades, the demon-slaying artifacts, are forged. Now, the Jade Jar has obtained the location of this Swordsmith Village, though the intelligence cannot yet be said to be 100 confirmed. He had originally planned to investigate further himself before reporting back with accurate information, but seeing Muzan's expression, he decided to inform him of this intelligence in advance, hoping to please his boss. However, when Muzan heard this, the look of joy on his face flickered only for a moment. The information provided by the Jade Jar was not 100 accurate. If it turned out to be false, wouldn't that be a false joy? Muzan raised his hand, and the Jade Jar's head appeared in his grasp. You dare to bring me unverified news? Do you want me to be happy? If your information is false, do you want me to rejoice in vain? Muzan stared at the Jade Jar's head, and the ecstatic expression on the Jade Jar's face only intensified. Jade Jar, Lord Muzan is stroking my head. It feels so good. Muzan looked at the Jade Jar's expression, his brows furrowing deeper. In the realm of perversion, Muzan would consider him the strongest. Go confirm the information. If it's true, let Haftengu accompany you. Don't let me down again. This time, there's no room for failure. If you fail, don't think you can escape in a panic. I don't have subordinates as useless as you. After Muzan finished speaking, he released the Jade Jar's head, letting it drop to the ground. The plot of the Swordsmith Village arc had finally, unexpectedly, begun to unfold. At the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, Qianxia's residence. Qianxia lay on her soft, fluffy bed in her room, letting out a big sigh. Although she hadn't exerted much physical effort at the Flower Street, she still felt mentally drained. Moreover, just lying on this soft, fluffy bed made her feel relaxed and comfortable, making her want to sleep. Qianxia fell asleep shortly after lying on the bed, but a few minutes later, she suddenly opened her eyes wide and sat up from her lying position. She blinked blankly, staring at the walls of the room like a salted fish. When she suddenly remembered something very serious. After the Flower Street arc comes the Swordsmith Village arc. In the original story, Tanjiro went to the Swordsmith Village because his sword broke during the battle with Jotaro, and the swordsmith, Haganazuka, stubbornly refused to make a new sword for him, which forced Tanjiro to go to the Swordsmith Village. Now, here comes the problem. Tanjiro's sword didn't break. So how should the plot transition to the Swordsmith Village arc? As a reincarnator, knowing the original plot's developments is her greatest asset compared to other advantages. Similarly, Qianxia is also worried that deviating too much from the overall direction of the original plot might lead to unpredictable and even dangerous events that she cannot resolve. For example, if Muzan gets cornered and directly charges into a crowd to start a massacre, then Qianxia would become the culprit instead. At this moment, she absolutely cannot take risks. She must be steady. Qianxia lowered her head, breathing heavily and slowly. As time passed, a devilish idea floated into her mind. Late at night, Tanjiro was sound asleep in his bed, and the door to his room was gently pushed open. Chapter 82. Simple Tanjiro. In the dead of night, Tanjiro's room door was quietly pushed open, and a petite figure stealthily slipped in from outside. With the right background music, this scene could definitely be nominated for the year's best horror moment. However, the person sneaking in was not a thief, not a pervert, and not a robber, but rather Tanjiro's sister, who was currently lying in bed, fast asleep. Chinchia used her special skill to change her size at will, transforming her body into that of a 7 or 8-year-old. As the smaller she was, the less likely she would be noticed. At this moment, she was filled with guilt, as she was about to do something very wrong. Tanjiro, I'm sorry. Chinchia's gaze swept across the room and quickly locked on her target. The Nichiren blade, targeted by Chinchia's gaze, seemed to tremble in fear, extending a hand towards her and shouting, "Don't come over." Meanwhile, Tanjiro was still fast asleep on the bed, completely unaware of what was happening in his room. This was unreasonable. Tanjiro's alertness was not poor, and Chinchia, who had spent so much time with him, knew this very well. That's why she was so cautious, even resorting to using her size-changing ability. Glancing at Tanjiro, who didn't seem to be pretending to sleep, Chinchia felt a sense of relief. After all, if Tanjiro woke up and happened to catch her sneaking into his room, Chinchia honestly hadn't thought about what to say to explain herself at that moment. Chinchia came to the side of Tanjiro's bed and effortlessly grasped the sheath of Tanjiro's Nichiren blade in her hand. She immediately turned around and walked out of Tanjiro's room, heading to the open space outside the house. After all, what she was about to do would make noise, and she certainly couldn't do it near Tanjiro. Once in the open space, Chinchia quickly drew the Nichiren blade from its sheath. As she pulled out the blade, she carefully examined the blade's body. Upon such close observation, she discovered a nearly 1 centimeter crack in one corner of the blade. Chinchia let out a deep breath, feeling her guilt diminish significantly. Tanjiro, this isn't your sister trying to trick you. You didn't even notice it yourself. Just look at this crack. What if it causes your sword to break during a battle in the future? It's better to get a new one. Morning. Tanjiro groggily opened his eyes and slowly got out of bed, yawning. He had slept very soundly, as he had helped during the battle against Upper Moon 6. Before that, he had been stuck in the feeling of helplessness while facing Upper Moon 3, Akaza, during the Infinity Train incident, training day and night to ensure he wouldn't hold anyone back in the future. As Tanjiro sat on the bed, reminiscing about the battle in the Flower District, he heard a knock on his room's door. Knock. 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 Tanjiro, are you awake? Tanjiro was slightly taken aback. He recognized his sister's voice. However, he remembered that he usually woke up earlier than her unless something special was going on. Yeah, I'm awake. Is there something up? It's been a while since we practiced together. The weather is nice today. Let us have a spar? Sure. Tanjiro wouldn't refuse his sister's invitation. It had indeed been a long time since they last practiced together. Aside from their training with Master Urokodaki, they had been busy hunting demons. After responding to Chinchia, Tanjiro quickly got out of bed, tidied up his clothes, and grabbed the sheath of his Nichiren blade leaning against the wall. He hurried out of the room and arrived at the training ground outside the residence, where Chinchia was already waiting. Sorry for taking so long to get ready. It's nothing. It's only been a few minutes. I should apologize for calling you out so early, Chinchia said with a smile. Tanjiro also smiled, though he felt a bit nervous. It had been quite a while since he practiced with his sister, and he had lost every match before. However, that didn't mean he was afraid. Every time they sparred, Tanjiro fought with the determination to win against his sister. This time, I will definitely win, Tanjiro confidently declared before gripping the hilt of his Nichiren blade and drawing it from a sheath. That was fine, but when he swung the sword after drawing it, disaster struck. With a crack, a section of the blade shattered and fell to the ground. Hearing the sound, Tanjiro froze for a moment, stiffly turning his head to look at the shattered pieces on the ground. The sword broke? As Tanjiro was in a daze, Chinchia showed a surprised expression and said, "It seems like there was already a crack in your Nichiren blade from the fight with Daki and Jotaro. Luckily, it didn't break during the battle." Tanjiro stared blankly at the broken Nichiren blade in his hand. At that moment, his mind felt like it had gone through a storm, and the person who stirred up this storm was called Kanetetsu. Kanetetsu was the one who forged Tanjiro and Chinchia's Nichiren blades. If their swords broke, it would naturally be Kanetetsu's responsibility to reforge them. In fact, Tanjiro's Nichiren blade had broken once before, during the month when Chinchia was unconscious after the Infinity Train battle. Due to his intense training, the Nichiren blade had worn down, so Tanjiro had sent it to Kanetetsu for repairs. Kanetetsu was quick. It took only 10 days to fix it. However, when he returned the sword, he not only brought back Tanjiro's blade, but also wielded a kitchen knife and charged at Tanjiro, chasing him for several hours. My sword! My sword! How dare you break my sword! Kanatetsu shouted sharply while sprinting towards Tanjiro with the kitchen knife in hand. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. Tanjiro ran desperately, dodging Kanatetsu's pursuit while apologizing. Just thinking about Kanatetsu chasing him made Tanjiro shiver. Seeing him trembling, Shinshao walked over and patted his shoulder. Don't worry, I'll help you explain to Mr. Kanatetsu. After all, you fought against Upper Moon, so I believe Mr. Kanatetsu will understand. One of Shinxia's hands patted Tanjiro's shoulder while the other gave him a thumbs up. Sister, Tanjiro looked at Shinxia with a touched expression. In response, Shinxia turned her head away, unable to hold back a smirk. Tanjiro, your innocence is only making my guilt worse. Chapter 83. The low-key Shinxia, the Swordsmith Village, is one of the two core areas of the Demon Slayer Corps, and to prevent the invasion of demons. Even the Hashira are not qualified to know its location. However, while the Hashira cannot know the location of the Swordsmith Village, applying to go there is still possible. Plus, with the reasonable excuse of her little brother having a broken sword, Shinxia simply applied to the Lord, who approved it. Moreover, while approving it, the Lord felt a cough of blood coming on, and after spitting out a mouthful of blood, there was a weak yet subtle smile on his face. The schedule to go to the Swordsmith Village was the next day. Before that, since Tanjiro's sword was broken, Shinxia let him rest for a day while she went to speak with Flame Hashira Kaijiro Rengoku. Speaking of Rengoku, after the battle on the Infinity Train, he had also sustained considerable injuries. After all, Akaza was Akaza. Even if he managed to block the punches and kicks with his Nichiren blade, his body was still inevitably injured. Normally, an injury like that would require at least half a year of recovery. But Rengoku was up and about after lying in bed for just half a month. If he had rested for another half month, when Shinxia woke up, she would have seen Rengoku in the adjacent bed. During the time when Shinxia and Tenjin were in the Flower District, Rengoku continued his physical rehabilitation while also attempting to break through the bottleneck of his current strength. Rengoku was evaluated by Akaza as being close to the highest realm, which is the transparent world. Currently, Rengoku was just a step away from that realm, and Shinxia, who came to visit, indicated that she was there to help him take that step. In the residence of the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, the two sat leisurely with teacups, chatting. I heard you and Tenjin defeated Upper Moon 6? I can only say you truly are impressive, even though my body hasn't fully recovered yet. Let me continue with my rehabilitation. However, I believe I'm already fine, Rengoku said optimistically while holding his teacup. Shinobu is also worried about you. It's indeed better to recover fully before going out. Shinxia looked at the Kaijiro sitting next to her, and she could clearly feel the fighting spirit emanating from him. Compared to the battle on the Mugen train, it had almost returned to a level of about 80 or 90%. Moreover, within the fighting spirit that Kaijiro was emitting, Shinxia sensed a difference in quality compared to the battle on the Mugen train, rather than just a difference in quantity. Kaijiro was indeed a genius. He was just one step away from comprehending the transparent world. Perhaps if Shinxia didn't guide him and let Kaijiro ponder for a while longer, he could independently enter the transparent world. However, let me give him that little push. If Kaijiro enters the transparent world sooner, I can use him to spread the concept of the transparent world within the Demon Slayer Corps. We won't discuss the life-risking patterns, but the Nichiren blade and the transparent world are still necessary. With this in mind, Shinxia took a sip of tea and casually mentioned the concept of the transparent world, referencing a recent conversation she had with Tanjiro, using it as a stepping stone to explain the concept to Kaijiro. Kaijiro, not being foolish, felt as if he'd been enlightened by her words, almost shouting, I've got it. The originally flimsy door was kicked open by Shinxia, and she believed that with Kaijiro's talent, it wouldn't take many days for him to truly grasp the edges of the transparent world. Once Kaijiro mastered the transparent world, would he hide this technique? Kaijiro is not that kind of person. Once everything is settled, he will leave without a trace, hiding both his accomplishments and name. Shinxia casually found a reason to leave Rengoku's side. She didn't want to disturb his training. Shinxia returned to her own residence after a while and saw Tanjiro, whom she had called to rest, lying on the floor inside the room, staring blankly at the ceiling. The inability to train made him feel uncomfortable all over. This was the effect of prolonged competition, which had already been engraved in his body. If he didn't compete for a day, he felt uneasy all over. By the way, Inosuke and Zenitsu were also lying in the room. They had originally gotten out of bed, but when they walked out and saw Tanjiro, who was lying on the floor like a dead fish, their mental pressure significantly decreased, and now they were lying in their own room, catching up on sleep. Chika smiled as she walked over to the floor next to Tanjiro and lay down on the floor as well. After lazily glancing at the ceiling for a while, she closed her eyes. A proper rest is also necessary. There is still work to be done ahead. The next day, in the morning, Shinshia, Tanjiro, and Izuko arrived early at the door of the mansion, waiting for the person who would take them to the swordsmith village. As one of the two most core areas of the Demon Slayer Corps, even the Hashira do not have the privilege of knowing its location. And the person taking them to the swordsmith village also does not know where it is, as they are merely a point in the transportation process. Chika and the others had their eyes covered and were carried to a transfer station, where they would switch to another person to lead them, repeating this process until they finally arrived at the hidden swordsmith village. The three of them didn't wait long before a man and a woman from the hidden organization quickly approached. They were momentarily stunned upon seeing Nezuko, because they had only been informed of 2 individuals when assigned the task. How could 2 people transport 3? Although the faces of the hidden were masked, Tanjiro could still sense their concerns. However, they needed to be prepared, even though Nezuko had overcome the sunlight. The wooden box was still not discarded. After exchanging a glance with Nezuko, she shrank down to the size of a child right in front of the 2, slipping into the wooden box that Tanjiro was carrying. After doing all this, Tanjiro smiled and gave a thumbs up to the 2 members of the hidden, leaving them momentarily speechless in surprise. Ahem, please put on your blindfolds and earplugs, and we will carry you both on the road. One of the hidden awkwardly coughed and took out blindfolds and earplugs from their pockets. Because Tanjiro had a keen sense of smell, they even inserted 2 nose plugs into his nostrils. Although the hidden were not combat troops, but rather logistics personnel, they still possessed superior physical abilities, moving swiftly even while carrying a living person. Despite having several transfer stations along the way, it really didn't take too long when calculating the time. Once everything was ready, Chika and Tanjiro were carried on the backs of the hidden, who swiftly took off, moving like the wind toward the transfer station. Chapter 84. Arrival at Swordsmith Village. The 2 members of the hidden, carrying Chika and Tanjiro, ran quickly. But their task was merely to carry the 2 to the transfer station. They didn't actually know the route. The true guide was the specially trained crows of the Demon Slayer Corps. The crows flew ahead while the hidden chased after them. But the hidden noticed that this time the crow was flying far ahead, as if it were afraid of them. Even when they tried to speed up to close the distance, the crow would only flap its wings faster. How strange. A look of confusion appeared on the faces of the hidden, and they even wondered if the crow disliked them, perhaps due to some unpleasant odor. It was true that the crow disliked something, but it wasn't the hidden themselves. It was Chika who was being carried. After all, every combat member of the Demon Slayer Corps would be assigned a crow after the final selection, and Chika was the exception. That said, being carried by the hidden was indeed a peculiar experience. At least that was how Chika felt. On the way to Swordsmith Village, they had been carried by 7 or 8 different people, from morning to noon to dusk, under the backs of the hidden. Chika and Tanjiro finally arrived at the entrance of Swordsmith Village. The village was nestled between unknown mountains and fields, filled with traditional Japanese wooden buildings, surrounded by lush trees that provided excellent concealment. Shinsha took off her eye mask and earplugs, while Tanjiro removed his eye mask, earplugs, and nasal plugs. The moment they were taken off, Tanjiro suddenly felt as if he had come back to life. After all, the more sensitive the senses, the more they are relied upon in life. With his eyes, ears, and nose all covered, the feeling of liberation after removing them was immense. Sister, I smell something. It seems there is a hot spring nearby. Tanjiro gently sniffed the air with his nose and immediately detected the scent of a natural hot spring from several kilometers away. Shinshia and the hidden figure beside Tanjiro showed a look of surprise, and then immediately felt that the decision to stuff Tanjiro's nose at the beginning was the right one. With this level of sense of smell, if he didn't have a stuffy nose along the way, it wouldn't be strange for him to find the Swordsmith Village by relying on his sense of smell in the future. Indeed, the Swordsmith Village has hot springs that can relieve fatigue, and the 2 of you can go soak in the hot springs later. Before that, the hidden figure hadn't finished speaking when they coincidentally bumped into Mitsuri, the love Hashira, who regularly repairs her unique Nichiren blade in the Swordsmith Village. Ah, Shinshia, and Shinshia's brother, what are you 2 doing here? Mitsuri said cheerfully, waving her arms at Shinshia and Tanjiro. Tanjiro's Nichiren blade is broken, so we came here to get it repaired. Oh, I see. Then, Tanjiro, you should quickly go register with the village chief. Shinshia, I'm about to go soak in the hot springs. Do you want to join me? As Mitsuri spoke, she came to Chinchia's side and hugged one of her arms with both hands. Hearing this, Tanjiro immediately said, "Sister, you should go with Miss Mitsuri. It's my blade that broke, so let me handle the rest." Looking at Tanjiro's sincere expression, Chinchia couldn't help but close her eyes. She really didn't want to make Tanjiro so naive, but then again, if Tanjiro weren't naive, she wouldn't be able to deceive him. It was a contradiction. It was truly too contradictory. "Chinchia, you are really too wicked." Chinchia silently complained about herself, and seeing Chinchia's silent demeanor, Mealy thought that Chinchia had tacitly agreed. She happily took Chinchia's hand and walked toward the hot spring pool. This way. Mealy led Chinchia to the hot spring with remarkable speed. Chinchia hadn't fully shaken off her guilt over Tanjiro yet, and she was already brought to the hot spring by Mealy. The hot spring in the Swordsmith village is of excellent quality, offering a variety of benefits, such as for cuts, burns, hemorrhoids, anal fissures, gout, constipation, and so on. In short, it's very effective. Since they were already there, they had to experience the hot spring. Even in her past life, Chinchia had never experienced a hot spring. There were no indoor hot springs, and outdoor natural hot springs were even rarer. She took off her outer clothing and immersed herself in the hot spring. A wave of indescribable comfort surged from the bottom up, and Chinchia's mind went blank, not wanting to think about anything. A few seconds later, Mealy also entered the hot spring. Unlike Chinchia, she was a regular customer here. She let out a breath, moaning in comfort. As expected, this hot spring is the best. After soaking for a few hours, I feel all the fatigue in my body has melted away. The brain-frozen Chinchia turned her head slightly to glance at Mealy, and that one glance transformed her brain freeze into a complete shutdown. So big, this strong presence. In that moment, Chinchia recalled a video from a certain up master she had seen while browsing Bilibili in her past life. I calculated Kanroji Mealy's body data, the number 1 on Bilibili, and the conclusion in the video was, gee, Chinchia's mouth was slightly open, as if a soul was flying out of her mouth. Mealy, with her head held high, completely unaware of Chinchia's strangeness beside her, looked up at the sky and said with a smile, "Chinchia, you're so beautiful. Do you have a boyfriend?" When Chinchia heard this, she immediately took back her words. She raised one hand to cover her forehead and replied leisurely, "No, but Mealy, you should be interested in the snake Hashira, right?" Upon hearing this, Mealy's little face instantly turned red, and she raised both hands to cover her flushed cheeks. "Is it that obvious, Mr. Iguro?" Mealy mumbled shyly, her face burning. The relationship between the snake Hashira and Mealy was something that the other members of the Demon Slayer Corps had vaguely sensed, with the stone Hashira being the most perceptive. However, this pair was unable to live to see a happy ending. Both were gravely injured in the battle against Muzan in Infinity Castle and ultimately died in each other's embrace. Thinking of this, Chinchia couldn't help but feel a sense of calm. She exhaled a breath, raised her head, and looked up at the night sky. After the Swordsmith village, it would almost be time for the decisive battle in Infinity Castle. The previous few missions could be tackled with the information she had gathered to improve their chances. But Muzan was too powerful. They had to face him with real strength. Chinchia looked at the beautiful night sky and quietly closed her eyes. "Don't worry, Mealy. You will definitely welcome a perfect ending. I promise." Chapter 85. A Bad Omen After Coming Out of the Hot Spring. Chinchia and Mealy entered the lounge of the wooden cabin where a wooden table was filled with food. Mealy had been to the Forge village before, and the villagers already knew that Mealy was a big eater, so they naturally did not serve her ordinary portions. However, upon seeing the food, Mealy puffed up her cheeks and walked over to a villager who was bringing dishes, saying softly, "That seems a bit too little." "Huh? Too little? This should be about the same amount as usual, right?" The villager blinked blankly until Mealy leaned slightly to the side and stretched out a hand toward Chinchia behind her, saying, Chinchia's portion is too little. She will be hungry with just this." The villager looked as if struck by lightning, stiffly turning his neck to look at Chinchia. Chinchia, not thinking too much, replied, "Just bring a bit more. 1 portion for me and Mealy is enough." Soon, the wooden table, which already had a lot of delicious food, was filled with even more dishes, making one doubt whether the table could withstand it. At that moment, Tanjiro also entered the wooden cabin after finishing his tasks outside. Upon seeing so much food on the table, he was momentarily stunned. But when his gaze shifted slightly to the side, he saw Chinchia and Mealy happily eating at the table, and he instantly felt relieved. "Ah, Chinchia's younger brother. Is it Tanjiro?" Mealy said, looking at Tanjiro, who had just walked in immediately putting down her utensils to greet him. Yes, I'm Tanjiro, and this is my sister, Nezuko. As Tanjiro spoke, he slightly crouched down to place the wooden box he was carrying on the ground. As soon as he finished speaking, little Nezuko jumped out of the box. So small, so cute. Mealy stood up from her seat and quickly walked over to Nezuko, picking her up into her arms. Tanjiro was taken aback. He was about to say something, but saw that Nezuko had a look of enjoyment on her face while being held, so he swallowed his words. He turned to look at his sister, only to see her seriously focused on eating. Tanjiro tilted his head in confusion, wondering if his sister was that hungry. Is Qianxia starving? Of course not. She is hungry, but the main reason is that Qianxia is lost in thought. Qianxia held a bowl of rice in one hand and picked up chopsticks with the other, eating heartily while actually thinking about what to do next. In the original story during the Swordsmith Village arc, 2 Upper Moons appear. Upper Moon 4, Han Tengu, and Upper Moon 5, Gyako. However, it doesn't matter whether there are 2 or not. It's not that Qianxia is afraid of them, but she has an ominous premonition. Mitsuri is here for the regular maintenance of her Nichiren blade. Although they arrived early, Mitsuri might leave tonight or tomorrow night. If possible, Qianxia wanted to buy some time, but she couldn't think of a way to keep Mitsuri around. At that moment, Qianxia felt deeply speechless about her low intelligence, transforming that sense of humiliation into appetite, eating her rice vigorously. However, that aside, the chefs in Swordsmith Village are quite skilled, and the food they prepare is truly delicious. Mitsuri turned her head to see Qianxia eating so quickly and hurriedly picked up Nezuko to return to her seat. As soon as the bowls and chopsticks were in hand, they began to eat. Mitsuri was also eating heartily, and the 2 of them were surprisingly neck and neck in speed, leaving the villagers who were delivering food in awe. Tanjiro, on the other hand, was somewhat at a loss, as the table was already full, leaving no space for his portion. However, Tanjiro's concern was clearly unnecessary. As soon the villagers brought over a small table for him, he had a table all to himself, which was quite impressive. Excuse me, do you want that amount too? A villager cautiously pointed at Qianxia and Mitsuri's table. Upon seeing this, Tanjiro quickly waved his hands and replied, No, I can't eat that much. Just give me a normal portion. All right, preparing it right away. The villager breathed a sigh of relief and happily turned to leave, and shortly after, he brought over a normal person's portion, white rice, miso soup, salted fish, and some pickled vegetables. It was quite a feast, but it couldn't compare to what Qianxia and Mitsuri had. I'm going to start. Tanjiro put his hands together and softly said before beginning his own eating journey, while Nezuko picked up the konpito that Qianxia had bought for her, quietly popping one after another into her mouth. Everyone enjoyed a peaceful and comfortable evening. The people of Swordsmith Village woke up early, but as a disciplined warrior, Tanjiro was not much different from them. Even without a sword, he could still train, and he had only been lying on the floor resting because Qianxia specifically told him to take a break. Tanjiro began to do basic exercises again, while Qianxia stayed with Mitsuri. She had not been able to come up with a way to delay Mitsuri's departure the entire night. And just as she was about to give up, a bad piece of news came from Mitsuri's side. The village chief said he wants to refine my sword a bit more, so I need to stay a little longer. Mitsuri sighed helplessly. The craftsman responsible for her sword was the village chief, as Mitsuri's sword was a very special soft blade. And only the village chief had the skill to forge such a sword. The village chief was very dedicated to his swordsmithing skills, believing that the occurrence of broken swords was not primarily due to the Demon Slayer Corps members' usage, but rather the blacksmith's inadequate skills. The village chief had always been this way. I think my sword is already quite impressive. Mitsuri pouted and said softly, Well, striving for perfection is important, and the Nichiren blade is the first guarantee for a swordsman. The village chief wants to ensure your safety, Qianxia explained, extending a finger. While she spoke, Qianxia felt as if a frenzy was dancing in her heart, with the little person inside her jumping for joy. If it weren't for being beside Mitsuri, she might have taken off right then and there. This is great. This is great. This is great. Soon, Taketa Muichiro will also arrive in the village. 3 Hashira in 1 village. Qianxia felt that her chances of success had increased significantly. But the village chief's sudden decision also made her realize that not everything would progress as it did in the original story, as her presence had already interfered with many of the original plot developments. Perhaps this battle at the Swordsmith Village would unfold in unexpected ways. Chapter 86. Taketo, Muichiro, and Qianxia stayed in the Swordsmith Village for a long time, truly enhancing the village's safety by more than just a little bit. But the grain store of the Swordsmith Village indicated that it was in danger. To increase concealment, The food reserves were as self-sufficient as possible, and the self-sufficient system was very perfect, not only able to supply the villagers of their own village, but also to graciously host members of the Demon Slayer Corps coming from outside. However, when this generous hospitality met Qianxia and Miri, whether the grain store's reserves remained stable was another matter altogether. A few days later, Qianxia and Mizuri were casually chatting as they walked along the path in the swordsmith village. The more Qianxia got to know Mizuri, the more she felt that Mizuri was truly a naive and adorable girl, and she felt regret for her death alongside the serpent Hashira in the original story. Qianxia, let me tell you something embarrassing. I used to feel inferior because of my hair and my strength. Someone once said to me, the only ones who can marry you are bears, pigs, and cows. And thinking about your hair being passed on to children makes me utterly despairing. After hearing this, I felt very inferior. I intentionally hid my strength and dyed my hair black just to find someone to marry. Looking back now, I realize how foolish I was. As Mizuri spoke, she imitated the mannerisms of the man who had insulted her. Although these were part of Mizuri's dark history, she had completely come to terms with it and could even discuss it casually as a topic after meals. Hearing Mizuri's words, Qianxia seriously extended a finger and said earnestly, "Yes, you really were foolish. Beauty itself should not be defined, and those who say such things about you are utterly foolish." Hee. Mizuri felt even better after Qianxia's comment, as her mood was already quite good. They then went to the village chief's house, where they received Mizuri's Nicaran blade. The village chief mentioned that he had slightly improved Mizuri's Nicaran blade, making it softer, but it was still in the experimental stage and advised Mizuri to stay in the village a bit longer to see if there were any issues with the new product. Mizuri shrugged, feeling somewhat helpless, thinking that the village chief was really too straightforward. She believed that the Nicaran blade the village chief forged for her was already remarkable and perfect. Indeed, the village chief's skills were unique among the 9 Hashira. Both her and Shinobu Kocho's Nicaran blades were forged by him. After all, other blacksmiths had no experience or skills to create soft blades like Mizuri's or blades that could inject poison like Shinobu's. While Qianxia comforted Mizuri on the surface, she secretly felt a bit embarrassed and amused inside. "Thank you for your support, village chief." The two went to a small grove in the swordsmith village to test the new Nicaran blade. It looked exactly the same as before, but when Mizuri started using it, she instantly felt the difference. It's really so soft. It's much more flexible to wield. The village chief is amazing. Mizuri joyfully swung the blade, producing a series of whooshing sounds. This is the connection between blacksmiths and the Demon Slayer Corps. Both combat in their respective fields, complementing each other to eliminate more demons and ultimately defeat Muzan. While Mizuri was dancing with her sword, Qianxia suddenly heard strange sounds that seemed wrong. It wasn't just any odd noise. It was the sound of battle. The clashing of blades made Qianxia instantly realize the direction and distance of the sound, which surprised her. "Mizuri, it seems there's a battle in that direction." "Huh, really? Let's go check it out." Mizuri immediately stopped her sword dance upon hearing this. Although she didn't hear the sounds that Qianxia did, she trusted Qianxia. The two quickly ran in that direction, and before long, they arrived where the sounds were coming from. They saw a boy with black hair, the tips dyed mint green, wielding a Nicaran blade and fighting against a mechanized being. The mechanized being had 6 arms, each wielding a Nicaran blade, and the ferocity of its attacks was evident. Yet, the boy was effortlessly dodging the mechanized being's strikes. "Oh, it's etched.One. He's also come to Swordsmith Village? But what is that mechanized being? I've never heard of it. Wait, it seems Swordsmith Village has a secret weapon that can make people stronger quickly. Could this be it?" Mizuri exclaimed, bringing her hands together in surprise. Qianxia is not surprised at all. If Michiro doesn't come soon, Qianxia would actually start to worry. However, looking at the situation, it seems that Kote is being bullied, having had the key to the activation mechanism forcibly taken away by Michiro. Currently, Takedo Michiro is still in a state of amnesia, appearing ethereal and lacking emotions, being taciturn and indifferent towards others. Qianxia observed the battle between Taketo Michiro and the automaton from the sidelines. Taketo Michiro used the breath of mist, a derivative of the breath of wind among the 5 basic breathing styles, characterized by high-speed movement and an unpredictable form that is difficult to capture. Within the Demon Slayer Corps, Taketo Michiro is recognized as a genius, having risen to the rank of Hashira just 2 months after wielding the Nicaran blade. While Qianxia watched Taketo Michiro's fight intently, Mitsuri's focus was entirely on the automaton battling him. "That automaton kinda looks like you, Qianxia," Mitsuri suddenly said with her unique line of thought. Qianxia was momentarily taken aback and turned to Mitsuri, curiously pointing a finger at herself. Me? Really? Yes, yes. Although it's obvious that this automaton is male, and you can't really say it looks like you just by facial features, I still feel like there's a resemblance. Mitsuri's words became somewhat incoherent. At first glance, she thought it looked quite similar, but upon closer inspection, it didn't seem to, and then upon examining it again, it felt a bit similar again. Qianxia felt awkward and didn't know what to say. The automaton was a replica of the strongest swordsman of the Warring States period, Yoriichi Tsugikuni, and she felt she was nothing like him. If anyone resembled him, it should be Tanjiro. But to be fair, Tanjiro didn't really resemble Yoriichi either. The Kamado family had no blood relation to the Tsugikuni family whatsoever, and it wouldn't make sense for them to share ancestral traits with Yoriichi. While the two were chatting, Takedo Michiro's battle with the automaton of Yoriichi Tsugikuni was reaching its conclusion. The automaton, being a replica, was no match for Takedo Michiro. Just as the automaton showed signs of losing its activity, Michiro was about to chop off one of its arms when Qianxia finally couldn't hold back any longer. She raised an arm and shouted at Takedo Michiro, "Handsome! Spare him!" Chapter 87. A room full of power, handsome? Hearing Qianxia's shout from a distance, Takedo Michiro was momentarily taken aback, causing the blade he was about to swing to come to a halt. It was really just a matter of inches. If Michiro's blade had descended another 10 or 20 centimeters, that precious automaton would have lost an arm. Qianxia and Mealy walked out from the nearby grass. Noinro slowly opened his mouth as he looked at the two who suddenly appeared. "It's you two. You're here as well," Noinro said. It was unfortunate to describe Qianxia and Mealy as you two. In Noinro's eyes, in his current state, he couldn't name any of the Demon Slayer Corps members. They all seemed like little animals to him. Butterfly Shinobu, the petite swallow. Yuzui Tenjin, the monkey who loves to touch his head. Iguro Abanai, the quiet bobcat. Kanroji Mitsuri, the colorful little chick. Taketu Michiru, the seemingly irritable but gentle wolf. Tomioka Ju, the immobile display piece. As for Qianxia, Noinro looked at her and couldn't quite say what she resembled, but he could be certain she was definitely not a display piece. "Why are you stopping me?" Noinro tilted his head in confusion and asked. Qianxia walked over to the mechanical person with a frown, checked its injuries, and let out a sigh of relief after confirming that the mechanical person had simply lost its ability to move due to aging. "You. This mechanical person is very precious. It's not like a cabbage by the roadside. Once it's cut, you can't make another one." "Oh, I see. Well, anyway, the training goal has been achieved. The results are okay, but a bit disappointing," Michiro said lightly before turning to leave. However, before he left, he casually took one of the 6 Nichiren blades from the mechanical person's hand, as his own Nichiren blade had suffered considerable wear during the battle with the mechanical person. As Michiro left, Mitsuri looked worriedly at his departing figure and said softly, "Takakun came to the Demon Slayer Corps in a state of amnesia. It's really concerning. I hope he can recover his memory soon." Qianxia next to her nodded. In fact, despite Michiro being a Hashira and appearing somewhat mature, he was only 14 years old, younger than Tanjiro, and was the same age as Nezuko. With Michiro gone, Mitsuri sighed and turned her gaze back to the mechanical person, reaching out to take one of the Nichiren blades that it held. Flame breathing. Mitsuri seriously switched her love breathing to flame breathing. The Nichiren blade in her hand erupted with small flames, but then nothing happened. Mitsuri awkwardly scratched the back of her head and said, "I learned flame breathing by following Master Rengoku before he became the Flame Hashira. After he became the Flame Hashira, I became his successor. But my learning of flame breathing has never been very smooth. In the end, I created my own love breathing based on flame breathing and became the Love Hashira." Looking at these ordinary Nichiren blades in front of me, I can't help but recall the time when I was training flame breathing under Master Rengoku. Mitsuri placed the Nichiren blade back into the mechanical person's hand, and soon after, the small iron who was responsible for this mechanical person hurried over. You don't need to worry about us. Michiro has already left. Please take a quick look to see if there's anything wrong with this mechanical person." Oh. The small iron quickly approached the mechanical person, and after a bit of probing, the mechanical person restarted, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. The small iron wasn't foolish. He immediately understood that these two had protected his mechanical person. He turned to face Qianxia and Mitsuri and bowed deeply. "Thank you so much. This mechanical person has been managed by our family for generations, but I lack the talent for forging and repairing dolls. If it truly broke down and I couldn't fix it, I wouldn't know how to explain it to my ancestors." His words were filled with self-blame and a sense of inferiority regarding his abilities. Chinxia took a couple of steps forward, squatted down, and gently patted his head. You're at most 10 years old, right? Being so young, you shouldn't casually say that you lack talent. Even I, an outsider, think this mechanical person is impressive. It's nothing to be ashamed of if a 10-year-old can't fix this mechanical person. You need to have confidence in yourself. Chinxia smiled at Xiao Dai to express her thoughts. Although Xiao Ye's face was covered by a mask, the tears flowing from the gaps were enough to prove his current feelings. Night. Tanjiro was sitting cross-legged on the floor of the wooden house. Ever since he recalled the concept of the transparent world from his father through Chinxia's words, he had been striving to practice in that direction. However, even after sitting for a whole day and night, Tanjiro felt little growth. After all, this was the transparent world, and it was very difficult to achieve mastery without the assistance of life and death. Beside him lay an ordinary Nichiren blade. This was not his own sword, which was still being forged. It was just a substitute provided by the swordsmith village before his exclusive Nichiren blade was completed. However, even as a substitute, it was of quite good quality. The realm mentioned by his father was truly hard to practice, but I will work hard. I have a feeling that if I can master this, my strength will increase significantly. Tanjiro was filled with fighting spirit. The next moment, the door he was at was pushed open, and he turned to see Chinxia and Mitsuri returning. Good evening, sister and Miss Kanroji. Hello, Tanjiro and Nezuko. Chinxia and Mealy sat in the room, asking each other what everyone had done today, and just then Michiro Takedo happened to pass by in the corridor. Chika quickly noticed Michiro. She turned to look towards him in the hallway and said, Michiro, is something wrong? Michiro, being called, stopped and turned his head towards Chika, noticing she was surrounded by a group of people, and he walked into the room step by step with a puzzled expression. I'm looking for the swordsmith from Tetsuzan. Do you know him? I know. Among the crowd, Tanjiro eagerly raised an arm. Upon seeing this, Michiro found a spot and slowly sat down, asking Tanjiro about Tetsuzan. Tetsuzan is the new swordsmith for Michiro, and the Nichiren blade he got from the automaton is merely a substitute. If the sword is broken, it naturally needs to be forged anew, but he didn't know this craftsman or where he was located. The people in a room were chatting casually until the door to their room was slowly pushed open from the outside, and a dry, wooden hand reached in. Chapter 88. The half-demon being pursued as a dry, wooden hand reached into the room. The people inside instantly sensed something unusual. All five turned their heads towards the direction of the open door. After the dry hand came in, an ugly, trembling old man crawled in slowly from the outside. He slightly raised his head to look at the people in the room, and at that moment, not only were the people inside stunned, but the demon that crawled in was also taken aback. Everyone, what is that? Is it a demon? How could a demon appear here? We didn't sense his presence at all before he entered. Is he a lower moon? Could he be an upper moon? Upon seeing the half-demon, everyone immediately entered a combat stance, their fierce auras surging forth. The half-demon was stunned. He felt the terrifying aura emanating from the group in front of him. His body first froze, and then he instinctively began to retreat, reaching for the door to close it. Half-demon, sorry to intrude. Breath of Mist, fourth form, flowing slash. Michiro was the first to take action. The sword energy of the breath of mist shot out like ink clouds before the slash was made. It was truly hard to catch a glimpse of Michiro's figure, but this swift strike failed to hit the half-demon. In the original story, the half-demon dodged Michiro's attack by jumping onto the ceiling of the house. But at this moment, the half-demon didn't dare enter the room at all. He wouldn't step in there even a little bit. He was an upper moon, specifically upper moon 4. He originally had confidence and pride in being an upper moon, but since the stronger Akaza was killed by the Demon Slayer Corps, that confidence had vanished. As for pride, what good is it? Life is the most important. The half-demon barely dodged Michiro's strike, and he turned around with a whimper, crawling on all fours like a gecko in the opposite direction. Contrary to his dry and weak appearance, his speed in fleeing was unexpectedly fast. Too fast, I can't catch him, Michiro thought lightly, then tightened his grip on the Nichiren blade and quickly chased after the half-demon. The others in the room were not just spectators. Although their reactions were half a beat slower than Michiro's, after he struck, they also stood up and followed him, pursuing the half-demon. The half-demon was bewildered. The half-demon was panicked. The half-demon was sweating profusely. When he arrived at the swordsmith village, he had been mentally prepared to confront the Hashira. But with so many coming at him all at once, he couldn't handle it. The half-demon struggled to crawl ahead. He had the ability to create clones. If they couldn't find his tiny original body, then even if they cut off his head, he would just generate a powerful clone. However, he had a premonition that if he got entangled and chose to fight this group of demon slayers, he might end up in hell to accompany Akaza and the others. Oh no, they're still chasing me. The half-demon slightly turned his head to look back, and saw Michiro, with a serious expression, closest to him, while Chika, Mitsuri, Tanjiro, and even Izuko were right behind, chasing him. At this moment, Michiro suddenly leaped forward and executed the Breath of Mist, fourth form, flowing slash again. The half-demon hurriedly jumped like a frog, narrowly avoiding Michiro's strike from behind. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. If there were just one or two fewer people behind him, the half-demon wouldn't be so cowardly, but that wasn't an option. There were so many people chasing him. A strong fear surged from the half-demon's heart, and he even sent out a distress signal to Muzan. Normally, demons cannot actively contact Muzan. Only Muzan could directly contact his subordinates. But there are exceptions, like when Akaza saw the Hiyori and the dance of the fire god during the Infinity Train battle. Muzan's fear of Kaneo's strength transmitted to Akaza, and Akaza's emotions also reached Muzan because of this connection. And at this moment, this exception occurred again. Inside Infinity Castle, Muzan was diligently experimenting with various potions as usual, trying to see if he could avoid the blue spider lily, making himself unafraid of sunlight, and even stronger. The blue spider lily had become something like a psychological demon for Muzan. After all, he had been searching for this mere flower since he became a demon, and now, over 1,000 years later, he still had no leads at all. If it were just that, it would be fine. But the consecutive defeats of the upper moons made him feel a change contrary to eternity. Muzan carefully and gently held the fragile potion test tube in his hand. The liquid inside was colorful, and he didn't know how many different liquids he had mixed. Just as Muzan was about to pour the liquid from the test tube into his mouth, the distress call from the half-demon burst into his mind like an explosion. Muzan-sama! Help! 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 Muzan was startled by the sudden shout from the half-demon, causing him to grip the test tube too hard, and it instantly shattered into fragments. The liquid from the test tube flowed over his hand, and the shards pierced into his flesh. Half-demon! Muzan's voice emerged in the half-demon's mind like a demon, although the half-demon could tell that Muzan was very angry at that moment. Being chased by so many people made him feel that Muzan's voice was more reassuring than the fear he felt. Muzan-sama! Muzan-sama! I found the location of the swordsmith village, but there are 2, 3, or rather many Hashira there, and they're chasing me right now, requesting backup. Requesting backup. The half-demon's miserable words left Muzan dumbfounded. He slightly raised his head and imagined the scene described by the half-demon. The first thing he felt was not anger, but a desire to laugh. Muzan was amused by the half-demon, his inner fury dissipating a bit, and just as he calmed down slightly, he suddenly frowned, thinking of something. Half-demon, among the swordsmen pursuing you, is there anyone with ear ornaments that have a pattern like a flower card? Muzan's expression was grave, and Hantengu couldn't help but clench his teeth. He wanted to express that even just turning his head to look behind him was dangerous in his current state. But there was no choice. This was Muzan's order. Hantengu risked being beheaded and turned to look behind him. The first row of pursuers, Takatu Michiru. No. The second row, Kanroji Mitsuri, Kamadu Chika. No. The third row, Kamadu Tanjiro, Kamadu Izuko. Found it, it's that boy. Chapter 89. Hantengu's head blown off. Yes. One of the people chasing me is wearing a Hanafuda earring. Hantengu hurriedly reported the information to Muzan, and upon hearing it, a hint of paleness appeared on Muzan's originally grave face. It was indeed that man's successor. I know about your side. Hantengu, you're an upper moon. Hold on a bit longer and don't embarrass me. Lord Muzan, slap. Muzan unilaterally hung up the phone. No matter how much Hantengu shouted, Muzan didn't respond again because he couldn't hear him anymore, and a strong sense of despair welled up. At this moment, Muzan was deeply troubled looking down. If it was that man's successor, Hantengu and Gyako definitely couldn't handle it. Would he have to take action himself? That was of course impossible, given Muzan's cowardly nature. Even if there was only a 1 in 100,000 chance that he could be defeated, he wouldn't want to take that risk. The scars left on him by Sukuna Yoriichi still existed even after 400 years, and the intense pain they brought daily made it impossible for him to ignore or forget that man. Just as Muzan was lost in thought, one of the upper moons, Kokushibo, who was already in Infinity Castle drinking tea and chatting with Muzan, slowly put down his teacup. Lord Muzan, let me handle this. Muzan turned to look at Kokushibo in surprise. He really didn't expect Kokushibo to request to take action. Among the 6 upper moons, Muzan did not see Kokushibo as a subordinate, but as a business partner. Kokushibo was the strongest upper moon, completely on a different level from the other 5 upper moons. Even if all the upper moons besides him attacked together, they wouldn't be able to defeat him. Kokushibo lowered his head and said in a deep voice, "This fate cannot be avoided. If that's the case, let me personally sever this world's last fate." Muzan fell silent, and after some contemplation, he agreed to Kokushibo's request. He originally intended to send Doma, but since Kokushibo offered to take action, that was naturally better. With Kokushibo's involvement, Muzan's restless heart gradually calmed down because he trusted that Kokushibo would not disappoint him. Meanwhile, Hantengu was still being chased by Chika and the others. Hantengu was frantically crawling down the corridor of the wooden house using both his hands and feet, while Muichiro, who was closest in pursuit, kept swinging his Nickerin blade. However, Hantengu displayed an intense reflex born from the life-threatening situation, dodging Muichiru's strikes like a loach. Muichiro frowned slightly and murmured, "So slippery and annoying." The narrow corridor of the wooden house was not suitable for him to use his mist breathing, nor could Mitsuri's love breathing behind him be of much use. As Hantengu darted down the corridor, it wasn't just the two of them in the wooden house. Suddenly, the door on the left side in front of Hantengu was pulled open, and a boy with a dark chicken crest hairstyle and a scar extending to his nose walked out. His name was Taketu Genya, the younger brother of the Wind Hashira. Taketu Shinazugawa. He was among those who passed the final selection along with Tanjiro and Chika, having come to the swordsmith village to repair his Nickerin blade. "What is going on? Why is it so noisy?" Genya shouted as he pushed the door open, but the next moment he froze. Hantengu rushed past him in a flash, followed closely by Muichiro, Mitsuri, Chika, Tanjiro, and Nezuko, leaving him stunned. "What on earth is happening? It's an upper moon. Genya, help evacuate the ordinary people in the wooden house." Genya looked at the crowd, rushing past him, and shouted urgently, but only Tanjiro responded kindly. Hearing that, Genya quickly turned back into the house to grab his demon-slaying gear. Evacuate the crowd? Instead of evacuating, it's better to kill the demon quickly. Genya stepped forward and joined a large group chasing Hantengu. Amidst the back-and-forth pursuit, Hantengu crashed through the wall of the wooden house and emerged outside, where a forest lay not far ahead. This was good news for Hantengu. He believed that once he reached the forest, he could create clones to confuse Muichiro and the others behind him, thus increasing the chances of his main body escaping successfully. Hantengu's reasoning wasn't wrong, but he was still a considerable distance from the forest, and before he could escape into it, he found himself in a clearing. The clearing was finally a place where Muichiro, Mitsuri, and the others could truly show their skills. Mist breathing, love breathing, bang! Just as Taketu, Muichiro, and Mitsuri were preparing to charge at Hantengu for a flurry of strikes, a loud noise suddenly came from behind them. Tanjiro turned in confusion to see Genya standing there, holding a double-barreled firearm, smoke still rising from the barrel. Is it a firearm? No. The barrel emitted a scent similar to a Nickerin blade. Just as Tanjiro was shocked, Genya pulled out 2 bullets made from the same material as Nickerin blade from his pocket and inserted them into the firearm's barrel. Bang! Bang! 2 bullets shot out from the firearm and struck Hantengu, who had already been hit in the neck and was nearing decapitation. Hantengu, head blown off. Tanjiro's astonished gaze shifted back and forth between Genya and Hantengu. This was the first time he had seen such a weapon. The bullets made from Nickerin blade materials also had the effect of slaying demons. These bullets must be precious, but that wasn't the main concern right now. An upper moon wouldn't be so easily slain. Even that kind of bullet attack might not have an effect on Daki, let alone a genuine upper moon above her. Hantengu's main body, which had been blown off by Genya, quickly regenerated and began to grow a new head, while the severed head on the ground also gradually regenerated a body from top to bottom. Hantengu rage. Hantengu cola. A clone holding a tin staff and another holding a banana fan faced Tanjiro and the others. After exchanging glances for 5 or 6 seconds, the 2 demons suddenly turned and ran, leaving Chika and the others, who had entered battle mode, dumbfounded. After quickly regaining their senses, they once again rushed towards Hantengu. Don't run. Chapter 90, Ultimate Clones. Rage breaks the sky. Ha ha ha. We're running so fast, they seem unable to catch up with us. One of the clones of Hantian Dog, Kale, laughed heartily while running quickly ahead. In contrast, the other clone, Jinu, was tense, his face clearly showing his displeasure. What are you laughing about? We finally managed to get out, and you turn around and run away. How infuriating. Jinu was quite upset, but his skills did not falter for a moment as he and Kale sprinted forward, plunging into the dense forest. Behind them, Muichiro and others were closing in, with Tanjiro biting his lip and thinking rapidly. If we cut off their heads, they will split into new individuals. At this rate, even if we cut off their heads again, they will just keep splitting. Before Tanjiro could finish his sentence, Michiro calmly interjected, interrupting him. No demon can split infinitely. As long as we keep slashing, their weaknesses will definitely be exposed. After Michiro finished speaking, he and Mitsuri made their move, unleashing their respective sword techniques. Breath of Mist, third form, Mist Fleeting Drops. Breath of Love, first form, the Tremor of First Love. Under the two's sword techniques, Jinu and Kaylei's necks were instantly severed, but even without their heads, they continued to run. Meanwhile, the two severed heads quickly generated two new bodies. Hantion Dog, Empty Joy. Hantion Dog, Despair. Hantion Dog possesses powerful clone abilities, generating from major clones based on joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness, each with different abilities. Empty Joy's ability is Flight. Despair's ability is Body Technique. Rage's ability is Lightning. Kaylei's ability is Hurricane. At this moment, all four major clones of Hantion Dog appeared in front of everyone, especially Empty Joy and Despair, who had just formed their bodies. Michiro's eyes narrowed, decisively launching a slash at the two new bodies. But Empty Joy was quick to grab Despair and flapped its wings, flying directly into the sky. Flying is troublesome. Michiro gazed silently at the two demons flying in the air. Meanwhile, from another corner of the swordsmith village came the sound of commotion, causing everyone to involuntarily turn their heads in that direction. There is more than one demon entering the swordsmith village. Michiro's gaze shifted between the airborne Hantion Dog clones and the distant areas suffering from unknown demon attacks, and in almost an instant, he made a rational decision. I'll leave this to you. I'm going to deal with the demons over there. After Michiro finished speaking, he turned and ran towards the location of Upper Moon 5, Gyako. Upon seeing Michiro's decisive action, Chika hesitated for a moment before saying to Tanjiro beside her, Tanjiro, you go with him. I'm worried about Michiro going alone. Tanjiro nodded in agreement with Chika's arrangement. He was equally concerned about Michiro. After all, his sister still had plenty of fighting power, and, compared to her, Michiro being alone was indeed worrisome. Then I'll go, but you have to be careful, sister. Tanjiro turned around and chased after the already distant Michiro. This scene was witnessed by the four avatars of Hantengu ahead. Can we do it with two fewer people? The four of them looked at each other, and among them, the one filled with anger gritted his teeth. He raised his hand, and a dark iron-colored tin staff appeared in his grasp. Let us do it. Hantengu finally stopped fleeing and, led by the angry one, sounded the horn for a counterattack. Shinxia and Mealy immediately stopped in their tracks, gripping their Nichiren blades as they entered the combat phase. The four major avatars gathered, with Jinu, Kaylei, and Ijue standing together, while Kongshi floated lightly in the air not far from the ground. The four avatars of Hantion Dog each possessed individual strengths surpassing that of Dajia, but only slightly above it. Shinxia and Mealy could easily cut down as many as appeared. Just when Shinxia thought the four demons were about to sound the horn of counterattack and charge towards her, Jinu, standing among the demons, suddenly raised his hand and grabbed Kaylei and Ijue by their heads. In that instant, both Kaylei and Ijue understood what Jinu intended to do, and even Kaylei, the playful demon, showed a look of terror on his face. Unfortunately, before they could protest, Kaylei and Ijue were absorbed by Jinu. Kongshi, who was flying in the air, also could not escape Jinu's grasp. He leaped up to Kongshi's height in one step and pressed his hand against Kongshi. I just got out. Kongshi protested helplessly and discontentedly, but ultimately gave up struggling and was completely absorbed by Jinu. All of this happened in an instant. What happened to him? Why are they fighting among themselves? Mealy said in confusion and surprise, her mouth agape. Hantion Dog possesses four major avatars representing joy, anger, sorrow, and pleasure for battle. But if it were only these four avatars, Hantion Dog could barely be considered a lower tier and could not reach the status of the upper tier. With Jinu as the core, absorbing the other three emotional avatars to evolve into a collective of four emotions, transforming into a final avatar named Zung Petion. This was Hantion Dog's greatest reliance to reach the upper tier, as Jinu absorbed the three major avatars. His body underwent a transformation like a silkworm breaking out of its cocoon. Zung Petion appeared younger than the four major avatars, with a childlike face. Sharp curve horns on either side of his forehead, golden armor, 5 taiko drums with the character Zung on his back, and S-shaped drumsticks in his hands. Zung Petion looked proud, no longer displaying the previous avatar's despondency, as his consciousness had largely detached from the original body. He even regarded his original body as weak and garbage. He looked at everyone in front of him with arrogance and coldly said, "Don't be too arrogant, you human scum." After saying this, he raised the drumstick in his hand and struck the taiko drum behind him, producing a booming sound. In the next second, from all directions around Tsugikuni, thick wooden dragons suddenly burst forth from the ground, fiercely charging towards Qianxia and the others. Blood Demon Technique, Infinite Karma Tree. Chapter 91. Going against the current Tsugikuni is the strongest avatar of Hantian Dog, mastering the abilities of the previous 4 major avatars. And this Blood Demon Technique, Infinite Karma Tree, is particularly astonishing. As Tsugikuni struck the taiko drum behind him with the drumstick, thick wooden dragons lunged towards Qianxia. Meili's eyes narrowed, and she wielded her Nichiren blade like a ribbon, swiftly binding the wooden dragon charging straight at her. With her muscles tensed to 8 times their density, she flung the massive wooden dragon away, crashing it into other wooden dragons. Bang! After such a feat, Meili exclaimed, "What an amazing blood demon technique." This made Tsugikuni's eyebrows twitch slightly. Is this woman a monster? Although he felt like mocking Meili's strength, Tsugikuni remained unfazed. The wooden dragons produced by the infinite karma tree were infinite. If she could throw 1 wooden dragon, could she throw 10, 20, or 30 more? As Tsugikuni struck the taiko drum again, more wooden dragons surged up from the ground. Meili gasped in surprise at this scene, her face showing a hint of seriousness. The wooden dragons attacked fiercely, and Meili and the others engaged in intense combat. Except for Qianxia. Qianxia stood behind the crowd, unsure of what she was doing, but Meili and the others didn't ask because they knew Qianxia was definitely not slacking off. She must be doing something important. Indeed, even though Qianxia wanted to take it easy and be lazy, that was only after everything settled down. Right now, they were in the midst of a fierce battle, and Qianxia wouldn't slack off. If they really had a fight against Tsugikuni, both Qianxia and Meili could activate their Hidao, Nezuko could unleash her blood power, and Jinya could go half-demon. This combat power was enough to suppress Tsugikuni in a short time. However, Tsugikuni couldn't be killed. After all, he was just a clone. As long as the main body was alive, even if his head fell to the ground and his body was cut into countless pieces, it wouldn't have any effect. So they needed to find the main body. If only Tanjiro were here, with his keen sense of smell, he should be able to quickly locate the position of the main body demon. Damn, if I had known, I shouldn't have let Tanjiro go over there. No, it would be better to let him go. It's really hard to feel reassured with just one person on Michiro's side, instead of relying on others. It would be better to think of a way from within myself. Transparent world. By abandoning other unnecessary senses and concentrating the mind, fully entering a state of no self. Finding the main body demon would become a very easy task. However, Qianxia had tried to enter the transparent world several times, but without exception, she had failed. Abandon unnecessary senses? Not a single one could she let go. With senses similar to those of Spider, Qianxia's vision, hearing, touch, and reflexes far exceeded those of ordinary people. It wouldn't be impossible to abandon these and enter the state of no self. But at least Qianxia had yet to see that door. Qianxia's eyes constantly scanned the surroundings. As time passed second by second, searching for the main body of the ghost would only become more troublesome. She had to hurry. The more Chica intentionally wanted to enter the transparent world, the stronger her various senses became, as if resisting her own tyranny. What to do? What to do? What to do? Wait, why not go against the grain? Since I can't abandon it, then I won't. Since my senses far exceed those of ordinary people, why not further enhance them? Enhance my vision, hearing, touch, reaction ability, and perception ability. Chica took a deep breath and suddenly closed her eyes, focusing her mind. Tsugikuni looked at Chica, who seemed to be treading water while remaining still, in confusion, as the contrast between her stillness and the efforts of Mirai and others fighting against her wooden dragon was stark. It's just a waste of effort. Tsugikuni continued his drumming and launched a fierce attack on Mirai and the others. Meanwhile, Michiro was quickly running towards the source of the commotion in the distance. The losses were greater than expected. I hope the excellent swordsmith is okay. I need to hurry over. Michiro ran swiftly, still some distance from where the noise was coming from, but things were not uneventful along the way. A massive carp with limbs, topped with a large pot, was crawling on the ground, opening its mouth and approaching a terrified child who was frantically swinging a knife. The child is a swordsmith. His skills should not be mature enough, so saving him is not a high priority. That demon shouldn't be a real demon. It's a product of blood demon art. Instead of dealing with this, it would be better to quickly slay the main body. Michiro thought rationally in his mind. If something happens to the entire village, prioritize saving the village chief. If I have to choose between adults and children, prioritize saving the skilled adult swordsmith. Even saving an immature swordsmith apprentice would be of no use. I have no reason to stop for this. The urgent task now is to slay the upper moon and protect the village. Minor losses can be ignored. I should be right in doing this. Just as Michiro was about to make a decision, a blazing flame flickered behind him. Fire God Kagura! Rondo! Tanjiro gritted his teeth and slashed the hideous cart monster in half, only to find it still moving. Tanjiro changed his angle and struck again with the Rondo. This blow hit the pot on top of the cart monster's head, and, as the pot shattered, the cart monster turned into a puddle of mud. Is there a demon lurking ahead? But I can't go that way. There's a demon fighting over there as well. You should go find a safe place in another direction. It will be over soon. Tanjiro gently patted the child's head, guiding him towards safety. After the child left, Tanjiro continued forward and quickly caught up with Michiro. Dokito-kun, it's too dangerous alone. Let's go together, Tanjiro said seriously. Michiro fell silent for a moment before slowly saying, "Why did you choose to save that child?" Facing Michiro's doubt, Tanjiro answered with a smile, without hesitation. I just did something within my ability, and I believe that by helping others, I will ultimately help myself as well. Dokito-kun, let's keep moving. Listening to Tanjiro's words, Michiro fell silent again. He felt like he had heard this line somewhere before from someone very important to him. Tanjiro and Michiro continued to walk briskly and soon arrived at another corner of the swordsmith village, where Upper Moon 5, Gyako, was rampantly intimidating the villagers, enjoying himself to the fullest. What are you still resisting for? Do you really think you can deal with me with your mediocre skills? No way, no way. Chapter 92, Upper Moon 5. Gyako, Michiro, and Tanjiro quickly arrived at Gyako's location, where the aura of the Upper Moon demon was so dense that even if Tanjiro pinched his nose, he could probably catch a whiff of Gyako's scent through the tiniest gap. At this moment, lying on the ground beside Gyako was a swordsmith, his life force weak. If not treated quickly, he would surely die. I wonder how Hantengu is handling things. He should be thanking me. After all, if it weren't for me, he wouldn't have come to such an interesting amusement park. Gyako leisurely treated the swordsmith village as an amusement park, considering the villagers merely toys within it. He was an Upper Moon. The villagers of Swordsmith Village were only slightly stronger than ordinary people in his eyes, almost no different from regular humans. And he could easily kill a bunch with just a flick of his finger. He slightly raised his head to glance at the night sky, thinking that there was still more than an hour until dawn. An hour is just right. Too short wouldn't be enough to play, and too long would bore him with the toys. Let me see who I will play with next. Gyako turned his gaze back to the trembling villagers, finding their fear to be a plus as they served as toys. Just as he was about to make a move to start playing, a misty cloud of ink suddenly swirled around him. Breath of Mist, fourth form, flowing slash. High-speed movement and unpredictability are the two main characteristics of the Breath of Mist. And at this moment, Michiro displayed these traits to perfection. Just before Michiro's blade emerged from the cloud, Gyako didn't even notice Michiro's approach. However, being an Upper Moon, Gyako reacted at the last moment. What was originally aimed at his head was deflected, leaving only a very light scar on his body. But this is a Nichiren blade. The Nichiren blade in Michiro's hand was no longer the mint green blade. He had already been gathering power while on the move, successfully heating it up and activating the red blade after about 10 seconds. Gyako, having dodged Michiro's attack, felt his face twitch slightly, although the wound wasn't deep. The burning sensation from the red blade lingered for a long time and even showed signs of trying to spread within him. It hurts. So painful. What kind of blade is this? When did the Demon Slayer Corps develop such a secret weapon? Gyako glared at Michiro with a twisted expression, and just as he was about to strike back at Michiro, Tanjiro appeared behind him. Fire God Kagura, Sun Halo. Fire God Kagura, Rondo. Tanjiro used the Sun Halo to approach Gyako, who was focused on Michiro, and this sudden Rondo slash caused Gyako to panic and drop down, with Tanjiro's surprise attack missing. I can't believe I failed, Tanjiro exclaimed. What the hell, two of them? Gyako rolled on the ground in embarrassment, creating distance between himself and Tanjiro and Michiro. As a demon, he was always the one to ambush others. Being ambushed himself was a first, and he almost got ambushed twice in quick succession. You guys are the Hashira, right? I didn't expect Swordsmith Village to be guarded by two Hashira, and I happened to run into both of you. Hantengu really is lucky. Gyako smirked ominously, Although he felt embarrassed for almost being ambushed twice just now, he remained calm. Just 2 Hashira, not enough to be afraid of. You Demon Slayer Corps members are truly foolish. With the strength to protect yourselves, why not hide away and be thankful? To provoke us for these boring lives, leading to your deaths in a meaningless place. Humans really don't learn from their mistakes. Yuhua's mocking smile ridiculed Michiro and Tanjiro. Tanjiro stared at Yuhua with a serious expression, while Michiro seemed momentarily dazed. The phrase boring life sounded familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had heard it. Shaking his head vigorously, Michiro focused. Now is not the time to reminisce. The urgent task at hand was to slay the upper moon before them. Blood Demon Art. Octopus Hell. In Yuhua's hand, a pot with octopus patterns materialized. As the pot aimed at Michiro and Tanjiro, a gigantic octopus, the size of a house, erupted from it and almost instantly appeared before the two. Dance of the Fire God. Burning Bone, Sun. Mist Breathing. Third form, Mist Dispersion. Flames and ink-like clouds mixed together, and the giant octopus was sliced through in segments. If either Michiro or Tanjiro had faced the giant octopus alone, it would have been quite challenging. But the combined strength of the two was far beyond that of one alone. Seeing his gigantic octopus reduced to tentacle pieces, Yuhua did not show any surprise. Instead, the cunning look on his face deepened. Suddenly, Tanjiro noticed peculiar goldfish appearing not far behind him. Blood Demon Art. Thousand Needle Fish Kill. The goldfish puffed their mouths, shooting out sharp needles laced with mental toxins like a machine gun. Tanjiro immediately sensed the danger, but his body reacted a beat too late. Just as he was mentally preparing to take some of the needles head on, Michiro stepped in front of him. Mist Breathing. Third form, Mist Dispersion. Michiro's Nichiren blade sliced through the air in a high-speed arc, and the ink-like sword energy formed a vortex that blocked all the needles shot by the goldfish. Although the Hashira did not expect the others to activate their marks, they had undergone a period of intensive training to learn how to activate their Hinakami. Much like the training before the battle in the Infinity Castle. After hard work to activate their Hinakami, the strength of the 9 Hashira had improved to some extent. The marks were essentially a way to overdraw life and potential, allowing for an early enhancement of physical abilities. Just like Rengoku Kaijiro, who, as Akaza said, would have improved significantly in both physicality and swordsmanship if given a few more years. Similarly, Michiro Takedo became a Hashira within just 2 months of picking up a sword, and as the inheritor of the Tsugikuni bloodline, he was filled with potential. Thank you, Taketo-kun. Tanjiro expressed his gratitude, but Michiro remained silent. In fact, when he had just dealt with the giant octopus charging at them, his first instinct was to attack Yuhua. He had even prepared his offensive stance. However, seeing Tanjiro in danger, his body reacted before his brain could process it. Let's go. Michiro and Tanjiro turned to face Yuhua and quickly charged at him. Chapter 93. The embarrassment of Yuhua. If either Michiro or Tanjiro were alone, they would find it difficult to match Yuhua without activating their marks. But now, as a duo, they left no room for Yuhua to fight them one-on-one. Damn it, damn it, damn it. I can't believe I'm being suppressed by just 2 Hashira. What a disgrace. A disgrace. Yuhua's face twisted in rage as he fought while retreating. Despite his reluctance to admit it, Yuhua was indeed being pressured by the combined efforts of Michiro and Tanjiro. Their cooperation was not particularly seamless. But this very lack of synergy made it hard for Yuhua to predict their next moves. More importantly, it was due to the blades in their hands. The red-bladed Nichiren sword was not like the red blades of the flame-breathing users. Being struck by this Nichiren sword was extraordinarily painful, and the goldfish, octopus, and catfish generated by his blood demon art were being sliced into fillets by the two. How dare you two be so arrogant? With a loud shout, Yuhua's entire body shrank like a deflated balloon. However, this was not mere shrinking, it was molting. Before this, what Michiro and Tanjiro had fought against was merely Yuhua's normal state. His true form had been hidden within his pot. His true appearance was not drastically different from his normal state. His palms developed webbed features like aquatic creatures, and his lower body transformed into a long tail resembling that of a water snake. Hee, are you happy? Are you thrilled? This is my true form. In this state, my scales are harder than diamonds. You two are fortunate to be the 3rd and 4th humans to see me like this. Yuhua coiled around a thick tree, mocking them, while Michiro and Tanjiro remained unfazed by Yuhua's appearance, quietly watching him and listening to his boasting. This made Yuhua, who had been feeling excited, suddenly feel doused with cold water and deflated. Say something. Wow, That's impressive, Tanjiro replied in a flat tone, his seemingly polite response only exacerbating Yuhua's frustration. This face-saving comment was worse than none at all. Blood demon art. Array of fish scales. Yuhua leaped suddenly from the tree he was coiled around, moving with astonishing and bizarre speed as he darted around Michiro and Tanjiro, confusing them while seeking an opportunity to attack. Michiro and Tanjiro found themselves trapped in the middle, constantly adjusting the angles of their blades to defend against Yuhua's attacks. Yuhua's strikes were difficult to counter, but the strain of launching such rapid attacks was visibly taking a toll on him. As the saying goes, action and reaction are equal. The more force Yuhua exerted against them, the greater the damage he sustained from their Nichiren swords. After a while of combat, Michiro and Tanjiro were relatively unscathed, but Yuhua's hands were covered in wounds. An opportunity. Michiro's eyes narrowed, and his figure suddenly vanished beside Tanjiro, like ink being wiped away. He had found an opening to attack, and sought to seize it. On one hand, finding an opportunity to attack amidst Yuhua's array of fish scales was challenging. On the other, the temperature of his Nichiren sword was already beginning to drop. Michiro's power was on the lower end among the Hashira, even with specialized grip training. He required relatively more time to activate his Nichiren sword compared to the likes of the Strength First Hashira, Jyomi I Himejima, and the superhuman Kaneo Tsuyuri. Thus, he could not afford to let this battle drag on. It had to be a swift resolution. Mist breathing, fifth form mist, blood demon art, blood prison bowl. Yuhua's face twisted into a sinister smile. The opportunity Michiro thought he had was merely a trap set by Yuhua to expose their weaknesses. In his hand appeared a swirling wave pattern, and then, bang! With a loud sound, a large mass of seawater surged out and engulfed Michiro's body, forming a vessel of water. This seawater was not aggressive but extremely resilient. Ordinary attacks could not break it from either the inside or the outside. It could not only restrict the enemy's position but also suffocate them to death. I told you not to be so arrogant. Hinakami Kagura. Raging Sun Mirror. Just as the water vessel had barely formed for a second, it was shattered by Tanjiro from the outside. Although Tanjiro's overall strength was still somewhat lacking compared to the Hashira, he was using Hinakami Kagura, the original breathing technique, whose power could not be described in ordinary terms. Mitsurikun. Trust me. With Tanjiro's loud shout, Michiro's feet landed back on the ground, and his figure sank into the ethereal ink-like clouds. Mist breathing, seventh form. Haze. The ethereal clouds spread in all directions, engulfing the jade vessel, which looked around in shock. 1 Michiro. 2 Michiros. 3 Michiros. Just when the jade vessel was pondering what was happening, Tanjiro charged directly from the front. You dare to come charging at me like that? How much do you look down on me? The jade vessel tightened its claws and struck at Tanjiro with a swift swipe. At that moment, just when it seemed Tanjiro was about to use Hinakami Kagura dance, his posture suddenly changed. Hinakami Kagura, sunflower. Tanjiro's Nichiren blade pierced directly into the palm of the jade vessel, and after doing this, Tanjiro released his grip on the Nichiren blade and stepped back. The jade vessel's palm trembled, feeling the intense pain from its hand. It glared fiercely at Tanjiro, momentarily ignoring Michiro, who was poised to strike from within the ink clouds. In that brief instant, a Nichiren blade, about to exit its crimson state, revealed a hint of mint green and appeared right in front of the jade vessel's neck. Michiro gripped the hilt with both hands and delivered a decisive slash. Swish! The ink clouds dispersed, along with the jade vessel's head, which had yet to fully react. The head of the jade vessel wobbled in midair, its eyes trembling wildly. What is happening? What is happening? Why is my vision upside down? My sense of my body is gradually fading. What did that little brat do to me? Forget it. I need to strike back and take down this weird little brat. I can't believe I've been entangled by 2 Hashira for so long. It's so embarrassing. The jade vessel thought this until its head thudded to the ground, rolling over and making intimate contact with the mud. Cold sweat dripping from its face. Huh? Chapter 94. Michiro's memories. My head has been cut off? Impossible. How could this happen? Did I lose? This must be a dream. How could I possibly lose to 2 little brats? Absolutely not. The head of the jade vessel, rolling on the ground, continued to spout trash talk, unable to believe it had actually lost. It's no wonder even the 6th upper moon, Daki, and Jotaro combined had taken down over 20 Hashira. So the number of Hashira who died at the hands of the 5th upper moon, the jade vessel, would surely be more. Such a stark contrast is enough to shock anyone. Meanwhile, Michiro and Tanjiro paid no mind to the jade vessel, who was still spewing trash talk. As the vessel's body was already close to collapsing, it could only manage a few more seconds of trash talking. Tanjiro happily walked over to Michiro's side and said with a smile, "We did it. Mitsuri-kun, you defeated the upper moon." In contrast to Tanjiro's joy, Michiro's expression remained calm. "I did not defeat the upper moon. If it were just me alone, I might not have been his match." Despite defeating the upper moon, Michiro did not feel particularly happy. Rather, the strength of the jade vessel pressured him. He reflected on how he had fallen for the jade vessel's trick and been engulfed by the seawater. If Tanjiro hadn't helped at that moment, could he have escaped on his own? Even if he had escaped, could he defeat this upper moon with just his own strength? Michiro fell silent, hearing Michiro's murmurs. Tanjiro immediately displayed a completely different train of thought. What one person can do is limited, which is why people choose to help each other. If my sister were here, cough cough, let me gather my thoughts. Tanjiro cleared his throat heavily and tried to mimic his sister's voice. Of course, despite his efforts, his Tanjiro version of Chika's voice still sounded somewhat awkward. No, it was very awkward. Stop thinking about one-on-one battles all the time. If we can fight as a team, then fight as a team. If we can take down one at a time, then do that. Don't talk about martial ethics with demons. They won't talk about martial ethics with you. So we have to be even less ethical than the demons. Naturally, this was Tanjiro's optimized version of a message. If Chika were truly there, she would have said much more and been more direct. What one person can do is limited, which is why people choose to help each other. Listening to Tanjiro's words, Michiro saw Tanjiro's figure seemingly double, and a familiar figure gradually split from Tanjiro. This was a man with eyes of a similar color to Tanjiro's, radiating warmth. "He's my father." In that instant, the memories that had been sealed away flooded back like a tide. Michiro Takedo was born into a family that made a living from logging. As a child, he often followed his father to help him chop down trees. When Michiro was 10 years old, his mother caught a cold that did not heal and eventually worsened into pneumonia, leading to her death. His father, in a storm, fell off a cliff while trying to gather herbs to treat his wife, resulting in his death as well. Thus, Michiro and his brother, Yoriichi Takedo, were left to rely on each other. Sympathy cannot help anyone. Even working hard for others yields no benefits. No, helping others ultimately helps oneself, his father said. Yuikaru's pessimistic words were in stark contrast to their gentle father's, and he even once said something like this. Michiro's Amin's inability. Spending time with his brother made Michiro feel immense pressure. He thought his brother was a cold person and that he might even dislike him. Gradually, their conversations became fewer. Seasons changed, and this monotonous life continued until one day. While Michiro was out fetching water, he saw a woman as beautiful as a birch tree spirit by the river. Her name was Kanamori, the wife of the leader of the Demon Slayer Corps. From her words, the brothers learned about the existence of demons and the Demon Slayer Corps, and that their family were descendants of swordsmen who used the original breathing technique. Michiro was delighted, but his brother coldly drove Amain out of their home. "Let's become swordsmen. Even though it's hard to believe, there are demons in the world. If there's a place where we can help, what do you think you can do? You can't even cook rice by yourself. And you want to become a swordsman? To help others? Stop dreaming. You are just like your father and mother. Your mother, enduring physical discomfort, continues to work. And your father, going out to gather herbs in the pouring rain, even though I have tried so hard to stop them. I've told my mother to rest so many times. It's infuriating." With gritted teeth, Onaira lowered his head, his fists pounding heavily on the table beside him. After this loud argument, the already strained relationship between the two brothers began to break down further, and they stopped talking to each other. However, this silence did not last long, because on a summer night when Onaira was 11 years old, a demon came to their home. Just as the demon was about to attack Onaira, his brother instinctively rushed in front of him, and in the next moment, one of his arms was severed by the demon, blood splattering everywhere, even on Onaira's face. Stop screaming, stop screaming. After all, lumberjacks like you are useless. Your existence is irrelevant, a boring and insignificant life. Listening to the demon's words and his brother's painful cries, Onaira's vision was momentarily swallowed by red, and for the first time in his life, an overwhelming rage consumed his heart. When Onaira regained his senses, the demon had already been nailed outside with wood and farming tools, roasted alive under the sunlight. As Onaira stumbled back home, his brother had lost too much blood and was barely alive. In such a state, he was almost unconscious, yet still whispered a prayer to the heavens for Onaira's safety, expressing his true feelings about Onaira with his last bit of strength. Onaira's nothing was not the nothing of incompetence, but the infinite nothing. Reflecting on all this, tears flowed uncontrollably from the corners of Onaira's eyes. Tanjiro, seeing this scene, was startled and hurriedly asked Onaira what was wrong, if he was hurt somewhere. Onaira gently shook his head, wiped away his tears, and his once emotionless eyes now had a glimmer, like a dead fish turning into a live one. A miracle. A faint smile appeared on Onaira's face as he said to Tanjiro, "Thank you, Tanjiro." Chapter 95. Chika's awakening in another battlefield against Tamayo. Zenpation was still beating the drums continuously. Boom, boom, boom. With the drum beats echoing, wooden dragons rose from the ground one after another. Some of them cleverly coordinating instead of rushing directly at Chika. The mouths of the wooden dragons opened, emitting powerful sound waves from some, while others released blinding lightning. Fortunately, handling these was not particularly difficult. Mitsuri's muscles were tense, showcasing her talent of 8 times muscle density to the fullest. The 8 times muscle density not only gave her strength but also significantly increased her muscle hardness when tensed, meaning that even if the sound waves or lightning hit her at close range, they might not break through her physical defenses, let alone these ranged attacks. Meanwhile, Nezuko and Kaneo were also fighting with all their might. Nezuko entered her demon form, instantly boosting her power to above Daki's level, and with one hand, she unleashed blood, igniting the wooden dragon that charged at her. Kaneo, on the other hand, was using a firearm in one hand and a Nichiren blade in the other for frenzied output. Although his firearm bullets were powerful, they were precious and could not be wasted. His output with the Nichiren blade was quite low since he did not know the breathing techniques. Without them, the Nichiren blade was just a sharper, ordinary weapon to demons. Even if Zenpation told Kaneo to cut his neck, Kaneo couldn't do it. However, Kaneo had a special ability that compensated for his lack of breathing techniques and low physical quality. Demonization. Facing the remnants of the wooden dragon that Mitsuri had cut down, Kaneo opened his mouth and began to chew on the Mugen Yajirushi. With a gulp, he swallowed a mouthful of wood shavings. In Demon Slayer, there are 5 uniquely talented individuals, corresponding to the 5 senses of humans: Tanjiro, smell; Inosuke, touch; Kanawo, sight; Zenitsu, hearing; Kaneo, taste. With Kaneo's strong teeth and his special taste absorption system, he could consume the blood and flesh of demons to temporarily demonize himself and gain some of their abilities. Kaneo's pupils contracted, sharp demon fangs emerged, veins bulged on his face, and his physical condition skyrocketed exponentially. This move shocked Mitsuri and Nezuko, his teammates. "Hey, what happened to you?" Mitsuri stared in disbelief at Kaneo, while Nezuko's eyes widened in surprise. Kaneo didn't explain, proving his determination through action. He dashed towards Zenpation with the unlit Nichiren blade, transforming into an enraged berserker, which startled Zenpation. What kind of people are these? First, there's a muscular woman who looks like a monster, then a demon helping humans, and now someone who is just human suddenly turns into a demon and charges at me. Zenpation gritted his teeth, wondering why he was suffering like this. Damn it, damn it, damn it. It's all that guy Tamayo's fault. Meanwhile, he is probably enjoying himself playing with humans, right? If I'm lucky, I might just encounter 2 humans who ran away from me, making it a 1-on-2 situation, while I'm facing a 1-on-3, plus one who is just sitting idle and doesn't know what to do. Boom, boom, boom. Zenpation continued to beat the drums, feeling increasingly anxious. There was still an hour until dawn, and if he couldn't finish this in an hour, he would be exposed to the sun and turn to ashes. Although he was just a clone, he still had self-awareness, and being exposed to the sun was very painful. He didn't want to endure that suffering. Zenpation increased the speed of his drumming. Although he couldn't suppress Mitsuri and the others in a short time, demon stamina far exceeded that of humans. Even if Mitsuri had activated her mark, Zenpation could still overpower her, let alone now when she hadn't activated it. If it weren't for Kaneo and Nezuko being strong enough, Zenpation would have already won. Of course, this was under the premise that Chika wasn't slacking off. If she teamed up with Mitsuri and the others, Zenpation would have long been trampled underfoot. Time passed second by second, and Mitsuri's stamina began to wane. Kaneo's demonization wasn't sustainable either. While Nezuko still had plenty of energy, the decline in Mitsuri and Kaneo's conditions was not something she could compensate for alone. Opportunity. Boom. A wooden dragon successfully bypassed Mitsuri and the others' defenses and arrived behind them, right behind Chika. Take one out first. Zenpation slightly raised his head, having sensed that Mealy and the others were starting to struggle. In this situation, if he could take out one more person, the momentum of Mealy and the others would definitely drop significantly, making it much easier to deal with them afterwards. Zhang Potion's thoughts were quite optimistic, and the wooden dragon swiftly charged towards Qinxia. Oh no! Qinxia, Meili, realizing the danger, turned around and saw the wooden dragon approaching from behind, her face showing panic. Just as the wooden dragon opened its mouth and was about to bite down on Qinxia's abdomen, Qinxia, who had her eyes closed, suddenly opened them, turned around, and swung her sword. God of Fire Kagura, Flame Dance. In an instant, blazing fire flashed. The ferocious wooden dragon was sliced into 4 pieces by the crosswise strike. Stirring up clouds of dust, Qinxia stood amidst the wreckage of the 4-sectioned wooden dragon, enveloped in dust and mist. She calmly turned to face the direction of Zhang Poxianshan, and in an instant, the sunwheel blade in her hand transformed into a red and black halberd similar to that of Kuni Yuan. She felt that she was in a very good state, exceptionally good. After giving up the choice to enter the realm of no self and the transparent world, Qinxia chose the opposite realm, another path. Vision, hearing, touch, smell, taste. These are the 5 senses of a person, and beneath them, they can be further subdivided into various subtle sensations. As Qinxia chose this path and put in the effort, everything flowed smoothly as if it were meant to be, without any hindrances. When attempting to develop towards the transparent world, those disobedient and troublesome senses were now very obedient at Qinxia's command. The sense of incongruity vanished. Without abandoning any sensory part of her body and elevating them all to their peak, upon reaching the goal Qinxia envisioned, she saw a completely different new world from the transparent one. This was a very free world, allowing Qinxia to roam freely within it, as if the entire world revolved around her, with all things transforming into cheap information, continuously captured by Qinxia. In just a few breaths, she clearly sensed and locked onto the half-dog body hidden in a corner of the forest. Found you. Chapter 96, A Flash of Waltz. The state Qinxia found herself in was truly difficult to describe in words. But one thing was certain. Zhang Poxianshan could no longer be an opponent capable of obstructing her actions. Qinxia thought to herself and slightly turned her head to glance at Zhang Poxian, who was not far behind. Under Zhang Poxian's gaze, his body involuntarily trembled, cold sweat dripping down his face as he entered an extremely abnormal state of alertness. Am I afraid of this woman? Not because there are many of them, but simply because of this one woman. Zhang Poxian couldn't believe his current state. He swallowed hard and took a deep breath, ready to unleash a powerful sound wave the moment Qinxia approached him. But just as Zhang Poxian was nervously sweating, Qinxia's expression toward him showed a hint of disdain. After a faint smile, she actually turned her head back, facing away from Zhang Poxian, and continued to look in the direction where the main body of Han Tian Dog was located. What does this mean? Is she looking down on me? Just a mere human. Zhang Poxian's facial veins bulged, and the drumsticks in his hands struck the taiko drum as if he wanted to shatter it. Boom! A drumbeat louder than before rang out, causing Miri and the others to tense up. In the next moment, a wooden dragon, even larger than the usual ones, rose from the ground, its gaping maw rushing toward Qinxia. Go! Zhang Poxian's eyes flashed with fierce fire, obscuring his vision. As the flames dissipated, the wooden dragon he had just summoned was vertically sliced in half and fell heavily to the ground. Everything happened so suddenly, so unbelievably, that Zhang Poxian stared blankly at his wooden dragon, now cut in 2, falling into silence. This woman has such strong power from the very beginning? Impossible, absolutely impossible. If she really had such power from the start, she could have defeated me in an instant, leaving me no chance to even appear. But since she didn't have such power at the beginning, what on earth did she do during that time? She remained still. Why such a huge change? Zhang Poxian gritted his teeth, not daring to move, while Qinxia calmly said to Miri and the others beside her, "This ghost is just a clone. I found a location of the main body. You guys keep him busy for a while longer. I'll go take care of the main body right away." As soon as Miri heard this, she suddenly realized that Qinxia's earlier stillness was to locate the main body of the ghost. Although she didn't know how Qinxia did it, she thought it was amazing. Miri stepped forward, positioning herself directly between Qinxia and Zhang Poxian, confidently holding her Nichiren blade and smiling. "Qinxia, you go ahead. We'll take care of this here." After Miri spoke, Nezuko and Jinya beside her nodded and stepped forward, and Qinxia's actions greatly boosted their morale. Jinya even felt his appetite increase. He could still take several big bites of the wood chips from this infinite tree. Qinxia nodded with relief and then refocused her attention on the Hantengu's main body, which was still fleeing. 500 meters, 600 meters, 700 meters. It was running quite fast. So let's give that technique a try. She slightly lowered her stance, concentrating her power in her legs. Recalling the guidance Zenitsu gave Tanjiro in the original work about the technique of the first form of thunder breathing, thunderclap, and flash. Thunder breathing is the breathing method that focuses most on the legs. We don't fully understand our own structure or the shape of each muscle. My grandfather once said, "Only by understanding oneself can one achieve true total concentration." She concentrated her spirit in her legs, sending the flow of total concentration breathing to every fiber of muscle and every blood vessel, allowing the enhancement of the breathing technique to resonate perfectly with the contraction and extension of her muscles, building up energy to explode in one breath. For Qianxia at this moment, the technique of thunder breathing was not difficult at all. The entire process came naturally, and she mastered and applied it instantly. Fire God Dance, Round Dance Flash. The sound of thunder mixed with the roar of flames echoed as, in the blink of an eye, Qianxia disappeared from the battlefield between Mitsuri and Akaza, rushing towards a corner of the forest where the Hantengu's main body was running in a panic. The Hantengu's main body was small, like a doll, and was quite adept at concealing its presence. At this moment, its tiny body was running on the ground, having already covered a considerable distance, but internally it was still restless, growing increasingly anxious. Muzan-sama, Muzan-sama, you wouldn't really abandon me, would you? I've been working under you for so long, I may not have made any contributions, but I've put in hard work. Can't you send Kabutsuji-sama to help me? The Hantengu kept calling out to Muzan in its heart, but this time it was not as lucky as before. Muzan didn't answer its call. As if it had been blacklisted, and a wave of despair surged within the Hantengu. Tamaya, you've ruined me. The Hantengu dared not direct its hatred towards Muzan and could only push all the blame onto Tamaya. If Tamaya hadn't found the swordsmith village, if Tamaya hadn't suddenly brought this up at the Upper Moon's meeting, then Muzan wouldn't have sent me along with Tamaya, and I wouldn't be in such a dire situation now. That's right, it's all Tamaya's fault, and those human swordsmen. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. I will surely repay this humiliation. The Hantengu thought to itself, and suddenly, a roar mixed with flames and thunder came from a distance behind it. Instinctively, the Hantengu turned its head to look back, and in that instant, it saw a terrifying scene that would make it tremble even in hell after its death. 1 second, there was no one around. The next second, Qianxia, wielding a Nichiren blade, suddenly appeared behind it like a demon. Her blade already swung and just a few centimeters from its neck. Don't! Swish! The Nichiren blade combined with the Fire God Dance's super defense-breaking combo struck the Hantengu's neck. And with a smooth horizontal slash, the Hantengu's head was severed, leaving a rather sorrowful arc in the air. Qianxia came to a steady stop. Swinging the he dao she held to the ground, a small amount of Hantian dog's blood splattering on the ground. She turned her head to look at the Hantian dog's head, which had just fallen from the sky and was still in a dazed state, and said lightly, "There's no scene for your tragic backstory. Hurry up and go to hell." Chapter 97. The Arrival of the Nightmare Kabutsuji Muzan. The Upper Moon 3 Akaza and the Upper Moon 6 Daki and Jotaro all had their own tragic experiences during their human lives, and after becoming demons. Most of their memories from their human period were erased. Although they are detestable, they also have aspects that deserve sympathy, but Hantian Dog is just pure scum. This guy was a villain from start to finish, who loved to lie since childhood, to make certain things advantageous for himself. He would even twist facts when explaining them to others. He was mentally twisted, always believing he was the victim, thinking no one in the world was more miserable than him, and treating those around him as bad people, trying to elicit sympathy from others. Yet, due to his outstanding looks in his youth, he had many wives. Why say many? Because his twisted personality often turned the little grievances he suffered outside into anger towards his wives, committing domestic violence, and even killing them. It's not my fault. It's these hands did it on their own. How could this happen? I can't do such a thing, and my eyes can't see. It can't be me, it can't be me. Stop pretending. Your eyes can see, right? Akaza felt despair and was forcibly turned into a demon by Muzan, while Jotaro chose the path of a demon out of a sense of the malice of humanity for his sister. As for Hantian Dog, he became a demon to escape the judgment of the law after committing crimes, and after becoming a demon, he brutally killed those who judged him. Hantian Dog has nothing sympathetic about him. He is a pure evil person. Qianxia looked indifferently at the pitiful Hantian Dog's head on the ground, then stomped down heavily. Hantian Dog's head turned to ashes beneath Qianxia's foot as if it were sand. At the same time, Zhang Patian, who was fighting against Mizuhira and others, was completely unaware of the death of his main body. As he struck the gongs with a serious expression, his body began to collapse at an incredible speed. And when he realized his body was disintegrating, he didn't even have time to say a word. If he had been given the time to say a couple of words, there's no doubt it would have been complaints about his main body, filled with censorship words. Seeing the demise of Zhang Patian before them, Mizuhira and the others let out a sigh of relief. Mizuhira even sat down on the ground and then lay flat. I'm so hungry. The long battle had exhausted Mizuhira, and exhaustion corresponded to an empty stomach wanting food. Mizuhira was hungry, while on the other side, Takedo Michiro was covering his mouth with one hand and his stomach with the other. In this battle, he had bitten down on the countless branches of Zhang Potion's infinite tree with his good teeth. Was the infinite tree tasty? Of course not. No matter how outrageous his digestive system was, Takedo Michiro felt a bit nauseous. All he wanted now was to drink water, a lot of water, and then sleep soundly. Nezuko raised her arms and stretched heavily, yawning widely with a sleepy expression. After exiting her demon form, she didn't return her normal state, but entered a child mode, tried to conserve energy as much as possible. Swordsmith Village. Upper Moon, 4 Hantion Dog defeated. Upper Moon, 5 Tamayo defeated. After dealing with Hantion Dog's main body, Qianxia closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and slowly sheathed the Nichiren blade. Overall, the battle in Swordsmith Village was surprisingly smooth. Although following the original story, knowing the direction of the original plot made victory seem inevitable before the battle began. Qianxia actually had an ominous premonition. Now it seemed like her worries were unfounded. Well, worrying is better than naively thinking the sky is going to fall. Qianxia walked while slightly raising her head to look at the night sky above, thinking that it would probably be less than an hour until dawn. Qianxia let out a sigh. She wasn't really that tired, but she was indeed a bit hungry. She really wanted to go back and have a big meal. However, she hadn't walked far when she suddenly stopped in her tracks. No way, why are you here? Qianxia let out a sigh, slightly helpless as she turned to look behind her. A figure appeared where the dog head had fallen, with brown long hair, distinct patterns on the forehead. Dressed in samurai attire, and a sword at the waist, these features would have been enough, but the problem was he had a total of 6 eyes. With this person's appearance, the air around seemed to freeze. Upper Moon 1, Kokushibo, the strongest of the Upper Moons. Even if the other 5 Upper Moons teamed up, they couldn't defeat him. He was once the strongest swordsman of the Sengoku era, Michikatsu Tsugikuni, the elder brother of the renowned Yoriichi Tsugikuni. However, due to the immense gap between them, he felt envy and even jealousy in his heart. The more he tried to catch up to Yoriichi's shadow, the more he felt his own insignificance and powerlessness, and he fell into despair upon realizing that activating his patterns would lead to a lifespan of only 25 years. Under these overwhelming factors, he ultimately chose to become a demon, becoming the second strongest demon after Muzan. Qianxia turned around to look at the unexpected guest. To be honest, the appearance of Kokushibo completely caught her off guard. She originally thought that the most she would encounter would be the Upper Moon 2, Doma, coming to join the battle. Moreover, Qianxia believed it was reasonable for Doma to show up. After all, in a shounen manga, the enemy's cards are revealed one by one, right? After Upper Moon 3 comes Upper Moon 2, and in the Infinity Castle, fighting against Muzan in team battles makes sense. Of course, from this perspective, the Infinity Train arc in the original work actually broke the rules itself. As Qianxia turned to face him, Kokushibo was somewhat surprised. He claimed to be astonished, but it didn't seem like he was genuinely shocked. How could this be? I am truly surprised, but while I may be surprised, I am never afraid. Qianxia smiled faintly, then reached for the hilt of the Nichiren blade in its sheath. She really didn't expect that the Nichiren blade would need to be drawn again so soon after being returned to its sheath. She could still clearly feel the residual warmth at the hilt. As Qianxia drew her Nichiren blade, its blade was not black, but a clear, azure blue. A water-breathing swordsman? Kokushibo frowned slightly. He had initially thought that the one who defeated Han Tengu was the successor of sun-breathing. After all, Muzan had previously mentioned to him that there seemed to be more than one successor of sun-breathing who wore the flower-shaped ear ornaments. It seems that you are this generation's Water Hashira, capable of defeating Han Tengu with water breathing. Kokushibo said coldly, but Qianxia merely smiled and did not respond. She held the clear, azure Nichiren blade, maintaining the stance of water breathing. Chapter 98. How pitiful. Brother Kokushibo's 6 eyes focused on Qianxia, who held the clear, azure Nichiren blade. The color of the Nichiren blade symbolizes the breathing style used by the swordsman. And such a color blade must belong to a water-breathing swordsman. Moreover, The quality of the blade indicated that Qianxia had exceptional talent in water breathing. However, it seemed that this alone was not enough to defeat Han Tengu, as Kokushibo noticed that Qianxia had no visible injuries, and her clothes were not even torn, which indicated that she had almost crushed Han Tengu. Kokushibo stared at Qianxia, and, in his transparent world, he discovered that she emitted a peculiar aura. At first, Kokushibo thought that Qianxia had also reached the transparent world like himself, but in the next moment, he dismissed that possibility. He had been in this realm for hundreds of years, and he could still discern whether the other party was in the same realm as him. She was definitely not in the transparent world, but she was also not in the ordinary realm. Previously, Kokushibo had always believed that the realm of no-self and the transparent world was the pinnacle of martial arts, but now it seemed perhaps it was not. Interesting. Kokushibo gazed at Qianxia, and after a moment of contemplation, he extended a hand towards her. Would you like to become a demon? Kokushibo offered Qianxia the invitation to become a demon. Qianxia was momentarily stunned by Hakuji's suggestion. For a moment, she even thought she had time traveled back to the Infinity Train arc and encountered that top-tier pyramid scheme employee, Akaza. Although you defeated Han Tengu, that only proves his lack of strength. Now that there's a vacancy for the Upper Moon, and your strength is considerable, I can recommend you to Lord Muzan and help you become the new Upper Moon, Hakuji said to Qianxia. He was serious. Hakuji, being a martial artist, naturally felt a certain compassion for those with high martial arts realms. However, even though Hakuji extended the invitation, Qianxia would definitely not agree. Qianxia smiled faintly and said, by your reasoning, doesn't that mean you have me at your mercy? Sorry, but it will definitely be me who lives to see the next day. Qianxia tightened her grip on the sunwool blade as she spoke, raising it up. Clear, blue ripples of water appeared on the pristine blade. Haishimu watched this scene, shaking his head helplessly, a look of regret on his face. However, he hadn't completely given up. He planned to beat Qianxia half to death before giving her another chance. Truly foolish. Haishimu slowly drew his own sword from its sheath. Although Qianxia was mentally prepared, she was still disgusted by Haishimu's sword. Its name was Cry of the Void, a samurai sword forged from Haishimu's own flesh and blood, with eyes covering the blade, hilt, and guard, while the sheath had a tumor-like appearance. Seeing a sword covered in eyes in reality was far more shocking than seeing it drawn in a comic. What a truly grotesque sword. Qianxia couldn't help but complain, then immediately entered a combat state. Despite facing such a strong enemy, she surprisingly felt calm inside. If Kokushibo had appeared earlier, Qianxia might have been so nervous that she would be sweating profusely, but now, in her I am the only one who is supreme state, she felt more excitement than anything else, and instantly constructed a risky, yet feasible plan in her mind. Moon breathing, first form, dark moon, night palace. Kokushibo launched the first attack, wielding his blade, the Kamanari, and made a sharp slash. A powerful and exceptionally long blade of energy was unleashed, and most importantly, countless small crescent-shaped blade energies were hidden within that long blade. Bang! As the blade energy was released, the trees in Qianxia's direction were turned into a desolate ruin, with loud crashing sounds of trees falling to the ground and thick smoke rising up. For normal people, the smoke would obstruct their vision, but for someone who had reached the transparent world, the smoke was nothing. She dodged it. With a swift sound, Qianxia emerged from the smoke, holding the azure Nichiren blade in both hands, where a fierce water dragon was formed on the blade. Water breathing, 10th form flowing life. Facing Qianxia, who rushed in using a major water technique, Kokushibo did not show any sign of panic. He had fought alongside various breathing swordsmen and was very familiar with the techniques and power of basic breathing swordsmen. This move was not to be feared. Kokushibo calmly watched Qianxia charging at him, raising his Kamanari. In the blink of an eye, the distance between the two shrank to mere inches. Just as Kokushibo was about to make a downward slash, the clear azure Nichiren blade in Qianxia's hand transformed from flowing water to blazing fire, and the blade changed from blue to black. Seeing that familiar yet strange flame, Kokushibo's eyes widened involuntarily. Fire God Kagura, flame dance. Qianxia's sudden transformation and breath triggered the flame God Kagura, swinging a blade. However, Kokushibo was someone who had entered the transparent world, and although it was a sudden strike, he narrowly dodged it. But Qianxia's attack was not over, as this was the dance of flames, not the dance of circles. It was a double strike. After dodging the first blow by a hair's breadth, Kokushibo quickly regained his composure. If the first sudden strike could not hit, the chances of the second strike landing would be even lower. Under normal circumstances, that would definitely be the case, but unfortunately, Qinsha never followed the normal route. As she slashed out the second sword while lowering her head, she opened her mouth. "How pitiful, brother." The sudden words disrupted Kokushibo's thoughts, as they were the same words Yoriichi had said to him when they first met after he became a demon. At that time, only he and Yoriichi were present. In that instant, Kokushibo's gaze conjured the figure of an elderly Yoriichi, and Qinsha seized the moment to swiftly slash at Kokushibo's upper body. A flash of fierce fire appeared, leaving a long and wide wound on Kokushibo's upper body. After delivering that blow, Qinsha quickly leaped back, creating distance from Kokushibo because that strike was not deep. Even if it was deep to a demon, it was merely pain. Kokushibo lowered his head and glanced at the searing, piercing wound on his upper body, then looked back at Qinsha, standing before him with disbelief. "How do you know those words?" A look of disbelief appeared in Kokushibo's eyes as he saw Qinsha raise a hand, mess up her original hairstyle, and tie a simple high ponytail with the hair tie that had originally kept her hair fixed. The black sun wheel knife in Qinsha's hand gradually revealed a hint of red under her grip, transforming into a crimson blade similar to that of Sukuna Yoriichi. "If I said I am the reincarnation of Sukuna Yoriichi, would you believe me?" Qinsha said with a teasing tone, looking at the shocked Kokushibo in front of her. Chapter 99. Kokushibo in turmoil, reincarnation of Yoriichi? You little girl? Kokushibo naturally did not believe Qinsha's words. Setting aside various factors like personality, the most important thing was still strength. If the other party was truly the reincarnation of Yoriichi, then the first strike could be said to have been made lightly, but the second strike had genuinely hit him. Although it hurt, it was far from the level of Yoriichi. If she were truly Yoriichi, then it wouldn't just be a matter of physical scars. At the very least, he would have been cut in half along the line of the wound. Yoriichi was a genius he envied, born with unique markings and transparency, having created a breathing technique unseen before, and his swordsmanship was godlike, making him unattainable. She could not possibly be Yoriichi. Although Kokushibo thought this way, he also couldn't understand why Qinsha knew that pitiful phrase from his brother. At that time, only the two of them were present, with no one else around. After Yoriichi said that phrase and struck him, he passed away, and he had never told anyone about this humiliating incident. A glimmer of hesitation appeared in Kokushibo's eyes, and seeing this scene, Qinsha understood that the first step of her plan had succeeded smoothly. Making Kokushibo believe she was the reincarnation of Sukuna Yoriichi was absolutely impossible. Qinsha did not possess that level of acting skill, and Kokushibo was not foolish. But even if she couldn't make Kokushibo believe, it was enough to leave him feeling uncertain, and that was sufficient. Qinsha maintained the breathing rhythm of the fire god dance. Ever since stepping into such a realm, even her breathing had become smoother. Very well, let's go. Fire god dance, round dance flash. As Qinsha stepped forward, holding the Hidao, she charged toward the still deep in thought Kokushibo. Just as she was about to swing her blade, she suddenly halted the motion, leaning her body back. In the next moment, numerous crescent-shaped sword chi appeared at the spot where she had just been, surrounding Kokushibo from all angles, a perfect blend of offense and defense. Qinsha nimbly flipped in the air, narrowly avoiding the sudden crescent slash. Moon breathing. Fifth form. Moon Spirit Disaster Vortex. Kagaya had not even made a swinging motion with his blade, yet countless crescent sword energies appeared from all directions. How was this technique achieved? Was it a blade swing at a speed that the naked eye couldn't catch? It couldn't be. As Qinsha landed steadily on the ground, she frowned slightly. Unlike the sun breathing, which consisted mostly of close-range attacks, the moon breathing techniques were primarily long-range sword techniques, and Qinsha lacked experience in this aspect of combat. Kagaya, seeing Qinsha deftly evade his attack, revealed a hint of surprise, but his expression grew increasingly serious. This moon spirit disaster vortex had the characteristic of an initial kill. After all, releasing sword energy without swinging a blade meant that anyone unfamiliar with this move would almost certainly be hit. Yet this person seemed to have anticipated it, not only reacting immediately after sensing it, but also keenly perceiving the positions of all the sword energies around her and dodging them. His moon breathing was not part of the 5 basic breathing styles, and even the swordsmen who had traveled with him during the Warring States period only knew a few of its techniques, let alone in this era. Could she really be Yoriichi reincarnated? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Kagaya gritted his teeth, and the 6 eyes on his face grew even more ferocious. Suddenly, the blade in his hand, the wailing god, underwent a transformation. The blade, which could barely be considered normal, surpassed the realm of blades, becoming longer and wider, with new blades sprouting from various points along the original blade, resembling 7 separate blades. Since the wailing god was formed from Kagaya's own flesh and blood, he could freely manipulate the state of the blade. The transformation indicated one thing. He had entered his second form, moon breathing, 8th form, moon dragon tail. Kagaya swiftly swung his oddly shaped blade horizontally, sending a massive crescent sword energy filled with countless small crescent sword energies hurtling towards Shinshia. Boom! From a bird's eye view, one could see a corner of the forest being ruthlessly overturned by Kagaya's strike, with countless large trees being sliced in half. However, when the trees fell to the ground, they were not intact, as smaller crescent sword energies flew out from among them, cutting in all directions. Fortunately, the direction Shinshia was facing was not where Mitsuri and the others were, where this move could have affected them as well. Shinshia wanted to dodge this attack perfectly, but the density of the crescent sword energies was too overwhelming, resulting in her being hit by some of the smaller ones. However, Kagaya was flustered, making his attack patterns easier to read. Otherwise, she would have sustained even more injuries. The fire god Kagura, as the strongest of the sun-breathing techniques, was indeed powerful. But the one truly unparalleled was Yoriichi. The breathing technique Kagaya used was called moon breathing, a branch of sun breathing. He practiced it during his human years and continued after becoming a demon. While others maxed out at 11 forms, Kagaya had reached 16. Under normal circumstances, it was indeed difficult to be Kagaya's opponent, a fact Shinshia acknowledged, but she also believed she would not lose. The one who would live to greet the second day would definitely be her. Shinshia stepped out of the dense smoke, holding a knife in one hand, her eyes showing a serious expression. The 3 major external abilities of Demon Slayer, Kimetsu no Yaiba, the transparent pattern of the Hakai blade, enhances strength, most noticeably with its transparency. Shinshia reached a peculiar realm that is the opposite of the transparent world of the egoless state. And her strength improvement was so obvious that even she was surprised. Not only was her 5 senses enhanced, but Shinshia also achieved an incredible level of understanding of her own state. This allowed her to effortlessly use the technique thunder breathing, first form, thunderclap, and flash, despite having never attempted it before. Although she couldn't change her body structure like Kokushibo, she could still elevate her body temperature and heart rate. That's right, Shinshia was ready to activate the pattern, even though she had always prevented others from activating their patterns because she didn't want them to shorten their lifespan. She had secretly considered her own situation. Activating the pattern signified an early death for most people, with the exception of the naturally born patterns of Yoriichi Tsugikuni. There were no exceptions, but there were backdoor ways. Kokushibo had managed to cover the lifespan-reducing effects of the pattern by becoming a demon. Thus, Shinshia had previously thought about whether she could also find a backdoor way due to her unique constitution. However, she had hesitated to try because of the uncertainty. But now, there was no longer any question of courage. Activate! With a body temperature above 39 degrees and a heart rate over 200, overcoming the discomfort of feeling as if her body was burning, the pattern would appear. Normally, a person at this stage would feel uncomfortable and in pain, and most wouldn't be able to move, only able to lie down and rest. But Shinshia herself could hardly feel any pain, so for her at this moment, it was as simple as pressing a switch. Effortlessly crossing the threshold of life and death, a pattern emerged on Shinshia's forehead, a bright red pattern that resembled but was not identical to Yoriichi's. Chapter 100. Hesitation leads to weakness. 1. As the pattern that was similar yet not identical appeared on Shinshia's forehead, and gazing at her figure gradually overlapping with Yoriichi's, Kokushibo's pupils trembled. Fragmented memories and emotions that did not belong to him surfaced in his mind. What is there to be happy about? What is there to enjoy? What do you take life for? A young man with brown hair dressed in samurai clothing stood in the foreground, his eyes fierce and menacing. His brown hair swaying in the air as he let out low growls resembling those of a demon towards someone in the main perspective. As the scene of the growl ended, the next scene began, and this time the young man, wielding a red-black Hakai blade, charged step by step towards the main perspective. Although there were no subsequent images, what was conveyed was not only memories, but also emotions. So even without the following images, Kokushibo understood what happened next. Instant kill. Unconsciously, Kokushibo covered his cheeks with his hand, cold sweat dripping down his face. This is Yoriichi? Yes, it was the young Yoriichi, but whose memories are these? Definitely not mine. Could it be Muzan's? Kokushibo instantly understood everything. Once, during a casual conversation with Muzan, they had briefly talked about this topic. However, this part belonged to Muzan's dark history. Just as Kokushibo would not detail how he almost got killed by the elderly Yoriichi to others, Muzan also did not elaborate on this part, only saying he lost to Yoriichi. Looking back now, it really felt like a novel. Yoriichi, just how strong are you? Kokushibo regained his composure and continued to look at Chinchia ahead, watching her figure overlapping with Yoriichi's, and his inner confusion increased a bit more. Confusion, continue to be confused. In a real battle, Chinchia was undoubtedly at a disadvantage, but on that invisible battlefield, she held the upper hand. Hesitation leads to weakness. Hesitation leads to defeat. Fire God Kagura, Sun Halo Dragon, Head Dance. Chinchia's entire body erupted with brilliant flames, and a fierce fire dragon took shape. As Chinchia stepped forward, her figure vanished, replaced by the fire dragon swiftly charging towards Kokushibo. This technique had been used by Chinchia during her battle with Rengoku Kyudru, but at that time, her foundational abilities and mastery of the dance of the fire god were not very high, resulting in a stalemate against Enmu. However, the solar eclipse dragon she now employed had undergone a transformation. Kokushibo watched as the solar eclipse dragon approached him at an astonishing speed, gritting his teeth as he swung his Kibutsuji blade. Moon breathing, 14 form, catastrophe, new moon. Countless crescent-shaped sword energies were unleashed, overlapping to form a vortex, which then combined to become a whirlwind. The solar eclipse dragon charged straight into this moonlit whirlwind, and in an instant, blood splattered from the clash between the fire dragon and the crescent whirlwind. The moment the blood sprayed out, the fire dragon forcefully broke free from the crescent whirlwind, opening its massive jaws in an attempt to bite Kokushibo. Boom! The roaring flames exploded upwards, transforming the crescent vortex into a flaming whirlwind. If Kokushibo could previously ignore the sounds of his sword techniques, this attack was truly impossible to overlook. The battle in the swordsmith village continues. However, even knowing this, they felt somewhat powerless. Setting aside Tanjiro and Witru, who were battling with Gyako, Mitsuri and the others fighting against Akin were truly nearing their limits. It was one thing to handle Daki, but anything beyond that was another matter altogether. What was happening? The sudden appearance of two upper moons was already unbelievable. And now, there's more? Mitsuri gasped for breath, struggling to rise from the ground while enduring the gurgling sounds from her stomach. 3 upper moons appeared in the battle at the swordsmith village. This was an occurrence that might not even be found in the entire history of the Demon Slayer Corps. After all, the movements of demons were always unpredictable. They had never seen 3 upper moons walking together, let alone 3 lower moons. As each second passed, the fiery vortex gradually dissipated. At the center of the vortex, Chinchia's crimson blade collided with Kokushibo's Kibutsuji blade, both swords trembling slightly. Although the solar eclipse dragon broke free from the new moon's restraints, it was still momentarily halted by Kokushibo due to the weakened state from the crescent sword energies. A bone-chilling heat radiated from Kokushibo's body. Despite the solar eclipse dragon not directly hitting him, the high-intensity power of the sun's breath still had an effect at such a close distance. Similarly, Chinchia was affected by the moon's breath. The dense crescent sword energies were overwhelming. Chinchia couldn't focus her energy on those small crescent sword energies, leaving numerous scars on her body. The injuries were not as apparent in other areas due to her clothing, making the scars on her face stand out even more severely. Disfigurement. If an ordinary woman were to suffer such a level of injury, it would indeed be disfigurement, as there were no beauty treatments or skin repair surgeries in this era. Such wounds would genuinely mar one's appearance. Unfortunately, Chinchia was not an ordinary woman. In Kokushibo's 6 eyes, the chaotic scars on Chinchia's cheeks were visibly healing at an astonishing rate, and the aura she emitted was gradually changing. This regeneration, this aura. Kokushibo looked at Chinchia in disbelief, his shocked expression reminiscent of Akaza during the Infinity Train arc. Why, you're a demon? No, you're not a demon. What on earth are you? Kokushibo exclaimed, his eyes wide with questioning. In response to the somewhat deranged Kokushibo, Chinchia maintained her indifferent expression, continuing to provoke Kokushibo's inner thoughts with her words. Guess. A light-hearted remark from Chika caused Kokushibo's heart to erupt like a volcano that had been dormant for ages. His anger displayed on his face without the slightest concealment. After pushing Chika, who was confronting him with her sword, away, he gripped his own weapon, the Kokushibo, and slashed down sharply. At that moment, the silent night sky seemed to grow darker. Countless crescent sword energies fell from above like a meteor shower. Each crescent sword energy striking the ground and creating massive cracks, as if attempting to tear the earth apart. Of course, what Kokushibo aimed to tear apart was not the earth, but Chika. Moon breathing, sixth form, moon rainbow, crescent moon. Chapter 101. Hesitation leads to weakness. 2. Kokushibo wanted to tear Chika apart, and in fact he succeeded. The crescent sword energies released by the 16th form of moon breathing were like a meteor shower, and Chika could not dodge them all. These crescent sword energies struck Chika, leaving deep wounds all around her, blood splattering from her as if it were free. A scene that would surely make modern blood collection organizations exclaim in shock and shout about waste. As the 16th form of moon breathing came to an end, Chika had become a bloodied figure, with countless wounds on her body, looking gruesome from afar. It really hurts. Chinxia let out a breath. Although she said that, there was not a hint of weakness in her tone, as she could hardly feel any pain. Beneath the blood that drenched her body, the severe wounds were regenerating at a visible speed, and her body was undergoing changes similar to those during the Infinite Train arc and her battle with Akaza. Demonization? Kokushibo watched this unbelievable scene with his own eyes. No matter how he thought about it, he couldn't understand what kind of existence Chinxia really was. Why did she know about a conversation that should only be known to him and Yoriichi? Why did she understand the moon breathing, which even the swordsmen of the Sengoku era were not familiar with? Why was she able to freely change between the states of human and demon without Muzan's control? Even if the third point could be described as a miracle, how could the first and second points be explained? Could she really be the reincarnation of Yoriichi? That was impossible. It was too absurd. In just a few seconds, Chinxia transformed from a blood-soaked figure back to someone whose clothes were merely tattered. She let out a breath, and the breath of fire god continued. Kokushibo was indeed strong. Just this output capability alone was not something other upper moons could compare to. Without the enhanced physical quality from the markings, those slashes might have only left her with wounds or even severed limbs. If she were just an ordinary human without the regenerative ability of a demon, she would have already collapsed on the ground, losing her combat ability. Although the moon breathing was also derived from the sun breathing, Kokushibo had been continuously honing the moon breathing for over 400 years, creating 16 or even more sword techniques. This power was undeniable. The combination of sun and moon sword techniques should have been the best pairing to slay Muzan, but unfortunately, the moon, jealous of the sun's brilliance, forgot that it was also a unique existence. When Yoriichi first encountered Muzan, Muzan was so frightened that he self-destructed, scattering over 800 pieces of flesh to escape. Despite Yoriichi's swift slashes, he still let over 300 pieces escape, allowing Muzan to survive. If Tsugikuni Kanamori had been by Yoriichi's side at that time, even if Muzan had split into many pieces, he would not have been able to escape. It was truly tragic. Chinxia thought to herself and couldn't help but say a few words, which were truly spontaneous and not intentional. However, this unguarded remark struck a chord deep within Kokushibo's heart. In such an emotional state, Kokushibo lowered his head and clenched his teeth, transforming all his chaotic emotions into anger. It was reminiscent of the time when Yoriichi naturally passed away in front of him, prompting Kokushibo to furiously slice Yoriichi's corpse in half. In the midst of this rage, the shirt he was wearing suddenly shattered, and blades identical to the one in his hand began to sprout from the surface of his skin, one by one. They were merely blades without handles. If one had to describe a handle, it would be Kokushibo himself, as these blades grew out of his body. This bizarre form exuded an undeniably powerful aura, marking Kokushibo's third phase. Sensing the arrival of Kokushibo's third phase, Chinxia immediately became serious, knowing that she was about to face attacks far more intense than those before. Can I dodge this? Can I withstand it? Chinxia had two questions in her mind, but soon answered them one by one. No problem. With Chinxia's breath, dazzling flame ripples surrounded her body, maintaining the extreme high temperature that turned the sun wheel blade into a crimson blade. The patterns had opened. The crimson blade had opened. Although the transparency had not opened, it had entered a new realm comparable to transparency, completing the set of three. Through Chinxia's long efforts, she had grown from the person who was half dead after being beaten by Muzan and could only sit in a wheelchair pushed by Tanjiro, to a swordsman capable of confronting the upper moon one, Kokushibo. And this was by no means the end. Suddenly, Kokushibo moved. Moon breathing, 10th form, piercing phase slash. Luoyu. Moon breathing, 14th form, demon change, new moon. Moon breathing, 16th form, moon rainbow, crescent moon. Kokoshibo swung the god of crying in his hand and utilized the blades that grew from his body, unleashing crescent sword energy in all directions as if it were free, showing no signs of stopping. Kokoshibo transformed into a crescent perpetual motion machine, while Chinxia, in response, focused her gaze, and the crimson blade in her hand erupted in blazing flames. Since the opponent had become a perpetual motion machine, she too had to transform into one. The burden of sun breathing on the body was extremely intense. If she wanted to purely rely on physical training to enhance her endurance, even the strongest body after 300 years of training, like that of Kaneo Tsuyuri, could hardly sustain the intense burden of sun breathing for 24 hours. However, there was a trick to sun breathing that could surpass the physical limits and create a stable cycle. 13th form of sun breathing. Continuously executing the 1st to 12th forms to construct a cycle, repeating this incessantly, disregarding the enemy's actions and focusing entirely on herself until the enemy was slain. The 13th form of Yoriichi Tsugikuni could even be unleashed in an instant, but Chinxia could not perform such divine maneuvers. However, she felt she could still manage it step by step. Waltz, Azure Heaven, Blazing Sun Red Mirror, Mirage Sun Rainbow, Fire Train, Scorching Bone Sun Flame, Sun Splendor, Flying Wheel Sun Flame, Slanting Sun Turn, Radiant Grace, Sun Halo Dragon, Flame Dance. Chika focused all her energy on this cycle, defending against the crescent sword energy coming from all directions while stepping closer to the embodiment of the perpetual motion machine, Kokoshibo. As she approached, crescent sword energies continuously sliced her body, leaving wounds that bled profusely, but Chika chose to ignore them. At this moment, her heart was incredibly calm, with only the singular intention of getting closer to the raging Kokoshibo. The sky was about to lighten. Chapter 102. Hesitation leads to defeat. 1. Hesitation leads to weakness. Hesitation leads to defeat no matter how powerful a person is. If they cannot maintain a calm heart, they will only waste their strength. At this moment, Kokoshibo, who was approaching a state of rage, was likely on the brink of regression due to this mindset. Kokoshibo was a strong and formidable opponent. If he were in a calm state, Chika's plan would not proceed so smoothly. Even before the battle began, Chika continuously provoked Kokoshibo's heart with words. Unlike his immense strength, Kokoshibo's heart was unexpectedly fragile, with a thorn named Yoriichi Tsugikuni embedded deep within it. Chinxia teased this thorn, keeping Kokoshibo in a state of inner turmoil. The first stage of his confusion made his swordsmanship easier to see through. The second stage made his reactions slow and stiff. The third stage caused his spirit to waver, consumed by obsession. It was precisely because he lost his composure that he completely ignored the factor known as time. The sky was about to brighten. Like a perpetual motion machine, Kokoshibo unleashed countless crescent sword energies in all directions, while Chinxia maintained the 13th form of his cycle, blocking Kokoshibo's sword energies while gradually closing in on him. When Chinxia was less than 5 steps away from Kokoshibo, he finally regained his senses. He abandoned the all-directional perpetual slashes and instead held his Muramesa vertically with both hands, slashing down towards Chinxia. However, Chinxia chose not to strike, but to thrust instead. Fire God Kagura, Sun Blossom, Thrust. The Dark Moon Slash struck Chinxia, while the sun pierced through Kokoshibo's chest. In an instant, blood splattered everywhere. If it were manga, a chaotic array of blood droplets would have been drawn, and if it were an anime, it would likely have been covered with the industry's signature mosaic effect. Only in a novel could it be casually mentioned in a few sentences without the risk of censorship. The next moment, both of their blades were embedded in each other's bodies. On the surface, Chinxia appeared to be more seriously injured, as Kokoshibo's blade was more complex, while Chinxia merely thrust a single edge into Kokoshibo's body. But in reality, Kokoshibo was affected more severely. After all, Chinxia's blade was a cursed sword, enhanced by the fire god's Kagura that inherently suppressed regeneration. With the double effect, it pierced into Kokoshibo's body. Their faces were very close, the pressure from Kokoshibo's 6 eyes vividly displayed. However, Chinxia was not afraid. Instead, he intentionally pressed his face even closer. How does it feel? Does it hurt? Chinxia's face, closer to Kurazumi Kagetsu, revealed a smile that made him very uncomfortable. Kurazumi Kagetsu gritted his teeth and sincerely expressed that he had lived for over 400 years, encountering countless masters and powerful opponents, yet he had never seen such a foe. Even demons do not ignore pain. It is just that in their long lives, they have endured so many injuries that they have become accustomed to it, their nerves numb. However, after fighting with Chinchilla for so long, no matter how severe the injuries he sustained, he had not seen a trace of pain on Chinchilla's face. Muzan-sama is a monster. Yoriichi is also a monster. She is also a monster. Who gritted his teeth, wanting to pull his blade, the void cry, out from Chinchilla's body. But at that moment, he realized he couldn't move it. He looked down and saw that Chinchilla's other hand had somehow grabbed his wrist, which was holding the blade. Huh? Kura's Mikagetsu raised his head again to look at Chinchilla's cheek, and that intriguing expression gave him an ominous premonition. The temperature of the crimson blade in Chika's hand was still rising. She twisted the blade and firmly plunged it into Kokoshibo's body, showing no signs of wanting to pull it out. What do you want to do? Kokoshibo glared fiercely at Chika, extending a hand to grab the one holding the crimson blade. He wanted to pull Chika's blade out. Not a budge. He tried to draw out his own demon form. Not a budge. The two were locked in a stalemate, and it seemed that Chika had the upper hand in the contest of strength. However, Kokoshibo was not relying solely on strength. Countless crescent blade energies erupted from the blades growing on his body, and soon Chika was slashed into a bloody mess. Yet her hands showed no sign of loosening. In Kokoshibo's urgency, a ray of sunlight gradually appeared behind him, despite being obscured by the lush trees. It was only a matter of time before it reached them, and a strong sense of fear from the source began to arise. This was her goal. At that moment, Kokoshibo finally understood what Chika was trying to do. Demons have two major weaknesses, the neck and the sun. In the original work, Akaza and Kokoshibo overcame the weakness of decapitation, while Muzan relied on his astonishing regeneration speed. The blade could strike the middle of the neck, and before it could reach the back, the front had already healed. Knowing this, Chika did not choose to attempt decapitation against Kokoshibo. Even though with the damage from the Crimson Blade and the Fire God Kagura, Kokoshibo might not be able to overcome it again as in the original. Nonetheless, it was still necessary to be cautious, just in case. So Chika chose to use the sun. This was the greatest weakness that even Muzan could not overcome. Even he would be burned to ashes within seconds under sunlight. Kokoshibo glanced at the gradually appearing sunlight behind him before turning back to face Chika. Do you want to perish together with me? Kokoshibo shouted at Chika, his voice seeming to want to shatter her eardrums. Demons fear sunlight. This is an absolute weakness. Chinchilla looked at the Black Death Mu in front of her, who was beginning to show signs of fear, and revealed a calm expression that Black Death Mu thought was facing death with composure. To die together? Yes, that's right. I want to die together with you. Chinchilla was taken aback by Black Death Mu's words, then immediately displayed an expression that indicated she was prepared for death. Feeling Chinchilla's attitude of facing death with composure, Black Death Mu's heart felt like dead ashes. He struggled desperately to break free from Chinchilla's restraints, but he couldn't escape at all, unless he could self-destruct like Muzan into a pile of flesh and then reassemble. Could he do that? Unfortunately, he couldn't. Like the reenactment of the final scene between Rengoku Kaijiro and Akaza in the Infinite Train arc of the original work, this time Chinchilla, who played the role of Rengoku, would never let the other escape and reject the ending of death. Chapter 103. Hesitation leads to defeat. 2. Black Death Mu's face showed deathly silence. Chinchilla's actions firmly tied her fate to his. He could abandon the false crying god and use the disgraceful method of severing an arm to break free from one hand restraint. But Chinchilla's other hand firmly grasped the red blade embedded in his body, creating a double shackles. Black Death Mu struggled hard, just like Akaza in the Infinite Train arc. But he was in a situation even more dangerous than Akaza's at that time. He didn't want to die. He had become a demon to become stronger, to catch up with the distant figure of Yoriichi. However, that goal was still unfulfilled, and Yoriichi's figure remained as unreachable as ever. He was unwilling. Countless crescent sword energies struck Chinchilla's body, but her expression remained unchanged, making Black Death Mu feel a sense of helplessness as if hitting a punch on cotton. Get away from me! The area surrounding Chinchilla and Black Death Mu seemed to transform into hell on earth, preventing Mitsuri, Tanjiro, and others who had arrived from getting close. Amidst the dense crescent sword energies, they could only vaguely see the figures of two people, and Mitsuri, shocked, covered her mouth with one hand. Wielding sword technique? What school? Completely unrecognizable. Could it be that Chinchilla is fighting against a swordsman? Mitsuri spoke in disbelief. No, it's definitely a demon. Tanjiro's expression was grave. His nose was very sensitive. Although there was sword energy everywhere from the breathing techniques, a very strong demonic aura emanated from the center of this sword energy. Is it Upper Moon 2 or Upper Moon 1? The Nicaran blade in Tanjiro's hand trembled slightly. He wanted to rush over to help, but under the slaughterhouse-like crescent sword energies, he couldn't find an opportunity to charge in, and a deep sense of helplessness surged from within him. Sister, please be safe. Time passed second by second, and the sun gradually rose from behind Black Death Mu, with sunlight continuously piercing through the forest cover, about to shine on Black Death Mu and Xinxia. No, it has already shone on Black Death Mu. Although it was just a little bit, a ray of sunlight indeed hit his back. This was a pain that was hard to describe in words. Black Death Mu let out a series of painful screams, and under such excruciating pain, he concentrated all his spirit on regenerating his body. Regenerate, regenerate, regenerate. Give me regeneration. I am a demon. I possess a body superior to humans, able to live longer than humans, able to regenerate my flesh and always maintain the best physical condition, able to continuously hone my sword skills over a long time. I am a demon. I can regenerate. A strong obsession echoed in Black Death Mu's heart. As he was illuminated by sunlight, he continued to generate flesh, trying to make his regeneration speed surpass the burning speed. If he could achieve that, even if he couldn't surpass Muzan's strength, at least he would become an existence that Muzan would envy, and Muzan would have to call him Big Brother. The fantasy was beautiful, but the sun was cruel. Under the sun's burning and the influence of the red blade embedded in his chest, his flesh's regeneration speed could not keep up. Black Death Mu gritted his teeth unwillingly, and his defeated body gradually transformed away from the human surface towards the true monster direction. However, Xinxia was not frightened by Black Death Mu's transformation because under the sunlight, whatever he did was futile. The more he struggled, the more ugly he became. Regenerate. Continue to regenerate. I am a demon. Black Death Mu's eyes trembled, and suddenly a familiar, yet unfamiliar voice seemed to echo in his ears. His brother's dream to become the strongest warrior in the country. Whose voice is this? Yoriichi? Yes, it is his voice, the Yoriichi from his childhood. I also want to become as strong as my brother. So I will be the second strongest warrior in this country. I will work hard. The childhood figure of Tsugikuni Yoriichi seemed to appear before him, his cheeks full of innocence, and the beautiful moments the two brothers shared in their childhood floated in his mind segment by segment. But in reality, he was still being burned by the sun, and the intense pain jolted him out of the beautiful memories, and his hideous posture could no longer be described as a warrior. Black Death Mu looked at Xinxia in front of him, and in his gaze, the figure of Tsugikuni Yoriichi gradually emerged from Xinxia's body. How pitiful, brother. At this moment, he was in such a hideous state. Although there was no mirror to show him his current disheveled and grotesque appearance, this was still his own body. He was only deceiving himself. He wasn't truly foolish. Being burned by the sun, with defeat already a foregone conclusion, he was desperately holding on to this ugly body. Pitiful, tragic, and humiliating. Did I live for several hundred years to become like this? Was it simply because I didn't want to lose, even at the cost of becoming a man-eating monster? Or was it to become stronger that I chose to devour the lives of others to grow stronger? No, neither was correct. Yoriichi, I just wanted to become you, even if it was just to get close enough to see your back. But I can't reach you. Even after becoming a demon, I still can't come to your side. It's not about transcending the world. It's about the world of the strong that your gaze reaches. I want to see the world you see. Why are you so outstanding? Why can't I even stand beside you? With your hatred, after your death, I and Lord Muzan will know all the sun breathers and slaughter them all. Clearly, I have come this far. Why is there still an heir of yours appearing? Why can't I leave anything behind? Why can't I become anyone? Why are you and I so different? What was I born into this world for? Tell me, Yoriichi, you, who have envied the sun all your life, have forgotten that the moon is also a unique existence. Suddenly, the usually silent Chika opened her mouth. She couldn't read minds and didn't know what Kokoshibo was thinking, but she felt the urge to say these words. Upon hearing this, Kokoshibo's previously fierce expression instantly froze. He fell into silence, and the intense regeneration that was in full swing came to a halt. His back was being scorched directly by the sun, yet such excruciating pain did not show on Kokoshibo's face at that moment. I'm sorry, I really am not the reincarnation of Yoriichi, but I believe Yoriichi wouldn't hate you. Go to hell and atone for your sins. Perhaps you brothers will have a chance to meet again. When that time comes, don't hide your feelings anymore. Let's have a good talk between brothers. Chapter 104. Thank you, Chika. Xinxia's gentle words struck deep into Hakuji's heart. which had been filled with complex emotions before this moment: confusion, frustration, anger, sorrow, and reluctance. Under the gentle words of Qianxia, all of Hakuji's various emotions were shattered, ultimately transforming into a single feeling: relief. At that moment, the elderly Yoriichi seemed to appear before him, his physical form gradually reversing back to the state of his childhood. Yoriichi extended a hand towards him, wearing an innocent smile. Brother. Perhaps, just as Qianxia said, there is still a chance for them to meet again. Just as Nishiki has always been waiting for his KG, Yoriichi is also waiting for his brother. Of course, all of this is merely speculation and imagination. Qianxia is not a deity, and Hakuji did not truly see Yoriichi's soul. But at this moment, Hakuji genuinely felt hope that Yoriichi was really waiting for him. After this relief, Hakuji's previously grotesque face gradually returned to calm. He looked at Qianxia, who, unlike him, was not burned by the sunlight, and his expression simply froze in slight surprise. May I ask your name? In a state of collapse, Hakuji asked Qianxia in a flat tone. Qianxia did not refuse or ignore him and sincerely answered his inquiry. Qianxia, Tanjiro Qianxia. After Hakuji softly murmured Qianxia's name twice, a faint smile appeared on his face. Thank you, Qianxia. As these words fell, Hakuji's body turned to dust under the power of the sun before Qianxia, who swayed slightly, almost falling to the ground due to the disappearance of the force supporting her. The regeneration of demons has limits, and Qianxia believed she should not belong to the realm of exceptions. Although she had yet to determine where her limits lay, she now felt extremely tired, far more than the fatigue she experienced after the battle with Akaza in the Infinite Train arc. The patterns on her forehead gradually faded, and after the enhancement of the patterns ended, Qianxia felt as if her already fragile body was about to fall apart. Nowadays, her trembling body resembled that of a frail old woman leaning on a cane, her vision blurred and her whole body weak. Qianxia wasn't sure if all her wounds had fully regenerated. She leaned on the handle of her Nikron blade, barely managing to keep her balance. But even so, it was only a matter of time before she would fall to the ground. Sister. Tanjiro and the others rushed to Qianxia's side. She had intended to stop them from coming over, but they were too quick. By the time she opened her mouth, they were already beside her. Banwen could only hope that the closed state of Banwen wouldn't spread. Sister, are you okay? Tanjiro asked nervously, supporting the wobbling Qianxia. Tanjiro knew about Qianxia's regenerative abilities as a demon, but he wasn't particularly clear on the extent of her regeneration. What scared him most were the moon-breathing sword energies they had seen in the audience. At that moment, Qianxia was covered in blood, and, subjectively, it looked like she was seriously injured. If Tanjiro asked about her injuries, she really wouldn't have an answer, but when asked if she was okay, she naturally replied that she was fine. I'm fine, just a little sleepy, it's an old problem. Tanjiro, do you still remember when Miss Tamayo asked us to collect the blood of the upper moons? That puddle over there is blood from one of the upper moons. Don't get it wrong. The rest is all my blood. Qianxia weakly extended a finger and poked the ground where Hakuji had just stood. She saw a small puddle of blood there, while the rest of the blood around was all from Qianxia. This is too tragic. Unlike Tanjiro, Mitsuri and Michiro didn't know that Qianxia had regeneration abilities. Seeing Qianxia spewing so much blood, Mitsuri thought Qianxia was just trying to hold on and say she was fine, and she immediately burst into tears. Wah! Qianxia, don't die! With Mitsuri's powerful support, the already desolate atmosphere became even more sorrowful, and for a moment, Qianxia felt like she really might be done for. A strong sense of drowsiness washed over her, and her eyelids twitched as they closed. Tanjiro understood that his sister had fallen into a coma after the battle on the Infinity Train, and beside him, Mitsuri saw Qianxia close her eyes. After a brief pause in her crying, tears fell from her like a shotgun blast in all directions. Just as Mitsuri entered her second mode of crying, Qianxia suddenly opened her eyes, startling Tanjiro. Sister? Cough cough, there's one more thing. Just throw me into a room as quickly as possible. And then don't mind me. I've caught a virus and need to be isolated. After saying this, Qianxia immediately closed her eyes again, her head tilting, this time truly falling into a deep sleep. Upon hearing the word virus, Mitsuri immediately entered her third mode of crying, and while wailing, she rushed to the nearest house in Swordsmith Village with Qianxia. In the Demon-S stronghold, Infinity Castle, the Upper Moon too, dressed in the cult leader's attire, was transported to Infinity Castle. Prior to this, he had been receiving the worship of his followers. After being forcibly transported to Infinity Castle, Domus sat cross-legged on the ground, scratching the back of his head in confusion and muttering to himself with a slight smile. Here we go again. Has another upper moon been killed by demon slayers? Let me think. Was it Tamayo or Han-Tengu? Well, it definitely can't be Lord Hakuji. Sitting on the floor of Infinity Castle, Doma continued to talk to himself. As he didn't believe he would be taken down by demon slayers, so naturally, Hakuji above him couldn't be defeated either. Meanwhile, the distant figure of Neikime, holding a biwa, kept her head down in silence. Doma passed the time talking to himself while waiting for the arrival of the other upper moons, but after a while, no one appeared beside him, and the area where Hakuji often sat for tea was also devoid of his presence. Doma crossed his arms and wore a puzzled expression. Why is it taking so long? Not a single one has come over. Chapter 105. The turmoil and silence of Infinity Castle, sitting cross-legged on the ground. Doma pouted and swayed his body left and right, continuing to wait for the other upper moons and Muzan's arrival. However, he didn't have much patience. After about a minute, he could no longer hold back and looked up at Neikime, who was sitting at a distance. Neikime, where have Lord Hakuji and the others gone? Could it be that an upper moon was killed by demon slayers? Or did Lord Muzan specifically summon you to bring me here? Neikime remained silent, keeping her head down with her hands resting on her biwa, completely ignoring Doma. Doma, not surprised by Neikime's indifference, merely shrugged. She was a special demon, the one who controlled this Infinity Castle. To be precise, the entire Infinity Castle was actually a product of Neikime's blood demon art. Neikime was not a member of the Upper Moons, but rather a close servant directly under Muzan, remaining in Infinity Castle to await his orders. Most demons, including Doma, had never heard her speak a single word, and it was unclear whether it was because she simply couldn't or was just naturally taciturn. After realizing he wouldn't get any information from Neikime, Doma sighed and stared at the ceiling. After a moment of daze, he took a deep breath and stood up, declaring that even if he wasn't told what was happening, he could find the answers himself. Just as Doma took a step forward, a loud rumble echoed from a place even farther than where Neikime was, and a corner of Infinity Castle was violently demolished, turning into ruins. Who did this? Doma thought. The entire Infinity Castle seems to only have 3 demons: myself, Neikime, and Muzan. At that moment, Muzan was clutching his face, veins bulging, with an expression that was hard to put into words. Shock, anger, fear, joy, excitement. These emotions mixed together, leaving Muzan in a state of chaos. The successor of that man is also a demon, and a demon that has overcome sunlight. Why is this situation appearing in the successor of that man? Why? At this moment, Muzan's feelings could undoubtedly pass a high school reading comprehension test and could even kill a lot of student scores. Amidst such chaotic emotions, Muzan transformed from his usual human form into his true form as the Demon King. His jet black hair, limbs, and lower body were wrapped in blood and hair, with numerous large mouths growing all over his body, each with sharp teeth. Behind him extended 9 whips of flesh and bone, and as Muzan's emotions exploded, these whips struck the buildings in all directions. The impact not only shattered the places hit by the whips, but also sent shockwaves that made the entire Infinity Castle tremble. Neikime, who controlled Infinity Castle, lowered her head in a cold sweat. If Muzan continued to rampage like this, Infinity Castle would eventually be destroyed, but what could Neikime say? She could only bow her head and pray that Muzan would calm down soon. Meanwhile, the only remaining Upper Moon 2, Doma, hearing the loud noises, curiously ran over quickly. When he discovered it was Muzan, a smile of joy, completely opposite to the current oppressive atmosphere, appeared on his face. Lord Muzan, swish. Before Doma could finish his sentence, a long whip swept across, turning Doma's head into a mist of blood. Neikime, watching the scene with her head down, couldn't help but mourn for 3 seconds in her heart, while also internally scoffing at Doma, who truly was a terrifying creature with no sense of the atmosphere. Of course, a demon getting its head blown off by another demon is not fatal. Doma's head quickly grew back, and his expression shifted from joy to a pouty, wronged look. In his rampage, Muzan's mind raced with thoughts about how to act next. Should he hide for a while like he did when facing Yoriichi Tsugikuni? No, the opponent is also a demon. The longer he drags this out, the more time he gives her to develop. Although she's not yet at that man's level. If given ample time, she might become an even more terrifying monster than him. That's right. He must quickly devour her while she is still no match for him. After organizing his thoughts, Muzan gradually calmed down. His devastating attacks finally ceased, and the long whips that had wreaked havoc earlier slowly retracted back into his body. With his withdrawal, the area destroyed in Infinity Castle was fixed, and this level of destruction could still be repaired by Tamayo, though it would require extra effort. Tamayo let out a sigh of relief. Her hands were still trembling slightly. She was genuinely afraid that Muzan might accidentally strike her with a whip. Although she wouldn't die, it would still hurt. Seeing Muzan calm down, Doma raised his arm with a pitiful expression, as if he were a student asking a teacher a question. Muzan turned to Doma, raised an eyebrow, and said impatiently, "Speak. Lord Muzan, may I ask where Kokushibo and the others have gone? Was I called here just by myself? But do they have other plans? They're all dead, and you're the only one left." Huh? Doma froze, blinking in disbelief, unable to comprehend what he had just heard. His raised arm stiffened and stayed there for a long time. Kokushibo is dead? As a third party, Tamayo watched this scene and thought that even Doma, who was oblivious to the atmosphere, should realize how dire the situation was now. Since the fall of the Upper Moon 3, Akaza, the Upper Moons had been getting wiped out one after another by the Demon Slayer Corps, like a bunch of weaklings. If this time it was just Han Tengu and Jitaro who were eliminated, it would be one thing, but the fact that Kokushibo, who usually had friendly discussions with Muzan and considered him a business partner, also died at the hands of the Demon Slayer Corps was shocking. Tamayo felt that after becoming a demon for so long, this was the first time she truly felt the tension coming from the Demon Slayer Corps. Lowering her head, she sighed softly, but she was only a little nervous. She didn't think Muzan would lose to the Demon Slayer Corps. Her gaze briefly glanced at Doma, thinking that he should be calming down, but Doma's face suddenly showed joy again. "Lord Muzan, since Kokushibo is gone, does that mean I automatically become Upper Moon 1? Doma excitedly raised his arm again, smiling as he spoke. At that moment, Infinity Castle fell into silence once more. Chapter 106. The Demon Slayer Corps receives news in stark contrast to the chaos within Infinity Castle. The headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps felt as festive as a New Year celebration. "No way. This is too magnificent." Yuzui Tenjin couldn't help but exclaim upon receiving the news. He had been preparing to rush to the Swordsmith village after hearing about the attack, as he was the fastest among the Hashira in terms of running speed. Just as he had packed up his explosives and stepped out of the headquarters, the messenger Crow delivered the news of a great victory at the Swordsmith village, where 3 Upper Moons had been annihilated. This news spread throughout the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. Wind Hashira Tsunami Shinizawa, who had also been preparing to rush to the village, let out a huge sigh of relief upon hearing it. That kid survived. Sanemi and Jinya were brothers, and although their relationship was currently tense, Sanemi genuinely cared for his younger brother. He didn't want Jinya to join the Demon Slayer Corps like he did. He hoped Jinya could live a stable life like an ordinary person, get married, and have children. Before he received the news, he had been training with the Stone Hashira Jyomiai Himejima, although the rankings of the Hashira had not been announced. The Wind and Stone Hashira had been praised by Kokushibo himself in the original story, being among the best of the current 9 Hashira. The Stone Hashira was undoubtedly the strongest, and the Wind Hashira was also considered the second strongest with little controversy. Wind breathing, 3rd form, dust storm. Stone breathing, 3rd form, stone skin. Wind breathing, 7th form, gale, Tengu wind. Stone breathing, 4th form, flowing rock rapid advance. Their battle was mutually beneficial, and just as their training reached a fever pitch, a messenger crow flew overhead. As the crow's voice echoed, both of them simultaneously halted their movements and fell silent. The battle between the Wind and Stone Hashira abruptly ceased. Meanwhile, in the room where Kaijiro Rengoku was, he remained unmoved despite the crow's persistent calls. Was he indifferent? Not at all. Kaijiro was simply concentrating and hadn't heard. Since he learned about the concept of the transparent world from Shinobu, he had been diligently training in that direction and had even sought advice from the Stone Hashira. If anyone in the Demon Slayer Corps was closest to achieving the transparent world, it would definitely be Jyomiai Himejima, who had become the strongest man despite being blind. At this moment, Kaijiro sat cross-legged on the ground, breathing steadily. Although the shape of his fighting spirit changed only slightly, it was indeed moving towards the direction of the transparent world. In the Lord's mansion, the sound of coughing echoed, creating a desolate atmosphere. The Lord's illness was worsening. He had gone from being merely weak to blind, coughing up blood, and now lying in bed, struggling to get up. The curse of heaven was becoming increasingly apparent in him, and at this rate, he might not even make it to 25 years old. His 2 children served by his side, helping with mundane tasks like arranging bedding. Lying in bed, the Lord gasped as he stared at the ceiling. He could no longer see, cold sweat dripping down his face. His children watched their father in such a state, feeling heartbroken and despondent. The atmosphere was heavy and sorrowful, until suddenly, the crow's voice from outside broke the silence. Although he was blind, the Lord's ears were still sharp, and he trembled at the sound. Swordsmith Village won't. Quack, quack. Swordsmith Village has achieved a great victory. A great victory. 3 upper moons have been slain. Slain. The Lord's eyes widened in shock, and his previously weak body suddenly felt filled with strength. He swiftly rose from the bed, startling his 2 children beside him. A medical miracle. Awesome. 3 upper moons, plus the previous 2 upper moons, and now there's only 1 left. Ha ha ha. The Lord laughed as if it was a medical miracle, but as he laughed, blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. However, he was completely unconcerned. His 2 children were deeply afraid that their father might suddenly wave his arm and shout, "Bring me a basin." At the headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps, in Shinazugawa's residence, Kaneo Sayuri, who had been unconscious for several days, groggily opened her eyes and looked at the ceiling of the room. Ah, a strange ceiling. Wait, this seems to be the ceiling of my room. Oh well, it still feels quite unfamiliar. Chinxia let out an emotionless remark, then stiffly got up from a bed and changed from lying down to sitting. She groggily turned her head to glance around the room. Even though her mind was still a bit hazy, she clearly understood the situation. Isolation. Chinxia was still a bit groggy as she exhaled, one hand covering her cheek. Lost in thought. Although Muzan had been dealt with, she had no choice but to activate the mark. The mark is contagious, and Chinxia believed she had a certain chance of avoiding the detrimental effects of the mark on her lifespan, but others were different. Especially for Kanroji Mitsuri, who was already 27 this year. Once he activated the mark, he wouldn't last a day. Sitting cross-legged on her bed with her head down and arms crossed, Chinxia felt that if someone were to perish, it couldn't be called a happy end. After a moment of silence, she decided to try and see if she could resolve the issue of the contagion of her mark. The mark is activated more easily in those who can use breathing techniques through the resonance effect, and ultimately, the mark is just a state of being. For someone like Chinxia, who is already finely attuned to her own physical condition, perhaps she could cut off the resonance problem of the mark at its source. She decided to act quickly, even though her body had not yet returned to its optimal state, and she didn't know how long she had been unconscious. Every moment counted. After all, the main character's body couldn't hold out for too long. Chinxia closed her eyes and once again entered her unique and peculiar realm. In the transparent world, one can see through others, and Chinxia is able to see through herself. It is precisely for this reason that she can easily activate her patterns. While Chinxia was in a stream of consciousness, trying to solve the issue of pattern infection, outside her mansion, Tanjiro was practicing with Michiro Takedo. Ever since they defeated the 5th upper moon, Gyako, together and Michiro regained his memories, their relationship had exponentially improved. Tanjiro wanted to find a training partner, and Michiro stepped up and raised his arm. During this time, with Michiro as his sparring partner, Tanjiro's strength improved significantly. If he had previously only reached the level of a half Hashira of the Taisho era, he had now definitely reached the passing mark of a Hashira from that period. However, Tanjiro understood that this was still far from enough. Whenever he thought he had become stronger, a stronger demon would always appear. He was still too weak. He needed to become stronger. Tanjiro swung his Nichiren blade, striving for a higher realm. Chapter 107. Zenitsu goes out if the patterns are a contagious virus that makes nearby breath of the sun user stronger. Then from a certain perspective, Tanjiro can also be seen as a virus that rivals the patterns because being around him and seeing his hard work makes it hard not to strive along with him. During the time Chinxia was unconscious, the 9 Hashira did not stop their own training. Some of the Hashira were practicing in the direction of the transparent world, while others focused on honing their sword skills. They had immense potential that had yet to be fully tapped, which is why their improvements were so substantial when activating their patterns. Tanjiro and Michiro's sparring was beneficial not only for Tanjiro, but also for Michiro. From morning until dusk, Tanjiro, panting heavily, accidentally fell to the ground. Michiro hurried over to help him up and asked, "Tanjiro, are you okay?" Tanjiro waved his hand, breathing heavily, and replied, "I'm fine, let us go again." Although his physical stamina was very weak, his mental fire still burned brightly. However, while effort is certainly a good thing, it was clear that Tanjiro had overdone a bit. Michiro wanted to find the right words to advise Tanjiro, but at that moment, Tanjiro suddenly turned his head to look behind him. Michiro, puzzled, tilted his head to follow Tanjiro's gaze. A few seconds later, a girl with messy hair walked out, stretching lazily. Sister. Tanjiro joyfully wanted to run towards Chinxia, but at that instant, the words virus that Chinxia had mentioned before her coma suddenly surfaced in his mind, causing his body to stiffen. Seeing Tanjiro's stiff and awkward appearance, Chinxia waved her hand and said with a smile, "It's all right, just a little virus. I've already dealt with it. I once took down 200 cough cough anyway. It's fine." The issue of pattern resonance, as Chinxia had thought, was easily resolved under a stream of consciousness operation. As for the 200 Chinxia mentioned, it referred to a series of viruses that had infected her computer in her past life. After a virus scan, it had detected 200 different viruses. Chinxia had spent the entire afternoon battling them and ultimately succeeded in saving her computer. This was a story Chinxia often laughed about in her past life, but unfortunately, if she told Tanjiro and the others, they wouldn't get it, so she decided not to mention it. Upon hearing Chinxia say it was all right, Tanjiro immediately breathed a sigh of relief, feeling a significant weight lift from his heart. All in all, it was great that his sister was okay. Sister, you've been asleep for nearly 2 months this time. Even though I was mentally prepared, I was still very worried. 2 months? That's a whole double the last time. Chinxia was somewhat surprised, but after a moment's thought about the strength between Yawaza and Kurizetsu, as well as the severity of her injuries, she felt that only sleeping for an extra month was actually a huge gain. However, Chinxia turned her head and glanced around, puzzled, and asked, "Where did Nezuko, Inosuke, and Zenitsu go?" "Nezuko is with Miss Shinobu, and she should be back soon if we calculate the time. As for Inosuke, I'm not sure where he went, but he must be looking for the Hashira to help with some special training, right? As for Zenitsu, he went out on a mission." Tanjiro briefly answered these questions and then talked a lot with Chinxia about what had happened during her sleep, such as how Shinmi and Jinya had another big fight after they returned. The sky gradually darkened. As the humans entered their rest time, the demons began their rampage. A malicious demon walked through the deserted streets, grinning as it looked left and right, as if selecting its prey for the day, like an emperor picking concubines. "This house looks good. It smells like there are 5 people inside. Let's have a big meal today." The demon grinned and faced a 3-story wooden house. Just as it lifted its foot to take a step, a flash of golden lightning shot past it. Thunder breathing, first form, thunderclap, and flash. Zenitsu appeared in front of the demon, and the air was still crackling with the electric arcs left by his thunder-breathing slash. "Huh." The demon blinked in surprise at Zenitsu's sudden appearance, but when it realized that a member of the Demon Slayer Corps was about to attack, it found that its body was already out of its control. Because it had already been decapitated, its vision flipped upside down, and it completely lost control of its body. With a clang, the demon's head fell to the ground, face down. The jewel jar at least had time to shout a few words before it died. But this demon didn't even have time to utter a final word. Its head and body visibly disintegrated into fragments and vanished behind Zenitsu. Although Zenitsu was teased as the sleeping pillar, having passed out to trigger his awakening, in reality, it was just Zenitsu misjudging his own strength, believing himself to be weak. Under external stimuli, his protective persona would take over his body and unleash the strength he already possessed. Now, influenced by Tanjiro and Chinxia, he underwent rounds of intense training while awake, alongside Tanjiro and Inosuke. His shirt lifted, revealing 8-pack abs. His pants came off, showcasing strong thigh and calf muscles. After defeating Daki in the entertainment district, Inosuke praised him for being impressive even while asleep. Given the circumstances, he wouldn't be scared by an ordinary demon. After dealing with this demon, Zenitsu exhaled and turned to look in the left direction, his expression a bit excited. "It's not far from Grandpa's house. I should be able to get there before dawn," Zenitsu said softly, looking at a mountain peak in the left direction. The grandpa Zenitsu referred to was not his biological grandfather, but rather his mentor, Sakanji Urokadaki, who taught him thunder breathing and had once held the position of water Hashira. Zenitsu had met him after being cheated by a woman, and Urokadaki had spent money to redeem him and took him as a disciple. Although Urokadaki was strict with Zenitsu, the orphan felt a sense of family from him, which is why he called him Grandpa instead of Master. Zenitsu joyfully dashed along the road and successfully arrived outside his grandpa's house before dawn, just as he had hoped. Just as Zenitsu was about to knock on the door to surprise his grandpa, his keen ears, which rivaled Tanjiro's nose, picked up another voice besides his grandpa's. "Old man, I can't understand why I couldn't master the first form, while that brat Zenitsu learned it. You must be doing this on purpose. Deliberately not passing the position of the true heir of thunder breathing to me." Chapter 108. Zenitsu and Kaigaku Zenitsu stood outside. listening to the voices inside the house. There were two voices in total. One was his grandpa, Sakanji Yurokadaki. The other was. Zenitsu's expression gradually changed, as his ears were super sensitive, rivaling Tanjiro's nose. He could not only hear distant or faint sounds clearly, but could even distinguish the differences in breathing between humans and other creatures. Old man, do you know how much I've been looked down upon for not being able to master the first form? That brat Zenitsu can master it, so there's no reason I can't learn it. Something must be going on with you. What are you talking about? How could I treat you differently from Zenitsu? Zenitsu is my proud disciple, and so are you. Do you think I would believe that? Thunder breathing has 6 different techniques, which are not only few, but also quite different from other breathing techniques. For example, fire breathing and water breathing have their highest precision technique as the last form, while thunder breathing is the opposite. The core is actually the first form. The voices from inside the house became increasingly noisy, and Zenitsu could no longer hold back. He pushed open the unlocked door and gritted his teeth as he stared inside. He saw his grandpa, Sakanji Yurokadaki, sitting on the floor, and in front of him stood Zenitsu's senior brother, Kaigaku. Kaigaku, how did you become a demon? Zenitsu yelled angrily at his once-respected senior brother. In Zenitsu's view, Kaigaku no longer looked human. Demonic fangs protruded from his mouth, his ears were sharp like a bat's, his skin was pale, and his face bore black markings resembling a tiger's stripes. Seeing this scene, Zenitsu felt a mix of shock and anger, and if Qinxiao were to see this, she would surely show a surprised expression as well. After all, in the original story, Kaigaku became a demon after encountering Kokushibo, and Kokushibo had already been defeated by Zenitsu. The original text described how Kaigaku encountered Kokushibo during a mission, and all the other swordsmen with him were instantly killed. In a state of fear, Kaigaku chose to kneel and beg for mercy. Kokushibo saw a glimpse of his past self, the one who was willing to do anything to become stronger, in Kaigaku, and ultimately bestowed him with demon blood, turning him into a demon. However, the original text did not specify when Kaigaku became a demon. It was only after the Swordsmith Village arc that Zenitsu received the news that Kaigaku had turned into a demon and that his grandpa had committed seppuku. Either it was a convergence of timelines, or Kaigaku had already become a demon before Qinxiao defeated Kokushibo. Information transmission takes time, and perhaps Kaigaku transformed into a demon before the events of the Swordsmith Village arc even began. In any case, Kaigaku had now become a demon. But unlike in the original story, there was no mark of Upper Moon 6 in his eyes. With Zenitsu's sudden intrusion, Kaigaku turned to look at him. Upon realizing it was Zenitsu, his face first showed annoyance, then turned into a mocking smile. Oh, it's you, useless Zenitsu. I heard you've recently participated in battles against the Upper Moons. No need to think about it. You must have been riding on the coattails of the Hashira and higher-ranking swordsmen. After all, you only know one first form. You're just a waste. Kwayua looked at the furious Zenitsu in front of him and mocked him with a smile, completely disregarding him. However, Zenitsu also did not pay any attention to Kwayua. His gaze was more focused on his grandfather behind Kwayua. After realizing that his grandfather did not have any particularly serious injuries, he let out a sigh of relief and then locked his gaze back onto Kwayua. Let me clarify, the moment you became a demon, you are no longer the respected senior brother I once knew. And if I am a waste, then you're also a waste. The aura around Zenitsu was completely different from his usual trembling demeanor, and even the previously arrogant Kwayua was momentarily taken aback by Zenitsu's unexpected confidence. Wait, am I actually scared of Zenitsu? Just a Zenitsu? Impossible. As Kwayua regained his composure, a sense of shameful anger ignited within him, and he drew the blade from the sheath at his waist. This was not an ordinary Nichiren blade, but a blade forged from his own demon blood and flesh. Much like Kokushibo, thunder breathing, fourth form, distant thunder. With a powerful swing of the blade, black lightning flickered outward in all directions from his center. One bolt of black lightning struck the wall of the mansion, and with a loud bang, the wall instantly shattered into pieces. Kwayua looked at his newfound power with excitement, realizing that he was now far stronger than he had ever been as a human. This is the power of a demon. Even a Hashira might not be my opponent now, Kwayua thought excitedly, while Zenitsu before him deftly dodged the aimless bolts of lightning. Zenitsu kept his head down, maintaining a high level of thunder breathing, with waves of golden lightning flickering around his body. Thunder breathing, first form, thunderclap, and flash. In an instant, a golden flash zipped past Kwayua's line of sight, and the Zenitsu who had been in front of him a second ago was now behind him, next to Sanjo Tadao. Kwayua's eyes trembled, filled with envy, because he could not use the first form. Compared to the first form, the other 5 forms were merely auxiliary techniques. Just as Kwaiyue was about to turn to face Zenitsu, the delayed damage finally hit him. His head was sliced in half horizontally. Although it was not fatal, he had just become a demon, and his pain receptors were still very sensitive. This level of pain caused him to let out a series of horrific screams. Sanjo Tadao looked at this scene, his expression a mix of shock and relief as he gazed at Zenitsu beside him. Zenitsu's eyes sharpened as he turned to look at Kwaiyue, who was now missing half of his head, the Nichiren blade in his hand shimmering with golden lightning. Gaining strength by becoming a demon and eating people, Zenitsu had not only mastered thunder breathing, but had also undergone rounds of intense training and battled against the Lower Moon 6, Daki. Zenitsu's strength was built through relentless effort. How could he possibly lose to someone as arrogant and deluded as Kwaiyue, who thought he had taken a shortcut? Half of Kwaiyue's head slowly began to grow back. But at that moment, Zenitsu's figure began to warp in Kwaiyue's eyes. Zenitsu once again performed the first form in front of Kwaiyue and coldly stated, "Next strike. I will sever your neck." Chapter 109. Getting Stronger. Zenitsu Grandpa, I will protect you. At this moment, Sanjo Tadao's heart was filled with mixed emotions. The timid Zenitsu had now become independent, while the once proud Kwaiyue had turned into a demon attacking him. Sanjo Tadao closed his eyes, recalling the days when both Zenitsu and Kwaiyue were still training under him. Quickly learn from Kwaiyue. Don't be so timid. Be like your senior brother. Thinking of how he once viewed Kwaiyue as a model to encourage Zenitsu, only to see him become a demon. He felt a sharp pain in his chest, knowing that Kwaiyue would now use the breathing techniques he learned to kill demons against the Demon Slayer Corps and even ordinary people. Sensing his grandfather's disappointment from behind, Zenitsu's gaze became even more serious as he focused on Kwaiyue. Hurting my grandfather is unforgivable. In Kwaiyue's eyes, the image of the timid Zenitsu began to twist. Evil demon? No, I am the evil demon. I don't need this first form. After all, I have become a demon and gained eternal life. All I need to do next is keep eating people, and one day I will forge my own sword techniques. Kwaiyue gritted his teeth, wielding his dark golden demon blade as he struck at Zenitsu and Sanjo Tadao. Thunder breathing, second form, rice spirit. Thunder breathing, third form, gathering mosquitoes into thunder. Thunder breathing, fifth form, heat wave thunder. Thunder breathing, sixth form, electric roar thunder. Kwaiyue wore a mad smile on his face, continuously unleashing the 5 sword techniques of thunder breathing, excluding the first form. The high frequency of using these techniques was something he had never even dared to dream of during his human days, as he hadn't even reached the state of constant, let alone the upper moons, which could have cost him his life. At this moment, Kwaiyue was reveling in the rush of strength he had gained. His previous goal was to become a Hashira, but after becoming a demon, his goal had shifted to the upper moons. Compared to the upper moons, what are Hashira? I've heard that every upper moon has eaten more than a dozen Hashira. I want to do that too. Waves of dark lightning surged in all directions. Regardless of whether these dark bolts were powerful or not, at least the visual effect was stunning and impactful. As Kwaiyue unleashed a series of unstructured, stacked combos, a thick cloud of smoke billowed in front of him. How about that? Now you know how powerful I am. Kwaiyue laughed heartily at the rolling smoke in front of him, clearly unaware of the famous smoke without injury principle. Soon, the thick smoke dissipated, along with Kwaiyue's laughter, revealing Zenitsu and Sanjo Tadao standing before him. Not only had he failed to kill them, but he hadn't even managed to injure them. Zenitsu's gaze was dead and cold as he stared at Kwaiyue, causing a chill to run down Kwaiyue's spine. The self-esteem he had just established began to crack. Why has that useless Zenitsu become so strong? Is there a shortcut stronger than becoming a demon? Did the old man secretly teach him a method to become stronger quickly? Just as Kwaiyue was frantically searching for excuses to justify his failure, Zenitsu once again performed the first form, but Sanjo Tadao saw that this was definitely not the first form, but thunder breathing, seventh form, fire, thunder god. With a silent thought in his heart, Zenitsu's figure vanished from beside Sanjo Tadao, rushing forward with the speed of a ghost and delivering a slash. The golden lightning dragon danced in a Z shape, opening its gaping maw to viciously tear Kwaiyue's neck apart. Kwaiyue had no time to react to the sudden turn of events. It was only when his vision turned upside down that he realized his neck had been severed. It's too fast. This is definitely not a flash of lightning. Old man, you really favor this guy, teaching him sword techniques that you didn't teach me. Koyuki's head fell to the ground. gritting his teeth as he directed his impotent rage at the now massive Sanada Zigura. Zenitsu, having executed this sword strike, turned to look at Koyuki's head on the ground and said seriously, "This is my original sword technique. I once thought of using this move to fight alongside you." Hearing Zenitsu's words, Koyuki's eyes trembled, filled with disbelief. His cheap pride struggled to hold on, but he could only watch helplessly as his physical form crumbled. And that cheap pride gradually fell apart. Impossible, impossible, impossible. I can't even create a sword technique. How could this guy do it? I refuse to accept it. Koyuki never repented for his actions before he died, and amidst his cries of impotent rage, his head and body turned to dust with the wind, scattering into the air. Zenitsu's gaze lingered for a long time on the spot where Koyuki's head had vanished. Then he closed his eyes. "Farewell, brother. Dawn has arrived." In the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, Tanjiro woke up early. A new day meant a new round of training. And the issue of rest was no longer a problem once Kyoka woke up. Just a few minutes after Tanjiro woke up and left the residence, Kyoka also came out, yawning and rubbing her eyes, looking like she hadn't fully woken up. "Sister, you can actually go back to sleep for a while longer." It's fine. I said I would accompany you in training, so I have to do my best." Chinchia stretched lazily, trying hard to adjust her mental state, but to be honest, she hadn't returned to her best condition yet. The battle with Kokushibo had taken a toll on her body. Even though she had spent 2 months in a coma to recover, her recovery was only about 70 to 80%. Chinchia has already been considering how long she would be in a coma after dealing with Muzan, but as long as she can successfully handle Muzan, she would be okay with sleeping for 3 to 5 years. "Tanjiro, have you noticed that no matter how much you train your proficiency in the dance of the fire god and your physical body, the endurance time of the dance of the fire god has not improved?" Yes. At first, when training the body and proficiency, the duration did improve significantly. But recently the rate of improvement has become very slight. Tanjiro looked at the Nichiren blade in his hand and thought about the recent slow progress, feeling a bit down. However, this feeling quickly faded when he remembered that his sister had suddenly brought this up, which meant they would be addressing this issue next, right? For a good student like Tanjiro, who understands things quickly, Chinchia silently gave him a big thumbs up. Chinchia cleared her throat, transforming into a top-notch teacher, and began her lesson. Naturally, she was going to teach the 13th form of sun breathing, which is the concept of using the first 12 forms in a continuous cycle. Before the great battle in the Infinite Castle, both the Hashira and Tanjiro, as well as Chinchia, needed to become stronger. After all, Muzan was significantly stronger than Kokushibo. Chapter 110. Reunion with Tamayo. After learning about the concept of the 13th form from Chinchia, Tanjiro hurriedly began to practice. Although the definition of the 13th form seemed quite ordinary, simply the continuous use of the first 12 sword techniques, who would use fixed sword techniques in a rigid manner when facing demons. Adapting to the situation was the norm, so when Tanjiro first learned about the 13th form, he couldn't help but be surprised. However, when Tanjiro began to practice in the air and discovered that the breathing, which originally felt like it would burn his body, actually became more refreshing, his excited expression, reminiscent of a silly deer, made Chinchia laugh. "What's wrong, sister?" Nothing. I just thought of something funny. You keep practicing hard, but just being able to use the 13th form in the air isn't enough. Enemies won't stand still for you to strike," Chinchia said, suppressing her laughter and waving her hand. I will do my best." Tanjiro nodded seriously, filled with fighting spirit. Even during subtle improvements, he was persistently training, especially now that he had found a way to progress faster. In the morning, Tanjiro practiced the cycle alone. His fundamentals were already very solid, and a morning of training had led to noticeable progress. In the afternoon, Tanjiro sparred with Chinchia. Although there was a significant gap in strength, Chinchia could clearly feel Tanjiro gaining experience and continuously growing with each battle. At night, Tanjiro and Chinchia left the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters and headed towards Tamayo, Asakusa, Tokyo. As night fell, Tanjiro and Chinchia stepped into this seemingly transformed town once again. The brightly lit streets and flickering lights enveloped the area, with police officers patrolling the streets to ensure the safety of the people. Here, low-level demons had little chance to act. Only demons capable of blood demon arts could survive in this town. From a demon's perspective, this town was undoubtedly a high-level dungeon. "Sister, I can't smell Tamayo and the others." Tanjiro sniffed hard with his nose, but failed. "They probably haven't been out recently. It's a small issue. I remember the way," Chinchia confidently said, tapping her finger on her head. Her memory was at a level that would astonish even Yuzui Tengen. It was easy to recall previously visited locations. After winding through some paths, Qinxiao led Tanjiro to a corner where two roads diverged. However, they did not go left or right, but chose the hard wall straight ahead. As their bodies made contact with the wall, it rippled, and they passed through to arrive at Tamayo's residence, concealed by an illusion. Upon reaching the door, just as Qinxiao was about to knock, a mature woman's voice came from inside the residence. "Come right in. The door is not locked." Qinxiao wasn't really surprised, and neither was Tanjiro. However, at such a close distance, Tanjiro took a sniff with his nose again. Feeling a bit awkward, he leaned close to Qinxiao's ear and whispered, "Sister Tamayo seems a bit angry." Qinxiao's mouth twitched slightly upon hearing this. She could understand why Zhuye was angry. After all, she had mentioned during their first meeting that she would provide the blood of high-level demons. It had been quite a while since then, and not to mention high-level demons. Even the upper moons had been defeated so many times. She should have come over much earlier. However, Qinxiao believed that once Zhuye saw the gift she had prepared, she would surely be happy and set aside her grievances. Qinxiao reached out to grasp the doorknob and pushed open the door of the mansion. The two walked step by step down the corridor until they arrived at the room where Tamayo and Yashiro were, reuniting after a long time. After a bit of casual chatting, Qinxiao winked at Tanjiro, signaling him to take out what he had prepared. Although they had tea rehearsed beforehand, Tanjiro immediately understood what his sister meant. Fortunately, it was Tanjiro. If Inosuke had seen that wink, he probably would have bluntly asked, "Big sister, did you get something in your eye?" Tanjiro took out a test tube containing blood from his pocket, and the previously somewhat angry Tamayo instantly lit up with excitement. Could this be the blood of an upper moon? More specifically, it was the blood of Upper Moon 1. Tamayo eagerly took the test tube containing Kokoshibo's blood from Tanjiro, her face displaying a delighted smile that Yashiro hadn't seen in years. Seeing Tamayo smile, Qinxiao couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. She had almost forgotten to collect blood for Tamayo. During the Infinity Train arc, she could use the excuse that she passed out after fighting Akaza, but during the fight against Daki and Jotaro in the Entertainment District, there were plenty of opportunities to collect their blood. Thankfully, she remembered during the battle against Kokoshibo, with such high-quality experimental samples, Tamayo's research progress should greatly improve, right? Watching Tamayo, who was already eager to start her experiments, Qinxiao exhaled and announced that she and Tanjiro were preparing to leave. Tamayo didn't try to keep them from leaving, as she wanted to research the potion that could target Muzan as quickly as possible. The potion Tamayo developed was a crucial factor in battling Muzan. "Qinxiao, believe me, I will succeed," Tamayo said seriously, holding the test tube with Kokoshibo's blood. "Huh, of course I believe in you, Miss Tamayo. Otherwise, why would I have handed this blood to you? By the way, do you want my blood?" Qinxiao jokingly pulled open her sleeve, revealing her fair arm, but to her surprise, Zhuye seriously took out a blood draw syringe. "I want it, if possible. I'd like to draw a little more." "Of course, no problem." Qinxiao showed an awkward expression. Just as Tamayo was preparing to draw some of Qinxiao's blood for a comparative experiment, Tanjiro suddenly pulled out several test tubes filled with Qinxiao's blood from his pocket. "When I was collecting the blood from upper moons, I saw so much of my sister's blood around, and I thought it might come in handy. So I collected a bit of my sister's blood too." Tamayo and Qinxiao turned to look at the several full test tubes of blood in Tanjiro's hands, their eyes turning into tiny dots. Chapter 111. The transparent world of the flame pillar when Qinxiao saw Tanjiro take out so many test tubes filled with her blood. She slowly retracted her arm. Tamayo, realizing the value of the blood, held the test tubes filled with Qinxiao's blood like treasures, her gaze intense and clear. "Tamayo, so much. This is enough for how many experiments?" Tamayo's eyes sparkled with excitement, almost losing her composure. No, she had already lost it. At least, Yashiro, who was beside her, had never seen Tamayo like this. However, no matter what kind of Tamayo it was, in his eyes, she was the most beautiful existence. Tamayo returned home loaded with treasures, while Qinxiao and Tanjiro quickly left Tamayo's residence. If Tamayo completed her research or encountered any issues, they could address her. If you were to ask who the greatest MVP of the battle in Infinity Castle was, it would undoubtedly be Tamayo and Shinobu, who developed the ultimate poison capable of aging Muzan. In the original story, it required both of them to collaborate to create the ultimate poison. And in the world influenced by Qinxiao, this ultimate poison was also indispensable. Qinxiao is ultimately not the incarnation of Keigen Yoriichi, nor is she a monster surpassing Keigen Yoriichi. At least not for now. Muzan is very strong, Even after being hit by the ultimate poison, his strength is still far above Kokushibo, let alone in his full state before being poisoned. Therefore, it is necessary to use this ultimate poison to age and weaken him. Chincha and Tanjiro were walking down the road at night, stealthily returning to the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, while humans were ramping up their combat power. Demons were also in full swing. Ever since Kokushibo's death, Muzan had issued a death order to his subordinates, even to ordinary demons without the power of lower moons. For Muzan, having kindred was unnecessary. If it weren't for needing these laborers to find blue spider lilies for him, he wouldn't want to create even a single companion. At this moment, an alternative to the blue spider lily had already emerged, leaving these demons, who couldn't even be considered lower moons, with only two paths to take. 1. To be forcibly infused with Muzan's blood and become mass-produced lower moons, thus turning into cannon fodder in the Battle of Infinity Castle. 2. To offer their last bit of value by desperately searching for the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters or Chincha's whereabouts. Muzan chose the latter. His voice echoed in the minds of these demons, and a strong fear surged from their hearts. Regardless of what they had been doing before, upon hearing Muzan's voice, they immediately knelt down, sweating profusely. You worthless beings, whose blood flows with mine, but have not provided me with even a shred of value. I will give you one more year. If you still cannot prove yourselves, then there will be no need for you to continue living. This sudden, earth-shattering command caused most of the remaining demons to stop slacking off and desperately search for the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters or Chincha's trail. How many demons were willing to risk their lives? However, they did not know that even if they found the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters or Chincha, they would still meet an end at Muzan's hands. In summary, they were doomed to die anyway, and before that, they would have to work themselves to the bone. Naturally, the members of the Demon Slayer Corps were unaware of this death order issued by Muzan, but they were surprised to find that the occurrence of people eating had decreased during this period. On the surface, this seemed like a good phenomenon, but in reality, everyone felt that with 5 upper moons having died, this unusually calm scene was definitely the calm before the storm. As dawn gradually broke, Chincha and Tanjiro had returned to the headquarters, and Chincha rubbed her eyes, indicating that she needed to sleep for a while. This was not simply due to laziness, but rather an involuntary drowsiness that had arisen, possibly a lingering effect of her body not fully recovering. Chincha let out a heavy yawn, while Tanjiro expressed his desire to go look for Inosuke. He knew that Inosuke had gone to train with someone, but he wasn't sure who that person was, and he felt a bit curious. Chincha reminded Tanjiro not to tire himself too much and to pay attention to his rest before turning around and returning to her room in her mansion. Thump! She lay down on her soft, fluffy big bed and closed her eyes, drifting into a dream. Tanjiro stood in place, took a deep breath, stretched his arms, and then casually chose a direction to begin his journey to find Inosuke. As dawn broke, beams of sunlight shone down from the sky, and Rengoku, Kaijiro, who was in a meditative state in the headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps at the Flame Hashira's mansion, slowly exhaled a breath. There was no one else in his mansion besides him, as Kaijiro was mostly in the field on missions and spent little time at headquarters. So no one else was arranged to stay there. If anyone had been in his mansion and seen Kaijiro, who had remained motionless for dozens of hours, they would have been extremely worried. The fighting spirit within Kaijiro had been constantly changing during these dozens of hours. As one of the 2 people closest to the transparent world among the 9 Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps, Kaijiro was now touching the barrier of that supreme realm. Originally, it might have taken him several years, or even decades to reach this realm, but after consuming Akaza's top-tier experience and receiving Chincha's concept transmission, Kaijiro underwent a leap in growth. The key to unlocking the transparent world lies in the resonance between total concentration, breathing, and the body, and prior to that, one needs to discard unnecessary and useless senses, focusing entirely on the liberation of the 5 senses. The airflow of total concentration, breathing flows and intertwines through every muscle tissue and blood vessel in the body. This process is extremely painful and difficult. A single mistake could mean starting all over again, so the mind must be calm. The transparent world is the realm of selflessness. Achieving a perfect match and resonance between total concentration, breathing, and the body will eventually allow the opening and closing of muscles and blood vessels to be completed in the blink of an eye, just like how a person naturally opens their eyes to see the scenery. After enduring the pain and completing all this, the world within sight will change. A realm that can only be reached through utmost effort and struggle. Sweat dripped from Kaijiro's cheeks as the first rays of dawn's sunlight illuminated his face. He slowly opened his eyes, and the scenery in his gaze had undergone subtle, yet significant changes. If someone were to appear in his line of sight now, he could even see through to their muscles and blood vessels. After seeing this scene before him, he revealed a radiant smile. I succeeded. Chapter 112, Preparation Before the Battle. 1. That day, in the afternoon, lying in her soft bedding, Qianxia groggily opened her eyes. After turning over, her lips moved and she let out a big yawn. What time is it now? Qianxia groggily crawled out of her blanket, taking a moment to calm her sticky brain before leaving her soft bed. As she exited the room, she heavily stretched her arms, symbolically turning her head to scan the surroundings of the mansion with her eyes. In reality, her current perception was much more reliable than pure eyesight. Qianxia stepped out of her residence with some hesitation. As soon as she took her first step outside, she stopped and turned to look to the left outside her door, where she saw Akaza sitting on a small stool he had moved over, resting with his eyes closed. Just as Qianxia exited the residence, Akaza suddenly opened his eyes wide and smiled, saying, "Qianxia, I have comprehended the transparent world that you mentioned." Upon hearing this, Qianxia was momentarily taken aback, but couldn't help but feel happy for Akaza. Although it was a given in her plans that Akaza would understand the transparent world, his quick comprehension truly exceeded her expectations. 1 leads to 2, and 2 leads to 3. Before the battle in Infinite City, everyone's combat ability must be improved as much as possible, not only to defeat Muzan, but also to ensure they can safely welcome a happy end. Akaza looked at Qianxia and, for some reason, felt that her gaze towards him resembled that of a mother seeing her child grow up. However, more than this, Akaza was concerned about another point. Normally, in the sight of someone who has unlocked the transparent world, the muscle components and blood vessel structures of an ordinary person are completely exposed. Yet, Akaza was surprised to find that he could not see through Qianxia's body structure. This was also one of the reasons Kokushibo judged that Qianxia was definitely not at the same level of the transparent world as he was. "Qianxia, have you perhaps reached a realm even higher than the transparent world?" Akaza asked with confusion. As soon as Chika heard this, she immediately understood what Kaijuro's question was about. She waved her hand gently and replied, No, it's not that I have reached a higher realm. To be more precise, it's the opposite. It doesn't really matter what my realm is. My body is quite special. I wouldn't dare to claim that my realm is higher than the transparent world. It's just that others don't have the conditions to reach my realm, so they might as well focus on cultivating the transparent world. Kaijuro nodded thoughtfully. Having reached the transparent world himself, he vaguely sensed what Chika meant by the opposite. He thought to himself that this really was a realm harder to reach than the transparent world, but then he considered that it was Chika who had reached it, which made it seem normal. This wasn't surprising, as Chika was regarded as a symbol of miracles at the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. Everyone believed that no matter how astonishing or strange something was, once it involved Chika, it was considered normal. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Chika patted Kaijuro on the back, and they headed to the location where the stone Hashira, Jyomi Hamijima, was. By the way, Kaijuro waited outside the door for Chika because he had met Tanjiro on the way and learned from him that Chika was sleeping. Naturally, Kaijuro wouldn't disturb Chika's sleep, so he waited outside. Qianxia expressed her approval of this, because if someone were to disturb her sleep, she wasn't sure what actions she might unconsciously take under the influence of the so-called morning grumpiness demon. However, Yushilang from Jia had experience in this area. When he had once disturbed Qianxia while she was sleeping and even shouted "ugly girl," she instantly grabbed her sword sheath and threw it at Yushilang. The wooden door was pierced through, and the sheath got stuck in the door, with its tip only 5 centimeters away from Yushirlang's head. After strolling around the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, the stone Hashira, Kanroji Mitsuri, was not in his residence. Thinking that he might be training with the other Hashira, they turned towards the largest training ground of the Demon Slayer Corps. Sure enough, not only were the stone Hashira and the other Hashira present, but even Inosuke and Tanjiro were there. Inosuke, whom they hadn't seen for a long time, was sparring with the wind Hashira, Sanemi Shinazugawa. However, the gap between the two was very obvious, as Inosuke was being pushed back repeatedly by Sanemi. Beast breathing, 4th Fong, broken slash. Wind breathing, 2nd form claw. KT wind. Although beast breathing was a breathing style created by Inosuke himself, it was also a derivative of wind breathing, just like flame breathing and love breathing. However, Mitsuri created love breathing based on flame breathing, while Inosuke had no foundation when he created his own. The wind Hashira, Sanemi Shinazugawa, effortlessly suppressed Inosuke, and the dazzling wind blades made it difficult for Inosuke to counter. In just a few exchanges, he was already facing defeat. Damn it, Next time I will definitely win. Inosuke shouted defiantly, gritting his teeth. With that thought, you should practice more, don't just talk. You can't win against me just by talking. Of course. Even if you practice more, I won't lose to you. You pig-headed fool. Sanemi huffed and turned to look around, wanting to change his training partner. At that moment, he noticed Kaiburo Rengoku and Chinchia, who had just arrived at the training ground. Sanemi paused for a moment, and after a clear hesitation on his face, he took a deep breath and quickly walked over to Chinchia, standing in front of her. Is there something you need? Chinchia asked, slightly tilting her head in confusion as she looked at the somewhat awkward Sanemi. Sanemi glanced left and right, and after another internal struggle, he clenched his fists and bowed deeply to Chinchia. Thank you. Thank you for saving that kid, Jinya. I owe you a favor. His bow was very standard, and his serious tone was mixed with a hint of shyness. Seeing this, Chinchia hurriedly waved her hand. She couldn't remember when she had saved Schwani, and if she had to say something, it would be to thank Schwani and the others for protecting her, while she closed her eyes to concentrate on breaking through her realm against Zhang Patian. Saving is really too much to say, but I do have one thing I want to ask you for help with. Can you give me a little bit of your rare blood? Chinchia awkwardly extended a finger and asked. Rare blood is a great tonic for demons. Enough for one person to equal more than 50, and Shimi's rare blood is the rarest of the rare. Just a few drops can even make an upper-rank demon feel intoxicated. Upon hearing that Chinchia wanted rare blood, Shimi was slightly taken aback at first, then decisively drew the Nichiren blade from his waist and placed it against his other arm, the sharp blade almost touching his battered arm. How much do you want? Just say it. Chapter 113, Preparation Before the Battle. 2, a little bit. Oh no, actually a bit more. Chika extended 2 fingers, originally just wanting that amount between them to be enough. However, when she thought about the sweet scent of the thin blood that flowed from Shimi's arm when they dealt with Nezuko's trust issues, she couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. The thin blood was really too enticing. Even someone like Chika, who was an exception, found herself intrigued by Shimi's blood. Fortunately, just before the saliva in her mouth was about to drip out, Chika managed to hold it back. However, she didn't have any test tubes or anything to store the blood, and the training ground was quite far from her residence. Chinchia turned her head and scanned her surroundings. She discovered that the closest place to the training ground was actually the Lord's mansion. At that moment, upon realizing this, a large basin suddenly appeared in her mind for some unknown reason. Ahem, it seems that Butterfly Shinobu's mansion isn't too far either. Let's pay her a visit. All right. Shimi nodded and sheathed her Nichiren blade. Before heading to Butterfly Shinobu's mansion with Shimi, Chinchia turned to Rengoku, signaling him to do his best with her gaze. Rengoku had a look that said, leave it to me, and then he stepped toward the place where the stone Hashira Kageyami was. With Rengoku in action, Chinchia felt reassured. Subsequently, Chinchia and Shimi headed to Butterfly Shinobu's mansion, where Shinobu was focused on researching poison alongside Tamayo. The results of their research were exchanged through letters, and they rarely met, despite Butterfly Shinobu's aversion to demons. Another reason for their limited interactions was her extremely poor relationship with Yashiro, which almost always ended in arguments when they met. Yashiro was dissatisfied with Shinobu's frequent disdain towards demons and Tamayo. Conversely, Shinobu felt discomfort from Yashiro's hostility and anger towards her. One could imagine the scene, with Butterfly Shinobu and Yashiro glaring at each other, their gazes sparking like flashing lightning. Shinobu's veins were bulging, while Yashiro's head was flashing with anger one, and the awkward Tamayo, caught between them, was sweating nervously. When Chinchia and Shimi arrived at Butterfly Shinobu's mansion, she was still engrossed in her potion experiments, and Nezuko, who was initially curiously observing, suddenly froze in surprise. What's wrong? Butterfly Shinobu turned to look at Nezuko, but Nezuko's movement was quicker than her turn, vanishing beside her in a flash. The surprise in Butterfly Shinobu's eyes quickly faded like a receding tide, as she knew that there was only one person in the world who could make the Kamadu siblings use their teleportation skill. Nezuko burst out of the house, and, with a puff, she leaped into Chinchia's embrace. Chinchia gently patted Nezuko's head, and Nezuko thoroughly enjoyed the affection. The atmosphere within Butterfly Shinobu's mansion was warm and harmonious, nearly overwhelming Shimi, who stood aside, causing his mind to go blank. What brings you two here? Butterfly Shinobu asked with a smile as she stepped out of the house, looking at the rare visitor Chinchia and the even rarer visitor Shimi. Before Chinchia could speak, Shimi took the initiative to step forward and rolled up his scarred arm. I need a bit of my blood, but I don't have a blood storage tool, Shimi said straightforwardly. Hearing this, Butterfly Shinobu's expression became somewhat subtle, and she unconsciously glanced at Chinchilla beside Shimi. After a clear internal struggle, Butterfly Shinobu sighed and gave up thinking. She shrugged and asked, blood storage tool? Test tube? How big do you need it? The biggest. Shimi replied. After a while, Butterfly Shinobu brought out a test tube as thick as Shimi's arm. The moment it appeared, Shimi's face froze. Why is it so big? Oh, didn't you say you wanted the largest? This is my specially customized test tube. Only I have it. Butterfly Shinobu said with a squint. Shimi's gaze toggled between the test tube and his arm, and while Chinchilla and Butterfly Shinobu thought he would back down, he surprisingly gritted his teeth and showed a look of come on. Who's afraid of who? Chika hurriedly stopped Shimi's stubborn behavior. Although she indeed wanted Shimi's blood and hoped to take a little more, a test tube as thick as an arm was out of the question. In the end, Chika collected 2 vials of rare blood that were a size larger than the usual. During the blood draw, Shinobu didn't notice that Chika was trying very hard to control her saliva. Is this really enough? Shimi said, waving her arm that had just been drawn from, looking as if she could give more. That's enough, really enough. Thank you very much this time, but I should clarify that this doesn't count as a favor owed, because you don't actually owe me anything. Now, I owe you a favor instead, but don't worry, I will repay it. Chinchilla smiled and replied before lowering her head, her gaze fixed on the 2 vials of rare blood in her hands. After a moment of contemplation, she decided to bid farewell immediately and return to her residence. In the original story of the Infinite City battle, the Wind Pillar, Mitsuri Kanroji, was one of the 2 pillars who survived. But he not only had a short lifespan due to the curse, but also witnessed the death of his younger brother. Since I owe you a favor, I will definitely ensure your future. Just wait for the end of the Infinite City and enjoy life with your younger brother. Of course, even if I didn't owe a favor, Chinchilla would still guarantee Mitsuri's future because she sought a perfect ending. Just like the pure love war god who takes down an ogre with a single strike, Chinchilla transformed into the perfect war god, fighting for all that is beautiful in the world, wishing that this beauty would last forever. Once back in her residence, Chinchilla preserved 1 vial of the rare blood while holding the other tightly in her palm. Chinchilla wants to drink this thin blood. This is not because she is greedy and cannot resist, but because she wants to see if she can use the thin blood to make the ghostly part of herself more active. The purpose of her action is singular, to awaken the blood demon technique. This is an extremely risky act. Perhaps just 1 sip could disrupt the perfect balance of human and ghost within her. However, if she can awaken the blood demon technique, Chinchilla's strength will receive a tremendous boost once again. Chinchilla's gaze was fixed on the rare blood in her hands. A moment of hesitation flashed through her heart before it instantly vanished. Let's go for it. Chinchilla, drink it all in one go. Chapter 114. The Other Side of Life and Death. 1. Why does this taste a bit strange? After downing the diluted blood in her hand, Chinchilla slightly raised her head and smacked her lips, trying hard to evaluate the taste of the diluted blood from the undying river. However, Chinchilla is not a gourmet, making it difficult for her to describe the flavor of the undying river's diluted blood with professional terms. Just as she was beginning to think that she might have gotten overly excited for nothing, the after effects kicked in. Chinchilla's body trembled, and she was originally sitting cross-legged on the bed, but with this tremor, she fell to the ground with a thud. 1 hand pressed against her chest, her face flushed, gasping for breath. What on earth is this feeling? Chinchilla struggled to get out of bed while gasping for breath, as a subtle sensation was trying to engulf her entire body, even her brain. Her originally reddish-brown eyes turned crimson, and the scent of the rare blood she had preserved broke through the constraints of the test tube and cork, flooding into Chinchilla's nose. Bloodthirsty desire. This was the first time such a situation had occurred since her transmigration, and Chinchilla understood that the thing she feared the most had come to pass. Murphy's Law. Murphy's Law. Chinchilla suppressed her strong, bloodthirsty desire, gritting her teeth as she crawled out of bed and approached the door. Was she planning to leave the room? No. Chinchilla intended to lock the door. After locking the door, she felt that merely locking it wouldn't be enough. She turned around and returned to her bed, lifting it with both hands and blocking the door with it. Chika gasped for breath, not because she was tired from moving a bed, but because she was forcefully enduring a bloodthirsty desire that made her extremely uncomfortable. After moving the bed, Chika took a piece of paper from the drawer in the room and wrote a note saying closed for cultivation. Please do not disturb unless necessary, and slipped it through the small gap in the door to the outside. After doing all this, Chika leaned against the corner of the room, gripping her chest tightly with 1 hand, lowering her head to catch her breath. As she felt the changes within her body Memories of the experiences of Kazumi Fubuki, the immortal river, surfaced in her mind. Kazumi's father was abusive, addicted to gambling and alcohol, and one day, he was killed by enemies, leaving her mother to bear the burden of the family. Although her mother was petite, she did not back down in the face of her monstrous father and continued to protect them. Their gentle mother took on the family's responsibilities, and as the eldest brother, Kazumi matured early to alleviate some of the pressure on her mother. The other children were also obedient and understanding, not crying or causing trouble. Though it couldn't be called happiness, it could at least be considered warm and harmonious, just when everyone thought things would gradually improve. One day their mother did not return home after going out. Kazumi comforted her younger siblings, saying their mother would be fine. Late at night, their mother returned, but only as a demon. The once gentle mother now turned on her children with deadly intent, the brothers' blood splattering on Kazumi and Genmi's faces. At that moment, their world came crashing down. Chinchia held her chest with one hand and pressed her head with the other. She absolutely refused to become a mindless demon like Shimi's mother, who would harm her own family. With such an obsession, even if she truly turned into a crazed demon, she would choose to end her own life at the first moment. Damn it, the perfect ending she envisioned was so close now. As long as everyone worked together to defeat Muzan, they could all live normal lives. So she absolutely could not lose her sanity. Chinchia leaned against a corner of the room, her eyes closed and head lowered as she gasped weakly for breath. Hallucinations even appeared in her mind, with her own voice echoing, urging her again and again to drink blood. Chinchia bit her lip, and drops of fresh blood flowed out. Amidst an indescribable struggle, Chinchia lost consciousness in her human form and fell into a state of faintness. In Chinchia's spiritual world, she walks aimlessly with vacant eyes in a pristine open space. Behind her is a muddy swamp that is slowly closing in on her, but she remains unaware of it. Who is she? Where is this? What is she doing? Chinchia couldn't figure it out, so she didn't continue to think about it. She kept moving forward, with an endless path ahead of her. But the swamp behind her was gradually closing in. Just as Chinchia was about to be caught by the muddy swamp behind her and fall into this abyss from which there was no return, a figure appeared in front of her. What's wrong? Where did that tenacious Chinchia, who fought with me, go? You're not giving up, are you? That would be too unfair for me to lose. Chinchia's body stiffened as she heard these words, and the murky swamp that was constantly closing in behind her also came to a halt. How could you forget me in just a few days? Are you the kind of person who wouldn't remember a defeated opponent? The blurry figure in front gradually became clearer, and Chinchia's pupils widened as memories quickly resurfaced onto the other's stimulus. Hades, or more accurately, Sukuna Yoshiro appeared before Chinchia in human form. Once Chinchia regained her composure, she turned to look behind her, and the murky swamp, which was only a few steps away, came into her view. That was really close. Chinchia gulped down a lump of saliva and turned to look at Kinagakuwa Iwakatsu again. She understood that if she truly fell into this muddy swamp, the only path left for her, who completely refused to become a demon, would be death. Thank you. It's nothing. We're just settling our debts. The deceased Kinagakuwa Iwakatsu could not interfere with Chinchia, who was in the real world, but in her current situation, he could barely intervene a little. Of course, this was also thanks to another person who was waiting for him, allowing him to delay his journey to hell for a while to atone for his sins. Brother, our time is limited. Suddenly, a voice that did not belong to either Chinchia or Iwakatsu came from beside Kinagakuwa Iwakatsu. Chinchia was shocked and looked over, only to see a blurred figure appearing next to Kinagakuwa Iwakatsu, gradually becoming clearer. However, even if this figure did not become clear, and even if it did not look like a person, Chinchia understood who the owner of this figure was, because in the whole world, there was only one person who would call Kinagakuwa Iwakatsu brother, and that was the man standing on a rooftop in the Demon Slayer universe, Kinagakuwa Yuen. Chapter 115. The other side of life and death, too. The chosen one who had slain countless demons in life, Kinagakuwa Yuen, undoubtedly could ascend to heaven after death and choose reincarnation. However, before that, he chose to pause and wait for his brother to awaken. Just as Kinagakuwa Iwakatsu, turned to ashes by Chinchia's sunlight, was about to enter hell to atone for his sins, Kinagakuwa Yuen appeared before him. This was the reunion of the Kinagakuwa brothers after more than 400 years. Although they had been adversaries in their last encounter in life, now, as incarnations of souls, the Kinagakuwa brothers seemed to return to their close relationship from childhood. Yuen was still waiting for his brother, and the awakened Iwakatsu reconciled with Yuen. At this moment, the blurred figure that Qianxia could clearly identify as Kinugokawa Yuan gradually became clearer, and the figure of the man standing on the rooftop of the Demon Slayer universe appeared before Qianxia. With reddish-brown long hair, a high ponytail, wine-red eyes, and a samurai-style red haori from the Warring States period, the Nichiren blade, which had inflicted countless wounds on Muzan, was sheathed at his waist. Qianxia's eyes involuntarily sparkled with a Pikachu-like brilliance, and seeing Mikuni Yoriichi was truly an unexpected delight for her. Mikuni Yoriichi and Mikuni Iwakatsu, the two strongest swordsmen of the Warring States period with their sun and moon sword techniques, stood right in front of Qianxia. At that moment, with her eyes shining and hands clasped, Qianxia had quite the fangirl vibe. Yoriichi looked at this version of Qianxia and couldn't help but be slightly taken aback. He turned to Iwakatsu and asked with some confusion, "Brother, is this the Qianxia who killed you?" Iwakatsu also felt a bit awkward. She had been so composed when fighting him, but now she seemed like a completely different person. Noticing the time was limited, Mikuni Iwakatsu didn't waste any more time. He reached out a finger and pointed it at Qianxia's forehead. "Here's the gift I'm giving you. Now you owe me a favor. Muzan, you must eliminate him." Qianxia was momentarily stunned. When Jigua Yansheng removed his finger from her forehead, Qianxia suddenly reached out with both hands to cover her forehead. The scenes that had just flashed through her mind were: Qianxia's face showed a hint of surprise, but it was quickly replaced by a look of determination. "Muzan, I will eliminate him. I believe in you." Tenjin Yuzi nodded slightly, while Zenitsu stepped forward. "My brother said your name is Tanjiro Kamado. Are you a descendant of Tanjiro Kamado?" Although Zenitsu asked this, he already had an answer in his heart, because in his worthless life, Tanjiro Kamado was one of the few people who made him smile genuinely. Tanjiro Kamado, the ancestor of the Kamado family, the origin of the breath of the sun, transformed into the fire god Kagura. In a chance encounter, Tenjin Yuzui saved Tanjiro and his wife. At Tanjiro's persistent request, he inherited the Hanafuda earrings and the breath of the sun hidden in the Kagura dance from Tenjin Yuzui. Tenjin Yuzui raised his head slightly to look at the pure white sky, reminiscing about the brief moment he encountered Tanjiro Kamado. "Qianxia, I don't have anything to give you like my brother does. You have already inherited my breath of the sun and sword techniques. That is all I have." Tenjin Yuzui lowered his head and looked at Qianxia with his wine-red eyes. He reflected on his life and realized that apart from creating breathing techniques and honing his sword skills, he had not accomplished even one thing he wanted to do. In his youth, he couldn't save his sick mother. In his young adulthood, he couldn't save his beloved wife. In his middle age, he couldn't retain his respected older brother. In his old age, he couldn't slay the demon that his brother had become. Apart from his own strength, he had nothing of no value. Looking at Tenjin Yuzui's somewhat lonely expression, Qianxia, after a brief silence, couldn't help but open her mouth and said, "Please don't belittle yourself like that. From being injured by Muzan to the point of sitting in a wheelchair, to now having the courage to challenge Muzan. The breath of the sun and sword techniques you created have given me immense courage and confidence." These words made Tenjin Yuzui see the figure of Tanjiro Kamado in Qianxia. Tanjiro had once said similar things to him. Great masters, though their paths may differ, ultimately reach the same destination. Despite the passage of time and different journeys, they will surely arrive at the same place. The words were exactly the same as what Zenitsu had said to Tanjiro, but Qianxia vaguely sensed something different in Zenitsu's words. Just as Qianxia was about to ask some more questions, the pure white space trembled, and the three of them instinctively turned their heads to look around, realizing that they had run out of time. "Qianxia, you must slay Muzan. Just leave it to me." Qianxia smiled and pounded her chest with one hand, while raising her other hand into a fist towards the Kikanak brothers. The brothers looked at Qianxia's raised fist, exchanged glances, and then smiled as they extended their own fists. The three fists met together. "I'll leave it to you." With that, the three of them turned and walked in different directions. Kikanak Iwakatsu walked towards hell to atone for the sins he committed during his time as a demon. Kikanak Enichi walked towards heaven, choosing reincarnation in hopes of reuniting with his former wife in a future life. Meanwhile, Qianxia returned to the human world, as she still had an unfinished mission. She absolutely could not fall before Muzan was defeated. In the real world, Qianxia groggily opened her eyes. At that moment, the intense bloodlust that had made her so violent had dissipated, but her physical condition could hardly be described as good. She struggled to get up from the ground, one hand holding her head, breathing heavily. To be honest, everything she had just experienced was a bit too fantastical. But thinking back to how Demon Slayer had introduced Kaneo and the setting of Shinobu's soul lingering in the human world from the beginning, Qianxia felt a sense of relief. Qianxia let out a sigh. Her blood demon technique did not awaken because of this adventure, but this adventure was not without its traps. Qianxia moved the big bed that was blocking the door back to a distance. As she opened the door to her room, she discovered that Tanjiro and Izuko had laid out bedding on the floor outside her room and were sound asleep. At this moment, in the dead of night, Qianxia looked at the two sleeping peacefully and smiled faintly. She carefully left the residence with her Nichiren sword, making sure not to disturb them, and headed to a training ground in the distance. Qianxia tightly gripped the hilt of her sun-wield sword, her eyes filled with seriousness as she took deep breaths. All right, there isn't much time left. I need to hurry and become stronger. After saying this, Qianxia began to swing the sun-wield sword, honing her swordsmanship. The next day, in the early morning, when the other members of the Demon Slayer Corps woke up and arrived at the training ground, they found numerous chaotic sword marks on the ground. And Qianxia was leaning against a lush tree, hugging her sun-wield sword, with her eyes closed, deeply asleep. Chapter 116, Training Camp 1. Qianxia is really so cute. The Hashira, who woke up early, naturally gathered at the largest training ground of the Demon Slayer Corps. As soon as they arrived, they were surprised to find someone had made a home in the training ground. Many chaotic sword marks that hadn't been there the day before appeared on the ground. And when they turned to look around, they found Qianxia lying in the shade, clearly dreaming sweetly. The arriving Hashira surrounded Qianxia, watching with interest the girl who was leaning against the tree, using her sun-wield sword as a pillow. Mitsuri's eyes sparkled as she looked at Qianxia. If it weren't for the lack of smartphones in this era, she would have taken countless photos of Qianxia. Isn't she adorable? Although I really like the cool and handsome Qianxia during battles, I also love this soft and cute side of her. Mitsuri, smiling, teased as she tugged at the sleeve of her companion, Snake Hashira Abanai. Abanai's cheeks flushed slightly as he turned his head away. Of course, the blush wasn't because he found Qianxia cute, but because he thought Mitsuri was adorable for seeking his approval by tugging at his clothes. Mitsuri and Abanai were the type of pair that had mutual feelings, but hadn't explicitly acknowledged them. However, everyone in the Demon Slayer Corps had vaguely sensed their ambiguous relationship, especially the stone Hashira, Jyomi-ai Himejima. At that moment, Jyomi-ai was also beside Qianxia, his hands clasped together as he, blind, gazed in Qianxia's direction. He truly couldn't see. The realm Qianxia reached was indeed mysterious and astonishing. Jyomi-ai said softly, his hands still together. Beside him, Kaidro Rengoku responded with a smile. I heard from Qianxia that it's the opposite of the transparent world, something ordinary people can't achieve. But it's not surprising that Qianxia can. After mastering the transparent world, Kaidro sought out Jyomi-ai, who was also close to achieving it. Despite being blind, he managed to achieve the strongest physique and the most powerful combat ability among the Hashira. In the battle at the Infinity Castle, he not only activated his marks but also awakened his Demon Slayer mark while fighting Kokushibo, gaining insights into the transparent world. After Kaijiro comprehended the transparent world, he hurriedly passed on his experience to Jyomi-ai. Through self-exploration and training with Kaijiro, Jyomi-ai experienced the transparent world and ultimately awakened it himself, significantly increasing his strength. Just as Qianxia said, with one, there is two. With two, there is three. Now, none of the 9 Hashira were ordinary. What they lacked was merely the time to grow steadily. Because of this lack of time, they could only hastily activate their marks to strengthen themselves. If given enough time, Kaijiro would surely comprehend the true meaning of the transparent world even without Qianxia's intervention. If given time, how far could Michiro Takedo, a genius who became a Hashira-level fighter within 2 months of wielding a sword, grow? If given time, how much more could Jyomi-ai, who at the age of 27 forged the strongest physique that Kokushibo lamented was a once-in-300 years occurrence, achieve? The Hashira chatted around Qianxia, who was slightly frowning. On the verge of waking up, the others immediately shut their mouths, exchanged knowing glances, and turned to walk towards the opposite side of the spacious training ground, hoping that by keeping a distance, they wouldn't disturb Qianxia. They then began their morning training. Jyomi-ai and Kaidro mastering the transparent world was the minimum expectation for Qianxia. But who want to end up with just the minimum? If they could gain one more person, it would significantly increase their combat power and hope for survival. In another corner of the training ground, while they practiced diligently, Tanjiro, who had just awoken in Qianxia's residence, noticed that her door was open. Excitedly, He followed his sister's scent to the training ground. Upon discovering Qianxia sleeping, he immediately closed his mouth and, understanding the situation, ran to another corner of the training ground to join the others in their training. As the sun hung high in the sky, it rose from morning to noon. With the sun's position changing, the shade above Qianxia gradually became unreliable. The scorching sun shone on her face, and in a daze, she opened her eyes. Is it noon already? Qianxia yawned widely while stretching. She had originally only wanted to take a short nap, but after training alone in the training ground late at night, her body, which was naturally more prone to fatigue, had forced her to endure tiredness and drowsiness to complete her set training goals. After finding a big tree to lean against for a brief rest, she ended up sleeping for 7 or 8 hours. Qianxia rubbed her eyes sleepily, and after taking a couple of deep breaths of the cool air to perk herself up, she saw the group in the distance diligently practicing. Under such rigorous training, their strength far surpassed the state in the original work before the patterns were activated, and even in the activated state, they were not much weaker. This is the significance of intensive training. Qianxia took a short break and wanted to join the main group to start her new round of training. At that moment, her gaze shifted slightly to the side, where Ju Tomioka was standing alone, wielding his Nichiren blade at a slight distance from the main group. It's not that everyone dislikes you, but why do you have to give off such an unapproachable vibe? Qianxia sighed helplessly. Although she often teased that everyone disliked Tomioka Ju, it was just teasing. In reality, everyone's evaluation of Tomioka Ju was as follows. Shinobu Kocho, I think you should talk more. Kyujuru Rengoku, his voice is too soft. It's hard to hear clearly, but he's a hard-working person. Tenjin Yuzui, gloomy, always has a long face. Muichiro Takatu, a motionless display item. Mitsuri Kanroji, a bit taciturn, but that shy demeanor is quite cute. Kaneo Tsuri, annoying, he always looks so unfortunate, it really gets on my nerves. Kabutsuji Muzan, not very good at chatting, but seems to be very happy when talking to Shinobu. Qianxia recalled the part in the Demon Slayer official guidebook where the 9 Hashira evaluated each other, and her expression became somewhat awkward. Overall, it was still acceptable. She picked up her Nichiren sword sheath and quickly ran towards the solitary figure of Ju Tomioka. I'm coming. You outcast. Chapter 117. Training Camp 2. Ju Tomioka stood expressionless, 10 meters away from the main group, silently honing his swordsmanship. He paid no attention to this obvious outcast phenomenon because he knew one thing well. I am not disliked. Ju Tomioka practiced the water breathing technique, one of the 5 basic breathing styles, which is a versatile type of technique. Water breathing is also the easiest among the 5 basic breathing styles to learn, and most of the Demon Slayer core sword wielders are users of this technique. He calmly swung his azure Nichiren sword, repeating his water breathing sword techniques over and over again, in stark contrast to the intense battles taking place among pairs of others just 10 meters away. Suddenly, Ju stopped, closing his eyes and fully concentrating to use his self-created sword technique, water breathing, 11th form, Nagi. In that moment, the circular area around him seemed to transform into a forbidden zone. This was Ju's strongest defensive technique of water breathing, which he had used multiple times in the original story to block attacks from Upper Moon 3, Akaza. In fact, Ju didn't need to close his eyes to use this technique. He did so now merely to further focus and see if he could optimize it. However, optimizing this technique was not an easy task. After some silent contemplation, he failed and let out a helpless sigh. When he opened his eyes, he found Qianxia, a living person, had appeared before him without him noticing. Hey, I'm here to keep you company. Qianxia smiled, with one hand behind her back and the other waving at him. Tomioka Ju looked at the suddenly appearing Qianxia and the words coming out of her mouth, and he couldn't help but fall into a long silence. When he finally eased out of the silence, a serious expression appeared on his face as he said, I really am not disliked. Qianxia's smile froze upon hearing this. She truly did not expect him to respond like that. But this answer did indeed have the flavor of Ju Tomioka. Qianxia awkwardly cleared her throat. Although caught off guard, it only made her a bit flustered, and she declared that she was about to launch her attack. Young, you don't really think you don't deserve to be with everyone, do you? Do you feel different from the others because of what happened with Kanado during the final selection? As Qianxia spoke, a slight change appeared on Tomioka Ju's typically expressionless face. Did Master Urokodaki tell you about this? Tomioka Ju slightly lowered his head and said. Qianxia did not immediately answer Tomioka Ju's question, but instead deliberately remained silent for a moment to give him time to think before smiling and saying, No, it was Kanroji who told me personally. In that instant, Tomioka Ju suddenly raised his head, his eyes trembling as he looked at Qianxia. What did you say? I said it was Kanroji who told me personally. Impossible. Kanroji. He is dead. Tomioka Ju's voice rose several pitches as he swung his arm, his expression extremely complex, presenting a dilemma that would give test takers a headache if included in a reading comprehension section for the college entrance exam. Kanroji was once a fellow student and close friend of Tomioka Ju under the tutelage of Shinazugawa Sanemi. The two trained together in swordsmanship and completed the task of splitting rocks assigned by their master. Upon graduating, they received the disaster-repelling fox mask from Shinazugawa and set off together to participate in the final selection at Fujikase Mountain. During the final selection, Tomioka Ju was injured and lost consciousness due to a surprise attack from a demon. Kanroji, who arrived just in time, saved him and tirelessly ran through the mountain to assist other demon-injured swordsmen, almost single-handedly exterminating all the demons on Fujikase Mountain. However, in the final stage, he encountered a hand demon that had been hidden in the mountain for decades. Despite having the strength to kill the hand demon, Kanroji, exhausted and with a worn Nichiren blade, was unable to defeat it and had his head crushed. Thanks to his efforts, there were no deaths in this year's final selection except for him, and even Tomioka Ju, who had killed a single demon, successfully passed the assessment, which became the greatest pain in his heart. At Tomioka Ju's emotionally charged shout, the large group training over 10 meters away turned their heads to look in their direction. How could Tomioka Ju show such an expression? This left everyone with puzzled looks, but they were not oblivious to the atmosphere. Even the wind pillar, Shinazugawa Sanemi, did not disrupt the situation. After all, Qianxia was there, and it was unlikely there would be a fight. Facing Tomioka Ju, who was somewhat emotionally out of control, Qianxia remained calm. Kanroji told you? Of course not. In reality, Qianxia had never met Kanroji. When she was training on Shinazugawa Mountain, she had hoped to meet Kanroji, but who knew they would not show up? It was quite absurd. Qianxia said she couldn't just shout at the air like a charlatan, asking the ghost of Kanado to appear. But fortunately, it didn't matter that she hadn't encountered him. After all, in the book, Qianxia had already gained a preliminary understanding of the story between Kanado and Ju Tomioka. Qianxia believes that even if Iyong Takatu is thrown into this unexpected situation, he would never blame her. However, seeing Takatu's demeanor so out of control, Qianxia understands that perhaps talking alone won't suffice. She isn't Naruto, and besides, even someone like Naruto needs to use his fists to convince Sasuke. Since Naruto uses his fists, so will I. Facing the out-of-control Takatu, Qianxia's breathing suddenly changed. At the same time, Takatu was taken aback. He suddenly sensed a strong aura from Qianxia, mixed with hostility and even a killing intent. What? Takatu immediately raised his Nichiren blade vertically, executing his self-created sword technique, water-breathing, 11th form, calm. Just as Takatu completed his defensive stance, Qianxia also raised her Nichiren blade and unleashed her sword technique. It wasn't a water-breathing technique, nor a sun-breathing technique, but rather a third type of breathing sword technique that Qianxia had barely reached the beginner level after dedicating 6 to 7 hours of intensive training late at night. Qianxia lifted her gradually changing Nichiren blade, struck out, and 3 serrated sword waves shot up from ground. 2 of them passed by Takatu on either side, while the middle one charged straight towards him. Moon breathing, 7th form, evil mirror, moon reflection. Chapter 118, Training Camp 3, what's going on? Are they really fighting? The wind Hashira, Shinazugawa Sanemi, suddenly turned his head to look towards Takatu's direction. No one expected this kind of development, as it was Qianxia's last-minute decision. Just a moment ago, she herself had no idea, let alone them. Takatu was pushed back 7 or 8 meters by Qianxia, and the serrated sword waves of the moon breathing that had passed by him crashed into the trees behind him, turning them into splinters. What kind of sword technique is this? Takatu quickly glanced back, then immediately looked at Qianxia again. To his surprise, the Qianxia who had just been filled with hostility and killing intent now walked towards him slowly, as if nothing had happened, completely devoid of battle intent. Water breathing, 11th form, calm. Rengoku-sensei must have praised you when he learned that you developed such a sword technique. Why can't you accept it calmly? Iyong, stop thinking that you are unworthy of being a water Hashira. In everyone's hearts, you are the true water Hashira, and no one can replace your position. Qianxia walked up to Tomioka Ju while speaking, and Ju fell silent listening to her words. The suddenly tense atmosphere transformed into a peaceful tranquility, leaving the hurried crowd. Especially Mitsuri, Muichiro, and Tanjiro bewildered. Isn't this sword technique the move of Upper Moon 1, Kokoshibo? How could her sister use it? Tanjiro tilted his head in confusion, unable to understand. Of course, he couldn't understand. Previously, Shinsha never expected that one day she would use the moon breathing technique, which she owed to the gift from Tsugikuni Yoriichi. It wasn't like an external aid that allowed Shinsha to master it instantly. Rather, it felt like a tape recording of the moon breathing techniques was installed in her mind, allowing her to learn step by following along. Late at night, she practiced hard for 6 or 7 hours, barely managing to step into the realm of moon breathing. Shinsha looked at the now silent Tomioka Ju, realizing it was time to deliver the final blow. Did you forget what I once told you when Kanto asked me to relay a message to you? Don't say something stupid like better off dead again, or else we'll cut ties. Have you forgotten what I said back then in your current situation? Shinsha mimicked Kanto's tone as she spoke to Tomioka Ju. In that moment, the vacant expression on Tomioka Ju's face gradually regained its luster, and a burning pain radiated from his right cheek. Don't ever say better off dead to me again. If you do, then our relationship ends here. No more contact. Do you not understand why your sister hid you away from the demon's attack the day before the wedding? She wanted to protect you, to keep you from taking risks. She wants you to live. Your life is a gamble your sister made, entrusting you with a future. You must carry it on, Ju. It hurts so much. The pain from when Kanto had slapped his cheek resurfaced vividly. How could I forget Kanto's words? They were such important memories. Sister, Kanto, please forgive my immaturity. Tomioka Ju slightly lowered his head, and seeing this, Shinsha understood her verbal maneuver had succeeded. A sense of accomplishment surged within her, making her feel a little giddy with joy. Tomioka Ju's eyes transformed from those of a fish that had died years ago to one that had just recently passed. Just as he was about to thank Shinsha, she interrupted him. No need to thank me. Instead of that, let us get to practicing. If we can't rely on patterns, we can only make up for it with hard work. I'll be your training partner. Shinsha raised her now blackened Nichiren blade, speaking excitedly. Tomioka Ju found himself caught off guard by Shinsha's lively personality, but since she invited him, he couldn't possibly refuse. Thus, Tomioka Ju officially became part of the large collective training of the Demon Slayer Corps. Days passed quickly during the training. After waking up, his body instinctively moved toward the training ground, and they practiced until dark, monotonous yet fulfilling. This was also thanks to Muzan, who had his ordinary demons search for the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters or information about Shinsha within a year. Otherwise, it would have been a big problem for the Hashira to leave their designated areas for so long. One morning, a month later, Shinsha groggily got out of bed, walking out of her room with a disoriented gait, while Tanjiro, who had woken up a minute or two earlier, was full of energy. Sister, good morning. Good morning. Shinsha hazily greeted the little spirit brother, then plopped down against the wall of the mansion, looking as if she was about to ascend to the heavens right there. However, Tanjiro had gotten used to this appearance, so he wasn't too worried. He quickly organized the things he needed with the speed and energy that Shinsha envied, then waved goodbye to her and headed to the training ground first. Sister, I'm off now. Safe travels. Shinsha yawned heavily while speaking. Even though she had been in the program for a month, she still couldn't adapt. It was just like in her previous life when she was in school. No matter how many years she had to get up at a fixed time, she always felt she hadn't slept enough during that brief moment after waking up and blamed herself for not going to bed earlier the night before. Shinsha gently tapped her head a few times, as if treating it like a walnut, trying to knock away her drowsiness. After lingering at her room door for about 7 or 8 minutes, Shinsha's spirit was barely restored to a level where she could walk. After tidying up her clothes and hair a bit, she prepared to head to the training ground while squinting. Just then, Kochu Shinobu appeared at the entrance of her residence. Shinsha, who was still a bit dazed, felt her spirits lift by 2 or 3 points upon seeing such an unexpected guest. She looked at Kochu Shinobu in confusion and asked, "Is there something you need?" However, as soon as Shinsha asked this, an answer already surfaced in her mind, and her drowsiness was instantly swept away. Kochu Shinobu, with her lips pressed together and a serious expression on her face, hesitated for a moment before stepping forward a few paces and whispering into Shinsha's ear, "That Shinsha, I've completed the poison targeting Muzan. The coding these past few days has been slower than I expected, always getting stuck at 11:59. I'm quite anxious." Chapter 119. Ultimate Poison. Shinsha learned from Butterfly Ninja that the ultimate poison had been completed, which was one of the greatest supports against Muzan. It could be said that without this, they would never be able to actively enter the Infinite City dungeon and would be wiped out. This ultimate poison was completed by Tamayo and Butterfly Ninja together. Although it was called a poison, it was actually a perfect mixture of 4 different potions with distinct effects. The first layer is the human transformation potion. This is the first surface of the ultimate poison. When this poison is injected into Muzan's body, it will gradually transform the part of him that is a demon into a human side. If Muzan does not resist, he will change from a demon king into a human. Of course, Muzan would never just give up. After being injected with this poison, he would definitely try to decompose the effects within himself. However, as the outermost layer is stripped away, the other 3 hidden effects would have already penetrated deep into Muzan's body. The second layer is the aging acceleration potion. The third layer is the self-detonation prevention potion. The fourth layer is the cell destruction potion. Under this 4-layered mixed poison, Muzan's strength, which was second only to Yoriichi in the Demon Slayer universe, would be weakened, though still second only to Yoriichi. However, at least it was no longer so unreachable. I was only responsible for a few steps in this poison. The final step was completed by Tamayo, and the finished product is now in her hands. After Butterfly Ninja finished speaking, Qinsha not only regained her spirits, but also quickly thought about what she should do next. I'm going to Tamayo's side. Please help me request a leave from the training, Qinsha said, then hurriedly ran out of the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. Her swift action surprised Butterfly Ninja, as she could see a sense of urgency in Qinsha's eyes. Rushing out of the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, Qinsha dashed towards Asakusa in Tokyo, where Tamayo was located, running as if swept by a strong wind. She set off in the early morning and arrived at Asakusa in Tokyo by noon. This is the first time Chika has come here outside of nighttime. The streets are filled with bustling crowds, making them a bit crowded. However, this doesn't pose a challenge for Chika. She transforms into a failed man, leaping from rooftop to rooftop, quickly making her way to Tamayo's residence. Since it is still daytime, Tamayo, being a demon, can only move around within her own residence, with all windows that could let in sunlight tightly shut. As Chika hurriedly approaches, she lands breathlessly at the entrance of Tamayo's residence. Knock, knock, knock. With Chika's knocking, a commotion immediately arises within the residence. After all, Tamayo's residence is shrouded in illusion, and nothing like a knock during the day has ever happened before. It's me, Kamadu Chika. The commotion inside instantly quiets down, and the previously closed door reveals a crack, through which Yoshiro's eye peeks out. What brings you here? Are you not welcoming me? Chika replies with a smile, looking at Yoshiro's eyes that clearly show a hint of sulking. Yoshiro pouts. He wants to say he's not welcoming, but Tamayo is right beside him, and he is also afraid of Chika's combat abilities. So, he can only force a smile and say, welcome, of course. Qinsha smoothly walked into the room, where the fake smile of Yusher and the joyful face of Juya caught her attention. Qinsha, you arrived so quickly. I just mailed the letter last night. You should have received it in the morning at the earliest. That's right. I just received it this morning, but I rushed over without stopping. Qinsha said while pointing at the sweat beads on her cheek that she hadn't wiped away. Juya suddenly understood, then smiled and clapped her hands before leading Qinsha to her laboratory. As the saying goes, there is no need for small talk. Juya knew what Qinsha was looking forward to. In Juya's laboratory, the ultimate poison, crucial for battling the Demon King Muzan, was quietly sitting on the experimental rack. From the outside, it appeared so plain and unadorned. Before seeing this poison with her own eyes, Qinsha had thought the ultimate poison would be in 5 or 6 colors. Chika slowly walked over to the experimental rack, reached out, and picked up the ultimate poison. The moment she held it in her hand was equivalent to pressing the button that would trigger the battle in Infinite City. Congratulations, Tamayo, you did it, Chika said, looking at Tamayo, who was smiling beside her. Thank you, Tamayo replied with a smile. Next to her, Yeshuru stared blankly at Tamayo's smiling face. As the ultimate single-minded person, he felt an overwhelming sense of happiness in this moment. Yeshuru liked Tamayo, and she could sense his feelings for her. However, Tamayo had been unable to truly respond to Yeshuru because of her obsession with killing Muzan. One reason Yeshuru felt happy at this moment was that he believed Tamayo had created the ultimate poison specifically for Muzan, indirectly fulfilling his own obsession, allowing him to be with Tamayo. But in reality, that was not the case. Chika, after we finalize the plan to confront Muzan, can I be there when we actually go after him? I want to witness that guy's death with my own eyes, Tamayo said while placing a hand on her chest. The originally joyful atmosphere began to change, but Yeshuru, looking at Tamayo's face, did not react immediately. Qinsha listened to Juya's words, her gaze fixed on her serious face. After pausing for 2 or 3 seconds, Qinxia shook her head lightly, rejecting Zhuye's request. Zhuye, leave the rest to us, the Demon Slayer Corps. As Qinxia's words fell, Zhuye's face trembled slightly, and she bit her lip, wanting to rebut. Why, if I'm here, I can surely help. Zhuye had just said a few words when Qinxia extended a hand, forcefully interrupting her. Yusher, who was next to Zhuye, was about to flare up at Qinxia for daring to interrupt Zhuye. But what Qinxia said next was like a bucket of cold water splashed directly on his face. If you were here, Zhuye, you would surely be unable to resist sacrificing your life to perish with Muzan, right? So I'm sorry, I can't agree to your request, Zhuye. I don't want you to die. As Qinxia spoke these words, Zhuye fell silent, while Yusher's expression changed dramatically, as if he had been splashed with cold water. Miss Zhuye. Yusher looked at her, hoping to read a rebuttal in her expression that contradicted Qinxia's words, but when he looked at Zhuye's face at that moment, he immediately understood that what Qinxia said was true. Zhuye bit her lip, her hands tightly gripping her skirt, her eyes slightly lowered and filled with bloodshot. As long as I can kill Muzan, I'm willing to give everything, because after Muzan turned into a demon, I actually killed my husband and young child with my own hands. Every time I think of my hands stained with my husband and child blood, Zhuye's eyes began to shed tears as she spoke, still trying to restrain her emotions, but her hatred for Muzan was too deep. Even she could not completely suppress that hatred. Yusher looked at Zhuye in such a state and involuntarily raised a hand towards her, but in the end, his arm froze in midair. He couldn't comfort Zhuye. This was something he had understood long ago. Qinxia, let me go. If fighting Muzan will result in sacrifices, then let me be the one. Stop. You said fighting Muzan will have sacrifices? I can't agree to that. In my eyes, there is no if. From the very beginning, I never thought about anyone sacrificing themselves. Neither you nor the others in the Demon Slayer Corps. Qinxia's gaze sparkled with a hint of brilliance. Zhuye looked at Qinxia in front of her, and being good at reading people's expressions, she realized that Qinxia was not lying. Everyone survived, and no one was sacrificed. If someone were to die, it would mean Qinxia's defeat. From the very beginning, Qinxia had thought this way, acted accordingly, and bet everything on it. So please believe me. Qinxia walked up to Zhuye, gently placing her hand on her shoulder. Although the hand was resting on her own shoulder, Zhuye felt a weight lifted from her. Sometimes, avoidance is not a shameful act. When you can no longer bear the mental strain that is about to break you, it is not wrong to choose to escape. Zhuye had thought about it, but she just couldn't do it. At that moment, someone reached out to her, pulling her out of the deepening quagmire. Can I really live on? Zhuye lowered her head, and in her eyes, her own hands were stained with blood, dripping onto the floor drop by drop. Zhuye, didn't TU develop a potion that could turn demons into humans? If you truly believe you are filled with sins, then please go to hell to atone after you die, though I mean a natural death of old age. Until then, even with your guilt, I hope you continue to live, because there are people in this world who care about you and would be devastated by your death. Qinxia's words stimulated Zhuye's nerves, and Zhuye could no longer bear the emotions in her heart as tears streamed down from her eyes. Qinxia sighed helplessly. It is absolutely impossible that Tamayo is not entangled with sins. Even if her merits offset her sins, it doesn't matter, because merits are merits and sins are sins. No matter how much merit she accumulates, it cannot erase the sins she has committed. Yet, despite this, Qinxia still hopes that Tamayo can live once again as a human. To make this happen, Muzan, the source of all evil, must disappear from this world. Tamayo, I'm leaving. I will eliminate Muzan. Qinxia had no choice but to decisively run away, leaving the burden of comforting Zhuye to Yashiro, who was taken aback for a moment by Qinxia's sudden escape. However, he was also panicking at the thought of having to comfort the crying Zhuye. Having already fled the mansion, Qinxia silently cheered Yashiro on, then returned to the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters with the ultimate poison in hand. It was truly a busy time, but thinking about how close she was to the perfect ending she envisioned, Qinxia felt that all her previous efforts were worth it. Once she achieved that perfect ending, surely her lord would reward her with a substantial bonus, right? With that bonus, she would be set for life, able to eat, drink, and sleep as she pleased, and travel the world without a care, just enjoying life however she wanted. Qinxia fantasized about the happy and beautiful life after achieving the perfect ending, and the corners of her mouth gradually became carefree and even reckless. She set off in the morning and returned at dusk. Qinxia made a round trip, but before departing, everyone was still training when she returned. After getting back to the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, Qinxia initially wanted to head straight to the leader, but she ultimately decided to take a glance at the training ground. Great, everyone was working hard. Tenjin, Yuzui's training partner, was Mitsuri Kanroji. During the battle with the water Hashira, the two had trained with wooden swords in the original work, but after a few strikes, the wooden sword shattered. Now, they were using real swords, and Qinxia found herself wanting to stop and watch the process and outcome of this battle. However, after some contemplation, she chose to head towards the leader instead, as handling important matters was a priority. Soon, Qinxia arrived at the front of the leader's residence. After a special announcement, she quickly received permission to enter and promptly walked into the room where the leader was. The last time she saw the leader was before heading to the swordsmith village. At that time, although the leader was blind, he could still get up and sit down. But now, she saw him lying on the bedding spread on the floor. Even though Qinxia had reached a realm that was not fully transparent to the world, she could clearly sense the leader's current weakness. While feeling sad for the leader, Qinxia was also puzzled, thinking that the leader seemed even weaker than at this stage in the original work. He hadn't gone in a battle, so there was no reason for his condition to worsen. Qinxia, you're here. The leader managed to open his mouth with difficulty and greeted her, while Qinxia sat quietly beside the bedding, watching the leader, who probably wouldn't last another month. Originally, Qinxia thought that with the ultimate poison in hand, maybe she could take some time to develop further, waiting until everyone's strength improved before drawing Muzan out. But there was no choice. The leader couldn't withstand the passage of time. Qinxia looked at her weak lord in front of her and said seriously, "My lord, I believe it's time to sound the horn of counterattack." Chapter 121. The final sprint. Hearing Qinxia's words, the lord, lying on the bedding, showed a slight change in expression. Do you feel the same way? I think so too. This morning, Shinobu also told me about the poison. It's time to kill Muzan. The lord's simple speech seemed somewhat powerless, and his weak appearance far surpassed the physical condition he faced Muzan in the original work. 1 month, at most 1 month. After taking a deep breath, Qinxia, sitting beside the lord, suddenly changed her expression. My lord, if I'm not mistaken, you want to actively expose the location of the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters to lure Muzan here, right? The lord lying on the bedding was taken aback because he had only discussed this plan with his wife and child. He hadn't mentioned it to anyone else, as it was only after Shinobu told him that the ultimate poison was complete that he made this decision. Let me guess again, my lord. Do you want to lure Muzan into your room and then detonate the pile of black powder buried inside? Are you planning to severely injure Muzan at the cost of your own life? Qinxia's next words struck the lord's heart once again. Truly a moment of shock that could awaken someone on their deathbed. A medical miracle appeared once more within the lord, and with a whoosh, the shocked lord climbed up from the bed. At this moment, his expression seemed to mockingly question whether Qinxia was a worm in his belly. How could she know all this? Faced with the stunned lord, Qinxia merely smiled faintly and continued, My lord, do you trust me? I do. The lord nodded slightly at Qinxia, breathing heavily. From the very beginning, he had trusted her, especially since Qinxia had directly and indirectly defeated 5 upper moons. 5 upper moons. Indeed, the lower moons had been replaced repeatedly, with achievements in slaying them in almost every era. But the upper moons had not changed for over 100 years prior to this. The entire Demon Slayer Corps, including the Lord, trusted Qinxia without exception. Although Qinxia had not yet confirmed her title as a Hashira, the members of the Demon Slayer Corps privately refer to her as a miracle. The weakened Lord looked at Qinxia with hopeful eyes, and Qinxia responded to his expectations with a confident expression. My lord, your plan is good. Whether it's actively luring Muzan or using black powder to injure him, the cost is your life, which is not worth it. So let me take on the role of the bait to lure Muzan. Stepping out of the lord's residence, Qinxia took a deep breath. In a short period, she had consecutively resolved Tomioka's emotional issues and dealt with 2 individuals wanting to perish alongside Muzan. Qinxia felt that if she had a title bar above her head, it would undoubtedly read Master of Emotional Resolution. The ultimate poison had been researched, symbolizing the initiation of the battle for Infinite City. But the Lord's weakened body had diminished the advantages of this initiative to a month's time frame. Moreover, Qinxia could not actually wait for 29 days. What if the Lord passed away midway? Qinxia walked while raising her hand to press against her forehead, still unable to understand why the Lord's body was weaker than in the original story at this stage. Had heaven cast down another curse? Qinxia murmured softly to herself. At this point, she couldn't firmly become a materialist. After all, there was reincarnation and the sight of souls. The Lord's family had even been cursed by something that was either a god or a product of the world's consciousness. How ridiculous! Qinxia leisurely walked to the training ground. and it was already deep into the night. If she had been an hour later, the people in the training ground would have been preparing to leave. After such a long period of training, although no one had activated their markings, their strength had significantly improved, even without discussing sword techniques. Their physical fitness was not much worse than that of the characters in the original story who had activated their markings. This made Qinxia very satisfied. As the stronger their strength, the higher their combat effectiveness would be in the Battle of Infinite City, and the more hope they would have to safely greet the sun the day after the battle. As Qinxia arrived, everyone in the training ground gradually stopped what they were doing and looked at her with curiosity. They were not dull-witted. Among them were individuals like Rengoku, Kyujuru, and Shinazugawa Sanemi, who had activated the transparent world, and they could clearly see that Qinxia had something to say. Everyone, the master may not hold on much longer. What? Shinazugawa Sanemi's eyes widened in shock, and the surrounding people showed expressions of unease and sadness. The master was a very remarkable person. Despite his weak body and lack of combat ability, he was gentle and open-minded, and the vast majority of the Demon Slayer Corps swordsmen respected him deeply. Now, hearing that the master might not last much longer, how could they not feel heartbroken? Qinxia, you must have more to say. The words of Rengoku Kyujuru broke the somber atmosphere. Qinxia nodded and continued, the master is about to give in, and the only way to save him is to kill Muzan. Once Muzan is dead, the curse on the master will disappear. I believe everyone understands what I mean. As soon as Qinxia finished speaking, everyone immediately understood her intent. Yes, if we kill Muzan, the master can survive. Shinazugawa Sanemi clenched his fists and said excitedly. The sad atmosphere was instantly shattered, and everyone showed excited expressions. Although considering that there might be sacrifices in this battle was a normal thing, no one present mentioned that part. Qinxia then shared the plan with everyone present, and they listened intently, knowing that this was their final battle as Demon Slayer Corps swordsmen. Regardless of the ultimate outcome, the Battle of Infinite City was scheduled for a week later. Originally, they thought they would reveal their position and start the battle within 3 days, but at the end of the meeting, the usually quiet Iguro Abanai and Takeda Muichiro almost simultaneously raised their arms. Under the guidance of Rengoku Kyujuru and Shinazugawa Sanemi, they had vaguely touched the door to the transparent world and hoped to be given a little more time. Qinxia agreed to their request, because if the two of them could awaken the transparent world, it would definitely be a great help in the Battle of Infinite City. Meanwhile, Qinxia sought out the master's wife, Amano, and asked her to give the master supplements with all her might. Not to worry about side effects or anything like that, since it was better to worry about side effects when the master was still alive. Chapter 122, Muzan's Excitement. Open your mouth. The master's wife, Amano, sat beside her immobile husband, kindly feeding him. On the surface, this seemed like an enviable situation, but for the master, he did not feel any happiness. A series of powerful supplements were fed into his mouth, and contrary to his weak appearance, his stomach seemed a bit bloated. Their child stood by, silently watching the interaction between the two. Although they sensed a hint of a plea for help in their father's eyes, they had already received their mother's warnings, so they chose to ignore it. Hang in there. Father, please fight to live. While the master was desperately prolonging his life, Iguro Abanai and Taketu Muichiro were feverishly cramming for their experiences in the transparent world. They felt guilty for requesting to postpone the battle, and if they could not master the transparent world during this extended period, it would not simply be a matter of losing face. The others stopped training to rest and recuperate their physical condition. After all, they had been training at high intensity day and night, and if their bodies accumulated fatigue, it could lead to serious problems. Days passed, and within the specified time, Iguro Abanai and Taketu Muichiro successfully grasped the transparent world without any major issues. As of now, for the 9 Hashira had reached the transparent world. With the arrival of the 7th day, the location of the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters was leaked through various channels in the most natural way possible. The ordinary demons, who had been assigned by Muzan to find the headquarters within a year, quickly picked up on this information and eagerly called out to Muzan in their minds to report. Ordinary demons originally did not have the right to contact Muzan proactively, but during this year, Muzan had deliberately opened communication between himself and ordinary demons, allowing them to reach out to him. Of course, even though ordinary demons gained the right to make calls, they could not abuse it. If an ordinary demon reported something Muzan considered unimportant or provided false information, he would remotely crush their bodies. Despite this, during this time, many ordinary demons frequently called Muzan because they had no idea he would ruthlessly crush their bodies. Since demons rarely acted together, information about demons being crushed by Muzan did not circulate. After the location of the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters was leaked and learned by an ordinary demon. This particular demon wisely did not directly call Muzan, but first went to survey the area around the headquarters. After confirming that this place likely hid the headquarters, the ordinary demon excitedly dialed Muzan's number. At this moment, Muzan was sitting cross-legged in Infinite City, calming himself. Don't ask him why he wasn't doing anything else. The answer is that he was very angry, extremely angry. Muzan-sama, Muzan-sama, speak. Muzan raised an eyebrow, somewhat impatiently opening his mouth. Ever since he sent those ordinary demons to find the location of the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters and news about Shinxia, he had been receiving reports from ordinary demons almost every day. He made it clear that he did not grant these useless beings the right to bother him. Every time he received their reports, he had to suppress the urge to eliminate all the ordinary demons. Muzan-sama, I found the location of the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. Did you survey it beforehand? Yes. I wouldn't dare report to you unverified information, although I only survey the outskirts. I believe the possibility of this being the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters is very high. Muzan's expression tightened as he turned to look at the figure of Nakheim sitting on the distant deck, controlling Infinite City, asking her to use her abilities to investigate whether what this ordinary demon said was true. Nakheim, yes. Ning-Nu lowered her head and gently plucked a note on the pipa, and a bloodshot eyeball instantly materialized beside the ordinary ghost delivering the message. The eyeball lurked in the air and slowly flew toward the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, which the ordinary ghost dared not approach, weaving around countless lush trees until it reached the wall on the outskirts of the headquarters. As the eyeball ascended, the vast area of the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters was exposed to her gaze. Seeing this scene, Ning-Nu of Infinity Castle trembled with excitement, her cheeks slightly flushed. Lord Muzan, she murmured, her voice trembling. During this time, she had been trying to locate the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters with her own abilities, but had made no progress. She never expected it would come so suddenly in the end. Muzan was a bit incredulous, as this was indeed too sudden. In that moment, his cowardly nature led him to think that this might be a trap, but he immediately dismissed the thought. Even if it were a trap, so what? I am Kabutsuji Muzan, the king of demons, a being nearly perfect. Who could I fear in this world except for that dead man? Muzan used his inflated confidence to completely dispel the slightest hint of fear within him. That man is dead. That man is dead. That man is dead. Muzan's subconscious continued to encourage his heart, and beneath his crimson eyes, a sharp glint emerged. Well done. Muzan praised the ordinary ghost reporting the information, and the ordinary ghost was overjoyed. Just as he fantasized about how he had achieved such great merit, and how he might be promoted to Lower Moon, or perhaps even Upper Moon, Muzan's next words instantly chilled him to the bone. Very good. You have effectively fulfilled your final value. The ordinary ghost was taken aback, momentarily unable to comprehend what Muzan meant by this, when an abnormality occurred in his body. Muzan, within Infinity Castle, merely spread his palm and clenched it, and the ordinary ghost's body began to violently expand like a balloon being inflated. In just 2 or 3 seconds, the ghost exploded from the inside out, cold as ice. Muzan had already begun to fantasize about devouring Chika to become a truly perfect being unafraid of sunlight. Just thinking about it was exciting. Unfortunately, it was already very close to dawn, so he could not get up and move now. Tomorrow night, he was truly looking forward to it. Chapter 123. The prelude to Infinity Castle on the day the information was leaked. The members within the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters were organized. All members, except for the higher-ranking swordsmen, were cleared from the headquarters, including some who could move within the headquarters like the hidden and the children cared for in the Butterfly Mansion. The swordsmen who remained at the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters understood what would happen next. They waited quietly for Muzan's arrival, their hearts filled with tension and fearless of death. Since the Hashira were recovering from fatigue, they did not practice their swordsmanship at this final moment, but appeared to be leisurely chatting. For example, Iguro Abanai and Kanroji Mitsuri. Mitsuri was happily eating, while Iguro rested his chin on one hand, quietly watching her devour her food. Eat a little less. I remember that eating too much isn't good for your activity, right? Didn't you finish last in the running competition because you ate too much before? Iguro said lightly. It's fine. It's fine. Recently, I've been eating less due to training, so I won't be stuffed with this amount. Mitsuri giggled, using her chopsticks while patting her not-so-puffed belly with her other hand. This amount is fine. Recently, a restaurant opened in the city where you can eat unlimited food for a certain price. Did you know? Huh. I know, but I haven't been there yet. I invited Chika before, but she was too busy and didn't have time. When she mentioned that restaurant, which was like heaven to her, Mitsuri felt that the food on the table, which was now less than 1/10 of the original amount, suddenly lost its appeal. Although she could go alone, she just wanted to go with friends, 2 or 3 people together. To her, eating unlimited food was a very happy thing, and having meals and chatting with friends was also a source of happiness. So she tried to combine the two to become even happier. Just as Mitsuri was pouting and imagining that restaurant, Iguro slightly turned his head to look in the opposite direction. After this battle, I'll go with you. Huh? Okay. Mitsuri clapped her hands, her face lighting up with a bright smile. The remaining 1/10 of the food on the table that she had previously lost interest in was now quickly devoured by her. Such a lovely scene. If Chika were present, she would definitely look at the two with dead fish eyes and retort, "Do you guys realize you just set an ultimate, invincible death flag?" In traditional films, whenever a phrase like "after this battle, I will" appears, it is basically doomed to fail, often accompanied by the risk of death. There are many similar phrases that have the same effect, such as 1. After this battle, I will. 2. There's nothing to fear anymore. 3. Absolutely do not move until I return. 4. I will definitely come back. 5. You go ahead, I'll hold the rear, and so on. At this moment, a large number of death flags were being set within the Demon Slayer Corps, putting immense pressure on Chika, who is the perfect warrior. In Chinchia's room, she quietly gazes at herself in the full-length mirror in front of her. She reaches out a hand to cover her chest, slightly bows her head, and breathes in and out. Nervous? No, Chinchia is not nervous. Or rather, she should have finished being nervous a long time ago. Since her reincarnation, Chinchia has been waiting for this day, this battle, and all her efforts have been for this moment. Chinchia took a deep breath, turned around, and pushed open the door to her room, only to see Tanjiro standing outside the door. Tanjiro, are you nervous? Chinchia looked at Tanjiro, standing outside the door, and her keen senses clearly perceived Tanjiro's current physical condition. Although Tanjiro had been waiting for this battle, just like Chinchia, he felt a stark difference. His impression of Muzan was almost zero. As the saying goes, the unknown is the most terrifying. Tanjiro's perception of Muzan was constantly changing in his heart. Stay calm, Tanjiro. I know, sister. Tanjiro lowered his head and took a deep breath. Even if Chinchia hadn't said anything, he was already trying hard to calm his emotions. His brown eyes filled with strong determination. Good, try to stay calm and follow the plan. You get ready, and I'll go ahead. Chinchia patted Tanjiro on the shoulder before walking straight out of her mansion, heading towards the Lord's residence. The Lord, along with his wife and children, had already moved out of the mansion in advance, while Chinchia took the Lord's place in his plan. She arrived at the living room of the Lord's mansion, sitting gracefully on the floor and letting her aura radiate openly. This meant that if Muzan were to come to the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, his attention would immediately be drawn to Chinchia, and he would seek her out. Come on, Muzan. Chinchia slowly closed her eyes, quietly waiting for Muzan's arrival. As time passed minute by minute, it soon became the night of the second day since the leak of the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters location. At this moment, everyone in the Demon Slayer Corps was on high alert. Yet despite this vigilance, they still failed to notice a man in a suit who felt completely out of place, suddenly appearing at the headquarters. Top, top, top. As the sound of footsteps echoed from the front, Chinchia, who had her eyes closed, slowly opened them and looked towards the man who was walking toward her. When he saw Chinchia's figure up close, fear and excitement, two completely opposite emotions, suddenly appeared in his eyes. How ironic. The thing I have longed for day and night actually appears in the air of that man. In Muzan's eyes at this moment, Chinchia was a prey that she could never escape from his grasp. From a strength perspective, this was indeed the case. Chinchia's gaze straightforwardly fixed on Muzan. Just as Muzan seemed to clearly sense her presence, Chinchia also keenly sensed Muzan's chilling aura. But so what? Chinchia slowly stood up from the ground and drew her Nicaran blade. The final battle began with the two of them meeting and locking eyes. Chapter 124. All-out assault. Do you have any last words to say? You at least have time to say your last words now. Muzan looked down at Chinchia with a hint of disdain, though he was momentarily taken aback by her resemblance to that man. However, as long as he firmly believed that man was dead, Muzan felt there was nothing left to fear, just as he was lost in his thoughts of triumph. The aura emanating from Chinchia, who had her head lowered, suddenly changed, as if she had become a different person. What is so fun? What is so interesting? What do you take life for? This phrase, which had been sealed deep within Muzan's mind, escaped from Chinchia's lips causing his previously disdainful expression to collapse in an instant. His eyes shaking as if an earthquake had occurred. If we were just knowing this phrase, that would be one thing, but why did her tone sound so similar? At that moment when Muzan's pupils shook, Chinxia, with both hands gripping her Nichiren blade, transformed into a red blade, unleashed the breath of the sun. However, she was not attacking Muzan with the breath of the sun, but rather releasing sword chi that surrounded her. Before Muzan could think of a solution, a loud explosion erupted, and the mansion they were in was instantly reduced to ruins, thick smoke billowing up into the dark sky. With the sound of the explosion, the entire Demon Slayer Corps headquarters was drawn to the scene. Regardless of what they were doing previously, they all rushed towards the position of Chinxia and Muzan. Muzan, who was directly hit by the massive amounts of black powder hidden beneath the mansion, was now full of holes, suffering significant damage that forced him to maximize his regenerative abilities, frantically regenerating flesh and blood. His bloodshot and fierce eyes stared at Chinxia in front of him, who was also riddled with wounds, despite having used sword techniques to set up a layer of defense for herself in advance. Even Chinxia, who almost felt no pain, could clearly sense a strong discomfort in her body, but this discomfort did not instill fear in her. Instead, it revealed her insane side. Although Chinxia did not speak, her expression conveyed her attitude. Muzan gritted his teeth, wanting to quickly return to normal and devour Chinxia. He never expected that the successor of that man would be so insane, daring to attempt a mutual destruction relying on a demon body similar to his own. At this moment, both Muzan and Chinxia were frantically regenerating their bodies, both in a severely injured state with no time to attack each other. Time passed second by second, and a hint of joy appeared on Muzan's face as he observed Chinxia's regeneration. She is not recovering as fast as I am. This is only natural. I am Muzan, the king of demons, someone who has studied the demon path for over 1,000 years. Even if the opponent has mastered what I pursue when it comes to regeneration, how could they be my match? The originally riddled body had already been filled back in on the surface. And as Muzan grinned and lifted a foot to step towards Chinxia, a meteor hammer came swinging from afar, smashing heavily into his back. The back he had just managed to regenerate was smashed into a large pit, and Muzan turned his head viciously to see that Kanroji Mitsuri had arrived on the battlefield. He was not alone. Others also rushed in from all directions centered around Muzan and Chinxia. Muzan's fierce face ignited with anger. Even though he had considered the possibility of this being a trap before arriving, the sense of humiliation was hard to dissipate now that he had truly fallen into it. If it weren't for his current state being quite precarious, he would have claimed that he could easily split off a few bone whips to kill everyone around him. There was no choice left but to enter infinity. Just as this thought crossed Muzan's mind, he suddenly froze as Tanjiro, who perfectly cosplayed as Yoriichi Tsugikuni, charged out from behind Chinxia. Tanjiro bore an uncanny resemblance to Yoriichi, and under Chinxia's training and arrangement, he perfectly learned everything she taught him, becoming a high-quality cosplayer who truly resembled Yoriichi at first glance. Holding the red blade, Tanjiro charged step by step towards Muzan. Even his running posture was incredibly similar. Muzan involuntarily took a step back. If Tanjiro's disguise went beyond just looking similar at first glance, Muzan might just self-destruct into countless pieces to escape. At that moment, while Muzan was distracted by the high-quality cosplayer Tanjiro, Butterfly Shinobu, the weakest among the Hashira, had already dashed to his back. She raised her Nichiren blade, infused with a special effect, and thrust it with all her might into Muzan's waist, injecting a liquid that originally contained wisteria poison, but was now filled with the ultimate poison into Muzan's body. Muzan's face twisted as he raised an arm to violently swat Butterfly Shinobu away. Fortunately, just as Butterfly Shinobu was about to crash heavily to the ground, Ju Tomioka leaped up and caught her in a princess carry. Are you okay? I'm fine, thanks. Ju set Butterfly Shinobu down. Although it was an easy way to gain favor, neither of them had the mood or time for that now. At this moment, Muzan gritted his teeth, his pupils trembling like an earthquake, as he contortedly reached out a hand to cover his waist where he had just been stabbed. He could clearly feel something strange had entered his body from that thrust. Poison? It doesn't seem to be wisteria poison. No, am I getting weaker? Even without anyone's reminder, Muzan keenly noticed the changes in his body. He was transforming from what he considered an almost perfect being into an ordinary human with merely superior physical qualities. No, absolutely not. Neikime. Muzan gritted his teeth and shouted in his heart, and Neikime and Infinity immediately understood. As she gently plucked her biwa, all the Demon Slayer swordsmen attacking Muzan from all directions were teleported to Infinity. That night, feeling a bit hungry, I went to eat a pack of instant noodles. But unexpectedly, I accidentally burned my finger. I'm feeling blue and fragrant. Chapter 125, The Wave of Demons Infinity. This is the temporal realm controlled by Nakheim, the demon of the Kodo. She was once evaluated by the serpent Hashira as having low lethality with her blood demon art, but her annoyance and difficulty were top-notch. Indeed, Infinity does not possess any offensive capabilities, and in this unique space, there are no hidden weapons like traps or hidden projectiles. Nakheim can only manipulate the terrain of Infinity. But even that is quite troublesome. Muzan did not hear this thought from Nakheim regarding how she sounded a bit like Ilya from Fate's Shouting Berserker at that moment. It also somewhat resembled Clara from Star Rail yelling, "Help me." Mr. Swallow. The feeling is quite intense. Clearly, it's a desperate escape. Yet the expression on his face is quite self-righteous. What mere tricks do you think can truly catch me off guard? You think you've really pushed me into a corner? How ridiculous. I am the king of demons. You all can go to hell. Muzan shouted arrogantly with a tense face. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he fled in panic with his battered body, creating a striking contrast between his earlier bravado and his fleeing figure. "Don't run, Muzan." The crowd yelled angrily as they watched Muzan turn and flee after making a bold statement. But there is no reason to think that shouting "don't run" would actually stop him, especially with how cowardly Muzan had become. Under the glaring eyes of the crowd, Muzan quickly ran out of their line of sight, and with Nakheim altering the terrain to deliberately hide Muzan's location, he gained a significant amount of time to regenerate his body and eliminate the toxins within. Muzan gasped for breath in his rage. A massive amount of flesh erupted from his body, enveloping his original form. This was not only a full concentration on physical recovery, but also an attempt to split apart the ultimate poison that Shinobu had infused into him. However, as time passed little by little, after he completely decomposed the surface layer of the ultimate poison, the other three truly lethal effects hidden within it had already thoroughly integrated into the depths of his body. At this moment, Muzan was completely unaware of this. Meanwhile, under Nakheim's biwa playing, the swordsmen, including Kaneo, were teleported into the air within the Infinity Castle. If they had just been teleported to the Infinity Castle, it wouldn't have been a big deal, but being teleported into mid-air was the most dangerous part. The strong feeling of weightlessness and wind pressure caused most of the swordsmen to fall freely downwards. Of course, falling from a height wasn't anything significant. As the Demon Slayer Core Breath swordsman could leap several meters, this height was nothing. However, Kaneo felt a bit panicked. Chinxia and Muzan both endured the explosion of tons of black gunpowder, even though Chinxia activated a defensive barrier by unleashing sword energy around her body in advance. She was still left severely injured. The fleeing Muzan appeared very weak. Chinxia is even weaker. This is the weakest she has been since her reincarnation, aside from the beginning when Muzan had her on the verge of death and unable to move. It's not that Chinxia overestimated her regeneration ability or underestimated the damage from the explosion. She was mentally prepared, but still, some surprises are inevitable. With a loud bang, Chinxia fell freely to the floor of Infinite City, making a very crisp sound. Chinxia's cheeks pressed against the ground of Infinite City as she gasped for breath, struggling to get up from the floor. Just as she was about to turn her head and scan her surroundings to observe the environment, a series of ghastly cries that could rival the zombies from Resident Evil reached her ears. A group of hideous, mindless demons charged at Chinxia from directly above her, and, judging by their presence, all of these demons were undoubtedly of lower moon caliber. Mass-produced, huh? From Muzan, lower moon level demons can be mass-produced, but those forcibly created lower moons are the weakest among them, having lost their reason and unable to use blood demon arts. However, considering that they can be overwhelmed by sheer numbers, these drawbacks can be overlooked. Watching the hideous demons emerge one after another, closing in on her, Chinxia tightened her grip on the Nicaran blade, breathing slightly heavier. It's truly a case of a tiger falling to the plains being bullied by dogs. But I won't be bullied by lower moon demons. At this point, even if you all have the average strength of Daki, I won't be afraid. Let alone you demons who have been forcibly given lower moon powers. Chinxia was breathing heavily, even though her body was riddled with wounds. It wasn't dealing with the lower moons just a matter of cutting them down one by one. However, wasting energy on these lower moon demons would only delay the complete recovery of her physical body. Just as Chinxia was thinking this, amidst the chaotic howls of the demons, her ears caught a different kind of howl. Was it human voice? As Chinxia focused intently, The sounds belonging to the human realm gradually became clearer amidst the noisy chaos. The next moment, bang! The encirclement formed by the demons was violently breached. Charge! 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 Inosuke, wearing a wild boar's head, rushed to Chinchia's side, and for a moment, she really thought a wild boar was charging at her. As Inosuke came to a sudden stop in front of Chinchia, 2 jets of air burst out from his nostrils. Big sister, I'm here to hold them off. Inosuke crossed his serrated Nichiren blades and quickly swung them around, releasing simple yet powerful sword energy that struck the grotesque lower moon demons. Beast breathing, 4th Fong, shattering slash. Countless demons were cut into fragments by Inosuke's strikes. While slashing, Inosuke laughed excitedly, saying, "Ha ha, you ugly monsters want to get close to the big sister? You'll have to get past Inosuke first." Meanwhile, Chinchia, standing behind him, was silently healing her injuries while quietly lamenting that she had been saved by a hero. Even if that hero was a pig-headed one. For Inosuke, the lower moon demons were not strong opponents. Once he mastered total concentration breathing, he could already engage with lower moons. Moreover, he had trained with Tanjiro and even the Hashira, so his strength had improved significantly. However, the sheer number of demons was overwhelming, and even with dual blades, he was struggling to keep up. Just when Inosuke felt he could hardly withstand the wave of demons, Chinchia, whose injuries had mostly healed, stepped forward and switched her breathing technique, causing the color of her Nichiren blade to change. Moon breathing, 6th form, Eternal Night's solitary moon. No interbe. Instantly, a flurry of crescent-shaped sword energy shot out, and the demons surging from all directions were all cut into fragments without exception under the onslaught of the moonlight sword energy. Chapter 126. The arrival of Doma. Inosuke watched as the demons were reduced to dust by the crescent moon sword energy, and the eyes beneath his wild boar head shone with excitement, transforming him into a wild, primal version of himself. So amazing. Big sister, what sort of technique is this? You just chopped down a whole bunch in one go. I've never seen such an incredible sword technique before. Inosuke exclaimed in shock. How about it? Impressive, right? I can teach you after this battle is over. Wait, no. As a professional, I almost jinxed it by saying something so dangerous. How embarrassing. Seeing Chinchia suddenly lower her head with a frustrated expression, Inosuke tilted his head in confusion, then recalled how she had used the moon-breathing technique and started to mimic her movements. While Inosuke was carelessly swinging his sword, Chinchia lightly patted her cheeks, forcing herself to regain her spirits. First, let's find everyone. Chinchia closed her eyes seriously, spreading her perception net while continuously expanding it. The realm she reached was not one of transparency, so she couldn't achieve the kind of insight that a transparent world offered. However, this realm also had its advantages. At this moment, Chinchia transformed into a human radar, rapidly expanding her perception range, trying to find other companions besides herself and Inosuke. Why are there still ghosts? Chinchia's eyebrows slightly furrowed, and under the trend of unease in her heart, she continued to expand her perception range. Watching Chinchia like this, Inosuke beside her didn't imitate Tsukasa. Instead, he plunged the 2 Nichiren blades he was holding into the ground with a whoosh. He spread his arms wide and closed his eyes, entering a focused state. Beast breathing, 7th form, spatial perception. Growing up in the deep mountains, Inosuke had developed an excellent sense of touch from a young age. With this sense, he could keenly capture even the vibrations of the ground and the slightest movements in the air, forming his extremely unique perception system. However, this perceptual ability didn't have any so-called complementary or cooperative aspects. Each functioned independently, and in the end, he still couldn't capture the presence of others. Chinchia, as a perfect warrior, felt her 6th sense pulsating strongly, engulfed by an intense sense of foreboding. She had to find others quickly. Inosuke, let's run. All right, I'm confident about this. The 2 nodded at each other, and just as they were about to use the most primitive method to find people, Chinchia suddenly froze, as a presence swiftly entered her perception range. A second later, Inosuke beside her also revealed the same expression as Chinchia. They both turned to look to the left, where a familiar yet unfamiliar figure appeared on a distant deck. As Chinchia and Inosuke focused on him, he stepped lightly and landed gracefully on the ground not far in front of them. The person had white oak-colored hair, and his irises resembled a rainbow. He wore a hat symbolizing a religious leader and a long black robe. Ah, although it's our first meeting, you're the woman who killed Lord Kokushibo and Akaza, right? You're also the heir of the one whom Muzan despises. You really are young and beautiful, and it's obvious you're quite delectable. I can't believe I have the fortune to taste such a delicacy. I must express my gratitude properly when I return to Lord Muzan. He smiled with narrowed eyes at Qianxia in front of him, completely ignoring Inosuke beside her. Doma, the last remaining member of the original 6 upper moons, had a particular fondness for consuming female humans. He was also the mastermind behind the deaths of Shinobu Kocho's sister and Inosuke's mother. Qianxia stared solemnly at the figure of Doma in front of her, feeling that he seemed somewhat different from her impression of him. There were words in his eyes. When Qianxia noticed the change in the words in Doma's eyes, the joyful expression on his face became even more intense. He raised a finger, pointing at his pupils that were originally inscribed with the character, which had now transformed into. Did you notice? You didn't notice. Speaking of which, I really have to thank you. You defeated Lord Kokushibo, allowing me to smoothly advance to the position of Upper Moon 1. Lord Muzan even gave me a portion of his blood, making me stronger now. Doma, like a child showing off a new toy, kept emphasizing the character in his eyes with his finger. Although he was surprised by the deaths of Kokushibo and Akaza, he never felt sad about it. He had desperately begged Muzan for the position of Upper Moon 1. When Doma first proposed this idea, an enraged Muzan blasted Doma's head off with a single strike. But Doma was completely unfazed by being decapitated and continued to pester Muzan. After a strong internal struggle between the options of destroying Doma or agreeing to his request, Muzan, with a stern face, chose the latter. The reason was simple. Doma still had value. Muzan could mass-produce lower moons, but could not do the same for upper moons. Each upper moon was a rare entity, and the key to their existence lay not with Muzan, but in whether the human who was infused with demon blood could withstand such a large amount, which depended on the individual's talent in the demon arts. Coincidentally, Doma not only had the talent to become a demon, but was also a genius among them. Even though he became a demon later than Akaza, he quickly surpassed him, holding the position of Upper Moon 2, second only to Kokushibo. At this moment, Muzan once again provided Doma with his blood, and Doma did not disappoint Muzan's expectations. He perfectly absorbed Muzan's blood, further enhancing his strength. Thank you for allowing me to become Upper Moon 1 so easily, so I promise to take you to the world of bliss without a trace of pain. Doma pressed his lips together and raised the golden iron fan he held high. Blood Demon Art, Mist Ice, Lotus Bodhisattva. As Doma's words fell, a gigantic ice statue resembling a bodhisattva with hands clasped and eyes closed shot up from the ground. Normally, an ice sculpture should not be able to move, but this bodhisattva ice sculpture formed by Doma's blood demon art was completely unconstrained by such notions. It raised its previously clasped hands, swiftly slapping towards Qianxia and Inosuke. Bang! Chapter 127, Old Grudges and New Hatreds. Doma's ice bodhisattva slapped heavily in the direction of Qianxia and Inosuke, accompanied by a loud rumbling, as countless translucent ice shards filled the air. As the visible mist in the air dissipated, Qianxia and Inosuke appeared on either side of where the ice bodhisattva's hand had struck the ground. Qianxia was in a half-squat position, while Inosuke was lying on the ground at an angle, both hands clutching his stomach, his face slightly twitching beneath the wild boar mask. This wasn't due to being hit by the ice Buddha of Doma. Rather, at the moment the ice Buddha was about to strike the two of them, Qianxia instinctively kicked Inosuke in the abdomen before moving, sending him out of the attack range of the ice Buddha. It seemed like she might have kicked a bit too hard, but it was definitely better than being hit by a slap. Chika looked at Inosuke, who was awkwardly covering his stomach on the opposite side, and cleared his throat. Suddenly, Inosuke, who had been covering his stomach, froze for a moment and hurriedly pulled out one hand to cover his nose and mouth. Big sister. It seems like there's something in the air. Inosuke shouted at Chika in a language that no human could possibly understand. However, Chika understood the meaning behind his words. She slightly turned her head to look at the smiling Doma not far from her, along with the tiny ice crystal fragments floating in the surrounding air. Doma's blood demon art is ice. He condenses it into ice crystals using his demon blood and then wields them with a golden iron fan to create various ice constructs. When his ice touches the skin of an ordinary person, it can instantly cause frostbite or even freeze them into ice sculptures. If the ice crystals are inhaled into the lungs, they can start to damage the lungs, making breathing difficult and ultimately causing the alveoli to die. The greatest reliance of a swordsman is their breathing. If they cannot perform total concentration breathing, they completely lose their qualification to fight demons. So, in a sense, Doma's blood demon art can be considered the strongest. At this moment, Doma raised his iron fan to cover half of his face and said with narrowed eyes, "No wonder you are a swordsman capable of defeating Lord Kokoshibo. You managed to evade this attack. I am increasingly looking forward to your flavor." With a wave of Doma's golden iron fan, countless sharp ice spearheads appeared above his head, aimed at Chika and Inosuke, and swiftly shot out. Chinchilla stepped forward and quickly arrived in front of Inosuke. With a flash of fierce fire, the sharp ice spears were sliced through and melted one by one. Inosuke, standing behind Chinchilla, trembled slightly, not out of fear, but in self-reproach for dragging Chinchilla down. "Inosuke, over here!" Chinchilla suddenly shouted, forcefully waking Inosuke from the emotional slump he was about to fall into. "Inosuke, I have a task for you. This infinite castle is controlled by a demon. As long as we kill that demon, we can directly destroy the infinite castle. You're responsible for finding and killing that demon. You can do it, right?" "Of course I can," Inosuke replied earnestly, gripping the dual swords in his hands. He understood that he couldn't help Chinchilla and that staying here would only be a burden to her. But he didn't come here to be a burden. He wanted to do as much as he could to contribute to everyone. If it were simply a matter of large-scale perception, even among the Hashira, those who master the transparent world might not be better than Inosuke in this regard. Inosuke turned to leave the battlefield, and although Doma had no interest in him, he wouldn't let the Demon Slayer core escape from his sight. Blood Demon Art, Twining Lotus. With a flick of Doma's iron fan, ice vines entwined with ice lotuses shot straight towards the fleeing Inosuke. However, before these ice vines could hit Inosuke, they were sliced into pieces by his blades, turning into shards of ice crystals. Chinchilla stepped forward to protect Inosuke, and as Inosuke left, the battlefield turned into a one-on-one duel between Chinchilla and Doma. Doma watched as Inosuke gradually moved further away, pouting his lips, crossing his arms, and displaying a look of confusion on his face. That one running away can't be a wild boar, right? What a strange kid. It feels like I've seen him somewhere before. No, I shouldn't have seen him. After all, I didn't even see his face. Doma displayed an expression of deep thought, yet completely unable to understand, while Chinchilla, who was watching him, had increasingly cold eyes. Seen him before? Of course, he had, because Inosuke's mother was killed by Doma. Inosuke's mother, named Kodoha, was a stunning beauty who, after giving birth to Inosuke, could no longer endure the domestic violence from her husband and mother-in-law and ran out of the house with baby Inosuke in her arms. However, while Kodoha was desperately running, she lost her way in the forest, and it was during this accident that she encountered Doma. But because of Kodoha's breathtaking beauty, melodious voice, and adorable personality, Doma did not kill her. Instead, he deliberately hid his identity as a demon and wanted to keep Kodoha as a pet until her natural death. Until one day, Kodoha stumbled upon Doma eating a person. Although Doma smiled and tried to explain to Kodoha, how could one accept that a demon eats humans so easily? Kodoha angrily scolded Doma as a liar and fled the temple with her young Inosuke. "I'm sorry, Inosuke. I'm so sorry for being such a fool. Always failing and going the wrong way. As a mother, I should be more reliable. I'm sorry, I'm sorry." Kodoha apologized to baby Inosuke as she ran. But how could she outrun Doma, who truly wanted to chase her? Kodoha was forced to the edge of a cliff, and ultimately, she was killed by Doma, while Inosuke, who was in her arms, fell off the cliff and accidentally survived by landing in a pool below. At this moment, Inosuke had almost completely lost his memories of childhood, as he not only suffered a mental blow in infancy, but had also lived in the wild since he started to remember. By the way, Doma also cruelly killed Shinobu Kocho's sister, Kane Kocho. Chinchilla's gaze was solemn as she stared at the Tong Mo in front of her. The Nichiren blade in her hand transformed into a crimson blade under the intense grip of her immense strength, taking on a fighting stance. Since they had crossed paths, it was time to settle both new grudges and old scores. Chapter 128, Fierce Battle, Tong Mo. Chinchilla and Tong Mao stared at each other. Just as Chinchilla was about to charge towards Tong Mao, the smiling Tong Mao waved the golden iron fan in his hand first. Blood Demon Technique. Mist Ice, Water Lily Bodhisattva. Blood Demon Technique. Cold and Fierce White Princess. Blood Demon Technique. Crystal Prince. In just an instant, under the circumstances where the huge ice bodhisattva summoned by Tong Mao had not yet disintegrated, two more ice bodhisattvas of the same size rose up on either side. Surrounding these three ice bodhisattvas were several ice lotuses carved with the upper bodies of young girls, as well as a number of miniature versions of Tong Mao that were difficult to count at a glance. In front of Chika appeared an army of ice. Isn't that impressive? I couldn't achieve this level before. I feel that even if Muzan Kabutsuji were to be revived in his prime, he wouldn't be my match now, Tamayo said excitedly. spreading his arms and proudly showcasing his current strength, as if to say that he is the one most deserving of being called one of the upper moons. He is indeed strong now, that is beyond doubt. However, being stronger than Muzan is still uncertain. Qianxia's words ignited a competitive spirit within Donma, causing his smile to vanish and be replaced by a serious expression. Oh, then please give it a try. Donma swung the golden iron fan in his hand with force, unleashing a violent ice tornado that swept toward Qianxia. At the same time, the ice army summoned by Donma also launched their attack. The colossal ice bodhisattva opened its mouth, and a multitude of ice crystals flew out. As it spewed forth the ice crystals, its hands were busy delivering blows toward Qianxia's position. The girl-like ice lotus acted purely as an output force, opening their lips to release an enormous wave of frost. As for the little version of Donma, he took on the role of a self-destructing infantry, releasing icy spikes while flying toward Qianxia. In an instant, the area where Qianxia stood was engulfed by transparent ice crystals, forming a hell of ice. Looking at the ice hell created by his own powers, Donma wore a joyful expression, believing that victory was already determined. Even if his blood demon art did not deal a fatal blow to Qianxia, it didn't matter. As long as she was still breathing, she would inhale the ice crystals scattered in the air, damaging her lungs. And if she stopped breathing, then the breathing swordsman was nothing more than a human body, unable to escape this place. Wait, human body? Donma's smile abruptly halted. Although he had previously learned that Qianxia was a demon body, he instinctively fell into the attack mode he usually used against demon slayer swordsmen upon seeing her. The next moment, Donma's smile not only stopped but also froze in place. Suddenly, a sword energy flashed in the gradually silent ice hell, and Donma had no time to react before his neck was cut open by this terrifying sword energy. The wound was only a few centimeters away from completely severing his neck, as if he had just walked a fine line between life and death. Sword energy? From this distance? No, why hasn't this wound healed? And it hurts so much. Donma immediately reached out to cover his neck, which had almost been severed, feeling intense pain radiating from the wound. His once proud regeneration ability seemed to have failed him at this moment, causing his head to sway precariously. What has happened? Covering his neck, Donma was filled with confusion, but in almost an instant, he grasped half of the answer to his question. That sword energy that struck his neck seemed to be the ability of Lord Muzan Kibutsuji. Lord Muzan has been resurrected? Donma stared in shock at his gradually fading ice hell, where Qianxia stood almost unscathed. Donma's ice crystals could certainly destroy an ordinary person's lungs. But was Qianxia an ordinary person? She was the ultimate being that even their superior envied. Even if Qianxia's regeneration speed was not as fast as Muzan, who had studied demonology for over 1,000 years, it was still more than enough to keep up with the speed at which Donma's ice crystals were damaging her lungs. If Qianxia had a health bar, Donma would be shocked to see it wildly bouncing back and forth, never allowing the ice crystals to completely destroy her lungs and render her unable to use her breathing techniques. Qianxia was recklessly practicing total concentration breathing in the ice hell of Donma, but it was neither the dance of the fire god nor water breathing, but rather moon breathing, 8th form, moon dragon's tail. Qianxia gripped the He Dao in her hands and made an exaggerated horizontal sweep, sending a massive arc of sword energy towards Tong Mo, mixed with countless crescent-shaped sword energies. If Tong Mo had only been puzzled by Qianxia's previous attacks with this strike, he was now 1,000 certain that this was indeed Kibutsuji Muzan's ability. Why was she using Lord Muzan's techniques? Watching the crescent sword energies rapidly approaching him, Tong Mo's pupils widened, and he hurriedly raised his golden iron fan to adjust the position of a Su-in, being Bodhisattva, to block in front of him. The crescent sword energies struck the Su-in, being Bodhisattva, producing a loud explosion. The ice statue was first sliced in half in an instant, followed by the crescent sword energies completely shattering it into countless shards of ice that fell to the ground. Qianxia remained composed, and after executing the 8th form, she was already preparing the next sword technique. When Tong Mao's ice bodhisattva was shattered by her 8th form, her next sword skill was also complete. While Tong Mao could produce ice creations as if they were free, Qianxia's sword energy was not something that could be bought. Moon-breathing 6th form, Eternal Night's solitary moon abyss. In the next moment, a sky full of moon-breathing sword energy surged toward Tong Mao. Just after Tong Mao had exhaled a breath from blocking Qianxia's strike, he noticed the overwhelming sword energy and his previously smiling face gradually stiffened. No, you can't be serious. Another chapter hastily finished at the last minute. I'm a bit tired today. Usually, I stay up until 2 or 3 in the morning to sleep, but I'll skip it today. Good night, everyone. Chapter 129. Tong Mao's heart skipping a beat faced with the overwhelming moon breathing sword techniques. Tong Mao hurriedly waved his golden iron fan to move the ice army he had summoned earlier in front of him as a shield. However, he quickly realized that it was not enough, far from it. The number of moon-breathing sword energies was too great, and his previously summoned ice army was sliced to pieces, leaving not even a large chunk of ice behind, all reduced to tiny ice fragments. Helpless, Tong Mao could only continue to frantically generate his ice army. Each one he created was immediately chopped to bits, but if he stopped, he would be sliced into shreds by the dense moon-breathing sword energy. The situation had reached a fierce stalemate. Ice fragments filled the air, and the density was so high that visibility was completely obscured. However, this did not hinder Qianxia at all. Even with her eyes closed, she could capture Tong Mao's figure. Don't even think about running. Qianxia turned her body and unleashed countless crescent-shaped sword energy in the direction Tong Mao was running. For the first time, Tong Mao, who had always relied on his ice creations to chase others, felt the reality of being pursued. He should have been feeling unhappy, but that was not the case. As he ran and dodged the approaching crescent sword techniques, knowing that a single misstep would result in being hit, he reached for his chest where his heart would be. What is this feeling? Is my heart beating? No way. I clearly don't have a heart. Is this what humans call love? Tong Mao suddenly stopped, quickly drawing both of his iron fans to clash head-on with Qianxia's crescent sword energy. Blood Demon Technique, Scattered Lotus. Blood Demon Technique, Withered Garden Snowfall. As Tong Mao waved his fans, a large amount of ice and snow burst forth, colliding directly with the incoming crescent sword energy. Despite the scars appearing all over his body, the blissful expression on his face remained unchanged, even growing more intense. While fending off Qianxia's attacks, Tong Mao continued to summon his ice creations, knowing that just the 2 fans in his hands were not enough. This time, Tong Mao used all his strength. Blood Demon Technique, Mist Ice, Water Lily, Azura. The original Ice Bodhisattva was already quite large, but in this moment, the Azura Buddha summoned by Tong Mao was even more massive. The 3-headed, 6-armed Azura stared menacingly at Qian, a clear upgrade from the Ice Bodhisattva, as it had 4 more arms and 2 mouths. The Azura withstood Qianxia's crescent slashes, slowly closing in on her, its imposing presence instilling fear. However, Qianxia was not afraid at all, gripping her crimson blade tightly. She had mastered all forms of the crescent sword thanks to the gift from Taketum Witcheru, though without Michikatsu's transforming blade, the subsequent sword forms felt somewhat burdensome to unleash. Qianxia maximized the precision of her moon-breathing technique, gritting her teeth as she swung her crimson blade at an exaggerated angle. Moon-breathing, 14th form, fierce change, new moon. Countless crescent sword energies shot out, overlapping to form spirals, which ultimately coalesced into a powerful assault resembling a tornado. Bang, 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 bang. The sound of countless ice blocks shattering echoed, and following the moonlit tornado was a frost tornado, with icy mist completely enveloping the battlefield of the two. The surroundings turned a white haze, and Doma panted slightly. That series of attacks had drained a significant amount of his energy. If he were still in the state of Upper Moon 2, he believed he could never withstand such a fierce onslaught. He gripped his chest tightly with one hand, his face flushed as he gasped for air, looking nothing like someone facing a tough battle. Just as he gathered his spirit to continue fighting Qianxia, a crisp slicing sound came from his neck. Huh! Doma instinctively lowered his head in confusion, but as soon as he exerted force, his head rolled off his neck, falling toward the ground. Behind him, Qianxia stood silently. Despite the surrounding white haze, it mattered not to her. Under the fire god Kagura's illusory sun rainbow, Qianxia had stealthily appeared behind Doma. Doma believed his strength had surpassed Kokushibo, but Qianxia's answer to that was that it was not necessarily so. In fact, the two were not fighting each other, but targeting other enemies. So in terms of firepower output, Doma at that moment was indeed not much different from Kokushibo. However, if they became enemies engaged in a life-and-death struggle, the battle awareness imprinted in Kokushibo's body during a normal mental state was something Doma could hardly compensate for. If this gap was not bridged, even if Doma worked hard for 100 or 200 years of his own pace, he might not be able to surpass Kokushibo. This battle awareness was precisely the key to Qianxia severing Doma's head. She sharply flicked her crimson blade and exhaled. The next moment, clang, a sound rang out. Doma's head rolled onto the ground, his gaze somewhat dazed. I lost. That was too fast. I still have strength left. I can summon even more minions. I'm not done yet. Doma struggled desperately, trying to transcend the realm of being headless and reach the levels of Akaza, Kokoshibo, and Muzan. Just as Doma was making his effort, Chinxia stepped on his head, interrupting his concentration. Doma's eyes looked up at Chinxia, who was looking down at him from above, and the sense of loss and unwillingness dissipated along with his crumbling body. Beauty was simply too beautiful. Chinxia's figure fell into Tong Mao's eyes. At this moment, he no longer attempted to break through the realm of immortality. Instead, he only wanted to find adjectives to describe Chinxia's beauty. Just as Tong Mao's mind began to gradually crumble into dust, before he could speak, Chinxia opened her mouth. I don't know if there is truly a paradise in this world, and I have never seen heaven, but hell surely exists. You should hurry down there. Yuhu, Hantengu, and the others are waiting for you. After Chinxia finished speaking, she delivered the final blow to Tong Mao with her foot. However, in the last moment of Tong Mao's life, he wore a blissful expression, which made Chinxia's skin crawl. She hugged her arms tightly, lowered her head slightly, and let out a breath. Muzan, you're next. Chapter 130, Pursuit Action on the Other Side. Inosuke was running quickly within the Infinite Castle, searching for the demon that controlled it, as described by Chinxia. His seemingly reckless progress was actually a display of Inosuke's incredible spatial awareness. With each step he took, the range of his perception continued to expand. Of course, he encountered many evil demons along the way, but they couldn't hinder Inosuke's pace at all. If a demon appeared in front of him, he would simply cut it down. As for those that appeared from other directions, he ignored them. After all, those demons couldn't catch up to Inosuke's rapid speed. Not here, not here, not here, damn it. Where is it? I can't waste the time my sister bought for me. As time ticked away, Inosuke grew increasingly anxious as he saw that his progress was still approaching zero. However, just as he began to feel anxious, he realized it and abruptly stopped, forcefully expanding his awareness, taking a deep breath through his nose and exhaling. No, I need to calm down. Inosuke took off his boar headpiece, revealing his stunning looks inherited from his mother, Kotoha, which were enough to make him a courtesan in the Yoshiwara Flower District. He closed his eyes and tried to calm his mind as much as possible, sacrificing a reduction in the range of his perception to further enhance its precision. Under this operation, certain vague corners within his perception began to gradually clarify. Inosuke's thought process might differ from others, but he was not foolish. In special situations, he could remain remarkably calm. Growing up in the deep mountains, he had become accustomed to hunting rabbits and goats like a beast. However, the process of capturing prey was not always smooth sailing. He often lost track of nimble prey like rabbits. But would Inosuke let those prey go? The answer was, of course no. Inosuke would continue to chase until he caught them. And at this moment, he equated his companions and the demon controlling the infinite castle with the prey. The fact that he couldn't find the escaping rabbit didn't necessarily mean it had run far away. It was more likely hiding in a place that was easy to overlook and highly concealed. As Inosuke continued to enhance the precision of his perception, the demon, Narumi, who was sitting cross-legged on the upper deck and intentionally concealing her aura, finally revealed herself to him. Finally found you. Inosuke raised his head to look at the target he had been searching for so hard. Excited, he stepped forward, wanting to jump directly to Narumi. However, just as Inosuke stepped forward, before he could jump, Narumi lightly plucked her pipa, and the ground beneath Inosuke's feet suddenly plummeted down like an elevator. He fell for about 5 or 6 seconds until he forcibly used his hands and feet to climb down like a gecko. You startled me, but don't think such tricks can stop my advance, demon. I'm definitely coming for your head. Inosuke shouted breathlessly, looking up. Narumi was momentarily stunned. She hadn't expected Inosuke's reaction to be so quick, nor had she expected him to be able to climb so well. Inosuke pointed out that he grew up in the deep mountains, which were full of dangers. If one couldn't quickly climb high trees, survival in the mountains would be impossible. Inosuke took a deep breath, charged his legs again, and successfully jumped straight toward Narumi. Just when Inosuke thought he had this under control, a massive building suddenly appeared in the space between him and Narumi, and he crashed into it with a bang. His body slid down the smooth wall of the building. And as he fell, Inosuke gritted his teeth and shouted angrily, "Damn it. Just wait, Inosuke will be back." This was Narumi's ability. Although it lacked direct lethality, it was unparalleled in terms of annoyance. Even though Inosuke had found Narumi, capturing her head was still not an easy task. After Chinxia dealt with Tong Mao, she first adjusted her physical state and then began her search. She immediately thought of Inosuke's method. After all, The infinite castle had no attacking properties, so it was understandable to have some concealment. She reduced her perception range to further enhance its precision and quickly ran within the infinite castle. Soon, a suspicious location was exposed within her perception. Qianxia rushed towards the suspicious location without stopping, ignoring the evil spirits along the way. After all, as long as Muzan was dead, those demons directly under Muzan would be extinguished as well. Only those like Tamayo and Yashiro, who had escaped Muzan's control, could continue to survive. The evil spirits who saw themselves being ignored were incredibly furious, but they couldn't catch up to Qianxia and could only rage in frustration. Soon, Qianxia reached the position she had sensed. Before she could even brake and stop, the wall in front of her suddenly collapsed with a loud bang. Qianxia instinctively slammed on the brakes, and the next moment, Butterfly Shinobu and Ju Tomioka were blasted out from the broken wall in front of her. Butterfly Shinobu was behind Ju Tomioka, who gritted his teeth, wielding his sword and using water-breathing, 11th form, Nagi, to defend against a long-bone whip that had emerged from the opposite wall. Bang! Bang! Ju Tomioka and Butterfly Shinobu fell heavily to the ground, with a trickle of blood coming from the corner of Ju's mouth. Ju, Shinobu, are you okay? Qianxia hurried over. No matter how much she could heal, it was only for herself. She wasn't a healer or a healing sorcerer, so she was more concerned about others than her own injuries. Both Butterfly Shinobu and Ju Tomioka had multiple wounds, but fortunately, none were fatal, and there were no severed limbs. After a brief examination, Qianxia did not breathe a sigh of relief, as this was not the time to relax. She turned her head to look at the shattered wall, and there, inside, was their ultimate target, Muzan Kibutsuji. Qianxia took a deep breath, gripping the Nichiren blade, which was gradually heating up and transforming into a crimson blade, and quickly walked towards the space within the broken wall. Chapter 131, Natural Disasters and the Weak as Qianxia stepped forward. The sounds emanating from the space inside the broken wall became increasingly clear. When she entered the internal space, her eyes were met with a scene of devastation. In the empty battlefield, Muzan Kibutsuji stood in the center, fully in battle stance. At this moment, due to the ultimate poison, his originally pitch-black hair had turned a grayish-white that symbolized aging, and his body and limbs were entangled and wrapped in black hair and blood. Jagged fangs grew from the surface of his skin, giving him a very fierce appearance. Long bony whips protruded from his back. As the king of demons, his abilities seemed somewhat ordinary, but the power of those whips was enough to turn a tall building into ruins with just one strike. When Qianxia arrived inside and saw the injured comrades and the central figure, Muzan, she understood everything. Muzan had not restored his injuries to full value within the flesh tumors he had proliferated and transformed, but rather to a level he deemed sufficient to easily handle everyone except Qianxia, at which point he had Nezuko manipulate the terrain to bring everyone before him. Muzan attempted to enhance his physical recovery efficiency by consuming the blood and flesh of the Hashira, also eliminating any troublesome individuals other than Qianxia in advance. Initially, he had not destroyed, but rather empowered the blood to strengthen, leaving the task of stalling Qianxia to Doma, whom he never believed could consume Qianxia. Of course, in the unlikely event that Doma did manage to consume Qianxia, after this battle, Muzan would not hesitate to consume Doma, becoming the strongest and most perfect being in the world. However, Muzan had not anticipated one thing. Qianxia had conducted preliminary training for the Demon Slayer Corps, allowing their strength to exceed Muzan's estimations. Everyone, including Shinobu Kocho, could actively activate their Crimson Blades. Their physical abilities comparable to the state after activating their patterns in the original work, and 4 of them had reached the transparent world. This was equivalent to a set of 4, with the remaining 2 pieces, and they were all in full health at the start. Such a configuration gave Muzan, who had miscalculated their strength and whose body had not fully recovered, a headache. This was why, when Qianxia defeated Doma and arrived, Muzan had only managed to knock everyone down and did not have time to absorb or devour them. At this moment, with most people losing their combat ability, Tanjiro stood directly in front of Muzan as one of the few still capable of fighting. He was gasping for breath, covered in wounds, but his eyes were remarkably clear. It turned out that during his battle with Muzan, he had also inadvertently broken through to the transparent world. Seeing this scene, the heavy stone in Qianxia's heart finally fell. Although the current situation could not be considered good, it had not yet reached a bad point. Qianxia walked solemnly to Tanjiro's side. It was only then that Tanjiro, who was fully focused on Muzan, reacted. "Sister?" Sorry, I'm late. Qianxiao's call was not only directed at Tanjiro, but also at the conscious people present. The situation had already deviated from their original plan, and a full-on brawl was no longer feasible. Tanjiro, can you still fight? Of course, cough cough. Tanjiro initially intended to respond decisively that he was fine, but with Qianxiao's arrival, the tension he had been holding suddenly relaxed, and the pain he had previously ignored spread throughout his entire body. Qianxiao looked at Tanjiro's current state and fell into silence. If she urged Tanjiro to hold on at this moment, he would definitely grit his teeth and continue fighting. However, as Tanjiro's sister, Qianxiao also had her own selfish motives. Or rather, she had selfish motives for the entire Demon Slayer Corps. It could even be said that Qianxiao had come this far entirely for this selfishness. Personal heroism? Sacrifice is inevitable. Qianxiao didn't want to think about this. She only knew that surviving and even living happily was the hard truth. Tanjiro, go take care of the injured people. As soon as Qianxiao said this, Tanjiro next to her showed a shocked expression and immediately spoke up. Sister, I can still fight. Tanjiro, go take care of the injured people. Qianxiao helplessly repeated her previous words. Tanjiro understood Qianxiao's meaning, but precisely because he understood, he did not want Qianxiao to bear this risk alone. After a moment of inner conflict, Tanjiro left Qianxiao's side. Seeing Tanjiro obediently leave, Qianxiao let out a sigh of relief in her heart. Selfishness still selfishness. Qianxiao thought that if she were to be defeated, then the resting 9 pillars and Tanjiro might be able to defeat Muzan through the convergence of the timelines, just like in the original work. This was a kind of insurance, a safety net that didn't belong to Qianxiao, but it still made her feel at ease. Seeing Qianxiao act this way, Muzan couldn't help but smile, praising her. You made the right choice. Strong people are always lonely. Being around the weak will only make the strong weaker. It seems you and I are the same type. Oh no, you are a demon. In response to Muzan's sarcasm, Qianxiao remained unfazed. Muzan, noticing her demeanor, clicked his tongue, spread his hands, and continued. Honestly, humans are such annoying creatures. Even when facing me, they talk about parental grievances, the enmity of children, and sibling rivalries. They should be grateful to be alive after encountering me. Shouldn't they view me as a natural disaster like a storm, a volcanic eruption, or an earthquake? Does anyone seek revenge against a natural disaster? Am I wrong? Muzan's words filled the air with hatred, and beneath Qianxiao's calm exterior, other emotions finally surfaced. She coldly stared at Muzan in front of her and said, weak? Natural disaster? A coward who was instantly killed by Yoriichi. Terrified to the point of self-destructing into over 1,800 pieces of flesh and fleeing, only to timidly return to the outside world after Yoriichi died of old age. What qualifications do you have to call yourself a natural disaster and label others as weak? Muzan's words inflicted 1 point of damage on Qianxiao, but her words delivered an extremely powerful critical hit to Muzan. His previously confident demeanor instantly darkened, and his face turned grim, reflecting just how ugly his expression was, as this was his only and greatest dark history as the King of Demons. Chapter 132. Overwhelming power. Muzan gritted his teeth, staring at Qianxiao with a twisted expression. If there was anything about that dark history that he hated even more, it was when others spoke of it in front of him. Back then, he considered himself invincible in the world, strolling through the night. Although there had been recent rumors that the Demon Slayer Corps had changed from before, Muzan paid it no mind. A small Demon Slayer Corps? What is there to worry about? Their level wasn't even in the same dimension. No matter how much the Demon Slayer Corps stirred things up, they were merely in a category below his. If someone from the Demon Slayer Corps appeared before him, Muzan was confident that he could wake them from their ridiculous fantasies with a single slap, while also knocking their heads off. With such thoughts, Muzan unexpectedly bumped into the young Yoriichi, as if love had struck him around a corner. Muzan, sword, samurai, from the Demon Slayer Corps? Yoriichi, demon, demon king, dangerous. Just a mutual glance was enough. Before Muzan could take another look, he was on the brink of death from Yoriichi's strike. Almost purely by instinct, he self-destructed into over 1,800 pieces of flesh, successfully escaping from Yoriichi's grasp due to the slight advantage of Yoriichi not being able to cut through so much flesh in such a short time. This was Muzan's only and greatest dark history. Even the one he considered a business partner, Kokoshibo, had not been told the truth. He merely vaguely stated that he lost to Yoriichi. At this moment, his dark history was laid bare by Qianxiao in such a straightforward manner, and even in the form of a rebuttal. This was more than just making Muzan feel uncomfortable. With gritted teeth, he let out a roar filled with rage directed at Qianxiao. Suddenly, The bone whips on his back struck fiercely and sharply towards Qinxia. Although Qinxia had already taken a combat stance, she was still knocked away by the bone whips. Qinxia crashed into the wall on one side, and the wall shattered instantly without holding up for even a second, sending Qinxia into another space. Upon seeing this, Muzan completely ignored the other people around and charged towards the flying Qinxia. At this moment, all Muzan wanted was to tear Qinxia apart and then slowly devour him amidst immense pain and despair. Qinxia, who was knocked away by Muzan, spun in the air 2 or 3 times before finally managing to stabilize his body by frantically rubbing his feet against the ground. Although it seemed similar to his battle against Kokushibo, where Qinxia provoked his opponent with words, the outcome was drastically different, primarily because Muzan was much stronger than Kokushibo. Kokushibo's strength lay in his unpredictable moon breathing. Without any information, his sword aura was nearly impossible to defend against, coupled with his overwhelming output. This was a combination of mechanics and values. In contrast, Muzan was purely a numerical monster. Even the Haku blade could barely affect his regeneration. The power of his attack was enough to shatter a building, and his complex organs, including 5 brains and 7 hearts, provided him with seemingly infinite stamina. Steadying himself, Qinxia looked ahead and saw Muzan charging fiercely towards him, with 9 bone whips on his back and 2 thorn whips transforming from his arms. Qinxia felt no sense of fighting a humanoid opponent under such chaotic and sharp attacks. A complete monster, Qinxia struggled to wield the Hidao in her hand to defend herself, but inevitably, she was hit several times by Muzan's bone whips, causing a large amount of blood to splatter from her body. However, there was not the slightest change in the expression on Qinxia's face, which left Muzan, who had wanted to see her in pain, extremely disappointed. You can't possibly not feel pain, can you? If that's the case, then you truly are a monster. Muzan attempted to disturb Qinxia's inner peace with his words, but she was completely unfazed by his tactics. Breath of fire, god of fire dance, scorching bone flame sun. A swirling flame, sword energy temporarily fended off Muzan's whip attacks. Then, as Qinxia leaned back and leaped to create distance from Muzan, she switched her breathing technique. Breath of the moon, 7th form. Evil mirror, moon reflection. Qinxia swung swiftly, sending 3 serrated crescent blades toward Muzan. This sudden attack caught Muzan off guard, and with a bang, a thick mist rose up from his side. On Tanjiro's side, the injured Zenitsu, who had been helped up, couldn't help but exclaim at the scene. So impressive. We can win. In contrast to Zenitsu's optimism, the snake Hashira, Iguro Abanai, who was half crouching in front of Mitsuri, said, "It's still too early to say that. Although I don't want to say anything that would lower morale. Everyone should be ready to charge at any moment." Indeed, it had only been 1 round, and it was too early to celebrate with champagne. Moreover, popping champagne halfway through would be a strong flag of misfortune. Meanwhile, in another ominous sign, Muzan walked out of the thick mist with a calm expression. This was the suppression power of a numerical monster. However, it was fortunate that the aging part contained in the ultimate poison was already subtly taking effect. The ultimate poison was the greatest reliance for defeating Muzan. Every minute, Muzan's body would subtly age by 50 years. The lifespan of demons is indeed long, even eternal, but the aging of the body is not in vain. That seemingly limitless stamina would decline with the aging of the body, and this stamina is precisely the foundation of a demon's strong physical quality and regenerative ability. In the original story, Tanjiro and the others even managed to drag Muzan to a state of aging 9,000 years, which allowed Tanjiro in his berserk state to have a fighting chance against him. Qinxia's eyes were solemn as she stared at Muzan. If it were a full-blood state and a group fight, she had a 1,000 confidence in killing Muzan and leading everyone to a happy ending. However, one-on-one was a different story. In the blink of an eye, a bone whip swung toward Qinxia's head. Her body instinctively reacted, narrowly avoiding the strike by mere millimeters. Was that a Kaza's or Shin? Muzan was somewhat surprised by Qinxia's reaction just now, and then his eyes filled with an even stronger killing intent. His back was equipped with 9 bone whips, his hands could morph into 2 stabbing whips, and his lower body could split into 8 more whips, even faster than the bone whips on his back. I admit, you are indeed more perfect than I am right now, but there is no doubt that I am far more powerful than you. All the whips on Muzan fiercely lashed out at Qinxia, their speed producing sharp, cutting sounds as they sliced through the air. Bang, 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 bang. Chapter 133, Qinxia's trump card under Muzan's relentless strikes. Whether Qinxia was destroyed was another matter. Anyway, The buildings in that direction of Infinite City were reduced to nothing, becoming bare ground. Despite the top-tier flag of smoke and no injury supporting her, Qianxia was still left covered in wounds from Muzan's series of strikes. If Qianxia were not an extraordinary person, Muzan's round of attacks would have already sealed the outcome. Qianxia's face was splattered with blood, but she didn't mind it. She simply raised her arm lightly to wipe away the sticky blood, but her arm was also covered in blood. This wipe instead increased the coverage of blood on Qianxia's face to another level. Qianxia felt speechless about her actions. After a brief silence, she simply stopped wiping her face and continued to stare straight ahead at Muzan. Although her face was splattered with blood, it was still somewhat overshadowed by her currently crimson eyes. Seeing Qianxia like this made Muzan, who wanted to witness her breakdown, feel quite bored. Even Muzan has the capacity to feel pain. However, ordinary attacks rarely inflict effective damage on him, so he seldom experiences pain. As he looked at the injured Qianxia, a slight smile crept onto his lips because he believed that even if Qianxia could withstand one round of his attacks, what about the second and third? His stamina was endless. The victor is always the one who takes the initiative. The bone whips, pipe whips, and stinger whips on Muzan were eager to strike, while Qianxia quietly tightened her grip on the he in her hand. After a brief silence, Muzan's second round of attack came again. Qianxia's he Dao continuously clashed with Muzan's whips in an attempt to defend, but unfortunately, the number of whips was simply too many. Two fists could hardly contend with four hands, let alone one sword facing dozens of whips. Even just grazing against them caused a large amount of blood to fly out. The entire situation was completely one-sided in Muzan's favor. Qianxia was already using all her strength just to defend against Muzan's attacks. This scene fell into the eyes of the onlookers in the distance, their clenched fists already drenched in sweat. Damn it, how can I just watch Qianxia get beaten? You can endure it, but I can't hold back this anger. Shinazugawa Sanemi gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain from his wounds, tightening his grip on the Nichiren blade and wanting to step forward to charge at Muzan. However, just as he took a step, he was intercepted by a hand extended by Yoriichi Tsugikuni beside him. Are you trying to stop me? Shinazugawa Sanemi widened his eyes and turned to Yoriichi Tsugikuni, only to see that Tsugikuni was intently focused on Qianxia and Muzan, with a hint of excitement on his face. Shinazugawa Sanemi couldn't comprehend the expression that Yoriichi Tsugikuni was showing at that moment, but the other side, Kanroji Mitsuri, noticed a clue. Qianxia's injuries have decreased. Upon hearing this, Shinazugawa Sanemi once again seriously focused on the battlefield between Qianxia and Muzan. Although Qianxia was still hit by some whips while wielding her Nichiren blade to defend against Muzan's attacks, the frequency seemed to have indeed decreased. What is going on? The spectators were puzzled by this phenomenon, but did not know the reason, except for one person. Ha ha! As expected of Qianxia, she is doing it so beautifully, Yoriichi Tsugikuni said excitedly. Muzan, who was clashing head-on with Qianxia, gradually realized that something was off. Originally, 10 lashes would hit Qianxia's body 4 or 5 times. But now it had become only 1 or 2. No, it's decreasing even more. And by the time Muzan reacted to this phenomenon, it was already too late. Muzan's seemingly chaotic attacks transformed into long segments of notes on a wide musical score in Qianxia's mind. The previously expressionless face of Qianxia finally changed. But it was not the despair that Muzan wanted to see. Instead, it was Qianxia's smile. My score is complete. Qianxia's foot stepped out swiftly, and the originally perfect defensive posture was reversed at this moment, as Qianxia's swordsmanship entered an attacking rhythm. Bang, 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 bang. The long whips released from Muzan's body were all blocked by Qianxia's crimson blade, without exception. From the moment Qianxia completed this score, it was Muzan who needed to divert his attention to fend off the attacks from Qianxia's crimson blade. Score. A unique skill passed down from the sound Ashura, Yoriichi Tsugikuni, which analyzes the enemy's attack rhythm during battle, transforming it into musical notes that are played, thus completely mastering the enemy's attacks. This was a technique Qianxia specifically visited Yoriichi Tsugikuni to learn before the story of the Entertainment District arc even unfolded. Initially, she thought that even if she couldn't learn the transparent world, she could learn some other techniques to make up for her strength, which would definitely come in handy in future battles. And now was precisely that moment. Entering the score state, Qianxia switched her breathing to the fire god Kagura, and soared energy as radiant as the sun erupted from her crimson blade. Waltz, azure sky, blazing red mirror, illusory sun rainbow, fire train, scorching bones sun flame. Sun blossom burst, flying wheels sun flame, slanting sun turn, radiant grace, Halo of the Sun Dragon, Flame Dance. 13th form of Sun Breathing. After completing the score, Xinxia decisively chose to activate the cycle of Sun Breathing sword techniques. As long as she could complete the cycle, it would not only save her stamina, but also create absolute pressure on Muzan. Muzan gritted his teeth as he watched Xinxia's increasingly familiar movements, and a hint of fear surged in his heart. Could I lose? Lose to anyone other than that man? Impossible. I am Muzan Kibutsuji. Not only the chosen one, but also destined to become the strongest and closest to perfection in this world. I absolutely cannot lose. Muzan's pupils turned white, and a surge of intense energy erupted from within him, releasing a powerful shockwave in all directions centered around him with a roar. This was one of Muzan's trump cards, an ultimate skill he had never used on anyone before. Not only did it have an extensive attack range, but it also possessed immense attacking power, capable of disrupting the nerves of the target's hit, causing spasms and rendering them immobile, thus leading to their demise. A white light engulfed everything around Muzan, with occasional lightning strikes, the momentum so grand that it seemed to threaten the destruction of the entire Infinity Castle. Chapter 134. The Collapse of Infinity Castle. In the original work, Muzan used this strike in a state of being 9,000 years old, but even in that state, the shockwaves released still pushed back everyone around him, causing them to roll their eyes. The serpent Hashira, Iguro Abanai, was knocked unconscious. Tanjiro was rendered immobile. At this moment, the shockwave Muzan unleashed was no weaker than in the original work. This intense shock spread in all directions, and the entire Infinity Castle trembled as if Muzan intended to destroy it entirely. Even in a battlefield at the other corner of Infinity Castle, the impact was felt by Nezuko and Inosuke. TSK, how can this kid climb so well? Nezuko, manipulating the terrain of Infinity Castle, played with Inosuke again and again. At first, Nezuko found it quite amusing, but as it happened repeatedly, she only felt bored and even annoyed. Don't think you can shake me off. Inosuke Hashibara. Always keep my word, you female demon. I'm definitely going to chop your head off. Inosuke raised his two Nichiren blades, pointing them at Nezuko, and shouted. Nezuko, with her head down, couldn't hold back her expression. If she could, she really wanted to rip Inosuke's mouth off, but unfortunately, her blood demon art caused not the slightest harm. Even though she was granted the title of Upper Moon 2 by Muzan, it was merely a facade. Nezuko felt no change whatsoever. The ordinary demons were forcibly injected with Muzan's blood, becoming mindless mass-produced lower moons. The original lower moons were personally exterminated by Muzan. The original upper moons had only Kokushibo left alive, and even with her temporarily added in, there were only 2 upper moons. Moreover, unlike Kokushibo, who received a promotion and a raise, Nezuko had merely gained some words and numbers in her pupils. Muzan had not strengthened her blood. This made Nezuko realize a truth, that tool demons would always remain tool demons. If she could start over, she would definitely strive to become an upper moon with combat capabilities. Just as Inosuke, eager to launch another attack on her, was about to do so, the tremors from Muzan's side reached her. It felt like an earthquake. The sudden change stunned Nezuko, who had been comfortably squatting in Infinity Castle for years, while Inosuke, who had lived in the deep mountains, was not notably affected. His dark green eyes gazed at Nezuko, and in the moment Nezuko was distracted, Inosuke understood his opportunity had come. Beast breathing, flash of spirit type, explosive throw slash. Inosuke gripped one of his Nichiren blades tightly, throwing it like a javelin. With a sharp whoosh, the blade spun rapidly through the air, and before Nezuko could recover from her daze, it pierced directly into her forehead, splattering blood everywhere. Perfect headshot. Damn, I didn't hit her neck. Inosuke quickly charged at Nezuko with his other Nichiren blade, aiming to land a follow-up strike. While the hit Nezuko was momentarily stunned before emitting a sharp, piercing scream. Unlike other demons, Nezuko had been by Muzan's side since becoming a demon and had not experienced the brutal killings among flesh and blood like others, resulting in her sensitivity to pain being almost indistinguishable from that of a human. Inosuke's uniquely serrated Nichiren blade pierced through her forehead, and the intense pain rendered her unable to focus on the rapidly charging Inosuke. Amidst Inosuke's cries of charge, charge, he had already reached Nezuko's side, delivering a swift and precise strike to her neck. Swish! With a crisp sound of the cut, Nezuko's head was severed and flew away. With an arcing trajectory, Nezuko's head went clattering. A voice fell to the ground, and because of the sunwell blade stuck in her head, she couldn't even manage to roll her head a few times on the ground. Head and body separated. The pain that had been excruciating gradually faded after her head was severed. Of course, it wasn't just the sensation of pain that disappeared. Naruko's gaze was fixed on the infinite city in her line of sight, and memories from her human days began to surface little by little. In her human life, she made a living by playing the pipa. Although her pipa skills were commendable, she had little popularity, and her husband spent all his time gambling, which made their already poor household even poorer. One day, her husband even sold the clothes she wore while performing to fund his gambling, crossing Naruko's bottom line. In a fit of rage, Naruko killed her husband with a hammer. Although she had to continue playing the pipa after killing her husband, she had no choice but to go to work wearing tattered clothes. Despite the displeased expressions of her customers upon seeing her ragged appearance, once Naruko began to play, the sound she produced received unanimous praise from the audience. After this incident, Naruko would kill someone before every performance, and over time, she even became addicted to the feeling of killing, until one day, she set her sights on Muzan, who was passing by. At that moment, Naruko's expression was very calm. She was clear about her position. As a tool demon, she never thought about breaking the limits of being decapitated and not dying because she knew it was impossible for her. After a moment of silent stillness, Inosuke reached out and pulled out the sun wheel blade lodged in Naruko's head, and her head and body gradually turned to dust and dissipated into the air a few seconds later. Inosuke held two blades, excitedly raising his head and laughing heartily. After all, after such a long struggle, finally winning brought an immense sense of accomplishment. Sister, my task is complete. Inosuke's words abruptly stopped as a wave of even stronger vibrations swept through, causing the buildings around him, including the ground beneath his feet, to collapse at a visible speed. Inosuke, frightened, hurriedly ran, jumping wildly in the crumbling infinite city. The entire infinite city was transformed by Naruko's blood demon art, and now that she was dead, the vast infinite city had lost its support. As the structure collapsed, it even returned from a different time and space to the original world. The infinite city completely collapsed. Chapter 135. Despair on a rainy night. Naruko was beheaded, and the infinite city fell apart. Muzan, releasing a strong shockwave, was momentarily stunned by the changes in the infinite city. The first thing he thought was that his shockwave shouldn't have been enough to shatter the entire infinite city. Indeed, it wasn't enough to directly shatter the infinite city. However, his shockwave did affect Naruko, who was previously entangled with Inosuke in the distance. It can be said that a significant part of the responsibility for the collapse of the infinite city at this moment lay with Muzan. A powerful white shockwave was released from Muzan's body, and Tanjiro, who was further away, was only affected by the residual wave, but Chika was directly hit from close range. Beneath this strong shockwave were hidden streaks of white lightning. Even though Chika had known all of Muzan's skill combinations from the beginning, the short wind-up time before Muzan activated his skills made it difficult to guard against. Although the physical injuries could be repaired through the demon body, the greater damage from Muzan's shockwave was on the mental level. Chika, propelled by the shockwave, spat out a mouthful of blood, her eyes gradually losing their luster. As the infinite city crumbled, everyone was forced to lose their footing, including Muzan, and they all floated in midair, falling downwards. The ruins of the infinite city crashed to the ground, creating a chaotic, thunderous noise. Muzan, landing on the ground without a hitch, gritted his teeth in a grimace, clearly dissatisfied with the collapse of the infinite city. However, when he saw Chika lying on the ground not far away, his grim expression instantly relaxed. And the change in his expression was quick enough to be included in a classic teaching material at the Beijing Film Academy. Ha ha ha, it seems I'm still superior. But let me compliment you, aside from that man, I would call you the strongest. Muzan grinned as he slowly walked toward Chika, but midway, he noticed a finger of Chika's twitching slightly. Seeing this, Muzan instinctively jumped back, creating distance between himself and Chika, raising all his bone whips and pipe whips. Intensely vigilant as he stared at her lying on the ground. Did her finger just move? Does that mean she wasn't knocked out by my shockwave? Is she lying on the ground to trick me? Muzan watched Chika warily, afraid she might suddenly get up and stab him. Attacking from a distance with bone whips? That seems a bit unsafe. Let's switch it up. Muzan looked around at the ruins of the infinite city nearby, and he extended his bone whips and pipe whips, binding the surrounding debris into a huge mass. The bone whips and pipe whips from Muzan supported the massive debris, forcefully throwing it toward Chika, who was lying on the ground. The massive debris was so large that even if 10 or 20 Chikas were standing together, it would crush them into mush. As the massive debris approached Chika, about to completely smash her into paste, a series of displeasing voices suddenly rang out. Breath of the wind, fourth form, rising dust storm. Breath of the rock, fourth form, flowing pattern rock, rapid advance. Breath of the snake, second form, narrow-headed poison fawn. Dance of the fire god, brilliant radiance. Instantly, the massive debris hovering above Chika was shattered into countless fragments, and Tanjiro, leading the others, landed in front of Chika. Tanjiro gritted his teeth, gripping the sun-wheel blade tightly, and solemnly stared at Muzan, saying, "I won't let you hurt my sister again." Muzan looked at the people before him, his expression displeased as he spread his palm, saying, "How foolish. This woman clearly bought you time. You could have escaped. Once I eat her and become a perfect being, I might not even hold your rudeness against you. You could have continued living with a sense of relief." In the face of Muzan's mockery, everyone only looked serious, not affected by his words. It was already close to dawn, and Muzan still had poison in his body that could age him. As long as they could hold on, victory would come. Everyone tightened their grips on their sun-wheel blades and charged at Muzan with their battered bodies. As they fully immersed themselves in battle, the dim sky gradually became overcast with dark clouds, and it began to rain little by little. The raindrops fell, a sudden event that took everyone by surprise. Muzan looked up at the overcast sky, his eyes wide with excitement, grinning and shouting, "I am indeed the chosen one. Heaven is helping me." He recklessly swung the bone whips and pipes that split from his body, driving back the crowd that surrounded him one by one. Under such dark clouds and heavy rain, even when dawn arrived, the sun might not necessarily appear, which shrouded the already calculable duration of the situation in a layer of darkness. The raindrops fell on Chika's body. Taking a Muzan shockwave at such close range was Chika's mistake. She had not completely lost consciousness. She was just numb all over, her mind scattered. She was aware of what was happening outside. "Damn it, my body won't move. This move is too rogue." Lying on the ground, Chika struggled painfully, tried to recover from a state of numbness as quickly as possible, but the results were not ideal. Although Tanjiro and the others had rested for a while and regained some stamina, their injuries were not something that could be healed in a short time. Qinsha was not worried about losing in the desperate battle. She was only concerned that, in the heat of the fight, they would one by one activate their patterns and try to take down Muzan with them. This was something Qinsha could not accept no matter what. Victory was just a step away, and while everyone was fighting valiantly, she lay on the ground, unable to move. A strong sense of humiliation surged within her as Qinsha gritted her teeth, tried to will her body, which felt like a puppet at that moment, to move. Everything seemed to revert to the scene when she had just been reborn. Back then, she was also unable to move, and while complaining about her ridiculous body, she had struggled to crawl from the room to the snowy ground before ultimately losing consciousness. In Qinsha's mind, flashes of past memories flickered, and just as she thought to herself if she was experiencing a lantern show, the scene of her encounter with the Kunakata brothers on the other side of life and death also surfaced. Chapter 136, Lantern Show. The lantern show is indeed a lantern show. It is said that the reason people experience a lantern show at the moment of death is due to instinct, attempting to find ways to evade danger from everything they have experienced in the past. Before this, Qinsha had never experienced a lantern show, so when it appeared, she was quite surprised. Kunakata Yoriichi and Kunakata Iwakatsu seemed to appear before her, but Qinsha could not converse with them, as they were merely images of memories in her mind. Kunakata Yoriichi had long ascended to heaven and reincarnated. Kunakata Iwakatsu had long descended to hell to atone for his sins. They would not appear here to help Qinsha. The only ones who could help her were her living comrades from the Demon Slayer Corps and Qinsha herself. Taking advantage of the duration of the lantern show, she exerted all her strength to struggle and re-enter the battlefield before everyone reached the other side of life and death to unleash the patterns and perish together with Muzan. Meanwhile, as Qinsha was caught in the lantern show, outside in the rainy night, Tanjiro and the others, burdened with heavy responsibilities, surrounded Muzan and fought fiercely. Mitsuri, with blood at the corners of her mouth, rushed forward, her Nichiren blade, like a satin ribbon, quickly swinging to ensnare one of the bone whips that grew from Muzan's back. Good. After successfully ensnaring it, Mitsuri took a deep breath. Her muscles at 8 times density tensed as she forcefully pulled on her sword hilt. Under this unreasonable brute force, Muzan's body twitched, and the bone whip seemed on the verge of being torn apart by her. This woman, Muzan gritted his teeth, wondering how this generation of Hashira from the Demon Slayer Corps could possess such strength, making them so difficult to deal with. Something is wrong. There must be an issue. It's not that they are strong, but that I've become weak. Weak. Muzan's pupils widened, and, at this moment, he finally realized the problem. His once strong body had aged for thousands of years. Realizing this, an extremely hideous expression appeared on Muzan's face. As he thought about how he had fallen into layer upon layer of traps from the very beginning, his pride as the king of demons gradually crumbled. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Muzan glared at Mitsuri, who was straining with effort, and with one arm, he conjured a thorn whip that fiercely lashed out at Mitsuri, wanting to kill her on the spot. However, just as Muzan focused on Mitsuri, the serpent Hashira, Iguro Abanai, had already charged towards Mitsuri. Serpent breathing, third form nest binding, the Nicaran blade in his hand twisted like a giant python, wrapping around the thorn whip that Muzan had lashed out. Iguro Abanai stood protectively in front of Mitsuri, coldly staring at Muzan, saying, "Don't think about laying a hand on Kanroji." Realizing that he was aging every second, Muzan felt extremely anxious. He gritted his teeth and released a powerful shockwave from his body, sending everyone around him flying over 100 meters away. The others lay on the ground in pain, their nerves numbed, unable to get up immediately. Muzan also began to breathe heavily, under the overload of consumption. The injuries he had deliberately hidden began to appear one by one. These were wounds inflicted by Kunakata Yoriichi over 400 years ago, which even he, as the king of demons, could not fully heal. Ah, how annoying. Since you have seen my scars, there is no way I will let you go, even if you plead for mercy. Muzan's footsteps echoed as he stepped on the ground, and the surrounding people struggled to get up. Unlike the cold raindrops falling on them, they felt their bodies burning. Is this a sign of impending death? No, this is a sign that the patterns are about to activate. Lying on the ground, Chinxia had already sensed this phenomenon, and she herself had reached the end of the lantern show. Chinxia, please be sure to slay Muzan. Chinxia suddenly opened her eyes, forcing herself to resist the numbness in her nerves and stand up from the ground again. Just leave it to me. Chinxia's crimson eyes gazed at Muzan. The Muzan, who was originally prepared to kill everyone one by one, suddenly turned to look at Chinxia. When he saw that Chinxia had gotten back up again, his face had already twisted into a grotesque expression. The cockroach that can't be killed. Are you talking about yourself? With your body full of tentacles. Aren't you just a little cockroach? Chinxia's trash talk was online again, but because Muzan's expression was already twisted enough, there wasn't any obvious change. Muzan swung all the whips on his body and charged towards Chinxia, believing that she no longer had the strength to maintain the breath of the sun. He wanted to get close to Chinxia and forcibly devour her body. Facing the charging Muzan, Chinxia tightened her grip on the he in her hands, executing a stance different from the techniques of the breath of the sun, the breath of the moon, and even the water breathing. Sun and moon flow first form sun and moon convergence. In an instant, Muzan's charge came to a halt. Sharp wounds appeared on Muzan's body, and a large amount of blood splattered out. Muzan's pupils trembled. The steps he had taken towards Chinxia not only stopped, but even involuntarily retreated a step back. He raised his hand to cover the most severe wound on his waist, staring at Chinxia with cold sweat all over his head. What just happened? He didn't see it. He completely didn't see what Chinxia did. Clearly, there was still a certain distance between him and Chinxia, and at this distance, even his whips should have been able to reach her. How did she manage to attack him? The moon breathing of Kokoshibo? No, it was definitely not that. The searing, bone-piercing pain conveyed by the wounds was undoubtedly from the breath of the sun, but the appearance of the wounds resembled those left by the breath of the moon. Wait, could it be? Muzan suddenly realized something, and the expression in his pupils looking at Chinxia changed once again. It was as if figures holding swords appeared on either side of Chinxia, resembling Kagaya Yoriichi and Kagaya Akaza. Chinxia's crimson eyes stared at Muzan. Under the burden of his aging body, Muzan truly felt the urge to escape. There was no other choice. He could only fight until this point. It wouldn't be too late to take revenge after clearing the toxins from his body and restoring his peak strength. With gritted teeth, Muzan made this decision. But when he glanced at his pride and chose to self-destruct into meat chunks to flee, he was shocked to discover that he was unable to self-destruct. Why can't I self-destruct? Is it the poison again? You guys are really despicable. Muzan let out a roar of anger tinged with despair towards Chinxia. Chapter 137, Signs Before Dawn. Despicable? Do you have any obligation to uphold martial ethics? Chinxia's crimson eyes stared at Muzan. Although she always fought with rogue tactics as her core principle, Chinxia also had her limits. For example, during the Infinity Train arc when fighting Akaza. Akaza was beheaded and left standing there after being cut off by Koyuki. At that moment, Qianxia could have directly cut Akaza into pieces without any regard for martial ethics. But she did not do so. Although Akaza was detestable, KG was different. But now, in front of her was Muzan, the source of all the sins connected to demons in this world, a thoroughly heinous villain who did not take his crimes seriously at all. Martial ethics? Muzan, you are not worthy. Under Qianxia's gaze, Muzan's body involuntarily trembled. With no escape option available, he could only choose to fight Qianxia to the death. It's fine. Although the sword technique this guy just unleashed was painful, it was still not as lethal as that man's. Now it's still night and even raining. I have plenty of time. Even if my body ages, I will not lose. Black blood thorn. Countless black, thorny spikes grew all over Muzan's body, making him appear even more grotesque, already covered in whips. However, Qianxia had anticipated this move, and its threat was far less than Muzan's previous white shockwave. Ultimately, it was just the last gasp of a dying breath. Watching Qianxia's unchanging expression, under Muzan's roar, the black thorns, bone whips, pipe whips, and thorn whips all surged toward Qianxia. Yet that previously unstoppable offensive now seemed like nothing in front of Qianxia. A peak practitioner, though the paths may differ, will inevitably reach the same destination, regardless of the passage of time and the different ways taken. Qianxia does not believe she can become the second Yoriichi, because Yoriichi is a unique existence. Deliberately chasing after others while forgetting that she is also unique will only lead her to become like Yenzai Iwakatsu was in the past. By mixing the techniques of sun breathing and moon breathing, a new version that cannot be considered a complete upgrade has been born. But this is the path Qianxia has chosen. The figures of Yoriichi and Yenzai Iwakatsu appeared on either side behind her, and she tightened her grip on the he and slowly raised her hand. Sun and moon flow. First form. Sun and moon shine together. In an instant, the long whips and thorns charging towards Qianxia collided with waves of hot and bright sword energy, and the black thorns were shattered into pieces. The seemingly indestructible long whips also appeared to wilt, as they were struck by this sword energy, disoriented and unable to find their direction, splitting apart like the flesh of Muzan, with blood splattering from these long whips. In terms of attack range, Muzan is undoubtedly a medium-range type. The attack range of the long whips that split from his body only has a radius of 10 meters centered on himself, but he can use his speed to close the distance suitable for combat. Qianxia using sun breathing is a short-range type. Qianxia using moon breathing is a long-range type. And Qianxia using sun and moon flow is a full-range type. Muzan cannot approach Qianxia, but Qianxia can continuously slash at him. What Muzan feels more than pain is the humiliation from Qianxia, although his physical decline continues. The recovery speed of his body still keeps up with the injuries inflicted by Qianxia. Realizing that his long whips can no longer harm Qianxia, Muzan gritted his teeth and unleashed his white shockwave once again. Centered on Muzan himself, a wide-area shockwave covering hundreds of meters erupted once more. As white light and lightning flickered, with a loud boom, the once debris-filled ground of Infinity City was flattened and became barren. Muzan gasped for breath. This shockwave was energy stored within his body, and releasing it was more exhausting than swinging long whips hundreds of times. However, to inflict damage on Qianxia, there was no other choice. While panting, Muzan turned his head to look around, wanting to find Qianxia, his heart yearning for the image of her lying on the ground, unable to move. But there was none. No. Qianxia has disappeared. Muzan instinctively turned around, and the originally vanished Qianxia appeared behind him in a crouched position. Sun and moon flow, second form sun, and moon re-illumination. Countless long, winding slashes appeared on Muzan's body as he endured the excruciating pain and continued to turn, striking at Qianxia with a claw. Qianxia also lunged forward, stabbing her blade at Muzan. Swish, swish. Muzan's claws pierced into Qianxia's body, while Qianxia's crimson blade stabbed into Muzan as well. Seeing this, Muzan smirked, and all the bone whips and thorn whips on his body rose up, piercing through Qianxia's body together. In the moment Qianxia's body was pierced, Muzan vaguely sensed her condition. Even with the factor of physical aging, Muzan's regeneration speed and stamina still held the advantage. If blood were to be exchanged like this, Muzan was confident it would be his victory. Indeed, Qianxia thought the same. However, even with that belief, her wave of blood exchange was intentional. Just as Muzan was about to reveal a smile upon realizing that Qianxia's remaining strength was inferior to his, a group, including Tanjiro, suddenly leaped up beside him. except for Qianxia's position in front of him. What? In the next moment, numerous crimson blades pierced into Muzan's body. Although the effect of the crimson blades was minimal against Muzan's regeneration speed, the sheer number of blades embedded in him finally resulted in a qualitative change. Scalding heat erupted from within him, and his previously advantageous stamina plummeted rapidly. Despicable and shameless. Faced with Muzan's already pale and weak trash talk, the group ignored him, gripping their crimson blades tightly and desperately pouring their strength into them to increase their temperature. Everyone, Muzan, As Muzan rolled his eyes, he released a wide-area shockwave for the third time. Unfortunately, that shockwave, which could have incapacitated Qianxia at close range, could only send everyone except Qianxia flying at this moment, while their crimson blades remained firmly embedded in his body. Qianxia still tightly gripped the blood blade in her hand, her strength continuously flowing into the blade, keeping it in its optimal state. Muzan, fully focused on Qianxia, did not notice the approach of the Demon Slayer Corps, nor did he realize that the torrential rain that had originally fallen during the night had ceased, and the dark clouds covering the sky showed signs of dissipating. Chapter 138. Rainbow. Although the sudden night rain disrupted their original plan, making it impossible for Qianxia and the others to calculate the exact time when the sun would appear. Muzan also lost track of time. At this moment, Muzan resembled Kokushibo in his third form. With his blood demon art, he could grow sharp blades all over his body. Now, with the blood blades embedded all over him, Muzan's imposing presence was even more formidable. Each of the blood blades embedded in Muzan was a testament to the effort the Demon Slayer Corps had put into trying to kill him. Scorching, piercing, boiling. Muzan wanted to escape, but couldn't. He wanted to self-destruct, but failed, and even in a direct confrontation, he seemed to be at a disadvantage. You bastard. You're about to go to hell. Can't you just behave yourself? Muzan raged at Qianxia in helpless fury, but it was still as futile as ever. Instead, Qianxia's sharp tongue continued to deliver powerful strikes. Gritting his teeth, Muzan attempted to use White Lightning Strike for the fourth time. But just as he was about to do so, the dazzling sun finally broke free from the clouds, and warm sunlight cascaded down. What? Muzan turned his head sharply to look at the sky. As soon as a ray of sunlight shone on him, he couldn't help but let out a cry of pain. Ignoring the build-up for the shockwave, out of fear of death, he released all the energy within him, nearly sending Qianxia, who was holding the blood blade embedded in him, flying away. Let go of me. Muzan's voice became increasingly shrill as he rolled his eyes back, throwing his head back in a fierce roar. No, I can't let the sunlight hit me. I must protect my true body with proliferating flesh. Muzan's entire body began to proliferate a large amount of flesh, trying to wrap his true body within it. Sun and moon flow. First form sun and moon coexist. Qianxia quickly swung out a slash, and the flesh that Muzan had painstakingly proliferated was instantly shattered, exposing Muzan's true form once again. Sunlight, don't come near me. Muzan waved his hands in a futile gesture, and his flesh proliferation continued, but with Qianxia by his side. He would never be able to successfully use the proliferated flesh to evade the sunlight. After Qianxia thwarted Muzan's attempts at flesh proliferation time and again, a hint of despair appeared on Muzan's face, even mixed with a bit of pity, as if begging Qianxia to spare him. Of course, in response to Muzan's desperate expression was Qianxia's cold and merciless face. Swish, swish, swish. Qianxia swiftly and accurately launched another slash at Muzan. Struggling under the sunlight was already unbearable, let alone having to endure Qianxia's swordsmanship. Despair gradually faded from Muzan's face, replaced by a fierce determination to drag Qianxia down with him. Although Qianxia was still fiercely wielding the Haida against Muzan, in reality, she was also on the brink of her limits. Every swing of her sword was a breakthrough of that limit. Now, Qianxia's body was like a candle flickering in the wind, no different from a fragile human form. Knowing this, Muzan fixed a menacing gaze on Qianxia, opening his mouth to gather a high-energy projectile resembling the classic tailed beast bomb from the neighboring Hokage district. This was Muzan's final strike. Whether it was heaven or hell, come with me to leave this meaningless world. Even before it was fired, the power of this final strike from Muzan was apparent. Just as Muzan was excitedly charging up to shoot at Qianxia, she kicked upward and struck Muzan's chin. The sudden and intense impact forcibly twisted Muzan's head from facing Qianxia to facing the sky. Boom! The astonishing power from Muzan's swan song shot into the sky, the roaring explosion completely scattering the dark clouds that had yet to fully detach from the sun. Unlike the previous faint rays of sunlight, an overwhelming brightness poured down from the sky. Muzan stood frozen in place, no longer struggling, as that last strike was all he had. As the sunlight illuminated Muzan, he turned once more to look at Qianxia, wanting to curse at her. Little did he know, Qianxia had already plugged her ears with her fingers, rendering Muzan's final strike completely ineffective. Under the dual blow of physical and mental assault, Muzan's body was reduced to fragments by the gentle breeze, completely dissipating. Night fell, dawn broke, the rain stopped, and the sun rose. As Muzan's strike pierced through the clouds, a rainbow appeared alongside the warm morning sun, draping the sky in a magnificent array. With one hand gripping the Heda, Qianxia stood beside the shattered remnants of Muzan, slightly tilting her head to gaze at the rainbow in the sky, as if her soul had been drawn away by its beauty. Did we win? Have we really won? Could this all just be a dream? Qianxia turned her head, her eyes dreamy, and looked around at the people nearby, who were also a bit dazed. Although everyone was panting and covered in injuries, they were all still alive, with no one having activated their markings or lost any limbs. Everything was so beautiful, so wonderful that it felt like a dream. Miri suddenly hugged Iguro Abanai beside her and cried out loudly, "We won. We really won." Iguro Abanai was startled by Miri's sudden embrace, and the color in his face rose visibly, as if steam was rising from the top of his head. With Miri's shout, the slightly subtle atmosphere was finally broken, and excitement and joy enveloped the surroundings. This was truly wonderful. It was a dream. After confirming everything, Qianxia finally felt at ease and collapsed onto the ground, her gaze fixed on the beautiful rainbow in the sky, a strong sense of fatigue and drowsiness sweeping over her. Seeing Qianxia fall, everyone hurried to her side. Voices filled with concern for her echoed around, but Qianxia couldn't hear clearly and soon lost consciousness, falling into a faint. The main content of this text is about to come to an end, but those familiar with my work know that I won't just end it after defeating the big boss. How could such a hard-won, beautiful future not include some warm daily moments? If everyone is willing to continue reading, I would be very grateful. In any case, thank you all for your long companionship. By the way, my next book is tentatively titled Jujutsu, and I will update chapter 139 Journey to Hell in a few days. Those who commit acts of murder and cruelty will ultimately go to hell, and even Muzan, who has accumulated merits, is no exception. The only difference is which layer of hell they enter. The 18 hells are divided by time, degree of suffering, and region. The deeper one goes, the more suffering and longer punishments one must endure. Muzan's destination is the Abaddon Hell, also known as the Hell of Incessant Suffering, the lowest layer of the 18 hells, rumored to cover an area of 900 billion square kilometers. Here, every minute and second is filled with extremely painful punishments, facing countless life and death struggles daily. And since they're already dead, the souls living in this hell can never reach true liberation. When will they be liberated? Those who enter Abaddon Hell cannot be said to truly live forever. They can only be confined there. Even if the earth were to be destroyed, Muzan's sentence would never be complete. At this moment, Muzan was stepping through layer after layer of hell, heading towards the lowest layer, Abaddon Hell. His face was pale and weak. The powerful strength he once claimed to possess as the closest thing to a perfect being had completely vanished in hell. Muzan lowered his head, not feeling regret for his actions, only a deep hatred towards Qianxia and the Demon Slayer Corps. Those guys from the Demon Slayer Corps were truly despicable and shameless. Not only did they ambush him with black powder, but they also poisoned him. Most importantly, it was that Qianxia. How could she possess the perfect body that he envied so much, even though she had inherited that man's breathing techniques and swordsmanship? This was simply cheating. The thought that he couldn't even replace Qianxia at the last moment filled him with intense shame. Are you about to go to hell and can't behave yourself? The face of Qianxia, which filled him with anger, occasionally appeared in Muzan's mind, comparable to the shadow of his killer, Kibutsuji Yoriichi, from years ago. Damn, damn, damn. Muzan gritted his teeth, heavily stomping his feet on the ground. And as he descended layer after layer, he noticed many of his little demons. However, these little demons did not recognize Muzan's face, as they were too preoccupied with their pain to look towards him. Continuing downwards, he saw Tamayo and Hanazuki, who noticed their leader's arrival, their already haggard faces turning even paler. They could never have imagined that their boss had also lost to the Demon Slayer Corps. This final pillar of support had shattered, making the already unbearable punishments of hell even more intolerable. In response, Muzan merely glanced at them without saying anything. If he had to say something, he would only blame them for not killing Qianxia before she had fully developed. What a bunch of useless fools. After a brief encounter with Tamayo and Hanazuki, Muzan's journey through hell continued. As the king of demons, the sins he bore were not only from those he had personally killed, for he was the source of evil among demons, and the sins of his subordinates would also fall upon him to some extent. He didn't know how long he had walked, but his old acquaintance appeared in his sight again. Kikuji, no, it was Tsugikuni Yoriichi. Yoriichi, in human form, was sitting cross-legged, eyes closed, enduring the torment of this layer of hell. Although Yoriichi did not share the same penchant for torturing humans as Tamayo and Hanazuki, demons cannot control their bloodthirsty desires. In over 400 years, he had spilled countless blood. However, at this moment, the obsession in his heart had been released, and he was calmly accepting the punishment from hell, thinking only of striving to atone for his sins and then reincarnate, perhaps having a chance to meet the connection to reincarnation. When Muzan arrived at this layer of hell, Yoriichi immediately sensed him. Muzan, with a stern face, wanted to reminisce, but Yoriichi raised an arm and pointed towards the distant door leading deeper into hell. Muzan, the hell you seek to enter is not here. Abaddon hell, the hell of incessant suffering. For thousands of years, only Muzan has had the qualification to enter this hell. In other words, the hell that Kaneo Tsuyuri is waiting for is not worthy of Muzan. In Muzan's line of sight, there lies a gate to the abyss hell, with the area beneath the gate shrouded in obscurity, while hellfire burns fiercely, seemingly capable of incinerating everything. Muzan, with no other choice, can only step forward toward that direction, grinding his teeth and thinking about Kaneo along the way. Unfortunately, he doesn't even know her name, making it impossible for him to curse with precision. Demon Slayer Corps Headquarters. Qianxia lay on the bedding in her mansion, her breathing steady but showing no signs of waking up for a long time. She had initially awakened after sleeping for a month during her battle with Akaza. During her fight with Kokushibo, she had fallen into a deep sleep for 2 months due to excessive exhaustion. However, Qianxia's current state after battling Muzan could no longer be described as mere overexertion, because every moment since she was struck by Muzan's white lightning and managed to rise again was a moment that surpassed her limits. Under the sleeping body of Chika, her spirit was also in slumber, just like the sleepiness of Nezuko in the original work, who doesn't eat humans. Sleeping is the best self-protection behavior for the body. After the battle with Muzan ended, everyone took Chika back to the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters for careful care, quietly waiting for her to awaken. As the MVP of the ultimate poison created by Shinobu Kocho, second only to Tamayo in the battle against Muzan, they wouldn't hold a celebration party without Chika's presence. Perhaps they hadn't known each other for long, but everyone who fought together against Muzan had become a warm family. Time passed second by second. The originally yellow leaves outside fell and then sprouted tender green leaves again, and the chirping of young birds filled the air, full of vitality. The fatigue accumulated from the battle that night gradually faded away, and like chicks breaking out of their shells, Chika slowly opened her eyes in a daze. Perhaps because her eyes hadn't seen sunlight for a long time, the sunlight streaming in from the window felt a bit glaring. With her mind feeling like a ball of mush, Chika silently stared at the familiar yet unfamiliar ceiling. She slowly raised one arm to rest on her forehead, while the other hand covered her flat stomach. She looked at the ceiling with her sleepy eyes and murmured softly, "I'm so hungry." Chapter 140. Named Hashira 1. The aura emitted by a sleeping person and a waking person is slightly different. In this regard, Tanjiro, with his divine sense of smell, could write an unmatched thesis. In just a few minutes, Tanjiro's legs, as if equipped with electric motors, rushed into the room where Chika was. Bang! The door was pushed open, and an excited Tanjiro rushed in, gasping for breath as he shouted, "Sister!" As he looked over, he saw Chika leaning against the bed, her sleepy eyes gazing at the doorway while raising 2 fingers to plug her ears, preemptively blocking out Tanjiro's deafening shout. That was too loud. Saw thee. Tanjiro awkwardly scratched the back of his head, then quickly walked to Chika's side. His eyes scanned Chika's body repeatedly, and he worriedly said, "Sis, do you feel any different? You've been asleep for a long time." How long is a long time? For months? But now that Muzan was gone, what did it matter to sleep a little longer? Chika cared more about something else. Qianxia slightly tilted her head towards Tanjiro, squinting her eyes and smiling as she said, There's indeed something unusual. Can you guess what's bothering me? Could it be that you're hungry, sister? Then hurry up and go." Oh. Tanjiro was taken aback for a moment, quickly nodded, and turned to rush out of the room. The whole motion was quite swift and efficient. With such a grand entrance and exit from Tanjiro, there were hardly any members of the Demon Slayer Corps left who were just bystanders. It became clear what was happening in an instant. Qinsha is awake. The entire Demon Slayer Corps headquarters feels like it's celebrating the new year. Kayajiro directly picked up the fireworks, and once he feels the timing is right, he will launch them into the sky. Just 10 minutes later, a crowd of people rushed into Qinsha's room, and Qinsha, sitting on the bed, looked like a giant panda being observed by everyone. Although it felt a bit awkward to be watched by so many people, Qinsha didn't care about that at all right now. Although Chika was still sitting on the bed, a wooden platform was placed over it, allowing her to enjoy delicious food from various plates. However, her ravenous eating style made it really hard to associate the word tasting with her actions. Meanwhile, the snake Hashira, Iguro Abanai, remained silent but couldn't help but wonder if she could truly taste anything while eating like that. Beside her, the love Hashira, Kanroji Mitsuri, was sitting at the edge of the bed, one hand caressing her rosy cheek while the other held a fork with an apple, offering it to Chika. Chika, this apple is really good, super sweet. I wholeheartedly recommend it. Oh, whoa. Chika readily accepted Mitsuri's feeding gesture, opening her mouth wide and swallowing the apple in one bite. How is it? Not bad, right? It's delicious. Then eat more. Chika, you've gotten so thin. Don't worry about running out of food. Even if we do, we can go buy more right now. Although she wasn't the one eating, Mitsuri was exceptionally excited sitting by the bed. At that moment, it was a test of the food reserves at the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. Chika, who was devouring her food, was completely unaware of her limits when it came to taste. Her appetite alone could easily surpass that of her previous 10 selves. Sleep is the best self-protection for the body, while eating is the best way to reward a weary body. By the way, how long have I actually slept? Chika asked with her mouth full, holding a drumstick in one hand and bread in the other, her words muffled. Hearing her mumbling, everyone present had a large question mark floating above their heads. When Qinsha saw everyone displaying such expressions, she had no choice but to gulp down the food in her mouth with a gurgle, and clearly asked her previous question again. Qinsha had anticipated that she would have been in a deep sleep for at least half a year. After all, Kageyama had been asleep for 2 months, so it was normal for Muzan's sleep duration to be 3 to 4 times longer. However, the result was that Qinsha had actually slept for a whole year. Upon hearing this, Qinsha couldn't help but stop her mouth and then began to devour the food even more ravenously. After realizing she had been asleep for a year, Qinsha doubted whether she had woken up because her mental fatigue had nearly recovered or she was actually awakened by hunger. Everyone watched as the clearly beautiful yet not a bit ladylike Qinsha, and they couldn't help but chuckle softly. Just then, in this harmonious atmosphere filled with laughter, a man and woman entered the somewhat crowded room. These two were the leader of the Demon Slayer Corps, Kaneo Tiyuri, and his wife, Kanata Tsuyuri. After Muzan was defeated, the leader, who had been lying on the bedding, barely alive, suddenly revived on the spot and jumped up. The curse marks on his face that looked like burns were also erased. Seeing the leader's arrival, everyone instinctively made way for him. He walked over to Qinsha's side and gently said, "Thank you, Qinsha. Without you, I would not be here. The curse placed upon my family would have been inherited by my child, continuing the cycle of tragedy, just like I did." Qinsha did not interrupt the Lord's speech of gratitude, as there was no need to be humble to that extent. After all, excessive humility can be a form of pride. As the Lord's speech of thanks came to an end, the direction of the conversation took a sharp turn into another realm. "Qinsha, speaking of which, your title as Hashira has not been decided yet. Shouldn't we confirm it?" The Lord squinted at Qinsha, being someone with a tendency for indecision. Qinsha had been intentionally or unintentionally ignoring this matter, and who would have thought it would be brought up at this moment? Well, isn't that unnecessary? Muzan is dead. It is necessary. Since our Kamadu family established the Demon Slayer Corps, the titles and names of each generation of Hashira are recorded in the archives. Although the history of demons and breathing swordsmen cannot be made public, it should not be forgotten or completely buried by time. The Lord's gentle words were nevertheless resolute, leaving Qinsha no room to evade or procrastinate. "Oh no, what should I be called as a Hashira?" Chapter 141, bearing the name of Hashira, 2. How about you all help me think of one? As soon as Qinsha said this, everyone present was momentarily taken aback, and then they began to discuss fervently. Among them, Mitsuri was the first to raise her arm. She slightly lifted her head, her face showing confidence and pride as she said, "When Muzan was defeated, a beautiful rainbow appeared in the sky. How about we call it Rainbow Pillar?" Mitsuri's statement undoubtedly set a good tone, and regardless of whether it would be adopted, everyone's enthusiasm was completely ignited. Rengoku Kaijiro crossed his arms and, after a moment of contemplation, said seriously, "What about Shining Pillar? A pillar that shines like the sun. I think it suits Qianxia very well." Kaijiro's words drew waves of admiration from those present. Shining Pillar was another high-scoring answer, just like Rainbow Pillar. Both names were very fitting. Since she is the last pillar, how about calling her final pillar? Someone suggested. Qianxia is a miracle, so something grand like Miracle Pillar or Splendid Pillar would be better. Everyone was voicing their opinions, and despite the various suggestions, the discussion was very harmonious, as everyone felt that each other's ideas were great. For Qianxia, there were simply too many titles that could be bestowed upon her. Qianxia had also thought about it. For example, since she mastered both the sun and moon breathing techniques in the context of the Chinese language, it could combine to form the character Ming. This was already the best answer Qianxia could come up with. Just as she was contemplating whether to suggest Ming Pillar, she suddenly lifted her head to look at the leader, who had the most authority but had not yet spoken. "Leader, what do you think?" Qianxia asked in confusion, only to see the Lord instantly reveal an expression that said he was just waiting for her to ask. He squinted his eyes and extended a finger. "Dawn, morning light, how about Shiju?" The character 11 symbolizes brightness, hope, and beauty. Not only does it carry the meaning of hope, but it also has the same pronunciation as Hope, 11. I think the title Shiju suits Qianxia very well, of course. In the end, it still depends on you, Qianxia. Shiju is truly a good name. This was an option Qianxia had never thought of before. One could only say that the Lord is impressive, having come up with such a powerful name. The people around them couldn't help but nod upon hearing the Lord's words, thinking that it was indeed the Lord, once again providing a perfect answer. After some contemplation, Qianxia grinned and gave the Lord a big thumbs up. Shiju is confirmed. Dawn, morning light. From the 1,000-year history of fighting against demons, the last pillar, the miracle pillar Shiju, Kaneo Tsutsumi, who brought hope in the fight against Muzan, was recorded in the family archives of the Kanroji family. Just as the Lord said, although this history cannot be made public, it should not be forgotten either. This is the outcome earned by countless people with their blood and passion, carrying the will of many. All of this will be recorded in the Kanroji family's plan to be passed down and not buried by the world. By the way, the Lord, now that he has regained his health, has picked up his pen to start writing a novel. And the content he is writing is about the events between demons and the Demon Slayer Corps. However, this is ultimately just a novel and not a historical record. So the Lord has cut down many contents and added some original plots, making the threshold for reading this novel not so high, allowing as many people as possible to know this story. In the Taisho era, the story of the Demon Slayer Corps became a bestseller, with the establishment of the name Shiju. The 1,000-year-old headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps announced its dissolution, but everyone was not sad because this was a perfect ending. After all, no one here simply liked killing demons to become a demon slayer. The next day, in the morning, Qianxia, who almost emptied the headquarters granary, crawled out of bed, stretched her limbs, and let out a breath with a spirited demeanor. Qianxia, fully resurrected. Now that Qianxia has awakened, it is natural to hold a celebration party for the slaying of Muzan. Originally, the party was supposed to be held on the same day, but unfortunately, Qianxia ate too much that day, nearly emptying the main hall, so it had to be postponed to the next day. Qianxia stretched her stiff muscles in the room, having not moved much this year. Just as she was about to step out, her hand gripped the doorknob, but her body suddenly stiffened and stopped. Although she could easily capture all the information within her mansion with her abilities, Qianxia still leaned down slightly like a thief on television, pressing one ear against the door. "Tanjiro, I'm here. I hope I didn't wake up Sister Qianxia. I shouldn't have, right? Because if I had woken her up, the door to her room would have already burst open. Okay, let's hurry then." The voices of Tanjiro and Kanaho quietly drifted in from outside the door, and it was clear from both their tone and volume that they did not want to wake Qianxia. Good kids, but how did Kanaho end up here? Qianxia slightly raised her head and thought for half a second, and then an exclamation mark suddenly appeared above her head, her face showing an expression of "I understand everything." Goodness, goodness, goodness. For a moment, Qianxia's mind was overwhelmed by the phrase goodness, like a herd of alpacas rushing by. Although a year is a long time, the part of the original story where Tanjiro pursues Kanaho's heart should not have appeared, so Tanjiro must have used methods outside the original content to win over Kanaho. Love Guru Tanjiro. Qianxia, who was eavesdropping on the conversation between the two outside the door, looked so twisted. In the original story, Kanaho lost complete vision in one eye after activating her talent skill, and the vision in the other eye was also quite weak. Tanjiro, on the other hand, was heavily injured, losing sight in one eye, while one of his arms was also numb and useless. At this moment, the two little kids were chatting and flirting outside, and Shinxia, who was writing about the sun pillar but actually shipping the pillars, felt that she had hit the jackpot. It was just too sweet. In reality, Tanjiro and Kanaho had only agreed to go out together in the morning to buy ingredients, but Shinxia humorously overlooked this part. After Tanjiro and Kanaho left the mansion, Shinxia finally came out of the room. She watched the two of them disappear into the distance, her expression resembling that of a mother watching her child grow up. Oh ho! It seems that it won't be long before I can hold my little nephew. Chapter 142. Shipping the Pillars Online. Due to Shinxia almost emptying the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters the previous day, it meant that if they wanted to hold a party the next day, they would need to buy ingredients on short notice, and Tanjiro and Kanaho were part of the group going to buy them. Watching Tanjiro and Kanaho gradually disappear from her sight, she stretched out her limbs heavily, then transformed into a thief, trying to conceal her presence as much as possible while tiptoeing carefully to Nezuko's room. At this moment, Nezuko was lying on the bed, hugging a large pillow, sound asleep, with little droplets of saliva hanging from her slightly open mouth. Now, Nezuko was human. After all, Tamayo and Shinobu had teamed up to create the ultimate poison, and the outermost layer of that ultimate poison was the transformation medicine. This medicine could turn demons back into humans. Although Nezuko was a demon that was not afraid of sunlight, she still belonged to the realm of demons. During the year that Shinxia was in a coma, Nezuko took the transformation medicine and became human again, but Shinxia remained in her original state. Because Shinxia and Nezuko's conditions were different, the powers of demon and human within Shinxia were very balanced, making her a perfect being that surpassed demons in Muzan's eyes. In this situation, even if Shinxia deliberately drank the diluted blood of Tamayo, causing her to go berserk, the transformation medicine might not necessarily have an effect on her. Chika looked at Nezuko's face, completely unaware that she was approaching while in a deep sleep. Even though she felt that disturbing someone else's sleep was a terrible thing to do, she couldn't help but extend a finger and gently poke Nezuko's face. The reason was simple. Nezuko was just too cute. Shinxia gently poked Nezuko's soft and tender cheeks, feeling an overwhelming sense of happiness. However, in the end, Shinxia managed to control her desires. 2 pokes were enough, and she didn't want to actually wake Nezuko up. Disturbing someone's sleep is a serious crime. Just keep sleeping. There's nothing to worry about now. Shinxia slightly squatted down and whispered to Nezuko. In her dream, Nezuko pursed her lips, and the corners of her mouth curved upward, looking like she was having a beautiful dream. Shinxia smiled as she turned and left Nezuko's room, gently closing the door behind her before walking out of her residence. Now that the Demon Slayer Corps had disbanded, only the 9 Hashira remained at the headquarters, still lingering there because they wanted to wait for Shinxia to awaken. After the party in the evening, everyone would likely leave the headquarters to live their own lives. Shinxia bent her 2 hands to hold the back of her head, gazing at the snow-white and azure sky. Suddenly, Shinxia was lost in thought and stopped in her tracks. Speaking of which, the Lord hasn't given me my bonus yet. This is the startup fund for my plan to travel the world. Money isn't everything, but without money, it's absolutely impossible. Shinxia rushed towards the Lord's residence, thinking about the matter. At that moment, the Lord, who was seriously writing the 2nd chapter of Demon Slayer in his residence, couldn't help but shudder. Tianyin, who was pouring tea for him, asked curiously what's wrong. Having a twitch? A twitch? The Lord awkwardly picked up a tissue from the side to wipe the sweat off his face and replied with a smile, "It's nothing, just a simple shiver." After saying that, the Lord took a sip of the tea handed to him by Tianyin and continued writing. On her way to the Lord's residence, Shinxia encountered a duo preparing to go out shopping, just like Tanjiro and Kanaho, Ihei Kabanai and Kanroji Mitsuri. Mitsuri, excited by Shinxia's sudden appearance, quickly approached her. In a corner where Mitsuri couldn't see, Ihei Kabanai couldn't help but curl his lips. "Shinxia, you're up so early? You just woke up yesterday. You should rest more," Mitsuri said, holding Shinxia's arms with both hands in a serious tone of concern. It's fine. Yesterday, I almost emptied the food supplies of this headquarters. Those foods turned into my strength, and now I am fully revived." Chika stretched out her arm and flexed her bicep, showing it off to Miri. Miri couldn't help but laugh at Chika's gesture, and with a grin, she mimicked Chika's actions and showcased her own muscles. One was a perfect specimen, the other with 8 times the muscle. The two were displaying their muscles in front of Ihei Kobain, who stood there awkwardly, not knowing how to interject and feeling silenced. Hee, Chica, you're just in time. Even though Mr. Ihei and I are going out to buy food, the party is tonight. So we were planning to go to that restaurant where you can eat to your heart's content at noon. Chica, you should come along, Miri said cheerfully. But as soon as she spoke, Ihei Kobain's expression changed noticeably, looking disappointed under Chica's gaze. However, since everything was in Chica's sight, how could she ruin Kobain's big moment? She didn't want to be a third wheel. Sorry, I'm planning to visit the master, so I can't go with you. Chinchia spoke halfway to Mealy, then turned her gaze to Ihei Kobain behind her. I wish you and Mealy enjoy your meal, she said. Upon hearing this, the disappointment on Ihei Kobain's face disappeared completely, and his expression was practically frantic as he tried to earn good points with Chinchia. Mealy, that's really too bad. Kobain, yeah, it really is a pity. Kanroji, we should go now. That buffet restaurant is about to open, and if we arrive late, we might have to wait in line. Ah, waiting in line? I hate waiting in line. Under Chinchia's blessings, she smiled and watched Mealy and Ihei Kobain leave. Chinchia definitely wouldn't be a third wheel, but to be honest, she was quite interested in that buffet restaurant. Unlike modern times, buffets were still quite rare in this era, and it could be said to be in a preliminary stage. Many dining establishments were trying out the buffet route under the guise of promotions, but the restaurant Mealy mentioned was a fully fledged buffet. It seemed the owner was quite wealthy and also very bold. As Chinchia thought this, Ahem, I'm not going to be a third wheel. I'm just going to have breakfast, right breakfast. Chinchia gently cleared her throat and secretly made her way to that buffet restaurant. Chapter 143, The Disaster at the Buffet Restaurant. Chinchia stealthily followed the two, Shibanai and Mariri, who were walking side by side. Since Shibanai had awakened the ability to perceive the world, Chinchia couldn't get too close to them, or else she would be detected by the keen Shibanai. Fortunately, Chinchia's range of perception was much broader than that of Ihei Shibanai, and under Chinchia's exceptional skills of hiding in blind spots, Ihei Shibanai and Mariri were completely unaware of her approach. However, pedestrians on the street noticed Chinchia's sneaky behavior. If it weren't for the fact that this era didn't have smartphones, Chinchia would surely have been reported to the police by passers-by and intercepted by officers. The self-service restaurant on the street was bustling with business. This business model, which allowed customers to pay a certain amount and eat various foods freely, had achieved initial success, and the owner was making a fortune. At this moment, the owner was lounging on a sofa in the restaurant's office, kicking back and enjoying himself. He had never thought that this novel business model would lose money. Even if there was a big eater who could eat as much as 2 people, the large flow of customers each day meant that a few more patrons could easily make up for those losses. It was unlikely that there would be someone who could eat as much as 10 people or even finish the day stock, right? The owner hummed a little tune, completely unaware that 2 demon lords had already entered his restaurant. Mariri and Shibanai were sitting at the southernmost side of the restaurant, while Chinchia cautiously sat at the northernmost side. At this distance, unless Ihei Shibanai seriously looked over, she would definitely not be able to spot Chinchia. On the other hand, Chinchia could easily see the situation of the two. Ahem, I'm not here to be a third wheel, just having breakfast, at most stealing a couple of glances, yes. Just a couple of glances. Although Chinchia was mumbling to herself, her brain was exceptionally honest. As a writer who was actually a shipper, Chinchia was eagerly observing the current situation of the CP of Shilian. She saw that Mealy didn't even sit down after entering the store. She directly charged into the food supply area and began her hunting operation. This is delicious. This one is good too. Oh my god, Mr. Ihei, this is indeed heaven. I wonder if I can come here every day. If I can have 1 meal out of 3, I would be satisfied. Mealy was holding a plate in one hand, humming a little tune while picking up food. She wasn't specifically going for the expensive items. Her hand was like a gun, hitting whatever she aimed at, attacking the food suppliers with the speed of a whirlwind. Before long, the table where Mealy and Shobain were seated was filled with plates. The passing waiter blinked in confusion at the exaggerated number of plates on the table, then hurriedly approached. Excuse me. Although our restaurant has a self-service policy within a specified time, we also refuse wasteful behavior. Please make sure to finish all the food you take. If you don't finish, you'll have to pay an extra fee based on the ratio of leftover food on the table according to our regulations. The waiter said while awkwardly wiping the sweat off his forehead with a tissue from his pocket. Despite only being a boy and a girl in front of him, the waiter felt immense pressure. It's fine, Mealy can finish it. Shobain casually waved his hand and said, Mr. Ihei, don't say it like you won't eat. You have to eat too. Although I can finish this amount by myself. Mealy pouted at Shobain. who was sitting across from her and showed no enthusiasm for eating. The waiter was sweating profusely at their conversation, feeling awkward. Since they had said that, what could a little waiter say? I hope you enjoy your meal. The waiter said this before leaving Mealy and Shobane's side. With his departure, Mealy began to eat. Although her speed wasn't particularly fast, she showed no signs of stopping, maintaining a steady pace. Meanwhile, Shobane only ate symbolically. He was the type that ate very little, and he could easily go 3 days without food. The self-service time wasn't unlimited. It was limited to 2 hours. However, whether it was before or after the 2-hour mark, the waiters would just turn a blind eye after the time was up, as it wouldn't cause any losses. But as Mealy joined the battlefield, with each passing minute, the waiters began to sweat coldly. Just an hour in, they started timing the two, and as soon as the 2-hour mark was reached, they hurriedly approached them. It's time. Oh, right now, Mealy said hurriedly, quickly finishing the last bit of food left on the table. At this moment, only a pile of empty plates remained on their table, with hardly any food scraps left. I haven't eaten this comfortably in a long time. Mealy stood up from her seat, happily stretching her arms. Mystery, hey, are you full? Yeah, I'm full. Hee, let's come again when we have time. I hope Chinxia can join us next time. Mealy and Shobane leisurely chatted as they slowly walked out of the restaurant. During their departure, the waiters felt their hearts race, as if they were sending off a live king of hell. The food supply area in the self-service restaurant had obviously become quite desolate, and the chefs in the kitchen were sweating profusely as they frantically stirred the iron pots to replenish some hot dishes. Just when everyone breathed a sigh of relief at Mealy's departure, Chinxia, who had also been there for 2 hours but hadn't made much of an impact, was not asked to leave the self-service restaurant. At this moment, a happy smile was on her face. Although she hadn't eaten much, she had filled her spirit with 2 hours of shipping CP. However, since Mealy had already left, it was time for her to eat something. Thinking this, Chinxia stood up from her seat and leisurely walked toward the food supply area. At this moment, the chefs, waiters, and the boss in the self-service restaurant still didn't realize the seriousness of the situation. On the surface, they had successfully sent off a king of hell, but in reality, they had awakened a true demon king. This was pretty good. This one is okay, too. Which one should I eat? Forget it. Kids make choices. I want them all. Chapter 144. Top Chef. Chinxia. Half an hour later, Chinxia leisurely walked out of the self-service restaurant, but unlike Mealy and the others, Chinxia chose to leave the self-service restaurant voluntarily. The reason was simple. She had finished off all the remaining food in the food supply area. Since waking up after defeating Muzan, Chinxia felt that her normal appetite hadn't changed much, but her maximum capacity had skyrocketed. Besides the normal energy needed to maintain her body's functions, any excess energy would be converted into repairing her body. After all, it was because her body was overloaded during the battle with Muzan that she still hadn't fully recovered. Just as one problem was resolved, another arose. The waiters were still in a relaxed state after Mealy had just left and couldn't react quickly to Chinxia's actions. When Chinxia devoured the remaining food as if she was harvesting the last bits, it was already too late. Seeing the empty state of the food supply area, even though the chefs in the back kitchen were about to burn their iron pots and spatulas, they couldn't continue operations. The boss, who had been comfortably dreaming in his office, was woken up by his staff and upon hearing this news, sat up in shock, bouncing off the sofa and rushing into the hall. Looking at the chaotic food supply area, the boss felt as if something had broken in his chest. Shortly after Chinxia left the self-service restaurant, the doors were locked, announcing the closure for the day, and it was uncertain if they would open the next day or the day after. With the boss's hopes shattered, even if business returned to normal after a few days of reopening, he couldn't recover. Ultimately, a self-service restaurant that had been thriving announced its closure and transformed into an ordinary dining establishment. All of this happened simply because of the basic operations of 2 big eaters, Mealy and Chinxia, along with a line relayed to the boss by the waiter that he heard from Mealy. I wonder if I can come here every day. If I can have 1 meal out of 3, I would be satisfied. At this moment, it was just past noon, but the party would be held in the evening, so there was still plenty of time. Chinxia thought that after having breakfast, she would take a walk, and it didn't matter whether she had a destination or not, as she didn't believe she would get lost. Chinxia aimlessly walked down the street. During the day, when visibility was good, the rate at which passers-by turned their heads was quite high. This was understandable, as Chinxia's looks were exceptionally high, especially when she wasn't speaking. She was undoubtedly a top-tier static beauty, a fact recognized by the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. I remember once when someone privately discussed Chinxia's appearance, Tanjiro confidently walked over, hands on his hips, and said, "My sister is a highly praised beauty in town." Many families wanted to propose to her, but at that time, she wasn't of marriageable age, so our mother rejected them. Tanjiro was not only confident in Chinchilla and Nezuko's looks, but also very proud of them. Of course, if you think only men turn their heads, you would be greatly mistaken. The proportion of women doing so is also significant. Although in film and television works, beautiful women are often depicted as being ostracized by mean-spirited girls. This situation is not entirely accurate, at least not completely. Many people believe that when girls see a beauty, they have the following mindset. Girl 1, what? That nose is so high. Those double eyelids are so wide. She must have had work done. Girl 2, exactly. You can tell at a glance that this face is definitely not simple. This situation does exist, but there is actually another scenario. Girl 1, wow, look over there. There's a beautiful girl. So pretty, her figure is just amazing, and her clothes look great. Girl 2, her eyes are so big, and her lipstick and blush are beautiful. Most of what was happening around Chinchilla right now was of the second kind, but whether male or female, everyone was intimidated by Chinchilla's cold demeanor when she wasn't speaking and didn't dare to approach her. However, because of this, Chinchilla's stroll was quite leisurely and comfortable. After walking for a while, Chinchilla did not intend to continue her stroll, not because she was afraid of getting lost, but mainly because she was worried about encountering any hooligans or troublemakers on the way. The days ahead were meant to be peaceful, and Chinchilla did not want anything to disrupt her leisurely life. Chinchilla returned to the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters smoothly. As soon as she got back to her residence, a strange aroma wafted out, making her think for a moment that her house was on fire. No, it wasn't a fire. It was coming from the kitchen. Chinchilla, feeling puzzled, quickly ran to the kitchen of her residence. There she saw Tanjiro holding a frying pan, from which billowing smoke was rising. Both Tanjiro and Kanaho's faces were covered in a layer of black soot from smoke. Oh my god, what are you guys doing? Chinchilla pinched her nose with one hand, while gently waving away the thick smoke filling the kitchen with the other. Sister. After Tanjiro's exclamation and a brief exchange with him and Kanaho, Chinchilla understood everything. The dishes for the evening party were not solely the responsibility of one person or one group, but rather each group was preparing their own dishes using the ingredients they had purchased. Interesting. So you guys burned it? Chinchilla crossed her arms and looked at the two in front of her. Seeing Tanjiro and Kanaho in such a disheveled state, she sighed helplessly. There's no helping it. I'll lend a hand. As soon as Tanjiro heard that Chinchilla was going to step in, his eyes lit up. In the Kamadu household, where Muzan had not yet arrived, Chinchilla was the sole master of the kitchen knife, a title that even their mother, Kaneo, felt ashamed of, having handed over the ownership of the kitchen knife to Chinchilla early on. Under Tanjiro's expectant gaze, Chinchilla, who had suddenly felt a bit flustered after saying she would help, began to feel anxious. However, since she had already spoken, how could she let down her little brother's expectations? After all, even if her cooking skills were poor, it wouldn't be as bad as creating thick smoke like they did. Chinchilla took a deep breath and reached for the kitchen knife. The moment she grasped the handle of the knife, an all-encompassing power surged through her body, and in her vision, the knife even seemed to emit a glowing magical effect. Master Chef Chinchilla, ready to take her place. Chapter 145, The Divine Might of Culinary Arts. Chinchilla suddenly felt as if she were possessed by the top chef Lu Maoxing, and the kitchen knife in her hand sparkled with a dazzling light. Back when Chinchilla started learning the art of cutting under teacher Linlong, she immediately displayed sword skills that were far from novice level, all thanks to her relentless daily training with the kitchen knife year after year before being tormented by Muzan. In that moment, holding the kitchen knife, Chinchilla felt she had entered a realm of omnipotence. Now I can do anything. The hand rises, the knife falls. Chinchilla kept switching between kitchen utensils, and the rays of golden light emitted by the kitchen knife gradually spread to her entire body. Soon, it wasn't just Chinchilla who could see this special golden light. Both Tanjiro and Kanaho behind her were also affected by it. Kanaho blinked in confusion, first rubbing her eyes with her hand, and after realizing it didn't work, she mustered the courage to pinch her own face. Although this pinch brought tears to her eyes and made her press her lips together, the waves of golden light coming from Chinchilla still did not cease. Something must be wrong with this world, Kanaho thought to herself, and then turned to check on Tanjiro's state. She opened her mouth to ask, but was startled by Tanjiro's expression at that moment. His eyes were wide open, and there was a hint of excitement on his face as he looked at Chinchilla. Sister, she has evolved. Huh? 3 big black question marks appeared above Kanaho's head. She couldn't figure out whether it was the world that was strange or if it was herself. Under the influence of this fantastical collective illusion, Qianxia effortlessly transformed the ingredients into delicious food. As Qianxia flicked the kitchen knife and inserted it into the wooden board, she exhaled, and a hint of self-mockery appeared in her gaze, fixed on the knife. If I had known my kitchen knife skills were this good, I should have just asked the village chief of the swordsmith village to forge me 2 sun-wool kitchen knives, 1 for each hand. Fighting Muzan would definitely become much easier, right? Qianxia couldn't help but complain in her heart, and even imagine herself wielding 2 transformed Nichiren knives, slashing at Muzan while using sword techniques. However, she quickly lowered her head, revealing a bitter smile, because the image was just too beautiful. At this moment, Qianxia had already resolved about 80 to 90 of the process of turning ingredients into food for Tanjiro and Kanaho. All that was left was something like simmering on low heat. And Qianxia believed that Tanjiro and Kanaho would definitely be able to handle this finishing touch. Qianxia took a clean cloth from the side to wipe her hands while gazing out the window at the sun. It was 3 in the afternoon. There was still some time before the evening party, so why not take another nap in the afternoon, right? Wait a minute. Qianxia suddenly had a look of realization on her face. She turned to Tanjiro and Kanaho, making a gesture of counting on her fingers. Besides you guys and Mitsuri and Shinobu, are there any other groups? Qianxia asked while counting on her fingers. There's also Mr. Tenjin and Miss Shinobu's group. Tanjiro raised one arm, as if he were a student answering a teacher's question, and immediately spoke up. However, upon hearing Tanjiro's answer, Qianxia couldn't help but exclaim, "Huh? Tenjin and Shinobu?" Qianxia crossed her arms and couldn't help but slightly raise her head to look at the sky. Even she, who considered herself to have a great imagination, couldn't figure out what it would be like for the 2 of them to cook together. While feeling worried, Qianxia also had a bit of anticipation. The thought of going back to her room for an afternoon nap was instantly overturned by this expectation. Qianxia clenched her fists, filled with energy. She looked at Tanjiro and Nezuko with sparkling eyes and said, "Well, all that's left is the finishing touches. Are you both good with that?" "No problem," Tanjiro said, patting his chest with determination. A look of relief appeared on Qianxia's face. She had only asked symbolically, as this was indeed just the finishing work. And Tanjiro and Nezuko couldn't possibly make mistakes. Chika patted the shoulders of the 2, wishing them a smooth date, and then quickly walked out of her residence, heading towards Ju Tomioka. However, upon arriving there, Chika did not see Ju Tomioka or Shinobu Kochu. Could they be at Shinobu's place? Qianxia murmured softly to herself, and then quickly turned to change her target. When she arrived at the butterfly mansion, Qianxia realized she was in the right place. A wisp of black smoke was rising from the chimney, a sign that the kitchen was burning firewood. Since Butterfly Shinobu and Tenjin Yuzui had not yet arrived in the transparent world, Qianxia didn't need to keep her perspective like when she was tracking Ihei Kaneo. Qianxia transformed again into a professional thief, tiptoeing sneakily into Butterfly Shinobu's residence. Although Qianxia didn't have a divine sense of smell like Tanjiro, as soon as she entered the mansion, a very special and indescribable scent wafted into her nose. With the help of this sense, reverse tracking, Qianxia smoothly arrived at the location of the kitchen in Butterfly Shinobu's residence. Of course, Qianxia didn't go inside. However, the door was wide open and not closed. Qianxia leaned against the wall and turned her head to peek inside. She saw Tosaka Ju, with his head lowered, intently and seriously chopping vegetables. Qianxia didn't focus on Tanjiro for long, as her attention was primarily on Kochu Shinobu. She saw Kochu Shinobu with one hand on her hip, stirring a thick soup in a large pot with a ladle in the other hand. While continuously stirring, she was mumbling a string of names that were clearly medicinal herbs: astragalus, atractylodes, alisma, goji berries, hawthorn. Listening to this series of herb names, Qianxia could already imagine what kind of nourishing soup Kochu Shinobu was making. However, Qianxia's confusion did not dissipate. Although her sense of smell was not as keen as Tanjiro's, she could still tell that the aroma emanating from the thick soup was anything but ordinary. Qianxia slightly raised her toes to enhance her line of sight. Although it was subtle, she successfully caught a glimpse of the thick soup in the large pot, causing beads of cold sweat to trickle down her face. Why is it purple? Wait, why is it still bubbling? Chapter 146, The Lord's Giftum? Butterfly Shinobu keenly turned her head to glance at the kitchen door. But Qianxia had already pulled her head back, so Butterfly Shinobu did not notice her presence. Now that the demons had been exterminated, the obsession in Butterfly Shinobu's heart dissipated as well. Although she was sensitive, she didn't think much of it and continued to enthusiastically simmer her century-old thick soup. In contrast, Qinxia leaned against the wall near the kitchen, her lips trembling slightly as the image of that bubbling purple soup kept flashing in her mind. This should be drinkable, right? Qinxia muttered uncertainly to herself before she gracefully stepped away from Butterfly Shinobu's residence. At 4 in the afternoon, inside the Lord's residence, the Lord exhaled a big breath, slightly swinging his sore arm, as he had finally completed the content for the second chapter of Demon Slayer. Next, he just needed to arrange for printing and mass production before it could be published. Tianyin, seeing this, kindly approached to massage the Lord's sore arm. Although the curse on you has disappeared, your body is still much weaker than that of an ordinary person. You need to take care of your health, she said while massaging his arm, perhaps due to the long-term effects of being cursed or the side effect from taking a lot of tonics before the battle with Muzan. The Lord's body, although free of the curse now, was still not in good health. The Lord waved his other arm and smiled as he replied, "The children are working so hard. I must also do my part. Although history cannot be made public, it should not be buried either. This is what I should do." He expressed that aside from distributing funds, the only thing he could do now was to write with his own hands. Fortunately, the first chapter of Demon Slayer had been popular, making the Lord feel that his efforts had not been in vain. Just as the Lord was about to rise from his cushion, footsteps were heard outside the house. Tap. Top. Top. "Father, Qinxia is here," said the Lord's son, Arita Yashiki Akari. Upon hearing that Qinxia was visiting, the Lord was more than happy to welcome her. After all, Qinxia was his lucky star. The smiling Lord received the visiting Qinxia. Although it seemed like a typical elder treating a younger person, the age difference between them was not that significant. The Lord was 24 years old, and Qinxia was 18. "There's still some time before the party starts. Do you want to chat with me?" The Lord said as he took a steaming cup of tea from his son's hand. Just as he was comfortably sipping it, Qinxia's next words nearly broke his composure. Qinxia looked at the Lord with a kind expression, but one of her hands slowly lifted up, making a money gesture. "Lord, although we are not greedy for money, it said that money isn't everything, but without money, one can't do anything. Don't you think you should express something, Lord?" The Lord's hands trembled slightly as he held a teacup. He had thought Qinxia would come to discuss some philosophical and profound topics, but she was so straightforward. However, that was very much like Qinxia. "Ahem, I haven't forgotten any of the heroes who fought against the demons. As for you, Qinxia, this gift was originally intended for you after the party." The Lord awkwardly cleared his throat and handed her the newly completed second chapter of Demon Slayer. Qinxia took the book with a look of suspicion. In fact, she had already read the first chapter of the Demon Slayer written by the Lord. The content was not very similar to the original work, but it did have the style of the Demon Slayer core, with many characters having prototypes in the core. It was an outstanding book. However, what does this have to do with a gift? Seeing Qinxia's puzzled expression, the Lord smiled gently and encouraged her to open the first page of the book. Qinxia turned to the first page, and, after some exploration, she finally discovered the gift mentioned by the Lord in the author's section. Author, Zaemin Qinxia. I haven't favored any other members either. Everyone received a generous financial subsidy. However, seeing you lying on the bed, I had the thought of wanting to give you a different gift. This book records your stories, and I wrote your name as the author. The royalties from this book will continuously flow into your name. Qinxia, what do you think of this gift? The Lord's actions undoubtedly raised Qinxia's fondness for him to the max. However, Qinxia didn't cry out emotion. Instead, she looked at the Lord, who was 6 years older than her, with a satisfied expression, as if to say, "You've really grown up." Nighttime, 6 o'clock. At this moment, everyone from the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters was gathered outside. This gathering was naturally not held indoors. An outdoor party was the right way to go. The 3 small teams that went out to buy ingredients placed their delicious dishes on the wooden tables set outside. The food from the team of Mitsuri and Shinobu was quite traditional, with Mitsuri holding a plate full of Sakura rice cakes, while Shinobu had a plate of various meat skewers, lamb, pork, chicken, and beef. Mitsuri, Sakura rice cakes with meat, unbeatable in the world. Tanjiro and Kanaho came over carrying the delicious dishes prepared earlier by Qinxia. When Qinxia caught a whiff of the familiar aroma, her heart, which had been heavy, finally settled down. That's more like it. It's fine if the 2 of them can't cook, but the finishing touches should definitely be no problem. Qinxia just let out a sigh of relief when Butterfly Shinobu, holding a large bowl of century-old thick soup, walked over with a smile. Qinxia suddenly turned to look at the slowly approaching Butterfly Shinobu and the century-old nourishing soup in her hands. Despite being fearless, a sense of fear unexpectedly arose in Qinxia's heart. When Butterfly Shinobu placed the huge pot of soup on the wooden table, everyone rushed over to see it. And under the eager gazes of everyone except Qianxia, Butterfly Shinobu cheerfully lifted the lid. Others were golden legends. Butterfly Shinobu was a purple legend. Just like the golden light that emanated when Qianxia picked up the kitchen knife, this collective illusion phenomenon reappeared, completely engulfing everyone's vision in a purple glow. Chapter 147. Qianxia's plan, were you all dazed for? Come and drink. This pot of soup is a super nourishing soup based on chicken soup, enhanced with a total of 15 medicinal ingredients, and has a very high nutritional value. It's my heartfelt creation, Butterfly Shinobu confidently said. But everyone was still deeply affected by the collective illusion of the purple light. If it weren't for Butterfly Shinobu curiously reaching out to pat the dazed crowd, this effect might have lasted much longer. As Qianxia gradually came to her senses from the purple illusion, she couldn't help but reach up to gently touch her forehead. Thinking that ever since Muzan was eliminated, the world had been getting weirder and weirder. Encountering this collective illusion twice in one day was quite remarkable. Seeing that everyone was coming back to their senses, Butterfly Shinobu smiled and waved her hand over her heartfelt creation, saying, "What are you all looking at? Drink up. This is a great tonic." Everyone stared at her nourishing dish, falling into silence. Just as Rengoku Kyujuru was about to roll up his sleeves to taste this nourishing dish first, the master present took the lead and stepped forward. "Then let me taste it first." The master, accustomed to nourishing food, challenged Butterfly Shinobu's dish, and everyone's eyes were fixed on him, filled with anticipation and a hint of worry. The master looked at the purple, bubbling soup. If you asked him if he was really afraid, his answer would definitely be no. However, he understood the principle that good medicine tastes bitter, and, as he became aware, another principle floated in his mind to reassure himself. A poor appearance doesn't mean poor flavor. As the master picked up the soup spoon and scooped out a bowl of chicken soup, he savored it carefully. After his body stiffened for 2 seconds, he suddenly fell straight down at a 90-degree angle. "Master!" Fortunately, Qianxia was standing right next to him, and before his frail little body hit the ground, Qianxia caught him. At that moment, the master's face was filled with tranquility. At the same time, Butterfly Shinobu also extended a finger and explained, "This is a normal reaction. Everyone don't panic. The master's body is inherently weak, so this reaction will be a bit stronger than that of an ordinary person. If you carefully perceive it, you can tell that the master is just asleep, and his breathing is very steady." After all, Butterfly Shinobu was skilled in both medicine and poison. Although the appearance of the soup looked quite problematic, it was indeed nutritious. However, after seeing the master drink a sip and then faint, everyone genuinely became wary of Butterfly Shinobu's soup. "What? Not drinking?" Butterfly Shinobu looked at everyone's hesitant expressions and felt a bit disappointed. Qianxia quickly waved her hand and hurriedly explained that it wasn't that they didn't want to drink, but rather they would wait until the party was nearly over to drink, especially since one person had already fallen before the party even started. Hearing Qianxia's hurried explanation, Butterfly Shinobu pouted. She could tell what Qianxia meant. She also admitted that the appearance did seem a bit off. As Butterfly Shinobu responded with a "okay," in a corner unnoticed by everyone, Tenjin Yuzui looked down at the soup and silently scooped out a bowl to drink. As everyone reacted, they suddenly turned their heads and widened their eyes to look at Tenjin Yuzui. They saw him moving his mouth, and under the tense gazes of everyone, he let out a satisfying burp and commented, "A little salty." After a rather amusing little farce, everyone officially began their nighttime party. Although the table was filled with food, the main highlight was undoubtedly the delicious dishes made by Qianxia from the Tanjiro and Kanoho team. "This was made by Qianxia? It's so delicious." Mitsuri's eyes sparkled as Qianxia's cooking rapidly rose in her rankings, reaching a position just below Sakuramachi. It really is delicious. Not too salty, not too bland. Just right. As expected of Qianxia, her cooking skills are so magnificent. With such culinary skills, why not open a restaurant in the future? It would definitely be very popular. Everyone gave high praise to Qianxia's dishes, especially the idea of opening a restaurant that would be popular, which made everyone nod in agreement. Yes, Qianxia, why not open a restaurant? I will definitely visit often." Mitsuri excitedly walked up to Qianxia and held her wrist with both hands. However, facing everyone's expectations and admiration, Qianxia only smiled and shook her head. "I don't plan to open a restaurant, nor do I intend to do any business." Qianxia's response left everyone momentarily stunned. But instead of asking her why, they inquired about her future plans. Although everyone had gathered for a night of celebration, enjoying life together, no feast lasts forever. Had it not been for Qianxia's year-long coma, everyone would have already bid farewell amidst laughter and joy. After this night, the same would be true. As for what Qianxia wanted to do in the future, she had already decided during the Infinite Train arc and even voiced it at the time. However, when she spoke, Tanjiro and Kaijiro beside her had fallen asleep due to the influence of the Lower Moon One in Mu. I want to travel. Travel. Yes, in a world tour. The current timeline is the Taisho era before the Showa era. In this age, let alone world travel, a normal person basically spends their entire life in a mountain or town they were born in. If Qianxia hadn't crossed over, the original person would have done the same, finding a good family to marry into and living a stable life as a housewife praised for her excellence by outsiders. However, Qianxia is not the original person. She wants to see more of the world with her own eyes. After all, she currently lacks nothing but time. With this declaration, the atmosphere suddenly became a bit delicate, but everyone was just momentarily taken aback, not unsupportive. Once they regained their composure, they found Qianxia's idea to be fantastic. Ha ha, Qianxia, I really admire you. You are indeed the strongest when it comes to glamour. Yoriichi Tsugikuni laughed heartily, then reached for the wine bottle on the wooden table and poured a full glass for everyone in a rather flamboyant manner. Everyone exchanged glances and then burst into laughter, eagerly raising their glasses to toast with a loud cheers. However, at that moment, Qianxia did not pick up her glass, but instead revealed a pair of fish-like eyes. It's illegal to drink under the age of 20. Qianxia is unexpectedly straightforward in some ways. Chapter 148, Farewell of Companions. The next day, morning, while Tanjiro was still asleep, Qianxia had already woken up, or rather, she hadn't really slept at all. The party last night had lasted from 6 in the evening until midnight, during which everyone chatted while eating and finally practiced swordsmanship. Of course, they used wooden swords this time. After all, Muzan was dead, and continuing to practice with real swords might lead to injuries among themselves. However, it turned out that without real swords, everyone couldn't determine a winner. The wooden swords broke with a crack. The whole night ended in a tie. Before the sun had risen, Qianxia tightly gripped her Nichiren blade and practiced her sword techniques. Sun and Moon style, first form, Sun and Moon harmony. Sun and Moon style, second form, Sun and Moon radiance. Although Qianxia only had 2 self-created sword techniques for now, she believed that over time, her sword techniques would continue to increase and gradually become complete. The Sun and Moon style is not an upgraded version of the Sun breathing and Moon breathing, but an embodiment of Qianxia's understanding of the sword path. Qianxia was full of energy, perhaps because she was reminiscing about the past. Or maybe it was due to the fact that she had consumed a large amount of the special thick soup made by Butterfly Ninja at the end of the party. In any case, Qianxia really hadn't drunk any alcohol. For her, the legal restrictions weren't the most important reason. It was mainly because she had a strange premonition. She had a very low tolerance for alcohol. As for that special thick soup made by Butterfly Ninja, although it looked a bit abstract, its taste was surprisingly decent. However, there was simply too much of it. By the end of the party, everyone was so full that they couldn't possibly drink any more soup. As everyone looked at each other, all eyes turned to Qianxia. There was no other option, since Mealy had already surrendered. Qianxia was the only one left with a fighting spirit. Under everyone's gaze, and seeing that there was still a large amount of soup left, Qianxia made a resolution in her heart. She grabbed the large bowl and gulped it down. Burp. The next morning, the sun rose slowly. Qianxia raised her head to look at the corner of the rising sun, slowly stopping the sword dance in her hands. Over the next few hours, the members of the Demon Slayer Corps would gradually wake up, and after they woke up, there would be farewells with the Demon Slayer Corps. I need to hurry back to my room. Tanjiro is about to wake up, and I don't want him to find out I haven't slept all night. Qianxia stretched her arms, indicating that she didn't want Tanjiro to worry about her and insist she go back to sleep after he wakes up. At the very least, he would nag her like a mother. However, even though Qianxia could easily cover the entire mansion with her perception network, that would violate personal privacy. So she didn't do it. And because she didn't do that, she didn't notice that Tanjiro, who was lying in bed, was also awake, quietly staring at the ceiling of the room. In fact, there were others in the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters experiencing similar phenomena. Morning, 8 o'clock. Qianxia pretended to walk out of her room, acting as if she had just woken up. Tanjiro also forced himself to be lively, smiling as he greeted Qianxia with a good morning, sister. In the large mansion, there were only 3 people living there, and Nezuko was the only one still asleep. However, when she woke up and saw the 2 pretending, she quickly sensed their unusual state. Nezuko blinked her eyes and quickly made her way to their side. tiptoeing and stretching out her hands to try to touch Qianxia and Tanjiro's heads, but unfortunately, she was still not tall enough. Nezuko paused for a moment, puffed out her cheeks, and tried even harder to tiptoe, but when Qianxia and Tanjiro saw her like that, they immediately squatted down, allowing Nezuko to pat their heads while Qianxia closed her eyes. There was nothing to be reluctant about. Everyone had reached a perfect conclusion, and even if they were separated for years, they would not forget their experiences in the Demon Slayer Corps. After that, Qianxia, Nezuko, and Tanjiro walked out of the mansion and arrived at the entrance of the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. There, they saw Jinya carrying luggage, and when he noticed Qianxia and the others, he joyfully waved his arms. "Jinya, what are you doing here? Didn't brother say he was leaving today? I'm here to help carry his luggage." Jinya grinned and pointed at the large bag he was shouldering. As for Sanemi, just as he was mentioned, he came running with the remaining luggage, suddenly stopping in front of Qianxia and the others. "Qianxia, what are you doing here?" Sanemi blinked in surprise. He originally wanted to leave early to avoid running into anyone, as he found a grand and emotional farewell to be quite troublesome. Qianxia gazed at the brothers Jinya and Shinya in front of her. Although they hadn't spoken yet, she understood from their positioning and the atmosphere that the two had reconciled. This was to be expected, as Qianxia had been asleep for a year. During the time, everyone waited for her to wake up. Aside from bidding farewell to the Demon Slayer Corps, what couldn't they do? The conflict between the brothers stemmed from Shinya not wanting Jinya to join the Demon Slayer Corps, wishing to protect his younger brother from danger and let him live a quiet life, marry, and have children. On the other hand, Jinya, harboring guilt from the misunderstanding that his brother had killed their mother, wanted to join the Demon Slayer Corps to help Shinya and fight alongside him. Now that Muzan, the source of all evil, was gone, the brothers' conflict naturally dissipated. It was proven that without Muzan, the world would be a better place. Just as Mitsuri Kanroji was dreading the emotional farewell ahead, Qianxia simply extended a hand with a smile and said goodbye. Seeing the hand reaching out to him, Mitsuri immediately understood Qianxia's mindset. No one wanted to play the emotional game. "Goodbye." With a clap, their hands met in a sound of applause. Under Qianxia's watchful eyes, Shinya and Jinya shouldered their bags and walked out of the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. This book is expected to conclude at the end of this month or the beginning of next month. Although I was forced to write a slice of life chapter, I could easily continue writing dozens more. Chapter 149, Homecoming 1. Not only the Shinazugawa brothers, but on this day, everyone except for the master gradually bid farewell to the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters and began their normal lives, far removed from the dangers of life and death. Of course, the Kamadu trio also took their leave. Although only the three of them remained in the Kamadu family, the wooden house on the mountain was still their home. They initially left home with a sense of purpose, so it was only right that they returned home in the end, especially since their family's graves were nearby. For both emotional and logical reasons, they needed to go back and report their safety. "Tanjiro, Nezuko, are you ready?" Outside Qianxia's residence, a relaxed Qianxia turned her head and shouted into the residence, "Hurry up, hurry up." A few minutes later, Tanjiro walked out of the residence carrying a large pile of luggage, and behind him was Nezuko, holding a handful of the candy-coated sweets they had bought a while ago and hadn't finished eating. Qianxia looked at the large amount of luggage that Tanjiro was carrying, and her brows couldn't help but furrow slightly. Where did all this luggage come from? "Sister, most of it is money." Definitely don't judge the Lord's financial capacity. The retirement funds for the members of the Demon Slayer Corps are extremely substantial, reaching the level of a potential family fortune split. Money isn't everything, but without money, you can't do anything. Not to mention the future value of the gift the Lord gave to Qianxia. Just the visible money in Tanjiro's luggage means that the Kamadu family won't have to worry about money for several generations. The descendants of the Kamadu family have the ideas and the ability, with this money as startup capital, even if they can't create a giant like the Tsugikuni family. Establishing a moderately wealthy family is definitely not a problem. Ahem, Tanjiro, you must protect this well. Qianxia awkwardly cleared her throat, and Tanjiro nodded seriously. However, there was really no need to be so serious. With Tanjiro's current level, even if the robbers were armed with guns, it wouldn't be much use. The trio of the Kamadu siblings arrived once again at the entrance of the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. Before this, they had already bid farewell to their lord. And apart from them and their lord, everyone else had already left the headquarters. The three of them turned in unison to look at the environment inside the headquarters. Rather than feeling nostalgic and reluctant to leave, it was more like they were saying goodbye to their previous life. "All right, let's go," Qianxia whispered, and Tanjiro and Nezuko nodded lightly before following behind her, heading in the direction of their home. The distance from the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters to their house was indeed not short. If they were not carrying any luggage, it would be fine. They could run. But with bags filled with cash, running was not an option, at least not too fast. From the morning until nightfall, they traversed the country paths, looking for a place to stay for the night. After all, in this era, not everywhere had inns, and there was no smartphone navigation to tell you where the nearest inn was. If it were just Chinchilla and Tanjiro, they could make do. But Nezuko should try to find an inn as much as possible. After all, she was no longer a demon and couldn't shrink down and live in a wooden box like before. Just as Chinchilla was troubled about where to find accommodation, a series of exclamations drew their attention. Big Sister. Is that really Big Sister? With this shout, Chinchilla and the others turned to look in the direction of the voice, where a boy and a girl were standing. As soon as they turned to look, the excitement on the faces of the boy and girl grew even stronger, waving their arms and calling out to Chinchilla. Chinchilla and the others exchanged a few glances, feeling that the boy and girl over there looked somewhat familiar. As they called out, Chinchilla and the others quickly walked over. Sure enough, it was the big sister and big brother from back then. Have you forgotten me? You were the ones who saved us back then. The boy grinned and pointed at himself with a finger, but upon seeing Chinchilla and Tanjiro with their arms crossed, looking puzzled, he realized he needed to do something else to jog their memories. He cleared his throat lightly, mimicking Chinchilla's demeanor, and confidently said, "What I mean is, joining the Demon Slayer Corps is pointless because the era of demons will soon come to an end. Even if you join, there won't be any demons for you to slay." With this performance, Chinchilla suddenly had an epiphany and remembered who the boy and girl were. The house of the Wisteria family. They were the group of children they first met when rescuing Inosuke from the drum demon. Back then, during a meal at their house after defeating the drum demon, one of them mentioned wanting to join the Demon Slayer Corps, and the boy's earlier words were exactly what Chinchilla had replied at that time. Unknowingly, they had come this far. However, it was truly fortunate to meet familiar faces. At the invitation of the boy and girl, Chinchilla and the others stayed at their house for a night, conveniently having dinner. Of course, this wasn't for free. Seeing that they hadn't started cooking yet, Chinchilla promptly took on the task of making dinner. Under the expert culinary skills of the top chef Chinchilla, even those who weren't hungry found themselves getting hungry, and those who were already hungry couldn't help but drool. Before long, Chinchilla emerged from the kitchen holding plates of dishes that, while made from ordinary ingredients, were bursting with color, aroma, and flavor. The enticing scent was truly irresistible. "I'm going to dig in." The boy and girl excitedly grabbed their chopsticks and began to devour the food on the table. To an outsider, this scene looked quite comical. But to those in the know, it was perfectly normal. "By the way, big brother and big sister, I remember you are from the Demon Slayer Corps, right? Did you come here because there are demons appearing in our area? But I feel like things have been pretty peaceful lately," the boy asked while chewing his food, not forgetting to question Chinchilla and the others. After all, the presence of demons nearby was no small matter. There were people who had escaped from the hands of demons and had psychological scars regarding them. However, there was nothing to be afraid of now. Chinchilla listened to the boy's question, slowly putting down her chopsticks with a smile as she explained to him, "There are no ghosts here, not now. And there won't be any in the future. Don't you remember what I said back then? The era of ghosts has already come to an end." Chapter 150, Returning Home. 2. Big Sister, you really did it. It's not just me. It's the result of everyone's hard work. Hearing Chinchilla's words, the young boys and girls excitedly put down their bowls and chopsticks. Even those who were just ordinary people with a mere knowledge of the existence of ghosts could guess how difficult it was to end the age of ghosts. If Chinchilla had answered differently, the boy who asked the question might have still harbored thoughts of wanting to join the Demon Slayer Corps. However, since the era of ghosts had ended, this last lingering thought in the boy's mind was abruptly snuffed out. "I was wondering why we've been so peaceful lately. It turns out there are no ghosts anymore. That is really great. I don't have to worry about encountering ghosts when I go out alone at night. It's correct to not worry about ghosts, but you still have to pay attention to your surroundings, you know? Try not to go out alone at night. There are dangers in this world beyond just ghosts." Just as the girl raised her arms in joy, Chinchilla poured a bucket of cold water on her enthusiasm. The girl pouted and replied, "I know," before lowering her head and continuing to eat earnestly. Unlike the girl's serious eating, the boy kept eating while enthusiastically turning to Chinchilla, asking how the era of ghosts was ended and how it was accomplished. The adolescent boy was very interested in such adventurous stories, but Chinchilla wasn't too good at storytelling. So she waved her hand, telling Tanjiro to just handle it casually. If it was just about letting Tanjiro tell a bedtime story, he really had no ability for that. When he was a kid and couldn't sleep, it was Chinchilla who told him bedtime stories. When Izuko couldn't sleep as a child, Tanjiro would try to comfort her, but instead, he would end up making Izuko cry loudly. However, at this moment, Tanjiro was asked to recount Qianxia's heroic deeds. And as her #1 fan, he couldn't help but speak endlessly with enthusiasm. I'll tell you, my sister is super cool. Our final opponent was a big villain named Muzan. My sister fought Muzan for 300 rounds, and Muzan was covered in blood, Tanjiro said excitedly. And those listening were even more thrilled. At this adolescent age, the spirit of youthful rebellion burned fiercely within them, and their bodies were filled with adrenaline. After finishing their meal, Qianxia turned to prepare the bedding for sleep, while Tanjiro was still passionately telling stories. When his throat became dry, he quickly noticed and rushed into the kitchen to pour himself a glass of water. Please continue. Big brother Tanjiro. Cough, cough. Okay, where was I? Muzan has already been defeated. Now I should talk about the earlier story. The boy's excited eyes sparkled, and after taking a sip of water to moisten his throat, Tanjiro let out a breath, still full of fighting spirit. Usually, he didn't have many opportunities to brag about his sister, so he was determined to make the most of his chance. He pulled the narrative back to the beginning. And when the boy heard about how the Kamado family was slaughtered by Muzan, he couldn't help but freeze, then tightly clench his fists. Fallen in the snow, sitting in a wheelchair, climbing the mountain to learn the craft, training hard for 2 years, passing the final selection, stepping onto the path of demon slaying. The boy was filled with passion and excitement, and that night, Qianxia didn't stay up late, but through Tanjiro's enthusiastic storytelling, the normally disciplined boy managed to stay up for 2 consecutive nights. Fortunately, with his mastery of total concentration constant, going several days without sleep wouldn't cause much physiological reaction. He just ended up with a hoarse voice. The next morning, sister, my throat. Tanjiro covered his throat with one hand, looking somewhat embarrassed at Qianxia. Although Qianxia felt she shouldn't laugh at the little brother, seeing Tanjiro's worn-out state made it hard for her to hold back. Learning from experience, if you talk less, you should be fine in a couple of days. The boy, who had also stayed up all night, like Tanjiro, had a satisfied expression on his face. Like everyone else, he thought he would never leave this mountain in his lifetime if nothing unexpected happened. Yet his heart was filled with lofty ambitions that had nowhere to vent. The stories Tanjiro told became an outlet for this, and at that moment, he felt completely exhilarated. Even as he watched Qianxia and the others leave, that feeling of excitement lingered for a long time. After bidding farewell to the young boys and girls, Qianxia and the others continued on their way home. Although Tanjiro, who usually brightened the atmosphere, couldn't say much due to his hoarse throat, this led to a series of amusing incidents. They walked from morning until nightfall, and this time they had reached the foot of their mountain. Under the night sky, snowflakes began to fall, and Qianxia and the others couldn't help but lift their heads to gaze at the flurries. Nezuko even reached out to try to catch the falling snowflakes. But of course, the snowflakes melted as soon as they touched her palm. When the Kamado family was slaughtered by Muzan, it was also on a snowy day. Now, 3 years later, the small town at the foot of the mountain looked just the same as it did back then, without much change. Qianxia and the others just glanced around the small town at the foot of the mountain before heading straight up the path. Each step felt so familiar yet strange. Before long, they arrived in front of the dilapidated wooden house, and not far from it lay the family's tombstones. Tanjiro's gaze lingered on the tombstones for a long time, unable to look away, until Qianxia suddenly slapped his head and interrupted his thoughts. Don't just stand there. Let's clean the house first. We haven't been back in 3 years. When dawn breaks tomorrow, we need to go down the mountain to buy some wood and renovate the house properly, Qianxia said, patting Tanjiro's head. Tanjiro snapped back to reality from Qianxia's slap, took a deep breath, and gathered his spirits. He strode towards the wooden house, but as soon as he stepped onto the floor inside, it creaked loudly. A sense of foreboding surged in Tanjiro's heart. Just as he was about to turn and leave the house, the old floorboards suddenly couldn't bear his weight. With a crack, Tanjiro fell down, half of his body stuck in the gap between the floorboards. Chapter 151. Homecoming 3. Tanjiro, you've gained weight. Qianxia looked at the fact that Tanjiro was stuck in the floorboard gap, her head slightly tilted back, and her eyes carried a hint of speechlessness amidst a lazy expression. Although she had indeed eaten quite a lot recently, she hadn't stopped exercising. Tanjiro vehemently denied Qianxia's suggestion that he had gained weight. Of course, Qianxia was just joking. Just moments ago, a very crisp cracking sound had come from the floor, likely caused by the floor being too old and worn. The Kamado family's wooden house was already quite historic, not to mention it had suffered from Muzan's destruction 3 years ago. On the way home, Chinxia had considered the possibility of returning to find the house collapsed into ruins. Tanjiro extended both hands to support himself against the nearby floor, planning to use the leverage to pull himself up from the gap. However, when he exerted force, the floorboards on either side of his hands also broke apart. Tanjiro was momentarily stunned, and then with a loud "ah," he completely fell to the ground beneath the wooden house floor. Now, Chinxia and Nezuko couldn't just stand by and watch the joke. The two quickly ran into the house, and upon entering, the floor emitted a series of alarming cracking sounds. This house really needed renovation or even reconstruction. Chinxia walked to the large pit where Tanjiro had fallen. To be honest, Chinxia never imagined there was actually space under her floor. Was it a basement? Just as Chinxia was thinking this and was about to call out to Tanjiro, a hand suddenly shot up from the dark pit, with Tanjiro holding an extremely worn and yellowed notebook. "Sister, there's a box down here, and this is inside it." Chinxia, puzzled, reached out to take the little notebook from Tanjiro's hands, which looked like it could turn to ash at any moment. Although Chinxia hadn't opened it yet, it was enough to spark her imagination. Could this little notebook possibly contain records of treasure? Holding the notebook, Chinxia felt as if her story channel was about to switch to the One Piece section. Unable to contain her curiosity, after Tanjiro successfully crawled out of the hole, she gently flipped open the little notebook under the gaze of the three of them. Well, reality told Chinxia that she was overthinking. This yellowed notebook recorded every movement technique and points to pay attention to in the fire god Kagura, serving as a beginner's guide to the fire god Kagura. It must have been recorded by her ancestor, Tanjiro Kamado, or some ancestor from a generation, to prevent future generations from failing to master the techniques due to talent or accidents, thus creating a hidden backup energy source. Just like the Rengoku family. When Kaijiro Rengoku fell into despair and stopped teaching his son, Kaijiro, the flame-breathing, Kaijiro learned on his own using the remnants at home. However, judging by the dust on this notebook, it seems that the descendants of the Kamado family have not used it for generations. Although it is quite difficult to continuously pass down the fire god Kagura through generations, the Kamado family has still accomplished this mission. Chinxia gently closed the worn-out book in her hands and let out a sigh. The mission of the Xiaomen family was accomplished. This was left behind by our ancestors. If well preserved, it could serve as a family heirloom, Chinxia said as she handed the book back to Tanjiro. Tanjiro nodded blankly after receiving the book, then jumped back into the hole and placed the book back in the box. It was now late at night, and although the wooden cabin was shabby, they could only make do and sleep there for the night. Is this a haunted house? Chinxia and the others do not care about this. Would the souls of their family members harm them? Or rather, if they could truly see the souls, they would be even happier. The next day in the morning, under the sound of crackling, the three at the kitchen door did not sleep very comfortably, especially in the direction of Tanjiro's room. For normal people, when they're tired to a certain extent, they can still sleep even in noisy surroundings. But unfortunately for Tanjiro, who is attuned to the norm, his energy is in a very delicate state. Can't sleep, can't sleep, can't sleep. When Chinxia stepped out of the house yawning, Tanjiro was still awake, quietly gazing at the ceiling above, which still had holes in it. This allowed the previously good child Tanjiro, who never stayed up late, to successfully unlock the achievement of staying up late for 3 consecutive days. In contrast, Chinxia was in good spirits. She stood in front of her house and stretched her arms heavily. She glanced at the dilapidated wooden house, then greeted Tanjiro and Nezuko before heading down the mountain to buy some wood. At the town below the mountain, in the lumber shop, as Chinxia entered the shop, the owner, who was lazily lounging in a chair, merely glanced at her and then jumped up from the chair as if he had exploded. "The eldest daughter of the Kamado family? Haven't seen you in a long time." "Wait, it seems I haven't seen anyone from your family for a long time. Did you move and then move back?" The lumber shop owner sized up Chinxia as she walked in, although he had only seen her a few times. He could clearly feel that the previous Chinxia was definitely not of this temperament. Of course, he wouldn't doubt that she wasn't Chinxia. As mentioned earlier, Chinxia is a well-known beauty of this generation, and many suitors have come to propose to the Kamado family. As for Chinxia not recognizing the lumber shop owner, her memory was almost entirely inherited, so the answer is simple. This lumber shop owner is just a passerby whose name does not need to be remembered. Chinxia looked at the lumber dealer and said, "Our house has been in disrepair for some years, so we're planning to renovate or even rebuild it, and we need a lot of lumber. Do you have any recommendations regarding the lumber?" Upon hearing that Chinxia needed to renovate or even rebuild, the lumber dealer's eyes instantly sparkled, as this could be a big business. Although he was somewhat skeptical about whether the Zayaman family could come up with so much money at once, he was familiar with them, so the lumber dealer smiled and led Qianxia into the back area of the lumber store. In the back area, there were large quantities of various high-quality lumber. The lumber dealer walked over to one pile of lumber with a smile, gently patted it, and said, "This lumber is the best we have here. It's not only sturdy, but also has a faint fragrance. However, it is quite expensive." Before the lumber dealer could finish his sentence, Qianxia took out a large stack of cash from her pocket, and the dealer's mouth formed an O shape, his eyes instantly blank. However, the shock was not merely from the money. After paying for the lumber and the shipping fees, Qianxia turned to the pile of lumber and effortlessly lifted a thick and long piece with one hand. "Oh, it is indeed very solid, not bad." Chapter 152. Swordsmanship. 1. The charcoal family has a girl who has just grown up. Her spirit is as mighty as a mountain, covering the world. Qianxia's casual gesture almost popped the wood merchant's eyes out. However, this was normal. The strength Qianxia displayed at that moment would be enough to scare anyone into a cold sweat, not just in this country and era, but even in a future world 100 years from now. After a moment of daze, the wood merchant hurriedly rubbed his eyes with both hands, trying to convince himself that what had just happened was merely an illusion, a way to hypnotize himself. When he rubbed his eyes and closed them tightly, upon opening them again, Qianxia had already set the lifted wood back down. The wood merchant let out a huge sigh of relief. He had successfully hypnotized himself into believing that it was all just an illusion. But this was fine too. Qianxia didn't want to show off. Lifting the wood had been a completely instinctive action, a result of being accustomed to being around superhumans, forgetting the fact that she herself was one. "Let us just say I'm talking nonsense. You didn't lift the wood just now, right?" The wood merchant tentatively asked, still somewhat uneasy. As soon as Qianxia heard this, she immediately showed a very intense reaction. She exaggeratedly took a big step back, spreading her arms to hug her upper body, exuding an aura of shyness and fragility. "Me lift such a big piece of wood? How is that possible? I'm so weak and powerless, even you, boss, can't do it, right?" Despite Qianxia's actions and expressions being quite exaggerated, even reaching the level of being contrived, the wood boss couldn't help but start blaming himself in his heart in front of Qianxia's stunning beauty. "Look at what nonsense I said. I'll make sure to arrange for someone to deliver the wood you ordered up the mountain. By the way, are you planning to renovate or even rebuild? Do you need professional construction workers?" No need. We can handle it ourselves." "So, boss, I'll take my leave now." Qianxia continued to maintain her pitiful state until she left the lumber store. Once she left the store, all traces of her pitiable aura disappeared. She raised one hand to cover her neck and pouted, thinking, "I really felt so disgusting just now." Qianxia couldn't help but mock herself a bit. The issue with the wood was resolved, but she wasn't planning to head up the mountain just yet. The small town at the foot of the mountain was quite sizable, and even the original owner had never fully explored it. The original owner was a master who stayed in the boudoir wielding a kitchen knife, leaving the outside affairs to Tanjiro and their mother. She thought about buying some food for Tanjiro and Nezuko, wondering if there was any place that sold Compito. Now that she was home, if there was, she might as well buy a bit more. After all, as long as it was stored unopened. The candy wouldn't go bad easily. Just as Qianxia was mumbling to herself, she spotted a small shop selling candy. It was quite normal, as Compito was a type of candy that children loved, and how could such a large town not have it for sale? Qianxia quickly walked to the candy shop and directly bought several jars of raw candy. Although eating too much candy can cause tooth decay, she thought that as long as Nezuko had self-control, it wouldn't be a problem. And Nezuko's self-control was definitely up to the mark. After all, during the time of transforming into a demon, she could endure even the rare blood of Shinobu. Just as the transaction was taking place, Qianxia suddenly heard a familiar yet unfamiliar sound. She unconsciously closed her eyes, gripping the cash tightly in her hand, regardless of how much the candy shop owner tried to pull it away. At that moment, Qianxia was seriously listening to that familiar yet unfamiliar sound coming from afar. Was it the sound of swords clashing? No, that didn't seem right. It wasn't metallic but wooden. Qianxia opened her eyes and curiously asked the candy store owner, "Boss, is there a sword dojo nearby?" "Yes, it opened a few years ago. Why is a girl like you interested in swordsmanship?" "I advise you not to get involved in this," he replied. Although many kids are still fascinated by swordsmen and warriors, most of them end up signing up despite knowing that, under the ban on swords, 99 of commoners who learn swordsmanship see no results. It's better to learn a solid trade and live peacefully. "Okay, I understand." Even though Qianxia said this, after paying, she held a jar of candies in her arms and followed the sounds of clashing swords to the entrance of the dojo. The dojo's door was open, And Qianxia softly said, "Excuse me," before walking in confidently through the front door. As she got closer to the dojo's interior, the sounds of swords clashing became more pronounced. But Qianxia, sensitive to the sounds of blades, detected something unusual. The clashes were not evenly matched. It was more of a one-sided domination. Is this the result of so many days of training? Are you even following my guidelines? Seriously? What a bunch of useless people. A rough voice echoed from the training area. Practice. Keep practicing. How can you challenge other dojos like this? I was planning to let you challenge the nearest dojo by the end of this month, and now my plan is ruined. The voice continued. During training, do not let go of your opponent. The moment you grasp your sword, everyone except yourself is an enemy. You need to constantly challenge others. Defeat your opponents to prove your worth, even if it means using any means necessary. Those who cannot win have no value. The essence of swordsmanship lies in continuous victory. As Qianxia approached the entrance of the training area and looked inside, she saw a middle-aged man repeatedly striking an apprentice's body with a wooden sword. The surrounding apprentices were trembling, and the air was thick with a stifling atmosphere. Under this pressure, Qianxia, who had been in a good mood, couldn't help but frown. When a middle-aged man noticed Qianxia standing outside, he was momentarily taken aback, then quickly approached with a smile. "Are you here to visit for your little brother or older brother?" he asked, spreading his hands with a smile. However, Qianxia chose to ignore the man's smile and continue to watch the apprentices engulfed by the oppressive atmosphere in the training area. Although it was someone else's matter that had drawn her in to watch, she still felt somewhat displeased. Qianxia walked past the middle-aged man and approached a place where a large number of training wooden swords were stored. She took out a wooden sword and lightly raised it towards the middle-aged man, tilting her head slightly with a smile as she asked, "You're here to challenge me, right? May I ask if you accept challenges?" Chapter 153. Swordsmanship 2. Although Qianxia had no grievances with the middle-aged man who taught others swordsmanship, there was a significant gap in their swordsmanship philosophies, which made Qianxia quite displeased. Qianxia does not consider herself a great sage. All her actions are driven by her true feelings. This is also one of the reasons why she cannot reach the transparent world, yet has arrived at the opposite realm. Summary. Sorry, although I'm not familiar with you. I'm feeling quite upset right now, so I want to fry a fish. Qianxia held the training wooden sword provided by the dojo. After casually weighing it a couple of times, she found that its quality was far inferior to the wooden swords at the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. Even without the enhancement of breathing techniques, it probably wouldn't withstand her forceful swings for long. The middle-aged man opposite her, who had heard Qianxia's challenge, laughed as if he had heard a very amusing joke. He shrugged and said, "Miss, are you serious?" "Serious, indeed, and quite serious at that." "All right then, but I should mention in advance that I won't go easy on you." The middle-aged man confidently snorted, gripping his wooden sword as he prepared to accept Qianxia's challenge. However, he still didn't take her seriously. The apprentices in the training room cleared a space for the two, but one apprentice was called over by the middle-aged man to act as a human countdown. The apprentice, forced over, trembled as he raised one arm and hesitantly began counting down from 3. 3, 2, 1, go. As soon as the apprentice finished speaking, the middle-aged man tightened his grip on the wooden sword and charged at Qianxia. Show mercy? Victory is absolute. Once he closed the distance to Qianxia, he swiftly swung his sword, believing he would easily claim victory. However, his wooden sword stopped mid-air. Qianxia had blocked it at a very awkward angle with her wooden sword. The man's arm holding the sword trembled slightly, as he had exerted all his strength but still couldn't budge Qianxia's sword. Superhuman strength. The man instantly realized something was off. He retracted his sword and gathered strength for a downward strike again, but Qianxia stepped back as if she had foreseen his move, easily dodging his attack. In this manner, the man launched dozens of strikes, all of which Qianxia effortlessly evaded. It can't be said that the opponent's swordsmanship was poor, but for someone like Qianxia, a swordswoman honed through life-and-death experiences, it would be strange if the man could land an effective attack on her. The apprentices around watched in disbelief as their once mighty teacher found himself in such an embarrassing situation, their faces displaying expressions of incredulity. The middle-aged man, who was currently attacking Qianxia, also felt a sense of disbelief. Why couldn't any of my attacks hit? Who is this woman? My strikes seemed to be dodged, as if she knew them in advance. The man's pupils trembled, and as he questioned himself internally, the attack paths he was already easy to read became even more apparent. Qianxia clashed her wooden sword against the man's strike, then swiftly hit his abdomen, causing him to clutch his stomach and stagger back repeatedly. "Give up, you're not my match." The gap in skill was so vast that it didn't even feel like bullying. Qianxia felt as if she were just playing with a child. After a few exchanges, her irritation towards him had mostly faded. Hearing Qianxia's suggestion to surrender, the man's pupils trembled as he recalled his past. As a child, he had been like the apprentices present, admiring the swordsmen and warriors from novels, and had devoted everything to the art of swordsmanship. He had envisioned becoming a wandering hero with remarkable sword skills, but reality dealt him a heavy blow. Then, a well-known sword dojo arrogantly announced it would allow challengers to come and test their skills, offering a substantial reward for those who succeeded. He chose to take on the challenge and actually succeeded, earning a considerable sum of money and the fervent gaze of countless onlookers. At that moment, his perception of the sword path began to change. From then on, he embarked on a career of challenging dojos, proving his worth by defeating opponents, even if it meant resorting to unscrupulous tactics during battles. Now, with one hand clutching his stomach and the other gripping the wooden sword, he gasped for breath while slowly lifting his head and opening his mouth. "You're strong." "Yes, I know I'm strong, but I won't lose." The man grit his teeth and suddenly raised his wooden sword, preparing to swing it at Qianxia. However, as he tried to lock onto her position with his trembling gaze, he lost track of her. Where did she go? As he thought this, the observing apprentices nearby had already realized Qianxia's position. They saw her standing behind the man, her wooden sword reduced to just a handle. Ryu Lu's second form, Ryu Chengwan. The man's upper clothing was instantly shredded into pieces, and red marks from the wooden sword strikes appeared on his body. His pupils turned white, and his body involuntarily collapsed to the ground with a thud as his consciousness faded. Qianxia quietly turned her head to glance at the man. As someone who applied rogue tactics to fighting demons, she could easily see what the man had intended to do moments ago. However, Qianxia believed there were differences even among rogues. She would not use rogue tactics against respectable individuals, nor would she employ such underhanded methods against someone she only had a brief acquaintance with and merely regarded as an opponent. "You should calm down and reflect." Qianxia looked at the man lying on the ground, who had almost lost consciousness, and said a word. Then she turned to the many apprentices in the training room, shaking her head as she noticed some of them covered in bruises. "You little ones really take hitting is affection. Scolding is love as a holy decree. Huh? What are you still doing with such a teacher? Go back to your own homes, find your own mothers, and figure out a way to organize a refund for the tuition. There are plenty of sword schools besides this one if you want to learn." Qianxia sighed helplessly with one hand on her hip. Back when she was diligently practicing swordsmanship under teacher Lin Long, although teacher Lin Long was quite harsh, he was responsible. If a bone got broken, he not only performed the bone reset, but also provided medicinal baths for quick recovery before breaking it again. After Qianxia finished speaking, she turned and walked out of the sword dojo. After all, she wasn't a great sage. She couldn't just hold their hands and send them home. Once she had vented her frustration, it was time to leave. She thought this matter would just pass, but unexpectedly, the next morning, all the little ones gathered at her doorstep, and some even brought their parents. "Sister teacher, we want to learn swordsmanship." Chapter 154, The Way of the Sword 3. The next day, in the morning, the three members of the Xiaoman family got up early from their beds. The wood for building the house had been moved over the night before, and now all that was needed was to get down to the actual handiwork. Although Qianxia had no experience in this area, it was fine since Tanjiro did, and Qianxia expressed that she could support Tanjiro with her strength and spirit. But as for brains, she would pass. The original wooden house wasn't very big. During its peak, it felt a bit crowded with 9 people living in it. So since they were already working, they might as well expand. After all, they lived halfway up a mountain, and with so much space around, building a small villa shouldn't be a problem, right? "Sister, bring over 2 more pieces of wood." "Okay, coming right away." Qianxia carried a large piece of wood on each shoulder, taking steady small steps to Tanjiro's side. Tanjiro transformed into a figure wielding the Nichiren blade, swiftly slicing the huge logs into suitable sizes, beginning his journey of leveling up in construction. "Is there anything else I need to do?" "Sister, you can stand by for now. I'll call you if there's something." "Oh," Qianxia pouted and replied, slightly raising her head to look at the sky. Just as she was admiring how nice the weather was today, a cacophony of sound from the foot of the mountain reached her ears. "It seems like a lot of people are coming." Her sister, Tanjiro, who was busy tightening screws, sniffed hard and couldn't help but stop his work. "A lot of people?" "Indeed, there are many." Qianxia expanded her sensory network and indeed detected many people. Moreover, judging from their walking paths, it was undeniable that this group of people was coming towards them. Qianxia was still puzzled about what this group of people wanted to do when they suddenly shouted at her, "We want to learn swordsmanship." This shout caught Chinchilla off guard. To avoid trouble, she decided to adopt a strategy of acting weak and delicate, just as she was about to transform into a fragile and helpless little girl. An excited parent rushed over and took her hand. "Let my child practice under you." As soon as the parent's words fell, the crowd behind her responded enthusiastically, leaving Chinchilla completely unprepared for this sudden turn of events. "Do you all agree for the children to learn swordsmanship?" "Yes, of course. But I'm unreliable. Look at me. I'm so young and still a girl. Please don't undermine yourself." "Teacher," the children all said that you easily defeated the previous teacher. "You're truly a remarkable woman." Chinchilla's lips twitched slightly. She had already said so much, yet they still nodded vigorously. In a normal scenario, these parents should be strongly opposed to their children continuing to learn swordsmanship after discovering that their kids had suffered losses in the swordsmanship academy. With various expectant gazes on her, Chinchilla's mind raced, and she quickly found a way to extricate herself. "Well then, if you want to learn, I'll teach you." As soon as Chinchilla said this, all the children broke into bright smiles. However, the next moment, Chinchilla raised a hand, signaling them not to smile so quickly, as there were rules here. "First, while we won't abuse you like that man did before, the training will be strict. Swordsmanship is not child's play, and you must be prepared. Second, different people have different understandings of swordsmanship, and while learning martial arts is not meant to intentionally harm others, you must respect each other and not look down on others based on the outcomes of competitions. Third, your teacher is not me." When the first two rules were stated, everyone confidently responded that there was no problem, but when Chinchilla said that she wouldn't be the one teaching them, they all showed expressions of dismay, as they had wanted to learn from Chinchilla after witnessing her unparalleled sword skills. Before anyone could ask, Chinchilla raised her hand again to calm him down. And at that moment, Tanjiro, who had a golden ticket for immunity from Chinchilla, approached with a hammer in one hand and a mallet in the other. As soon as Tanjiro walked over, Chinchilla pulled him in front of her and transformed into a gold medal salesperson, saying, "Look here, this is your future teacher, Tanjiro Kamado. Just call him Teacher Kamado from now on." "Huh?" A series of question marks appeared above Tanjiro's head as he took a moment to process the situation. The group of children also didn't react immediately. They looked at Tanjiro's honest appearance and had no confidence at all. However, this was normal. Tanjiro did look harmless. Except when he was serious, he bore a striking resemblance to Yoriichi Tsugikuni, which gave him an extra edge against demons. "He's my brother, and his swordsmanship is not much worse than mine. Come on, little brother, show everyone a slight demonstration." In Chinchilla's words, she emphasized the words slightly a bit. Although the clever Tanjiro didn't quite understand the specific situation yet, he still grasped the meaning behind his sister's words. Does anyone have a wooden sword?" Faced with the sword ban, Tanjiro couldn't take out his Nichiren blade, and with his loud shout, someone from the crowd quickly handed him a training wooden sword. As soon as Tanjiro grabbed the wooden sword, he internally complained just like Chinchilla did yesterday, noting that the quality of this wooden sword was far inferior to that of the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. However, it was usable. Tanjiro then turned to look at a withered, yellow tree not far away, thinking that this degree should meet Chinchilla's definition of slightly. He maintained his breathing in the water breathing's total concentration, as even though they were the climax of the story, he still couldn't achieve a constant state of the fire god dance. It was really too difficult to maintain the fire god dance for 24 hours daily without using the 13th form. Water breathing was still the mainstream. And under years of total concentration, Tanjiro's body had long surpassed that of an ordinary person. Even without using breathing sword techniques, his pure slashes could unleash incredible power. Tanjiro's gaze sharpened as he swung with all his might at that withered, yellowed tree. Whoosh! Bang! The wooden sword in Tanjiro's hand shattered into countless wood chips on the spot, and the next moment, the withered, yellow tree was forcefully cut down with a series of cracks. Crack! 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 It fell sideways to the ground. Chapter 155. Swordsmanship 4. The group of apprentices and their parents who wanted to learn swordsmanship were all dumbfounded at this scene. Of course, Chinchilla was also stunned. Is this what you call slightly? Although, compared to Tanjiro's full effort, this slash at the tree could indeed be reluctantly described as slightly. After all, when Tanjiro was still training under Master Rengoku and hadn't gone out into the world, he could already cut through boulders taller than a person with a single strike. However, Chinchilla turned her head anxiously to look at the group of children and parents. This era is quite feudal and superstitious. Even if Tanjiro only revealed a glimpse of his strength, it could easily instill fear in people, and he might even be regarded as a monster. Chinchilla was not wrong. Under normal circumstances, such a development could indeed happen. Unfortunately, the group of children and parents in front of her were anything but normal. After seeing Tanjiro cut a tree in half with one swing, everyone's eyes sparkled with excitement instead of fear, and their attitude became even more fervent. He's amazing, completely on a different level from that previous teacher. If the big brother is this strong, how powerful must the big sister be? Teacher Tanjiro, please allow me to pay my respects. A wave of noisy voices came from the crowd, making Qianxiao realize that her worries were completely unnecessary. Meanwhile, Tanjiro, holding a broken wooden sword, was still confused until Qianxiao leaned close to his ear and quietly explained the origin of the situation in simplified terms. Huh? You want me to be their teacher? Sister, I clearly can't do that. After Tanjiro understood what was going on, he panicked, waving his hands wildly. However, a slap from Qianxiao on his back immediately silenced his protests. A man cannot say he can't do it. Let me ask you, do you feel you can't do it? Or do you simply have no interest in doing it? If it's just that you're not interested, I wouldn't mind continuing the family business of chopping wood and selling charcoal. After all, it's not a shameful job. Qianxiao did not try to force Tanjiro. Everyone has their own aspirations, and if she were to pressure him, it would only make her seem too domineering. Tanjiro fell into silence as he listened to Qianxiao's words, because if she hadn't asked that question, he would have indeed been thinking about continuing the family business of chopping wood and selling charcoal to make a living, as it was his old trade, and he believed there was nothing wrong with that. But at this moment, Qianxiao presented him with another direction, and Tanjiro couldn't help but be drawn to it. Originally, he might have lived his entire life without any connection to swordsmanship, but due to a disaster, he was forced to grasp a sword and learn the art of sword fighting. Although his swordsmanship was born out of a desire for revenge. Through day after day of companionship, swordsmanship gradually became a part of his life, and he began to develop a liking for the sword and the art of sword fighting. During Tanjiro's achievement of staying up for 3 consecutive days, those nights of torment were not spent playing on a phone. Instead, he stared at the ceiling, his mind filled with memories of his time as a member of the Demon Slayer Corps. Just when Tanjiro was engaged in a mental struggle, Qianxiao helplessly shrugged and delivered the final blow to break his inner conflict. Come on, chopping wood and teaching other swordsmanship don't seem to conflict, right? With your current skills, how much time could chopping would possibly take? It seems like it might be possible. Qianxiao's words directly ignited Tanjiro's CPU, causing him to slightly raise his head and immerse himself in the memories of his past life chopping firewood. A day, a morning? It seemed like just a few minutes would be enough. With this thought in mind, Tanjiro's current state couldn't be described as I understand, but rather as strangely gained knowledge. As he pondered, Tanjiro couldn't help but turn to the children beside him, who were looking at him with eager eyes. Then he lowered his gaze to the wooden sword in his hand, which had been blown apart, leaving only the handle. Although he wasn't sure if he could do it well, he thought, I want to give it a try. The sparkle in Tanjiro's eyes brought great comfort to Qianxiao. Qianxiao really doesn't intend to force Tanjiro. If Tanjiro decides he wants to continue his simple life of chopping wood, then Qianxiao will respect his decision. As for teaching, no. Qianxiao would only make this group of little ones run off. When she heard Tanjiro say he was ready to teach them, the kids were exceptionally happy. But once the formal learning began, who knows how many would still be able to show such bright smiles as they had now. After initially establishing the plan to set up a sword dojo, Qianxiao sent the kids and their parents away. After all, not to mention the dojo, they hadn't even built their own houses yet. What were they still doing here? It was still snowing, after all. After sending the kids and parents away, Qianxiao and Tanjiro talked about many things, such as how they couldn't really teach the breathing techniques in the future teaching process. Otherwise, they would end up raising a bunch of superhumans, and that would lead to chaos in the world. Moreover, compared to talent in swordsmanship, they needed to pay more attention to character and disposition. They couldn't raise a group of ingrates, nor could they cultivate individuals who would threaten society in the future. As Qianxiao continued to express her opinions, Tanjiro took out a small notebook and diligently recorded everything she said, word for word. He strongly agreed with Qianxiao's point about not really teaching the breathing techniques. Once Qianxiao finished sharing all her thoughts, Tanjiro quickly stopped his busy note-taking hand. He looked up at Qianxiao, who appeared calm beside him, and spoke. Sister, are you really planning to leave? Yes, once things settle down here, I plan to leave. After all, I don't like chopping wood and I don't enjoy teaching swordsmanship. I mentioned before on the Infinity Train that I want to travel the world, see various landscapes, and experience different things. That's the life I want to live. Tanjiro remained silent because it was his sister's choice and he wouldn't stop her. If he were to bind his sister, who wanted to spread her wings, out of pure selfishness, he would only condemn himself harshly. Sister, will you come back to see us? Of course, this is just goodbye, not a permanent farewell. Qianxia slightly raised her head to look at the sky, which was currently blanketed in heavy snow. It was not long until the day she would set off on her journey. Chapter 156. The Way of the Sword. 5. With the combined efforts of the three members of the Kamado family, the construction speed of their residence was astonishing. After all, even the seemingly weakest among them, Nezuko, had trained in water breathing, and her physical prowess was comparable to that of a well-built man. While it wasn't a case of building a skyscraper overnight, the three of them quickly completed the preliminary construction of the residence that bore the Kamado family sign. However, since they needed to open a sword dojo, they didn't rest after finishing the residence. Instead, they continued to build the dojo. During the construction process, the trio did not plan to cut costs, but aimed for high-quality configurations as much as possible. They sourced not only wood, but also various decorations. If the nearby town didn't have what they needed, they would travel to other towns to buy them. With their stamina, the round trips didn't take long, almost like going for a walk. As days passed, the children in the town grew increasingly anxious, while their parents found their impatience amusing. It's no use being anxious. When we went there before, let alone the dojo, their houses were still being rebuilt. Between the house and the dojo, it will take at least half a year. What? Is it going to take that long? Of course. So during this time, you might as well stay at home. By the time the dojo is completed, you might have lost interest in swordsmanship. Although the parents made valid points, the group of children, who had endured intense training under teacher Yoriichi, did not consider giving up on learning the sword. As a select group, they were not discouraged by their parents' words. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Since there would be no teacher to instruct them in the short term, they decided to train independently. Armed with training wooden swords, they swung at the air repeatedly, simulating training. Though the seemingly useless swings were the most basic yet valuable training for beginners, when Qianxia and Tanjiro trained under Master Yoriichi, this was essential practice both in the early and later stages. A week later, Qianxia walked out of the Kamado family house and headed to the small town at the foot of the mountain to purchase some final supplies. On the way, she happened to run into one of the many apprentices under Tanjiro in the future. Seeing the other person's eyes fixed on her, Qianxia thought the child wanted to ask her when they could go to class. Just as she was about to respond, the child snatched the microphone and shouted earnestly, "We haven't been slacking off during this time. Everyone is working hard on their self-practice, waiting for the teacher's sword dojo to be completed." The child's serious shout caught Qianxia off guard, and while she complained about being at a loss when dealing with children, she couldn't help but admire the fighting spirit of these little ones. However, self-training is good, and having motivation is indeed a good thing, but without proper guidance, practicing aimlessly can lead to many mistakes. Even if one practices incorrectly 10, 100, or 1,000 times, there won't be any significant improvement in swordsmanship. Qianxia placed one hand on her hip and said quietly. The child in front of her instantly showed a look of disappointment, as even he knew that what Qianxia said was true. When they were still practicing under the original teacher, he would repeatedly point out their mistakes in a near-scolding tone. They hadn't yet practiced to the point where they wouldn't be scolded, so self-training would definitely lead to many errors. It was like doing practice papers. If you finish a paper but don't check the answers, not knowing which ones are right and which ones are wrong, then doing the paper wouldn't make much difference. Looking at the child who had lowered his head, showing a disappointed expression, Qianxia paused briefly before continuing her previous statement. "You're just practicing for nothing, but fortunately, the sword dojo is almost built, so you won't waste too much time. Once classes officially start, you all have to catch up, so look forward to it." "Huh? What did you just say, big sister?" The child was momentarily stunned, unable to believe his ears, but looking at Qianxia's gentle smile. He chose to trust his ears and eyes. "The sword dojo is almost built, then I'll go notify everyone." After receiving a slight nod of agreement from Qianxia, the child turned around with a smile and ran out quickly, knocking on the doors of each house. Bang, bang, bang. "What are you knocking so hard for?" "The sword dojo is almost built." "What?" 3 days later, numerous children and some parents walked from a small town at the foot of the mountain to the Kamado family address halfway up the mountain. In just 10 short days, the place they looked at underwent a tremendous change. Some parents blinked in disbelief, even rubbing their eyes vigorously, and it turned out that it wasn't their eyes that had a problem, but rather the world itself. My gosh, it can't be blamed on them being too exaggerated. Mainly, It was because something this extravagant was built in just 10 days, which anyone would find absurd. In those 10 days, Tanjiro was working at full capacity. Chinchou was responsible for a significant portion of the physical labor, and Nezuko helped with some interior design. The result was a magnificent Kamado residence, and a large sword dojo connected to the interior of the residence. The crowd stood in a daze, which made Chinchou, who had been waiting at the gate of the residence for them to arrive, a bit anxious. She had originally planned to surprise everyone by quickly opening the door after they knocked, but seeing them so stunned, Chinchou felt that if she didn't take the initiative, they would at least stand there in shock for a few more minutes. With a loud bang, the door of the Kamado family's residence swung open from the inside. Chinchou coughed lightly and looked at the group of stunned people outside, saying, "What are you all standing there for? It's so cold outside, come in quickly." Under Chinchou's call to action, the crowd, realizing what was happening, took steps to enter the Kamado residence. Through this door, they were able to see the interior of the Kamado family's mansion. They had thought that such a large residence built in just 10 days would be empty. But upon entering, they found out they were not only wrong, but completely mistaken. The crowd couldn't help but lean back slightly, and a simple, astonished exclamation escaped their lips. "Oh, wow." Chapter 157, Swordsmanship 6. The speed of the Kamado family gave this group of children and parents a bit of shock from the Demon Slayer Corps. When they arrived at the interior of the mansion, the lavish decorations made them realize that the Kamado residence was not just a facade. All of this was thanks to Nezuko's efforts. Nezuko and Tanjiro, one handling the interior and the other the exterior, achieved remarkable efficiency and quality. Chinchou looked at the shocked expressions of everyone, and a surge of pride and self-esteem welled up in her heart. Chinchou led everyone to the large swordsmanship hall connected to the mansion. There, Tanjiro Kamado and his teacher were already prepared, with a variety of wooden stumps of different sizes arranged around them. Although Tanjiro had developed an interest in teaching, he ultimately lacked experience in this area. After much contemplation, he decided to initially adopt some of Sakanji's teaching methods. Of course, he did not use the advanced technique of breaking bones and then healing them before breaking them again, as Sakanji did, not only because Tanjiro couldn't bring himself to do that, but also because he lacked the necessary skills. Anyone could perform a bone-crushing fist, but quickly healing a fracture was another matter. Sakanji had not taught Tanjiro or Chinchou how to prepare the medicinal bath or perform bone realignment techniques. Tanjiro looked at the wooden stumps in front of him, placed one hand over his chest, and took a deep breath, trying to calm himself. "I can do this. I can do this. I can do this." He exhaled deeply. At that moment, Chinchou and the others had already entered the swordsmanship hall, sensing their approaching presence. Tanjiro turned to face them and took his first step toward the role of swordsmanship teacher. Of course, while he was welcoming students, he still needed to collect tuition fees. No matter how conscientious a business is, it can only go bankrupt without funds coming in. Even though the Kamado family had plenty of money now, the expenses of running a swordsmanship hall were not trivial. Once the hall began to operate normally, Chinchou's previously mundane daily life was spiced up with new experiences every day, causing her to laugh and lose track of time. A few weeks later, in the swordsmanship hall, Teacher Kamado is killing someone. On this peaceful and serene morning, cries that sounded like a pig being slaughtered echoed through the hall. Looking inside, it turned out that Teacher Kamado was stretching a student's ligaments. Don't think that learning swordsmanship has nothing to do with ligaments. The strength and flexibility of ligaments are directly related to a person's explosive power. If one were to name a representative, it would undoubtedly be the love Hashira, Mitsuri Kanroji. By the way, Chinchou and Tanjiro had also trained their flexibility before, and Tanjiro had been pulled by Sakanji to the point of yelling. As for Chinchou, she completely took advantage of her inability to feel pain, remaining composed no matter how much Sakanji pulled her. Listening to everyone's cries, Tanjiro felt awkward and didn't know what to say, but despite his embarrassment, his hands never stopped. The pig slaughtering sounds continued intermittently for several hours. When Tanjiro finally called for a break, everyone collapsed onto the floor with a thud, drenched in sweat. "Dude, how are you?" "I'm definitely fine. I'm really strong." "Bullshit. You were the loudest." Everyone bantered back and forth, teasing each other about their earlier screams, and these exchanges became Chinchou's mental nourishment, making her watch with delight. If she had to say what she was dissatisfied with, it was only that she didn't have chips or soda, those kinds of comfort food. As the apprentices entered their rest period, Tanjiro also took a break. Now that he had become a teacher himself, he increasingly understood the feeling Sakanji had when he taught them. Chinchou and Tanjiro were chatting casually, while the apprentices watched from a distance. The topic gradually shifted from who had called out loudly to who was stronger between Shincha and Tanjiro. It should be that Tanjiro-sensei is a bit stronger, after all. He can cut a tree in one strike. No. I remember the big sister said, his swordsmanship is not much worse than mine. Analyzing the statement, the big sister should be a bit stronger than Tanjiro-sensei. I also think the big sister is a bit stronger. When the big sister effortlessly defeated our previous teacher, it was really impressive. And did you see what the big sister did with her final strike? I really didn't see clearly. The crowd murmured, and Shinshan naturally heard their whispers, but she had no intention of revealing the answer to them. Tanjiro, I think they VE rested enough. We can start the second round now, Shinsha said with a smile. It was indeed about time. They had already rested twice as long as when they trained under Mizunotaki-sensei. Tanjiro nodded and turned to the group lying on the ground, clapping his hands heavily. Enough resting. The stretching we did earlier was just a warm-up. Next, we'll officially stretch. Cries of despair echoed from the sword dojo, causing a girl who had just arrived at the gate of the Kamadu residence to stop in her tracks. HM? Shinsha and the dojo paused for a moment and turned to look towards the direction of her front door. As she sensed carefully, the corners of her originally plain mouth slightly lifted, revealing a meaningful smile. Tanjiro, we have a guest looking for you, so you should go open the door. Shinsha said with a smile. A guest looking for me? All right, I'll go open the door. Tanjiro, though not immediately reacting, vaguely sensed something. Under the watchful eyes of the apprentices, he walked out of the dojo towards the entrance of the Kamadu residence, perhaps hearing the footsteps from inside the residence. The person outside began knocking on the door with a thud. Thud, thud. As Tanjiro approached the door, his keen sense of smell identified the person outside. When Tanjiro opened the door, he saw a girl with lavender eyes and a side ponytail standing there. Kamadu Kane. Kane, what brings you here? Tanjiro asked. Tanjiro, long time no see, Kane said, tilting her head slightly and smiling with squinted eyes. Chapter 158. Butterfly. The Kamadu family was the last to leave the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters after the main family, and Kane had left with Shinobu. The mutual feelings between Kane and Tanjiro hadn't yet reached the point where she would follow him back to the Kamadu residence, at least not openly. After Kane followed Shinobu away from the headquarters, the two returned to the residence that Shinobu had purchased outside the headquarters and opened a medical clinic. During the day, Shinobu worked as the chief physician while Kane assisted in treating patients. At night, Shinobu taught medicine, and Kane listened and learned from her. Kane was born into a very poor family and grew up under the cold and ruthless domestic violence of her parents. Despite avoiding the brunt of her parents' beatings with her goddess eyes, she couldn't save her siblings. One by one, her siblings died under their parents' violence. And because crying would draw their parents' attention and lead to more beatings, Kane had no choice but to hide her emotions. Over time, she became unable to express her feelings, until one day, she was sold to a human trafficker, on the way to her impending doom, just as she was about to step into an irreversible abyss. Shinobu and her sister Kane happened to pass by, saving her and bringing her back to the Butterfly Mansion to raise her. Even her name, Kane, was given to her by the Butterfly sisters afterward. Let us end today's lesson here, Shinobu said, closing the medical book in her hand with a sigh. This left Kane, who was sitting beside her learning, stunned and even a bit flustered. Did I do something to make my master unhappy? I'll change, Kane said, looking up at Shinobu with some urgency. Shinobu shook her head and walked to the bookshelf in the corner of the room, pulling out several books. You think I can't tell? Since the first day you left the headquarters, you've been a bit distracted. Your learning efficiency barely passes, but I believe you could complete the study goals I set for you faster if you focused. Hearing this, Kane lowered her head. No matter how well she pretended, she could not escape the perception of the sister who had raised her. Tanjiro, a gentle word from Shinobu made Kane shiver, and her head lowered even more. Seeing this, Shinobu's suspicion turned into certainty. She turned back to face Kane, holding the books she had pulled out with a smile on her face. Oh, I really guessed correctly. My dear little sister has actually been captured by the little brother from Shinsha's family. How wonderful, Shinobu said with a smile, while Kane's head, already lowered, sunk even further, her face turning red like a ripe tomato. Shinobu placed the books she was holding on the table next to Kane and said, Kane, you don't have to stay by my side all the time. Follow your heart and move forward. You're no longer the little girl we rescued back then. Are you? Kane lifted her head, blushing as she looked at Shinobu, who was smiling at her. Memories of the moments she experienced with the Butterfly sisters flooded back to her mind. Sister, this child is completely hopeless. If we don't say something, she would do nothing at all. Even eating is the same. If we don't say anything, she wants to eat even if her stomach growls. Hey, Kane, when you're alone, just toss a coin to decide what you should do. Sister, what is this? It's okay, it's okay. As long as there is an opportunity, the human heart will blossom. One day, when I have a boy I like, Kanaho will change too. At that moment, Kanaho's heart, which had been sealed away, was completely shattered. Tears streamed uncontrollably from her eyes as she fell into Shinobu's embrace. From that day on, Kanaho began to work hard to learn medicine. Although she had already been a fast learner, her speed after that left Shinobu in awe, starting with studying at night and completing the content ahead of schedule. It wasn't long before Shinobu began to test Kanaho with questions from patients during the daytime treatment sessions. Although Kanaho was a bit flustered at first, her accuracy improved at a visible rate once she calmed down, as Shinobu noted that Kanaho had nearly mastered the basic knowledge. Kanaho successfully passed the beginner-level set by Shinobu, and the next stage of her medical skills would require time and independent practice. This achievement also indicated that Shinobu allowed Kanaho to go out. The mountain where the Kamadu family lived was called Cloudcatcher Mountain, and Shinobu had been there before, so she could point Kanaho in the general direction. Regarding her safety in this era without demons, there were indeed few things that could threaten the elite of the Demon Slayer Corps, but even so, Shinobu still extended a finger to seriously explain the various things to pay attention to when acting outside. When dawn broke and the sun rose, Kanaho walked out of the residence with her luggage. Sister, I'm leaving. Remember what I said last night? Shinobu smiled and waved goodbye to Kanaho as she watched her depart. Once Kanaho was out of her sight, Shinobu gently pressed her lips together, closed her eyes, and sighed. Time to go to the clinic. Shinobu changed direction and headed to her clinic. That day, not many people came to her clinic, but that was normal. After all, this was a clinic, not an inn, and in such a small town, there wouldn't be that many patients. The initial surge of business when she opened her clinic was just a temporary phenomenon. Shinobu picked up her medical books to review, and just then, the sound of footsteps came from outside. She exhaled and put down her book. She raised her head to look at the person walking into the clinic, her mouth opening as she was about to speak, but the person surprised her so much that the words got stuck in her throat. Mr. Tomioka? Chapter 159. Tomioka, Mr. Tomioka? What are you doing here? Are you sick or injured? Shinobu raised a hand to cover her mouth in surprise. Tomioka Ju's sudden appearance truly startled Shinobu because she had never thought he would come to her clinic. Had Ju finally opened up? Well, sort of, but not completely. Ju was one of the first few to leave the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, and unlike other members, he was somewhat lost and didn't know what to do with his future. Carrying this confusion, he left the headquarters and headed to the Misty Mountains, where his master, Sakanji Yoriichi, lived. Yoriichi was naturally very happy to see Ju return. After all, as an old man living in seclusion in the deep mountains, even if he claimed he wasn't lonely, he didn't truly believe it himself. Due to the selection of the hand demon at Mount Fujikei-san, most of the disciples he had taught had died at its hands, and very few of those who had left the mountain earlier were still alive. This is why Ju's return made him so happy. By the way, Yoriichi had removed the Tengu mask he always wore, revealing a very gentle face. This was also the reason he wore the mask. His overly gentle and kind face lacked intimidation when killing demons and authority when teaching, so he wore the fearsome Tengu mask to hide his appearance. However, with Muzan now dead, there was no longer any reason for him to wear the Tengu mask. And besides, wearing a mask wasn't comfortable, so he had no trouble adjusting. Ju was seeing Yoriichi's face for the first time without the mask, and he initially thought he had either made a mistake or that a guest with a similar build had come to visit Yoriichi. It was just at dusk when Yoriichi rolled up his sleeves and, full of energy, prepared many of his signature dishes for Ju, such as grilled fish stews and miso soup. That's too much. I can't eat this much. It's fine, don't be polite. I'm happy, just eat as much as you want. Yoriichi said, while serving Ju a bowl of miso soup filled to the brim. Ju took the bowl of miso soup, remained silent for a few seconds, and then began to savor it. Ever since he left Yoriichi's tutelage, he hadn't tasted Yoriichi's cooking again, even though he had returned a few times during his demon-slaying journey. Most of those visits were just to take a quick look. Ju was either busy slaying demons or on his way to do so, frequently taking on missions, partly to numb his mind and avoid thinking about other things, and partly due to the obsession left by the incident with Sabito. As he watched Ju, who was bowing his head to drink the miso soup, Yoriichi suddenly asked, Ju, Are you feeling lost? Well, now that Muzan has been defeated and there are no more evil demons, everyone in the Demon Slayer Corps has new goals. But I don't know what I should do in the future. Ju replied softly, holding the warm round bowl with both hands and looking down. He had thought about his future, but after serious contemplation, he still couldn't envision what it would look like. Seeing Ju deep in thought, Yoriichi sighed helplessly, thinking that this child was still the same as before. He opened his mouth, and, just as he was about to help Ju sort through his thoughts, Ju suddenly looked up. Although there was confusion in his eyes, it was different from the confusion most people felt. Even though I can't yet imagine what my future will be like, I won't stop moving forward. I still have a long time, and I will slowly figure out my future. After saying this, Ju handed the now empty bowl back to Yoriichi. I want another bowl. Rengoku looked at the current state of Yoriichi, and the worry in his heart dissipated. Although Yoriichi didn't seem to have changed much on the surface, it was enough. Yoriichi stayed with Rengoku for a night, and the next day he bid farewell, although he said it was Senjaku who was going on a journey. It was actually Yoriichi who took the initiative. During these days, Yoriichi traveled to various places, met different people, and tasted various cuisines, essentially doing everything that Senjaku wanted to do. As the days of travel increased, the future that Yoriichi had envisioned in his heart didn't grow at all, but he was still not anxious. Without activating his patterns, he had no limit on his lifespan. At 22 years old, he had plenty of time. One day, he arrived in an unknown small town. At first, Yoriichi didn't feel anything special about it, but the townsfolk occasionally mentioned the word medical clinic. If it was just a medical clinic, it would be fine, as it only indicated that there was a well-reputed clinic in the town. Until Yoriichi heard the name Kaneo Sayuri in the residents' chatter. By the time Yoriichi realized it, he had already arrived at the entrance of the clinic where Kaneo was. After hesitating for a few seconds, he stepped inside, and sure enough, Kaneo appeared in his sight. Long time no see. Yes, it has been a long time. Are you busy now? Not busy at all. In fact, I'm quite free. Have you eaten? Kaneo looked at Yoriichi, who stood at the door, trying hard to say more and create a conversation. She couldn't help but lower her head and laugh softly. Compared to the previous Yoriichi, this was indeed a tremendous improvement. If the other members of the Demon Slayer Corps saw this scene, they would probably be shocked to the point of dislocating their jaws. Kaneo was laughing so hard that tears were almost coming out. She wiped her damp eyes while waving to Yoriichi, who was still standing at the door. What are you still doing at the door? My clinic doesn't need a doorman, since I have no work to handle right now. Would you like to have a cup of tea and catch up with me, my old colleague? Kaneo said with a smile. Yoriichi, standing at the door, was momentarily stunned. Compared to his mental reaction, his feet had already lifted and stepped forward, walking toward Kaneo. Chapter 160. Steady progress. The relationship between Kaneo and Yoriichi couldn't suddenly progress significantly, unless Yoriichi blossomed like an iron tree. Of course, their pair wasn't suitable for such a sudden change in interaction. A steady and gradual approach would be better. After all, neither of them had activated their patterns. And aside from their identities as elite members of the Demon Slayer Corps, they were just ordinary people in their early 20s with no romantic experience. They had plenty of time. In contrast to these two were Tanjiro and Kanaho. While both pairs had mutual feelings and didn't openly express their intentions, the progress between Tanjiro and Kanaho far surpassed that of Kaneo and Yoriichi. At the Kamadu family residence, near the entrance, Tanjiro and Kanaho looked at each other. After a brief moment of eye contact, both of them involuntarily blushed slightly and lowered their heads, with wisps of white steam slowly rising from their heads. As time passed, Senjaku, who wasn't peeping at this pair of young lovers, slightly frowned, wondering why it had been so long and why Tanjiro hadn't brought Kanaho inside yet. Could something have really happened? Chinchia slightly expanded her perception network to explore outward, and she was shocked by what she found. An incident? Two people were struck by this petrifying beam called love. Can this be considered an incident? They truly are a young couple in the throes of passion. How interesting. Lying on the lounge chair, Chinchia moved her lips slightly, the corners of her mouth curling up, revealing an intriguing smile. Chinchia lightly closed her perception network again. Although she enjoyed sweet moments, such shy sweetness was best left for them to properly settle down. While they were shyly in love, Chinchia felt she couldn't just stand by. There were still so many apprentices resting in the sword dojo. She couldn't just leave them hanging. She got up from her lounge chair, instantly attracting the attention of all the apprentices in the dojo. With everyone's eyes on her, Chinchia spread her arms and said, "Your master Sabito has suddenly encountered something and won't be back for a while." Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted with joyful shouts. While they were serious about wanting to learn swordsmanship, they were equally serious about needing a break. A short while? Please, give us an hour of rest. Just as everyone was thinking this, Qianxia tilted her head slightly, a faint smile appearing on her face. What she said next turned her into a messenger from hell, sending chills down everyone's spines. Celebrate and rejoice. Although your master Sabito won't be coming back, I'm here to take over. With the guidance of us, Kamadu siblings, you little ones truly have a bright future ahead. After this declaration, with her hands on her hips and a hearty laugh, the apprentices in the dojo felt their ominous premonitions intensify to the maximum. An hour later, Tanjiro and Kanaho finally recovered from the joy of their long-awaited reunion. When Tanjiro realized he had actually dawdled outside for an hour, he quickly took Kanaho's hand and rushed back to the dojo. I'm sorry. I can't believe I wasted so much time. We need to. Before he could finish his sentence upon entering the dojo, he was stunned into silence by the scene before him. Qianxia was wielding a wooden sword, facing off against all the students present. The absolute numerical advantage was utterly crushed by the overwhelming strength. Weak backhand, poor forehand, sloppy footwork, slow reactions. Was all that training for nothing? Not a single move is decent. With you all like this, do you still want to become real swordsmen? The way of the sword is not child's play. Qianxia easily fended off the attacks from these apprentices. She didn't retaliate because if she were to seriously fight back against this group of children, it would truly be bullying. However, while she couldn't counterattack physically, Qianxia enthusiastically launched a verbal assault. It's worth noting that Qianxia's sharp tongue was enough to break down even the strongest defenses of Muzan. Yet this group of apprentices, despite listening, didn't lose focus. Instead, they gritted their teeth and continued to attack Qianxia. Qianxia secretly thought to herself, that's great. However, in reality, she still wore a cold and indifferent expression, continuing to lash out at everyone with her words until they all collapsed on the ground. Drenched in sweat and unable to move, their swordsmanship was still far from adequate, but their fighting spirit barely passed. After Qianxia finished speaking, she turned around, facing away from the crowd, and looked at the two people standing blankly at the entrance of the sword hall. As the target changed, Qianxia transformed into a master of expressions, instantly showing a gentle smile on her face. Kanaho? Long time no see. Yes, Sister Qianxia, it really has been a long time. Kanaho felt a bit nervous, as she had very few direct conversations with Qianxia. After all, she had been courted by Tanjiro during the year when Qianxia was in a coma, and before that, Qianxia was always busy, either slaying demons or on the way to slay demons. Qianxia's gaze gradually tilted away from Xiong Naihu and finally landed on the hands that the two of them were still holding. A comical smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. As Qianxia's gaze changed, the two only then realized that they were still holding hands, and their cheeks instantly turned bright red. They hurriedly released their grip. Looking closely at the shy pair, Qianxia made a clicking sound with her tongue. Watching the two in front of her and hearing the howls of the group of students behind her, Qianxia suddenly lost the energy to continue training with them. She patted their shoulders, indicating that the next tasks were up to them, and then she gracefully walked towards the dojo. Just then, a messenger crow flew in from a distance, with a rolled-up letter tied to its leg, and when it spotted Qianxia, its small eyes seemed to shake as if an earthquake had occurred. Qianxia is disliked by the raven. During the final selection, everyone was supposed to receive a raven, but Qianxia did not, as no raven dared to approach her. At this moment, the raven hanging in the air was no exception. In the raven's heart, a scale appeared, one side tied to professional ethics, and the other side weighed down by inner fear. After a struggle, the raven fiercely swung its leg that was tied to the letter, and after exhausting effort, the letter finally loosened and fell into Qianxia's hands. After Qianxia took the letter, she slowly unrolled it to see who had sent it to her. However, before unrolling it, Qianxia could roughly guess who it was from. Kanroji Mitsuri. Chapter 161. Kanroji's Letter 1. Even before opening the letter, Qianxia had already made a rough guess about who sent it. And this deduction was not only due to Qianxia's clever brain, but also because there were traces of Sakura Machi crumbs left on the envelope. In such an awkward situation, Qianxia opened the letter and found that although it was written by Mitsuri, the content was not solely about her. At the beginning of the letter, Mitsuri's words directly gave Qianxia a heart-shaped critical hit. Qianxia, Mr. Iguro confessed to me. Qianxia couldn't help but take a step back. Her head held high, and her lips involuntarily curled upward, as the moment of the snake-like relationship in the stock market approached. The previous romantic progress between Butterfly Shinobu and Ju Tomioka, as well as Kane and Tanjiro, was instantly knocked out. When everyone was bidding farewell to the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, Iguro Abanai left with Mitsuri, but at that time, they were still in a state of mutual affection without having broken through the barrier. Unlike most members of the Demon Slayer Corps, Mitsuri had a wonderful family, with both parents and even 4 younger siblings. After leaving the Demon Slayer Corps, Mitsuri excitedly took Abanai to her home. During her time as a Demon Slayer, although she didn't completely ignore her home like you the Great, she indeed returned home very rarely. Lack of time was one reason, but the main reason was the unique nature of the work in the Demon Slayer Corps. On the way back, the smile on Mitsuri's face never faded. Even her pace was bouncy and cheerful, like a rabbit or a cat. In contrast, Abanai, who followed behind her, had one hand over his chest and kept taking deep breaths with his head down. Although he was very nervous about going to her home with Mitsuri, he didn't want to miss this opportunity, no matter how anxious he felt inside. The headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps was where they met and established a connection, and leaving that place felt like losing his greatest weapon. Once the distance was created, just maintaining the warmth of their relationship would be quite difficult, let alone continuing to heat it up. Abanai didn't consider himself good at communicating with others, and Mitsuri was a bit airhead. If he let go now, he might never be able to grasp it again in the future. So, he absolutely couldn't let go. Mr. Iguro, what's wrong? And no, it's nothing. A flash of realization crossed Abanai's eyes, but this realization was not noticed by Mitsuri, who was currently on a mountainside, gazing into the distance. She then pointed her finger towards a certain corner in the distance. Mr. Iguro, my home is right there. Hearing Mitsuri's words, Abanai turned his gaze towards the direction her finger pointed. Mitsuri's home was now within sight, and for the 2 elite members of the Demon Slayer Corps, this distance was fleeting. They quickly arrived at their destination. Knock, knock, knock. With each knock from Mitsuri, it felt like Abanai's heart was being directly struck. The white snake coiled around his shoulder, sensed this change, and couldn't help but stick out its tongue and lick Abanai's cheek. After a wait that felt like an eternity, the sound of footsteps from inside gradually approached. Creak! The door opened from within, and Mitsuri's mother appeared in their view. Before she could react, an excited Mitsuri directly leaped into her mother's arms. Mom! Mitsuri's mother looked at her daughter in her arms, momentarily stunned, then displayed an excited smile. Amidst their commotion, the people inside were drawn to them. Mitsuri's father and younger siblings rushed out. What? Mitsuri is back. What? Sister is back. The entrance of Mitsuri's home was suddenly filled with a warm and harmonious atmosphere. However, even though Mitsuri had returned, they did not completely immerse themselves in this warm atmosphere and ignore Abanai, whom Mitsuri brought along. Mitsuri's father adjusted his glasses and glanced at Abanai. According to the common mindset of the era, Abanai, with his lower face wrapped in bandages, would undoubtedly be judged by parents. However, Mitsuri's family was not typical. They were only surprised by their daughter's unique traits, such as super strength, color-changing hair, and super big appetite, and they felt no disgust whatsoever. Even when Mitsuri expressed her worries about not being able to get married, her mother remained calm, and her father suggested that Mitsuri should just stay at home. Such a family was indeed a miracle in this era. After scanning Abanai for a moment, Mitsuri's father smiled and said to him, "Are you perhaps Mitsuri's boyfriend?" As soon as these words were spoken, Mitsuri's mother covered her mouth in surprise, filled with joy, while Mitsuri's face instantly turned bright red, steam rising from her head. "Dad, what are you saying? Mr. Iguro is just..." Mitsuri waved her hands as she spoke, but due to her excitement, she didn't even know why she was waving them. As for what she wanted to say, she didn't finish because Abanai interrupted her. "I'm not Mitsuri's boyfriend." When Abanai said this, although it was the response Mitsuri hoped to hear, it instead left her feeling a sense of emptiness. However, Abanai didn't finish his sentence. He took a deep breath, a spark of realization shining in his eyes, and turned to face Mitsuri, who happened to be looking at him as well. In their gaze, Abanai opened his mouth. "Mitsuri, I like you." The power of words is immense, and at this moment, what Abanai said changed both of their lives, turning a beautiful fantasy into reality. Mitsuri's lips quivered, and tears as small as beans flowed from her eyes. At first, she even doubted whether she misheard, but when she saw the gentle gaze from Abanai directed at her, her heart was continuously touched. "Can I really be your bride?" "Of course, as long as you don't mind it being me. I will definitely ensure your happiness." "Absolutely." Chapter 162. Mitsuri's Letter 2. Looking at the content of the letter written by Mitsuri in her hand, Shinxia felt as if she had eaten a super sweet jujube. She was truly happy for this couple. In the original story, the two confessed to each other at the brink of death after Muzan was defeated. Although the Dawn's light had already shone upon them, their severe injuries were beyond saving, and they embraced each other, pouring out the feelings they had hidden for many years. This romance not only marked the beginning, but also came to a conclusion. Now, seeing this couple achieve fulfillment in the present world, how could Shinxia not feel happy for them? She had completed the Demon Slayer game to ensure everyone could have a happy ending. After a wave of sweet joy, Shinxia's gaze continued to linger on the letter written by Mitsuri, as it contained more than just this. After Abanai's successful confession, he naturally moved into Mitsuri's home, effectively becoming part of the Kanroji family, which made Mitsuri's parents very happy. After all, if possible, they did not want their precious daughter to be taken far away by some man, not seeing her for a long time. This is good, this is good. Miri's family is inherently wealthy, which is evident from their ability to easily accommodate Miri's extravagant appetite from a young age. After Shobane moved into Miri's home, she adapted to the new environment while learning various things, working hard for their future. Along the way, they encountered many companions, such as the Tsugikuni brothers. After leaving the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, the Tsugikuni brothers unexpectedly started a business, but instead of buying a shop, they operated a mobile business with a cart. What a coincidence that they ran into each other. Have you two become a couple? Seeing Shobane and Miri, who happened to run into him while out shopping, Tsugikuni Shinya instantly realized that this couple had finally gotten together. Upon hearing Shinya's words, Miri's face instantly turned red as she covered her cheeks with her palm, while Shobane, unfazed, replied, "Tsugikuni, it's obvious you're not suited for this." Shinya's face twitched slightly. He wanted to retort loudly but ultimately held back. "TSK, I want to argue with you. Anyway, congratulations to both of you." This sudden change left Shobane momentarily stunned, since Shinya was being so generous. He couldn't continue his sharp tongue. "Thank you. Although you're not suited for this, with some effort, there might be a slight chance of success." The meeting with Tsugikuni Shinya also extended to the current situation of Kanamitsu Ayam and Takata Muichiro. Kanamitsu Ayam has reopened a temple and an orphanage, making friends with monk partners while also adopting some orphan children, with the financial support from his lord and the help of his companions. The process of raising the orphans has gone smoothly, and both the temple and the orphanage are quite popular in his generation. As for Takata Muichiro, he first returned to his original home to pay respects to his parents' and older brother's graves, then entered a state similar to that of Juto Miyoka. In his confusion about what to do for his future, Muichiro chose to try every profession, believing that without worries about finances or time, he would surely find the direction best suited for him after experiencing everything. Even though everyone had grown distant, it felt as though there was no distance at all. After reading the contents of the letter in her hand, Chika turned and headed to her room, taking out paper and a pen to prepare a reply. Among the Hashira, 7 had already been confirmed, and now only the Flame Hashira, Kaidro Rengoku, and the Sound Hashira, Tenjin Yuzi, remained unknown for their current activities. However, it wasn't hard to guess. Kaidro Rengoku must have returned to his Rengoku family home, and with his personality, he might have also opened a swordsmanship school like Chika and Tanjiro. As for Tenjin Yuzi, Chika couldn't quite figure that out, but it was certain that he was currently enjoying a lavish and carefree daily life with his 3 wives. In Chika's envelope, she also wrote that if they had time, they could come over to visit, and Tanjiro, Nezuko, and Kanaho would warmly welcome them. With Chika's astonishing speed, the reply was quickly finished. As she walked out of the house with the letter, she noticed that the messenger crow that had delivered the letter hadn't flown away, but was still circling in the air, seemingly aware that there was a reply to be sent. What a professional crow. However, even such a professional crow didn't dare to approach Chika in its eyes. She was an indescribable monster closely associated with the Allies. Watching this scene, Chika couldn't help but raise a hand to cover her neck, and helplessly, she had to roll up the letter. "Please take this." With a swish, Xian Xiao threw the letter into the air. The raven in the sky watched this scene, its eyes nearly popping out. Flapping its wings in a hurry, it used its beak to catch the letter that was thrown at the last moment. Beautiful ravens? In any case, please don't swallow it. Thank you for your hard work. Xianxia raised one hand high and waved it, while the other hand was placed beside her mouth as she shouted loudly at the crow in the sky. The crow, feeling awkward and sweating profusely, thought to itself, "What does it mean to swallow the letter? Can you not insult our level of professionalism?" It's just about grabbing the letter and flying back, easy and simple. The crow flapped its wings and flew towards the direction where Mealy was. As it disappeared from her sight, Qianxia slowly lowered her raised arm. The battle against demons has finally come to a satisfactory conclusion. Knowing that everyone is living so well now, Qianxia couldn't help but raise one palm to her chest and turn her head towards the direction of the sword dojo. The regrets in her heart had all disappeared, and it was about time to leave. Qianxia made a decision in her heart. Although her current life was comfortable, she understood that it was only temporary, as it was not what she truly wanted to do. Qianxia exhaled a breath and walked calmly into the sword dojo. Chapter 163. Farewell before departure. Inside the dojo, when the apprentices saw Qianxia leave and a much gentler Kanaho appear in her place, this group of not-so-innocent apprentices instantly revealed expressions of enlightenment. Among them, a brave warrior was the first to get up from the ground, rushing towards Tanjiro and Kanaho, voicing the question that was on everyone's mind. "Teacher Kamadu, is this your wife?" This brave warrior's blunt question left both of them momentarily stunned, as they waved their hands in a flustered attempt to deny it. However, such behavior could not fool the sharp eyes of these young apprentices. In their hearts, Kanaho had already been established as the teacher's wife. Is this something to be happy about? Naturally, it was something to be happy about. They had originally been caught in a mixed-gender sparring session with Qianxia and Tanjiro. But now, with a seemingly kind and non-threatening teacher's wife taking Qianxia's place, the future looked bright. The eyes of the crowd sparkled, and the image of Qianxia pushing them was completely erased from their minds. Kanaho, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but smile awkwardly, although she wasn't quite sure what was happening. She could sense the level of expectation they had for her. Right? Teacher's wife. You know swordsmanship too. Another brave warrior raised his arm, voicing the question in everyone's hearts. This time, Tanjiro automatically ignored the term teacher's wife. He extended a finger and answered seriously, "Kanaho is very strong, and when it comes to learning swordsmanship, she is far better than I am." Upon hearing this, the crowd gasped in surprise. After all, women who could wield a sword were rare in any era, let alone those who could reach the level of being very strong, as Tanjiro claimed. Consequently, Kanaho also overlooked the term teacher's wife. Under the expectant gazes of the apprentices, she pursed her lips, picked up a wooden training sword from a corner of the dojo, and looked towards a wooden post. She slowly exhaled, and even though she hadn't used her sword techniques for a long time, a swordsman who had reached the state of constant focus maintained full concentration in breathing 24/7. Breath of flowers, fifth form, no fruit peony. Kanaho's eyes narrowed, and with an incredibly serious intention to weaken her sword aura, she executed her sword technique. In an instant, 9 swift slashes erupted from 4 directions, the trajectory of her attacks resembling the petals of a peony. In this act of using a cannon to swat a mosquito, the wooden post she struck was instantly cut into more than a dozen pieces, falling to the ground with a clatter. After the slashes, Kanaho let out a faint breath, wondering if she had held back too much and whether she should have exerted a bit more strength. A brief silence fell over the dojo. Following this brief silence, a wave of astonished shouts erupted. "So impressive. I knew that the teacher's wife who could be with the teacher would definitely be strong, but seeing it in person still surprised me. I thought Teacher Kamadu and Sister Qianxia were unbeatable, and yet there is still a master." Under the praise of the crowd, Kanaho appeared somewhat at a loss. In fact, Kanaho was very strong, especially in the state of her red eyes of the other shore, making her a reliable ally in the battle against Muzan. The night before the mission to defeat Muzan, Kanaho had protested to Shinobu, insisting that she wanted to fight alongside everyone. However, her proposal was unilaterally rejected by Shinobu, since Qianxia had become an unparalleled combat force on their side. Successfully defeating Muzan was no longer a fantasy or an impossible task. Because of this, a small selfish desire arose in Shinobu's heart. Having already lost her sister, she wanted to do everything possible to ensure her younger sister's survival. For this reason, Shinobu even specifically consulted all combat members and the leader, stating that she would work hard in battle to include Kanaho as well. Of course, this proposal met with no objections, and many even comforted Shinobu, as no one had the malicious intent to embarrass her. The sun in the high sky gradually set, and while the Kamadu family dojo provided meals, it did not offer accommodations. Therefore, as dusk approached, the group of apprentices began to pack their belongings, preparing to either head home or wait for their parents to come and take them back, until the next day when the sun rose again to go back up the mountain. As the apprentices all walked out of the dojo, without exception, the entire dojo became empty, leaving only Tanjiro and Kanaho. Tanjiro and Kanaho looked at each other, and despite not saying anything, they couldn't help but laugh softly. The warm atmosphere of their little world was interrupted by thud, thud, cough, cough. Qinsha walked in from outside the sword dojo, clearing her throat awkwardly. The two people who were making such a commotion quickly regained their composure and turned to look at Qinsha, who was strolling in. Sister, Qinsha's sister. Seeing the slightly shy state of the two, Qinsha stopped and placed one hand on her hip while gently covering her forehead with the other hand. Although she didn't say anything for a moment, it felt as if she had said everything. Just as Tanjiro was about to make a final defense to his sister, Qinsha's next statement left both Tanjiro and Kanao stunned. I am preparing to leave. In the brief silence, Tanjiro's pupils gradually dilated. He opened his mouth to say something, but ultimately couldn't get the words out. He was actually mentally prepared for this. After all, Qinsha's decision to leave wasn't a sudden whim. Back when everyone was still at the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, Qinsha had publicly announced her future plans. However, the daily life in the sword dojo recently made Tanjiro forget, or rather, he actively chose to forget this matter. Indeed, a sister is still a sister. The plans made in her heart would not change midway, whether before being persecuted by Muzan, during their journey to eradicate demons, or now. Tanjiro believed he never thought about making Qinsha change her mind, but at this moment, reflecting on how he subconsciously forgot about his sister's future departure, he felt that deep down he had harbored that thought. Sister, you will come back to see us, right? Of course, this is just a goodbye, not a farewell forever. There is no need for many words between siblings. One sentence was enough. Chapter 164. Reunion. The Kamado family kitchen. Qinsha, with a cast iron pot in one hand and a spatula in the other, was preparing delicious dishes. After all, Kanaho was coming over today, and out of both sentiment and reason, Qinsha had to showcase her culinary skills. The kitchen was filled with tempting aromas, but in the living room, Tanjiro, Nezuko, and Kanaho were not swayed by the enticing smells. Instead, they were quietly discussing Qinsha, especially Tanjiro and Nezuko. However, their discussion was not about how to keep their sister from leaving, but rather how to set up a surprise for her before her departure. Big brother's still like that, right? I'll prepare something. I believe it will be fine. The two sitting in the chairs murmured quietly. Although Kanaho was sitting beside them, she felt somewhat out of place and couldn't join in on their atmosphere. Nezuko's classic big eyes turned to Kanaho at that moment. She had thought they were going to discuss a plan to retain Qinsha, but unexpectedly, they were discussing a farewell plan for her. Just as their discussion became heated, Qinsha walked out from the kitchen, holding a large iron pot. Haha, chicken soup is here. As soon as Qinsha said this, she felt that her words sounded somewhat familiar, as if she had heard them somewhere before, yet also as if she hadn't. However, she didn't think much of it and continued to bring the iron pot of chicken soup to the table in the living room. As the lid of the iron pot was lifted, a fragrant aroma wafted out, making even those without an appetite feel hungry. Eat, eat. What are you all staring at? It'll be less tasty once the soup cools down, Qinsha said with a smile, waving her hands. The three of them exchanged glances, as if they hadn't chatted about anything just moments ago, and instantly surrendered to the delicious food in front of them. With a clap of their hands, they exclaimed, I'm going to dig in, and began to enjoy the feast. After finishing this delicious meal, everyone returned to their respective rooms. Qinsha sat in her chair, holding a pen and writing out her plans for a world trip. No matter how you looked at it, a significant event like traveling the world required careful planning. By the way, Qinsha had never thought about traveling within the country. It wasn't that she thought the country was small. After all, there are 197 countries in the world, and this one ranks 62nd. But if there was an opportunity for a grand adventure, of course, she would seize it. Moreover, traveling around the world had been a dream of Qinsha's in her previous life, and now that she had the resources and time, it would be unreasonable not to pursue it. In fact, if possible, Qinsha initially hoped to travel the world with Tanjiro and Nezuko, but clearly, Nezuko and Tanjiro were not very receptive to such a sudden idea of world travel. In the current timeline, there were no airplanes. So if one wanted to travel the world, they could only take a ship, which would also be quite a hassle. Thinking of this, Qinsha suddenly came up with a rather abstract idea, swimming across the ocean. Although it would consume a lot of her energy, her output was far beyond that of an average person. If she really swam with all her might, she might be able to compete with a small speedboat. Wait, am I really considering this seriously? Qinsha awkwardly coughed lightly, scratching the back of her head with one hand while continuing to write with the other. She planned to set off the day after tomorrow, and the reason it was the day after tomorrow instead of tomorrow was that it would rain tomorrow. In Tanjiro's room, he was also sitting in a chair, pen in hand, deeply engrossed in writing. Next to him, on the cabinet, stood a crow. Since the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters disbanded, Tanjiro and his friend's crow had not been recalled, but continued to accompany them so that they could still communicate with each other when needed. At this moment, Tanjiro was writing invitations, and there was no need to elaborate on who he was inviting. It took Tanjiro quite some time to finish writing all the letters, and he stretched his body and let out a big sigh. Tai and Wangji, I'm counting on you. Tanjiro handed a large stack of letters to his crow. The crow, named Tai and Wangji Matsuwaman, paused for a moment and then puffed out its chest. This little task is a piece of cake, the crow confidently exclaimed. Although there were many letters, for such a professional crow, it was a trivial matter. I'm really sorry. This came up suddenly, and there might not be enough time. I hope you can deliver all these letters to everyone within a day, please. Tanjiro looked at his crow, speaking as he clapped his hands together. The crow's expression stiffened. Even for such a professional crow, delivering so many letters in one day was a tall order. A professional crow cannot take back what it says. The crow's eyes narrowed, revealing a significant level of determination. Leave it to me, the crow said confidently, flapping its wings vigorously. Minutes later, the crow had rolled up letters attached to its legs. This weight was indeed a bit much for a crow, but it was a professional crow. No time to waste, flap and take off. The crow flapped its wings and quickly flew out of the window. However, it froze shortly after taking off. Some people's addresses were confirmed, but there were also some addresses it didn't know. Oh well, I'm a professional crow. I'm also an expert at gathering information. The crow's eyes regained their fighting spirit as it flew away at an astonishing speed. The night fell, and sunlight streamed into the room from outside. Chinchilla did not close her eyes to sleep until noon the next day, as she was completely immersed in planning the travel itinerary. The difficulty of planning a world travel itinerary was far beyond Chinchilla's expectations. In the future modern world, no matter what you do, there would be a beginner's guide. But Chinchilla was really torturing her own brain by trying to figure out on her own. So, Chinchilla looked at the plan in her hand that was scribbled and crossed out, and then a few seconds later, she tore it into shreds. A plan? Not anymore. Chinchilla let out a breath, and a hint of innocence appeared in her eyes. At that moment, her slightly heightened perception, due to a night of turmoil, suddenly detected several strong presences approaching outside her residence. Wait, these presences are... Chinchilla suddenly sat up in shock, as if awakened from a dying state. Abruptly stood up from her chair, and quickly turned to rush out of the room. Outside, she saw many members of the Demon Slayer Corps gathered again, and even the leader had come. They were holding packages in their hands as they arrived at the entrance of the Kamadu family residence. Before they could raise their hands to knock on the door, Chinchilla pulled the door open from the inside. What brings you here? Chapter 165, Photo Chinchilla. As Chinchilla stared in disbelief at the crowd before her, Mitsuri, laughing joyfully, spread her arms and leaped forward to embrace Chinchilla. Mitsuri and everyone. At this moment, Chinchilla's brain felt like it had crashed. She had not anticipated such a turn of events. However, after a quick mental reboot, she immediately realized that someone had orchestrated the situation behind the scenes. At that moment, the mastermind behind the scenes appeared behind her as well, with Nezuko and Tanjiro smiling and welcoming everyone. Seeing how calm the two were, Chinchilla, no matter how naive, understood that this was the result of their behind-the-scenes manipulation. She felt both amused and helpless, unsure of what to say. The messenger crow, Tsugikuni, was also flapping its wings leisurely, resembling a plane that could fall apart at any moment, eventually landing on the roof tiles of the Kamadu residence. It continued to exhale breaths in a rapid succession, its wings and slender legs trembling slightly. No one could imagine what it had experienced in such a short time. It wasn't boasting, only a crow as professional as it was capable of handling such a task. Tengakuji Matsuwaman, Tsugikuni, I hope Tanjiro gives me some good food later. Even though I'm a professional crow, I don't work for free. The casual chatter outside lacked politeness, so Chinchilla hurriedly invited everyone into the residence. When they saw the interior of the residence, each of them couldn't help but tremble in surprise. It wasn't the grandeur of the Kamadu family that astonished them, but rather the ambience that filled the house, reminiscent of the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. Feeling the surprise of the crowd, Tanjiro, one of the designers of the residence, scratched his head with a smile and began to explain. My sister asked me to be in charge of the design of the residence, but I had no experience in this area. Even after racking my brain, I couldn't come up with a design I was satisfied with until I thought of the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. There was no need to elaborate too much. Just halfway through his explanation was enough for everyone to understand Tanjiro's meaning. Although Tanjiro hadn't lived in the headquarters for long, the impressions it left on him were incredibly deep. He couldn't forget it, nor would he ever forget it. Even though Tanjiro didn't create the residence with the idea of a complete replica, the various details still differed from headquarters. However, those familiar with the headquarters could still faintly feel its essence here, making it clear that Tanjiro had put genuine effort into the design. Tanjiro, you did great, the leader said with a gentle smile, praising him. Exactly. To be able to design something of this level for your first time, Kamadu boy, you have quite the talent. These flowers, this water, these trees. I initially thought I had returned to the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. Tanjiro felt a bit embarrassed by the praise. But since this residence was not only his home, but also an extension of the headquarters design, he didn't want to be overly modest. When everyone arrived in the main hall of the residence, what was originally a spacious area now lost its spaciousness, filled instead with warmth. After learning from Tsugikuni that Qianxia was preparing to leave the next day, they hurriedly rushed over from their homes. Qianxia, how could you not tell us about such a big thing? Are you really going to leave alone without Tanjiro and Izuku? Thinking of this, Mitsuri couldn't help but puff out her cheeks and place her hands on her hips to express her emotions. The others shared the same sentiment, and Qianxia felt a bit apologetic, smiling softly. Of course, they didn't delve too deeply into the matter, as they understood Qianxia's feelings. It was similar to when everyone gradually said goodbye to the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, especially Shinizuka with Sanemi. He had packed his bags early, preparing to be the first to leave the headquarters, but at that time, the sleepless Qianxia had caught him right in the act. After a brief moment of complaints, everyone took out the gifts they had prepared for Qianxia. Since these gifts were hastily prepared, they weren't extravagant, but they were enough to convey everyone's heartfelt intentions. There were local specialties from a certain region, what seemed to be medicinal potions that were actually nutritious liquids to replace the dry rations, as well as some clothing and souvenirs. When it was the leader's turn, he smiled gently and reached under his clothing. At that moment, everyone couldn't help but imagine the leader pulling out a large stack of money from beneath his clothes. But the next second, the leader's action shattered their fantasies. What he pulled out, although Qianxia had never seen it before, she could roughly recognize what it was. A camera. Qianxia couldn't help but be slightly stunned, because in her impression, such a thing shouldn't exist in this era. In fact, the camera was invented in 1839, and during this period in this country. It wasn't unusual for some wealthy people to own cameras. This is the latest model I just bought, which has a time-lapse photography function. Last time, I actually forgot to take a photo, so this time, let's gather everyone together for a picture. As the Lord's words fell, everyone showed happy expressions, feeling that something was missing before, as if something was off. With a photo, it will be perfect. Everyone quickly gathered together, nervously tidying their clothes and hair, fearing they wouldn't look perfect. Watching this scene, Qianxia couldn't help but think of the final chapter of the original work. If it were the original plot, at least half of the people beside her would be gone. The spirited Lord held the camera, set it to a few seconds delay for the photo, and quickly joined the crowd. Everyone smiled, facing the camera ahead, unable to help but show their smiles, though some were bright, while others looked quite ghastly. A few seconds later, under the strong light, the members of the Demon Slayer Corps were covered by its brilliance, and the scene was captured by the camera. Brief introduction. Muzan, isn't it a bit excessive for you two to gang up on me? In Muzan's left and right pupils, one person appeared in each. One person gritted their teeth, wielding the same breathing technique as Kaneo, slashing at him repeatedly. The other person also used the same breathing technique as Kaneo, but their fighting style was sneaky, occasionally appearing from behind to stab him. As Muzan complained in his heart, that person appeared behind him, and Muzan naturally noticed.